As a ruined barony, the man's barren land has almost no resources, only a few difficult-to-mine mineral veins. The Norlands kingdom caused unrest on the border, as it was too poor to afford an army and thus struggled to maintain law and order. Ever since the man's father, Ryan Zeluka, passed away unexpectedly, his father's funeral had exhausted all his savings. However, Lin Wei is a time traveler from Blue Star, and he can see the various attributes of each person. Elialu, she is Lin Wei's personal maid. Master, are you okay? She knew that Lin Wei, as the young heir, was only 16 years old and not even an adult. I'm fine. Lin Wei cleared his throat and replied calmly. Oh, and there's also the warehouse. In that place where the belongings of past family heads are stored, perhaps we can find something valuable to alleviate the current financial difficulties. He picked up a dusty box with a silver-gray eagle wing pattern carved on it. Heraldry, he whispered to himself. Lin Wei suddenly realized that this was actually the gladiator's emblem. And whoever holds this gladiator's emblem can make a modest request to His Majesty the King. The coat of arms was obtained from his late grandfather Edward. Lin Wei whispered, if this emblem can be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins, the difficulties he faces can be solved. Butler, prepare the carriage. Lin Wei suddenly shouted. An elderly butler replied, yes, sir, I will prepare the carriage for you right away. When Lin Wei embarked on his journey to the royal city, Elialu was busy arranging his clothes and then putting on a nobleman's top hat for him. As the carriage drove towards the royal city, the magnificent city walls and wide streets further demonstrated the wealth and power of this place. The clerk in charge of registration took one look at Lin Wei and recognized the baron's badge on him. As a baron, it was not easy to see the king. Name? The clerk asked. Lin Wei Luka. What brings you to the royal city? To see His Majesty. Reason? Lin Wei pulled out the gladiator badge from his pocket. The golden eagle badge shone brightly. The clerk's expression turned respectful. Gladiator badge? The clerk asked excitedly. Your Excellency the Baron, I will inform you right away. The clerk hurried over without asking for the reason. Less than 10 minutes later, the clerk reappeared with a respectful expression. Your Excellency, His Majesty is waiting for you in the side hall. After saying goodbye to Elialu, Lin Wei went to see the king alone. Bringing a maid to see the king was considered extremely rude among the nobles. Finally, Lin Wei walked into the side hall where the king was. Sitting on the throne in front of him was a majestic middle-aged man. He cast a sharp gaze at Lin Wei. Baron Luka, you came to me with this golden eagle gladiator badge. Is there something wrong? Lin Wei knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, I hope to exchange this emblem for an outstanding knight and a few gold coins. King Zeluka 13 was slightly surprised. You can go to the kingdom's reserve knights and choose a reserve royal knight. In addition, I will pay you 1,000 Norlands gold coins to reclaim this eagle emblem. Chapter 3. The kingdom's knights are directly under the command of His Majesty the King. These knights are the top elites selected from all over the country. Lin Wei was thankful for the situation he was in. Although his family's territory was poor, as a baron, he was at least much better off than a common noble without any territory. The knight commander brought Lin Wei to the knights' training ground. Many knights, seeing this nobleman, were in disbelief that a baron could actually come here. It has to be said that the attributes of each member of the kingdom knights are top-notch. Longbow, bravery, 74, strategy, 40, loyalty, 0, rating, A-, special talents, spear mastery, one-handed sword mastery. Ache, bravery, 68, strategy, 56, loyalty, 0, rating, B+, special talents. Eagle eyes, longbow mastery, amazing arm strength. He finally stopped in front of a knight. Nolar, bravery, 96, strategy, 80, rating, A+, loyalty, 0, special talents. Horse training, eagle eyes, weapon mastery, warrior. Nolar's attributes were extremely outstanding, and he was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding. Nolar stared blankly at Lin Wei. He was an ambitious man of ordinary origin who had maintained a mediocre level in the Order's tests in order to avoid attracting attention. It's him, Lin Wei said solemnly. The knight commander of the kingdom walked in front of Nolar. Nolar, from today on, you will follow Baron Lin Wei. Nolar simply placed his fist on his chest calmly and saluted respectfully. Yes, Captain. In reality, Nolar didn't feel much aversion to following Lin Wei. As long as he could make a name for himself, win a gladiatorial contest, and become a commoner noble, his dream would come true. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Wei was thinking about how to use the gold coins in his hand. For Lin Wei, establishing the guards was not a simple matter. However, Elialu's voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. Master, Should we use these gold coins to hire some blacksmiths? Lin Wei suddenly realized that he could indeed train a blacksmith of his own, which would not only save him a lot of gold coins, but also allow him to train a group of soldiers of his own. However, these soldiers are merely regular troops, and this type of force is not worth mentioning on this magical continent. As for special forces, such high-end forces are not suitable for him to train in the short term. The eagle gladiator emblem in Lin Wei's hand attracted the attention of the royal family, and soon Baron Fedra also heard the news. Baron Fedra picked up the teacup, took a sip slowly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he touched his mustache. He knew that Zeluka once owned a gladiator emblem, and Lin Wei inherited this legacy, which made him see an opportunity. Back then, Baron Fedra and Ryan established a deep relationship. Ryan not only solved many difficulties for Fedra, but also helped him train soldiers. However, the territory Lin Wei inherited was far less valuable than what Ryan had once held. As a businessman, Baron Fedra naturally wouldn't invest in a business that was doomed to lose money. In Chapter 4, Lin Wei stood in front of a row of soldiers. Each of them looked like an ordinary soldier. Apart from their bravery and strategy, their loyalty was terribly low. He had been secretly observing these soldiers for some time, and while Norl was distributing their wages, he took the opportunity to understand the qualities of these soldiers. If these soldiers really had to face the difficult tests on the battlefield, I am afraid that even the most basic beliefs and morals would collapse in an instant in the blood, and not even a trace of dignity would be left. Norl obviously also noticed the shortcomings of these soldiers. His expression became heavy, and he obviously realized that he would lead these warriors to the battlefield in the future. Lin Wei, is there really nothing that can be done to remedy this? Nolar's voice was filled with helplessness. These soldiers basically have no advantages. It is almost impossible to rely on them to achieve victory, Lin Wei whispered. Seeing this, Nolar hesitated for a moment and finally said, Master, you mean? Lin Wei's answer was concise and clear. Training, I'll command you. He looked at Nolar and patted his shoulder gently. I trust you. Lin Wei knew he didn't have that many resources. His thoughts turned to a possible solution, and he looked at Eliulu beside him. Eliulu noticed Lin Wei's mood. She gently carried a cup of black tea, walked to Lin Wei's desk, and asked gently, Master, are you unhappy? There's nothing to be unhappy about, Lin Wei responded, but Eliulu seemed to have known something. She said softly, Master, I heard today that a group of slave traders came to the territory. There might be some suitable talents among them. Lin Wei's eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a bit of surprise. How do you know I'm thinking about talent? He looked at Eliulu. Eliulu smiled and said bluntly, because buying standard weapons is too expensive. If we can find our own blacksmith, we can save a lot of money on making weapons. Indeed, if a good blacksmith could be found to provide the guards with the necessary equipment, much unnecessary expense could be saved. Okay, let's go look for it. Lin Wei nodded. Eliulu's intuition is often very accurate, and this method seems simple, but it can quickly solve part of the problem in the current dilemma. Next, Lin Wei and Eliulu headed to where the slave traders were stationed. Although their territory was barren, slave traders from neighboring countries would occasionally pass through. The slave trader we saw was wearing a decent coat. Despite the scorching sun outside, he still kept himself well dressed. He had a flattering smile on his face, and when he saw Lin Wei and Eliulu, his eyes lit up slightly. Baron, is there anything you need? Lin Wei glanced at him and said, Let me see your goods. He was a little disgusted by the slave trader's attitude, but he decided to find out more. The merchant led them to a row of prison carts covered with black cloth, each containing a different slave. The merchant began to guide Lin Wei. Baron, do you need combat slaves or companions? Or do you have any special requirements for race? Lin Wei frowned slightly, not intending to choose the option the merchant suggested. Ordinary slaves will be fine, there are no requirements for race. Then, the merchant lifted the black cloth covering the body, revealing a group of mixed-race slaves. Among them, the performance of a female slave was particularly eye-catching. Her eyes were full of wildness and anger, but the slave collar around her neck locked her freedom. Lin Wei's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the woman named Xiona. Although her attributes were good, Lin Wei didn't think she met his requirements. There was something about her that didn't meet his needs. Although she was very brave and strategic, Lin Wei's goal was not just these. Just as Lin Wei was about to turn around and leave, he saw a figure huddled in the corner. Her name was Zeluka. Although her bravery was average, her strategy was as high as 99. This made Lin Wei's heart flutter. This strategic value was obviously unusual, and Lin Wei couldn't help but start to wonder if this was the talent he had been looking for. Chapter 5. Although Lin Wei had already taken a fancy to the cat girl named Zeluka, His expression did not change at all. He pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "What's the price of these slaves?" The merchant held up 3 fingers and said, "Each cat girl is priced at 10 Norlands gold coins. If you buy 3 at a time, I can give you a 20% discount." Lin Wei was already beaming with joy. These cat girls might not really be worth that many gold coins. Most of them were underage, pale, and skinny. Unless they were aristocrats with some special fetishes, no one would want to buy these unhealthy kittens. No, forget it. Lin Wei waved his hand. He didn't intend to let this businessman make too much money. Seeing this, the merchant quickly adjusted his facial expression and said, "Baron, let's do this. You buy 1 and I'll give 1 away. It's like we're making friends." Seeing that Lin Wei seemed to find the price too high, the merchant offered a more favorable price. Lin Wei then said, "Okay then." He casually pointed at one of the cat girls named Xiona. The merchant was obviously a little proud, and his smile became even brighter. However, Lin Wei pointed at Zeluka, who was curled up in the corner. The cat girl looked like she hadn't eaten for 2 days and was obviously in a weak state. The transaction was completed quickly. Lin Wei handed over the money and the merchant delivered the goods. The merchant bought these cat girls from the veteran soldiers on the border for only 1 silver coin, but the cost of bringing them to this marginal territory increased by more than 100 times. The businessman's smile became more flattering. "Baron, do you need anything else? Do you have a dwarf?" Lin Wei suddenly asked. It was well known that dwarves were the best race on this continent at smelting, or, if there were dwarves, he might be able to find a suitable blacksmith. The merchant nodded, then casually lifted another piece of black cloth, revealing a group of dwarves. These dwarves are in better condition than the cat girls, and most of them have the talent of blacksmithing. He looked around quickly, his eyes finally settling on a thin dwarf. Biglin, bravery, 30, strategy, 50, rating, A, loyalty, 0, special talents. Successor of the Forge of Courage, Ingenuity, Blacksmith. Biglin's overall numerical system gave him an A rating, proving that talent is more important than pure numbers. He's the one. Lin Wei pointed at Biglin without hesitation, without even asking the price. Seeing Lin Wei's straightforwardness, the merchant nodded immediately and said, "Baron, this dwarf is priced at 10 gold coins. What do you think?" Compared to cat girls, dwarves are more popular because they are good at blacksmithing and smelting, although most dwarves are extremely difficult to control. In the eyes of the merchant, 10 gold coins were already a huge profit. "Okay." Lin Wei nodded, and the 10 gold coins were quickly handed to the merchant. Lin Wei took out a gold coin and handed it to the merchant. "If there is any special news, please keep an eye out for me, especially about some special races." The businessman smiled happily upon hearing this. "Of course, respected Baron Lin Wei, Aaron will always be at your service." With the completion of the transaction, the merchant's evaluation of Lin Wei improved again, and he believed that he was a generous and worthy nobleman. The carriage was ready. On the way back, Lin Wei was a little absent-minded. The barren territory in front of him made him think about how to change the current situation here. He is just an ordinary blue star person, not an engineering expert, nor a master of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. He has the ability to see other people's talents, but he himself has no fighting ability. "Master, you are becoming more and more mature." Elialu's voice broke Lin Wei's contemplation. "You are becoming more and more like a qualified baron. I just bought some insignificant slaves, but gained a businessman friend who travels all over the country," Elialu said with a smile. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Yeah, it really wasn't that important just now." "Elialu, do you want to be a government official?" Lin Wei suddenly asked. Elialu's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. Elialu lowered her head, her voice choked. Elialu doesn't want to be a political official. She just wants to stay by the young master's side. Lin Wei said nothing more. He knew that if Elialu didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. Although he felt a little regretful, he respected her choice. Chapter 6. Lin Wei had already settled the slaves he had bought from the slave traders for a few days. Today, he decided to have these newly bought slaves have lunch with him. Eat, why not? Lin Wei continued to eat his meal and looked at the slaves sitting in front of him. The expressions on their faces were a little solemn, as if they couldn't believe that they could enjoy such a sumptuous meal. These newly purchased slaves were all wondering in their hearts whether the noble's kindness was just to let them enjoy a good meal before their death. Although Noller was a knight and Lin Wei's personal bodyguard, he was not used to dining with maids or even slaves. Nobles, especially knights like him, should always maintain a certain distance. But the first one to react was Biglin, the dwarf slave. He almost immediately started to devour the food. And Xiona did not hesitate. Since things had come to this point, she had nothing to be afraid of. But Zeluka seemed a little timid. She looked at the food in front of her and began to eat carefully. Lin Wei was pleased with the scene and waved his hand, calling the chef to serve Biglin another full meal. Zeluka's complexion has obviously improved. Thinking back to how she looked when she was just bought, Lin Wei couldn't help but feel pity for her. At that time, she was so weak that she fell into a coma. Lin Wei even invited a priest and spent several gold coins to barely cure her. After lunch, Lin Wei asked the butler to contact the merchant who sold iron ore, but the merchant was unsuccessful. Instead, he unexpectedly discovered that the people of Luiska actually had a lot of iron ore resources. Previously, he had contracted out most of the mines in his territory because he did not have enough resources to develop them. Lin Wei spent a full 600 gold coins to buy the iron ore, and the smelting equipment and materials in the blacksmith shop cost him another 100 gold coins. This gave Lin Wei a headache. He finally understood what it meant to be a pound of worry when in charge of a household. Only after he became the head of the family did he truly understand the preciousness of every gold coin, and even felt a deep pressure. He must find a way to earn some gold coins as soon as possible, otherwise the territory will not be able to continue operating. In the warm room, Zeluka lay on the soft bed, thinking quietly, as if he couldn't believe the peace before him. She and Inshona were originally from the same tribe. They were neighbors in the same village and lived a simple and peaceful life. However, everything changes drastically when Rima's army destroys their village. Rima's soldiers destroyed their homes, and many cat people warriors were ruthlessly killed when they resisted. Many human soldiers even tortured their compatriots in front of them. Zeluka and Shiona suddenly spoke in a low voice, as if recalling the painful past. I used to hate you. Zeluka did not respond, but just curled up in the corner of the bed. She listened quietly, knowing that Shiona had a lot of unspeakable pain and hatred in her heart. You are quiet and pretty, and all the boys in the village like you. But we girls can only hunt and play with the boys like wild children. When I saw you and I being arrested together, I actually had a strange feeling in my heart, as if we had suddenly become equals. Her voice grew heavier. Those soldiers killed my parents. I hate all humans. But the funny thing is, now, another human has given us a peaceful life. And Shiona sighed and whispered, I know we've already been through hell. Wearing this collar, we can't resist fate. We can't even choose death. It's ridiculous. Go to sleep. And Shiona's voice became gentler. Anyway, life is pretty good now, isn't it? Zeluka closed her eyes and sighed softly. She felt uneasy because she knew she didn't receive the same treatment from Lin Wei. Although Lin Wei cured her illness, she still knew that the situation she faced was not much different from Inshiona's. She had done her best, but why did Inshiona always get more? Chapter 7. Lin Wei sat at the table in the blacksmith's workshop, looking intently at the dwarf in front of him. Biglin, the sturdy dwarf with thick eyebrows and big eyes, has become accustomed to the noble lord's generous hospitality. After a week of delicious food and drinks, Biglin gradually realized that this nobleman was very different from the nobles he knew. Dear master, Biglin is here. Biglin sincerely respected Lin Wei, and this respect came from Lin Wei's kindness. Lin Wei brought hope to his life, and the food and fruit wine made him feel even better than when he was in the dwarf village. Compared with the miserable life under the slave traders, he now has no psychological burden at all and is willing to work for Lin Wei. Lin Wei glanced around the blacksmith shops and casually said, Look at this blacksmith shop. What do you think? Biglin nodded. It's pretty good. Lin Wei sighed, showing a sad expression, and slowly said, You know, Louis Cardinal is not that rich. He paused, then continued the topic, his tone emphasizing, You don't want to wait until Luiska goes bankrupt and never eat white bread and fruit bars again. Biglin's expression suddenly became complicated, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. To be honest, he had begun to get used to his current luxurious life. Compared to the situation many blacksmiths faced, Lin Wei treated him much better. After all, he was originally just a slave, not even a civilian, and the freedom Lin Wei granted him made him extremely grateful. Master, I want to help you too. Biglin raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Lin Wei looked at him, smiled and encouraged him. How do you say it? Biglin sighed softly. But the weapons I made may have some flaws. There was a hint of self-humility in his words. Lin Wei didn't fully understand what Biglin meant and asked, What do you mean? Biglin pondered for a moment before slowly saying, My weapon may not be useful to everyone. Lin Wei still felt it was a bit abstract and couldn't help but said, Okay, make one for me first and let me see how it goes. Biglin nodded and began to get busy. Lin Wei reopened Biglin's panel to check its properties. Biglin, bravery, 30, strategy, 50, rating, A, loyalty, 70, special talents, successor of the Forge of Courage, Ingenuity, Blacksmith. At this point, Biglin's loyalty level had reached 70, meaning Lin Wei could at least trust him to do some basic things. Lin Wei was particularly interested in his talent as the heir of the Forge of Courage and wanted to know if he could create some special weapons. With Biglin's skillful hammering movements, the red-hot iron ore was hammered and purified over and over again and finally took shape. After a period of polishing, the heavy iron sword gradually took shape until the final quenching was completed. Master, it's done. Biglin wiped the sweat from his forehead and placed the sword on the table, his face full of fatigue and a sense of accomplishment. Lin Wei looked at the iron sword that looked unusually heavy, and his heart sank. He finally understood what Biglin meant by flaw. Although the weapon looked heavy and intimidating, he couldn't lift it himself. Lin Wei decided to call Noller. After a while, Noller appeared in the room. Seeing Lin Wei's actions, he walked forward with great spirit and raised the long sword easily, obviously loving it very much. What a great sword. This is better than any weapon on the market, Noller said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Wei smiled to himself. It turned out that the flaw Biglin had mentioned was that weaker human soldiers simply couldn't wield this weapon. Noller's strength is sufficient, but for ordinary soldiers, such a sword is obviously a burden. Master, can I use this weapon? Noller suddenly asked, his eyes revealing anticipation. Lin Wei nodded slightly. Of course. Noller was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, sir. I will definitely use it well. His loyalty, which had been stagnant, finally saw an increase, immediately rising from 70 to 80. It doesn't matter, just do it according to this standard. Biglin sighed, obviously not completely satisfied with the weapon he forged, but he still accepted Lin Wei's arrangement. Master, your knight has great arm strength, but not all soldiers can easily wield the long sword I forged, said Biglin. Lin Wei nodded, a smile on his face. Of course I understand. Just forge this long sword. I'll pay you accordingly. How about this? For every long sword of the same quality you make, I will give you 1 silver coin as a reward. Lin Wei made his proposal. Biglin was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. 1 silver coin, doesn't that mean 10 gold coins? He suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Although the materials were provided by Lin Wei and he was still a slave, the treatment Lin Wei gave him was completely beyond his expectations. Praise you, great master. Biglin bowed deeply and thanked Lin Wei from the bottom of his heart for everything he had given him. At this time, Biglin's loyalty increased by another 10 points. Lin Wei completely relaxed his vigilance towards him and was even convinced that Biglin would not be able to escape even if he took off his collar. Biglin continued to work. On the way back to the Lord's mansion, Lin Wei heard Noller excitedly. Master, the weapons made by the dwarf blacksmith you recruited are really useful. Lin Wei responded with a smile. Noller, do you think the soldiers you trained can handle this kind of weapon? Noller replied brightly. Not now, but definitely after I'm trained. He was confident that if the 100-man guards were equipped with these long swords, they would be more confident in facing the bandits. As for the issue of armor, he felt that he could put it aside for the time being. Lin Wei patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I'm very optimistic about you. Master, I won't let you down. Noller answered firmly. A glint flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. He realized that Noller was not just a simple knight. Chapter 8. Lin Wei used 600 Nolan's gold coins to purchase iron ore, and after a week of hard work by Biglin, he finally forged a total of 200 heavy swords. Lin Wei certainly wouldn't break his promise. However, Biglin's due payment would have to wait until the surplus swords were sold. After a few days of observation, Lin Wei discovered that one needed about 30 points of bravery to barely use this weapon, and only soldiers with more than 40 points of bravery could truly use it as if it were their own arm. When he saw these soldiers again, Lin Wei could hardly believe his eyes. Su, bravery, 35, strategy, 18, rating, E+, loyalty, 50, special talent, none. Hansen, bravery, 38, strategy, 10, rating, E+, loyalty, 55, special talent, none. The attributes of the soldiers have been significantly improved. The bravery value of most soldiers has exceeded 30, and their loyalty has also increased. The soldiers' training was beginning to get on track, and Lin Wei believed that they would soon become a powerful force. The next step would be to sell these longswords. An ordinary longsword, unless it was made by a master craftsman, would usually cost no more than 5 Norlan's gold coins. Although Biglin's sword was not made by a master craftsman, its quality surpassed that of an ordinary longsword. Lin Wei estimated that these swords should be sold for at least 30 gold coins. If all were sold, he would receive at least 3,000 gold coins. He did not consider selling these weapons to Lord Fedra. After all, if Baron Fedra knew that Lin Wei had such a batch of excellent weapons, he would definitely try his best to get a share. Therefore, Lin Wei decided to transport the weapons directly to the royal city to sell. Although there were many people in the countryside who knew the value of the weapons, there were very few buyers who could reach his desired price. Lin Wei thought that since he wanted to sell these weapons, he should sell them as soon as possible, and then buy some qualified armor in the royal city. As for why Biglin was not allowed to make armor, Lin Wei naturally had his own reasons. Biglin currently did not have the skills to forge armor. These weapons, wrapped in leather, had already been expertly loaded onto the carts by Lin Wei's guards, ready to be transported to the royal city. To secure this deal, Lin Wei decided to personally go to the royal city and contact the Chamber of Commerce. This time, Elialut did not follow. The poor little maid seemed to have caught a cold due to the temperature difference between day and night, and she didn't even have the strength to help Lin Wei put his clothes together. "Master, do you really not want me to come with you?" Elialut's voice was filled with reluctance. "No need," Lin Wei said with a smile. Norl originally wanted to protect Lin Wei along the way, but Lin Wei thought that it would be enough to bring only 2 soldiers. The journey was relatively smooth. Without Elialut's care, Lin Wei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. When he reached out to take the black tea, he suddenly remembered that Elialut was still at home. Haha. Lin Wei shook his head, smiling broadly. As the road became wider and wider, they were approaching the royal city. When Lin Wei came to the royal city again, his mentality had changed greatly from when he first arrived. The Far East Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest chambers of commerce in the royal city. It not only has extensive business in Nolan's, but also has considerable influence in the kingdom of Yade and Rema. Its founder, Duke Simon, was one of the powerful nobles of Norlands and advocated plunder and occupation. How can a leftist have business? Lin Wei thought to himself that the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce did not seem to conflict with these political struggles. The Chamber of Commerce was well known, so Lin Wei naturally chose to sell these weapons there. In this continent where war could break out at any time, weapons were always hot-selling items. Lin Wei was originally reluctant to sell these weapons, but he had no choice but to do so due to the lack of funds for development. Relying on the title of Baron Nolans, Lin Wei successfully parked the carriage and walked into the Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Chamber of Commerce was a thin-looking man. He saw Lin Wei's leather-wrapped longsword at a glance. "Respected Baron Luiska, is this the weapon you want to sell?" asked the Chamber of Commerce president, with some curiosity in his eyes. Lin Wei nodded, took a sip of the black tea, and said, "If the price is right, I think we might be able to have a long-term partnership." The Chamber of Commerce president casually picked up the sword and watched it gleam in the sunlight on the windowsill. He couldn't help but admire it. This is indeed a weapon of good quality. But he immediately added, "However, this is not a magic weapon." The Chamber of Commerce president had apparently seen many nobles use so-called ancestral weapons to try to drive up prices, calling them magical weapons to gain higher profits. Lin Wei smiled lightly. "As you can see, this is just an ordinary, excellent weapon." The Chamber of Commerce president nodded thoughtfully. "For this one, I can give you 30 Norlands gold coins." This was a fair and reasonable price, and Lin Wei felt it was in line with his expectations. "Can the price be a little higher? I have more weapons like this." Lin Wei smiled and continued to negotiate. The guild leader thought for a moment and then said, "If you can provide 100 of these weapons, I can give you 40 gold coins." Lin Wei was delighted. This meant an income of 4,000 gold coins. Excluding the 100 swords needed for his own team, Lin Wei could still earn at least another 3,000 gold coins. "Deal," Lin Wei agreed. "It's a pleasure to work with you, Your Excellency the Baron." The president smiled, clearly pleased with the deal. In Chapter 9, Lin Wei gave 3 silver coins to the groom Osho and 2 accompanying guards, and told them to enjoy themselves in the royal city. The soldiers naturally left happily, and their targets were nothing more than taverns, gambling houses, or finding some homeless young women to help them solve their life problems. However, Mafu Osho expressed his wish to stay and continue to help Lin Wei. Lin Wei bought a large amount of goods this time, including 4 boxes filled with 4,000 gold coins. Before leaving, these boxes were temporarily stored at the Far East Chamber of Commerce. He then went to the armor shop and bought 100 pieces of iron chainmail and dozens of shields, spending a total of 1,000 gold coins. For Lin Wei, the purchase of these items was not a big deal. With all the armor and shields, he even began to consider forming a cavalry unit. However, when he learned that a good horse cost as much as 300 gold coins, he quickly gave up the idea. After all, he only had enough money to buy 10 horses. Lin Wei shook his head, gave up the idea of forming a cavalry, and prepared to go home leisurely. Before leaving the shop, He bought some small gifts to take back home for his maid, Elyulu. Of course, Ankiyuna and Zeluka were no exception. Although they had only recently arrived and were still learning some maid etiquette, Lin Wei still intended to take their feelings into consideration. After buying some popular gadgets that noble girls often loved, he walked to the front of the magic bookstore. Magic was a distant and unfamiliar concept to Lin Wei, but he had some knowledge of it on Blue Star. However, during his time in the northern continent, Lin Wei had never seen a real magician. The magicians here were usually trained by nobles of the Viscount level. However, when the bookstore manager saw the Louisa family emblem on his shoulder, he came up to him with a smile, obviously knowing that Lin Wei was a big customer. Lin Wei picked up a few books in the store. Introduction to Magic cost him 130 gold coins, and Application of Magical Attributes cost him 300 gold coins. The last one, The Magician's Romance, only cost him 100 gold coins. In return, the bookstore also gave him 2 wands for practice. All of these books, except the last one, were useful to Zeluka. The Application of Magical Attributes was particularly suitable for her, as she had a natural affinity for magic and was a potential magician. Lin Wei felt a surge of satisfaction as he checked their loyalty. Zeluka's loyalty had already reached 80 points, and Ankiyuna's had already surpassed 60. Lin Wei knew with ease when he would be able to remove their slave collars and fully earn their loyalty. In the evening, Lin Wei walked out of the bookstore. 2 red moons hung high in the night sky. He couldn't help but miss the black tea brewed by Elyulu. When they got home, Elyulu was already waiting at the door. Seeing Lin Wei get off the carriage, Elyulu quickly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. She noticed the gazes of the people around her and reluctantly let go of Lin Wei's arms. Elyulu felt very sad after being apart for more than a week. Lin Wei gently scratched her nose and, like a magic trick, took out a pink bow and handed it to her. Elyulu's face was filled with joy, looking at the gift as if it were a treasure. Although she knew that Lin Wei would always bring back gifts, her heart still softened every time she received his little surprise. And Shiona and Zeluka, standing nearby, watched this scene with mixed emotions in their eyes. They were both dressed in maid outfits, standing timidly, their eyes furtively glancing at Lin Wei. Zeluka's ears twitched slightly, and her tail wagged unconsciously. Although their lives hadn't changed at all while Lin Wei was away, seeing Elyulu receive a gift still stirred within them. Seeing their stunned expressions, Lin Wei coughed lightly and pulled out 2 more bows of different colors from his pocket and gave them to them. And Shiona and Zeluka were both flattered. They hadn't expected Lin Wei to prepare gifts for them. Seeing the joy in their eyes, Lin Wei couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. After dinner, Lin Wei wiped the corners of his mouth gracefully, smiled, and said, "I have something to announce." The maid stopped and Norl looked at Lin Wei quietly. "Starting tomorrow, you no longer need to wear slave collars." Lin Wei's words stunned everyone. The heavy collars were finally going to be taken off them. Elyulu wanted to say something, but seeing the determination in Lin Wei's eyes, she finally didn't speak. Lin Wei took the slave contract to Shiona and Zeluka and whispered, "As long as you tear up this contract, you will be free." The 2 of them widened their eyes in surprise. They didn't expect that their freedom would be so within reach. Zeluka said firmly, "Master, Zeluka doesn't want to leave." She pushed the contract towards Lin Wei. There was a glimmer of hesitation in Shiona's eyes, and she finally made the same move. Lin Wei smiled and tore up the contract. The flying scraps of paper fell to the ground like snowflakes, symbolizing their true freedom. "You are free now," Lin Wei shrugged. "Leave if you want." His words had no reason, not even any logic. It was just that simple. Lin Wei brought them back and won their freedom, as if he had become their savior. Chapter 10. Lin Wei stood aside, watching the armor he had personally selected being distributed one by one. When all the guards were dressed, Lin Wei finally felt that they looked like a regular army. Previously, their attire was very simple, even resembling that of militiamen. However, after donning these equipment, the guards undoubtedly displayed a completely different style. Although this 100-man guard had yet to experience actual combat, Lin Wei knew their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. The quality of these equipment was simply beyond the reach of ordinary barons. Even the wealthy baron of Fedra could not afford such fine equipment. The light cavalry there were poorly equipped, and their weapons and shields were no match for the equipment Lin Wei had selected for his soldiers. Even the leather armor worn by the cavalry seemed inferior. In fact, leather armor was the most common type of armor worn by soldiers from baronies. If they could wear iron armor, they would definitely be the Viscount's guards. Lin Wei's team is capable of handling most battles as long as they don't encounter mages or fully armed heavy cavalry or griffin cavalry. Lin Wei pondered for a moment, then said, "Noller, Take the soldiers to clear out the bandits nearby. Noller placed one hand on his chest, performed a standard knight's salute, and said firmly, I will definitely not let you down. A band of bandits known as the Blood Pigs was active near Luiska County. Their leader had been a major source of trouble for Lin Wei's guards, and even during the lifetime of Lin Wei's father, Baron Ryan, they were unable to completely eradicate them. These bandits were very cunning, skilled at concealing their whereabouts in the mountains and forests, and were extremely cautious in their tactics. Although they numbered over 200, their equipment was far inferior to that of the guards. The arrows fired by these bandits could not cause any substantial damage to the armored guards. The guards' training was rigorous, and their bravery rapidly increased. Every time their swords effortlessly pierced the armor of a bandit, they felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Under Norl's command, the guards successfully wiped out the bandits with an astonishing record of 0 deaths and 3 injuries, and seized a large number of weapons and several horses. Even though the battle was over, Lin Wei was still pondering. He noticed a dozen or so fine horses from the northern continent in the hands of the bandits, which were clearly looted. Lin Wei thought that if he could use these horses, he might be able to form his own cavalry unit. But there was one thing that gave him a headache. Although he already had fine horses, he did not have suitable grooms to take care of them. The old groom was too old to continue his job. He had been working for the Zeluka family since Lin Wei's grandfather's time, but now he was too old to continue working. Lin Wei decided to wait for an opportunity to find a new groom to take care of the horses. The day Xiona took off her collar, she felt a little unreal. She kept wondering if Lin Wei was really willing to let her go, or if he was just pretending. She suspected that someone might be watching her from behind, and if she thought of escaping, she would be caught. However, reality disappointed her. Even if she took off the collar, her life was still free. She could walk out of her room and spend the entire day at the edge of Louise's collar, returning in the evening. The only question she received was the concerned, "Where have you been?" from the headmaid. She suddenly realized that she was free, but she was still confused because she no longer had a home. Even if she left Luiska territory and returned to the Naze tribe, she would have to cross several territories of the Rema kingdom. But even if she returned, what would it be like? Her home had been taken away by the cruel Rema soldiers, and her parents had been killed. It was Lin Wei who had given her a warm home and a peaceful life. The hope that once lingered in her eyes slowly faded. She began to lose her desire for revenge, and even thought that staying in Luiska might be the best option. Later, Lin Wei discovered that he was short of an experienced horseman, and Xiona, upon hearing this, took the initiative to apply. She had a natural affinity with animals, so training horses was not difficult for her. And Xiona had nothing to lose, so she decided to stay and help Lin Wei take care of these fierce horses. She had finally found her place. One afternoon, Zeluka came to Lin Wei's study. Sunlight shone through the windowsill onto Lin Wei, who was concentrating on reading a book, seemingly immersed in it. Zeluka gently pushed the door open, wondering what Lin Wei had called her for. She had begun to adjust to this peaceful and comfortable life. "Master, what do you want to talk to me about?" she asked softly. Lin Wei looked up. He had been so engrossed in the magician's romance that he hadn't noticed Zeluka's arrival. He casually put the book on the shelf. "Zeluka is here. Please sit down." Lin Wei greeted her with a smile. He was surprised and pleased to find that Zeluka's loyalty had risen to 85. He pulled a new book from the bookshelf. "Zeluka, are you interested in magic?" Lin Wei asked. Zeluka was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at the book in Lin Wei's hand. It was the magician's romance. Her face immediately turned red. What was the meaning of this book of the master? Noticing her reaction, Lin Wei awkwardly took out another book from the bookshelf. "Introduction to Magic." "You took the wrong one. It's this one," he said a little unnaturally. Lin Wei felt a little embarrassed and secretly swore in his heart that he really had no improper intentions. Zeluka took the book, still a little confused. "Master, do you think I have a talent for magic?" Lin Wei looked at her with a smile and said firmly, "I believe you. If you can become a powerful wizard, it will be a good thing for Luiska territory." Zeluka nodded, took the book, and felt a new hope in his heart. "Come on, Zeluka. Even if you can't learn it, it doesn't matter. Luiska territory will always be your home," Lin Wei encouraged. Chapter 11. With Lin Wei's encouragement, Zeluka devoted herself to learning magic, which became her only task after dinner every day. Thanks to Lin Wei's special arrangement, Zeluka no longer needed to work as a maid and could concentrate on learning magic. Meanwhile, Biglin's work became increasingly busy because Lin Wei had purchased another 2,000 gold coins worth of iron ore. To relieve Biglin's pressure, Lin Wei recruited 2 other people from the territory to help. After a month of hard work, 500 newly crafted pieces of equipment were completed. If sold at the original price, Lin Wei could easily earn 25,000 gold coins. Sadly, the tax revenue for Luiska County barely exceeded 10 gold coins per month. Such a vast fortune would make even the neighboring Fedra County jealous. Lin Wei looked at these brand new iron swords as if he were looking at mountains of gold and silver, not just simple weapons. After paying Biglin his reward, the dwarf happily went to the tavern to celebrate his earnings. In fact, for Biglin, as long as there is meat to eat and wine to drink, this kind of life is enough. Meanwhile, Norl's successful suppression of the bandits brought a rare period of peace and stability to Luiska. Many miners and hunters who had fled to the mountains due to harassment by the bandits also expressed their willingness to return to Luiska. At this moment, Weiss, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, greeted Lin Wei with a smile. "I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Baron Luiska." He mentioned that the longsword Lin Wei sold him last time was of very good quality, and many nobles who bought from him praised it highly. These swords were originally sold to the Chamber of Commerce for 50 gold coins, but Weiss sold them for 70 gold coins, and the demand even exceeded the supply. Lin Wei smiled and asked, "If I sell another batch to you, can you take it?" Weiss immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, Baron Luka, I'll take whatever you want. The door of the Far East Chamber of Commerce is always open to you." Weiss was intrigued by the high quality of the weapons Lin Wei sold. Even so, he didn't delve into why Lin Wei possessed such powerful weapons. The most important thing was that he could make money. After the transaction, Weiss generously gifted Lin Wei some gifts, including a tall, purebred northern continent horse, a gorgeous full-body armor, and a sharp noble sword. This set was worth a lot of money, a total of about 5,000 gold coins. Lin Wei, of course, accepted these gifts and said that he would continue to cooperate with the Far East Chamber of Commerce if there was an opportunity in the future. Weiss smiled and said, "Baron Lin Wei, since we get along so well, I have some gossip to tell you." At this time, Weiss whispered, "The third autumn expedition will begin in less than 2 months. If you participate, would you like to join Count Aegean's team? Given our friendship, I can get you the title of Centurion." Lin Wei knew that the autumn expedition was a traditional activity of the Norlands, the purpose of which was to jointly plunder the borders of Rema and Yade. Although he had previously been unable to participate in the autumn expedition due to his lack of strength, the situation was different now. Lin Wei's guards are already strong enough, and since the surrounding bandits have been eliminated, it is really possible for him to participate in the autumn expedition. Count Aegean was the son-in-law of Duke Simon and held a strong position within the left. The struggle between the left and the right had always been fierce, and most nobles would choose to take sides. However, as a neutral party, Lin Wei received little attention. However, Lin Wei's weapon sales this time have proven his strength and shown that he is not incompetent. Although the title of Centurion is not a big deal, it can also enhance Lin Wei's status among the nobles. Lin Wei's heart wavered, but he didn't intend to make a decision immediately. He knew that if he rejected Weiss now, he might offend the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, which would be detrimental to his future development. So he pretended to be slightly drunk and asked confusedly, "You said there's an elf girl nearby?" "I didn't see it." Lin Wei deliberately interrupted, pretending not to hear clearly. Weiss slapped his thigh and laughed exaggeratedly. "You are drunk, Baron Luka. We don't have that kind of service here. However, if you are interested, I will help you keep an eye out to see if I can find any elf slaves." As the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, Weiss didn't care whether Lin Wei was neutral or not. His business was the most important thing, and no matter what Lin Wei chose, it wouldn't affect his ability to continue doing business. Weiss felt a little regretful, but he knew that Lin Wei was only a minor baron. Although he didn't own any fiefdom, he was still Duke Simon's assistant. The partnership he had established with Lin Wei still had great potential for development. Lin Wei stood up and prepared to leave. "President Weiss, I'll be leaving first." Weiss stood up shakily, wanting to see him off, but then sat back down on the stool. "You're too polite, President Weiss. No need to see me off." Chapter 12. When Lin Wei returned to the carriage, he still felt drunk and his head was a little dizzy. He took a deep breath and tried his best to slowly dissipate the dizziness in his head. "Let's go back, Osho." "Okay, sir." The carriage started, and as the road bumped, Lin Wei's stomach immediately churned, and the feeling of vomiting became stronger and stronger. Although cleaning the carriage took the maids a lot of time, they always served Lin Wei wholeheartedly. Fortunately, Elialu didn't see this scene. Otherwise, Lin Wei would have been unable to bear her look of both heartache and blame. Lin Wei had been in this world for many years, and his family was long gone. Now, Lin Wei was the only remaining branch of the Luka family. His father's brothers, though knights, had long lost their chance to inherit the title. No one knew where they were. Perhaps they had died in battle. Elialu is like his last family member to him. As for the newly acquired Zeluka and Ankiyuna, Lin Wei's opinion of them had gradually changed. Ankiyuna had recently been busy training horses, and her eyes no longer held the same desire to escape. Zeluka, on the other hand, had remained docile and focused on practicing magic. Although Lin Wei could see Zeluka's faceplate and was confident in her magical talent, Zeluka was afraid of disappointing Lin Wei's expectations. So, she devoted herself to studying magic day and night. Master, I have finished studying these 2 books. Zeluka put the 2 books on Lin Wei's desk shyly. Lin Wei spent over 400 gold coins to buy these 2 books, and Zeluka finished learning them all in less than a week. Although he knew Zeluka was talented, the speed still surprised him. So fast, Lin Wei asked in surprise. Zeluka's answer was brief and gentle. Lin Wei looked at Zeluka's dashboard. Sure enough, her skills had improved. While her bravery remained unchanged, her strategy had increased by 9 points, and she had also gained the elementary magician talent, proving she had indeed learned something. However, as his magic studies progressed, Lin Wei realized that future expenses would be enormous. Even the magic bookstore in the royal city only sold elementary magic books. Higher-level magic could only be learned at the royal city's magic academy, and the cost of training a magician was extremely high. Starting with intermediate magician training, the cost is at least 5,000 gold coins, while advanced magician training costs a whopping 20,000 gold coins. To become a qualified magician, the cost is undoubtedly a considerable burden. Lin Wei's heart moved, and he decided to speak. In a few days, you can go to the Magic Academy in the royal city for further study. I will give you the title of knight, and I will pay all your expenses at the academy. Lin Wei knew that a knight's title was crucial in the royal city's magic academy. Although the academy treated all races equally and offered a degree of protection as long as tuition was paid, a special being like Elialu, without the status of a knight, would likely face even greater prejudice and exclusion. Zeluka was stunned, her mind overwhelmed with information, and she couldn't react for a moment. She even began to wonder if she had misheard. Not only was she not a slave, but she would actually be knighted, and Lin Wei was willing to pay all her tuition? Master! Zeluka's eyes gradually became moist. An orphan, she was raised by the village chief. After he passed away several years ago, she survived by picking wild vegetables. After being captured by Rima's soldiers, she thought her life was over. Lin Wei gave her a chance to start over, giving her the dignity and hope she had never known. What's wrong? Lin Wei asked in confusion. Looking at Zeluka's expression, his heart suddenly tightened. Zeluka threw herself into Lin Wei's arms, hugging him tightly with her trembling body. Her small body gave Lin Wei a slight suffocating feeling. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, but soon got used to her dependence. Master, I will never let you down. Zeluka's voice was soft but firm. She remembered Lin Wei's appearance deeply in her heart and vowed to live for him all her life. Late at night, moonlight streamed down Lin Wei's windowsill like water. Soft footsteps echoed in the corridor. Then, a gentle knock on the door broke the silence. Master, are you asleep? Came Zeluka's voice. Lin Wei put down the book in his hand and walked to the door. What's wrong? Zeluka hugged a white pillow, his eyes full of longing. I can't sleep. I want to sleep with my master. Lin Wei's bed was spacious, and 4 Zelukas were no problem at all. Understanding her uneasiness, Lin Wei agreed without giving it much thought. Late at night, Zeluka lay in bed, feeling Lin Wei's breathing gradually steady, and her heart gradually calmed down. She looked at Lin Wei's profile through the moonlight on the windowsill, and the anxiety and past pain in her heart gradually dissipated. She finally understood that everything she had experienced over the years might really be a test from God, because she had met Lin Wei, such a kind man. If God really exists, she hopes that he can bless Lin Wei with a peaceful life. Chapter 13. And Shiona never really liked Zeluka, but when she learned that Zeluka was going to study at the Magic Academy in the royal city, what surged in her heart was not jealousy, but unexpected loss and reluctance. She knew she had no talent for magic, and when Zeluka was learning magic, he had given her books to read. Although she tried hard to understand, she would fall asleep after reading a few pages. And Shiona, I'm leaving, Zeluka said softly, her voice as gentle as her temperament. Ankiyuna was silent for a moment. While Zeluka could sense that Ankiyuna disliked her, she still remembered how Ankiyuna had stood up for her and protected her from bullying by other children in the village. Zeluka had never forgotten those days. She also remembered that when the village chief died, and Shiona quietly hid behind a tree and watched her. Although Zeluka was a well-behaved child, this gratitude was hidden deep in her heart. And Shiona remained silent for a long time. Finally, she shouted, "Have a bon voyage." I'll be waiting for you to come back. Zeluka's heart moved slightly, and she walked towards Lin Wei. Elialu was also there today, and she didn't dare to show too much intimacy, because she was already feeling full of guilt for sneaking into Lin Wei's bed last night. When Zeluka turned and left, and Xiona stood there in a daze, and only sighed deeply when the carriage gradually disappeared from her sight. The remaining heat of summer gradually subsided, and the autumn wind began to blow across the earth. The day of the autumn expedition was getting closer. Lin Wei also received an invitation from the Kingdom of Norlands. He had not expected to receive this letter. After all, he was just an unknown baron, nothing special at all. The invitation came because he had sold a badge to the royal family. He decided to participate in the autumn expedition. This was a good opportunity to accumulate military merit and advance his rank. After all, only through war could he gain more influence in the Kingdom of Norlands and protect everything he wanted to protect. As for whether or not he could gain new territory from this, Lin Wei didn't give it much thought. The Norlands Kingdom now had no vacant territory to divide, and unless a major war broke out, it was impossible for new territory to be divided. Lin Wei had never considered such a thing. The beast tribes of the southern continent were powerful but resource-poor. The sea tribes of the western continent, while powerful at sea, lacked human dominance. The cost of waging war against these places was prohibitively high, simply not worth it. Lin Wei decided to use the 20,000 gold coins to make two investments. 10,000 gold coins to purchase a large amount of iron ore, which would become a resource for his future development. The good news was that the mines in Luiska were rich in resources and would not be exhausted for at least 100 years. The purchase of this batch of iron ore also stimulated the enthusiasm of local residents. Many people gave up hunting and joined the mining industry. Even the number of small vendors began to increase, and tax revenue naturally increased. Of the remaining 10,000 gold coins, Lin Wei used 5,000 to repair the old city walls and build wells and roads for the benefit of the people. He used the other 5,000 to recruit 200 strong subjects, who were trained by Noller. In order to achieve greater military merit in the autumn expedition, Lin Wei believed that soldier training was crucial. Although battles like the autumn expedition rarely involved heavy cavalry clashes or magician duels, a large-scale battle would only encourage more nobles to deploy their best forces. Lin Wei looked at himself in the mirror. He had a handsome face and a slender figure. His blonde hair shone slightly in the sunlight, and his brown eyes were full of spirit. Although he had never seen his own talent, he had a rough assessment of his own strength. He was just an old nobleman, lacking in strength, but with an elegant figure and well-defined muscles, fully demonstrating the advantages of a young nobleman. On the side, Elialu was choosing a suitable coat for Lin Wei because he planned to go to the training ground today to check the soldiers' training progress. "Master, someone is here to visit." Suddenly, the old butler's voice came from outside the door. "Who?" Lin Wei stretched lazily, and Elialu quickly put on a white shirt for him. "It's the steward of Lord Fedra." The butler's voice came from outside the door. "He said that Baron Fedra invited you to dinner." Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat, and the image of Baron Fedra's beaming face surfaced in his mind. Recently, Luiska territory seemed to be developing faster than Fedra territory, and this news had probably reached Fedra territory through merchants. Lin Wei sneered slightly. "No?" His voice was cold and emotionless, and the butler quickly agreed. "Yes, sir." Elialu tidied up Lin Wei's clothes. Lin Wei looked extraordinary in his white shirt, with an aristocratic temperament exuding from his brows. "Let's go. Elialu, let's go to the training ground," Lin Wei said to Elialu with a smile, then turned and walked towards the training ground. Chapter 14. The training ground is spacious and bright. Norl had deliberately widened this area. As the number of soldiers in training increased, the space of the training ground had to keep up. Lin Wei stood outside the arena, watching with satisfaction as the soldiers trained with their swords. Compared to the frail figures he had first seen, the soldiers before him had made significant progress. The soldiers on the field were divided into two groups. One group consisted of elite soldiers whose bravery values had basically reached 40, likely the first batch trained by Norl. The other group consisted of newly recruited soldiers, whose average bravery values were around 20 or 30, and who were still receiving basic swordsmanship training. The original 100 soldiers were now engaged in real combat. Although they wore armor, injuries were almost inevitable. After all, the battlefield was ever-changing, and injuries sustained during training were better than deaths in real combat. With less than 2 months to go before the autumn expedition, Lin Wei planned to form a heavy cavalry unit of 50 people, ready to show their prowess in this autumn expedition. These cavalrymen were almost entirely composed of horses captured from bandits, and these northern horses had become stronger and more powerful under Inchiona's training. To better protect these cavalrymen, Lin Wei had Biglin forge shining vests based on market drawings. Although these vests were so heavy that ordinary soldiers could barely control them, once put on, these horses would become true battlefield-killing machines. However, Lin Wei did not intend to show off these horse armors at the beginning of the autumn expedition. He planned to hide them among the accompanying militia and use slow horses to pull these boxes. While heavy cavalry was powerful, they were far less mobile than light cavalry. Furthermore, wealth should not be revealed, so Lin Wei had to keep a low profile until he was strong enough to truly demonstrate his strength. In the vast gardens of the Magic Academy, a few pale red butterflies fluttered lightly. All around them were the students chatting animatedly, the sound of the fountains seemingly unable to disturb their concentration. In addition to learning magic theory indoors, students at the Magic Academy also have to practice casting magic outdoors. Zeluka, come here and show you the fireball technique. The instructor's voice came clearly. When Zeluka heard the name, she stood up, bowed slightly, and walked to the platform. She raised her wand and pointed at a stubborn stone in the distance. As a lengthy incantation sounded, a blazing flame instantly pierced through the stubborn stone. Amidst the flying dirt and dispersing smoke, students and instructors alike responded with enthusiastic applause. The instructor nodded slowly, already understanding that Zeluka's talent was truly exceptional. After just 1 month of study, Zeluka had already mastered the ability to cast intermediate-level magic with remarkable power. If he continued to develop at this pace, Zeluka had a great chance of successfully obtaining the intermediate magician degree in the magician assessment in 2 months, and might even become the youngest senior magician. Such talent would surely make her a highly sought-after figure among the nobles. However, Zeluka knew in her heart how much Lin Wei had paid for her, and all these opportunities came from Lin Wei's help. She knew that if she really did pass the advanced magician degree exam, the tuition would be enormous, something Louis Killing simply couldn't afford. She might not be able to continue relying on Lin Wei to pay for everything, but she would definitely work harder and would never betray him. During a break, Zeluka packed her books and prepared to teach a noblewoman. The lady, impressed by her magical talent, invited her to teach her young daughter. Each lesson was paid 100 gold coins, a reward Zeluka was deeply grateful for. In the evening, she knocked on the door of the Earl's house as agreed, followed the butler through the magnificent hall, and was about to go to the study when she was stopped by the Countess. Zeluka, the Countess smiled. Today she was wearing a burgundy evening dress and holding the arm of a fat middle-aged man. Dear Countess Pharos, best wishes to you. Zeluka had never seen Count Pharos before, so he did not recognize him. The Countess introduced him. This is Count Pharos, my husband. Greetings, respected Earl Pharos. Zeluka responded politely and respectfully. Count Pharos smiled slightly. He didn't often show interest in young women, but Zeluka's magical talent intrigued him. He heard from his wife that she had passed the intermediate magician degree in just 1 month and was very likely to become the youngest senior magician, which made him feel admiration for her talent. Are you a knight? Which family's knight? Asked Pharos. In reply to the Earl, I am a knight appointed by Baron Luca. Zeluka answered concisely. Pharos thought for a moment and felt that this barony didn't seem very prestigious, but he soon smiled again. Zeluka, I invite you to join the Pharos family. Are you willing? We can double your compensation and cover your advanced magician tuition, including magic wands and rare magic books after graduation, which we will collect for you. Using wealth to lure a gifted magician was a common tactic used by earls. Earl Pharos felt that doubling the reward in exchange for Zeluka's loyalty was worth a try, especially since she had the potential to become a high-ranking magician. Zeluka was stunned for a moment, but quickly replied respectfully. Thank you for your kindness, Earl Pharos. However, I am already a knight of the Luiska territory and have no plans to join another family at the moment. Count Pharos was somewhat surprised after hearing this, but he was not angry. On the contrary, he secretly believed that Zeluka's ability to reject such temptation proved that she was worthy of deeper trust. Well, said Pharos, smiling, if you change your mind, you can always come to me. He knew in his heart that his status and wealth were enough to make Zeluka reconsider the proposal. Chapter 15. 1 month left until the autumn expedition. Thanks to Nolar's persistent training, Lin Wei's 300 guards finally completed their training, with their bravery points exceeding 40, and many even reaching 50. The soldiers' evaluation also jumped directly from E+ to C, skipping the D level. Lin Wei selected 50 of the highest-ranking guardsmen. When they learned they would have their own war horses, they were met with disbelief. Having armor and swords was already a luxury, but Lin Wei hadn't expected them to even have horses. However, Horsemanship training was equally important. Lin Wei singled out these 50 soldiers and began equestrian training, ensuring they could at least master the horses for the autumn expedition. Otherwise, the heavy cavalry charge he longed for would be nothing more than empty talk. Noller was the most excited. Although he had known that Lin Wei had a war horse, he had not expected Lin Wei to put it into actual training so soon. He selected the strongest horse and began training with all his strength. And Xiona watched as the northern steeds were led away one after another, and a sense of inexplicable melancholy welled up in her heart. In the end, only the warhorse that President Weiss had given to Lin Wei remained in the stable. Master, be careful when training, and Xiona warned with some concern. She had a natural talent for animal training and had already developed a deep bond with these northern steeds. She no longer had any objection to calling Lin Wei master. Lin Wei looked at Xiona's wagging tail and couldn't help but have some thoughts in his mind. Although he really wanted to touch her ears and tail, but thinking that this little cat girl seemed very wild, he quickly dismissed the idea. Just as Lin Wei was about to leave, Xiona suddenly asked, "Master, is there any news about Zeluka?" Lin Wei shook his head, indicating that he had not received Zeluka's letter. However, he did receive a letter from the Magic Academy, informing him of the fee, as well as some praise for Zeluka, such as her obtaining an intermediate magician degree. Although Lin Wei was not familiar with the intermediate magician degree, he knew it was a remarkable achievement. And Xiona's eyes flashed with disappointment when she heard the news, but she quickly cheered up. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Can I write to Zeluka?" Lin Wei smiled and nodded. "Of course, Xiona. If you write a letter, you can ask the old housekeeper to mail it for you." "Thank you, master." After saying this, Xiona blushed like a tomato and hurried away. Lin Wei looked at her shy back, feeling a little curious. This was the first time he had seen Xiona with such an expression. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy in the Royal City, Zeluka was receiving instruction from his instructor. "Congratulations, Zeluka, you successfully cast a high-level spell." Zeluka's mentor looked at her in surprise. Zeluka successfully performed the advanced magic that had just been taught to her in just one afternoon. Zeluka's academic performance has always been excellent, and she has already mastered the theory of magic. Within 3 months of enrolling, she was already able to cast advanced spells, and her instructors were simply incredulous at her talent. "I have to thank you for your guidance, mentor," Zeluka said softly, with a hint of flattery, which was completely in line with her gentle and lovely personality. However, being able to cast advanced magic also meant higher tuition fees. Zeluka had rejected many nobles' advances, remaining loyal to Lin Wei, much to the confusion of her instructor. "I will ask the dean if some of your fees can be waived," the tutor said and left. Before Zeluka could enjoy a moment of peace, he was called back by his instructor. "Zeluka, the dean wants to see you." As the most outstanding student in the Magic Academy, Zeluka quickly attracted the interest of the dean. She followed her tutor into the dean's office. Behind the heavy door, Zeluka finally saw the legendary dean. The dean was a beautiful white-haired elf with a sharp aura in her light red eyes. Although she was wearing a simple wizard robe, it still couldn't hide her enchanting figure. The dean looked at Zeluka and smiled, a smile so cold that the air around them froze. "Dean, hello." Zeluka bowed slightly. Although he wanted to call her Your Excellency the Duke, he still called her Dean after thinking of his mentor's instructions. "Zeluka," the dean said lightly, "come here." Facing the dean's scrutiny, Zeluka felt a little embarrassed, but still walked up to her obediently. "Very talented." The dean observed for a while and finally gave his evaluation. "Do you know who I am?" the dean suddenly asked. Zeluka was stunned for a moment before answering. "You are the dean." The dean smiled softly, and this smile seemed to brighten up the entire room. "Didn't Landony tell you who I am?" "Landony is my mentor." Zeluka nodded. Although she already knew that the dean was extraordinary, she didn't expect her to be so powerful. The dean smiled faintly. "Well, then, I, Alia, would like to take you in as a student. Are you willing?" Zeluka was stunned by the sudden words. After a long while, she nodded mechanically. "Teacher Alia." She bowed deeply. For Zeluka, being able to become a disciple of the legendary great magician Alia is undoubtedly a great honor. It also means that her future will be brighter and she can fully display her talents. Chapter 16. The news that Zeluka became Alia's disciple quickly spread throughout the royal city, and even attracted the attention of many nobles and kings. Alia was a pillar of the Norlands Empire, an honorary duke. Even Zeluk 13 had to bow to her. She had trained countless outstanding talents, but Zeluka was the third to become her disciple. Alia's first disciple was a great human magician. He had made great military achievements for the founding Emperor Zeluk I, fought against the siege of 3 great magicians, and killed a dragon alone. He was known as the most powerful magician in the entire continent. The second disciple is an elven wizard who was adopted 100 years ago. She is now the queen of the White Elves in the southern continent. Her battle record is legendary. She once defeated Chimera alone and defeated the Bone Dragon together with another great magician. The backgrounds of these disciples made Zeluka's identity even more eye-catching, and everyone was full of expectations for her future. Zeluka herself was a bit worried because the continuous invitation letters made her trash can almost fill up. After becoming Alia's disciple, Zeluka not only gained the powerful power of magic, but also received Alia's careful care. Alia asked about her background, and when she learned that she was from Luiska territory, Alia just smiled, touched her head, and told her not to reveal her origins. Alia knew full well that the power of Luiska territory was not strong enough to bear such a dazzling identity. She advised Zeluka not to reveal his origins until he was strong enough, otherwise it would cause unnecessary trouble. Zeluka understood this protection. She knew that Lord Louisa was still too weak, and that exposing him too early would bring danger. Earl Faros received a letter engraved with Arya's seal, which made him stunned for a moment. When he learned that Zeluka had become the disciple of this legendary great magician, he paused briefly. Although he knew that Zeluka was extremely talented and had rejected his olive branch before, he never expected that she would be involved with such a heavyweight. In the letter, Alia simply reminded Earl Faros not to reveal Zeluka's identity. There was not much explanation in the letter, but Earl Faros knew that there must be an ulterior motive behind this. He began to wonder if Zeluka had some connection to the Baron of Lucca. Could that Baron be Alia's illegitimate son? While such a guess was absurd, it was not impossible. Earl Faros thought to himself that he must be careful in handling his relationship with Lord Louis. Alia's warning made him regret not establishing contact with Zeluka earlier. But at the same time, he also understood that the immense power behind Arya was not something he could underestimate. Although Luiska was only a marginal barony, maintaining a good relationship with the disciple of this legendary great mage would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Faros family. Zeluka received a letter from Lord Louiska, and reading its contents, she couldn't help but feel a warm sensation. Although she had always been immersed in the joy of learning magic and often missed Lin Wei, she rarely truly expressed this longing. Today, she realized that she could actually write home. The letter was from Enki Yuna, and although it contained some ordinary greetings, it made Zeluka feel extremely warm in her heart. She was excitedly preparing to reply, but was accidentally seen by Alia. "Are you writing to your little baron?" Alia asked with a hint of laughter in her voice. Zeluka hurriedly explained, "No, teacher, it's my good friend in Chiona." Alia smiled slightly. "Oh, I see. But before you become a mage, it's best not to have too much contact with them." Zeluka was a little confused, but Alia patiently explained, "You have to become strong enough so that you can return to them openly. Being a high-level magician isn't enough. You have to become a mage to truly make others fear Lord Louiska." Zeluka understood that only when she became strong enough would others truly value her and her family. The status of a magician was higher than that of any other magician. Zeluka said somewhat dejectedly, "But I miss them very much." Alia gently comforted him. "When you become a senior magician, just come home and visit. I'll grant you a week's vacation." Hearing this, Zeluka's eyes lit up. She rekindled her desire for the future and worked even harder to learn and practice. She knew that only by becoming a more powerful magician could she truly return to Lin Wei and live with him. Chapter 17. You understand the sense of disparity. Sprint. The cavalrymen, holding spears in their hands, began to sprint back and forth. The horses galloped, raising dust. In order to familiarize themselves with the newly forged spear, they practiced tirelessly for a month. In order to encourage the cavalry's training, Lin Wei also specially improved their food. The original porridge and bran cakes were changed to wheat cakes. Therefore, the soldiers worked extra hard. Looking at the 300 well-trained soldiers in front of him, Lin Wei nodded with satisfaction. When the autumn expedition comes, as long as he doesn't encounter special troops or the royal elite of Rema, Lin Wei feels that he can show his skills. Train your troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. There is less than a week left until the autumn expedition. He must reach Luqiao Fort within 7 days and reunite with the main force. Because the names of the soldiers who were to be recruited in the autumn expedition must be registered, otherwise the military merits could not be calculated. Although I haven't received a reply from Zeluka yet, but Lin Wei still received some advice from the Magic Academy. For example, Zeluka lives a good life and is already the dean's student. In fact, when Lin Wei saw Zeluka become the dean's student, he still felt a little unbelievable. Even though he lived in such a remote area, he understood how valuable this dean was. He soon figured out why Zeluka didn't reply. Lewiska territory is too weak, and now West Luca is attracting too much attention. The dean was protecting him. I understood it, but also felt it was a little outrageous. Fortunately, Zeluka's loyalty points were fully replenished before he left home. Otherwise, all these sugar-coated bullets would really steal his girlfriend away. But who would have thought that the little cat girl was so unknown back then? How could he be so accomplished in magic? Except for Lin Wei's wall hanging. Tell the news to the worried Inshona. Although Inshona was a little disappointed that she didn't receive a reply, she felt much better after Lin Wei's comfort and persuasion. She was beginning to like her time at Lewiska more and more. There's nothing wrong with such a stable and quiet life. The seeds of revenge no longer seemed to sprout. Lin Wei made some mobilization before the war. 300 passionate guards were looking at him with sharp eyes. Fortunately, Lin Wei, with some knowledge from Blue Star, made a good pre-war mobilization. Even Norl was shocked by some of Lin Wei's words. I didn't expect the master to be so knowledgeable. Except for these 300 absolute main forces and elites. Lin Wei also recruited a group of militiamen to transport the baggage. There are about 800 farmers and militiamen in total, 500 more than the main force. Before leaving, Elialu thoughtfully tidied Lin Wei's clothes. Her eyes were red, with grievance and worry in them. The battlefield is not a joke, so it is naturally impossible to bring women to the battlefield. Lin Wei, wearing gorgeous armor, gave Elialu a hug. Master, you must come back safely. Lin Wei smiled and said, I will definitely come back. But don't put a flag on me. The strange words made Elialu look puzzled. Lin Wei simply patted her shoulder gently, then turned over and mounted his horse. This horse, presented by President Weiss of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, has been trained to be quite well behaved. All the equipment was also a gift from President Weiss. The mighty team moved forward, with 2 light cavalrymen acting as scouts to lead the way for Lin Wei and his team. Hearthbridge Castle is already filled with the flags of the nobles. This is the last pass bordering the Kingdom of Rema, and there are usually more than 5,000 soldiers stationed here. Passing through the vast unowned land ahead, the fertile fields of the Rema Kingdom can be seen in the distance. Lin Wei came before the registrar. 300 elite soldiers and 500 baggage trains. Elite. The registrar showed a puzzled expression. Could the baron in gorgeous armor afford to support 300 elite soldiers? Those who can be called elite are not those soldiers wearing leather armor or half armor. He looked at the soldiers behind Lin Wei who were on full alert, looked at their shining armor and weapons, and nodded. There were even dozens of light cavalry, who were also wearing full body armor. This even made the registrar wonder if these horses could be used as heavy cavalry if they were covered in full body armor. Because these horses are all tall northern horses and look strong and powerful. They are indeed elite. The registrar confirmed Lin Wei's statement. Even the Viscount couldn't muster such a strong team. You said Lin Weiroa is an earl. That's possible. Judging from the strength of his followers and soldiers alone, Lin Wei's 300 soldiers can indeed be called elite. After the registrar registered, Lin Wei led the team into the castle. Although Lin Wei's team is powerful, it is only of medium level among many nobles. Many people cast their eyes over, but quickly looked away. Because Lin Wei's Baron badge was really eye-catching. This made some Viscounts and Earls who wanted to come up and establish good relations stop in their tracks. What the hell? A team of this level only has one Baron. Many Barons also noticed Lin Wei, including Baron Fedra. Looking at the powerful team behind Lin Wei, he suddenly showed a strange expression. Although I have heard that Louis Cardinal has developed very well and is much stronger than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the butler to invite Lin Wei to dinner. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be rejected, after all, I didn't come in person, so no one would know as long as I didn't say anything. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with him, she was the one who rejected him first. But after seeing how strong and capable Lin Wei's soldiers were, he was almost 100% certain that Lin Wei would be able to achieve good military exploits in this autumn expedition. Baron Fedra was far beyond his expectation that Lin Wei could manage the dilapidated barony to such an extent. When he thought about how he should have been half his son, he felt that he had made a mistake. Brother Lin Wei, if you have this ability, why didn't you show it earlier? If I had taken it out earlier, could I have maintained that attitude? Although the team has only 300 people, the combat effectiveness of these 300 people will definitely crush the thousands of guards behind him. He knew that Lin Wei had sold the Eagle Gladiator badge. Fedra didn't expect that Lin Wei could actually expand his family business with the 1,000 gold coins given by Zeluka 13. Look at the fine horses from the north and the shining armor. He looked back at his own rather thin light cavalry and suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. The armor and weapons are not even on the same level. However, it's no use regretting it now. The relationship between the two territories had already deteriorated due to Baron Fedra's choice. Lin Wei didn't rush up and hit him twice, which was already a consideration of their old friendship. After all, he came in person and was turned away. Chapter 18. A small trap. Ridiculous. Rest for the night and set off for the kingdom of Rema early tomorrow morning. On the night before departure, many barons of Nolan's came to try to get close to Lin Wei. There are even 1 or 2 viscounts of lesser reputation. Lin Wei answered the nobles' questions somewhat perfunctorily. It was simply because Lin Wei looked young that he asked if he already had a wife. Some even proposed to give concubines as gifts. Of course, Lin Wei rejected all of these. The excuse was simple. Baron Ryan had not been dead for long and did not want to marry for the time being. It can be considered as saving some face for these nobles. Of course, there were also some people who asked Lin Wei indirectly how he had armed such a powerful team. Lin Wei just brushed it off with a smile. But it would be useless to tell them. After all, they can't see the panel. The team leaving the city was decided by drawing lots. Lin Wei was lucky enough to be among the first group to leave the city. He only had to follow the king and the dukes. There are many risks in leaving the city first, but the benefits will also be higher. Otherwise, if you follow the team, there will be no casualties, but I guess not even soup will be left for the people behind. The autumn expedition was not actually a just act, because this is an unprovoked war. This is especially true for the people of Rema and the kingdom of Yad. Every time the Nolans launched a major attack, a large number of civilians were abducted and enslaved. Therefore, the people of Rema and Yade have no good feelings towards the bandit state like Nolans. But even if these people gritted their teeth, there was no way to change the current situation. Maybe if Yade and Rema join forces, they still have a chance to compete with Nolans. But if you take them one by one, none of them can fight. And Nolans does this every year. Maybe in spring, maybe in autumn. It can happen in winter and summer, and it is impossible to prevent it. In fact, Rema had thought about resisting. For example, the Fort Lumber Bridge, where Nolan's soldiers are now stationed, was actually a fortress built by the Kingdom of Rema to defend against Nolans. But in the end, it became a fortress given to Nolans for free, and it gave them a place to be stationed. Then the Kingdom of Rema simply gave up, knowing that these bandits would leave after they had robbed everything. Qiuzheng was more boring than Lin Wei had imagined. Behind this vast plain is a large area of undeveloped forest. There are many villages and Rema's outposts in the forest, which contain supplies and military exploits. But searching such a large forest is obviously extremely difficult. The herdsmen on the plains were also targeted by the Duke and the King early on. Instead of wasting time here competing with them for the cattle and sheep, it would be better to go directly into the forest. Look at what the king and the nobles do. Lin Wei thought of a word, bandit. Yes, how come this behavior is so similar to the bandits that used to be active near the territory? Norl, tell your men to only kill Rema soldiers and not attack civilians. Norl was a little confused, as they had fought against the Rema kingdom more than once. These are all old traditions. Obviously, he couldn't understand why Lin Wei didn't allow the soldiers to attack civilians. Civilians can be captured and brought back to the territory and are also good labor. Even if it is sold to slave traders, it will still be a considerable income. But as a knight, he naturally could not refute the Baron's orders. So he ordered his adjutant to pass on the news. The soldiers were somewhat dissatisfied, but Lin Wei was very kind to them, so they didn't dare to say anything. No matter what, there are always military achievements to be gained. Although it is a pity that I can't taste the flavor of a Rema woman. Soon, Lin Wei, who entered the forest, encountered the first outpost of Rema soldiers. There were about 20 people in the outpost. The tall trees did not provide them with any shelter, and they were soon caught up and killed by the guards riding on northern horses. Faced with these fully armed Luiska soldiers, the Rema sentinels lost all will to fight. The equipment of these killed Rema soldiers was really bad. The now fully armed Luiska soldiers looked down on him completely. After looting their belongings, they cut off their heads as proof of their military achievements. The eyes of the people in the kingdom of Rema are all blue, so there is no need to worry about anyone claiming military merit. As Lin Wei went deeper and deeper into the forest, they soon lost sight of the grassland behind them. We cleared a few more outposts along the way, but didn't see any villages. It was already noon, and the long march had put a lot of pressure on the soldiers and horses. Lin Wei ordered them to set up camp on the spot. In the tent, Lin Wei took off the armor he had been wearing. I have to say that this armor is really heavy. After only wearing it for one morning, Lin Wei felt severe pain in his shoulders. I could see that my shoulder was a little red and swollen. He smiled contemptuously, not realizing he was mocking the fragility of his own body, or he was still mocking his own robber-like behavior. While Lin Wei was resting in the tent, Norl sent 2 scouts to investigate the surrounding situation. By the way, see where there are large outposts or villages. This should be the territory of a certain Earl, and you should be able to find a lot of Earl Remus troops here. If there are more of them and they are well equipped, spare them. If they are outnumbered or poorly equipped, let them know what Nolan's bravery is. Master. Norl's voice suddenly rang out from outside the tent. Lin Wei put on his heavy iron armor again, and then walked out of the tent. What's wrong? The scouts just found out that there is a small town nearby. Although it's a stone wall, there aren't many defenders, and they don't have any heavy weapons. It is not uncommon to have towns in the forest. After all, compared to Nolan's, which is famous for its mineral resources, Rema is famous for its rich forests. Many towns are located in this forest. Go and have a look. Lin Wei didn't bring any heavy weapons, so it would be beyond his ability to attack the city by force with only 300 guards. Although war horses can charge while wearing armor, heavy cavalry cannot break down enemy city walls. Following the scout's route, he could feel the surrounding trees becoming increasingly sparse. As his vision widened, a road emerged in front of Lin Wei. This is indeed a town that looks even poorer than the former Louisgar County. If he hadn't seen soldiers patrolling the city walls occasionally, Lin Wei would have thought that this city, without even a gate, was a deserted city. Why does it always feel a little weird? Lin Wei smelled a trap. He looked towards the soldiers on the wall, examining their panels. Diwen. Bravery, 60. Strategy, 40. Loyalty, 0. Rating, C+. Special talents. Enhanced perception, one-handed sword mastery. Noah. Bravery, 64. Strategy, 35. Loyalty, 0. Rating, C+. Special talent, spear mastery. The numbers of the soldiers on the city wall are all exaggerated. In terms of numbers, it is only slightly lower than the Knights of the Kingdom, but it is definitely better than most ordinary nobles. Can such powerful numbers lead to such loose discipline? Even the city gates are wide open. If this isn't a trap, what is? I'm afraid that if Lin Wei really rushes forward, it will become someone else's military achievement. Chapter 19. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Fedra followed Lin Wei all the time. As a baron who made his fortune in business, he knew very well that he could not compete with those powerful nobles with his own military force. So when he saw Lin Wei heading into the forest, he followed him. I thought that by following Lin Wei, I should be able to gain some military merits. But Fedra clearly underestimated the density of the forest. After following Lin Wei for a short distance, he soon lost track of him. They robbed 2 deserted villages along the way, but didn't even see a checkpoint. Supplies are even more pitifully scarce. The empty outpost had long been cleared out, leaving only some headless corpses lying on the ground. These fallen Rema sentinels even had their leather armor still intact. Although I know that Lin Wei must have become rich, otherwise he would not be able to train such a strong team. But are they already that wealthy? You even disdain the leather armor and weapons of the Rema soldiers? Even if it is not used by the elite, it can be used for reserve training. There was another thing that puzzled Fedra even more. All the outposts along the way had been cleared, but the villages were still intact? Yes, because Lin Wei passed by the village and cleared the outpost. Because of Lin Wei's appearance, the people in the village had already hidden in the vast forest. This made Baron Fedra, who thought he could make a fortune, feel unlucky. My Lord Baron. Just as Fedra was considering whether to change direction, the scout suddenly brought news. The scout in leather armor leaped from his horse and knelt on one knee in front of Fedra. What's wrong? We have important intelligence. We discovered Baron Louise's garrison not far ahead, and also discovered a town with weak defenses. Lin Wei, go and have a look. Fedra set off with his team in a mighty procession. Soon, he saw Lin Wei stationed not far from the town from a distance. Lin Wei's team is well trained, with several guards taking turns on guard duty. Seeing Fedra's team, someone quickly returned to Lin Wei's team to report. Although they were all Nolan's troops, they were still very wary of each other. And Fedra finally saw this so-called weakly defended town. Although the town had a moat, the wide drawbridge had long been lowered, and there wasn't even a city gate. Fedra had reason to believe that as long as his light cavalry rushed fast enough, the enemy would not even have a chance to pull up the drawbridge. The town's defense force consisted of only a few dozen soldiers, with 1 or 2 even fast asleep on the city walls. This was truly a godsend. Through the wide open doors, one could even see some civilians walking on the streets. He seemed to see the white-clad woman and the bread waving at him. The soldiers were also unable to contain themselves. But, if that's the case, why didn't Lin Wei attack yet? Judging from the number of troops on the city wall, even if there are still 100 or so in Chungli, Lin Wei can easily handle these soldiers. Moreover, the soldiers on the city walls were all wearing leather armor, so they were definitely not elite. Things have a weird atmosphere. Although Fedra made his fortune through business, he was not as good as the war nobles in marching and fighting. But this doesn't mean that Fedra has no brains. On the contrary, Fedra is not only very smart, but also rarely makes mistakes. Apart from misjudging Lin Wei's situation, Baron Fedra rarely makes wrong decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated such a huge fortune. My Lord Baron, when do we attack? The knight on the side was already eager to try. Once they capture the town, what awaits them are a large amount of military merits, resources, and women. It had been a long time since he had tasted the taste of a Rima woman. These Rima women, who have no shortage of food all year round, are obviously more plump than the thin Nolan's women. No rush. Fedra, on the other hand, was now calmer. Logically speaking, with so many herdsmen grazing on the grassland along the way, it is impossible that no one would escape from the grassland and bring back the news. Even if he and Lin Wei were the first troops to enter the forest, they could not be faster than the sentries and scouts who delivered the message. Fedra set up camp not far from Lin Wei. He ordered his men not to use fire to avoid exposing their position. Anyway, Lin Wei was there, and as long as he didn't move, Fedra wasn't in a hurry. After 2 days of observation, the town was exceptionally quiet. Lin Wei was 100% certain that this was a trap. Even if the soldiers acted lazy, there should be civilians walking around in and outside the city. Neither the hunter nor the farmer saw it. There are obviously large tracts of farmland outside the city that need to be cultivated. There is also a hunter's cabin in the forest that has been empty for many days. Lin Wei was ready to leave. There were no fires for 2 days, and the soldiers had to live on black bread. If there were not enough water, survival would be a problem. After clearing the traces, Lin Wei planned to search the periphery and then leave. Because if we go deeper, we will enter the attack range of the city wall of the Kingdom of Rima. The George Fortress in Rima is known as the largest fortress in the northern continent. It is said that there are more than 20,000 elite soldiers stationed there all year round, and various heavy weapons and magicians are guarding the city. Lin Wei's troops are not enough to fill the gaps in the enemy's teeth. I originally stayed here to see if there would be any suckers who fell into the trap so that I could reap the benefits. Fedra did come, but this old guy was very cunning and also set up camp not far away. This put Lin Wei in a difficult position. Just as Lin Wei was about to leave, changes occurred in the city. A scout rushed in from outside the forest and entered the city. Soon, there was movement in the city. The fully armed heavy cavalry came out first. These heavy cavalrymen in iron armor formed 5 into a row and began to gallop out of the forest. Lin Wei counted and found that there were at least 3,000 heavy cavalry coming out of the city. Following behind him was a huge army of guards, all of whom were covered in iron armor. This is definitely the elite among the elite. Noila suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If I had rushed forward in a fit of rage, I would have been completely defeated. No matter how you look at it, these are royal elites. Thanks to Master Lin Wei's foresight, we didn't go up and die in vain. In fact, Fedra, who was not far away, also saw it, and he was also scared at this moment. I thought to myself that it was a good thing I didn't act impulsively. This is indeed a trap. With his sharp eyes, he quickly recognized that these troops were all from the royal family of Rima. And now he is heading out of the forest, probably heading towards Zeluka 13. Only the big fish Zeluka can mobilize all the royal knights of Rima. The knight entered the forest and startled a flock of birds, and birds were also startled in the distance of the forest. It seems there is more than one team. This might be a trap for Zeluka. Although Zeluka has 5,000 guards and 2,000 knights, Rima has obviously sent more troops. But it was too late to report the news. Chapter 20. You guys know how to work together from the inside and outside. Your Majesty didn't bring too many guards with him, so I'm afraid there might be danger. Norl quickly thought of His Majesty the King. Because although Nolan's overall strength is stronger than Rima's, it is obvious that Rima has come out in full force. However, Zeluka 13 treated it as an ordinary autumn expedition and did not bring too many guards with him. The sound of startled birds kept coming from the forest, and it was obvious that Rima was making a big move. Although that's what he said, Norl also understood it. The more than 200 guards and 50 heavy cavalrymen of our own were not enough to defeat the enemy with one hand. Those are the real elites of the Rima Kingdom. Their strength is definitely not inferior to Lin Wei's soldiers, and they are even better in physical fitness. However, Zeluka was surrounded by many dukes and earls' troops. Even if you are defeated, it is more than enough to escape unscathed. Unless there is a mole. This is what Lin Wei thought. However, the timing of each of Nolan's attacks is uncertain. This time there was an ambush in advance. Maybe there really is a traitor. However, the opportunity was fleeting, and Lin Wei no longer had time to think so much. When Rima's elite troops left, the city became a real deserted city. Master, this is a good opportunity. While Baron Fedra on the opposite side hasn't reacted yet, Lin Wei and the others can still eat the meat first. If the other side takes action first, they will not be able to gain any benefits. However, Lin Wei frowned but did not answer. How far is it from here to Fort George? Noller was a little confused, but still said, it's about less than half a day's journey. If it weren't for the forest trees blocking their view, I'm afraid they can already see the outline of Fort George. Keep going. Lin Wei made a bold decision. Norl. Okay, master, I will have my brothers prepare to charge. Lin Wei shook his head. Head towards Fort George. Norl, huh? The first thought in the knight's mind was that Lin Wei was crazy, but he was soon convinced by Lin Wei's crazy ideas. Fort George must be empty now. Judging from the appearance of the Rima army, I'm afraid the elite troops have gone to cause trouble for Zeluka 13. When Zeluka 13 was attacked, the Rima side certainly never dreamed that someone would dare to march alone into their base camp. But even if the elite troops went to Zeluka, could Fort George really be breached with only 300 men? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? They didn't even have siege equipment. But for some reason, Norl subconsciously agreed with Lin Wei's opinion in his heart. You can't get a tiger cub without diving into the tiger's den. Baron Fedra's troops were already rushing towards the town. Noller then gave the order. Everyone in the army, abandon all baggage except horse armor and spears, and rush to attack Fort George with all your strength. There were indeed no defenders in this town. The few remaining soldiers were no match for Baron Fedra, who commanded thousands of troops. Soon, he had surrounded all the civilians in the town in a wide area. This trip was very fruitful. Not only did they seize a large amount of food, but they also obtained a large amount of labor. There are more than 1,000 civilians here. Even if he can sell one of them for a few silver coins, he will make a lot of money. However, what puzzled him was that Lin Wei, who had been outside the city, had disappeared. But Baron Fedra, who had eaten the meat, didn't want to think so much. He had to bring all the captured spoils back to his territory. Only then could this battle be considered a complete success. The Rima heavy cavalry corps galloped, raising a cloud of yellow sand. When the forest birds were startled, Zeluka 13 had actually already discovered that something was wrong. But he had enough confidence in his guards. As a king who had never lost a battle since he ascended the throne, he did not have enough respect for his two opponents, Rima and Yade. So, when the two dukes and earls on the right suddenly rose up in rebellion, Zeluka's mind was dizzy. The nobles rebelled? The loyal royal legion surrounded Zeluka, holding high their steel shields coated with anti-magic. But the good news is that there is no magician in the team, and the archers can't exert much strength in such a close and chaotic situation. The grievances accumulated over the years between the right and the left finally broke out at this moment. All this happened so suddenly that Zeluka 13 himself was unaware of the rebellion. Your Majesty, please retreat. The voice of the commander of the Royal Cavalry Regiment startled Zeluka awake, and he finally woke up from his dream. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed. That was the steel torrent of the Rima heavy cavalry. Even with the Royal Guard's gun formation, it would be difficult to withstand such a charge. As for the accompanying cavalry, they were now fighting with the traitors on the right. The king fled towards the passage guarded by soldiers and headed towards the territory of Nolans. Fortunately, this time it was only the right-wing aristocrats who turned the tables. Although the left is usually radical, it is still loyal at this moment. In fact, even if Zeluka 13 really died here, his adult son would inherit the throne. There are also a full 200,000 royal knights ready to go. He secretly swore in his heart that if he could escape back, he would hang all these rebellious nobles. The nobles of Simon's faction are also working very hard to protect the king at this moment. Although I don't know what's wrong with the brains of these right-wing aristocrats. He knew that even if he killed Zeluka 13 here, it would not change the situation of Nolans. Because the eldest prince has already reached adulthood and is eligible to succeed to the throne, not to mention that most of the elite troops are still in the imperial city. Doing so will only trigger a war between the two countries. Although many thoughts emerged in his mind, Simon still commanded the army to stop these right-wing nobles who had suddenly gone crazy. The army for the autumn expedition numbered over 100,000, and among them, 30,000 to 40,000 rebelled. That's a pretty scary word count. With the Rima heavy cavalry constantly appearing in the distance, it's time to take drastic measures. After confirming that Zeluka 13 had escaped, Duke Simon also fled with his confidants. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the leftists left their troops behind and escaped. The mighty cavalry raised a cloud of dust, and the abandoned soldiers had no choice but to fight with their backs against the wall. Although the superiors have already fled, if they drop their weapons now, they will only be crushed into meat paste by the heavy cavalry. This time, Rima really put in a lot of effort. The charge of more than 50,000 heavy cavalry was so terrifying that it shook the heavens and the earth. There was a roar from the earth, and the rebels were chilled to the core. Those rebellious right-wing nobles did not expect that even though they had agreed to provide internal and external support, the other side would attack indiscriminately. Some great nobles never understood what had happened until their death. Chapter 21 Buy one get one free. The fisherman will never go home empty-handed. The long march put a heavy physical strain on Lin Wei's team. They were already wearing iron armor, and if it weren't for their regular training and good food, an ordinary team would probably not be able to march such a long distance. Finally arriving in front of Fort George, Lin Wei waved his hand for the team to stop and rest. The magnificent George Fort is even larger than Lubricant Fort, and you can see some flags of the Rema nobles planted on the city walls. Fort George has perfect defenses, and its walls are extremely strong. One of the enlarged royal flags caught Lin Wei's attention. This is the flag that represents the royal status of the Rima family. This means that if the royal family here did not follow to encircle and suppress Zeluka 13, there might really be a big fish here. The gates of Fort George were now open, but the walls were filled with soldiers. Their attributes are as powerful as those of the soldiers stationed in the previous town. Lin Wei frowned. In fact, he was already thinking about this problem on the way. Will there be a lot of soldiers stationed there? Now his premonition has come true, and his heart sinks. He gave up the benefits that were previously within his reach in the town and gained nothing. In order to ensure the speed of the march, even the heads of the Rima soldiers that were cut off and prepared to be counted as military merits were thrown away. If he returns empty-handed, Lin Wei will probably become a laughingstock in this autumn expedition. With such an elite team, not only did he not gain any military merit, he didn't even plunder any resources. A stormy attack was obviously impossible. Not to mention those strong soldiers, there are also rows of crossbows ready to fire. Lin Wei had reason to believe that if he dared to show his face, he would be dead. And you can't stay in this forest for too long, although it is hidden enough. However, a team of several hundred people can still be easily discovered by the enemy's scouts or patrols. Once discovered, it is estimated that Louis Cardinal can be reassigned to a lord by the kingdom. Just as Lin Wei was about to give the order to leave, a team of light cavalry came out. This light cavalry team was wearing luxurious leather armor, and the leader was holding the flag of the Rema royal family. But there are only 5 of them. A young man in golden armor was riding a horse and walking towards Lin Wei in the center of the crowd. A noble spoke to the young man with a flattering look. I'm Peter. Bravery, 30. Strategy, 60. Special talents, Imperial coercion, Royal etiquette. Rating, C. It was the first time that Lin Wei saw a person without loyalty. This young man named Ein Peter has royal skills at first glance. And for some unknown reason, this Ein Peter was walking towards the ambush location of Lin Wei. This is a great opportunity. Lin Wei's heartbeat quickened. If we can capture this prince and successfully escape back to Lucky Card, this is a great military achievement. Although I don't know whether those people succeeded in attacking Zeluka 13, but Lin Wei felt that they would definitely not succeed. Even if Zeluka 13 was successfully killed and the eldest prince succeeded to the throne, capturing Prince Rima would definitely be a great achievement. If Lin Weirua caught him, he could at least become a viscount. Norrell looked at Lin Wei, as if asking Lin Wei what to do. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Wei made a few gestures, indicating that they should get closer and attack directly. Then he whispered to Noller, we must capture him alive. This is very likely a prince of the Rima kingdom. There are only 2 adult princes in the kingdom of Rima. Both of these princes are favorites to compete for the throne. No matter which one is captured, it will be a great achievement. Hearing this, Noller's blood boiled, and he wanted to worship Lin Wei immediately. The master is really amazing, although he was not able to enter Fort George to explore it. But if we can really capture a prince alive, he now had enough to brag about in the pub for the rest of his life. It is even possible to become a commoner noble. He clenched the sword in his hand, ready to ride out and capture the prince. Your Highness Ein, let me tell you, there are very rare deer species in this forest. I guarantee you won't return empty-handed. A handsome knight beside Ein said, Count Wayne, there's a war going on up ahead. If we come out like this, will there be any trouble? The knight looked thin, and Earl Wayne glanced at him. Seeing that Ein Peter didn't say anything and actually condoned the knight's behavior, he already had a plan in mind. He must be the absolute confidant of the second prince of Rima. Otherwise, how dare you speak to the Earl like this? Mr. Knight, you can rest assured. That old fellow, Zeluka 13, is now surrounded by our army. Perhaps a victory has already been won up ahead. The scouts are on their way back with good news. Besides, the nearest battlefield is more than half a day's journey from here. Could those Nolans' lackeys suddenly appear? Count Wayne smiled, as if he was talking about something that could not be more relaxing. Several knights successfully entered the forest. They also rode in on horseback. However, just as they entered the forest, a thin rope was suddenly pulled up. The knights in front fell to the ground instantly. Luiska, who had been waiting for a long time, led his soldiers to draw their swords and kill the knights in one stroke. Afterwards, Count Wayne, Prince Peter, and the knight who was still talking fell to bump, and then the scenery in front of them began to spin. Along with the pain from contact with the ground, the sharp blade was already against their necks. Behave yourself. The killing of the accompanying cavalrymen didn't even cause any big commotion. They were all elite knights of the royal family, but they did not expect that there would be an ambush here. Although he was wearing leather armor, he was still killed quickly and efficiently. Norrell looked at the 3 people who were captured alive, among whom was the Rema man who was suspected to be the prince. The Earl's bloated figure shows that he enjoys a lot of luxury in his daily life. However, this handsome knight made him feel a little strange. Logically speaking, no matter how thin a knight is, he shouldn't be so thin. Before he started questioning, Lin Wei came over. The 3 people's panels caught his eye. In addition to the prince we saw before, the other one is a fat nobleman with no special abilities. But it was this thin knight who stunned him. Ein Levine. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 80. Special talents, royal etiquette, alchemy mastery. Rating, A. Einville. This is a princess dressed as a man, right? Unexpectedly, I caught 2 big fish at once. Lin Wei said directly. Take these 3 with you and retreat to the territory immediately. Yes, sir. The Earl and the prince were worth taking away, but this thin knight didn't seem to be worth taking away. Noller pointed at Einweir and said, Master, does this knight want? He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lying on the ground, Einwell looked at the man who had captured her with eyes full of humiliation and unwillingness. The sharp eyes seemed to want to pierce Lin Wei to the core. Although she might be ruthlessly killed in the next second, the princess of the Rima kingdom had no intention of surrendering. Lin Wei's mouth curled up in a charming way. This is a big fish. How can he kill it? Don't kill them. Tie them up and take them away. This knight, let go of my horse. My horse is stronger. I'll leave this prince to you. Yes, sir. But Norrell tied her up roughly and threw her onto Lin Wei's horse. Even Ein Peter was dumbfounded. How did this person know that he was the prince? However, at this moment he no longer dared to make any sound. Although the gates of Fort George not far away were wide open, it became a paradise that the prince could never return to. Chapter 22 Ainwire, you don't wanna. The defeat in the autumn expedition made Zeluka 13 very angry. This was the first time he had suffered a defeat in the 23 years since he ascended the throne. They even suffered losses at the hands of their old rival, the Rima kingdom. This battle resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of soldiers from the kingdom of Nolans. As a king, he almost became someone else's military achievement. If a soldier from the kingdom of Rema got his head, he would at least become a hereditary earl. After Zeluka escaped, many defeated soldiers also escaped back. What followed was a great purge of the right. The 2 dukes who suddenly launched the attack had no idea what was wrong with their brains. You are already the Duke of Norlands. Can Rima still promise you an independent throne? The 2 dukes, their families, and the rebellious earls were all ruthlessly suppressed by the royal guards. The right wing originally advocated peace, which was inconsistent with the doctrine of Nolan's kingdom. If the archbishop had not taught him to maintain a balance among the nobles, he would not have turned a blind eye to the development of the right wing. But he never dreamed that this so-called imperial technique would almost cost him his life. All the right-wingers were brutally massacred, and the left-wingers became the most powerful for a while. Correspondingly, because of this purge, Nolans had a lot of undivided territories. If it weren't for the fact that Zeluka 13 was still angry, I'm afraid these left-wingers would have come out to ask for fiefdoms. Your Majesty, the Rema kingdom clearly doesn't take us seriously. I suggest a national war and a ruthless defeat. I agree with Count Aegean. His Majesty, because the right wing is gone, the left wing now has the final say under the throne. The assassination attempt failed, although Zeluka was angry. But it's not completely irrational, because the rebellion of the 2 right-wing dukes still made him feel a little strange. We must fight. However, it remains unknown to what extent the battle will go and whether Fort George can be captured. The Kingdom of Yade and the Kingdom of Rema have a good relationship. If the Nolan's army approaches, they will probably not sit idly by. The most important thing is that if Yade steals the house during the fierce battle with the kingdom of Rema, that would be a real joke. Assemble the troops. Zeluk finally made a judgment. Of the 200,000 guards in the imperial city, only 100,000 would be needed. Together with the armies of the nobles on the left, there are at least 300,000 men in total. An army of 300,000 is enough to teach the kingdom of Rema a profound lesson. However, at this moment, in Rema's palace, King Charles of Rema, who had won a great victory, did not look happy at all. Although this was a big blow to the opponent, for a giant like Nolan's, this little loss was not enough to cause any damage. He originally just wanted to teach these robbers a profound lesson. Charles also understood that even if Zeluk was really killed, the Prince of Nolan's would immediately succeed to the throne. That resourceful eldest prince is no pushover either. But now, his subordinates actually told him, the second prince and the most beloved little princess are missing? Don't you have eyes? Or have your eyes been stuffed with black bread? Even the princess and the prince were lost. This is fucking unbelievable. I'm gonna kick your asses with my boot. I swear I will. Shameful. This was Charlie's first thought. The king of the family he had just defeated had to flee in panic, and before he had time to celebrate, his house was robbed. You said that if Fort George was captured and the two royals died heroically, he would be able to accept it. Why is he missing? Which audacious nobleman in New Orleans dared to approach Fort George and kidnap a princess and a prince? Beneath the throne, the nobles were all silent. Where's Wayne? Isn't Fort George his territory? Charlie was a little annoyed. Since the prince and princess could not be found, the person in charge of this territory would definitely pay the price. However, after he roared for a long time, an earl below finally spoke up. Earl Wayne also disappeared. The slain guard knight was found in the forest not far from Fort George. The count fell silent at this point. It was obvious that the prince and princess had been abducted. Charlie was furious, and even the direct beneficiary, the crown prince Charlie Ruiz, did not say a word. Because it has damaged the reputation of the royal family. Isn't that a slap in his face? Moreover, after this incident, even if Peter could come back, there would be absolutely no possibility for him to compete with him for the throne. Charlie took a deep breath. He doesn't care what happens to his stupid son, but he must get back his daughter who has such great talents. What's ridiculous is that they are sending envoys to negotiate after just finishing a battle with the other side. Lin Wei, the instigator, was now looking at Princess Rima in front of him with great interest. The Rima princess, Einweir, had light gray hair and sapphire-like eyes that were filled with hatred for Lin Wei. After being jolted all the way by Lin Wei's northern steed, she now felt a dull pain in her abdomen. The most important thing is that he hit her on the buttocks many times along the way. Such humiliation made Einweir, who had never been treated like this before, want to eat him alive. He must have figured out she was a man dressed as a woman a long time ago. What is your name, heroic female knight? Lin Wei smiled. It was obvious that teasing a princess of a kingdom could satisfy some of his evil tastes. Wire. Ainvril answered Lin Wei's question honestly, because she was still feeling a slight pain in her buttocks. The handsome young man in front of me really doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. Lin Wei stretched out his hand, and she subconsciously moved back. The body has reacted on its own. Don't be nervous, Ainvril. When she heard Lin Wei calling out her full name, her eyes suddenly widened, and the last bit of hope in her heart finally disappeared. Unexpectedly, the man in front of her not only knew her brother's name, but even her name. But Einweir soon felt relieved. That's right. How could this person who dared to penetrate deep into the heart of the Rema kingdom with only a few hundred men not have any intelligence at all? Since they can make the nobles of Nolan's rebel, there must be a traitor on their side. What do you want? Cold words and a charming face. Lin Wei raised her white chin. Not very good. I heard that Charlie has a genius daughter. She's already an intermediate magician at the age of 16. It's the pride of the Ein family. Oh, stop struggling. The hemp rope that binds you is high-end stuff bought from the royal city. It can block out magic. I forgot that a magician can't cast spells without a wand. Ainweir's tone softened. Let my brother and I go back. The kingdom of Rema will not treat you unfairly. Lin Wei suddenly laughed. You mean, if I hand you over to the angry King Norlands, I won't get what I want? You know, he's very angry now. Einvril, you don't want the king to know that you were captured, do you? Chapter 23. Oh, interesting man. King Zeluk 13, who was angry, had no intention of listening to the messenger from Rema. But even the kingdom of Nolands, which has been a bandit for many years and is extremely warlike, would not kill envoys from the enemy country. At first, Zeluk was confused and didn't understand what was going on, just as he was about to tell the messenger that he was planning a large-scale attack. But I heard the other party ask, What conditions are needed to redeem the prince and princess? Your Majesty Zeluka, since you have captured our royal family, please treat our prince and princess with royal standards. They are also nobles, and this is the respect they deserve. The king sitting on the throne said with a strange expression, "Of course. I promise to treat you as a distinguished guest." Although I don't know what exactly happened. But it seems that if you just follow the instructions, you can get some benefits? If we can get enough benefits, this battle is not necessary. Then we are willing to exchange the Begla grasslands for the safety of the two royal families. The Begla grassland is the large plain past Luqiao Fort. It is not a very fertile land. Because it is too close to Luqiao Fort, only a few herdsmen live on the grassland. It is always the first choice of the Nolan's army. That won't work. All the land outside Fort George must belong to us. If you ask for Fort George directly, the Kingdom of Rima will definitely not give it to you. But once the rich forest was handed over, nearly 1/10 of Rima's territory would be taken away at once. The messenger's face looked extremely ugly. I will inform His Majesty King Charles of your needs. Guards, escort the messenger. With the departure of the Rima messenger, Zeluka 13 began to gather his thoughts. The Kingdom of Rima lost its prince and princess, but still sent envoys to negotiate, and was even willing to cede land in exchange for peace. If a war really breaks out, it would be considered good enough to be able to take over that grassland. Unexpectedly, the other party was even willing to accept more stringent conditions. But the problem is that their princess and prince are not in his hands at all. Could it be that some daring Norlands nobles had sneaked up on Fort George and kidnapped their princess and prince? The king felt as if his brain was not enough. Even if the entire Rima kingdom came out to ambush him, there's no way George Fortress wouldn't have at least 1,000 guards, right? Because the earl and the duke were with him at the time. Is there any viscount who has such courage? Zeluka was stunned. But if it was really done by one of our nobles, they would probably come to the royal city to claim credit soon. You say no? You have to give me the land, right? We're fighting. The Kingdom of Nolans is the best at it. The victory of the Kingdom of Rema over the Kingdom of Nolans directly turned into the victory of Nolans over the Kingdom of Rema, capturing 2 royal family members alive. The nobles' exaggerated descriptions made the people of the Kingdom of Norlands believe that their country had won another great victory. Baron Fedra was also shocked when he received the news. He was in the forest at the time, and no army had penetrated deeper into the heart of the Rima kingdom than he and Lin Wei. He was originally feeling proud of what he had gained on this trip, thinking that Lin Wei was such a fool that he didn't even know how to take advantage of the situation. The thought of Lin Wei suddenly disappearing without even taking the benefits he had obtained, and suddenly disappearing. Then the news that the prince and princess were captured alive caused a sensation. After making this connection, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. You must say who might have captured the princess and prince of the Rima kingdom. Then it's only Lin Wei, right? But could Lin Wei really break through Fort George and capture the 2 royal family members alive with only 300 soldiers? Fedra's mind was spinning, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. If it was really Lin Wei who captured these 2 royal family members, then Lin Wei would be visibly successful. Fedra has been a businessman all his life. I really missed the most important deal. He actually missed this promising son-in-law who possessed extraordinary management skills and great courage. Just as Zeluka 13 had expected, Lin Wei took Ein and his sister directly on a carriage to the royal city. There were also 50 knights and Norl accompanying them. Lin Wei's team attracted a lot of people's attention. These tall northern horses were really too eye-catching. There is a lot of discussion in the royal city now. They were all discussing which noble had captured the 2 royal family members of Rima. However, no one dared to claim such an achievement. When Lin Wei met the registrar again, he obviously remembered the baron who held the golden eagle gladiator emblem. But he also knew that His Majesty had taken the coat of arms back from him. Despite this, there was no sign of disrespect on his face. Because he saw the tall northern horses and fully armed knights outside the door. These are not belongings that can be purchased by spending thousands of gold coins. A northern horse with excellent bloodline is worth at least 300 Norlands gold coins. Respected Baron Lin Wei, what can I do for you? Lin Wei smiled slightly and threw him a gold coin. Mr. Registrar, please inform me that I would like to see His Majesty the King. I brought him a great gift. Looking at the 2 young men and women behind Lin Wei who had unfriendly expressions but dared not speak out, the registrar's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that the noble hero that has been talked about so much in the royal city these days is the one in front of me? Baron Lin Wei, please wait a moment. He did not dare to delay and quickly went to pass on the message. Lin Wei didn't have to wait long before he got the chance to meet the king. Lin Wei knelt on one knee in front of Zeluka 13. Only then did Zeluka 13 begin to look again at the Baron who had once exchanged his family's glory for 1,000 gold coins. Lord Louisa Linway, look up. Linway raised his head, revealing a handsome, yet somewhat childish face. Zeluka 13 looked at the two men and one woman standing behind Linway. One is a pot-bellied Rima nobleman, and the other two are probably the prince and princess of the Ein family. Zeluka 13 was already beaming with joy. As long as he had these two as hostages, that vast territory would almost be in his pocket. But what he found somewhat incredible was how Linway could get to Fort George and abduct two royal family members intact. Could this guy be some great magician? Zeluka 13 subconsciously looked at Duke Alia, who was sitting beside him. I don't know why, but Arya, who never appears in the throne room, suddenly appears here today. Alia also looked at Linway with scrutiny. Because when Linway appeared in the royal city, students from the Magic Academy had already told her about this matter. She naturally knew what had happened in the royal city in the past few days. The fully armed Baron Linway came all the way from the Luiska territory and headed straight for the royal city. Doesn't this mean that the heroic deeds were most likely done by this Baron? Alia is really interested in this one. Chapter 24, Rewards, the Earldom in Need of Reconstruction. What Zeluka 13 did not expect was that the Rima royal family actually agreed to his somewhat unreasonable request. Even if a war really breaks out, it will not be easy to occupy that vast forest, because there are many Rima sentinels hiding there who have built tree houses or dug holes. Even if Nolan's had extremely strong military force, it would still take a long time to occupy the forest. The two sides are bound to engage in repeated tug-of-war. Over time, the cost of war may be greater than the benefits gained. It was thanks to Linway that we were able to take over this forest so easily. After receiving a positive response from the Kingdom of Rima, King Zeluka 13 was very considerate and asked Linway to see the two royal family members off. The two royal family members riding on the tall northern horses both looked unhappy at the moment. Ein Peter was fine, but Ein Weiler wanted to eat Linway alive at this moment. Her light blue eyes revealed a deep murderous intent. When she saw Linway raising his hand, she seemed to remember the feeling of being slapped on the buttocks and subconsciously drove the horse away from Linway. After escorting them all the way to the edge of Luqiao Fort, Linway smiled and said, I'll take you here, you two. Not far away, there were about 100 heavy cavalrymen in iron armor waiting to pick up the two men. These heavy cavalrymen were wearing heavy armor, and many of them looked at Linway with hatred. Linway had reason to suspect that if he had gone a little further, he would have been the one captured. The pot-bellied Earl Wayne was not treated so well. He had been tied up and not loosened even at this moment, and was thrown to the ground roughly by the guards. However, this fat pig-like Earl did not dare to make even a sound. Luiska Linway. Ainwire suddenly called Linway's name, and Linway looked at him with a smile. But beneath this calm smile, there seemed to be some malicious intentions. I'll remember you. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, let me catch you, and I will treat you well. There was a hint of gnashing of teeth in the last few words. Linway actually wanted to say that the feel was pretty good. At least it's very elastic. Ein Peter looked at Linway silently, without saying a word. Putting aside his stance, although luck was a factor, he actually admired Linway's methods and courage. Linway must have achieved considerable merit this time. When he returns, he must at least be a viscount or even an earl. At the same time, he also understood the price of being caught by Linway due to his carelessness. This means that after returning to the country, it will be difficult for him to compete with the eldest prince for the throne. But he didn't care. Ein Peter felt that it didn't matter if the throne was occupied by his eldest brother. He was only following his mother's wishes to fight for the throne. Now I can live a little easier. Linway, I hope we can meet again. Ein Peter and his group rode their horses towards the supporting heavy cavalry. Linway also turned around happily, leaving them with a dashing back view. Zeluka's reward was a large and rich earldom and the title of viscount. Compared with the huge benefits Linway gained in return, this benefit to Linway was nothing at all. Moreover, that earldom was originally the territory of a certain right-winger. It was not close to Luiska's territory, but closer to the Orc tribe in the southern continent. Although Linway is only a viscount, everyone with a discerning eye knows that he is already the designated earl. As long as he performs well in the future, such as achieving such an amazing result in a battle, or winning a gladiator match, he will gain glory. But if it is just a flash in the pan, Linway's large earldom may slowly shrink over time. Maybe it was cannibalized by the surrounding nobles, or maybe it could not resist the attack of the orcs and fell. Who can say for sure what the future holds? Linway is having a headache now. To be honest, this reward is really too outrageous. He thought it would be good enough to get a viscountship. but I didn't expect the king to be so generous. Although this generosity also requires some consideration. There are 2 territories separating the 2 places, but there is only one Lin Wei, and he cannot handle so many complicated matters. Although he had not yet visited the earldom, Lin Wei could already foresee that it would definitely not be an easy job. He doesn't even have a civil servant now, let alone anyone who can help him manage the territory. It takes a lot of effort just to develop Louis Gar, let alone an earldom that is several times larger than a baronial domain. The little bit of weapons sales created by Biglin could not fill the huge holes in these 2 territories that needed to be rebuilt. Unfortunately, apart from these rewards, the king did not give him any gold coins as starting capital. It was as if he expected Lin Wei to develop the earldom like he developed Louis's earldom. Lin Wei temporarily handed over the affairs within the territory to the old steward and Norl for management. In addition to training soldiers on a daily basis, Noller also has to take charge of government affairs. Although he is still a knight in name, he actually has the power of a baron. He gladly accepted this. Lin Wei has made a fortune now and has a bright future that is visible to the naked eye. If Lin Wei really became a nobleman, as Lin Wei's original shareholder, he would definitely have a high status. He can see the current situation clearly, and now the left is the only one in power. The king will certainly not sit idly by. Although the left is still loyal enough now, when the power of a faction is even greater than that of the emperor, will Zeluka still sit idly by? Who knows whether today's leftists will become the next rightists? Now that the right wing has been cleared out, a completely new force needs to be cultivated. Who is the most suitable candidate? Duke Alia, who has always remained neutral, is definitely the most suitable candidate. But if Arya remains neutral, then Zeluka 13 will definitely have to cultivate a completely new faction. Lin Wei is most likely the first noble of this faction. Why do you say that? Just because His Majesty the King gave Lin Wei a piece of land comparable to an earldom, but only gave him the title of Viscount, we can guess something. At least Zeluka 13 will definitely train Lin Wei. Lin Wei had a clean background and did not belong to any faction before he made military achievements. The news that Lin Wei became a Viscount spread like wildfire. Even Zeluka, who lived deep in the Magic Academy, heard the news about Lin Wei. When she thought about Lin Wei's outstanding military achievements, how he became a Viscount, and how he got a large piece of territory, she felt happy for Lin Wei. But while feeling happy, he was also a little worried about Lin Wei's condition. Lin Wei definitely cannot manage 2 territories. Should she also learn some knowledge about being a civil servant so that she can help Lin Wei in the future? The thought arose but was quickly dismissed by Zeluka. Her primary goal now is to become a magician. Now that Lin Wei's status has risen, if you want to stay by Lin Wei's side, you must become outstanding enough. But now, she is ready to find her dear teacher. See if the teacher can give Lin Wei some help. The teacher is one of the most powerful magicians on this continent. Whether it's gold coins or talents, I think there is a way. Thinking of this, Zeluka couldn't help but feel a little excited. Chapter 25 Welcome Mr. Lin Wei home. In fact, when Zeluka came to show his courtesy, Alia had already guessed what her student was thinking. Today she went to the throne room to meet Lin Wei. Although nothing was said, but some signals have already been released. For example, Earl Faroth, whom she had warned. As a smart earl from the left, he could probably guess why Arya suddenly appeared today. Zeluka 13 would also have some ideas. Pharaoh certainly got the message. But she probably didn't expect that although Pharaoh's understood it, he mistakenly thought that she had a relationship with Lin Wei. Zeluka brought Alia a cup of black tea. Teacher, please have some tea. Alia closed her eyes and enjoyed this rare afternoon moment. Every ray of sunlight that falls on her beautiful silver hair adds a bit of brilliance. Even Zeluka had to admit that her teacher's stunning beauty alone could make countless men fight for her. Although Arya was wearing a wizard robe, her charming curves could still be seen through some slight movements. Lin Wei very good. This time, Alia did not continue to call Lin Wei the little baron. This is a nobleman with courage and ability. He was already very capable, and his student was obviously completely fascinated by him. Not to mention becoming a world-famous noble, it is not impossible for you to split the land and be crowned king. After just one encounter, Alia's evaluation of Lin Wei was raised to a higher level. It's a pity that this baron has no magical talent. But with Zeluka, this doesn't seem to be a shortcoming. Looking at Zeluka's expectant eyes, Alia added, I will make some of the magicians in the wild loyal to him. Consider this my early congratulations on your marriage. Zeluka blushed immediately. Although she did have this idea in her mind, it was a different feeling to hear the teacher say it out loud like this. Teacher, please don't say that in front of Lord Viscount Lin Wei. The wild mage mentioned by Alia, Zeluka, is definitely not a simple character even without thinking too much. As for the issue of gold coins, Zeluka believed in the ability of his baron. If Lin Wei really had no talent, how could he possibly afford to pay 5,000 gold coins for her to study at the Magic Academy? Although Professor Lanne said that some tuition and miscellaneous fees could be waived. However, Lin Wei paid the entire 20,000 gold coins tuition fee for the senior mage to the academy. This is also the reason why Alia thinks highly of Lin Wei. He was able to make such a poor territory like Luiska so prosperous. I believe she just needs to give some help. Lin Wei will be able to create more miracles. For some reason, even Alia felt a little bit of anticipation. After all, being able to witness the birth of a legend is an interesting pastime in a long life. Lin Wei has recently been relying on exporting weapons to the Far East Chamber of Commerce, and after paying Zeluka's tuition, he still has quite a bit of money left over. With an assistant, Biglin is much more efficient. Now it has become a ruthless gold-making machine. That being said, although he still had 30,000 gold coins in his pocket, Lin Wei knew that these gold coins were far from enough. There are many things imminent. When he arrived at the earldom, the first thing he had to do was to establish a guard. I heard that there is no guard left in the earl's castle, only a few maids. So when Lin Wei set out this time, he took with him all of Luiska's cavalry and 50 of the most elite guards. When making your first appearance, you naturally cannot have a shabby image. Lin Wei wanted to leave the new subjects with the impression that he was powerful. So when he was about to enter this new Luiska territory, he ordered his cavalry to put on horse armor. This territory, originally named St. Martin, was now renamed New Luiskar. Entering the territory was a worse environment than expected. Along the way, you can see abandoned farmland and mines covered with green grass. Compared to the poverty of Luisgard County, this new Luisgard County is obviously much richer. In addition to seeing a large number of dry fields, Lin Wei could even see some fertile fields planted with crops and fruit trees. This means that the territory can be self-sufficient in food without having to import any. This is good news. After all, this place is close to the rich Orc tribe, so it was within Lin Wei's expectations that there were so many fertile fields. However, the previous earl did not seem to care much about his own property, and so much high-quality land was wasted. Lin Wei will naturally make good use of these lands. Upon entering the town, many residents looked at the new lord with curiosity. Lin Wei has become famous recently. His record of capturing 2 members of the Rima royal family alive is enough to make him the proudest of all barons and viscounts. The martial-minded people of Norlands naturally prefer to praise the achievements of the new viscount. There would often be bards playing the violin on the roadside or in taverns, turning Lin Wei's stories into little songs. Although the subjects looked a little thin, they were still much better than the subjects of the original Luiska territory. You can see many vendors making a living on the roadside, and there are many businessmen walking around. The infrastructure is also almost complete, except for necessary buildings such as taverns and churches. Lin Wei also discovered that there was a branch for adventurers to rest here. This means that there will be many adventurers in this territory, and the stats of these independent adventurers must be quite strong. Lin Wei has the ability to discover other people's talents, and this place is like heaven to him. Elialu, who was sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but look around. She has always lived with Lin Wei, although she has been to more affluent places like the royal city. But this will be Lin Wei's territory in the future. Although it is not as prosperous as the royal city, the feeling is completely different. While feeling happy for Lin Wei, he was also a little worried about his future. The better Lin Wei performs, the better his future partner will definitely be. Although she had already prepared herself to serve Mrs. Lin Weiha, the little girl still couldn't help but feel sad. This is the jealousy of childhood sweethearts. Because there was no way she could become Lin Wei's wife. She couldn't even become a concubine. While Lin Wei was looking at his surroundings, many merchants and residents in New Luiska were also looking at him. It has to be said that when Lin Wei led this fully armed army into the territory, all the forces, big and small, put away their contempt for Lin Wei. There are guilds of commerce and adventurers. This lord who was able to capture 2 members of the Rima royal family alive is definitely not a soft persimmon. This can be seen from the well-trained heavy cavalry and guards behind him. Whether it's the shiny full-body armor or the long sword that looks thick and strong, it looks like an existence that cannot be easily provoked. These soldiers have been trained by Norl and are now even more well-trained. After walking for a while, we could see St. Martin Castle in the distance. This castle, which looks quite magnificent, appears to be quite old and has 2 floors. In front of me was a vast and terrifying manor and courtyard. Pushing open the iron gate, Lin Wei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Damn the nobles. This luxurious forest art looks like it cost a lot of money, and there are also rockery and fountain pools in the manor. The maids stood in 2 rows, more than 50 in total. Seeing Lin Wei coming, they all said in unison, "Welcome home, Master Lin Wei." Chapter 26 Succubus. The first thing to do when arriving in New Luiska is to take over the city defense here. Although Lin Wei brought about 100 people, compared with the wide city wall, these 100 people were obviously not enough. So what Lin Wei has to do is recruit more new soldiers and militia, and the farmers who transported the baggage. He subconsciously wanted to call Norrell to do these things for him, but found that Norrell was not by his side. It seems that I have to do it myself. He still has too few subordinates who can be used. Apart from Norrell, he has no other talented people under his command. Although I want to select one from those guards. However, although the stats of these guards have been greatly improved, they still have many limitations in their talents. So far, Lin Wei has not seen any of these guards have special talents that can only be acquired through learning. The highest bravery value did not exceed 60, not to mention strategy, which hardly increased. This seems to have destined that the upper limit of these guards will not be too high. Maybe we could go to the slave traders? There is a slave trade guild in the new Luisgar territory. After all, it is a countship. What is supposed to be there will still be there. It is impossible for a viscount to receive such treatment. This time, Lin Wei did not call Elialu, but only brought 2 guards. Because Elialu has been appointed by Lin Wei as the head maid of the new Luiska territory and is currently teaching the remaining maids. Of course, after finishing her work, Elialu can still return to Lin Wei, but the corresponding time will be reduced. This situation may continue until the maids get used to the new master's habits. Only after a new head maid is elected can Elialu be relieved of her responsibilities. Lin Wei, who had just stepped out of the manor, met a man wrapped in a black cloak. Lin Wei paused. The man in front of him also took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. She has slightly curly brown hair, parted in the middle, and her eyes are not the blue-purple color unique to elves, but brown like most ordinary people in Nolans. But his ears are slightly longer than those of humans, so he looks like an elf half-blood. Respected Viscount Lin Wei, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Narancel. As you can see, I am a half-elf and half-human. I am also a wandering wizard. I heard that you are known for your bravery, so I came to seek refuge with you. Lin Wei looked him up and down, but Narancel didn't care at all. Just respond with a peaceful smile. Narancel. Bravery, 20. Strategy, 103. Loyalty, 80. Special talents, a little elemental affinity, advanced magician. Rating, A+. If an ordinary person encountered such a sudden surrender, he would definitely suspect whether the other party had other intentions. After all, a wandering high-level wizard would be treated as a guest of honor by the Duke, or even the King. Although Lin Wei has become famous recently, it is difficult to attract junior mages to join him, let alone senior mages. However, the initial loyalty of this mage, who had not yet joined Lin Wei's sect, was already 80. This loyalty is even higher than when Enki Yuna and Zeluka first arrived. This made Lin Wei a little confused. Am I really that attractive? Since the other party is loyal, Lin Wei is naturally not worried at all. Welcome, respected mage. Narancel was a little surprised, and he was even prepared to be questioned by Lin Wei. There is even a possibility of being rejected by Lin Wei. But Lin Wei welcomed him to join without asking any questions. Although it was the great magician Alia who asked him to be loyal to Lin Wei. But as far as he knew, Lin Wei didn't know about this. Arya also specifically told him to pretend to be a wandering wizard. Lin Wei, who played completely out of the ordinary, even stunned Narancel. Housekeeper. Following Lin Wei's call, the steward of the new Luisgar territory also appeared in front of Lin Wei. This is a middle-aged man, thin, but with a gentle temperament. Master, what do you want? Take this wizard to the manor to rest. He can choose his own residence. Yes, sir. The butler made a gesture of invitation. Narancel didn't care. Maybe Lin Wei just regarded him as a junior mage. But it doesn't matter, he will show his abilities to Lin Wei later. Now that he has joined Lin Wei's team, he naturally has to show his value. Lin Wei was in a good mood as he had picked up a high-level mage for free just after going out. Lin Wei was relatively low-key on this solo trip, but he was still accompanied by 2 guards. So when Lin Wei arrived at the Slave Chamber of Commerce, a manager quickly came out to greet him. Respected Viscount Lin Wei, welcome to our Chamber of Commerce. The fat man's face was full of smiles. This legendary Viscount was much younger than he had imagined. I didn't expect that such a young man would have the courage to lead hundreds of people deep into Fort George. What slaves do you have here? It depends on what type you want, companion or combat type. We have both here. We also have some rare slaves, such as dragon people or lizard people. There are many races in the continent, and even many races that have not developed much wisdom. For example, There are subhumans like dragon people and lizard people who have only a few human-like features. This type of subhuman often has greater power and is more difficult to tame. Each one is sold at a high price. Lin Wei listened and thought for a moment. Now he has no other generals to use except Norl, but talents like Norl are even rarer. You can only try your luck. Show me the human slaves. Please follow me, Lord Viscount. Follow the fat man through the hall and down a long corridor. As the heavy wooden door opened, Lin Wei saw many human slaves. These slaves looked pretty good. Compared to the sickly appearance of Zeluka and the others when I first saw them, it was obvious that they were not living too badly. There are very few Nolans here. Most of them are Rema people or Yad people. Lin Wei was deeply impressed by the blue eyes and gray hair of the Rema people. The main reason is that it is too elastic and I can't forget it even if I want to. Most of the Yad people have black hair, but their skin is slightly brown, a bit like the Indians on Blue Star. At first glance, they were all slaves with mediocre attributes. Both the bravery and strategy values are pitifully low. Lin Wei couldn't help but shake his head. Although it can be improved through acquired efforts, there is always a limit. The higher the initial value, the more valuable it is to cultivate. Lin Wei values special talents more. Seeing that Lin Wei showed no interest, the fat man rubbed his hands and said, "Your Excellency, Viscount, are you not interested?" Almost. Lin Wei's answer was concise and to the point. The fat man looked thoughtful and whispered, "Viscount Lin Wei, I actually have a rare item that I was going to send to the auction house. But since you're here, why don't you go and take a look? I promise you won't be disappointed." Lin Wei became interested. What race? The fat man gave an expression that every man understood. Succubus. Chapter 27, A Time Traveler. Lin Wei swore that he had not followed the fat man just because he was greedy for the succubus's body. Mainly because of my interest in this race that once appeared in large numbers in Blue Star Entertainment works. Following the fat man's footsteps, Lin Wei soon arrived at the room where the succubus was imprisoned. There are 5 succubi locked up here, each in a separate cage. For female succubi and 1 male succubus. These races have small wings and a round black tail on their backs and live in the eastern continent far away from Nolans. In fact, there are quite a few succubi, and they have their own country and system in the east continent. However, there are very few interactions with Nolans, so Nolans, which are relatively rare in the northern continent, have become a luxury. The average stats of these succubi are not low. The bravery and strategy values are both around 40 or 50, but there is no special talent. At first glance, Lin Wei was a little disappointed. Until his eyes fell on the last succubus, his pupils contracted. But he quickly adjusted his mood and avoided losing his composure. Betty. Bravery, 23, abnormal. Strategy, 182, abnormal. Favorability, 0. Special talents, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Slayer, Queen, Traveler. Rating S. Lin Wei's first reaction was that there was something wrong with his eyes. The stats of this comatose succubus are too abnormal. Even if it falls into an abnormal state, the evaluation is still S-level. It was the first time that Lin Wei saw an S-level. And what is that terrifying special talent? These 4 special talents are a bit too exaggerated, right? Especially the last one, which made Lin Wei's heart tremble. The Time Traveler. Is she also from Blue Star? Such an absurd thought suddenly arose in Lin Wei's mind. He suppressed the surging waves in his heart. Pretending to be calm, he asked, "What's the price of these succubi?" When the fat man heard Lin Wei asking about the price, he immediately smiled. A female succubus is sold for 10,000 Norlands gold coins, while a male succubus is sold for 12,000. You know, the succubus is in the faraway east continent, and these ones look great, so they'll be very expensive. Especially the succubus in the 5th cage. You can see she's really beautiful. But she often falls into this coma. I don't know if she has some disease, so I recommend buying the other 3. The fat man told Lin Wei the reason very sincerely. He didn't want Lin Wei to come back and cause trouble for him after buying it. That's her. Lin Wei pointed at the unconscious Baidi. Only Baidi is worth so many gold coins. No other succubus is qualified. Okay, Your Excellency, I will have her sent to your manor right away. The fat man was not worried that Lin Wei would default on his debt. This newly promoted Viscount, whose reputation is at its peak, will certainly cherish his reputation more than anyone else. Of course, Lin Wei had no intention of defaulting on his debt, although it was a bit painful to spend tens of thousands of gold coins. He thought the fat guy might give him a discount, but in the end he got nothing less. Lin Wei stretched out after walking out of the slave chamber of commerce. This trip actually yielded nothing except Betty. It seems that it is not easy to find subordinates with high stats among the slaves. Lin Wei no longer cares much about those with mediocre numbers. If the value is not high enough, it still depends on whether the special talent is attractive enough to Lin Wei. Perhaps I should take another look around His Majesty's Knights of the Reserve? Apart from anything else, those in His Majesty's Knights are all young talents for basic officers and are absolutely elite. However, it is not easy to obtain rewards from His Majesty the King. Lin Wei did not return to the manor directly, but went to the church to find a pastor. Although I don't know what's going on with Betty's abnormality, but what the priest is best at is dispelling and healing. Lin Wei has actually always wanted to recruit a pastor, but no pastor has been willing to recommend himself. These special soldiers, who can heal soldiers with magic essence, are as rare as magicians. It is also something that can be encountered but not sought after. Of course, there is a way to gain the loyalty of a pastor. For example, if you give the archbishop some financial support and help build a church, the archbishop will definitely be happy to send some lovely priestesses to help Baron Lin Wei. However, building a church would cost at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins, which was beyond Lin Wei's ability to afford at the moment. Apart from the priests under the archbishop, only some wild priests can be found in the Adventurers Guild. But Lin Wei plans to find time to go again. Now I have to go back and start recruiting Territorial militia. Recruiting militia is also an opportunity. Maybe Lin Wei can find a suitable talent to train among them. The news that Lin Wei was recruiting militia spread quickly. After hearing that Lin Wei would give each person a silver coin as enlistment fee, many young and strong men were eager to try. There was no way around it. Lin Wei was already very famous. Seeing the fully armed soldiers under Lin Wei, isn't this much better than being cannon fodder in leather armor under other lords? Lin Wei also said that anyone who became a militiaman would at least have bran cakes to eat. For the poor who have to deal with black bread all year round, bran bread is a luxury. Not to mention that Lin Wei also promised enlistment fees. In just one afternoon, Lin Wei recruited about 1,000 subjects. These strong and energetic young people will be a great help to Lin Wei in the future. Among them, there were 2 people with good stats who were specially noted by him. Action. Bravery, 67. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 70. Special talents, Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery. Anklo. Bravery, 65. Strategy, 70. Loyalty, 70. Special talents, Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery. The 2 brothers were both from farming and hunting backgrounds. They were famous sharpshooters in the village and always returned with a full load after hunting. In fact, hunters can live a good life as long as they can hunt prey. The 2 brothers working together can hunt medium-sized creatures such as deer. The reason why he joined Lin Wei's guards was because he had heard of Lin Wei's reputation. Nolan's is a martial country. Since Lin Wei has such a reputation, naturally more subjects are willing to serve him. In addition, after close contact, they discovered that this viscount was very generous and provided military pay and rations far more than other nobles. They became even more certain that they would have a bright future following Lin Wei. Lin Wei arranged these new recruits in the large open space behind the manor. That was the place where the Earl used to train new soldiers, and there were many built houses that could accommodate more than 3,000 soldiers. Lin Wei directly promoted Uxin and Ank Luo to team leaders and asked them to get up and run in the morning every day. Of course, Lin Wei doesn't know how to train soldiers, so Lin Wei will ask Norrell to come and help with training for 2 days. However, Norrell's coming here means that there is no one in charge in Luiska County. But for now, there is still peace and there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 28, I have to accept it if it's a free gift. Betty still had a terrible headache when she woke up. The surroundings are unfamiliar with the decoration. Several unknown calligraphy and paintings are hung on the wall as decoration. There is a table with a pot of green plants at the head of the bed. It seemed that she had come to the home of a nobleman in New Orleans. It was probably this noble who bought her from the slave trader. The severe side effects of the curse still affected her body. The rebellion of the Elders' Council and her confidants nearly cost her her life. She was displaced all the way and barely escaped to the northern continent. After escaping from the royal city, Baidi no longer had the demeanor of a queen. She used some magic that could cause a person's cognitive state to be distorted so that she wouldn't be deprived of her innocence while she was unconscious. This little magic can make anyone below the rank of Grand Magister suffer from temporary amnesia when he wants to harm her and forget what he just wanted to do. Are you awake? Elialu placed the tea on the table and smiled gently. Betty looked around with an expressionless face. As the queen of the succubus clan, she has been in a high position for a long time, and she unconsciously reveals this kind of coldness that keeps people at a distance. Where is this? New Lewis card collar. Elialu was called by Lin Wei. The new head maid has been selected, and Elialu has more free time. The little succubus that Lin Wei bought was in a coma for a whole week. Even the priests we invited were helpless. Fortunately, although Betty has been in a coma, her physical condition is gradually improving. Of course, Betty understood why her body was slowly getting better. She had signed a symbiotic contract with a powerful frost dragon. The dragon's powerful recovery ability will help her slowly eliminate the curse in her body. Once she has removed the curse, she will personally send those traitors to the gallows. Are you hungry? Eliulu's kind words made Betty nod subconsciously. After lying down for so long, I really need to eat to replenish some energy. Soon, another maid brought up food. A large bowl of potato soup, a bowl of stew with meat and vegetables, and a few pieces of white bread. It's luxurious and very much like Nolan's. This was specially prepared by Lin Wei for Bai Di, even though they couldn't usually eat such good food. There's no way around it. A mix of meat and vegetables is a luxury. Now Lin Wei can't bear to eat it every day. However, in order to help the queen replenish her body and improve her favorability, Lin Wei was not stingy. Even the knowledgeable Bai Di knew that the food in front of her was of super standard configuration. Even with her experience of living in this world for more than 300 years, she still couldn't understand it. At least in the eyes of this nobleman whom he had never met, she was probably just a bought slave. What are the human race like, and what are the nobles like? Bai Di, who has lived on this land for more than 300 years, feels that no one knows their ugliness better than her. But no one can resist food. She was not afraid that the noble had added something strange to the food, as the magic that hindered cognition was still in effect. Norl handed over the training methods to Uxin and Ankro. These two new recruits promoted by Lin Wei do have strong learning abilities. This made Norl admire Lin Wei's vision. Lin Wei can always find promising talents among the vast crowd. After completing the task, he must quickly return to Luka. The training of thousands of soldiers soon got on track. In addition to basic chopping and stabbing movements, Lin Wei also encouraged them to practice fighting each other with wooden swords, which could greatly improve their ability to respond on the battlefield. Noller also brought 1,000 brand new swords, all of which were made by Biglin. As for the armor, Lin Wei planned to buy it directly from the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Although Biglin can also make iron armor, it is very time-consuming to create a full body armor. It is better to use this time to create 2 more long swords and sell them. But gold coins are becoming scarce again right now. After all, Biglin's power alone is limited. If he wants to arm a strong team, that little income is not enough. The tax revenue in the territory is not high, and after maintaining basic expenses, only a few hundred gold coins are left each month. This amount of gold coins is just a drop in the bucket for Lin Wei. He had to find some other way to make money. He wanted a heavy cavalry regiment, a magician guard, and if possible, he also wanted to train a Griffin cavalry regiment. But even Zeluk 13 only had a few thousand Griffin cavalry regiments besides the Royal Knights. This is definitely Nolan's trump card. If it weren't for an important battle, we wouldn't even see them appear. Master, the succubus lady has woken up. There was a sound of footsteps, and Eliulu was already behind him. Take good care of her. Lin Wei nodded, although he was very interested in this time traveler. But it was obvious that he had more important things to deal with right now. Earl of Faros had just come to visit, and he had not yet received him. Although Lin Wei had only met Earl Faros twice during the autumn expedition, he didn't know why the other party came to visit him. Lin Wei couldn't neglect him either. After all, the other party is an earl, and he is only a viscount now. Respected Earl Faros, it's a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, His Excellency Viscount Lin Wei. Faros greeted Lin Wei with a smile, not showing any anger at all for having to wait for Lin Wei for half an hour longer. Faros looked at Lin Wei quietly, as if trying to find out whether Lin Wei and Alia really had any relationship. But Lin Wei doesn't seem to have elven blood. Although his blonde hair is different from Nolan's mainstream hair color, blonde hair is not uncommon. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Earl Faros said directly, "It is like this, Viscount Lin Wei. I do have something to cooperate with you on this occasion." When Lin Wei heard about cooperation, he immediately became interested. This should be the purpose of the other party's visit. I hope to establish good trade relations with the new Lewis territory. Please allow my caravan to come here to do business. Open up trade routes. Although it is understandable, there is no need to visit in person. Earl Faros's territory is close to the royal city. Isn't the market there better? Although New Lewiska territory is relatively rich, it is close to the orcs after all, and there will be more accidents at such a long distance. What on earth does this Earl of Faros want? Before Lin Wei could figure out the key point, Earl Faros said, "If you agree, the 300 northern horses I brought with me will serve as a testimony of our friendship." 300 northern horses. 300 gold coins per horse means 90,000 gold coins. Such a generous gift made Lin Wei almost think that he was the other party's illegitimate child. This is totally unreasonable, isn't it? Does it always feel like the other party is rushing to give him a gift? Seeing that Lin Wei was a little confused, he added, Miss Zeluka has been tutoring my daughter in magic. It's also a way of thanking Miss Silka for her help lately. Please don't refuse, Viscount Lin Wei. I didn't want to say it. But Pharaohs felt that if he didn't say it, these 300 northern horses might not be delivered. Hearing Zeluka, Lin Wei suddenly understood. It turned out that the person in front of him knew about his relationship with Zeluka, rushing here to bring benefits. Giving it to him would be like pleasing Silka and Alia. That's what I said. How could these nobles give me benefits for no reason? Lin Wei understood. Chapter 29 Winter. After seeing off Earl Pharos, the two had a pleasant conversation. In fact, logically speaking, Lin Wei should not get too close to the left-wing aristocrats. After all, although the left is the only dominant force now, once you have any connection with the left, everyone will prosper. This rebellion by the two right-wing dukes directly led to a right-wing purge. Even the rightists who did not participate in the rebellion were implicated or marginalized. If one day the leftists become too desperate and join them, Lin Wei would be in big trouble. However, it seemed that Pharos came here simply to make friends with Lin Wei. He did not extend an invitation to Lin Wei like Weiss, the president of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, did. Rather than representing the left, it would be more accurate to say that Pharos is doing it for himself. But now that these 300 northern horses were in his hands, there was naturally no possibility of returning them. It is not excessive at all for a guard corps of 1,000 men to form a heavy cavalry of 300 men. Even a team of 1,000 people is still too small for earldom. At least 5,000 soldiers must be stationed to barely meet the standards of an earl. There is still a shortage of soldiers, but Lin Wei is not in a hurry. The main reason is that he hasn't figured out how to earn gold coins. Bai Di seemed to be more beautiful than Lin Wei had imagined. When Lin Wei walked into the room, Bai Di was browsing Lin Wei's collection of books. The sunlight shines through the windowsill onto her flaxen hair, and through the sunlight you can see some of the fine hairs on the girl's face. She had two small black wings about the size of two palms growing on her back. She had no horns, but her round black tail was shaking in a strange rhythm. Occasionally it curls up, and occasionally it swings from side to side, as if indicating the mood of the owner of the tail. She wore a slave collar around her neck, but she could actually take it off at any time and it wouldn't affect her at all. A slave collar is simply not capable of restraining a person whose strength has reached that of a grand mage. However, if she didn't wear the slave collar, it might cause unnecessary trouble, so Betty didn't care about this tiny decoration. Hello. In fact, Bai Di had already noticed Lin Wei coming in, but she pretended not to notice, wanting to see how Lin Wei would react. She was holding Lin Wei's Lance of the Grey Forest in her hand, but Lin Wei pretended not to see it. Hello, Viscount Lin Wei. Bai Di didn't call him master, and Lin Wei didn't care. Although he could see Bai Di's panel, Lin Wei found it a bit strange that Bai Di had no loyalty, but only favorability. I think of a girl with a very elastic touch, but she doesn't even have any favorability. This is my favorite book. What do you think? Lin Wei talked to her normally, which surprised Bai Di. She thought that this noble would teach her a lesson when he heard that she didn't call Lin Wei master. I didn't expect the other party to not care at all. I find it very interesting that although human lifespan is short, we can always create works that will amaze people. Betty casually put the book back in its place and stretched lightly. Being a slave, she has no awareness of being a slave. Although Bai Di has traveled to this world for more than 300 years, she still retains many habits of Blue Star. Bai Di's every word and action reveals a sense of laziness and nobility. Lin Wei didn't say anything either. He knew clearly in his heart that the person in front of him was the queen. There are also talents such as dragon tamers and dragon slayers. Of course, Lin Wei would not choose to offend the other party. As long as you like it, you can make this your home. Lin Wei smiled, waved, and left. He didn't say anything more to Betty. A proper chat was enough. The main thing is to have a sense of presence, and then slowly uncover the secrets of the other person. He hasn't figured out how to improve the panel's favorability yet, and it's not a big deal after all. Bai Di didn't smile until Lin Wei left. This nobleman did seem a bit eccentric, as he could actually have such a peaceful conversation with a slave. Bai Di thought that if Lin Wei had any thoughts about her, he should just leave. But Lin Wei just chatted with her normally, and won a lot of her favor. So when Lin Wei left, he didn't notice that Bai Di's favorability towards him had increased by 5 points. In that case, just rest assured and wait until the curse disappears completely. Winter is coming. The gloomy sky was already filled with snowflakes the size of salt grains. Lin Wei must store more food before the heavy snow covers the ground. New Orleans is hot in the summer, but also very cold in the winter, with heavy snow often blocking all roads for months. The nobles were fine, but ordinary farmers would probably not survive the winter if they did not store enough food in the autumn. Hunters became the most popular profession at this time because there was never a shortage of small mammals such as hares and rats in the snow-covered jungle. A lucky hunter could hunt a deer, which could be sold for 3 gold coins. If the deerskin is intact, the price will be higher. When he was in Luiska, Lin Wei had never considered the life of a farmer because there were no orchards or dry fields. But since he has become the new owner of this territory, he must of course do his bit for those people who cannot survive the winter. He asked the housekeeper to post a notice that anyone willing to work on the farm in winter would receive food and wages. The daily reward was 3 copper coins and 3 full meals. This is enough to attract all farmers. Of course, there was work to do on the manor, such as feeding horses, clearing snow, and helping the manor's cooks prepare food for thousands of new soldiers. These things should have been done by the maid. Even if more than 50 maids worked from morning till night, it would be difficult to finish these tasks. But Lin Wei didn't. He only let the maids be responsible for cleaning within the castle. Compared to Count St. Martin, who used to let them do everything, Lin Wei was like an angel. The maids were grateful and naturally more loyal to Lin Wei. In fact, it is not impossible to ask a few serfs to help with these things. But Lin Wei didn't want any of his subjects to starve to death in his jurisdiction this winter. However, he didn't want the farmers who received assistance to think that the food was provided by Lin Wei for free, so he came up with a compromise. I want to expand my territory and recruit more soldiers next year. In addition to a reputation for bravery, a reputation for benevolence is naturally also important. Almost no nobles would pity the lower-class peasants. Most nobles would exploit them to get the last bit of value out of them. Influenced by Blue Star education, even if you become a person of a higher class, Lin Wei is definitely still very different from those native-born nobles. Chapter 30, Some Ordinary Daily Life. The heavy snow that arrived as expected covered the new Lewis Cardinal in white. Outside the manor, the sounds of children playing mixed with the smoke from cooking fires was the homely atmosphere that Lin Wei had been looking forward to. The snow is quite thick, but not so thick that we can't travel. This is just the first snowfall overnight. In another month or 2, the accumulated snow will make it difficult for the people to travel. The long winter lasts for more than 4 months. Lin Wei's long boots made a crunching sound as he stepped on the snow. Leaving a mark on this pure white snow made Lin Wei feel happy. The maids had already started clearing the snow in front of the door, and Lin Wei walked out of the castle. "Master, your cloak." Elialu, whose pretty face was slightly red due to the cold, tied a dark gray cloak for Lin Wei. In such weather, Elialu was obviously still wearing a maid's clothes, but the heavy coat had already covered Elialu's enchanting figure. Lin Wei felt a little lost when he couldn't see her shiny calves and flat belly. Although winter has just begun, farmers have already come to work on Lin Wei's estate. After arriving at the manor where the new recruits were training, Lin Wei looked at the soldiers who were training hard with some satisfaction. The basic values of these soldiers are actually not too low, because most of them are young and middle-aged, and their combat power values are generally around 30. After training, these soldiers can reach at least 50. After all, many of Lin Wei's guards were middle-aged, so their numbers were definitely worse than these strong young men. Ukshin and Ankro worked particularly hard. Because he was promoted to team leader by Lin Wei, as long as he performs well enough in the future, it is almost certain that he will become a knight. Many soldiers also saw Lin Wei coming over for inspection. Everyone has a rosy face and trains hard. Lin Wei got all the silver coins and bran cakes he promised. These good guys can only eat black bread made from wheat at home. You can actually enjoy better food here. So they were very satisfied and did not slack off in training. Climbing up the city wall, several guards saluted Lin Wei. "Master." These guards are the first batch of veterans trained by Noller. Most of them are middle-aged, but they do not have the slickness of veterans. Instead, they are full of energy. They followed Lin Wei to participate in the battle to capture the royal family, and admired the master's decision-making ability from the bottom of their hearts. This admiration was even more than a deification, making them feel that they would definitely win if they followed Lin Wei. If it weren't for Lin Wei, how could they have obtained such good weapons and equipment? Are you enjoying the admiring looks from the new recruits? Especially when they changed shifts and went to the tavern to rest and drink, the people's eyes that listened with relish satisfied their vanity. Outside the city wall was a vast expanse of white snow. In the distance, in a patch of low jungle, were the huts of some of the territory's hunters. Beyond that is a wide river. The river is fast-flowing and there are piranhas, which form a natural barrier. Across the river is the territory of the Orc tribe. The Orcs have not moved for a long time. In the past, the Achuo tribe would often use their canoes to cross the turbulent river to cause trouble for the new Louisa territory. But in the past 10 years, these orcs seem to have disappeared. This gave Linwei a bad feeling. The calmer the sea surface, the more likely it is that there is a violent storm hidden beneath it. Congratulations, Zeluka. You are now officially a high-level magician. Instead, Landini smiled and handed the badge symbolizing a high-level magician to Zeluka. Zeluka was the one who got the snow at the end of summer, and not long after winter came. He had already obtained the high-level magician badge. Should I say that she is worthy of being a student favored by Lady Alia? Zeluka achieved a height that an ordinary person could not reach in his entire life in such a short time. Even the most powerful magician in the legend does not have such a fast speed. Countless people with some talent can only linger as intermediate magicians throughout their lives. Thank you, Teacher Lanne. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to meet the teacher. Zeluka was sincerely grateful to Landini for giving her this opportunity. Of course, there are many benefits to being Alia's student. For example, she can browse the books in the Magic Academy at will, and she can also learn many almost lost magics from Alia. Zeluka, you are really talented. I think you will definitely become the youngest Grand Mage on this continent. Zeluka just smiled, compared to the distant Great Magician. After becoming a senior magician, she also had the opportunity to return to Linwei. The teacher promised her a week's vacation, but I can't go back until next spring. Now Nolan's is covered with snow and carriages can no longer pass through. I have also privately asked the teacher if he has teleportation magic. Alia just knocked her head and told her not to be curious about these forbidden magics. Just as Zeluka was about to return to her room to continue reading the magic book, a voice that made her feel unpleasant rang out. Miss Zeluka, I finally see you. You are as beautiful as a rose blooming in a garden. Just one look and I was hooked. A young man with golden hair and dressed in royal clothes was madly expressing his love to Zeluka. He is also a student at the Magic Academy. After Zeluka's rise to power, he became madly infatuated with Zeluka. Confess your love to Zeluka in front of all the students in the school. Then I was ruthlessly rejected. Although it is actually a shame for the royal family for a royal family member to propose to a cat girl. But considering Zeluka's unparalleled talent and Alia behind her, Zeluka 13 turned a blind eye to this matter. He's just a little prince anyway. Zeluka showed a look of disgust. She had been harassed by this suddenly appearing prince for some time. She had rejected him many times. But he was like a sticky candy that couldn't be shaken off, always finding ways to create an accidental encounter with Zeluka. Your Highness Michelle, I think I've already told you that I only want to study magic seriously right now. I don't have any other thoughts for the time being. Of course, Zeluka did have some thoughts in this regard. I have no such thoughts about Marshall. Who among these greasy nobles and royals would even give her a second glance before she showed her talent? Only Linwei gave her a ray of light when she was at her lowest and most helpless. She has made up her mind to stay with Linwei forever. Oh, Miss Zeluka, your voice is still so beautiful. It doesn't matter. You don't accept me because you don't know me well enough. I will come again next time. Please give my regards to Duke Alia. Michelle didn't continue to pester him. He could only impress Zeluka and would never dare to use any tough measures. Because his father, King Zeluka 13, has warned him more than once that he must never offend Duke Alia. Of course Michelle would not touch this bad luck. In addition, he is quite confident about his appearance and family background. For a girl like Zeluka who has not yet fallen in love, as long as he pursues it persistently, sooner or later, Zeluka will be moved by his sincerity. In order to take over his brother's position, Zeluka is an indispensable force. Chapter 31, Let's go find the master together. Greetings, Viscount Linwei. Linwei, who had just come down from the city wall, was originally preparing to go back to handle government affairs. The political officer is already looking for a new candidate. However, Linwei must choose someone with high loyalty. So when Nelancel came to find him, he was still a little surprised. Perhaps the magician Narancel is also a good choice? What's wrong? Narancel has been in the territory for some time. He usually studies magic in his room. Oh, nothing, just a little too boring. There were no magic books for Linwei to study in his territory, and apart from daily meditation, there seemed to be nothing else to do. He did feel a little bored. But this is exactly what Linwei wants. Nelancel, are you interested in being a political official? Of course, the reward will definitely not be small. Nelancel was a little surprised to hear that Linwei wanted to give him the job of political officer. But he still shook his head. I'm just studying magic, and I really don't have much interest in government affairs. Master, I can also train a magician apprentice for you. If there's a suitable person, Linwei suddenly realized. However, if you want to learn magic, your strategy value must not be low, and it is best to have special talents. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make significant progress in the field of magic, and more resources and time would naturally be spent. Lin Wei nodded, agreeing. It is true that magicians can be trained better by themselves, but it will cost more gold coins and time accordingly. There is no better way to make money at the moment, which gives Lin Wei a headache. He was not so lucky to recruit another blacksmith as good as Biglin. Biglin is the successor of the Forge of Courage and is a blacksmith with special affixes. The ironware made by ordinary dwarves is naturally much inferior to that of Biglin. Winter is more difficult to endure than Lin Wei had imagined. Lin Wei thought that providing work to the farmers would be enough for them to survive the cold winter, but what he didn't expect was that the food in the castle was running out. It is getting colder now, and it will take more than a month before the ice and snow show signs of melting. This is not good news. So the loyal steward suggested to Lin Wei that they should let the farmers fend for themselves. If it weren't for these farmers, the food in the Lord's mansion would be enough for Lin Wei to survive for dozens more winters. When the family of Count St. Martin was massacred, almost everything in the castle was taken away by the guards sent by the king. Even the warehouse was in a mess. Only some worthless works of art were left. Of course, he could ignore the lives of these farmers at any time. However, he has already established himself as a brave and benevolent person, and being so capricious will only reduce the confidence of his subjects in him. Either don't do it in the beginning, or do it to the end. Quitting halfway through is the worst possible outcome. Lin Wei frowned. But he soon came up with a solution. Hunting. There are many animals in the snow-covered jungle, including many hares, long-eared mice, and reindeer. Letting soldiers equipped with longbows go hunting in the woods is also a way to train them. Normally, there are only dozens of hunters in the village. With the addition of Lin Wei's 1,000 soldiers, I'm afraid the prey in the jungle will be greatly reduced. For a long time to come, hunters who rely on the jungle for their livelihood will probably have a relatively difficult time. Of course, Lin Wei would not compensate the hunters for this, because hunters have always been a group of people in the territory that is richer than farmers and miners. This year is the first winter in New Luiska territory. Lin Wei will be well prepared for the coming year, and such a thing will definitely not happen again. After this winter, a spring breeze blows away the melted snow. Lin Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Only when all the prey in the forest was almost hunted did he reluctantly keep his promise. Looks like I need to plant or buy more wheat. Wheat is the main raw material for making bread. Also great for bulk storage. After a long winter of training, the two young men, Ukshin and Ankro, have both made considerable progress. Ukshin, bravery, 79. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 80. Special talents, eagle eyes, bow mastery. Anklo, bravery, 75. Strategy, 70. Loyalty, 80. Special talents, eagle eyes, bow mastery. The bravery that was originally only in its 60s has now reached over 70. Although there is still a certain gap between him and Norl, compared with the reserve knights of the Kingdom Knights, it is also an upper middle level. The guards, who had been training intensively throughout the winter, were now about 40 years old. He is now able to freely swing the long sword made by Biglin. 300 of them received equestrian training, and 300 of the 1,000 soldiers were trained as cavalry. It's a pity that there are no bandits nearby, otherwise Lin Wei could have let them conduct practical training. Only soldiers who have seen blood can be considered qualified soldiers. Zeluka was obviously very happy when he returned to Luka's territory. As soon as the ice and snow melted, she got on the carriage led by Lu Yika. She is already a high-level magician and has her own wizard robe and wand. These were gifts given to her by Alia. She was accompanied by several guards, elite troops specially arranged by Arya for her. However, if there are really some ignorant bandits who want to cause trouble for Zeluka, they will probably be greeted by Zeluka's fireball technique. A high-level magician is enough to replace hundreds of well-armored elite soldiers on the front battlefield. Of course, this is assuming there are no anti-magic weapons. However, Zeluka's carriage did not carry Lin Wei's family emblem. This was also specially arranged by Alia. Even if Zeluka returned home, he could not let others know that he was a magician of the Lin Wei family, because this would bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Wei. Once you enter Lewis Cardinal, you will naturally be subject to inspection and questioning. Facing the soldiers led by Luiska, Zeluka could take out his knight badge. This was given to her by Lin Wei. Seeing that it was Lewis Cardinal's family emblem, the soldiers quickly let him pass. And Shiona. When Zeluka returned home, he gave Shiona a big surprise. The long-awaited reunion of the two cat girls made Shiona's eyes a little sore. Zeluka, you've changed a lot. During the time he studied in the royal city, Zeluka's temperament did change a lot. Although she is still that gentle and soft girl. But there was no trace of inferiority and cowardice between his brows. This made Shiona happy for Zeluka from the bottom of her heart. Where's the master? Zeluka looked towards the place where Lin Wei used to live. At this time, Norl also walked in from the door. Don't you know that the master is in New Louisville? Zeluka suddenly realized. Yes, Lin Wei is no longer that little baron. As a viscount, it was normal for him to be in a new territory. But it took more than a day to get here from the royal city. If I go to New Louis Card again, I won't have much time left to spend with Lin Wei. Thinking of this, she took in Shiona's hand and said, let's go find the master together. Chapter 32. Is this the wealth a viscount should have? Your Highness Michelle, Miss Zeluka has left the royal city. A guard is reporting Zeluka's itinerary to Michelle. Zeluka left the royal city? Michelle suddenly perked up. Zeluka actually left the royal city? Where did she go? Your Highness, I don't know. They went south. You know, Miss Zeluka is a high-level magician. If we follow her, we will definitely be discovered. Michelle scowled. But it doesn't matter. Since we know that Zeluka went south, we can just ask the nobles living in the south whether Zeluka passed by their place. I understand. You go down first. The guards bowed and then retreated. A dog-headed orc who had been in Marshall's palace finally spoke up. Your Highness Michelle, who is Zeluka? Michelle said indifferently. Who is Zeluka? He has nothing to do with the Monled priest. Monred grinned, revealing several sharp fangs, and said, of course, dear Prince Michelle. As long as you open the gate of Blackstone Castle in the south, I promise that this will be a pleasant cooperation. By then, all the dog-headed men who have entered the royal city will become your strongest force. When you become the king of Norlands, will you still be afraid of not having women? By then, Miss Zeluka will also obediently become your woman, right? Monard's tone was not very good. Even though he used honorifics, Michelle could still sense the contempt in his tone. Monred put on his cloak and walked towards the door. Next April, we will cross the Rema River and capture Fort St. Martin in one fell swoop. Michelle didn't say anything, but just watched the orcs leave silently. As the third prince, it was impossible for him to compete with his elder brother for the throne. His father, King Zeluka XIII, had already determined his future king status. If you want to reshuffle the cards, you can only create greater chaos. It was he who instigated the rebellion of the right-wing nobles in the past and helped the kingdom of Rema. But I didn't expect that Zeluka XIII was so lucky and didn't die. The Orc Kingdom can only wait until next year to have another chance. Not only that, the two uncles who were originally loyal to him were also purged by Zeluka XIII this time. The voice of his mother, who had originally supported him, also changed. Fortunately, his greedy father asked for the forest and plains of the Rema Kingdom. In order to completely occupy the plain and forest, Zeluka XIII would have to send out at least 100,000 guards. He only needs to become the lord of that territory by inheriting the title of Blackrock Castle, show weakness to the enemy, and then cooperate with the orcs from inside and outside. The Achuo tribe can reach the royal city in an instant. I'm afraid that his incompetent elder brother and damn father will not be able to react in time. Blackstone Castle is the largest fortress in Lin Weishin's territory. It was originally built as a solid city defense to fight against the orcs. Blackrock Keep is comparable in size to Fort George and Rema, and as long as Blackrock Keep exists, the orcs will find it impossible to come to the royal city. Although many viscounts and barons have been granted outside Blackstone Castle due to development in recent years, the royal city will never be in any danger as long as this hinterland is not lost. Of course, he did not take those feudal viscounts and barons seriously. He didn't think that apart from Blackrock Castle, there were other nobles who could stop the orc army. Bai Di enjoyed a very comfortable life in Lin Wei's territory. Quiet and comfortable. It even made Bai Di feel a little obsessed. Lin Wei rarely appeared in front of her. He focused more on training soldiers and handling government affairs, to the point that Bai Di wondered if she had been forgotten by Lin Wei. But Lin Wei would make the chef remember what he liked to eat. For example, don't add salt to potato soup. White bread is toasted to be fluffier. In fact, the food in Luisco was really ordinary, and Betty, as the queen, had enjoyed more delicious food. There are even many rare monsters that are often placed on her dining table. But no matter what, Lin Wei always gave her a relatively comfortable place. She will accept Lin Wei's kindness. Although she didn't say anything now, when Lin Wei is really in danger, she will help Lin Wei through the difficulties. After living here for a long time, I naturally became familiar with some people. For example, Elialu, who always wants to drag her to cook delicious food together. Brother Action stuttered and was speechless when he saw her. There is also a reclusive half-elf wizard named Narancel. And the two little cat girls I met for the first time today. She was deeply impressed by the powerful magic of one of the cat girls. This young-looking little cat girl is actually a high-level magician? I always thought that Lin Wei was just an ordinary viscount. It was quite good for a viscount to have a junior magician serving him. But he not only has a senior magician stationed in the territory, he even made friends with a genius magician. Does that seem like a pretty good relationship? Zeluka was hugging Lin Wei's arm at this moment, and from time to time, he touched her plump breasts that had not yet fully developed. But Zeluka didn't seem to care at all, and Lin Wei even had reason to suspect that she did it on purpose. Elialu, who was standing by, didn't notice it. She hadn't seen Inshona for a whole winter, so she naturally missed her very much. As for Zeluka, it had been an even longer time since they last saw each other, so much so that Elialu felt a little strange. Zeluka, are you happy at the Magic Academy? In fact, Lin Wei wanted to ask her if she had been bullied. But when she remembered that Duke Alia was her teacher, she changed the way she asked. Happy. But I'm not as happy as staying with my master. Zeluka's little tail would unconsciously wrap around Lin Wei's calf, and then gently let go, as if expressing his longing for Lin Wei after a long separation. And Zeluka's panel also caught Lin Wei's eyes at this moment. West Luca. Bravery, 10. Strategy, 168. Rating S. Favorability, 100. Special talents, magic affinity, wisdom blessing, knowledgeable, advanced magician. Compared with the previous strategy of just over 100, it has now reached a rather exaggerated level. The evaluation even became S. But why did this loyalty become favorability? Lin Wei was a little confused. The favorability level of 100 made him understand why Zeluka acted so close to him. He was apparently quite normal when he left, so what strange knowledge did he learn in the capital? Lin Wei had no idea about Zeluka. Letting her go to the royal city to study, paying her tuition, and winning people's hearts were all his means to make Zeluka loyal to him. But for some reason, things always develop in strange directions. To be honest, Lin Wei doesn't think he is a good person. On the contrary, he is selfish. He bought Zeluka from the slave trader with the intention of taking advantage of him. If Zeluka didn't have such a good talent, he would probably live in darkness forever. Just as many chaotic thoughts were running through his mind, Zeluka suddenly said, "Master, this is..." Betty, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect that she would be called out suddenly. But she wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she said calmly, "Ms. Zeluka, my name is Baidi." He was a slave bought by Viscount Lin Wei. "Hello, Miss Betty." Zeluka called Lin Wei master, and she already had some guesses in her mind. It is very likely that this little cat girl was also bought by Lin Wei. A purchased slave actually possessed such extraordinary talent? Betty's mind became more active. Speaking of which, these people around Lin Wei are all very extraordinary. It doesn't quite fit in with Baidi's understanding of human nobility. Is this the wealth a viscount should have? Chapter 33 Night Attack on Lin Wei's soft bed. Lin Wei had also considered the possibility of being attacked at night. After all, Xiao Zeluka has a criminal record. But it's okay for Zeluka. I don't know why Elialu also came to join in the fun today. The two of them held pillows and stood timidly in front of Lin Wei's door, looking pitiful. It seemed as if Lin Wei would become an unforgivable sinner if he refused their request. "Master, owner." Lin Wei rubbed his brows and said helplessly, "Can't sleep?" Zeluka nodded. "The wind is so strong outside." Zeluka is scared. A senior magician said the wind is strong, right? Isn't this excuse a bit too lame? How about we find a more reasonable reason? Lin Wei looked at Elialu, obviously wanting to see what excuse his little maid would come up with. I just want to relive the feeling of eating and sleeping with Master Lin Wei. Elialu and Lin Wei were born on the same day. The two grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Before the age of 5, Lin Wei even thought that this little maid was his older sister. It wasn't until she was 6 years old and Elialu put on a maid outfit that Lin Wei understood. It turned out that she was a personal maid that Baron Ryan had found for him since he was a child. However, Elialu hasn't slept with him since she was 10 years old. As Elialu gets older, her figure is getting better and better. Even Lin Wei, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had to admit it. Elialu and Silka are both super beauties who are in his strike zone. Okay, just this once. Lin Wei opened the door a crack. The girls immediately rushed into Lin Wei's room holding pillows. The wide bed was more than enough to accommodate the girls, but Lin Wei didn't like the feeling of sleeping in the same bed with others, because he doesn't know whether his sleeping posture is good or not. Of course, except for the beautiful girl's request. I sighed softly in my heart, but still fell asleep with a heavy heart. After Lin Wei's breathing became even, Zeluka quietly moved to Lin Wei's left side, stretched out her tender white hand, and interlocked her fingers with his. This cautious feeling, like a thief, made Zeluka's pretty face blush. Fortunately, Elialu seemed to have fallen asleep as well. This made the little cat girl feel a lot more relaxed. Although she wanted to do something else secretly, It would be difficult for her to do so with Elyulu around. The familiar smell of Lin Wei made her feel at ease. Before I knew it, I fell asleep in a deep sleep. When Zeluka's breathing became even, the thief-like Elyulu secretly gave Lin Wei a light kiss on the cheek. As if he felt it was not enough, he kissed her a few more times. Lin Wei had a nightmare last night. In the dream, my hands, feet, and neck were tied by a hairy demon, and it became difficult for me to breathe. Then it was as if I had fallen into the water, with my cheeks being rubbed by slippery little fish. So when the sunlight shone through the windowsill onto his face, he felt like he had survived a disaster. Neither Elyulu nor Silka woke up. The sleeping postures of the two girls are really not very flattering. Lin Wei carefully moved the calves and hands that were resting on him away, and then stood up. The head maid was already waiting in the hall. She had prepared breakfast for Lin Wei, Zeluka, and the others. Breakfast was a large loaf of toasted white bread with jam. Baidi and Ankiyuna were already at the table. And Shiona was fine. She was just eating by herself. Baidi looked at Lin Wei with a rather strange look, as if she was meeting her for the first time. Until everyone saw Zeluka and Elyulu coming out of Lin Wei's room. The head maid didn't say a word, and Shiona widened her eyes. But Betty was much calmer at this moment, as if this was the appearance of the human noble she was familiar with. Lin Wei smiled awkwardly and pulled out a chair for himself and sat down. He also didn't want to explain that nothing happened last night. Even if it really happened, so what? I'm a noble. What's wrong with sleeping with my own maid? Is that okay? After staying in New Luiska for 2 days, West Luiska had to go back. Because the vacation granted to her by the teacher has already expired, even if she takes it back from New Luiska now, she may still be 1 day late. Although I am very reluctant to leave, I can only wait until the next time we meet. When she returns, she must learn the magic of the mage as soon as possible and become a mage recognized by even her teacher. This way she could return to Lin Wei openly without having to worry about anyone else's feelings. Perhaps by that time, she might have the courage to express her feelings. Master, I'm leaving. Waving to Lin Wei, Zeluka and her guards set out on their journey back to the royal city. And Shiona was originally planning to go back to Louis Card to collect it, but Lin Wei asked her to stay. Because the 300 northern horses sent by pharaohs are not obedient enough yet, they need someone who is good at animal training to teach them. And Shiona naturally would not refuse. Being able to help Lin Wei become stronger is also the prerequisite for her stable life. Master, the annual Eagle Gladiator Tournament is about to begin in a month. The loyal butler kindly reminded Lin Wei of this matter, although he actually didn't think Lin Wei could get the Golden Eagle Gladiator badge. Because there will be a lot of people attending the event, it is a great honor to receive the Eagle badge. In addition to enjoying free shop services, you can also get discounts from most chambers of commerce. If someone holding a badge comes to Lin Wei's territory, those pubs and restaurants will be open to the badge holder for free. But people with badges rarely eat or drink for free. I see. Participants in the gladiatorial games could not be magicians and could only rely on their physical strength to gain glory. If we have to say who in Lin Wei has the best chance of participating, it would only be Norl. The badge that Lin Wei had traded to Zeluk 13 belonged to Edward, known as the kingdom's sword saint. His grandfather possessed great martial arts skills, but he still died in a battle. Therefore, it does not mean that if you are powerful enough, you can do whatever you want in this world. Even a great magician would be helpless in the face of a sufficiently large army. In addition to magic immune equipment, the magic power of the Grand Magister is also limited, and they cannot cast magic all the time. The only way to increase your magical power is to meditate every day to broaden your spiritual strength. The event is held once a year, so it doesn't matter if you don't attend. Anyway, the value of getting a badge is not as good as training a few more powerful soldiers. Only in this way can we have the possibility of survival in this era when war may break out at any time. Advocating personal force is probably not feasible in this era. After all, isn't even the most powerful creature on this continent, the dragon, often killed for glory? Although on the way to challenge the dragon, countless people who wanted to gain glory also died. Chapter 34. Things a noblewoman will never understand. When Federico saw Zeluka's carriage coming out of New Louisa, he thought his eyes were blurring. After repeated confirmation, it was confirmed that the emblem on the carriage was indeed Duke Arias. Alia actually went to New Louis Cardinal. Is there any connection between the two? Considering that Lin Wei's originally shabby Louis card collar had developed to such a level, Fedra didn't believe that there was no one's help. But he never figured out who was helping Lin Wei. If this is the person, then all of Lin Wei's actions seem to make sense. With the support of a great mage duke, even if he is a pig, he will be able to take off. He secretly sighed at Lin Wei's good luck and felt deeply regretful for what he had done before. How come he didn't hear anything when he was on good terms with Baron Ryan? Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to sever his relationship with Lin Wei after Baron Ryan's death. However, he came to New Lewis Card this time not to repair his relationship with Lin Wei by himself. Instead, he planned to let his daughter Lena do it. Lena can be considered as Lin Wei's childhood sweetheart. Because they had been engaged in the past, the daughter always wanted to marry Lin Wei when she was young and ignorant. Later, for some reason, he became much more restrained. When his daughter Lena heard that the engagement with Lin Wei did not need to be continued, she did not say a word. She just remained silent for a long time. Lena, when you get to New Lewiska territory, you must build a good relationship with Viscount Lin Wei. After all, you two are childhood sweethearts. Viscount Lin Wei will definitely not miss you. No matter what, you were once his fiancée. Fedra added. After seeing the carriage with Arya's emblem coming out of Lin Wei's territory, he became more determined in his thoughts. We must find a way to make Lena Lin Wei's legal wife. Although Lin Wei is still a viscount, he owns an earldom. As long as he doesn't perform too badly, it is only a matter of time before he becomes an earl. If the Fedra family can get close to the earl and the daughter becomes a countess, then the Fedra family can be considered to have grown and prospered from under their own hands. When recording family history, his name must be mentioned prominently. Apart from anything else, he was confident enough about his daughter's pretty appearance. Lena didn't say anything. She looked out the window with a somewhat empty look in her eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to remember the afternoon many years ago when she played with Lin Wei. He protected Elialu behind him, and he felt like an unforgivable sinner. As a lady, isn't it natural for her to teach the maid a lesson? Actually, when I think about it now, it was probably because of the feeling of love deep in my heart. She couldn't understand why she was the fiancée. But Elialu can be closer to Lin Wei. She hasn't seen Lin Wei for a long time. When she learned that she didn't have to continue her engagement with Lin Wei, she felt relieved, but also felt like she was forever bound by an unbreakable shackle. Now that things have come to this, she has to rebuild her relationship with Lin Wei. She actually didn't want to take on the responsibility of the Fedra family. I understand, father. Lena opened the carriage door and walked towards Lewiska. She didn't say much. There's nothing much to say. Anyway, she is just a chip in her father's hand that may have some weight. Lin Wei was handling government affairs in the territory, and his feather pen kept drawing beautiful lines as his wrist shook. A cup of black tea was placed on Lin Wei's table. Lin Wei put down his pen and looked at Elialu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. So he asked with concern, "What's wrong, Elialu?" There was a rare hint of panic in Elialu's eyes. Before Elialu could answer, Lena's voice was heard at the door. "It's me, Lin Wei. Haven't seen you for a long time." Lena bowed and lifted her noble long skirt to ensure that she did not lose her composure at all. The light golden hair and familiar and handsome face made Lin Wei feel dazed. It's been a long time indeed. Lin Wei thought he would never see Lena again. "Why are you here?" Lin Wei's tone was cold, lacking the warmth of a childhood sweetheart reuniting. This attitude is even worse than treating strangers. "I just came to see my childhood sweetheart, okay? After all, you are still my fiancé in name only." Neither the engagement between the two nor the subsequent unilateral cancellation of it by Baron Fedra was made public. After all, this is something that is quite hurtful to the noble's reputation. No, it hasn't been that long. Your father unilaterally destroyed the relationship between our two families. I don't think you knew that, right? Engagement? Seriously, Lena, if you're talking about childhood sweethearts, I can still talk to you. But if you're talking about fiancé, I'll have to ask you to leave. Lin Wei made a gesture for Lena to leave. If Lena dared to mention the word fiancé again, several guards would definitely come and ask her to leave Lin Wei's study. "I'm sorry for my father's snobbery, Lin Wei." Lin Wei shook his head. "You don't need to apologize. After all, you are just a tool for Baron Fedra's marriage. Didn't you dislike me when I was still the Baron's son?" Lin Wei gave a self-deprecating smile. He will always remember that afternoon when Lena wanted to teach Elialu a lesson. He protected Elialu behind him, and the image of Elialu's panic-stricken look still lingers in his mind. In his heart, Elialu is not just a maid, but also a family member. In this world where he has nothing, Elialu is the only family member he recognizes. Whenever someone wants to hurt his family, that is his enemy. Lena noticed Elialu standing behind Lin Wei. Even Lena had to admit that Elialu was indeed a beauty. Even though she is the daughter of a baron, apart from this identity, she seems to have nothing that can compare to Elialu. She is not as beautiful as Elialu, nor as gentle as Elialu. "That's great. You still dote on your maid," Lin Wei said coldly. "If that's all you have to say, then you can leave now." Lena felt deeply disappointed. Even after so many years, Lin Wei hasn't changed at all. She is obviously Lin Wei's fiancée. Why is it that maid who is being protected behind him? Lena stopped talking and just looked at Lin Wei in silence. Head maid, send Miss Lena down to rest. Don't neglect her. The head maid who had been standing outside the door finally came in and gestured for them to come in. After all, Lena is also the Baron's daughter. Even though Lin Wei is a viscount, directly driving Lena away will affect his reputation. He didn't want to be described as a petty-minded aristocrat. He will have to trade with more chambers of commerce in the future, so reputation is very important. Of course, if he really had to choose between fame and Elyulu, he would choose Elyulu without hesitation. Only after Lena left did he reach out and hold Elyulu's little hand. Feel the warmth and comfort from Lin Wei. Elyulu's mood calmed down a lot. No matter what time, the young master always stands in front of her. Be her sun that never sets. What if Lena appears again? She will no longer be her nightmare. Chapter 35 Dragon Lady. 10 large boxes were neatly stacked in the yard of the manor. These wooden boxes have the emblem of the Far East Chamber of Commerce on the outside, and each box is neatly packed with 10,000 Nolan's gold coins. This is the gold coins earned from the equipment that Biglin recently built. Relying on the rich mineral output, it became Lin Wei's endless cash cow. There are 100,000 gold coins here, which is enough to double the size of the soldiers. Heavy cavalry can also be quickly put on the agenda. Lin Wei has had enough of living without gold coins. He stood in the manor and watched the guards carry the gold coins into the castle. These 100,000 gold coins seemed like a lot, but if they were used on a new team, for example, to expand 1,000 soldiers, he would need to spend 1 silver coin per person. 1,000 people would be 100 gold coins. These are all small heads. The real big heads are the full body armor on them. To purchase a set of shiny iron armor, even with the discount from the Far East Chamber of Commerce, it would cost 10,000 to arm 1,000 people. Horse armor is even more expensive, considering the pension after death in battle, daily expenses, and the cost of purchasing raw materials such as iron ore. Lin Wei felt that these 100,000 gold coins would not last long in his pocket. Although the development speed is already very fast, Lin Wei is not satisfied. 2,000 soldiers sounds like a lot, but it is not enough. Moreover, these are just basic arms. If you want those special arms, you will have to spend a lot of money. He must have more gold coins. Last year, Zeluka suffered a great loss in the autumn expedition. I don't know if there will be any new moves this year. However, Lin Wei estimated that even if there was, it would be to cause trouble for Yade. Because the plains and forests used for plunder in previous years have been occupied by Nolans and have become Nolan's legal territory. Many left-wing nobles have even been granted fiefs. It will not be long before there will be many new territories and Norland's people immigrating to that vacant land. But it has nothing to do with Lin Wei for the time being. It was already afternoon when we finished dealing with today's government affairs. Lin Wei stretched. He was quite wealthy and planned to visit the Slave Merchants Association. This morning, I received a message from the fat president. He told Lin Wei that a new batch of goods had arrived. Of course, Lin Wei would not refuse. This is a good opportunity to discover talents. When Lin Wei and AI Lulu appeared at the door of his Chamber of Commerce, the fat man with a smile on his face was already waiting for Lin Wei. Respected Viscount Lin Wei, you are finally here. The fat man was well informed and knew that Lin Wei had been doing business with the Far East Chamber of Commerce and would definitely not be short of money. He saw with his own eyes that the carriages of the Far East Chamber of Commerce were filled with boxes of gold coins. Now the way he looked at Lin Wei was not like looking at a noble, but rather like looking at a moving gold coin. Lin Wei nodded. In fact, he was quite interested in the new stuff that the fat man mentioned. Elyulu followed behind obediently. The guards were 2 guards, 2 elite soldiers specially selected by action for Lin Wei. When he arrived in the yard, Lin Wei could see that the carriage loaded with slaves seemed to have not been unloaded yet. However, the black cloth covering the body was removed. It is indeed a rare species. Most of them are subhumans with many gray and black scales on their bodies. Their limbs are about the same size as ordinary people, but they have a long, thin, scaly tail. This was the first time Lin Wei had seen this race. It can be vaguely identified that these are lizard men. In addition to the slave collars around their necks, they also had heavy shackles on their hands and feet. Antiquity. Bravery, 89. Strategy, 10. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. Scale hardening. A small amount of magic immunity. Rating, Lin. Bravery, 70. Strategy, 10. Loyalty, 0. Special talent. Scale hardening. Rating, B+. It is obvious that male lizard men have higher numerical values than female lizard men, which is normal. But what Lin Wei couldn't understand was why he had to wear heavy shackles and handcuffs when he had already been put on a slave collar. As if noticing Lin Wei's confusion, The fat man beside him explained, "Your Excellency, some of these lizard men have varying degrees of magic immunity. They're wearing magically restraining shackles and handcuffs for safety reasons." Lin Wei nodded. He finally understood what a small amount of magic immunity meant. If these lizard men can be trained, they can indeed become a help to Lin Wei. However, there are more than 200 lizard men here, so it will not be cheap to buy them. What's the price of these lizard men? When Lin Wei asked about the price, the fat man's face lit up and he said, "Viscount Lin Wei, if you buy them individually, each lizard man will cost 3,000 gold coins. If you buy them all, I'll only charge you 50,000 gold coins." These lizard men come from a tribe in the southern continent, on the edge of the orcs. It took a lot of effort to capture them, and it cost at least 20,000 gold coins. Although it was still a 50% profit, the price given to Lin Wei was indeed a big discount. The reason why the fat man showed such goodwill was, of course, because he saw Lin Wei's bright future and gave such a favorable price. It is almost certain that Lin Wei will become an earl. Judging from the ability Lin Wei has shown now, the title of Viscount may not stay with him for too long. By then, won't Lin Wei have the final say on the level of commercial taxes in the entire new Louiscard territory? Therefore, it is necessary to please Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't respond, as if he was considering whether it was worth spending 50,000 gold coins. He looked at these lizard men one by one. Most of these subhumans with obvious lizard features were indifferent to his visit. Many lizard men had flames of hatred flickering in their eyes, and they growled in an attempt to threaten Lin Wei. Lin Wei's guard immediately drew out the long sword in his hand, and the growling lizard man was instantly silenced. Lin Wei didn't care. Most of these lizard men had single-word names, and their bravery values were indeed worth the many gold coins Lin Wei paid to buy them. He was not at all afraid of not being able to tame the animal. With slave collars, these lizard men can't cause any big trouble. Soon, his eyes fell on a female lizard man lying in the corner. This female lizard man has bright scales on her body. Unlike those scales which are mostly gray and black, this strange white has a unique beauty. However, the female lizard men around her seemed to keep their distance from her. Even though this white lizard man was curled up in the corner, everyone still made room for her. Reina. Bravery, 108. Strategy, 40. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. White dragon blood, dragon scale hardening, dragon spirit blessing. Rating S. Dragon. Lin Wei thought there was something wrong with his eyesight. Among this group of lizard men, there is actually one with the blood of a white dragon. The most powerful creatures on this continent are dragons. In addition to their great strength, they also have an extremely wide range of mates. Even dragons that are powerful enough can change their size at will. Therefore, there are often many creatures with dragon blood. The person in front of me, probably the father or mother, is a giant white dragon. Lin Wei suppressed the throbbing in his heart and made the decision on the spot. I'll buy them all. Would you like to have someone go to the castle to get the gold coins, or should I have someone bring them to you later? The wrinkles on the fat man's face were all stretched out by his smile. He rubbed his hands and said, "Of course I trust Viscount Lin Wei's credibility. This isn't the first time we've done business. When you're free, you can just send the gold coins over, or just let me know and let me pick them up." Lin Wei's spending was even more generous than he had imagined. So many slaves were bought at will. Now the fat man can make a lot of money again. He called out to the guards, "Quick, transport all the slaves in these carriages to Viscount Lin Wei's manor." Chapter 36. The Fighting Dragon Lady. Reina is an abandoned baby. According to the grandmother who picked her up, her white scales represent nobility and beauty. Grandma was once the most powerful lizard man wizard in the village. 3 years ago, on an ordinary afternoon, he went out and never came back. It was not until her grandmother left that Reina realized that white scales were not a symbol of nobility and beauty at all. This meant something ominous. When she finally understood what the distant look meant, it was already too late. Without the protection of her grandmother, she became an isolated child in the village. They can only survive by catching rabbits and digging wild vegetables. She also became the target of bullying by the children in the village, and countless lizard men would beat and kick her when they had nothing to do. 3 years passed like this, and when Nolan's soldiers trampled on their peaceful home, Reina felt no sadness. Instead, it is a relief. Reina suddenly felt balanced, as she could allow these villagers who had made her live in hell to live a similar life. Her eyes remained dull as the two maids washed her body. Compared to her fellow lizards who have more lizard-like features, she looks more like a human, except for the white scales on her abdomen and arms. They are not like ordinary lizard men, whose faces are covered with scales. And there wasn't a single scale on Reina's body from her thighs to her ankles. This is very different from the lizard men. Cull. After cleaning Reina, She breathed a sigh of relief. However, when it came to putting Reina in the maid costume, she became troubled again. Reina has a thick tail. Although it is very beautiful, a hole must be cut at the back of her waist with scissors to let the tail out. After Inchiona quickly cut a hole of the right size on the back of the maid costume, Reina finally put on the maid costume. Before, the dirty little face obscured Reina's beauty, but now her fair and tender skin made Eliulu unable to help but gently touch it. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and her light red hair fell vertically to her waist like a waterfall. The pupils are red, and there are some shiny white scales on the ears. Eliulu also discovered 2 small bumps on her forehead, which looked a bit like horns were about to grow. The maid's white stockings on her tender white calves highlighted the beauty of her flesh, which was so stunning that even Eliulu, who was also a woman, felt dazed. Nice. It looks really good. If I had known this earlier, I would have read more books. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a single word to praise someone. When bringing Lina to Lin Wei's study, the little maid Eliulu kept paying attention to Lin Wei's expression. Fortunately, Lin Wei just nodded calmly without any extra expressions or movements. This made Eliulu feel relieved again. It seems that the master is not the kind of person who likes everyone he meets. You can't blame Eliulu for thinking too much. After all, among all the lizard men that were bought back, why was Reina the only one that received preferential treatment? Lin Wei settled the lizard people in an uncultivated wasteland outside the manor. There used to be an orchard here, but it was later abandoned. The lizard people didn't expect that not only did they get land to survive, but Lin Wei also called on the guards to help build wooden houses. When the lizard people heard that the house was being built for themselves, they worked extra hard. In just a day and a half, more than 200 wooden houses were built. Although it is much worse than the house built with red bricks, it is not worse than their previous living environment. The ratio of male to female lizard men is almost 1-to-1. Lin Wei's idea is very simple. That is to train the male lizard men and let the female lizard men work freely. These male lizard men have undergone systematic training and are equipped with iron armor, so they can exert a more powerful force than the human guards on the front battlefield. When the lizard men heard that they could get silver coins and food by joining Lin Wei's army, they agreed without hesitation. They had slave collars around their necks, so even if they resisted, it was useless. If Lin Wei can really do what he promised, then willing loyalty does not seem to be something unacceptable. However, Lin Wei's behavior puzzled many people in the territory. The Nolans hate most subhumans and are inherently xenophobic. Even the Rema people and the Yad people would be despised by them, not to mention the lizard men, who are subhumans with only a few human characteristics. If they were just slaves bought by Lin Wei and used as cannon fodder, the people would not say anything. But Lin Wei gave them land and a good living environment. They can even enjoy the same rights and interests as the subjects, and can get a silver coin for joining the army. This made the people very puzzled. After a period of peace, the people in the territory began to complain. The housekeeper also hinted to Lin Wei about this matter, which gave Lin Wei a headache. Although he wanted to do as he pleased, if someone with ulterior motives reported this matter to His Majesty the King, some people would inevitably think that he was an eccentric nobleman. Here, being unique is not a compliment. Before he becomes strong enough, Lin Wei will be ostracized. By then, he would most likely go from being the most promising viscount to a notorious viscount. Even if his territory is not deprived, it will become very difficult for Lin Wei to do business in the future. Lin Wei couldn't do business, and relying on the tax revenue from this little bit of land, he had no way to expand his territory, let alone expand his army. In order to avoid further expansion of the impact, he had people spread the word that these lizard men were his property and that they did not enjoy the same rights as the subjects. Lin Wei promised that the lizard men would not settle in New Louisa territory, nor would they get the land he gave them. They are only given a brief period of peaceful life due to training needs. With Lin Wei's assurance, the people stopped making trouble. Of course they believed in their lord, because Lin Wei had done everything he promised. In the hearts of his subjects, Lin Wei is a nobleman with considerable prestige who values his reputation. This is the result of his previous efforts. This sudden disturbance was quickly quelled. He didn't expect that the world's rejection of other races was more serious than he imagined. Of course, he wanted these lizard men to reproduce, preferably to form a city-state loyal to him. But it's clear that can't be done in Nolan's. This is all we can do for now. Master, please have some tea. It was not Eliulu who brought black tea to Lin Wei today. It's the little dragon girl Reina. From the mouths of those lizard men, Lin Wei learned the origin of the little dragon girl Lina. Because her scales are white, she has always been regarded as an ominous creature. In order to prove that what they said was right, The lizard people even used the inexplicable disappearance of the powerful lizard wizard who raised her as evidence. You know, lizard men are naturally inferior in strategy. It is unknown how many generations of mutations it would take for 1 or 2 wizards to appear. This is also the reason why Lena's grandmother has a high status in the tribe. Her grandmother's sudden disappearance naturally caused the rumors in the tribe to fall on Lena. One can imagine what kind of life Reyna had experienced before. However, although the lizard men often bullied her before, they did not go to the extent of killing her. We still gave Grandma Reyna some face and allowed her to continue living in the tribe. After spending so much time together, Reyna has actually adapted quite well to her current life. In addition to cleaning the castle every day, she would occasionally deliver tea or desserts to Master Lin Wei when Elialu was not around. Lin Wei was a good lord who treated all lizard men well. Although during the time when her grandmother disappeared, she was often bullied by the lizard people. But the little thin and pitiful love she received was truly felt from the lizard man. So she has quite complicated feelings towards the lizard men. Reyna, seeing Lena standing obediently aside, seemingly in a daze, Lin Wei gently called her name. Master, I'm here. Reyna, you must be quite strong, right? Lin Wei asked casually. In fact, with a bravery value of up to 108 points, it is clear that the little dragon girl in front of you must be quite capable of fighting. Even Noral's bravery value does not exceed 100. It's not small. When she first became a maid, Reyna broke several plates because she couldn't control her strength. She originally thought she would be blamed. But for some reason, the head maid was extremely tolerant of her and did not blame her. Lin Wei stood up and said, "Let's go to the training ground." Although Lena was a little confused, she still followed Lin Wei. Following Lin Wei to the place where the guards were training, Ukshin immediately came over. He showed a simple expression and secretly glanced at Lena behind Lin Wei. After finding out that it wasn't by D, he showed a disappointed expression. Master, why are you here? Ever since the guards got on track, Lin Wei rarely came to watch them train. Lin Wei did not answer Ukshin's question. Looking at Ukshin's bravery panel, which was now at level 79, he suddenly came up with a good idea. Ukshin, have you been slacking off in your training lately? In reply to your words, Master, I have been training very hard. I am ready to fight for you on the battlefield at any time. Lin Wei nodded. Very good. Then I will test the results of your training now. Ukshin asked doubtfully. How do you test me? Lin Wei made half a body of space and pointed at Reyna, saying, How about this, you fight my maid? If you win, I will immediately make you a knight. How about that? Ukshin was overjoyed to hear that Lin Wei was willing to make him a knight. Then please don't regret it. Your little maid looks very fragile. I will try to be lenient with her. I'm about to become the second knight to be knighted in Luiska County. Ukshin licked his lips. Lena was not tall, only reaching his chin, and her figure was even thinner. Ukshin just thought that Lin Wei wanted to make him a knight, and it was just an excuse. He would win beautifully and try not to hurt the beautiful maid. Lin Wei patted Reyna's shoulder and asked, How about it, are you interested in fighting him? Of course, if you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you. Lena nodded. Although the human in front of her looked powerful, he was only on the same level as the lizard villagers. If you pull them out individually, none of them can fight. Master, do you wish me to win? Although Lena's strategy is not very low, she cannot understand Lin Wei's true thoughts. Of course I want you to win. If you win, you won't have to be a maid anymore. I mean, whatever you want to do, I'll let you do it. Although being a maid is very stable, but the white dragon blood in her bones actually makes her more interested in becoming stronger. After hearing Lin Wei's answer, she also became a little excited. The two were already standing in the center of the training ground, and many guards came up to join in the fun. Some guards shouted, Captain Ukshin, you are really going backwards. You actually want to fight with the master's maid. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. If you ask me, Captain Ukshin, you should give her both hands. Otherwise, as a man, it will be embarrassing even if you win. Ankro was also watching with great interest. This little maid of Master Lin Wei should be a variant of the lizard man. Although lizard men are naturally much stronger than humans. But Lena is not an adult lizard man. Not only has her strength not developed at all, but Ukshin, who has undergone long-term training, cannot be defeated by an underage girl. Reyna didn't take these friendly jokes seriously. Ukshin also put away his cheerful expression and said, Are you ready, beautiful maid? I'm going to do it. Reyna nodded. Then, Ukshin rushed towards Lena at an extremely fast speed. He was ready to hit the maid on the back of the neck with a sharp knife and quickly end this farce. Facing Ukshin's sudden action, Lena stood there in a daze. As if he was scared silly. Ukshin smiled, and it was obvious that he was sure to win the competition. However, the moment he approached Lena, a tender white arm suddenly stretched out, and he felt as if his left arm was instantly fixed. Then I felt the world spinning in front of me. The body had an intimate contact with the earth. A beautiful, over-the-shoulder throw. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Akshin didn't even understand how he lost. How could this seemingly frail body possess such powerful strength? Are lizard men really that powerful? Just when Akshin fell into self-doubt, Lin Wei spoke. Akshin, you have lost your chance to be knighted. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. When you go to the battlefield in the future, you must perform well. Yes, sir. Akshin was willing to admit defeat. He stood up and bowed to the maid Lina and Lin Wei. Nolans, who advocates the use of force, respects every strong person. I didn't expect that a maid who looked weak beside Lin Wei could have such powerful strength. It seems that I need to work harder in my training. This way I will live up to the master's expectations. This attack just now made Lina's blood boil. The white scales on her arms seemed to open and close, and steam was faintly coming out. She always looks like this whenever she gets excited. Seeing that Lin Wei noticed it, Lina felt a little embarrassed. She immediately stood behind Lin Wei. Chapter 37. Creamy Sauce with a Different World Flavor. Lin Wei gave Lina a platform to show herself. Since the day she defeated Akshin, she has been able to train individually. In Lin Wei's words, if Lina trains for a while, she might be able to shine in the gladiator arena. After all, she is a maid with considerable fighting talent. Bai Di watched with great interest as outstanding talents appeared one after another around Lin Wei. To be honest, as a Blue Star person, she could tell at a glance that Lin Wei was not that simple. A down-and-out baron can gain fame by expanding his territory. Even every time, we can get outstanding talents from slave traders. Could this be the legendary Destiny Child? She didn't think of Lin Wei as a time traveler. Although Lin Wei is usually gentle to others, we can learn from the people in his territory that he has been so outstanding since he was a child. His personality did not change drastically in the short term, and he usually spoke with the accent of a Nolan's noble, without any Blue Star vocabulary. So Betty just thought he was a man with great luck. It's a pity that Lin Wei did not say nothing, but he deliberately restrained himself a lot after Bai Di came. It just doesn't show up normally. After spending some time together, Lin Wei discovered that Bai Di's favorability level had reached 30. Although it is not high, the favorability and loyalty are completely different. If this thing is of full value, then I like it. Around 30 is just the limit for being friends, and Lin Wei has achieved what he wanted. Make friends with Betty, and when Lewis Card County encounters an unstoppable disaster in the future, Betty can provide appropriate assistance. That's what Lin Wei was looking forward to. In his spare time, after handling government affairs, Lin Wei would figure out how to make money. As an ordinary Blue Star person, he actually did not master any skills of time travel. Just an ordinary otaku. He knew nothing about refining salt or inventing water wheels. Don't ask, I just don't know. It's not that distilled liquor has not been considered, but because of the existence of alchemy in this world, distillation has already been developed. Especially in Yade, where the alchemy industry is well developed, this technology has already been passed on to Rima and Nolans. They usually drink low-alcohol fruit wine, but alchemy often requires things like alcohol, so Lin Wei felt helpless. Because there is nothing left for him to do. There are relatively few desserts in this world, mostly sweet jams and puddings. Butter existed, but cream had not yet been invented. Lin Wei felt that if he could make butter bread, he would be able to make a lot of money. However, eggs and milk can be considered luxuries in this world. Even if it was produced, it could only be food enjoyed by the nobles. Just do it. Lin Wei called Elialu over. Elialu, are there any eggs and milk left in the manor? Elialu nodded. There are several dairy cows and a dozen long-tailed chickens roaming freely on the estate. So Elialu asked, Master, do you want fried eggs or boiled eggs for dinner today? Lin Wei shook his head. Go to the kitchen and get some eggs and milk. I need them. Yes, master. Add the butter and start beating. The cream was harder to shape than Lin Wei had imagined. The cream gradually took shape until my arms became numb. After adding a little honey, a bowl of cream with an otherworldly flavor is born. Looking at the fluffy cream, Elialu's face was full of confusion. I call this thing Louisa cream. Cream, Lin Wei said as he dipped his finger in some cream and gave it to Elialu to taste. Elialu was a little shy at first, but still stretched out her small tongue and licked the cream. A strange fragrance and the sweetness of honey permeate the taste buds. Her eyes suddenly became bright. Master, is this cream? It's really delicious. Elialu began to express her thoughts. This is a brand new dessert that has never been recorded in a recipe. The production method is not difficult. The only thing that is a little difficult is the raw materials. He put a little more butter on the bread and handed it to Elialu. The flavor of cream bread is a delicacy that every girl with a sweet tooth cannot refuse. After the two of them had a hearty meal, Lin Wei said. Ai Lulu. You can only tell the maids in the manor and in Shona about this method of churning the cream, and ask them to keep it strictly confidential. Eliulu nodded. She also understood what such a sweet treat that was sure to be a hit represented. The reason why Lin Wei trusted the maids in the manor was that he could see the panel and found that the minimum loyalty of these maids was 80. This means that there is almost no chance of them defecting. Second, apart from Lin Wei, the maids in the castle are almost inaccessible to outsiders. Lin Wei would never treat them unfairly, so he felt relieved. In addition, there are Eliulu and Inchiona, two confidants whom he absolutely trusts. This thing is almost foolproof. Lin Wei planned to produce some cream first, and then organize a banquet among the nobles. The reason was that it was his 17th birthday, and any noble who wanted to befriend him would definitely come to attend. He only needs to introduce cream at the banquet, and he believes that many nobles will be willing to cooperate with him. Lin Wei will also send invitations to the Far East Chamber of Commerce and other large chambers of commerce. The news that Lin Wei was going to hold a birthday party spread quickly. In the castle of New Luiska, Lin Wei invited all the nobles to attend his birthday party. He would receive all the nobles who were willing to come. He sent invitations to all the nobles around him, and also to all the major chambers of commerce. Except for Fedra, of course. After releasing the news, Lin Wei continued to handle government affairs at home with peace of mind, and occasionally checked on the progress of cream production. The reactions of many nobles who received the news varied. Faced with this legendary viscount, most of the nobles chose to make friends with him, including some earls and even marquises. The dukes did not react much. Unless Lin Wei really became an earl and issued an invitation, they would accept the invitation. Not to mention the king. He would not come just because a small viscount is throwing a birthday party. Even though Lin Wei performed well in this autumn expedition, Earl Faros was a little surprised when he received the news. Although 300 northern horses were given to Lin Wei before. But since then, the relationship between the two has not become much closer. Occasionally there would be correspondence, which was also normal communication. Now that Lin Wei is planning to hold a birthday party, is Duke Alia also behind this? This inevitably led Faros to speculate. No matter what Lin Wei's purpose is, he will definitely go. He would even prepare a substantial gift for Lin Wei to further deepen the relationship between them. Judging from the current rumors, most of the nobles still don't know that Lin Wei has a relationship with Duke Alia. So I still win at the starting line. Chapter 38. What a wonderful Lewis Carter specialty. Welcome, respected Baron Weiss. The banquet will begin soon. Please come in. Whenever a noble presented gifts and visiting cards, the dedicated butler would always bow down to welcome every noble lord who came. One noble after another was welcomed into his manor. To be honest, even though I have seen many nobles' butlers, this is the first time I have seen so many nobles. The various gifts sent by the nobles alone filled up half of the warehouse. Among them, barons and viscounts have the highest proportion, but there are also many earls. Even a few marquises who were at the peak of their powers on the left came. This shocked the butler. My master is only a viscount, even though there is a high probability that he will become an earl in the future. But when he was still a viscount, so many nobles gave him face. It is conceivable how great Lin Wei's reputation is outside. That's true. After all, in the last autumn expedition, most of the nobles were defeated, and only Lin Wei shined. If Lin Wei really became an earl, I'm afraid the dukes, and even the king would come. In fact, several marquises came because they gained a lot of benefits when King Zeluka XIII divided the territory this time. Because he was closer to Lin Wei, he gave him some face. Then try to see if you can bring this legendary viscount into the left-wing camp. Otherwise, how could these left-wing dignitaries possibly give Lin Wei this face? Many housekeepers or servants who led their masters showed him envy. When he thought about becoming the steward of a nobleman with a promising future like Lin Wei, his chest lifted a little higher and his brows showed a little more confidence. The glory from the Luka family also fell on him bit by bit at this moment. Baron Fedra did not receive Lin Wei's invitation, but he came anyway. He secretly cursed his daughter Lena for being useless, then put on a smile and looked at Lin Wei's housekeeper. Our master is Baron Fedra. Please tell your master that. All the nobles nearby should have received invitations. Baron Fedra was not invited for some reason. It's a pity that he was not the old butler of Luiska. Otherwise he would have recognized at a glance that the person in front of him had a big conflict with Lin Wei. With a serious attitude, the butler decided to let his servant ask Eliulu. Eliulu has been following Lin Wei all the time. She must know what happened. As for why he didn't go directly to Lin Wei, it was because Lin Wei was entertaining those nobles at the moment. To be honest, Eliulu had never thought that such a humble and flattering expression would appear on the face of the once high and mighty Baron Fedra. Even though he was not invited by Lin Wei, he still had the audacity to take the initiative to make friends with Lin Wei. Suddenly, Elula seemed to remember how Ma Fu Osho was turned away. I'm going to ask the master for instructions. Soon, she came back. She looked at Baron Fedra and said, Baron Fedra, our master said he forgot to send you an invitation. He is deeply sorry for neglecting the Fedra family. And he said he would personally apologize to you after the banquet. Elula's tone was very formal and impeccable, and she even deliberately changed the address to master. Fedra's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Lin Wei had really become a mature noble. Lin Wei actually saw through his simple aristocratic scheme. Federac couldn't find any fault with these flawless words. With so many nobles around him, what could he say if he was deliberately left out? The master did not turn him away. He smiled and nodded to Elulu, then entered the manor and walked towards the castle. The reason why Lin Wei was so generous in inviting Fedra in was, of course, because nearly 1/3 of the nobles of the entire kingdom of Nolans gathered here. If Baron Fedra was embarrassed here, other nobles would have the impression that Lin Wei was domineering. Lin Wei wants to do business. Whether it is the trade of weapons or cream, he cannot do without this group of nobles. Therefore, he must be perfect to the outside world. If he had rejected Baron Fedra today according to his own inner thoughts, he would have given people the impression of being petty. Once this label is ingrained in the minds of the nobility, it is difficult to erase. Because everyone wants to find fault with this legendary Viscount. Even if Baron Fedra was wrong first, the preconceived impression would make Lin Wei fall into an inferior position. Lin Wei certainly wouldn't give Fedra this opportunity. Only after all the nobles had entered did Lin Wei walk up the stairs with a smile. The nobles also looked at this upstart Viscount who was too young, but extremely handsome. First of all, thank you all very much for attending my birthday party. The long and meaningless speech was relatively brief, and many nobles smiled knowingly after hearing it. The Viscount did not show the slightest fear in the face of so many nobles. Should we say he is a man who has the courage to go deep into Fort George? Elulu listened with great interest. After all, this was her young master's moment to shine, and she must not miss it. Finally, after Lin Wei finished speaking, he invited the nobles to take their seats. Lin Wei said he had prepared an unexpected surprise for them. First up is the meat of deer from near Luiska territory. The meat is cooked to a bright golden color and looks very appetizing. But there's nothing special about this. Perhaps a good dinner for the Baron. But it is not good enough for the Viscounts and Earls. Afterwards, Lin Wei ordered someone to bring out the cream bread. Many people looked at the strange white foam on the white bread with puzzled expressions. What's this? The first person to ask Lin Wei questions was naturally President Weiss of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. He and Lin Wei were old acquaintances. Even though he was knowledgeable, it was the first time he saw the white substance smeared on bread. Please allow me to introduce this to everyone. This is Louis Cardinal cream, a specialty of our Louis Cardinal. It tastes sweet, and please have a taste. After hearing Lin Wei introduce it as a specialty of Luiska territory, some nobles looked at each other. Louis Cardinal's specialty? This place was previously called St. Martin, but I've never heard of such a specialty. It should be brought from the previous Louis card collar. Weiss, who had dealt with Lin Wei many times, was very respectful to Lin Wei. He took a bite of the buttered bread and showed an expression of enjoyment. After the first person tried it, the nobles also began to taste it. It must be said that the sweet taste of cream is enough to please most nobles. This fresh and sweet taste paired with the fluffy texture of white bread is truly a perfect match. Viscount Lin Wei, your Luiska territory's specialty is truly wonderful. This is a compliment from a left-wing marquis. With the marquis taking the lead, many people followed suit. Only the merchant guild presidents, led by Weiss, remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Such a wonderful dessert. It would be a pity if it could not be extended to the entire Nolans. Chapter 39. Happy Cooperation, President Weiss. After the banquet, many nobles received cream in glass jars from Lin Wei as a parting gift. The nobles naturally accepted it with pleasure. They were certainly impressed by the delicious cream. I have to say that Lin Wei is quite a good person. Many nobles were impressed by him. Even Baron Fedra received a can of cream from Lin Wei. Although he always gave at least 2 cans to others, Fedra didn't say anything. Rather, he was very surprised that Lin Wei was willing to give him something. Only after sending away the last noble who was not a member of the Chamber of Commerce did Weiss come to Lin Wei's side. With a friendly smile on his face, he said, Lord Lin Wei, your cream is really good. It's no less impressive than the long sword you bought me before. Lin Wei shook his head. President Weiss, you are too kind. These are just some small things that are not presentable. If you like them, I can ask the maid to give you more. As he spoke, he waved at Elulu. Elialu understood and hurried to Lin Wei's side. Master, what do you want? Go get me 2 more cans of cream for Baron Weiss. Yes, sir. When there are outsiders around, Elialu always calls Lin Wei master. Weiss accepted the 2 cans of cream given by Lin Wei and asked as if nothing had happened. Viscount Lin Wei, you are now of marriageable age. Do you have any noble ladies you like? Without waiting for Lin Wei to answer, he lowered his voice and said, as far as I know, both Count Aegean and Count Ozer still have unmarried daughters. If you are willing to work for Duke Simon with me, I can ask the 2 earls for your opinion. Lin Wei smiled and said, we all serve the kingdom of Norlands and obey his majesty. Even in this distant borderland, I can protect the peace, right? Weiss was not surprised to be rejected by Lin Wei again. Last time he pretended to be drunk and tried to get Lin Wei to join him, but this time he failed again without a doubt. But he hadn't held out much hope. The main purpose of getting closer to Lin Wei is to discuss the business that will come next. Lord Lin Wei, is it difficult to make this cream? It's not that difficult, but it's not easy either. If you want to sell the cream and make it a new favorite on the nobles' tables, you naturally have to cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce. But if the other party cannot offer a price that satisfies him, even if it was the Far East Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wei would not consider it. I used to sell long swords to the Far East Chamber of Commerce, and we had a regular cooperation because the prices they offered were fair. Viscount Lin Wei, I'd like to offer you 10,000 Norlands gold coins for your formula. Are you willing? 10,000 Nolan's gold coins was a test. Weiss wanted to see if Lin Wei understood the business opportunities hidden under this cream. Elialu, go get 2 more cans of cream for President Weiss. Lin Wei answered the question irrelevantly. Lord Lin Wei, what are you doing? Lin Wei eagerly shook the other person's hand and said, what kind of friendship do we have? If you want cream, why do you have to pay for it? From now on, as long as President Weiss asks, I will immediately have my servants bring it to you. Weiss said somewhat embarrassedly, Viscount Lin Wei, please stop joking. Lin Wei spread his hands and signaled Elialu to stop. You were the one who joked with me first, weren't you? Weiss sighed. So what price do you hope to sell it for? Weiss said this, looking at the other members of the Chamber of Commerce who were eyeing the business covetously. It was obvious that they also saw the business opportunity of cream. If he couldn't offer a suitable price to satisfy Lin Wei here, he would probably see cream being served on the nobles' tables in a few days. By then, he will have no chance of getting this huge cake. Lin Wei slowly extended a finger. 100,000. Weiss frowned. Although butter is indeed a promising market that can be seen with the naked eye, if the cost is too high to be circulated among ordinary people, relying solely on the noble's spending power, he doubted whether he would lose money. Lin Wei shook his head. 1 million Norlands gold coins. Weiss's eyes widened suddenly. He said in disbelief, Viscount Lin Wei, are you crazy? Unless this Lookaling's special ability becomes popular in Yade and Rima, how could it be so valuable? Lin Wei patted Weiss's shoulder. President Weiss, you have to believe that cream has this ability. How about this? I'll just lend you the formula. You just have to make sure it's never leaked. Then I'll split the profit from the cream's 60% and you 40%. Want a 60-40th split? Weiss thought about the feasibility of this matter. It doesn't seem that hard to accept. No, it has to be a 50-50 split. Since you didn't pay for the raw materials, you have to take a smaller share. Besides, you have to ensure that the raw materials are not too expensive so that I don't lose money. Lin Wei added, don't worry, the cost of making a jar of cream will not exceed 1 Norland silver coin, but I will announce to the public that the raw materials are expensive, and it will cost at least 5 gold coins to make it. Then a can of cream will be sold for 10 gold coins. By then, for every can Weiss sold, Lin Wei would make a net profit of 5 gold coins. Apart from the nobles, only some knights or adventurers in the tavern could afford it. Ordinary farmers and serfs certainly could not afford such luxurious items. However, before the formula was leaked, Lin Wei decided to make a lot of money from the nobles. Hearing that the cost was so low, West immediately smelled the scent of gold coins. If it is true as Lin Wei said, then this is indeed an opportunity to make a lot of money. As a qualified businessman, he certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. Then let's sign a magic contract. Good. The magic contract can guarantee the interests of both parties. Once one party violates the terms of the contract, it will be retaliated by the magic granted above. Magic contracts are extremely rare, made using lost technology from ancient times. No magic above can be broken even by a great magician. A single contract was sold on the market for a whopping price of 1,000 gold coins. Unless it is a very important occasion, such luxurious things will never be used. The regulations stated that Lin Wei would give the cream formula to Weiss free of charge, and the profits would be split 50-50. Weiss has an obligation to keep the secret. If the formula is leaked, he will have to compensate Lin Wei with 1 million Nolan's gold coins. Soon, the magic contract flickered for a while after absorbing the blood of the two people, and then returned to calm. In this way, the magic contract is officially signed. Weiss smiled and extended his hand towards Lin Wei. Viscount Lin Wei, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 40 Happy birthday, my little maid. Elula's life is always monotonous. For example, at first, I followed the old head maid to learn how to serve my master. Since childhood, she has been instilled with the idea that Lin Wei is everything to her. She accepted it all in ignorance. Later, when I grew up, I gradually learned everything about the nobility. The private lives of the aristocrats are always difficult to describe. Some nobles around the age of 15 had even gotten their maids pregnant. The old nobles played even more extravagantly, and some indescribable scenes were talked about with relish by the maids. Fortunately, Lin Wei, to whom she served, seemed to be very different from most of the nobles. When he was happy, he would affectionately call her Lulu and always speak in a soft voice. Her eyes are always filled with tenderness like moonlight. What Elulu will always remember is the time when Lin Wei protected her behind his back. As the daughter of a baron, Lina was unhappy that she was too close to Lin Wei and always found various reasons to bully her. Lin Wei was willing to destroy his relatively good relationship with Lina in order to protect himself. From that time on, Elulu swore that she would stay with Lin Wei forever. Elulu's mother had a tragic life. She was toyed with by a drunken noble, and then Elulu was born. After waking up, the noble turned against Elulu's mother and drove her out of the manor. Through her mother's few words, Elulu could learn that her father might be a big figure on the left. But Elulu didn't care. Later, Elulu's mother wandered to Luiska territory with Elulu in her pregnancy and was taken in by the kind-hearted Baron Ryan. Now both my mother and Baron Ryan are gone. Elulu only has Lin Wei left. But I don't know why. Although Lin Wei had successfully negotiated a big deal today, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. She shook her head to get rid of this strange idea. As usual, she came to Lin Wei's room with a cup of tea and knocked on the door gently, but got no response from Lin Wei. Through the crack in the door, I could see that the room was quite dark. Thinking that Lin Wei had been busy all day, he might have fallen asleep due to exhaustion. She tiptoed to open the study door and prepared to bring a blanket for Lin Wei. Lin Wei cannot be disturbed anywhere when he is sleeping. But Elulu was worried that Lin Wei would catch a cold if he slept in the study. When she put down the tea, came back with the blanket and fumbled to light the oil lamp, the candlelight on Lin Wei's desk suddenly lit up. The flickering candlelight emits a faint but bright light. Lin Wei whispered, "Elulu, come here quickly." Elulu placed the blanket on the leather sofa and came to Lin Wei obediently. There was only a pink candle stuck on a piece of butter bread. "Happy birthday, Elulu." Elulu was stunned, but soon his eyes began to turn red. "Happy birthday to you too, master." Both of them were born on the same day. In fact, when Lin Wei was busy all day today, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. I thought Lin Wei had forgotten her birthday. In her heart, she always told herself not to expect too much. But emotions are always hard to control. She obviously didn't want this. "Why are you crying? You must be exhausted today. It's obviously your birthday, but you're still busy with this and that." "No, it's Elulu's honor to be able to help the young master solve his problems." Lin Wei said, "Blow out the candles and make a wish." Lin Wei has been secretly celebrating Elulu's birthday like this since he was 6 years old. Now he is 17 years old. In the past 11 years, Elulu has made 11 wishes. "What wish do you make this year?" Elulu closed her eyes. In previous years, people always hoped that the young master would be healthy, happy every day, and be able to successfully carry forward the Lewis Cardinal. It seemed as if there really was a God blessing her, making every one of her wishes come true. In that case, I'm 17 years old this year, so I'll make a selfish wish. I hope Lin Wei can look at her more and have a place for her in his heart. After making a wish, Elulu's pretty face flushed red. She looked at Lin Wei with some guilt, as if she was afraid that Lin Wei would see through her thoughts. Seeing that Lin Wei was the same as usual, he felt relieved. Reina's training intensity is higher than that of any other soldier. She not only learned the basic movements of stabbing and slashing from action. He even starts jogging in the morning before daybreak. My appetite has increased a lot because of this. The white dragon blood flowing in her bones makes her eager to fight. However, even with such hard training, Reina felt that the power in her body seemed to have not been fully tapped. Neither the training methods of Lin Wei's guards nor the training methods of the lizardmen seemed to be suitable for him. "Reina." Just as she was about to continue training, Betty suddenly called her. The young girl, a fellow slave like her, had been observing her for some time. But Reina didn't take it to heart. Today was the first time Betty spoke to Reina. "Hello, Miss Bitey." Looking at Betty, for some reason, Lena felt her scales become a little restless. She is obviously of lizard man blood, and Betty is a succubus, so the two should have no relationship. "Your training like this isn't very effective. If you're willing, how about I teach you how to train?" Betty had signed a contract with a powerful frost dragon, and she saw at a glance that Reina was not an ordinary lizard man, but he is a hybrid with dragon blood. In addition to sharing life with the powerful frost dragon, she also learned some dragon spells and heritage. It seemed appropriate to teach Reina what he was saying. Really, Reina didn't think much about it. For Lena, becoming stronger to repay Lin Wei's kindness has almost become her obsession. "Certainly." Betty smiled and nodded, waving towards Reina. "Come closer." Facing the harmless Baidi, her blood instinct made her a little wary. But since they are all Lin Wei's people, they shouldn't do anything to her, right? Coming to Baidi's side, Baidi's tender white hand touched her forehead. Then, a vast energy swept over. Reina only felt that many images seemed to flash before her eyes, and some strange things appeared in her mind. This image-like thing kept circling in her mind, sometimes crossing the majestic mountains, sometimes flying over the vast ocean. A force seemed to surge in his blood. "Every cell in my body is singing." With Betty's gentle finger movement, two shiny white horns grew on Lena's forehead, which originally had only a small bulge. This should be Baidi's dragon horn. With the inheritance of the dragon's memory, Lena will make great progress in a short period of time. Frost dragons and white dragons are similar races, and their habits are even more similar. Betty had some time to rest in Luiska County recently, which allowed her to eliminate the curse in her body. Now the curse is half lifted, helping Lena awaken the power of the dragon clan faster. It can be considered as repaying Lin Wei a small favor. Chapter 41 Teacher's Advice. Weiss was very efficient. Not long after he got the recipe from Lin Wei, he started working overtime to make it. In just 1 week, he had produced more than 10,000 cans of cream. According to Lin Wei, adding different sugars will change the flavor of the cream. However, honey is the most effective. Weiss also agreed deeply. Honey-flavored butter is the best flavor. According to the contract with Lin Wei, he should sell each can of cream at the price of 10 gold coins. And these 10 gold coins are almost equivalent to pure profit. The cost of less than a silver coin is almost negligible. However, what gave Weiss a headache was the source of eggs and milk. He has almost bought up all the raw materials in the vicinity. If someone is interested, they may be able to guess the recipe of the cream. So he bought a lot of unnecessary things, such as a lot of vegetables and fruits. Although the possibility of guessing the production method was almost non-existent, the cautious Weiss did not leave any loopholes. Because of the cream that Lin Wei had served at the banquet before, the nobles were all obsessed with this delicacy. And those nobles who had never eaten cream were also very interested. Because the nobles who tasted it all gave the cream extremely high praise. You can doubt the character of the nobles, but you can never doubt their taste. Soon, all the 10,000 cans of cream he produced were sold out. A total of 100,000 gold coins. Excluding the money he had to give to Lin Wei, he could earn nearly 50,000 gold coins. It only took a week. Although the Far East Chamber of Commerce is huge, its annual transaction volume is only close to 1 million gold coins. In just this week, 1/10 of the Far East Chamber of Commerce's annual quota had been completed, which made Weiss feel like he was in a dream. He now understood why Lin Wei dared to offer 1 million gold coins. With Cream's ruthless money-making speed, a buyout price of 1 million is more than enough. However, he did not regret not buying it out directly from Lin Wei at that time. Now that he could split the money with Lin Wei, he was already very satisfied. For a businessman who wants to stay in business for a long time, it is sometimes necessary to take risks. But some risks are unnecessary. At least he is satisfied now. At the Magic Academy, Alia was enjoying afternoon tea in the manner of the Magic Academy. The cream that has become popular in the royal city recently was made into various desserts and placed in her basket. Cream bread topped with strawberries and blueberries. Pudding with cream. And a cup of black tea filled with tea fragrance. She rested for a while, feeling the warmth of the sun on her body. After a while, I heard a slight sound of footsteps. "Teacher, are you calling me?" Alia then turned lazily and smiled at Zeluka. "How's everything going with your little baron this time?" "Oh, now I should call him the little viscount." Faced with the teasing of teacher Alia, Zeluka felt a little embarrassed. Compared to high-level magic, the magician's imperial magic is obviously much more difficult to learn. Even Zeluka, who has great talent, needs to spend more time studying before he can gain some understanding. "Teacher, please stop making fun of me." Alia didn't say anything, but poured a cup of black tea for Zeluka and said, "Come, How about having afternoon tea with the teacher? Zeluka sat down obediently, facing her teacher with more respect in her heart. If it weren't for Alia, how could Zeluka unbridle her talent? Try it. It's a specialty of Luiska, although it has been entrusted to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that it was a specialty of Luiska territory, Zeluka was a little confused. This pure white foam-like object is indeed the first time I have seen it. The sweetness that melted in the mouth made Zeluka's eyes light up. I have to say, no girl who likes desserts can resist the taste of cream. Paired with soft bread, it's simply perfect. Neither Alia nor Silka could refuse. Teacher, why didn't I know that Luiska had such a specialty? Alia reached out a finger and dipped it in the cream. It's a new product, right? Your Lin Wei must be making a lot of money now. You're quite capable. No wonder I can afford your tuition. Alia took another bite. Although she has lived for hundreds of years, she has never had a love history and actually behaves more like a little girl. Who says a girl who is hundreds of years old is not a girl anymore? Teacher, please don't. Alia shook her head. Studying magic requires a lot of energy. When Alia was as old as Silka, she studied magic very seriously. Not to mention that she had a bastard in her heart. All the magic formulas filled her mind. Alia was quite amazed that her disciple could think about Lin Wei while having such excellent learning ability. Could it be that she was the one who made the mistake? There were countless men who confessed their love to Arya back then. Even the founding emperor of Nolans had implicitly expressed his love to Arya. Of course, Alia refused mercilessly. For Arya, making close friends with a race like humans, who have a very short lifespan, is a huge test of her soul. Arya hardly has much emotional connection with the short-lived species. Even though he was once her most talented human student, Alia had almost no contact with him outside of class except for teaching. Except for Zeluka. Because Zeluka was the second female student she accepted, and although the lifespan of the orcs was not as long as that of the elves, they could still live for hundreds of years. If one can reach the level of a great magician, one can even preserve one's thoughts permanently. However, it is almost impossible to achieve physical immortality. At least so far, no great magician has done it. Zeluka, what's wrong, teacher? There's one thing you should understand. You're a very talented mage, and I don't want you to go astray in the future. If you really go astray one day in the future, I, the teacher, will not let you off easily. Alia's words, though smiling, seemed to carry a hint of seriousness for some reason. Teacher, how could I have gone astray? I haven't touched any of the forbidden magic you mentioned. Alia just smiled. Of course I believe you. I'm just telling you in advance. Just consider it a little advice from the teacher. Alia said, picking up the black tea in front of her. Looking at Zeluka, who still didn't understand her words, her heart sank. Humans don't live as long as beastmen. If one day in the future, Lin Wei faces the end of old age, I hope this silly student of mine doesn't go astray. She had already done a house cleaning once. Alia never wants to do this a second time in her life. Chapter 42. Reina is willing. Reina, you've grown horns? Lin Wei looked at Lena's newly grown white dragon horns with great interest and was obviously very interested. No one knows why, but little dragon lady suddenly grew horns. This crystal white dragon horn is about 1 finger long and is slightly raised, a bit like a cow's horn. The already cool and handsome face, coupled with the dragon horns, finally gave her the feeling of little dragon girl. Reina's voice was low. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Wei would dislike him if he grew horns. It's irrational for a lizard man to have horns, isn't it? She already had scales that symbolized uncleanness, and with these horns suddenly growing, Reina felt very uneasy. However, Lin Wei just asked curiously, can I touch it? The dragon horn feels warm to the touch. Unlike the common deer horns and cow horns, Reina's dragon horn feels hot to the touch. It's like putting your hand into a warm pool of water. It was spring, and the weather was still a little cold, but Lin Wei was reluctant to leave because of the touch of the dragon horn. It was not until the scales of the little dragon girl in front of him began to emit steam and her face turned as red as an apple that Lin Wei reluctantly let go of his stroking hand. Lena felt her heart beating faster. She didn't know why she felt a strange heat coming from her body when Lin Wei stroked her dragon horn. My heartbeat was so fast that even my scales began to move unconsciously. It was a bit like the feeling of entering a battle, but there was a big difference. Reina couldn't understand this feeling at all, but she didn't hate it because it made her as excited as fighting. Reina. Bravery, 148. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. White Dragon Bloodline. Dragon Scale Hardening. Dragon Spirit Blessing. Frost Dragon Heritage. Rating S. Reina's attributes at this moment have undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only did his bravery increase by 40 points, but his strategy also increased by 20 points. In the special talent column, there is an additional inheritance of the Frost Dragon. Although the White Dragon and the Frost Dragon are close relatives, why did the White Dragon's Reina awaken the Frost Dragon's heritage? Lin Wei was very confused. But at the moment, this isn't a bad thing. So he didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something. Reina, are you willing to become a knight of Luiska County? Lin Wei held her hand eagerly with a sincere expression. Become a knight? Reina thought there was something wrong with her ears. But since Lin Wei trusts her so much, she will certainly not let Lin Wei down. Reina, I'm willing. Reina, the reason we're making you a knight is so you can participate in the gladiator competition in a month. Are you willing? If you don't want to, I won't force you. This is just a small request from me as a member of the Luka family. Reina is willing. Seeing Lin Wei's somewhat self-blaming expression, Lina did not hesitate. If it weren't for Lin Wei, she might have been sold somewhere else long ago. The maids had learned a lot about how the nobles treated their slaves through what they had seen and heard over the past few days. During the time when Elyulu was teaching her the work of a maid, she also learned that Luiskar County was once just a ruined barony. It was all thanks to Lin Wei selling the gladiator badge that things gradually got better thanks to Lin Wei's efforts. She also understood what kind of glory Nolan's gladiator badge represented. Now she is asked to take back the glory that should have belonged to the Luka family for Lin Wei, and she is naturally very willing to do so. Half a month later, Lin Wei received the first batch of profit sharing from the Far East Chamber of Commerce. According to the contract, income will be settled once a month. There were 20 gold coin boxes neatly placed in front of Lin Wei. Each box contained 10,000 Nolan's gold coins. With this income, Lin Wei can finally expand his own guard corps. For the time being, Biglin no longer has to work hard to make weapons for sale. The two brothers Akshin and Ankro were entrusted with the task of increasing the size of the guards. Spend 200,000 gold coins to expand the team to 5,000 people, and purchase more than 700 northern horses to bring the size of the cavalry to 1,000. The individual selling price of the northern steed is 300 Norlands gold coins, but if you purchase it from the Far East Chamber of Commerce, you can save about 100 Norlands gold coins. Because of the cream, the Far East Chamber of Commerce gave such a favorable price. The remaining gold coins are used to purchase plate armor, chain armor, and horse armor. After all, if we rely solely on Biglin to build a team of 5,000 people, it will be quite time-consuming. With 5,000 elite soldiers, Lin Wei can be said to have truly become an earl. It is even stronger than some marquises. He even has magical talents like Narancel by his side. Lin Wei sent him several more strategic subjects and asked Narancel whether they had magical talent, and he got a positive answer. Although training a magician is very expensive, but Lin Wei was not worried. At this moment, his creamy money tree was producing 100,000 gold coins a week, providing him with a steady stream of funds. Lin Wei even suspected that this speed of making money would increase in the future. After all, cream is only popular within the territory of Nolans. In the future, it will be sold to merchants in Rima and Yade, and I believe it will soon become popular there too. Lin Wei was already looking forward to it more and more. In a secluded room, Betty was looking at something in front of her called Louisa Cream. To be honest, she quite likes the taste of cream, because it would bring back hundreds of years of memories for her. It was like returning to that breezy afternoon many years ago when she was just an ordinary college student. In a blink of an eye, I have been struggling in this world for so many years. From an ignorant succubus, she transformed into the succubus queen admired by everyone. She was betrayed again and again, and she lived a very legendary life. During this period, her hands were stained with the blood of countless lives. But she did not regret it. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If she was not strong enough, she would be the one to be slaughtered. But this cream, it really surprised her. During the time that cream was invented, she always missed the chance to meet cream because she had to eliminate the curse in her body. Until noon today, when Elyulu asked her if she wanted to eat butterbread, she agreed for some unknown reason. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met such a familiar taste again. Could it be that Lin Wei is a time traveler? Such a ridiculous thought suddenly came to my mind. Or was the creation of cream just a coincidence? None of the people gathered around Lin Wei were ordinary. The advent of cream made her more suspicious. Deep down, she longed to be from the same place as Lin Wei. But I'm afraid of getting a negative answer. Forget it, let's not ask. Even if we knew that Lin Wei was a time traveler, so what? Chapter 43, The Socially Anxious Dragon Girl. The Eagle Gladiator Badge is quite difficult to obtain. Participants must go through many levels of advancement and defeat all opponents before they can finally obtain this badge awarded by the king himself. Anyone who is a legal citizen of Nolan's can participate in the Eagle Gladiator Badge competition. Even if it doesn't represent the nobility, it's fine. Since the founding of Nolan's, the day of the gladiatorial contest has always been the busiest day in Nolan's. However, although both commoners and nobles could participate in this event, it was often the nobles or the royal family who won. The nobles have more resources at their disposal and can train more powerful warriors. This is a stage where magic is not allowed, but whoever wins will surely gain the favor of the royal family. Some people attend to gain the royal family's appreciation, while others just want to become famous. Enjoy the feeling of being admired by others. Lin Wei and Lina, who were sitting in the carriage, were now on their way to the royal city. Lin Wei would not miss this event. In fact, many nobles knew that he had sold an eagle emblem to the royal family. Therefore, although he captured 2 members of the royal family of Remo alive, he was still only a viscount. Logically speaking, his achievements should be enough to reach the rank of earl. And if Lina can stand out in this competition this time, then Lin Wei has a great chance of becoming a count. Reina, it doesn't matter whether you can win glory in this gladiatorial contest or not. Your safety must come first. Lina was a little moved when she heard this. Looking at Lin Wei's sincere eyes, she guessed that what Lin Wei said was from his heart. Naturally, she would not let down this sincere emotion. In fact, even if Lin Wei was really just using her, she would probably be willing to do it. If it weren't for Lin Wei, how could she have the life she has today? She must regain the glory of the lucky family for Lin Wei. Master, I will definitely not let you down. Looking at Lina's sincere look, Lin Wei actually felt a little guilty. He is not as great as he seems. On the contrary, although he was from Blue Star, he had learned the hypocrisy of the nobles clearly. Grandpa Edward once told Lin Wei, "Powerful nobles enslave their servants with emotions. Only useless nobles resort to violence. Emotions are always a more terrifying weapon than violence." Lin Wei asked himself. It seemed that except for Elyulu, most of his subordinates wanted to take advantage of him. But what's wrong with taking advantage? If there were no Lin Wei, their talents would not be tapped. Would their lives be better than they are now? The vast Nolan's Arena is next to the largest castle in the royal city. Before the competition started, this was the most prosperous street in the royal city, and the headquarters of countless large chambers of commerce were set up here. The people who could live near the Colosseum were either commoner nobles or knights, or they could be some powerful adventurers who have made a lot of money through adventures. In addition, there are a large number of priests who are ready to treat injured gladiators. Of course, such treatment is not free. After all, the archbishop's faith cannot be maintained by daily prayers alone. Facing the crowds coming and going, it was not the first time that Lin Wei had seen such a lively scene. But the timid Lina was obviously here for the first time. Facing so many people's gazes, she reached out and grabbed the corner of Lin Wei's clothes. Lin Wei smiled and reached out to hold Lina's fair and tender hand. Feeling the warmth from Lin Wei, she felt much more at ease. She is clearly a dragon girl with a bravery value of 168. But I have some social anxiety. The 2 elite guards who were accompanying him took the initiative to clear the way for Lin Wei. After walking for about half an hour and passing through layers of people, he finally arrived at the entrance of the gladiator arena. "Respected Viscount, please come in." Lin Wei's family emblem had long been replaced with the Viscount's emblem, and the flag was also larger than that of the Baron. Those who are responsible for the entrance to the gladiatorial arena are of course very familiar with the emblem of nobility. As soon as Lin Wei entered the venue, he met Weiss, who was chatting with another Baron. Weiss gave Lin Wei a hug with an eager smile. "Viscount Lin Wei, I'm glad to see you at last. I miss you so much." "President Weiss, I missed you too." Generally, a direct handshake among nobles is considered a very warm way of greeting. Weiss came up and gave Lin Wei a hug, which showed that the relationship between the 2 families was quite close. This kind of relationship usually only occurs when the 2 families have a marriage alliance. However, the reason why Weiss had such an extraordinary closeness was, of course, because he and Lin Wei had both made a lot of money recently. Many nobles noticed the commotion here and cast scrutinizing glances. Soon, many people recognized Lin Wei. Needless to say, Weiss is just a baron. But everyone knows that his immediate superior is Duke Simon, so everyone generally gives Baron Weiss some face. But Lin Wei is different. As a rising star in the Kingdom of Nolans, he is a living legend. The capture of 2 members of the Rima royal family and the cream bread that is now popular throughout the royal city are said to be the work of this viscount. Looking at Lin Wei's overly young face, they probably couldn't imagine how an ordinary Baron Ryan could give birth to a talented son like Lin Wei. If Lin Wei also participated in this gladiator event, it might be quite exciting. Many nobles wanted to see whether Lin Wei could really show his legendary side in the gladiatorial arena. Faced with the gazes of so many nobles, Lin Wei just smiled. The Colosseum was a huge oval in shape, with many stone benches densely packed around it, stacked layer upon layer like a honeycomb. The nobles' seats were specially made with soft blankets. Although civilians can also come in to visit, they can only sit further away, and the stone benches are quite hard. It is definitely not as comfortable to sit on as with a blanket. A baron can only hold one position at most, a viscount 2, and an earl 3. A marquis can have 5. As for the dukes and royal family, there are basically as many seats as there are people. Lena sat next to Lin Wei feeling a little nervous. She could feel some strange looks from people around her. Although the XP of nobles is different. But there are indeed only a few people like Lin Wei who like lizard men. But I have to say that Lin Wei's little lizard girl is indeed quite cute. It looks like a mutated lizard man, and its white scales have a strange beauty. Viscount Lin Wei's hobby is truly unique. Some nobles expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Wei's behavior. Although everyone has a lot of fun in private, there are people like Lin Wei who bring it to the table. It seems that they don't care about the dignity of the nobility. Lin Wei didn't explain. He looked towards the duke's seat, searching for something. Soon, he found Zeluka looking at him in the crowd. Zeluka was wearing a white wizard robe today. When she met Lin Wei's eyes, she gave a shy smile. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Michel, who had been pursuing Zeluka to no avail. He narrowed his eyes, like a poisonous snake ready to strike. Chapter 44. Miss Zeluka, you don't wanna. Lin Wei has already withdrawn his gaze. Because it is not appropriate for the two of them to have too much interaction in such occasions. Although Lin Wei has become much stronger, it is not enough now. He must at least become a real earl, and his reputation and military strength must reach the level of an earl. Or maybe Zeluka reaches the level of a magician. Only then will they have the power to no longer care about what others think. Even though Lin Wei had already looked away, Zeluka would still secretly glance in Lin Wei's direction. Seeing this, Alia couldn't help but nod her student's head. Alia whispered, Zeluka, you don't want others to know about your relationship with Lin Wei, right? Only then did Zeluka come to her senses. She kept looking at the Viscount, which had obviously attracted a lot of people's attention, including Michel, who had been pursuing him without success. Although Michel is only the third prince, he is of royal blood after all. Exposing her relationship with Lin Wei now will only bring harm and no benefit to Lin Wei. I understand, teacher. You are right. Alia just shook her head slightly. She didn't quite understand what was going on between young people. It would be better to say that she was missing that part when she was young. So I can't understand it. After taking your seat, the process of registering for the gladiator conference begins. The clerk in charge of the register glanced at Reina, seemingly puzzled as to why a person dressed as a maid was standing in front of him. There was no other reason why Reina wore a maid outfit, mainly because she was used to it. Lin Wei did not come along because the registration place was not far away, and he should also train Lena's social skills. Maid, are you lost? If you want to find your master, please go over there, and the guard will lead you to him. Reina was silent for a moment. Then she said, I'm here to sign up for the Eagle Gladiator Tournament. The clerk was a little surprised. Miss Maid, are you kidding? Reina nodded. Would you like to attend on your own, or on behalf of your family? On behalf of the family. What's the name of your family? Luka family. I am Reina, the knight of Luka County. The clerk was obviously surprised when he heard Reina say that she was a knight. The Louisa family. The clerk thought for a while and found that there was indeed a rising viscount recently, whose surname was Louisa. This legendary viscount actually sent a maid to participate in the gladiator convention. The clerk had reason to doubt whether this legendary viscount had lost his mind. Let a maid represent the family? This represents the honor of the family. The Luka family actually sent out such a weak little maid? Although it seems that he has lizard man blood, even if he is a lizard man, it would be difficult to stand out. Most of the strongest people in Nolan's gather here. Lizard man bloodline is not worth mentioning here at all. This viscount is truly regressing, actually allowing a demi-human maid to participate in the gladiator convention. Little maid, you'd better go back and warm your master's bed. The gladiator arena is no place for a maid. A sturdy swordsman taunted. He didn't hear the other party mention the Luka family just now, but even if he heard it, he wouldn't care. He is the swordsman under Duke Simon in the entire kingdom of Nolans. Apart from the royal family, the most powerful noble is his boss. What does he have to be afraid of? The left is now in the limelight, and the swordsman is so domineering, but no one dares to say anything. Reina stood there motionless, her fists clenched. It didn't matter that the swordsman in front of her insulted her, but she insulted Lin Wei. Lin Wei is like Lena's Achilles heel, and the conflict is about to break out. At this moment, A fat nobleman walked over quickly. He looked at the swordsman and said, "Yogurt, how dare you insult a noble?" Pharos' cold words were like frost falling from a June sky, making him look a little embarrassed. He just mocked a viscount. How did he attract the earl? This Earl of Pharos is from Simon's faction, so shouldn't we speak up for him? Count Pharos, you must be joking. How dare I insult a noble? I'm just kindly reminding this maid not to sign up for the gladiator competition casually, he said, spreading his hands. I'm doing this for her own good, right? Pharos snorted coldly. Do your own thing. You are just a dog of the Simon family. Don't do anything that will damage the reputation of the Simon family. Otherwise, you should know tonight that the honor of the Simon family cannot be dishonored. Although he worked for Duke Simon, as Pharos said, he was just a dog of the Simon family. If something really happened, his body would probably appear in the moat the next day. The swordsman's eyebrows twitched, but he said nothing more. After the clerk finished registering Reyna, he whispered to her, "Little maid, pray that you don't run into me for a while, or I'll make you regret coming into this world." I swear. Reyna didn't say anything. She didn't even look at the swordsman named Yogurt. The complete neglect made Yug a little angry and embarrassed. She looked at Pharos with gratitude, then headed towards the gladiator lounge. Each gladiator had a huge common lounge before going into battle. The gladiators who fought for the nobles even had their own separate lounge. Seeing Lena leave, Pharos finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it was a bit risky for him to speak for Linwei here. Even though he is an earl, if he really offends the Duke Simon who is at the peak of his power, I am afraid nothing good will happen to him. But no one knew that standing behind Linwei was the giant Alia. Knowing the inside story, he certainly wanted to avoid a premature conflict between Linwei and Simon. After all, it is impossible for Linwei to become a left-wing aristocrat. The future will almost certainly see another new force in the kingdom of Nolans. If you please Linwei now, you will naturally benefit from him in the future. Weiss, who had been watching from the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected that Linwei would actually send a maid to participate in the gladiator conference. There was almost a conflict with Duke Simon's men. Fortunately, Earl Pharos came to the rescue. Could it be that this little maid really has some extraordinary qualities? Weiss is one of the nobles who has the most contact with Linwei. Linwei left a deep impression on him. He was an aristocrat who was good at political tactics and had considerable scheming and courage. Since he dared to let the maid participate, he must have his reasons. Because of previous successful transactions, Weiss almost blindly trusted Linwei's ability. After all, he had earned a lot of gold coins for the Far East Chamber of Commerce recently due to his recent transactions with Linwei. After Duke Simon learned about it, he secretly sent someone to convey the message to him. If he continues to run his business like this, he will most likely become a commoner viscount. Although he is a commoner aristocrat, but the treatment of barons and viscounts is of course very different. So he was looking forward to working with Linwei even more. Chapter 45, Blasphemy? No, it is the power of dominance. There are two favorites to win this round. One is the royal family. The king has a very powerful dragon man under his command. He is a very rare hybrid of dragon and human. He has won the gladiator badge for 3 consecutive years, earning a lot of face for Zeluka 13. The second one is a powerful adventurer under Duke Rice. This ghostly assassin was once the main fighter of the S-Class team. Later he pledged allegiance to the Duke of Rice. Legend has it that he has an enchanted dagger that can even cause considerable damage to dragon scales. Many strong people appear in this event every year. Some do it to prove that they are strong enough. Some do it to gain the appreciation of the royal family or the nobility. Even if you don't win the championship, as long as you perform well enough in the arena, there will be nobles who will extend an olive branch to you. The sun was high in the sky and the gladiator arena officially opened. The first person to enter the venue was an adventurer, armed with a sword and a shield. The other one was Yogurt, who had just had a conflict with Reyna. Yogurt. Bravery, 102. Strategy, 30. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. One-handed sword mastery, shield mastery, brute force. Rating, A. I have to say that this swordsman named Yogurt is indeed quite capable. Just talking about bravery, he is even better than Noller. Of course, she was still far behind Reyna. The adventurer's bravery was no more than 60, and he had no special talents. Unless a miracle happens, Linwei already knows the result without even looking. Sure enough, relying on his advantage in physique and strength, the adventurer was beheaded by him after only 2 rounds of confrontation. A huge head rolled to the ground, and the spray of bright red splashed all over him. Yogurt killed the adventurer, and no one blamed him. Instead, it caused cheers from the stands. Just like blood can stimulate everyone's nerves, The martial-minded Nolans has a perverted yearning for power and blood. This is your fate in the arena. If you don't admit defeat in time, this will be your outcome. However, Reina's bravery was high enough that he wasn't worried. Even if he really encountered an opponent he could not defeat, he could voluntarily admit defeat before the fight to ensure Reina's safety. Yogurt showed a bloodthirsty smile and glanced provocatively at where Lin Wei was sitting. It's like saying, if Reina meets him, this will be the end. Because Lin Wei did not go with Lina, he did not know that he had a conflict with Lina. I just know that the look in the man's eyes in the venue really makes people feel a little uncomfortable. The Viscounts on the side have begun to praise Yogurt's bravery. This is Duke Simon's night, right? Judging from his performance, he should be in the top 3 at least. I was wondering where this powerful swordsman came from. It turns out he's from Duke Simon. Lin Wei heard the sounds of people talking in groups of 3 or 2, all praising Yogurt. Duke Simon stroked his beard with satisfaction. He was a little thin, but there was a gleam in his eyes. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Yogurt's performance. Although Yogurt certainly cannot defeat His Majesty's Dragon Warriors, it is enough to be in the top 3. At least this way the Simon family didn't lose face. As a warrior, even if Yogurt couldn't gain the upper hand against the Dragon Man, he still had certain advantages in dealing with the assassin of Duke Rice. The first round of promotions continues. Most of them were killed in the arena. Only a few who surrendered quickly managed to survive. Although blood and death have become commonplace. But Lin Wei actually doesn't like Nolan's somewhat bloody tradition. Soon, it was Reina's turn. In her hands, Lina held the standard long sword given to her by Lin Wei and an ordinary iron round shield. These are the standard weapons of Louis Cardinal. Although it is not as good as magic weapons, it is better than the equipment of most soldiers. Reina's opponent is a knight from the Earl's family. Yang Wu is only in his early 70s, has no outstanding special talents, and his rating is only B. Lin Wei was completely relieved. A knight of this level could not pose any threat to Lina at all. Reina's appearance stunned all the nobles, including the royal family. Are you kidding? This is so serious and solemn. On the stage where we fight for honor, a girl in a maid outfit suddenly appears? Many people were talking about it, and there were even some abusive voices coming from the seats for civilians. They believed that Reina had desecrated this sacred stage. Zeluka 13 didn't say anything. He didn't know which family this demi-human maid came from. But you can ask the registration clerk later. He also detested the desecration of the sacred stage. Miss Maid, if I were you, I would surrender immediately. This is no place to joke around. The Earl's knight was quite polite. He seemed unable to bear to see a lovely demi-human maid die in the gladiatorial arena. Thank you for your concern. Please give it your all, and don't leave yourself with any regrets. Reina's voice was cold. The smell of rust around her filled her sense of smell. A lot of the land soaked with blood has even turned dark black. Countless soldiers died on this cold land. She hates fighting, but she must take back the glory that belongs to Lin Wei. Even if it means getting blood on my hands, I will do it. Come on, then. The knight drew his sword. The knight rushed towards Lina with his shield raised, and his speed was not slow. If Lina didn't raise her shield to block or dodge, she would be pierced directly by this sharp knight's sword. Reina stood there without any movement, nor did she show the panic expression that the audience wanted to see. Her red eyes were extremely cold. When the knight rushed to her, she suddenly raised the shield in her hand. The knight seemed to have anticipated that the maid would raise her shield to block. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that a weak maid could withstand his full-strength attack, even if the other party is a lizard man. Bump. Reina didn't use her shield to block the knight's attack. She dodged to the side of the knight with extreme agility, then raised the shield in her hand and hit the opponent. The knight was wearing iron armor, but he felt as if he had been trampled by an elephant. A huge impact force directly knocked him away. When the knight's body suddenly hit the wall of the arena, he lost consciousness instantly. Reina raised the sword in her hand, declaring victory in this fight. The already noisy audience seats fell silent for a moment. Then there was a roar like a tsunami. A demi-human maid actually knocked a sturdy knight away with a shield raised in one hand. This refreshed the cognition of all the audience. The abuse and doubts from the previous moment now turned into praise for Lina's extraordinary strength. Chapter 46, But today, I will kill you. After round of competition, it was finally time to reach the qualifying round of the top 16. At this moment, the moon had already changed from hanging high in the sky to 2 blood moons rising in the sky. It was as if announcing the cruelty of this gladiatorial contest. Huge bonfires were lit at both ends of the gladiatorial arena, and rows of bright torches made the entire arena exceptionally bright. The competition will continue into the night until the winner of the gladiator lifts the trophy and takes home the glory of the year. Reina easily defeated 4 knights in a row and qualified for the top 16. She killed all 5 knights with one strike, which gave the audience a new understanding of Reina. It's so scary. Reina is like a dark horse that suddenly appears, bringing new fun to the entire arena. It's a pity that the gladiatorial games are extremely sacred to the people of Nolans, and no monetary transactions are allowed in this sacred game. Otherwise, they would be subject to the sacred judgment of all citizens, and even if a noble tainted the game with gold coins, he would be hanged. Otherwise, many gamblers would definitely lose everything tonight. With the sound of a heavy horn, the game finally reached its climax. 16 contestants of different physiques were seen standing in the center of the venue, enjoying the cheers and honors from the audience. Some adventurers without families seem to have noticed the gazes of the nobles. As long as they can get the appreciation of the nobles, even if they fail this time, they will still have gained something. Many people have a clear understanding of their own strengths. Every gladiator who entered the finals knew very well how powerful the Dragon Man was, as he had won for 3 consecutive years. Not to mention that this year there's also Duke Rice's assassin and an invincible maid. Reina stood out in the arena. Although she was the smallest in stature, her record was indeed the most impressive. Apart from the royal dragons, no one had won as easily as she had. Some viewers even speculated that perhaps Lena could fight this Dragon Man. More nobles were wondering which family this petite, yet strong maid came from. When people learned that Reina was from the Zeluka family, many were amazed. Lin Wei is now in the limelight as a rising star in the Nolan's empire. Now there are almost no nobles who don't know him. After a short break, the draw to determine the opponents began. What was a bit surprising was that Yogurt actually drew Reina in the first round. Yogurt also performed very well in this gladiator. Although not as gorgeous as Reina's one-hit kill, he still defeated his opponent in just a few moves. Compared to Reina's simple attack, his arena always spurted blood. Bloodthirsty Yogurt always elicits more screams from the audience. So when Yogurt faced the Dark Horse Reina, they were all quite excited. Either the Dark Horse Reina will create another miracle, or she will be ruthlessly torn apart by Yogurt. Standing in the arena, Yog smiled coldly. "Little maid, I told you not to let me meet you. I didn't expect those trash could actually let you get into the top 16. Honestly, you didn't secretly sleep with them and let them give you a leg up in the competition, did you? Go back and tell your master that he is a coward for letting his maid serve others." Huh. Yogurt's unpleasant laughter did not irritate Reina. The scales on Reina's arms moved slightly, and it seemed as if gas was seeping out of them. Her already red eyes seemed to become even redder at this moment. It doesn't matter how others insult her, but if someone insults Lin Wei, then you must die. She had already developed murderous intentions when she met the clerk today. "I have never killed anyone. But today, I will kill you." Reina's cold voice seemed to announce Yogurt's death. Although Yogurt, who was still laughing loudly, made sarcastic remarks, he never put down the shield in his hand from beginning to end. He was wary of the little maid in front of him. How can anyone who can truly make it to the top 16 be a weakling? While he was still thinking about how to deal with the shield attack that the maid was good at, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and 2 blood moons suddenly appeared in his sight for some reason. He clearly didn't look up. Then the world began to spin in front of him, and he lost all consciousness below his head. Lena shook off the blood on the sword coldly. It was just one round of confrontation. She chopped off Yogurt's head with incredible speed. His wide-open eyes gradually became blurred, as if he had no idea what had happened before he died. Silence. Deathly silence. Compared with the previous rounds, it was obvious that Reina's move this time shocked everyone. No one saw how she did it. She seemed to appear in front of Yogurt suddenly, and then Yogurt's head flew out. Some even suspected she used magic. However, the royal magicians sitting in the venue did not notice the fluctuation of magic, which means that this is Reina's speed. Did she use magic? Someone in the crowd raised questions. Before the royal mage could speak, Duke Alia suddenly said, "She didn't use any magic. Arya is the great magician," and with her fair and impartial speech, those questioning voices finally disappeared. Then there was thunderous cheers and whistles. No wonder Lin Wei sent this maid to participate in the gladiator competition. The strength shown by this maid is no weaker than that of the Dragon Man. The Dragon Man and the assassin narrowed their eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, this seemingly fragile maid would become their biggest opponent. Before going on the field, the assassin and the Dragon Man regarded each other as the most difficult opponent, until Lena appeared, and this delicate balance was broken. During their break, they also watched Reina and Yogurt's respective matches, and they all felt that Reina and Yogurt were of similar level. Even if Reina was stronger, she would not be much stronger. But the fighting power that Lena showed today greatly refreshed their cognition. This speed is so fast that it is weird. Even if the assassin exerts his physical strength to the limit, it is impossible to achieve it. The dragon man was wondering if his dragon scales could block her iron sword. What is certain is that the weapon in Reina's hand is not a magic weapon, but just a long sword of better quality. As long as there is no magical enchantment, resisting it should not be a problem. He has enough confidence in the scales on his body. Although Lena is powerful, the red dragon blood in her bones seems to be boiling at this moment. Defeat Reina, take her head, and bring glory to the king. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, as if he had already cut off Reina's head. Chapter 47. Victory belongs to Bai Long, glory belongs to Luca. The dragon man defeated Duke Rice's assassin. This man, who was once the best assassin in the S-level team, has now lost his right arm, with a hideous wound covering it with blood and flesh. The dragon man seemed a little unsatisfied and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the pungent smell of rust entering my nostrils. The assassin was quite fast, but his so-called enchanted dagger was unable to harm the dragon man at all. The dragon man's status bar at this time also caught Lin Wei's attention. Guardland. Bravery, 148. Strategy, 20. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. Dragon scale hardening, red dragon power. Rating, A+. The overall level of this dragon man, named Gadlin, is weaker than Lena. However, this dragon man also possesses special talents, so it may not be easy for Lena to win as easily as before. It seems that Reina's special talents, except for the inheritance of the Frost Dragon, have hardly ever been triggered. Although Lin Wei has confidence in Lena, this battle is by no means an easy victory for Lena. The smell of white dragon. Little white dragon, tell me your name. At this moment, Gadlin and Lena were already standing in the center of the arena. Even though the battle was not over yet, Reina had already become famous. Reina, I am a lizard man. Are the characteristics you have also those of a lizard man? I've never seen a red lizard man before. Have you also mutated? The naive Reina thought that the other party was also a lizard man like her. Reina's answer left Gadrin stunned. He stared at Reina with his dragon eyes, and his scary vertical pupils seemed to want to read mockery from Reina's eyes. Although he is a red dragon with impure blood, it does not mean that he is willing to be mixed up with those lizard men. Because the impure-blooded dragons and lizard men are indeed very similar. Before he showed his true strength, he was also mistaken for a lizard man. He suffered many insults before he became strong enough. If he had not been close to Reina, he would not have smelled the same scent on Reina. Little white dragon, you have succeeded in irritating me. I will tear you apart and devour your flesh. The dragon man growled and raised the sword given to him by the king. Gadlin's body shape changed suddenly, and he rushed in front of Lena at an extremely fast speed, even leaving an afterimage where he was standing before. Bump! Reina's red eyes suddenly narrowed, and she raised the shield in her hand to block Gadlin's attack. There was a sharp sound of metal clashing, and a flash of fire burst out from where the shield and weapon collided. After just one round of fighting, a huge hole was cut in the round shield in Reina's hand. The shield was dented, and it was obvious that it would break in two if hit again, so it could no longer be used. She felt a slight numbness in the base of her palm. Gadlin's strength, due to inertia, was almost as strong as hers. Reina discarded her shield. Compared to simple defense, speed was obviously her advantage. She burst out with a speed faster than Gadlin, and turned into a shadow and rushed behind Gadlin. Even though Gadlin was nervous, he didn't expect Lena's speed to be so fast. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again, and the long sword in Reina's hand had already cut a huge gash. If this sword had not been made by Biglin, an ordinary sword would have broken by now upon colliding with the dragon scales. Gadlin's defense was beyond Reina's imagination. Because even so, the dragon scales on his back were only slightly scratched. Roar! Gadlin let out a roar and slashed at the back like a madman. But Reina dodged them all swiftly. In a flash, the two men staged a fierce chase. The two men fighting each other caused cheers from the audience. It was the first time they had seen someone who could fight the dragon man Gadlin for so many rounds without being at a disadvantage. Gadlin is indeed very powerful, otherwise he would not have won the gladiator competition for 3 consecutive years. However, Reina is equally powerful, which makes many nobles tempted. The royal family, including King Louis XIII, also turned their gazes towards Reina in the venue. Compared to the ugly Gadlin, the demi-human made Reina is obviously more in line with the noble's aesthetic taste. Not only can he fight, but he might even be able to warm the bed. Isn't this much more fragrant than Guardland? After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Reyna felt hot all over. It was like a power rising from the bottom of my heart. The shadow of a white dragon seemed to be hovering faintly behind her. Blessing from the dragon spirit. It was the first time that Lin Wei saw Lena's special talent activated. The shadow flashed by, and white scales grew on Reyna's arms and face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dragon horns on her head also lengthened a little. A burning desire to fight burned in her heart, and she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Gadlin's heart was shocked, and the dragon scales all over his body stood up, as if sensing danger. The blood of the red dragon told him that Reyna, who had suddenly changed before him, was someone he could never defeat. However, before he could react, Reyna had already plunged the broken sword into his chest. The originally fragile broken sword seemed to have been amplified countless times under the absolute power bonus. The dragon scales he was so proud of were like a piece of glass that could not withstand the pressure and had completely shattered. Then, Reyna punched him in the face again. After a brief period of numbness and pain, Gardlin completely lost consciousness. Although the victor Reyna's made outfit was torn in many places, the exposed arms and back were covered by dragon scales. The onlookers could not see the beautiful spring scenery. Reyna wins. Amidst cheers and screams, Reyna won the fight. This also declared that the glory of the gladiator this time belonged to the Zeluka family. Gadlin just fainted, and Lena did not kill him. To be precise, apart from killing Yogurt, she didn't kill anyone in this arena. Because her home was invaded by soldiers, she understood the preciousness of life better than anyone else. Those standing in the gladiator arena are all prepared warriors. But whose fathers, whose sons, or whose husbands are they? Reyna knew that her thoughts were childish. But a strong person should have his own beliefs in order to better utilize his power. This was told to her by her grandmother, who disappeared 3 years ago. No matter what, she finally got back the glory that should have belonged to Lin Wei. Lena looked in the direction of Lin Wei, only to see Lin Wei waving at her. Suddenly, Reyna felt her body lighten. It seemed as if all the fatigue accumulated from the battle had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 48 Greed. Lin Wei hung the brand new Eagle Gladiator badge in his study. Lin Wei specially found a huge display stand so that everyone could see the pure gold gladiator emblem the first time they entered the study. Unlike the badge that Grandpa Edward obtained, this is a gladiator's emblem belonging to him and Lena. It also means that he has regained the glory of the Zeluka family. Just as Lin Wei was admiring the new gladiator emblem, Elyulu walked in holding Lena's hand. Unlike Reyna on the field at that time, the scales that originally appeared on her cheeks and back had faded away, leaving only a few scales on her hands and abdomen. Compared to when I first met Reyna, there seemed to be even fewer scales. Of course, if you don't enter combat mode. The dragon horns also returned to their original appearance, and the petite and cute dragon horns were still white and translucent. Lin Wei waved towards Lena and said, "White Enchantress, you are a great contributor to the Luiska territory." When Lena heard Lin Wei call her White Rose, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The reason why she is called White Rose is, of course, because Reyna left a deep impression on everyone in this arena competition. This is the nickname given to Reyna by the people of Nolans based on her characteristics. The Gadlin that Reyna defeated was once known as the Gladiator Destroyer. Reyna didn't get this nickname because she got the badge. It was because Reyna left such a deep impression on everyone that she got this nickname. Master, I hope Reyna didn't disappoint you. Lena looked at Lin Wei with her bright red eyes, a strange emotion flickering in her eyes. Of course, Reyna. Even if you don't get this badge back for me, I won't be disappointed in you either. After hearing this, Reyna's thick dragon tail began to swing unconsciously, which meant that Reyna was in a good mood. Just like the little cat girl Silka, it seems that whenever these creatures with tails are happy, their tails can always express their emotions in advance on behalf of their owners. In the cold royal palace, Zeluka 13 sat on the throne with a scepter in his hand. Beneath the throne, Gadlin's huge body was crawling on the ground. He didn't dare look up because he failed to regain the honor for Zeluka 13. In fact, even Zeluka didn't understand why Gadlin lost. A broken sword could actually pierce the dragon scales that Gadlin was so proud of. It was just an ordinary iron sword, without any magic added to it. He was able to penetrate the dragon's armor with ordinary weapons simply by relying on brute force. Could it be that the opponent was also a hybrid dragon? It's no wonder that Zeluka has such thoughts, because all this is really too ridiculous. Then his majestic voice sounded. Gardlin, look up. Upon hearing this, although Gadlin was still crawling on the ground, he obediently raised his head. Tell me, White Fairy Reyna, is she a dragon person? Gardrin's eyes flickered for a moment, and he finally said, Yes, your majesty, she has a stronger dragon bloodline than I do. Because when she defeated me in the end, I felt the aura of the dragon spirit. Gardland's dragon bloodline only accounts for about 1/3. The higher the concentration of dragon blood, the greater the chance of gaining the favor of the dragon spirit. His father is a hybrid red dragon with a red dragon spirit. His mother was just an ordinary Norlands woman, so by his generation the bloodline had become quite thin. Reyna, who fought with him, had a very strong bloodline and might be a direct descendant of a pure-blooded dragon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such powerful strength and speed. Oh, Zeluk's eyes narrowed slightly. A dragon with a stronger bloodline, and a dragon girl. If I could recruit him, not only can she serve as a concubine in the harem, but she can also be a powerful fighter. There is no shortage of mixed-race royals in the royal family, but such princes or princesses often have no inheritance rights unless their mother has the same family background as Zeluk 13. For example, she could be the daughter of the chief of a large tribe, or a direct descendant of the royal family of the Elf Kingdom. Only in this way can the offspring born have a chance to have status. However, if one wants to compete for the throne, the possibility is very slim unless there is a legitimate prince with Nolan's bloodline. I don't blame you this time. Go down and have a good rest. Zeluk waved. In any case, Gardren also won him 3 victories in the gladiatorial arena. You can't punish the other party for 1 defeat. Otherwise it would be too inhumane. After Gadlin left, Zeluk 13, who was sitting on the throne, narrowed his eyes. This little maid had obviously entered his sight. However, because of the existence of the gladiator arena, Reyna also appeared in the vision of all nobles and the people of Nolans. Everyone knows that Reyna is loyal to the Luka family. If Reyna were to be taken away by force, it would probably cause a huge reaction. Only wealth and power could make Reyna surrender. Zeluk believes that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with gold coins. If there is, resolve it with power and force. A month has passed since the gladiator games. Lin Wei still had not received the fief from King Zeluk 13. Logically speaking, after winning this gladiatorial contest, Lin Wei's accumulated reputation would be enough. According to Lin Wei's idea, the Earl's appointment should have arrived as well. But during this month, he didn't hear anything. It was as if he had won not the Nolan's gladiator match, but an unimportant match. But even so, Lin Wei didn't care too much. Although he is still a Viscount, due to the popularity of Cream, he has not only expanded his guard to 5,000 people. He even had 1,000 fully armed heavy cavalry. Even among the many Earls of Nolans, his strength is definitely among the top ones. In addition to the 200,000 Nolans gold coins spent on the guards, Lin Wei also received a share of the cream sales from the Far East Chamber of Commerce during this month. A total of 300,000 Nolans gold coins. Compared to the enthusiasm when cream was first promoted, the demand for cream among the nobles has become much more saturated. Weiss wrote in the letter that he was preparing to sell the cream to Yade and Rema. If this matter can go smoothly, Lin Wei's income will increase several times. 300,000 Nolan's gold coins sounded like a lot, but in fact, only Lin Wei understood that this money was far from enough. Because once you get on the front battlefield, in addition to fighting with ordinary teams, you cannot avoid collisions with special forces. If we were to say which type is the most common, it would naturally be magicians. Lin Wei had to buy some anti-magic materials to make appropriate protective gear for Biglin, just when Lin Wei was busy with various things. Instead, the butler brought a letter from King Zeluk 13. Chapter 49. Reyna only wants to stay with her master. The butler handed the letter to Reyna. Lin Wei is handling affairs within the territory. Although the new Lewis Cardinal is larger than the old Lewis Cardinal, it has more people and supplies. But correspondingly, government affairs have become more numerous. In addition to daily training, Lena always likes to hang out with Lin Wei whenever she has time. Elialu also generously gave some of her time to Lena. When Reyna came over, she went to look for Inchiona. When the king delivered the letter, Lena was with Lin Wei. Lena obediently placed the letter on Lin Wei's desk. Lin Wei said without even looking up, "Please read the contents of the letter to me. I guess it's just the title of Earl that was given, and it shouldn't be anything important." Reyna nodded obediently and opened the red clay with the royal emblem on it. Just when Lin Wei was complaining about the slow efficiency of the royal family, the well-behaved Lena suddenly fell silent. Lin Wei looked at Lena with some confusion, whose arms were trembling slightly. Xiao Longyang looked like a frightened deer, with a look of grievance in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Lin Wei took the letter from Lena's hand. The letter began with some meaningless greetings. The letter was filled with praise for Reyna. Then, it was Zeluk Xii's blatant wolfish ambition. In the letter, he directly asked Lin Wei how much gold coins or status he wanted before he was willing to contribute Lena to the royal family. Seeing this, Lin Wei finally understood why Xiao Longyang had become like this. She was afraid that Lin Wei would sell her to the royal family. Owner, Reina will become even stronger. How about letting Reina stay by your side forever? Reina's tail drooped due to her depressed mood. In fact, she understood better than anyone what this letter meant. This means that the most powerful noble in the Kingdom of Norlands is asking Lin Weisoa for Reina. Even Lin Wei was unmoved and rejected the king's request. Then what Lin Wei faces is a career that ends at Viscount. Once the king's wishes are disobeyed, there is no need for Zeluka 13 to intervene. He only needs to send out a few signals, and those nobles who originally wanted to make friends with Lin Wei will begin to exclude Lin Wei. This illusory reputation and title would all collapse in a moment's thought by King Zeluka 13. Choosing between Lina and the future became the choice before Lin Wei. Lina looked at Lin Wei, who was lost in thought, without saying a word, and her heart seemed to fall into an endless abyss. This was a royal test. In fact, whether Lin Wei surrenders or not, he will inevitably lose. Once Lin Wei offers Reina to Zeluka 13, will the royal family have the final say on whether he will give her what he promised? At that time, he would pretend that nothing had happened, and it was not impossible that he would even think that Lin Wei was easy to bully and not promote him to Earl. And if Lin Wei did not give Reina to Zeluka 13, there would be no doubt that such an action would definitely anger the king. His aristocratic career in Norlands was over. As for rebellion and independence from the Kingdom of Norlands, that would be a dead end. Once Lin Wei declares the independence of Luiska territory, it is not certain whether the people in the territory will agree. Even the nobles in the surrounding areas were probably eager to capture Lin Wei alive and present him to Zeluka 13. This is a fatal question, and there is no answer at all. Whether angering the king or being a weak noble would have a huge impact on his current reputation. Although he already had more than 5,000 guards, it was still far from enough to face the royal legion of more than 200,000. Not to mention the Nolan's noble legion with a total number of over 1 million. Reina, do you want to go to the royal city? Although Lina's loyalty was full, Lin Wei still asked. Reina's head shook like a rattle. Don't worry, I won't give you to anyone. As long as you want to stay in Luiska territory will always be your home. Lin Wei reached out and held Lina's warm little hand. The warmth from Lin Wei made the little dragon girl feel a lot more at ease. Lin Wei had never lied to her. As long as Lin Wei promised to keep her by his side, she believed that Lin Wei would do it. Lina has almost blind trust in Lin Wei. She didn't want to go to Zeluka's side. They were only interested in her formidable strength. Only Lin Wei gave her everything when she had nothing. Gave her warmth and light. If I want to leave Lin Wei and be loyal to someone else, she would rather die. Lin Wei did not choose to reply immediately. He took Reina and set off again for the royal city overnight. Only by asking for help from Alia may there be a glimmer of hope. Alia possesses an extraordinary status and strength, and even Zeluka 13 does not dare to offend her easily. But the only thing that Lin Wei was a little worried about was, will the other party help him for Zeluka's sake? If Alia is unwilling to help Lin Wei, is there really only one way out? A fight to the bitter end? Lin Wei only hated that he was not strong enough yet, so Zeluka dared to bare his fangs at him. The Magic Academy is quite large and is located in a fairly prosperous area. Through the door, you can see groups of students discussing magic inside. After a brief contact with the guard at the door, he asked her to wait there. Reina was standing behind Lin Wei today, wearing an oversized cape. White Rose's reputation is already quite famous. She had to avoid being recognized. Soon, the guards left and returned. He said respectfully to Lin Wei, "Respected Viscount, Dean Alia invites you to rest in the courtyard." Lin Wei nodded. Walking through the elegant front yard, Lin Wei tried his best to avoid the crowd and avoid being noticed. It was not until the two of them arrived at the huge pavilion in the manor that the guard bowed to Lin Wei and then left. Soon, the cute cat girl appeared in Lin Wei's sight. She ran towards Lin Wei happily, her little tail wagging back and forth. Last time in the arena, I just looked at Lin Wei from a distance and didn't get to say a word. With this close contact, Zeluka was finally able to replenish Lin Wei's energy. Lin Wei's energy plus 100. Zeluka rubbed Lin Wei for a long time before letting go of Lin Wei reluctantly. "Master, the teacher will be here soon. I came here as soon as I heard the news." At that time, Alia was teaching students, and Zeluka skipped class and came here. Lin Wei patted Zeluka's head and said, "Thank you for your hard work lately. Are you taking good care of yourself?" Zeluka nodded and looked at Reina, who was standing behind Lin Wei in a cloak, and said, "Master, this is." "Reina, take off your cloak." Reina obediently took off her cloak and looked at the cute cat girl, feeling a sense of crisis in her heart. I have to say that Zeluka is really good looking, and he is a catman who is more popular among humans. He has so many more advantages than her. In addition, Zeluka also called Linwei master, so she already had some guesses in her mind and felt a little jealous. Hello, dear Miss Zeluka. Reina's tone was a little unfamiliar because it was her first time meeting Zeluka. I know you. You are the white rose who has won glory for your master. You are so powerful. Zeluka also wants to be like you, to be able to stand beside the master openly. The envy in her tone didn't seem fake. It seems that studying in the royal city has brought about some small changes in Zeluka's personality. Originally a gentle, yet somewhat timid personality. I don't know why I became a little lively. Or maybe she only shows this lovely side of her when she is with Linwei. The two quickly became close. When he learned that the king wanted Linwei to contribute Lina, Zeluka also showed an indignant expression. But at this moment, Alia's voice suddenly rang out. So, this is why you came to see me? Chapter 50. It's the survival of the fittest. Linwei was a little embarrassed by the sudden appearance of Alia. I saw that this legendary great magician, who rarely appeared in public, was looking at me with a scrutinizing gaze. During the gladiatorial arena, some people suspected that Reina had used magic. It was Alia who spoke up to help. Greetings, respected Duke Alia. Alia waved her hand nonchalantly. I don't like being called the Duke. You can call me Dean. Zeluka is also my favorite student. We don't need to be so distant. Alia said, stroking Silka's cat ears. Zeluka immediately dodged like a frightened deer. I am a good teacher in every way, except that I sometimes like to touch my ears and tail. These are very sensitive areas for cat girls. Except when Linwei touches them, she will have a more intense reaction. Teacher. Alia didn't care about Zeluka's resentment, but sat down by herself. Her snow-white hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The white hair did not turn white because of old age, but because white elves have white hair. The whiter the hair, the purer the blood in the body. It has to be said that although Arya is hundreds of years old, her charming beauty has not been lost in the long time. The elves are famous for their longevity and beauty. Alia is the best among them. If she wasn't powerful enough, who knows how many nobles would want to take her into their harem. So, Dean Alia, do you have any way to get His Majesty to retract his order? Alia shook her head and did not answer Linwei. She looked at the somewhat reserved Reina and said, it is indeed very beautiful. The concentration of white dragon blood is also very high. No wonder that kid Zeluka is interested. After saying this, she spread her hands and said, as you can see, although I am an honorary duke, I cannot influence His Majesty's wishes. Either you hand this little dragon girl over to His Majesty, or you choose to end your noble career. You are a man of means and intelligence. Although the white dragon is precious, you don't need me to help you make a choice, right? Alia's words were clear. She had no way to help Linwei. Although he had already made this plan in his heart, Linwei's heart still sank when he heard the bad news. Of course, he was unwilling to give up Reina. Putting aside Reina's talent, if he gave up on Reina today, what if His Majesty finds out about his relationship with Zeluka and asks him for Zeluka? At that time, would he also give up Zeluka? Will anyone still be willing to be loyal to him in the future? Alia looked at Linwei's solemn expression with interest. In fact, she was also very interested in what choice Linwei would make. Over the long years, she has met many interesting people, and Linwei is one of the more interesting ones. Lina stood aside cautiously. She didn't say anything. But she was not afraid that Linwei's thoughts would change because of this. Because Linwei promised her that he would not offer her to the royal family. I will fight to the end. Even if it means being an enemy of your majesty. He can't deprive others of their freedom so arbitrarily. Although I bought Reina from the slave trader, I already took off her slave collar. She's not a slave, she's my family. I believe that both humans and demi-humans have the right to live freely. So, I will protect Reina, even if it means fighting against His Majesty. Alia suddenly smiled, and her beautiful smile made the carefully trimmed flowers in the manor seem a little dim. So, for Reina alone, you're so foolish as to give up your own future and the lives of so many innocent people in your territory? Linwei said calmly, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. I will lead them in the fight, and we may not lose. Alia shook her head. In fact, no matter what choice Linwei made, they are all wrong. She said to Reina, little white dragon, come to me. Lina looked at the other person warily, and when she saw Linwei nodded, she walked towards Alia. Alia's tender white little hand touched Lina's head, and a strange light lit up. The dragon horns, which were already quite long, quickly disappeared, leaving only the smooth forehead. The scales on her body also disappeared at an extremely fast speed, and she completely turned into an ordinary human girl. This is... Linwei was a little surprised. Not only did Lena lose her dragon features, but even her face had changed. Reina. Bravery, 148. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. White dragon blood, dragon scale hardening, dragon spirit blessing, frost dragon inheritance, hidden in the blood. Rating S. There is an additional word hidden in blood in the special talent. Alright. From now on, if she doesn't appear in front of the nobles again, everything should be fine. This magic will last for at least 10 years. When the time is up, bring her to me. Just find a reason to tell that kid Zeluka that the dragon lady has defected and invite him to come to look at territory to help search. I don't need to teach you the politics of these nobles, do I? After doing all this, Alia picked up the black tea in front of her and took a sip. Also, your cream is great. I love it. Lin Wei was a little overjoyed. He bowed to Arya. Thank you, Dean Alia. Lin Wei will always remember your kindness. Alia said indifferently. I'm not doing this for you. I just don't want to see my lovely students cry. Zeluka showed a coquettish expression. Teacher, how could I be a crybaby? No. I remember when you first came to the academy, you were always hiding in bed wiping away your tears because you were not familiar with the new environment. Zeluka blushed immediately. Teacher, how do you know? Who knows? Perhaps the god of light told me secretly. In a cheerful atmosphere, Lin Wei bid farewell to Zeluka, who was reluctant to leave. Zeluka has not yet become a magician, so for the time being, he can only stay with Alia to learn magic. On the way back, Lena held Lin Wei's clothes tightly. It was not until they were on the carriage that Reina took the initiative to say, I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry to bother you, Reina. Reina is really insecure. Although she knew that Lin Wei would not hand her over to the royal family, she still couldn't help feeling scared. Lin Wei gently consoled him. How could that be? I was the one who asked you to participate in the gladiator competition. Even if there really is a mistake, it's my fault. Reina, you've done a great job. Reina shook her head. The master can do no wrong. If Reina is strong enough, no one will dare to threaten the master. Lin Wei didn't say anything else. He looked at the changing scenery outside the carriage. Yes, he has to get stronger. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. There is no logic at all. Chapter 51. You don't just rely on fists to get away. What? Lin Wei said white enchantress defected. Zeluka 13, who was sitting on the throne, widened his eyes. Of course, his first reaction was not that Long Nyang had defected, but that Lin Wei was unwilling to give the white rose to him. He looked at the envoys below the stage with a gloomy face and a changing expression. Yes, your majesty. Viscount Lin Wei also said that the dragon lady escaped to the beast tribe. Because White Enchantress is so powerful, he can't stop her. He also said that if he caught White Rose, he would give her to her with both hands. Even Viscount Lin Wei took the initiative to say that due to a shortage of manpower, he hoped your majesty could send some soldiers to help with the search. Although he guessed that Lin Wei might refuse, Zeluka 13 did not expect that Lin Wei would refuse in such a lame way. But he actually volunteered to help with the search? Was this a true defection, or was it due to his extreme confidence in himself, making sure that Reina wouldn't be found by him? Gadlin, you will go to Luiska territory as an envoy to help search for the White Enchantress. Besides sending envoys to station in Luiska territory, send another 1,000 royal guards to help with the search. Since Lin Wei wants to hide Lena, Zeluka 13 will not give up so easily. As a dragon man, Gadlin's blood is mutually responsive, as long as Gadlin can feel Lena's breath. The thousands of royal guards launched a carpet search, and not even a fly could hide in Luiska's territory. He wanted to see whether Lin Wei's story of defection was true or not. Zeluka XII's reaction was within Lin Wei's expectations. Even if they really sent thousands of guards, they would not be able to find Reina, because Reina now looks completely like a human girl. Grand Mage Alia's magic has completely hidden Reina's bloodline. Now she has changed her name to Izixi. Even if Reina is right in front of the guards, they cannot recognize her. After all, Reina's Dragonman characteristics have all been hidden. The nobles had different speculations about why King Zeluka 13 suddenly sent the guards to Luisgar. Some people said that Lin Wei had angered His Majesty, so His Majesty was going to send thousands of guards to monitor him. Others said that Lin Wei was appreciated by His Majesty, and these 1,000 soldiers were to help Lin Wei garrison his territory. No matter what, as long as Lin Wei and Zeluka 13 don't say it, this matter will remain a secret forever. Lin Wei wouldn't take the initiative to say it, and Zeluka would be even less likely to do so. This is not a glorious thing for either of them. Before the royal guards entered Luisgar, Lin Wei transferred 3,000 soldiers to Old Luisgar. Firstly, the defense force of Old Luiska's territory is weak. It is probably impossible to defend the territory with only Norl and the less than 500 guards. Secondly, Lin Wei was afraid that Luiska's overly powerful military force would arouse the king's vigilance. So he sent 1,000 heavy cavalry and 2,000 fully armed guards to the territory of Louis the Elder. Leaving 2,000 as guards is enough. After the storm died down, Zeluka 13 stopped worrying about Reina's problem and started a new round of recruitment. Only his power is strong enough. Only in this way can we prevent what happened to Reina from happening again. Michel had just returned from Fedra. He asked many nobles along the way, and many of them said that they had seen Zeluka's carriage enter Luiska's territory. After being let out by Luiska, he went straight back to the royal city. All these intricate connections told Michel that Zeluka might indeed have some relationship with Lin Wei. Thinking of Lin Wei's inexplicably missing dragon girl, everything seemed to make sense. To be honest, Lin Wei is really weak. A viscount who had just been promoted from baron, even if he was lucky enough to capture 2 royal family members of the Rema kingdom, his own strength and foundation were definitely far inferior to those of the prominent nobles. Nobility is hereditary, and the longer the inheritance, the deeper the foundation. The reason why Lin Wei was able to gather hundreds of fairly powerful elite soldiers was definitely due to the savings left by his grandfather Edward, who was once known as the Sword Saint. You said Lin Wei made his fortune by selling that golden eagle gladiator emblem? That's probably just an excuse. Although Edward was only a baron, his military force was the most powerful in the entire Nolans at that time. So Michel believed that Lin Wei made his fortune with those 1,000 gold coins. He would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree. However, knowing that Lin Wei had some relationship with Zeluka, he did not plan to take any action. Firstly, it is uncertain what the relationship between Lin Wei and Zeluka is. Secondly, his father, King Zeluka 13, has been keeping a close eye on Louis Cardinal recently, so it would be somewhat conspicuous if he went there again. He has obtained permission to inherit Blackrock Keep, and at this critical juncture when he is about to join forces with the orcs, he cannot make any mistakes. How could Lin Wei's small earldom possibly stop the attack of the orc army? The orcs have not launched an invasion against the Kingdom of Nolans for many years. Every time they fought with the Kingdom of Nolans, they swept through the borders of Nolans and retreated to Blackstone Castle, which was enough to resist the orcs. But next year will be different. Next year, this extremely strong fortress will lower the drawbridge to welcome the invasion of the orcs. By then, the warlike and bellicose Kingdom of Nolans. There will also be a major reshuffle. Lena and Elialu followed behind Lin Wei. As the hosts, they naturally had to welcome the royal guards and envoys. Leading the group were Garland and a commoner viscount. Both of them are envoys sent by Zeluka 13. The viscount came up first to greet Lin Wei. Hello, Viscount Lin Wei. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kong Nuo. Viscount Lin Wei, I'm sorry to bother you during this period. Lin Wei smiled slightly. I have long heard of your name, Viscount Connor. I will treat you with the best butterbread. After we catch that traitor Reina, please speak a few good words for me in front of His Majesty. Lin Wei said as he calmly placed a bag of gold coins into Connor's hand. The heavy feel and the clinking sound of Nolan's gold coins immediately made him smile. Then I'll be grateful for your hospitality. Connor accepted the gold coins calmly, even though His Majesty asked him to find the rebellious White Rose. But whether or not a thorough search was conducted was not up to him. As long as the dragon man Gadlin doesn't notice anything unusual, perhaps this mission can be completed quickly. Earning so many gold coins in just one trip was beyond Connor's expectations. Now look at Lin Wei's handsome face. No matter how you look at it, it's pleasing to the eye. Chapter 52, Farewell Gift. Connor, who received the bribe, has been in a bad state for the past week. Lin Wei was very generous and gave out 2,000 Nolan's gold coins at once. For Viscount Connor, who had no territory and no taxes, these 2,000 gold coins were enough for him to live a life of luxury for a while. So apart from eating and sleeping on time every day, he would only occasionally show up in front of Gadlin to show that he was also working. The guards who were searching did not stop for a moment. It's a pity that even if they turned Luiska upside down, they couldn't find Reina. Because little Lena has become Izixi now, she stays with Lin Wei intensively every day. Even training was put on hold. Once this storm is over, Reina's life will return to normal. But seeing Lin Wei concentrating on handling official business doesn't seem so bad. She didn't know why, but just by staying by Lin Wei's side, she could already feel her heart beating faster as she became stronger. Such a completely different experience. Reina didn't hate it. On the other hand, Gadlin, who had been searching for more than a week, was also a little discouraged. When I first arrived in Luiska territory, I could still feel the strong breath of the white dragon. But for some reason, The smell has become weaker and weaker over the past week. Could it be that Reina really escaped from Louisa territory? It's no wonder that he had such thoughts in his mind. It rained heavily 2 days ago, and there was no trace of the white dragon in Louiska collar anymore. Considering Lin Wei's cooperative attitude. Or maybe Reina really defected. Or Lin Wei sent Lina out of Louiska territory. No matter which one it was, he would never be able to find Reina again. Thinking of this, he felt a little discouraged. The dragon race is proud, even if Gadlin is a half-blood. After being defeated in the gladiatorial arena, Gadlin acknowledged Reina's bravery and believed that if he could mate with her, he might be able to give birth to a powerful offspring. He had originally planned to ask His Majesty to give Reina to him after finding her. Because in Gadlin's eyes, His Majesty only sent people to search for Reina because he had lost face. And considering that I have won the gladiator badge for His Majesty for 3 consecutive years, as long as I ask His Majesty for Reina as a reward, I believe His Majesty will not refuse. After all, if we really have children, won't they continue to serve His Majesty? Unfortunately, Reina had already escaped. All of this has become completely empty talk. Lord Lin Wei, I'm sorry for bothering you lately. Viscount Connor was glad that he had accepted such a comfortable task. In the past half-month, he was treated to delicious food and drinks every day, and there were maids to take care of his daily life. As a commoner noble, apart from a little bit of noble glory, when had he ever enjoyed such a comfortable life? Lord Connor, please forgive me if our hospitality is inadequate, Lin Wei said as he placed another bag of gold coins into the other person's hand. Seeing that the other person's eyes were narrowed into slits with laughter, it was obvious that the heavy gold coin hit Viscount Connor's heart again. Viscount Lin Wei, you are so polite. Don't worry, we all see your loyalty to the Empire. When I return, I will definitely tell His Majesty that you have worked hard to develop the territory and govern the country, and that you have not had an affair with White Enchantress. I suspect that the White Fairy must have secretly crossed the Rima River long ago and fled to the territory of the Nage tribe. Lin Wei sighed. Then thank you for your help. Gadlin, who was standing behind, did not notice the dirty deal between the two, because the angle at which Lin Wei gave the bag of gold coins was very secretive, and Connor put it away at an incredible speed. To be honest, the searches these days have also caused some complaints from the royal guards. It's because Lin Wei doesn't provide good food for these royal guards. Every meal was only given some inedible black bread. The royal guards saw with their own eyes that the soldiers in Lin Wei's training camp were eating wheat cakes. Not only was potato soup with salt provided every day, but meat was also occasionally available. This made the royal guards very envious. Even though they were the royal guards, they could only eat bran cakes. Aren't wheat cakes only eaten by knights? Then the knights of Louiska's territory must eat white bread like the nobles, right? Originally, they thought that such a marginal territory would not receive any good treatment. Now it seems that as royal guards, they are at least not as well treated as Lin Wei's guards. Not to mention the armor worn and weapons held by the soldiers trained by Lin Wei. It's even more luxurious than theirs. If there were domesticated horses in the territory, they would believe you if you said Lin Wei could mobilize thousands of heavy cavalry. Of course, Lin Wei did have thousands of heavy cavalry, but they were all moved to Old Louiska. Master, why did you give this noble so many gold coins? In response to Lina's question, Lin Wei just touched her head. The King of Hell is easy to deal with, but little devils are hard to deal with. 2,000 gold coins are nothing to Louis Cardinal now, but if we can get Kanad to say a few good words and ask him not to focus too much on Louis Cardinal, we can develop with peace of mind. Lina seemed to be lost in thought. Although she didn't understand Lin Wei's first sentence, she understood the second. After all, Lin Wei paid so much just to keep her by his side. Thinking of this, she felt even more moved. Master, thank you for everything you have done for Reina. Lin Wei shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. Without you, how could there be Lin Wei and Louis Kaling today? Early this morning, Bai Di came to find Lin Wei. Bai Di sat quietly beside Lin Wei, watching him do government affairs all morning. Occasionally his eyes flickered, but he didn't say a word. Betty. Bravery, 223. Strategy, 482. Favorability, 35. Special talents, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Slayer, Queen, Traveler. Rating, SS+. Well, actually, when Lin Wei saw that Bai Di's status bar had returned to normal, he had already guessed that she was going to leave. However, what he didn't expect was that the succubus queen actually sat with him quietly for the entire morning. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by someone all morning, Lin Wei didn't say anything. After all, this exaggerated and somewhat outrageous attribute was enough to leave Lin Wei speechless. After the last piece of government affairs was dealt with, Lin Wei looked at Bai Di and asked, are you leaving? Bai Di didn't seem surprised that Lin Wei knew she was leaving. It would be better to say that Lin Wei seemed to have known from the beginning that she would leave. Betty nodded. She took out a white pendant from her bosom and handed it to him. The pendant features a lifelike dragon. Although it is small, it exudes a strange warmth. A parting gift. Thank you for taking care of me during this period. Lin Wei did not refuse. When Betty saw him put on the pendant, a smile appeared on her lips. I think we'll meet again. Bai Di stood up and walked towards the door, gently waving at Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't say anything, but just watched Bai Di disappear from his sight silently. Chapter 53. Feast of Dividing the Land. After Connor left, Lin Wei put recruiting soldiers back on the agenda. These days, relying on the share given by the Far East Chamber of Commerce, he has accumulated more than 1 million Nolan's gold coins in less than 2 months. This is a huge sum of money for the Duke. Lin Wei's achievement at his age is enough to make most nobles far behind. 1 million gold coins can be used to expand his guards, which can directly bring the number of people to 10,000. Among this 10,000-strong organization, there are 1,000 heavy cavalry. Including the 3,000 soldiers sent to Old Luiska, Lin Wei's family fortune was actually quite substantial. However, what Lin Wei found a bit regretful was that there were no talented people with outstanding numerical skills among these recruited subjects, which made him a little disappointed. However, with the help of the 2 generals Akshin and Ankro, there is no need to worry about lack of talented people to lead the troops. With the chirping of summer cicadas, Lin Wei's first summer as the new lord of Luiska finally arrived. The morning sun was scorching, and the heat wave distorted the air. In such hot weather, there seems to be a sense of laziness in the mood. He didn't even have the mood to handle government affairs. The main reason was that there were no trustworthy government officials, and the mountain of affairs almost tied up most of Lin Wei's time. Even Lin Wei, who thought he was working hard to govern the country, felt a little slack. Fortunately, the pendant Bai Di gave him seemed to have a refreshing effect. Otherwise, Lin Wei was really afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Although the life of a nobleman is comfortable, the responsibilities he bears have not decreased at all. Farmers would worry about tomorrow's bread, and as the local lord, Lin Wei would naturally worry about the bread of more farmers. Master, have some iced tea. Elialu brought a glass of ice water and placed it on Lin Wei's desk. Lin Wei was a little stunned. Where did the ice come from in the hot summer? The cool iced tea brought a brief sense of refreshment, and Lin Wei couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Lulu, where does ice come from? It's Reina. I don't know what's wrong with Reina lately. She just touched the well water with her hand, and it froze. Oh, is Reina okay? Reina is fine, but the temperature around her has been very low lately. I don't know why. Lena has the blood of a white dragon, and for some unknown reason she awakened the inheritance of the frost dragon, so it is normal for her to have such a temperature. However, Lin Wei still decided to go and take a look, just in case there was really something wrong with Lena. There are 3 huge wells in Lin Wei's manor, in addition to a small artificial lake, which was originally used by the Earl to raise fish. However, at this moment, a thick layer of frost had condensed on the surface of the small lake, giving Lin Wei the illusion that he was spending the winter. Reina. Bravery, 168. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. White Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage in effect. Rating S. Reina's bravery has grown again, and now it has reached 168 points. Apart from Bai Di's exaggerated faceplate, Lena is the most powerful person Lin Wei has ever seen. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Lena, Lin Wei was about to leave. However, Lena, who had been immersed in the lake, seemed to sense Lin Wei's arrival. She opened her eyes, and her pupils had changed slightly, becoming vertical pupils like a dragon. The already bright red eyes seemed to have become a bit darker. But this strange scene only lasted for a moment before she turned back into the image of a human girl. It seems that Arya's magic is still in effect. As Lena stood up, the frozen lake began to crack, and she ran towards Lin Wei excitedly. Reina still has the face of a human girl, which is not bad either. But it's still a little worse than Reina's original appearance. Rather, those white scales actually add a unique beauty. Lin Wei felt that his XP was somewhat strange. Master, why are you here? Lin Wei touched Lena's head. Reina's head didn't feel as cold as she had imagined, but rather very warm. Nothing, just checking on you. Hearing Lin Wei's gentle words, Lena's pretty face seemed to turn even redder. It's a pity that the tail has been hidden by magic. Lin Wei was destined not to be able to see the scene of the dragon's tail swinging. In the hot summer, the kingdom of Nolans is bustling with activity. Many nobles were granted new territories, which were ceded to the kingdom of Nolans by Rima as compensation. King Zeluka, 13, chose the most fertile forest, which was once the largest town in Rema. He announced that this was a new area directly under his jurisdiction, in addition to the royal city. With that piece of land as the radiation range, the surrounding relatively good lands were divided up by the dukes. As the current popular leftist, Duke Simon naturally got the richest land except for Zeluka 13. The royal family and nobles directly initiated the migration, and a large number of subjects and craftsmen left their homes, because they need to build a brand new town on this land. Although the vast majority of people expressed that they did not want to leave their hometown, they obviously could not disobey the orders of the royal family and the nobles. Fortunately, before the people migrated, a full 150,000 royal guards were sent here to prevent Rima from launching a sudden attack and to clear out the bandits and wild beasts stationed nearby. Originally, Zeluka 13 did not plan to send so many guards, but his third son Michel inherited Blackstone Castle. There were originally 50,000 defenders in Blackstone Castle, and with the addition of some guards raised by his son, it was more than enough to guard Blackstone Castle. However, if he wanted to expand the territory, 100,000 guards were obviously not enough, so Zeluka 13 took some risks and sent out a full 150,000. Apart from the thousands of Griffin legions, there were only 50,000 guards left in the royal city. Not only the royal family, but also the nearby nobles did not leave many troops in the territory. From dukes to barons, everyone was caught up in the frenzy of dividing up the land. The only person who didn't join in on the fun was one person. That's Lin Wei. This is of course what Zeluka 13 meant. Although Lin Wei said that Lina had defected, Zeluka never believed it. Even with Lin Wei's active cooperation, Zeluka still hadn't completely gotten rid of the grudge in his heart. In addition, Viscount Connor came back and said a lot of good things about Lin Wei, which instead aroused the king's dissatisfaction. Therefore, Lin Wei didn't get anything from this event. But even if Lin Wei knew, he didn't care. Although those lands were good, he no longer had the energy to explore new territories. The resources and gold coins spent on opening up the new land were more than he had imagined, and the returns would come later. It would be better to focus on the present and develop 2 Lewis card leaders. Chapter 54, Archer Preparation. Before distributing the newly acquired land, Fedra actually felt quite regretful. Because Lin Wei was indeed the rich son-in-law he let go because he had misjudged him. However, ever since His Majesty's royal guards were let out from Luiska last time, Lin Wei seemed to have fallen out of favor overnight. Not only are there fewer rumors about Lin Wei didn't even get a share in this land division. You know, the reason why Lin Wei was able to obtain so much land as compensation from Rima was all because he captured 2 members of the royal family. Even he was allocated a small piece of uncultivated forest. He originally thought that even if Lin Wei's land was not as good as those dukes, he could at least be on par with the earls, right? In the end, Lin Wei didn't get a single cent. It seems that something big must have happened recently that he doesn't know about. Thinking of His Royal Highness Michelle's inquiry a while ago, he had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps Lin Wei did something to anger His Majesty, so he was treated coldly? It is even possible that this trouble is quite serious, but there is no legitimate reason to deprive Lin Wei of his noble title, and expanding the territory requires a lot of energy and time. So that's why Lin Wei escaped? Fortunately, Lina came back a long time ago. Fedra stroked his mustache with satisfaction. Fortunately, when he tried to mend the relationship with Lin Wei, he was rejected by him. Otherwise, the 2 families would have really reconciled. I'm afraid that the Fedra family will also be implicated. Fedra thought she finally understood, so she spoke to her daughter in a better tone. Lina, you don't have to go to Luiska to get it from now on. Since Viscount Lin Wei looks down on us, let's just leave it at that. You can get in touch with Viscount Marriott more often. Although he's a bit older, he still doesn't have a wife. Lina's face darkened, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Her father always treated her like this, just as a tool. I never treated her as my daughter. Although this is the nature of the nobility, deep down she also expected her father to be a little different. Even if it's just out of a little bit of family affection. Lin Wei was fine. After all, they were childhood sweethearts and had some feelings for each other. The Viscount Marriott that Fedra mentioned was a greasy fat man in his 40s. Rumor has it that his private life is extremely decadent. Isn't this just pushing yourself into the fire? I understand, father. Her eyes flickered, as if she finally saw through her father's actions. Since this family has never treated her as a family member, then what's the point of me staying here? The identity of this baron's daughter is better off not having it. Lin Wei spent a lot of effort to train a group of magic soldiers. First, he spent tens of thousands of gold coins to buy one of each of the basic magic books from the magic bookstore. He also purchased a lot of advanced magic theories. If he has the qualifications, he can become a magician apprentice who can reach the level of an intermediate magician or even higher. As long as the other party's loyalty is high enough, Lin Wei will definitely not hesitate to send the other party to the Magic Academy. As for why Lin Wei wanted to buy one copy of all the basic magic books, it was of course because the magic elements that everyone could sense were different. Some people are good at fire magic, but may know nothing about water magic. Someone may be good at multiple elements of magic, but their magic power may not be naturally high. It is extremely difficult to find a second super magic genius like Zeluka. Nelancel watched as the guards in front of him carried batch after batch of magic books into his room. The high piles of magic books were a disguised demonstration of Lin Wei's ability to make money. For an ordinary viscount, it would be difficult to train magical troops, let alone arm his own guards. Although he had long known that the cream sold jointly by Lin Wei and the Far East Chamber of Commerce was quite popular, Nelancel obviously underestimated the huge profits of the cream. Nelancel, these practice staffs and primary magic wands are also given to you. Lin Wei kicked a heavy box at his feet, which contained 100 practice wands and 10 primary magic wands. There are only 20 talented subjects assigned to Nelancel, and these resources are already more than enough. Master, I will definitely not let you down. Since Nelancel joined Lin Wei, he rarely appears in the manor. He often stays at home and rarely goes out. Apart from teaching magic, he spends most of his remaining time meditating. Nerancel, Bravery, 20. Strategy, 109. Loyalty, 90. Special talents, a little elemental affinity, advanced magician. Rating, A+. Compared to when he first came to Luiska territory, Nelancel's overall strength has improved significantly, and his strategy has increased a few points. Loyalty also increased from 80 to 90, although Lin Wei still hasn't figured out what exactly he likes about him. However, as long as their loyalty is high enough, they can be entrusted with important tasks. He patted Nerancel's shoulder and said, I will find a way to get you some powerful spellbooks to help you get further on the road to becoming a mage. Nelancel showed a surprised expression, his elf's pointed ears trembled slightly, and he was obviously very happy. As a high-level magician, his greatest wish in life is, of course, to become a mage in his lifetime. If Lin Wei could really help him find some powerful magic books, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to his path to advancement. As a young man who has suffered from the harm of capital, Lin Wei has learned the big promises made by his previous boss very clearly. Seeing that Nelancel looked like he was willing to die for Lin Wei thought that he should try his best to help this silly and cute male elf wizard find the magic book. On this continent, the most powerful are the special troops, followed by a considerable number of heavy cavalry charges. Then came the fully armed guards. In fact, archers don't play such a big role in this world. It is mainly effective against leather armor units. Against those fully armed legions, the effect of archers was minimal. Moreover, if you want to become an archer, in addition to having extraordinary arm strength, you also need to use a large amount of fine iron to make arrows. If you're more extravagant, you can even use arrows with magic attached to them. Refined iron is a luxury item. It is a higher quality iron extracted from iron ore and is even purer than the iron used to make ordinary chainmail. This indirectly increases the cost of training archers. Therefore, apart from a small number of archers trained by the royal family, the nobles hardly trained archers. Even on the city walls, crossbows or kerosene were installed. The lethality of the bed crossbow can penetrate iron armor. Even if it fails to penetrate the armor, the huge impact force is enough to cause the internal organs of a well-trained soldier to be dislocated on the spot. Although they did not plan to train archers, Lin Wei, who had already started training magic soldiers, did not think so. For him, as long as it can improve combat effectiveness, he will try it. There's nothing else to it. He just has more gold coins than others. Chapter 55 I'm not a Lolita complex. Sally. Of the 10,000 guards in training, 1,000 were assigned to serve as archers. Most of these people were hunters before joining the army, so playing with bows and arrows can be considered a return to their old profession. Even without much training, everyone can hit the target. After all, hunters without accuracy would have starved to death in the Norlands winter. Although Lin Wei has been busy with the affairs of the new Lewis Card territory, he has not neglected the development progress of the barony on the other side. He wrote to Norl asking for help in recruiting some blacksmiths to assist Biglin. Because if Biglin relies on himself to build equipment, the progress will be too slow. Lin Wei felt it was a pity that he had not met any talented blacksmiths yet. After all, blacksmiths, who are like cash cows, mostly come from the dwarf race. This race has strong limbs, but is only half the height of humans. They always have a morbid pursuit of making equipment and drinking strong liquor. It's a pity that I haven't heard that the slave traders in the territory have purchased goods recently, otherwise Lin Wei would definitely buy some. It just so happened that the territory was lacking an outstanding political official, so Lin Wei decided to go and see the slave trader again. After all, only those who have become slaves would yearn to be free again. This makes it easier for Lin Wei to control it. Especially those talents who are involved in important affairs within the territory need to be carefully selected. Lord Lin Wei, what brings you here? Come in. Lin Wei had just walked to the door of the slave chamber of commerce when he saw the fat man coming towards him from a distance. Although he was just counting the goods, his flattering expression at this moment was as if he had seen his biological father. He did not call Lin Wei by his title, but directly addressed him as Sir, which invisibly brought the two closer together. Lin Wei just waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so enthusiastic. Are there any new products recently? Lin Wei asked casually as he walked towards the Chamber of Commerce. The fat man immediately perked up. Of course I have. Although I don't have any rare subhuman species, I just bought a few elves that look good. These white elves took a lot of effort to obtain. Lord Lin Wei, would you like to go and take a look? He said this with a mysterious expression on his face. Guaranteed to be original. Lin Wei nodded slightly, agreeing. Following the fat man's footsteps, Lin Wei soon arrived in front of the carriages holding the white elves. I saw a few elf lolas hugging each other tightly like frightened deer. The white hair color is somewhat similar to Arya's, but it is not as transparent silver as Arya's, but has a little gray. This means that the white elf bloodline of these elf lolas is not as pure as Arya's. Sally. Bravery 4. Strategy 88. Loyalty 0. Special talents, photographic memory, strong logical ability, and advanced knowledge of ancient languages. Nausea. Bravery 7. Strategy 79. Loyalty 0. Special talent, alchemy mastery. Among the 5 elf lolas, there are actually 2 characters with very good strategy values. This made Lin Wei feel a little overjoyed. Although the other 3 have a stat value of only around 40, they can be trained into pretty good maids based on their appearance. Is this the original product that Fatty mentioned? Why does it feel so different from what I imagined? Ahem, Lin Wei definitely doesn't mean to dislike Elialu and Rina. The main reason is that the maids work so hard, so they want to help recruit more future pillars of society. You say I'm a pervert for recruiting Lolita? Impossible. Lin Wei said that he was absolutely a gentleman. How many gold coins? When the fat man heard Lin Wei speak, he knew that the deal was done. The person in front of me is definitely not short of money. After all, the cream that is now popular throughout Nolan's was produced by this person in cooperation with the Far East Chamber of Commerce. The price per piece is 10,000 Norlands gold coins. After all, as you can see, this white elf's bloodline is quite pure. He might very well be a descendant of the royal family. If you buy it together, I'll only charge you 40,000 Norlands gold coins. The fat man stretched out his 4 fat fingers as he spoke, his face full of flattery. Okay, I'll have someone send the gold coins over later. The fat man quickly called on his guards to send these lolas to Lin Wei's manor. Finally, he eagerly stated that as long as he collected any rare species, he would inform Lin Wei as soon as possible. Master, what are you doing? Isn't what Elialu and Reyna did good enough? The 5 timid elf lolas huddled in the corner in fear at the gazes of Elialu and Reyna. They seem really shy. Although she has the body of a 7 or 8-year-old loli, her actual age may be older than Lin Wei. After all, elves have a long lifespan, and 30 years old is barely considered to have reached the level of youth. Reyna felt uneasy, but she didn't say anything. Elialu, who was standing next to Reyna, only felt that the temperature around her seemed to have dropped slightly. Elialu, what are you talking about? Lin Wei was speechless, but Elialu continued talking to herself. Master, are you finally going to take action against these poor children? Elialu said this with a sad expression. He seemed to not understand why his C+ qualifications were not as good as these children who had not yet developed. Lin Wei's face was filled with black lines. You scumbag maid, do you want to listen to what you were saying? I'm only a 17-year-old kid. Elialu, in your eyes, is your master such a shameless nobleman? I just couldn't bear to see them wandering around outside, so I just wanted to give them a home. Is that wrong? Reyna and Elialu thought for a moment and nodded slowly. It seems to make sense. Looking at the 2 girls who were tricked by him, Lin Wei felt that their strategy was a bit frivolous. Although he couldn't see his own panel, could it be that he was really a genius, possessing strategies far beyond those of 73? Otherwise, why would these 2 people believe in their own words so firmly? The master is indeed a great sage. This is as magnanimous as that of an archbishop, and as merciful as the god of light. Facing Elialu's flattery, Lin Wei didn't respond. Instead, he said, from now on, These 5 white elves will follow you too, and the head made to learn the etiquette of maids. The food should be prepared according to the maid's standards. Yes, master. Elialu responded crisply. Although she doubted whether these 5 Lolas wearing slave collars were really capable of doing the job of maids. But since Lin Wei has said so, she will of course carry out Lin Wei's orders unswervingly. Seeing Lin Wei turn around and leave, the 5 nervous little girls finally relaxed a little. In their inherent impression, only men would look at them with a covetous look. And these 2 good-looking older sisters would obviously not do anything excessive to her. Chapter 56. Please don't touch your ears anymore. I'm sorry. Sister Elialu's sister. Could you please stop touching Sally's ears? Poor Sally is having her ears touched by Elialu, and the little maid seems to enjoy the feeling of bullying the lowly. Only after Sally's pretty face turned red and her pointed ears became extremely hot did she reluctantly let go of her fingers. After Elialu let go of her hand, Sally collapsed on the ground with an expression that looked like she had been played with. Several little elf Lolas have changed into tailor-made maid outfits, and the white transparent tights complement the absolute domain. Perhaps it was because she was captured by the slave traders not long ago, the stockings still showed her flesh. This unbreakable absolute domain, let alone Lin Wei. Even Elialu couldn't help but want to bully them. Poor Sally's had a pitiful look on her face. I thought the sisters would be good people. As a result, he kept touching his ears, but Sally's ears were sensitive enough. Reina didn't do the same things as Elialu. She counted on her fingers as if she was calculating something, and the expression on her face changed. After instructing several reserve maids on how to fold clothes beautifully, Elialu walked towards Reina. Reina, what are you calculating? Reina looked at Elialu. Complex emotions flashed in his eyes. I'm counting the days in a week. Elialu asked doubtfully, isn't it 7 days? What's the point of calculating it? Based on 1 person per day, it seems the master's harem is growing. I have to try to get at least 1 day a week. Elialu seemed to understand what Reina said. It seems like I didn't understand again. Lin Wei decided to wait until the 5 newly purchased white elves became familiar with the environment, and then slowly assign them corresponding tasks based on their talents. First of all, it must be the most important political official. Without an outstanding civil servant, Lin Wei suspected that he would be tied up in government affairs for most of the day. He also wants to be a salted fish. The special talents possessed by the white elf named Sally's made her very suitable to be Lin Wei's political officer. And Nashia even has the talent of alchemy mastery, which is a very valuable talent. On this continent, a powerful alchemist can also have a status similar to that of a magician. It is rumored that alchemists can create some terrifying alchemical creatures, with destructive power even greater than that of a great magician. There are also some alchemy masters who are proficient in potions that can enhance physical fitness. Ordinary people can even gain strength comparable to that of a giant bear after drinking them. Of course, this kind of alchemical potion often has huge side effects. However, the alchemy technology in Nolan's is not well developed, and Rima is naturally not to be mentioned. Only the Kingdom of Yad is proficient in this craft. If you want to buy books related to alchemy, you can only go to the Kingdom of Yad. It's a pity that the Kingdom of Yade does not welcome outsiders very much. Even traveling merchants have to face extremely high commercial taxes before they can enter the Kingdom of Yade to trade. Nobles from Norlan like Lin Wei are the objects of hatred for the other party. After all, Nolan's has to go to the border of Yade and Rima to collect money every year. Yade deeply detests this kind of banditry. Before finding the right channels to obtain books related to alchemy, Lin Wei had no choice but to give up the idea of alchemy for the time being. The sales of cream have been getting better and better recently. Although Lin Wei has also made a lot of money, he feels a little bit painful when he thinks that half of his money has to be given to the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Maybe I should create a caravan to ensure that all the profits belong to me. However, there is no trustworthy candidate at the moment, so Lin Wei can only keep this matter in mind. Now that midsummer is already halfway through, Lin Wei must speed up the storage of food to ensure that when winter came, his warehouses were filled with wheat for making bread. After all, due to excessive hunting last year, there are fewer prey in the jungle. Under the escort of hundreds of guards, Lin Wei's carriage arrived at the gate of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. Recently, many nobles have joined the frenzy of dividing up the land. As Lin Wei walked along the way, he actually felt a bit desolate. Most of the young and middle-aged people were transferred away, and the defense of the territory became much weaker. President Weiss. Lin Wei took the initiative to greet Weiss, because Weiss was holding a roll of parchment and checking the bills with his back to him. Hearing Lin Wei's voice, Weiss turned around with a somewhat surprised expression. It's you, Viscount Lin Wei. How do you find time to come here? He seemed a little surprised. Shouldn't you be busy clearing the land you were allocated? Weiss didn't know about Lin Wei's affairs because he was just a commoner noble and did not have the right to divide the territory. He didn't even know that Lin Wei had been sanctioned by Zeluka 13. No one talked about it. Commoner nobles like Weiss are usually busy with the affairs of the Far East Chamber of Commerce, so naturally they have no channels to get information. In Weiss's impression, a popular noble like Lin Wei must have received a good amount of land. I've been pretty free lately. I want to ask if you have enough wheat to sell. Lin Wei didn't think much about this issue. Of course I have. If you need it, I have plenty of wheat to sell to you. Of course, some of it is stored from last year, and I can't guarantee that it's all this year's new wheat. It is halfway through summer, and although most of the wheat is newly harvested spring wheat, there is also a lot of it that is last year's stock. Although Weiss is a businessman, he is quite honest with Lin Wei. Food has always been important, and no one can have too much of something like wheat. Not to mention that Lin Wei has more than 10,000 soldiers. I want them all. Do you want them all? Weiss was a little surprised, but he quickly said, "Okay, I'll transport all the wheat to your territory right away." There are 100 carts of wheat in total, and each cart of wheat is sold for 1,000 gold coins. Will you pay me directly in gold coins or deduct it from next month's cream commission? Then deduct it from next month's commission. Lin Wei didn't bring that many gold coins with him. A cart of wheat weighs about 10 tons, plus there is already a lot of storage. At least we should have no problem getting through this winter. By the way, President Weiss, do you have any channels to get anything related to alchemy? As a large chamber of commerce, the Far East Chamber of Commerce should have a solution. Although he didn't hold any hope in his heart, Lin Wei still asked. Weiss shook his head. I've come across it before, but because sales were poor, I didn't buy it. If you need it, I'll keep an eye out for it for you. Lin Wei nodded. Things related to alchemy have never been popular in Nolan's. He looked up the street. I don't know why, but the kingdom of Nolan's looked quite depressed. Lin Wei always had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 57 Good wishes inspire people to move forward. On the cold steps, a row of succubus heads were placed like a pyramid. Some of these succubi died with their eyes wide open. Some of them showed terrified expressions, as if they felt great fear before dying. After Betty lifted the curse, the first thing she did was to wipe out all the rebels with thunder and lightning. The heads of these succubi are the ones who betrayed her. With the help of the Frost Dragon and the guards who were sworn to be loyal to the queen, they quickly put down the rebellion. If Beide hadn't been careless and cursed by a great mage, and if the Frost Dragon hadn't been dormant in the ice cave, how could these people have achieved such a great result? Fortunately, the guards were sworn to be loyal to Betty until death. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. After covering Beide's rear, the guards went to look for the Frost Dragon. This was the order Beide gave them. After Betty lifted the curse, she immediately went to settle accounts with these succubi. The cold and noble succubus queen looked down at these losers as they prostrated themselves on the ground in submission. Your masterminds are already here. If you dare betray us in the future, they will be your fate. The succubi kneeling on the ground were silent as a mouse, as if there was an extremely powerful aura around Beide that suppressed them fiercely. Get out of here. When the succubi heard Betty tell them to get out, they felt as if they had been pardoned. Of course, she couldn't kill all the mid-level and high-level succubi. Without the leadership of these succubi, the many succubus people might cause great unrest. Succubi are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The purer the bloodline of a succubus, the stronger its power. Because of her race, a succubus can recover and gain a slight increase in strength by having intercourse with any male. Therefore, the succubus clan has always been a fairly open race. As long as you are physically strong enough, you will be welcomed by any succubus. The children born from a succubus and any race will only be succubi, whether male or female. But Betty was an exception. For hundreds of years, she had never had any male favorites. I do have a female favorite, but there is only one. However, since I said goodbye to her 10 years ago and said I was going to study alchemy, I have not heard from her since. Perhaps many succubi had never imagined that a succubus who didn't even have a man could be so powerful that she could suppress all high-level succubi. Become their queen. She sat on the cold throne, looking coldly at the white clouds floating outside the castle. Back here, she became the succubus queen above everyone else. I don't know why, but in my heart, I miss the peaceful days in Luiska. It's autumn. The autumn wind was blowing, and Lin Wei looked at the guards, which had grown to a considerable size, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. There were tens of thousands of soldiers, including 8,000 fully armed guards, 1,000 archers, and 1,000 heavy cavalry. These archers all used special arrows made by Biglin and his men, which were made of fine iron. Even an iron shield can be penetrated by a fine iron arrow as long as the force is strong enough. 50 powerful heavy crossbows were installed on the top of the city wall. A lot of city defense equipment such as stone piles and rolling logs were prepared. In order to be on the safe side, Linwei also established many small outposts along the Rima River. These small outposts are staffed 24 hours a day. It can be used to monitor the movements of the beastmen on the other side of the river at any time, as long as there is any unusual movement on the other side of the river. The wolf smoke will rise, and then the scouts will pass the message back as quickly as possible. Although the beastmen have been silent for many years, I heard from traveling merchants that the Nays tribe has been fighting for the throne of the Beast King. They have been fighting for decades and still haven't decided who is the king. In the short term, the new Lewis card should be quite safe. But no one can guarantee that they will not suddenly cross the Ruema River to launch a surprise attack. Linwei did not completely believe the intelligence. After all, he did not see the beastmen fighting to the death with his own eyes. Therefore, if Linwei wants to protect his territory, he must make all necessary preparations. He would not hope for mercy from the orcs like the Count of St. Martin before him. Those savage races show no mercy to anyone. Once they penetrate his territory, women, men, and all property will become their spoils. Linwei's earldom is close to the Rema River and is one of the main roads into the royal city. Right next to Luiska's territory is the territory of another left-wing earl, but getting there requires a longer detour. Generally speaking, whenever the beastmen cross the river, they must pass by Linwei, because the road on Linwei's side is wider. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Linwei prepared to strengthen the city defenses before winter. Just as Linwei was thinking about whether to increase the number of giant crossbows, Uxin trotted towards him. "Greetings, sir." Uxin and Ankro have been working very hard recently, and Linwei is very pleased. Thanks to these two talented generals, the army's training was maintained even when Norrell was not around. "What's wrong?" Uxin's face has become a little dark due to long-term sun exposure, but he is still slightly taller than Linwei. I wonder if it is due to nutritional reasons. "Master, I haven't seen Bidey for a long time. What has she been busy with recently?" Linwei was a little surprised to hear Uxin mention Bidey. Looking at the boy's evasive eyes, Linwei seemed to understand something. He just patted Uxin on the shoulder. He casually pointed to the surging Rima River in the distance outside the city wall. Some said earnestly, "Captain Uxin, do you see the rushing Rima River outside?" Uxin nodded and looked at Linwei with some confusion, not understanding what the master wanted to express. On the other side of the river, there are countless military exploits. Perhaps one day in the future, those beastmen will cross the river and threaten our territory and our loved ones. You must become stronger, strong enough to protect everything and gain more military merits. Only then can you marry the woman you love. Linwei hinted at something, and Uxin's eyes flashed with light. Yes, he only needs to become more powerful, become a knight, or even a commoner noble. Only with gold coins and glory can he stand in front of Bidey openly. Will he have the courage to express his love then? "Master, I understand." Uxin bowed deeply to Linwei, with burning emotions in his eyes. He didn't ask where Bidey had gone. He understood that he had to become stronger. Looking at Uxin's back as he left, Linwei sighed silently in his heart. Even if Uxin is strong enough, become a knight, or even a commoner noble, how could Bidey possibly like him? But this answer is a bit too cruel to this honest and lovely boy. Chapter 58. The young mage has learned successfully. Winter seems to have come particularly early this year. Although it was still the end of autumn, it started to rain lightly with snow. The continuous rainy weather is extremely cold. Linwei wrapped his coat tightly around him. Even in such weather, the servants and maids were still busy in the manor. Even in such weather, they are responsible for keeping the castle clean and trimming the flowers and plants. He sighed softly, and the white mist drifted away. In fact, Linwei had thought that if he trained with the knights, he might be able to improve his physical strength. But his inherent laziness kept him quitting. He was an otaku before he traveled through time, and had received an aristocratic education and lifestyle since childhood. Because his father Ryan didn't like practicing martial arts, he didn't inherit his grandfather Edward's bravery, so Linwei just followed Ryan to learn. Well, that's it. When people get used to a life of wealth and luxury, they always seem to be more prone to depravity. Linwei believed that as long as his soldiers were strong enough, they could protect the territory and himself. But in fact, under Linwei's leadership, everyone's lives have indeed gradually become more prosperous. Because Linwei was good at making money, he reduced everyone's heavy tax burden. The people in the territory were very grateful for the new life that the new Viscount brought them. Therefore, when he was recruiting soldiers, The young and strong men and the families of these subjects were proud to be able to join Lin Wei's guards. When Count St. Martin ruled here, people often went hungry and could only eat one meal a day, or even less. But since Lin Wei came, everyone's life has been guaranteed. Not only did it reduce the Earl of St. Martin's original tax by 50%, but it also provided a large number of jobs for the subjects. From feeding horses to cooking for soldiers and maintaining weapons, all these jobs brought a lot of income to the people. Don't underestimate the income from these few silver coins. A large loaf of black bread cost only 1 copper coin, and a few silver coins could even allow farmers to eat bran cakes or even wheat cakes. There are guards who have joined the army and receive monthly military pay from Lin Wei. You can even go to the pub for a few drinks and a big plate of rabbit meat. Because such a sumptuous lunch only costs 1 silver coin, Lin Wei would give them 3 every month, so it wasn't too much to indulge in a meal occasionally. As the saying goes, a strong people wins the hearts of the people. Lin Wei could completely exempt them from all taxes. In fact, those 100 or so gold coins were nothing to him. But he didn't want his subjects to think that this kind of life was the right thing to do. He will make his subjects live a good life, but there is a threshold in his heart for this happiness. He will grasp the degree very well and will not let them cross the line in their hearts. With enough kindness, Lin Wei gained a reputation for bravery and benevolence. No matter what choice Lin Wei makes in the future, I believe the people will follow him. This is exactly what Lin Wei needs. Master, today's government affairs have been handled. The cute Sally stood timidly behind Lin Wei, her tone soft and cute. Lin Wei reached out and touched her head. He could see that her pointed ears were trembling slightly. It was obvious that the little girl was enjoying the feeling of having her head patted. Well done, Sally's. Sally started helping Lin Wei with government affairs a month ago. She is really talented. Not only is he very efficient, but sometimes he can even come up with better solutions than Lin Wei. It seems that she was born to be a political official. If I hadn't seen that there were no words like royal family on the panel, Lin Wei almost thought that the other party was an elf princess in distress. Sally's and the other 4 elf Lolas probably didn't expect that Lin Wei would be so kind to them. Not only did they provide them with food, they also took great care of them. They thought that after being caught by slave traders, they would face only an endless abyss. Sally. Bravery, 4. Strategy, 88. Loyalty, 90. Special talents, photographic memory, strong logical ability, and advanced knowledge of ancient languages. There is no change in Sally's stats. The only change is that her loyalty has increased to 90 points. In fact, after living in Luiska for a period of time, her loyalty had reached 80. Lin Wei appointed her as a political officer, which made her loyalty reach 90. The little girl also enjoys this kind of life and is always conscientious when it comes to work. However, Lin Wei has not yet taken off their slave collars. It's definitely not because of some weird XP. Simply because the time has not come yet. Inside the manor, there were slogans from soldiers training. Outside the manor is a newly built square where the cheerful voices of children playing can be heard. Looking at this quiet and peaceful scene, I just hope this peace will not be broken. Inside the Magic Academy, in Duke Alia's spacious manor, the magic wand in Zeluka's hand condensed into a ball of brilliant light, and as the air fluctuated, a powerful fireball suddenly appeared out of thin air. The huge fireball was 1/10 the size of the manor. With her cry, the fireball flew out. Bump! The fireball hit a huge rock with a deafening sound. The destructive force visible to the naked eye completely annihilated the stone, and the flying debris seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Arya simply waved the wand in her hand lightly to offset the fluctuations caused by the explosion. When Zeluka's magic power dissipated, she elegantly picked up the black tea in her hand. Zeluka, well done. Although it was just a small compliment, it made Zeluka so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. She hugged Alia's arm and acted coquettishly. Alia smiled and touched the kitten's ear. But this time Zeluka didn't dodge. Teacher, I have lived up to your expectations. I have finally become a magician. Alia chuckled and said, I really didn't expect that liking someone would become the motivation for someone to work hard. Humph, didn't the teacher have many suitors before? Why didn't you like anyone? Alia hits her head. You have to take care of the teacher's affairs too. Zeluka covered his head in pain. This was a serious blow. There are some personal grudges involved. Although Alia did not have anyone she liked back then. At that time, she just thought magic was much more interesting than men. But when she became strong enough, those men became too boring for her. So much so that she is single till now. But even so, it is not something that little cat girl can laugh at her. It's great to have someone you like. Winter is coming soon. Do you want to spend the winter at the academy, or go back to your young viscount now? Silka smiled and put his arm around Alia's shoulders. I want to stay with the teacher for a while longer. Anyway, now that she has become a magician, she can return to Lin Wei at any time. Now that she has no worries, she still wants to learn more magic from Alia this winter. Since he is already a magician, then the Grand Mage must also make an effort. You still have some conscience. Chapter 59 Daily Life and Anti-Magic Shield. This winter, a grand bonfire party was held at Lin Wei's manor. There were roasted turkeys, wild boars, cattle, and sheep on the racks. The staple food is toasted fluffy and soft white bread. Of course, there will be no shortage of cream. Lin Wei prepared to reward the soldiers who had worked hard in training. He was seen standing on a huge wooden box, looking at the soldiers gathered there with a smile on his face. I think everyone must be curious why I prepared so many delicious dishes. I think you may have forgotten that today is the day when the God of Light will shine his light upon the world. After a rather long speech, Lin Wei raised his glass to everyone. Cheers to Nolans. Cheers to Louis Cardinal. After Lin Wei toasted, the soldiers also raised their bowls filled with fresh fruit wine. Then he joined in eating and drinking. This was an extremely luxurious dinner. Even in a tavern, one would have to pay a considerable price to eat so much delicious food. Now Lin Wei provides it to them for free. It really makes them grateful. Although most of the soldiers are already here, there are still some soldiers on patrol. Of course, those on patrol did not gain nothing. Because they did not attend Lin Wei's bonfire party, each of them received 3 extra silver coins from Lin Wei. The reason for organizing this bonfire party was actually Lin Wei's temporary interest. Just because the little maid told him this morning that today is Thanksgiving Day for the Goddess of Light. Anyway, there was a lot of food stored, so Lin Wei waved his hand and indulged himself. It can also be regarded as a disguised way to improve the loyalty of the soldiers. When he had no money before, Lin Wei was timid. Now that he has money, of course he doesn't care about such a small thing. The lowest loyalty value of the soldiers is around 50, and the highest has reached 100. With the benefits from Lin Wei, they have grown to varying degrees. In the future, when they fight for Lord Louis, even if there are heavy casualties, it will surely not shake their will to fight. The bonfire party was lively all night. After eating and drinking, the soldiers began to dance around the campfire. Some soldiers who thought they were good at singing volunteered to show off their singing skills. The cheerful atmosphere infected everyone, and they laughed out loud. Akshin and Ankro were even more competitive with each other, drinking glass after glass of fruit wine, as if they were venting the fatigue of daily training. While the soldiers were still having fun, Lin Wei had already quietly left. Training is important, but occasional relaxation is also necessary. He learned some aristocratic tactics from his father, but also added some of his own understanding. If it were Father Ryan, he probably wouldn't waste the money. Master, you are here. Nelancel bowed to Lin Wei, his face full of respect. Well, I came to see you guys. Nelancel understood that Lin Wei wanted to see how the students he taught were doing. A total of 20 subjects with some magical talent were sent to him. Master, the 20 magic apprentices you sent here have all successfully learned elementary magic. 10 of them specialize in fire, 5 in earth, 3 in water, and 2 are mages proficient in both fire and water. After hearing Nelancel introduce himself to Lin Wei, more than 20 magician apprentices also bowed to Lin Wei. They understood that it was Lin Wei who gave them the opportunity to change their destiny. If it weren't for Lin Wei, how could they have become mages respected by the vast majority of people on this continent? Lin Wei nodded. Train them well. One day in the future, the peace of Luiska territory will depend on them. Narancel bowed again. Of course, we are all willing to fight for Louis Cardinal. The strategies of these 20-odd magic apprentices are all around 60. However, they all have a talent, which is the perception of trace magic power or the perception of a small amount of magic power. Only those with these talents have the possibility of becoming a magician. Lin Wei searched the entire territory and only found about 20 of them. After bidding farewell to Nalancer, Lin Wei came to the blacksmith shop. Biglin has been taken over from Old Luiska, which saves transportation time and risk. Anyway, Old Luiska has Norl and more than 3,000 soldiers, so there won't be any problems. I saw the dwarf Biglin concentrating on making a shield that was glowing blue. This is a high-end product that is infused with anti-magic material insulating steel. He must concentrate fully to ensure that the forging will not fail. The insulating steel is produced from Louis Cardinal, where the ore is rare and has a bright blue color. Over the past 2 years, Lin Wei has saved a lot of money day and night. It was useless before, but now it finally comes in handy. Biglin. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 55. Rating, A. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. Heir of the Forge of Courage, Ingenuity, Blacksmith. Biglin's data has added some bravery and strategy compared to before. It can be seen that the continuous work in the past 2 years has also brought him considerable improvement. When he struck the shield with the final blow of the hammer, the shield glowing with blue light was officially created. These shields made of insulated steel can withstand the attacks of most magicians. He showed an excited expression, raised the half-man-high shield, and touched it lovingly. This is the first anti-magic weapon he has created. When he saw Lin Wei, he was obviously startled. He hurriedly bowed to Lin Wei and said, "Master, why are you here?" Lin Wei waved his hand indifferently. Has the magic weapon been successfully forged? Hearing Lin Wei mention the weapon, he proudly introduced it. Master, as long as our soldiers are equipped with this shield, mid-level magicians, and those below, it will not be able to cause any harm to them. Even for high-level magicians, this shield can save their lives. This is indeed a very powerful weapon. It not only has defensive power against bows and arrows, swords and guns, but can even resist magic. You know, a magician's magic energy is limited. Once he encounters a soldier equipped with anti-magic weapons, he will become a lamb to be slaughtered. After all, magicians don't have heavy armor on them. Without magic, their proud weapon, they are no different from ordinary weak people. How many such shields can be made this winter? Lin Wei's idea was to give such shields to some people first, then gradually replace it. With enough insulating steel, I could make about 1,000 of them. Hearing Biglin's answer, Lin Wei patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Work hard, build a shield, and I'll give you 2 silver coins. When he heard that Lin Wei was going to give him a raise, he was obviously more motivated than green. Life in Lewis Galland over the past 2 years can be said to be extremely comfortable. There was work every day, as well as food and cider. The only pity is that there are no female dwarfs here. Poor Biglin hadn't tasted a woman in so long. He completely looked down upon human women who were much taller than him. Don't ask. The answer is it's not high enough. Chapter 60, A Restless Morning. A calm morning after the snow melted. A smoke signal was lit at the outpost by the Rema River. Lin Wei got up in a hurry and quickly put on his clothes with the help of Elyulu. The scout knelt on one knee on the ground, waiting for Lin Wei to arrive. What happened? Lin Wei's deep voice rang out, and the sentry said, "Master, the beastmen are attacking. Those beastmen have already lowered their large canoes into the Rema River and are about to cross it, towed by water rhinos. The Rema River has a fast flow and is inhabited by piranhas, but the beastmen are not without ways to deal with it. They domesticated a group of water rhinos with tough skin and flesh. These tall water rhinos can withstand the turbulent rivers, and piranhas are helpless against their thick cuticles. With these water rhinos dragging the large canoes unique to the beast tribe, the natural barrier of the Rema River naturally became useless. How many people are there?" Lin Wei's heart sank. As long as it is a large army of beastmen, I am afraid they will be in a tough battle. Although we can rely on the city walls to deal with the orcs, these savage gnolls are not so easy to deal with. I don't know, they're all filled with orcs. I understand. Please leave. Yes. Lin Wei immediately asked the butler to summon Akshin and Ankro over. When Norl is away, these two are his most capable commanders. Not long after, the heavy footsteps of Akshin and Ankro, who were wearing armor, and the friction sound of armor could be clearly heard from the aisle. Their faces were solemn. Seeing the rising smoke, they obviously understood what was happening. Master! Master! The 2 men placed one hand on their chest and waited for Lin Wei's order. Akshin, you will immediately lead 1,000 heavy cavalry to attack the orcs who have not yet gained a foothold. Remember, charge and then retreat immediately. Yes. After receiving Lin Wei's order, Akshin immediately walked out quickly. Ankro, lead 5,000 soldiers to set traps and dig trenches in the jungle, and place chevaux de frise in front of the city walls. Yes. After Ankro left, Lin Wei also walked out the door. He had to go to the city wall to observe the situation. As a nobleman, he could also greatly boost the morale of the soldiers on the front line. Only on the front line can he command the complex battle situation at any time. Standing on the city wall, you can see the usually yellow Rema River in the distance, and many orcs are landing at this moment. A group of beastmen holding shields were already standing on the shore. The huge shields and shining scimitars in their hands showed that they were not good people. It's a pity that they are too far away and Lin Wei cannot see their specific panels. Thousands of heavy cavalry led by Akshin have already set out from the city and will soon launch a fatal attack on these orcs who have not yet gained a foothold. Monlead came down with the first group of people. He and Michelle agreed to attack in April this year. But news came from Yade and Rima that there were only 50,000 guards in the royal city. So he couldn't wait to set off as soon as winter was over. Before leaving, he exchanged letters with Michelle, who said that he had inherited Blackstone Castle. So Lamont was happy. As long as they quickly break into Blackrock Castle and cooperate with Michelle from inside and outside, they can successfully reach the Imperial City. I'm afraid that the 50,000 guards will lose their heads before they even realize what's happening. As for cooperating with this foolish third prince, it is only a temporary measure. Could he be so naive as to think that an army of 200,000 orcs would help him capture Nolans and then make him their king? Unfortunately, stupid Michel actually thought that the beastmen were his good friends. That was what he had planned, until the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. The trampling of thousands of heavy cavalrymen caused the earth to shake slightly. Before Raymond could react to what was happening, he saw many heavy cavalry appear in his field of vision. Quick, gun formation. Shield soldiers, take the lead. However, he had no time to think. The dog-headed people who had just stood on the solid ground had no idea what was happening and could only hurriedly raise their shields. They didn't even have time to extend their spears to attack the cavalry. Damn it! Monrad obviously knew that he could not resist at all, so he retreated directly to the river and used the thousands of gnolls who landed first as shields. Phew! Thousands of heavy cavalry were like tigers rushing into a sheepfold. They wielded sharp swords and ruthlessly hacked at the dog-headed people. This group of well-equipped cavalrymen were obviously well prepared. In just a moment, thousands of gnolls on the shore were slaughtered. The kobolds, unable to organize a defense, couldn't even kill a single heavy cavalryman. After a successful attack, Ukshin led his soldiers to retreat towards the city wall of Luiska. He did not seek merit or act rashly, because the order Lin Wei gave him was only to lead a heavy cavalry charge. Obviously, this attack caught the opponent off guard. Only after the heavy cavalry left did Raymond wipe the cold sweat from his head. His first reaction was that Michelle had betrayed them. But on second thought, it seems not right. Because the news came from Rima and Yade, and according to the scouts sent out, most of Nolans's warriors were indeed on Rima's side. So what happened to this sudden appearance of heavy cavalry? Judging from the level of their sophisticated equipment, the shield shining with blue light and the long sword of excellent quality, they are obviously the elite among the elite. This blue shield even looks a bit like a magical weapon. Such an elite team. Perhaps only the personal guards of King Zeluk 13 have such equipment? Just as he was thinking, more gnolls and orc soldiers came down from the canoe. This time they learned their lesson. In order to prevent the heavy cavalry from launching another sneak attack, they assembled a shield formation in advance and even prepared their spears. As long as those heavy cavalry dare to appear again, they will definitely be dealt a heavy blow. Raymond looked around and found many empty outposts on the shore. There was still smoke rising from the jungle. I'm afraid these outposts discovered them. That's why we were attacked suddenly. The commander of this battle must be a knight with considerable experience and courage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to send thousands of heavy cavalry to charge in front of an army of 200,000 orcs. They were smart enough to know that they could only fight once and then retreat. Otherwise, the orcs that landed would surround and eat these heavy cavalry. Damn it! When did that old fat Count of St. Martin recruit such a powerful knight? Raymond spat on the ground as he spoke. That's not right. Can that fat guy afford so many heavy cavalry? You even knew to set up sentry posts on the shore to issue smoke signals? Raymond only knew that Nolans had gone through a purge before. Little did they know that the original owner of this territory had been eliminated by Zeluk 13. Chapter 61. You still say it's not a trap. High Priest Raymond, is there something wrong with your intelligence? A dog-headed man covered in muscles and over 2 meters tall looked at Raymond and asked. He was wearing heavy armor and holding a huge axe. He looked at the mess on the ground with some anger between his brows. How could there be a problem? Nasus, are you questioning my loyalty to the tribe? Nasus forced an ugly smile on his face, revealing several fangs. How could that be? I'm just a little confused as to why we were charged by the human heavy cavalry before we even landed. These dog-headed men who died in the battle are all our compatriots, aren't they? Raymond pointed at the nearby outpost and the signal smoke in a sullen manner and said, General Nasus, military prowess alone doesn't make you a qualified general. I'm afraid the Lord of Fort St. Martin has already discovered us while we're still on the other side of the river. It was not until this moment that Raymond was convinced. St. Martinburg must have a new lord. The fat man St. Martin was arbitrary and short-sighted. Even if he recruited powerful knights, he would never be given such great power to set up an outpost for early warning. I'm afraid there may even be many traps in the jungle ahead. Nasus said nothing more. He liked fighting but didn't like thinking, and he had no idea about Fort St. Martin. In his eyes, the human nobles were nothing but dirty and corrupt fools. He He just wanted to embarrass the high priest on purpose. Seeing these outposts, he naturally understood what had happened. Now about 50,000 of the beastmen's troops have landed, and 150,000 have not yet arrived. Then Your Excellency the High Priest, what should we do now? The king has given you full command of this battle. Raymond frowned. To be honest, although thousands of heavy cavalry had just charged, he did not think the defense of Fort St. Martin would be very strong. This is the closest passage to Blackstone Castle. If they want to bypass Fort St. Martin, they will have to climb over an extra mountain and waste an extra day. Time is what the orcs lack the most. The faster he can reach Blackrock Fort, the more he can catch the other side off guard. First, send out 1,000 kobolds to explore the way, and the wolf cavalry will provide support. Send a few more scouts around Fort St. Martin to see what the situation is like at Fort Lancer. Raymond made 2 preparations. If the defense of Fort St. Martin was really too strong, in order to complete the task of cooperating with Michel, he would have to go around to Fort Lancer. Although it will take a little longer. But after all, there are still so many guards in the Imperial City. Once the other party reacts, if Nolans returns to defend, they will probably have a hard time. Although they had already agreed with Yad and Rima that as long as Nolans showed signs of returning to defend, they would immediately send a large army to hold back Zeluka Excise Army. But how credible it is remains to be seen. Raymond didn't want to entrust the life and death of the army to the human race. Although it was the king's intention to agree to cooperate with humans, it did not mean that he trusted humans. Nasu sneered. High Priest, you are very cautious. Okay, let me and the wolf riders lead the way. I don't believe there are any traps in this small jungle that can stop the beast warriors. He laughed loudly and was about to ride on a giant wolf brought by his subordinates. Then he flipped over and mounted the giant wolf, holding his axe high in his hand and shouting loudly. Warriors of the beast tribe. The human territory is just ahead. Charge in and grab the women. Oh. Nasus gave the order and thousands of wolf riders responded, rushing towards the jungle with a lot of dust. Raymond just smiled coldly. It would be better if this brainless dog-headed man died in there. Lin Wei stood on the city wall and saw many wolf cavalrymen running towards the jungle from afar. The vulnerable parts of these giant wolves are covered with iron armor. Although it is not as good as the horse armor of heavy cavalry, the explosive power of these giant wolves is very terrifying. In a short period of time, it can even instantly surpass the speed of a horse. However, the durability is much worse. He frowned, and the dense army of orcs in the distance made him realize that these wolf riders were just an appetizer. Time was short, and although some traps were hastily set up in the jungle, it was obviously impossible to stop them. A row of chevaux de frise was set up below the city wall, and Ankro had already commanded the guards to raise their shields and form a battle formation. However, there were very few spears, and they could only be used by the hundreds of guards at the front. Most of the guards were equipped with long swords made by Biglin. He has no plans to use the 50 heavy crossbows for the time being. These heavy crossbows have a limited number of arrows, which must be used to attack the enemy's key troops or siege equipment. Archers, get ready. Fortunately, Lin Wei trained thousands of archers using fine iron arrows. Although the giant wolf has armor protection on key parts of its body, most of it is exposed, so his archers can deal them heavy blows. Rows of serious-looking archers drew their bows and arrows. They also saw the wolf cavalry charging towards Lord Lewis. Once the city wall is lost, Lord Lewis will face the orcs' ruthless slaughter. Most of the men will be killed, and the women will be taken away as trophies. They did this to be loyal to Lin Wei and to protect their families. The traps in the jungle were quickly triggered, and the howling of wolves came from the jungle, but it did not seem to pose much of a hindrance to them. Soon, the first group of giant wolves appeared in their sight. The 5,000 guards standing under the city wall also had solemn expressions. They had to resist the first wave of attacks first. When thousands of wolf cavalry finally entered the attack range, Lin Wei waved his hand. Shoot! The archers, with their nerves tense, immediately began shooting. They shot arcs into the air. At this distance, the fine iron arrows would cause great damage to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of thousands of archers drawing their bows and shooting was endless. This indiscriminate fire coverage directly caused hundreds of wolf cavalrymen to die on the spot. A few wolf cavalrymen managed to break out, but were quickly stabbed to death with swords and spears by the guards guarding the city walls. In just a moment, the wolf cavalry, who had been so vigorous just now, lost their fighting spirit and began to retreat. He withdrew from the attack range of Lin Wei's archers at an extremely fast speed. They never dreamed that a border territory of Nolan's would have archers using fine iron arrows. Nasus bared his fangs, his face full of anger, and his 2 dog eyes seemed to be spitting fire. After only a few dozen minutes of fighting, nearly 1/3 of the thousands of wolf cavalry were lost. Lamont, you're still saying this isn't a trap? His roar echoed through the jungle. Chapter 62, bringing the news to Duke Alia. General Nasus, I truly hope your prowess is as sound as your intelligence. Nasus insisted on staying out of Lin Wei's attack range and finally waited for Raymond to come with his army. Raymond immediately began to taunt Nasus. The hot-tempered Nasus was about to explode with his axe raised, but suddenly remembered that the other party was a mage, and he calmed down a lot. High Priest Raymond, it was you who said that the third prince of Nolans, Michel, would cooperate with us from inside and outside. Then can you tell me why the human army prepared so early? Just after landing, they were defeated twice in a row. Nasus was very angry in his heart. He believed that the news coming from the human race was all false, and its purpose was to deceive the brave beast warriors and weaken their strength. Raymond did not explain. He just squinted his eyes and looked at the city defense of Luiska County. The tall city walls had obviously been reinforced. The intensity of the archers' firepower just now indicated that there were at least thousands of archers on the walls. Outside the city walls were thousands of fully armed guards, as well as chevaux de frise and trenches. The heavy cavalry just now may have returned to the city wall. Although there is no moat here, it is obviously a tough nut to crack. Given the combat effectiveness currently displayed by this territory, it is absolutely not suitable to continue attacking here. If the situation is the same even at Lancer Fortress, then we have truly been betrayed. Then Raymond is likely to be blamed by the king, because it was he who fully led the invasion of Nolans. At this point, he had to attack with all his might before the scouts reported back. Let's see if this is a tough nut to crack. General Nasus, send the giant shield soldiers forward. Those arrows are made of fine iron. Only a giant shield can stop them. The battering ram is right behind the giant shield soldiers. Once it gets close, it will entangle the guards guarding the city. The orcs were not like the elite human beings in front of them, who were all wearing full body armor. Most of their armor only covered some vital parts, because it was very difficult to equip an extremely powerful ironclad army. There are indeed 50,000 elite soldiers wearing iron armor, but they have not yet crossed the Ruma River. It took a whole day for the elite troops to arrive. Okay, as you say, High Priest Raymond, you will lead your magic team to attack the rats on the city wall with magic. Take some of the pressure off us. Raymond nodded. He was not sure whether the other party also had a magician, so we need to observe it again. There are some giant crossbows on the city wall, but there are not many of them. Since there are few of them, their firepower is naturally limited, and they cannot cause much damage to tens of thousands of giant shield gnolls. Once we get close, we will find that the guards are outnumbered by the gnolls, so we should be able to defeat them. The only thing to watch out for is the heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry is a powerful unit among the human race, second only to the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. Even if magic is used, it should be used to attack these heavy cavalry first. Lin Wei looked at the dog-headed man outside the city wall and saw that he was making another move. Those 2 or 3 dog-headed men formed a square formation, holding a huge shield, and began to advance slowly. These giant shields are made of iron and look very heavy. I'm afraid that archers will not be able to cause effective damage. There are also battering rams mixed in with these giant shield soldiers. Once the battering rams break through the city gate, the wolf cavalry will probably make a comeback while the guards and the ogres are fighting below the city. To break the deadlock, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Master, let me take my brothers to disperse those newborns. Ukshin immediately asked for a fight, as he saw that the situation was difficult to resolve. Only by relying on heavy cavalry to break up the formation of these giant shield soldiers can the battering rams be prevented from reaching the city wall. Go ahead. For the glory of Luiska. This charge is different from the first one. Even the fully armed heavy cavalry will probably suffer heavy casualties. Because those dog-headed men holding huge shields were holding shiny spears and scimitars in their hands. It's obvious that he came prepared. Looking at Akshin walking towards the city, Lin Wei's face was solemn. I didn't expect that the first battle after forming the team would be such a huge one. He has sent scouts to inform the royal city that the orcs have begun to invade again. However, as far as he knew, most of the Nolan's warriors were not in the royal city. I don't know when the reinforcements will arrive. He could only do his best to hold on for a few more days. I must never let my hard work be destroyed in an instant. The battle lasted all day, from morning to afternoon. The heavy cavalry's back and forth charges dealt a huge blow to the tens of thousands of shield soldiers. Although the battering rams were nearly driven into the city several times, they were each repelled without any danger. After a day of fighting, more than half of Lin Wei's heavy cavalry were killed, and almost all of the remaining hundreds of heavy cavalry were injured. Thousands of elite guards at the foot of the city were also killed in the battle. The only result was about 5,000 orc casualties. In terms of the battle loss ratio, Lin Wei has already won a great victory. But the number of beastmen was far beyond Lin Wei's imagination. Many soldiers showed tired expressions, although a day of high-intensity fighting was also a heavy burden for them. The smell of rust permeated the entire Louis Cardinal collar. The wailing of the soldiers and the crying of the people. It was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Wei's heart. The war was more brutal than he had imagined. The images of them dancing in front of the bonfire and the sounds of their laughter still seemed to be ringing in my ears. The next moment, countless people turned into cold corpses. But his eyes gradually became firm and sharp. In order to protect the territory, sacrifice is inevitable. He is a nobleman, and as a nobleman, he has the obligation to protect his territory. This was a scout who came to the royal city with urgent news from Lord Louis. He galloped all the way and killed a northern horse. We barely reached the royal city in the evening. But when he brought the news to the royal city, the guards ruthlessly drove him out. They said that His Majesty was not at home, and that even the most urgent news would have to wait a few days. Isu had no idea that Master Lin Wei was being ignored on purpose. He also had no way of knowing the grudge between Lin Wei and Zeluka 13. He stood anxiously at the door until a count noticed him. Lord Pharos recognized the family crest on the scout. He had just returned from reclaiming some wasteland and was going back to get some resources to reclaim new land. "Who are you looking for, soldier?" Because it was Lin Wei's family emblem, Count Pharos came up and asked a question. Seeing a noble asking, he hurriedly told the other party what happened in Louiska County. When he learned that the orcs had launched a large-scale attack on Louiska's territory, Pharos was a little shocked. "Go and take this news to the Magic Academy. Tell Duke Alia that only she has a chance to save Lord Louisa." Pharos is different from Weiss. He knew some rumors about Lin Wei. Although he is a leftist, his relationship with Lin Wei has always been pretty good. So he showed the scout a clear path. Because in the eyes of Earl Pharos, even if Louiska territory was breached, there was still Blackstone Castle guarding it. It is highly likely that Zeluka 13 does not care about Lin Wei's life or death. Rather, it could be said that Zeluka 13 hoped that Lin Wei would die at the hands of the Beastmen. Chapter 63 Tatakai. Isu met Alia smoothly. The little scout was extremely anxious. Seeing the legendary Duke, he was a little incoherent, but he finally expressed the current predicament of Lord Louiska clearly. Alia frowned when she heard this, and Zeluka, who had been standing beside her without saying a word, dropped the cup in his hand to the ground. Lin Wei is in danger. If it is really a large-scale invasion by the Beastmen, the number would be at least over 100,000. It would be difficult to resist with just the few troops in Lin Wei's territory. Based on her understanding of Lin Wei, even for the hundreds of thousands of innocent people behind him, Lin Wei would definitely fight to the last moment. She must stay by Lin Wei's side. A powerful magician can bring great help to Lin Wei. Just as she was about to say goodbye to Arya, Arya suddenly said, "Stop." Zeluka's eyes were red, and she said anxiously, "Teacher, he is in danger. I must return to him." Arya shook her head slightly. "I didn't say I couldn't let you go." As she spoke, she reached under the table and pulled out a crimson wooden box. Inside the box was a magic wand and a folded magic cloak. "This wand is the one I used when I was young. There's a crystal ball on it that can store magic. It can help you save magic, and it can also store magic. As a magician, how can you not have your own weapon? And this magician's cloak can help you gather the magic energy floating in the air, and it can also greatly save the time of casting spells." Zeluka took Alia's gift with both hands. She bowed low to Arya. This elven wizard gave Zeluka the deepest love. He is the best person to her in this world except Lin Wei. "Teacher, if Zeluka can come back alive, I..." Before she could finish her words, a force sealed her mouth. Alia looked at her apprentice with a smile and said, "Go quickly. The fastest carriage in the academy is mine. Take my carriage." Looking at Zeluka's receding back, Alia picked up the freshly brewed black tea in her hand. It was Zeluka who made it. I don't know why, but she always makes it just the way I want. But now, it seems to have become a little unpalatable. Although she did not participate in the factional struggles in the Kingdom of Nolans. But Lin Wei's scouts have come here for help, so it's easy to guess what choice Zeluka 13 has made. Her calm eyes looked at the peaceful scene in the Magic Academy. Nolans seems decayed. She had clearly promised her eldest disciple to always watch this country prosper. She broke her promise. 2 blood moons were in the sky. The pale moonlight sprinkled on every corner of Louiska's territory. The walls of Louiska were brightly lit, with countless torches stuck on the tops of the walls. The orcs' attack finally subsided a little. With the repeated charges of the cavalry led by Akshan, thousands of battering rams were finally defeated. Without the battering ram, the orcs naturally posed much less threat to the city gates and walls. The guards who were originally guarding the city walls were finally able to return to the walls. The prepared stones and rolling logs can finally be put to use. The beastmen's attack during the day was quite fierce, and only 100 of Lin Wei's 1,000 heavy cavalrymen were left. The rest were all injured, and some cavalrymen lost their legs or arms in the battle. They gritted their teeth and leaned against the city wall, the gauze soaked in blood and turned red. It's not that there are no priests in Luiska's territory, but there are only about 10 priests here, and the priest's magic power is limited, so they are simply unable to heal every injured soldier. Therefore, they could only select some soldiers who were seriously injured but not fatally injured for treatment. For example, the priests were powerless to help some soldiers who were fatally wounded because they were all low-level priests, and it would only be a waste of magic to treat such wounds. During the charge today, some magicians launched magical attacks on Akshan and his men. Fortunately, the insulated steel shields in their hands saved them. The hundreds of magicians seemed to realize that they were holding anti-magic weapons. So it never appeared again. So much so that the archers and crossbows on the city walls had no way of locking onto them. The archers suffered no losses in this battle. 2,000 guards were killed in the battle, and more than 1,000 were wounded. There are only more than 6,000 people left who can fight. But their record is also quite dazzling. More than 2,000 wolf riders and more than 5,000 giant shield soldiers were killed. More than 1,000 battering rams were destroyed. After the battle, the orc army suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Although Lin Wei didn't know why the other party was determined to attack Louis Cardinal like crazy. But if this continues, they probably won't be able to hold on for a few more days. He knew Blackstone Castle, and given Zeluka's temper, he would most likely have no support. But it is absolutely impossible for him to escape. Luiska territory was the territory he had worked so hard to build, and he was being asked to give up hundreds of thousands of people. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up. Lin Wei has a fallback plan. If he can't defeat him, he can escape back to his original barony. But the people of New Luiska had no way out. Once Lin Wei escapes, the people will only face the ruthless butcher knives of the beastmen. Outside the city wall were piles of corpses and weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. Neither Lin Wei's side nor the beast tribe dared to clean up the battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of rust. The solemn atmosphere weighed on every soldier's heart like a huge rock. It also weighed on Lin Wei's mind. Damn it, why are these human guards so tenacious? High Priest Raymond, didn't I ask you to use magic to support us? Why did you and the magic guard only appear for a moment and not use magic to support us anymore? Nasu's plunged the blood-soaked axe into the ground, clearly furious. If he could defeat Raymond, he would definitely use an axe to cut open his head to see what was inside. Raymond took a look at this dog-headed general who only had strength but no intelligence. He explained impatiently, "The cavalry charging today are equipped with anti-magic shields. If we continue to use magic attacks, the magic soldiers will only become targets for the archers and crossbows on the city walls." The hundreds of magicians brought were all mid-level or low-level magicians. Their magic had no effect at all on the shields of the heavy cavalry. This is quite advanced equipment, which can be equipped to thousands of heavy cavalry. He has reason to suspect that the other party has more powerful cards that have not been brought out. So he didn't take any action the whole day today, and kept observing Louis Cardinal's situation from a distance. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but the number of soldiers on the city walls did not decrease. This battle killed at least 3,000 enemy soldiers, but the defense force did not weaken at all. Without knowing the opponent's specific strength, Raymond felt there was no need to continue the attack. Chapter 64 Cavalry Regiment, Attack. Calculating the time, the scouts who went to explore Lancer Fortress will be back soon. Just as Raymond was considering whether to retreat or not, a wolf howl was heard in the distance. The scouts who went to explore Fort Lancer have returned. The kobold scout rolled off the giant wolf and knelt on one knee in front of Raymond and Nasu's. High Priest, the situation at Lancer Fortress has been investigated. The defense there is not strong. There are only 2 crossbows on the city wall and no sentry towers. The garrison cannot exceed 2,000 men. Hearing the scout's words, Raymond showed an expression of as expected. Although it would take more time to go around Lancer Fortress now, it would probably take even longer to continue fighting here. Not only will it cause a large number of casualties among the beastmen, it may also give the 50,000 guards in the Imperial City a chance to react. Assemble the army immediately and set out for Fort Lancer. Raymond gave the order immediately, but Nasu's on the side was unhappy. He said in a voice that was almost a roar, "Lamont, I won't allow you to abandon the honor of an orc warrior. Nearly 10,000 of our brothers have died in battle here. Are you just going to let it go like this?" Raymond's eyes darkened. He stretched out his withered arm and pointed his wand at Nasu's. "The king has appointed me to command the army. If you disobey, I will kill you." Raymond is not only the high priest of the orcs, but also a magician. His scepter was surging with magic power, and he was obviously angry at Nasu's for not obeying his orders. Nasu's bared his fangs and had a ferocious expression. After a while, facing the threat from Grand Magister Raymond, Nasu's decided to spare him temporarily. "You can take the main force, but leave 20,000 elite troops for me. We will meet at Blackstone Castle. You may be the high priest, but I am also the great general of the tribe. I have the right to question you and deploy elite troops." It looked like Nasu's wouldn't go with him. Raymond's eyes flickered. He snorted coldly, "You'd better join me." After saying this, he no longer looked at Nasu's and began to command the large army to march towards Fort Lancer. Speed is of the essence in war, and he has already wasted too much time in Louis Cardinal. It's not impossible to let this idiot Nasu stay here to attract no one's attention. There were only 20,000 elite armored soldiers, and 10,000 of them had died today. I hope this idiot, whose brain is no bigger than a mung bean, dies here. After Raymond left, Nasu's couldn't wait to launch another round of attack. He didn't believe that there would be more than 10,000 soldiers in the city. Once he broke through the city gate of Luiska, he could reach Blackstone Castle faster. By then the king will understand who is the most powerful general under his command. 20,000 orc gnolls wearing iron armor clenched their shields and swords. Under the leadership of more than 5,000 giant shield soldiers, he decided to use ladders to directly climb the city walls of Luiska. The howling of the dog-headed men echoed in Luiska's territory, and the soldiers who had been on high alert on the city walls were ready. The enemy had no battering rams and could only rely on ladders. Since there were no heavy cavalry capable of charging the battle, the fully armed guards took over the archers' place. In the darkness of night, countless gnolls began to attack the city walls of Luiska. The crossbows fired one armor-piercing arrow after another, but the gaps left by the attacks of only 50 heavy crossbows were quickly filled by new ogres. Many ladders have been set up on the city walls. And Keluo said to Lin Wei, "Master, please go to a safe place quickly. It's too dangerous here." Lin Wei shook his head. The soldiers had been fighting for more than 12 hours now. The gnolls' attack tonight was obviously more fierce. If he, as a lord, stood here, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the soldiers' combat confidence. So he couldn't leave. Just as Ankro was about to continue persuading, several catapults appeared in their sight in the distance. Catapult. Damn it. Ankro's pupils shrank. If these huge catapults were not dealt with quickly, they would cause huge casualties to the defenders on the city wall. But there were less than 100 heavy cavalry left. Outside were densely packed armored ogres, wearing more luxurious equipment than the ogres this morning. "Master, let me go." The flames of the torches on the city wall were reflected in Ukshin's eyes. It was unclear whether it was the flames or the anger in his eyes. If those catapults were not dealt with, Lord Louis, who was already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, would have been able to capture the city even faster. "Master, I will lead the guards to clear a path for our heavy cavalry brothers." And Keluo also asked for orders on the spot. It seems that because of the appearance of the catapult, the ogre's ladder attack has slowed down a lot. Lin Wei was silent for a while. Then he patted Ukshin on the shoulder. "Go ahead. For the glory of Luiska." Ukshin placed one hand on his chest and said, "For the glory of Luiska." The two of them walked quickly towards the city wall. Lin Wei understood that the chances of Akshang coming back were slim. Almost all the cavalrymen were already injured, and with so many ogre-headed men outside, it would be very difficult to rush to the catapult even if the guards helped to tear open a gap. Because there are still dog-headed people advancing behind the catapult. The densely packed dog-headed men seemed endless. Suddenly, a soft little hand grabbed him. "Master, I am here to protect you." Reina's soft voice sounded in her ears, and she held a shield and sword in her hands. Lin Wei didn't say anything, but just silently looked at the heavy cavalry rushing out of the city. The city gates opened, and Ankro led thousands of guards to fight with the surrounding gnolls. The sound of metal clashing and roaring was endless. When the time came, Ukshin led hundreds of heavy cavalry to charge forward. The merciless iron hooves trampled the dog-headed people underfoot. Ukshin raised the iron sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "Cavalry regiment, attack!" Under the cover of heavy crossbows and archers, the cavalry rushed straight towards the catapults. In the darkness of night, the cavalry turned into ruthless knives, stabbing towards the enemy's chest. Several beastmen who were operating the catapults were chopped down by the ruthless swords. Ukshin took the lead and slashed directly at the support and rope of the catapult with the long sword in his hand. In just a moment, a catapult collapsed. However, before Ukshin had time to be happy, the surrounding gnolls had already surrounded him. Without the inertia of charging, the cavalry's advantage was greatly reduced. There was no way for him to go back. His eyes were red and he roared loudly. "Brothers, fight them!" Click. As the catapults collapsed, only more than 30 of the hundreds of heavy cavalry were left. Nasus looked at these thin humans with ferocious eyes. He pushed away the dog-headed soldier beside him and charged towards the cavalry like a humanoid monster. Bump! The tall northern horse was hit by him as if it was hit by a meteorite. It fell to the ground after letting out a roar. He casually killed the heavy cavalryman lying on the ground with an axe. The force generated by the huge axe cut the soldier's armor and flesh in half. "Damn humans. You're going to have to pay for this." He looked at the leader Ukshin and rushed towards Ukshin with an axe in his hand. Chapter 65. Fight for Lewis Cardinal. Before Ukshin could react to what was happening, he saw a burly dog-headed man rushing towards him. The huge axe flew towards him with a sound of breaking through the air. If he didn't resist, he would probably be cut in half. He raised the insulated steel shield in his hand, and the huge force knocked him directly off the northern horse. An extremely powerful force came from the shield, and Ukshin felt like a giant dragon's claw hit him. He fell off his horse, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and the strong smell of blood filled his mouth. Just from this one blow, he felt like all his internal organs were dislocated. He gritted his teeth and raised the sword in his hand by willpower. Because Nasus was already rushing towards him. Bump! Without any fancy moves, Nasus punched him directly in the chest. His sword didn't even cut through Nasus's armor. In a trance, an axe was swung towards him again. In his blurred consciousness, he smiled. The first time he saw Betty was one early morning. He fell to the ground while doing morning exercises, and Baidi's voice rang in his ears. A very gentle voice asked him if he was okay. Ukshin raised his head and saw Baidi's beautiful face. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that love at first sight would happen to him. After that, he often looked forward to seeing Betty again, even though he hadn't seen her many times in a year. Later on, Betty was nowhere to be seen. However, Baidi was a maid bought by the master. Logically speaking, as a small team leader, he had no right to express his love for Baidi to Lin Wei. Baidi is Lin Wei's asset, and he said that he shouldn't tell anyone. If he were an ordinary noble, he would not express it, let alone express it. He knew better than anyone the absolute power held by the nobles. But Lin Wei is really a good lord. Living in New Luiska territory, he clearly understands that he is a truly kind person and cares about all the people of Luiska territory in his heart. Whether it is exempting most taxes or providing jobs to the people, they can safely get through the winter. These are things that ordinary lords cannot do. Since Lin Wei came, no citizen of Luiska territory has died of cold or starvation in the winter of Nolans. He is also very kind to the soldiers and always encourages them during training. Therefore, in his heart, he not only regarded Lin Wei as a master, but also as a friend with whom he could confide. He thought that if he expressed his thoughts to Lin Wei, he might gain Lin Wei's understanding, although he himself knew that this was a very disrespectful behavior. Of course, Lin Wei did not blame him, and even asked him to work hard. Only with honor and gold coins could he stand in front of Baidi with confidence. His consciousness was already a little fuzzy. The axe was getting closer and closer to him, and everything around him seemed to slow down. The ferocious dog-headed army and the shouts of the brothers became increasingly blurred. Looking at Lewis Cardinal, who was still fighting in the firelight, that became the place he could never return to. For Lewis Cardinal. Fighting. When the last Luiska heavy cavalryman was annihilated in the crowd of dog-headed people, Lin Wei's eyes were a little red. Ukshin is a very talented captain. This battle achievement is enough for him to become a knight. If I had known, I should have knighted him earlier. The city gates were closed again, and the attacks with ladders became more intense. More and more gnolls climbed up the city walls, but were all beaten back by the tenacious guards. Lena stayed by Lin Wei's side and killed all the dog-headed men who tried to get close to him. At this moment, the scales on her body slowly emerged again, and frost spread on the soles of her feet. She transformed into the invincible White Rose. Like a fortress that never retreats, it stands by Lin Wei. The battle lasted all night, and the gnolls' offensive finally slowed down. A horn sounded, and the dog-headed people finally called off their troops. Because there were no weapons such as catapults and battering rams, it was very difficult to take down the city wall with ladders alone. The deaths of more than 5,000 soldiers that night also made him understand completely. Standing on the opposite city wall were also the elite of the Kingdom of Nolans. At least they are as elite as the royal guards. Nasu's didn't understand why such a monster appeared in such a remote territory. He began to regret why he didn't follow that bastard Raymond to Fort Lancer. But the soldiers were exhausted after fighting for a day and a night. The long-term efforts have not yielded any results. In addition, the extremely high casualty ratio has shaken the morale of the army. If this continues, I am afraid the morale of the team will be out of control. I can only take a break for a while. Lin Wei stood on the city wall, looking at the resting dog-headed men in the distance. It seems that this day and night of fighting is also a big burden for the dog-headed people. More than 2,000 guards were killed in the melee last night. In just one day and one night of fighting, he lost 5,000 soldiers. Many of the remaining people were injured. The dog-headed people suffered even greater losses. The piles of dog-headed man corpses below the city wall far exceeded those of the guards. These physically strong gnolls are even slightly braver than their own legions. Fortunately, thanks to the advantages of equipment and terrain, the enemy's casualty ratio is higher. I don't know if it was Lin Wei's illusion, but the number of dog-headed men seemed to have decreased a lot. There are only two options to enter the border of Nolans from the Rema River. One is Luiska territory where the road is flat, and the other is Lancer Fortress, which takes an extra day to walk. That was the territory of a left-wing earl. Could it be that those kobolds were heading in that direction? Such doubts arose in Lin Wei's heart. If the large army heads towards Fort Lancer, I'm afraid Fort Lancer simply doesn't have a force as powerful as his own. If more people go there, I'm afraid they will go straight to Blackstone Castle, the heart of Nolans. There was Nolan's strongest line of defense against the orcs. Although most of the Nolan's warriors were sent out to expand the territory, relying on the terrain of Blackstone Castle and the city defense weapons, there should be no problems. Enough to hold off until the main force returns. Lin Wei shook his head, throwing away the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. What does Nolan's life or death have to do with him? This is something that Zeluka 13 should consider. If the orcs had not attacked his territory and went directly to Fort Lancer, he would not have interfered. But if the orcs wanted to step on Luiska's territory and enter Nolan's, it would be absolutely impossible. If you want to fight, then fight to the end. Chapter 66 Lin Wei's Death 1. It was already dawn, and Noller felt an unusual atmosphere during his morning training this morning. He didn't see a single mineral merchant today. There are long queues on weekdays. It has been some time since Lin Wei handed over the management of Lewis Cardam. Compared to when Lin Wei first inherited Lewis Cardinal, the current Lewis Cardinal has developed to a considerable extent. Lin Wei took out a portion of the gold coins from selling butter to vigorously develop the mining industry in Luiska County. Most of the mining industries that had been contracted out were also taken back. With the funds, Lewis Cardinal is like flowing living water, at least self-sufficiency is no longer a problem. With the addition of the 3,000 newly armed elite soldiers sent by the Master, the defense of Lord Luiska has reached an unprecedented level of strength. Mr. Merchant. I finally met a traveling merchant who seemed to be in a hurry. Norrell called out to the other party. Dear Knight, what can I do for you? The merchant was packing up his empty packages and putting them on his horse, apparently preparing to leave. Norrell gave a kind smile. Aren't you collecting iron, or today? The merchant shook his head. Mr. Knight, you don't know yet. The orc army has broken through Lancer Fortress and is now heading towards Blackstone Fortress. As he spoke, he whispered, You should also tell your master to run for his life. Who knows if those orcs will attack us here? Of course, it's not that I don't believe in your bravery. It's mainly because the number of orcs is simply too large. There's news that the invading orcs number over 100,000, all of them elite warriors from the Achuo tribe. Noller frowned and bowed to the merchant. Thank you for telling me such important news. The merchant said nothing more, but just led the slow horse away. Norrell suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. If it is really the orc tribe that crosses the Rema River, then Master Lin Wei's territory will directly face the attack of the orcs. I'm afraid we're already in a tough battle, otherwise those orcs wouldn't be willing to take an extra day's detour. Thinking of this, he decided to take 3,000 soldiers and rush to the aid of New Luiskar. It is enough to leave only 500 old guards to guard the territory. If the orc army really exceeds 100,000, then they will definitely head for Blackrock Fortress. Territories like Luiskar, which are on the edge and not rich, will not be in trouble. Lin Wei was also very kind to him. Now he must lead the soldiers to rescue Lin Wei as soon as possible. Nasu's led his 20,000 soldiers to attack for 3 consecutive days, but failed to capture the territory of Luiskar. During the battle, the casualties exceeded 10,000, but the losses of the defenders became smaller and smaller. There was no other reason. Without the assistance of battering rams and catapults, it would be extremely difficult to break through the city wall with ladders alone. In addition, they also have a very powerful half-elf magician. This high-level magician also poses a huge obstacle to their charge. His superb wind magic always managed to blow large numbers of kobold soldiers off the walls. Fortunately, he doesn't always have sufficient magic energy. The wizard is not here today. Apparently, he went back to recover his magic power. Nasus observed the city walls for 2 days and found that the morale of the defenders remained high for some reason. It is clear that the other side has suffered thousands of casualties in these 3 days. Now that a wave of attack is over, he observes the opponent's wall, as usual. Many of those crossbows had been damaged, and the remaining firepower had also been greatly weakened. At the beginning, the bow and arrow support was quite intensive, but it has become much less in the past 2 days. Suddenly, he saw a very powerful woman on the top of the city. Although they were far away, Reina's powerful and clean methods killed countless ogre warriors who wanted to climb the wall in an instant. Nasus narrowed his eyes and noticed Lin Wei behind Lina. The handsome man in aristocratic clothes was looking calmly at their phalanx of dog-headed people. From time to time, he would give orders to the soldiers around him. He suddenly understood why the morale of these humans remained so high. It turned out that their lord was fighting on the front line with them. Nasus licked his fangs with his long tongue, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. As long as this noble is killed, the morale of the remaining human guards will collapse, and the threat will not be so great at that time. He would be able to capture Luiska County smoothly, and maybe even reach Blackstone Castle faster than that idiot Raymond. He directly said to the several dog-headed adjutants beside him, "You, and you. You guys, go and hold that woman back." "Yes, General." Nasus followed behind several lieutenants, holding a picked-up kobold battle axe in his hand. As long as the woman's attention was diverted, he would launch a fatal attack on the nobles on the city wall. Amaruo. Bravery, 90. Strategy, 20. Rating, A. Special talents, Power Burst, Scimitar Mastery. Several gnolls, dressed completely differently from the other gnolls, rushed towards Lin Wei. Most of them had a bravery of around 90, and they resisted the defense of all the guards like gods of war. They climbed the ladder in a few steps, obviously heading for Lin Wei. Lin Wei had expected that the other party would discover his presence. Lina stood in front of Lin Wei. The battles in the past few days made the warlike blood in her bones boil. Her eyes were red, and her dangerous vertical pupils were locked on the dog-headed men coming towards Lin Wei. Although these dog-headed men look quite powerful, they are still far from enough in front of Reina, who has a bravery of 168. Phew. She moved like a ghost, going around behind the dog-headed man and thrusting her sword into his body in an instant. The long sword made a dull sound as it tore through the dog-headed man's body. After taking care of the other two, she can return to Lin Wei again. Nasus narrowed his eyes. Several lieutenants had bought him time. He raised the giant axe in his hand towards Lin Wei and threw it in Lin Wei's direction with all his strength. Lin Wei was originally paying attention to the attack of the gnolls under the city wall and did not notice that a powerful existence in the gnoll team had locked onto him. When he reacted, a rapidly spinning axe was already flying towards him. Am I going to die? I watched the axe grow bigger and bigger in my sight with incredible force. This was Lin Wei's first reaction. He had no way to resist such a powerful force. Bump. There was a loud noise as the giant axe hit him. The imagined scene of blood and flesh splattering did not seem to happen. The pendant in his pocket emitted a bright light, and a barrier appeared to block the fatal blow for him. Then Lin Wei felt as if his body was hit by a cannonball and fell directly towards the top of the city wall. There was a whistling sound of wind in my ears. Lin Wei's body fell heavily from the tall city wall. The huge impact made him lose consciousness instantly. Chapter 67. Please, don't leave Reina alone. Owner. Reina let out a heart-wrenching roar, and an extremely strong cold energy burst out from her body. A terrifying frost force spread from the soles of her feet. The terrifying power of frost spread uncontrollably, and salt-like snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky. Lin Wei fell off the city wall and stopped breathing. Lina could no longer sense Lin Wei's presence. Her mind went blank. His eyes quickly locked onto Nasus in the Gnoll army. It was this treacherous kobold who killed her master. He must die? Call out. The ghostly figure suddenly disappeared on the city wall, and Nasus, who was originally feeling complacent, felt his hair stand on end. Lina was like an extremely terrifying beast, cutting all the gnolls that stood in her way in half. Her crimson eyes now only held Nasus. For Reina, the distance of several hundred meters seemed to be enough in just one breath. By the time Nasus reacted, a long sword appeared before him. He extended his massive axe to block. Bang! The sound of metal clashing against metal, the axe in his hand, is a powerful magic weapon. Under the extremely strong force, Reyna's sword instantly broke into countless flying fragments. The fragments of the iron sword scratched Reyna's cheek, but it only made the rage in her heart even stronger. Blessing from the dragon spirit. The dragon horns grew at an extremely fast speed, and the dragon tail also emerged. Her petite body burst out with incredible strength. Taking advantage of the numbness in Nasu's palm, he punched him on his armor. A fist-sized dent appeared on his chest. Nasus felt as if he had been struck by the claws of a dragon. His eyes were full of disbelief as he flew backwards. This is armor made of super strong and tough steel. Even the crossbow arrows couldn't penetrate it. This dragon-like girl before me was pierced through with just one punch? Escape. Must escape. Nasus, who puts the glory of orc warriors first, had such thoughts in his mind for the first time. The woman in front of him seemed to have entered some kind of blessed state, and with his current strength, it would be difficult for her to match him. But he quickly suppressed this thought. How could a proud beast warrior retreat when faced with a powerful enemy? Even if this woman is a good fighter, can she defeat his army of tens of thousands? Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. The dense sound of horse hooves made the earth tremble slightly, and countless fully armed heavy cavalry were seen charging towards their rear. Kill! Noller raised the long sword in his hand and led thousands of heavy cavalry to arrive at the battlefield first. Looking at the densely packed gnolls, he joined the battle without any hesitation. The sudden attack from the rear by the heavy cavalry broke up the already chaotic ogre formation. With swords and knives swung, countless ogres died under the iron cavalry. However, this is not the end. A huge fireball suddenly condensed on the city wall, and the vast magical power was like a horn of destruction. Boom. The fireball bombarded the area where the gnolls were most concentrated. The explosion sent countless clods of earth and gnoll fragments flying. Just one spell killed at least several hundred elite gnolls. The iron armor they wore might protect them from swords, but it was powerless against the magic of the mage. Mage. The other side actually has a magician who has never taken action. Nasus no longer had any desire to fight, because Lena started looking for him among the gnolls again. He picked up the axe in his hand and fled towards a place where the heavy cavalry was not surrounding him. Damn it. I am the general of the beast tribe. I absolutely cannot die here. The sudden support shocked the defenders. As Zeluka released magic one after another, the exploding fireballs seemed to be endless, crushing their last bit of morale. General Nasus has escaped. Someone among the gnolls shouted, and the rest of the gnolls instantly lost their will to fight, because they really hadn't received orders from General Nasus for a long time. This move completely crushed their last bit of fighting spirit. They began to scurry around like rats. Although there were still more than 5,000 gnolls, they had become a defeated army with no fighting power. Noller directly commanded the heavy cavalry to chase these gnolls all the way. Looking at the dog-headed people around him, they all scattered like birds and beasts. The scene of corpses piling up like a hell on earth did not calm Reyna down. But Nasus had disappeared. Owner. My lord. After the anger dissipated, she was left with only helplessness and panic. She ran towards the direction where Lin Wei fell like a madman. She couldn't believe what she would do without Lin Wei, the son that I finally found. It seems lost forever. Reyna. Zeluka saw Reyna, but at this moment Reyna's Dragonman characteristics had completely emerged. Arya's magic seemed to have worn off. Lena ignored Zeluka's call and went straight to the bushes where Lin Wei fell. Owner. Owner. Seeing that Reyna ignored him, Zeluka suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Something that could make Reyna so confused. Could it be? Although she did not see Lin Wei on the battlefield, she joined the battlefield immediately instead of looking for Lin Wei. Her first reaction was that Lin Wei was not on the battlefield. So when she saw Reyna so confused, her eyes also turned red. When she followed Reyna and saw Lin Wei lying in a pool of blood, the cat girl Zeluka suddenly knelt on the ground. It was as if the faith that supported me suddenly collapsed. Endless darkness spread. Lin Wei just lay there quietly, without a trace of breath. No. Master. Master, he will be fine. Zeluka hurriedly crawled to Lin Wei, no longer caring about his image. Lena held the breathless Lin Wei in her arms, as if feeling his pulse. There is also a faint beat. If there were a pastor now, there is a pastor who can definitely save Lin Wei. Zeluka, quickly go find the priest. Please, Zeluka, please find a priest. As Reyna spoke, blood-red tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She is no longer the strong dragon girl. Reyna, your blood might be able to save him. Zeluka suddenly realized something that Alia had told her. Dragons can sign a symbiotic contract with humans. Although Reyna is not a pure-blooded dragon, her blood also has great activity. This activity can save Lin Wei's life for a short time. Without any hesitation, Lina bit her finger and bright red blood flowed out instantly. She fed the blood into Lin Wei's mouth with a sad expression on her face. Master, nothing must happen to you. Please, don't leave Reyna alone. Chapter 68 Saint. Yelena. Yelena Kesha is the saint of Nolan's church. Not only does he have an extraordinary status in the church, but he is also treated with courtesy among the three major countries. The lowest-ranking people in the cathedral are the lower and middle priests from various places, followed by senior priests and bishops. Every kingdom with a church had an archbishop, but there is only one saint. When kings from various countries met this saint, they would treat her with the highest standards of state guest etiquette. Even the beastmen in the far south continent, the elves in the east continent, and the water tribes in the west continent would give certain courtesy to a behemoth like the church. They will hardly take the initiative to provoke this neutral force. Because all church priests in the human kingdom, including Nolan's, Yade, and Rima, can be directly commanded by her. Her great-grandfather, Helen Kesa, was once the greatest magician on the continent and studied under Duke Alia. My mother was a great pastor who preached the doctrine of fraternity in the world, and she was also the previous saint. Yelena inherited her great-grandfather's powerful magic, as well as her mother's kindness and superb healing skills. She excels at large-scale magical healing and has mastered the art of major healing, even allowing her to regenerate severed limbs. Even if she has one breath left, she can heal her back. Of course, resurrection is not possible. The priest profession is different from the wild magicians and alchemists. Pastors do not devote themselves to the state like other professions. No matter how fierce the fighting between the three countries is, in the civil war among the three human kingdoms, priests are tacitly regarded as an existence that cannot be provoked. After all, accidents happen to everyone. If you offend a priest, relying on the current underdeveloped medical technology is no different from waiting to die. However, this is only one of the reasons. Therefore, due to their superior status, they were able to freely build cathedrals in the three countries. It is also the only profession in the three countries that will not be excluded. Today, Yelena received a letter from Alia. In fact, she was very surprised because her great-grandfather's teacher had not contacted her for a long time since her great-grandfather Helen died. Well, actually, when she was a child, she was quite attached to her great-grandfather's teacher. When she was young, her family sent her to learn magic from Arya, hoping that she would become a great magician. Although she became a saint by accident, it was different from her original goal. They also developed a good relationship, but Yelena could feel that this extremely beautiful and powerful great magician seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from her. But even so, she didn't care. It's a pity that after becoming a saint, she was busy with miscellaneous tasks and the two of them rarely contacted each other. However, the relationship between the two did not diminish in the slightest, at least that's what she felt. So she read Alia's letter with great joy. The letter asked her to go to Louisgar to rescue a viscount who was in danger. Linwei Luca. I heard about this viscount a while ago. After all, his feat of capturing 2 members of the Rema royal family alive is still praised today. And her new favorite recently, Cream, also seems to be the work of this viscount. Since Alia had already spoken, she naturally would not refuse. After carefully putting Alia's letter into the drawer, she adjusted her clothes and skirt in front of the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong, then slowly walked out of the cathedral. As a saint, she must always ensure that her noble image is meticulous. After leaving the cathedral, she nodded to several guards in white armor. These are several extremely powerful swordsmen who have been trained in the church since childhood. After all, if there is only benevolence, there will definitely be people who covet it. Therefore, the priests who are world famous for their healing skills always have more than 1 million white armor guards at their disposal. Anyone, of any race, dares to disrespect the saint, they will face the wrath of the white armor guards directly. Therefore, even though the orcs have now captured the royal city of Nolans, the cathedral is still a peaceful scene. In order to avoid the war, some ordinary citizens of the kingdom of Nolans could only hide near the church. Because only here you won't be slaughtered by the beasts. As long as they are within the sight of the white armor guards, these beastmen will leave. Many people, seeing the saint's carriage, knelt beside it and begged bitterly, hoping that this kind saint could save them from the dire situation. After all, everything was going well the day before, but today the orcs suddenly came to our house. Without even any warning from the sturdy Blackrock fort, they faced the brutal orc army directly. In the royal city, which was almost deserted, the remaining several thousand soldiers were still fighting fiercely with the orcs. The roar of griffins was heard in the sky, and thousands of griffin riders flew into the air to fight to the death with these beasts. But the noise was getting quieter and quieter, and I didn't know if it was about to end. The smell of blood filled the air outside the carriage, and dozens of white-armored guards riding tall northern horses led the way for her. Whenever they see the beastmen of the white armor guards, they will avoid them. It's as if two completely different worlds have been formed, not in the same dimension. The smell of blood filled the air, and Yeluna lowered the curtain of the carriage. They are absolutely neutral, just like the Magic Academy and the Alchemist Guild. We will never participate in wars between races or countries. The orcs won a great victory. It was only a matter of time before the Achuo tribe attacked Huanglong and defeated the defenses of the royal city. Zeluka 13, who went out to expand the territory, was held back by the sudden appearance of troops from Rima and Yad, and the fall of the royal city was inevitable. Along the way, Yeluna could see refugees fleeing everywhere. Whenever there is a war, these poor people are the victims. Most of them will flee their native places, and some lucky ones may be able to get protection from neutral forces. But most of them could not escape the fate of being massacred or enslaved. She played with a light gray ring on her hand, which was left to her by her mother. Yeluna always stays by my side. I heard that when my mother met my father, the ring lit up with a bright light and transformed into a blue dreamy ring. Not only can it store a huge amount of magic, it also helps her cast spells faster. When I saw this ring as a child, it was indeed blue. However, since his father's death, the ring has lost its original appearance. The ring was passed down to her by her mother after she passed away. In her mother's words, as long as she meets her destined person, the ring will return to its original appearance. Although Yeluna always kept the ring with her, she had never seen it light up. However, she was used to seeing outstanding men, and she had not met anyone who could make her heart beat. How many outstanding men, princes, genius magicians, genius alchemists, all of them wanted to win her favor. But Yeluna thought there was nothing special about them. It seems like the emotions in my heart can be clearly seen just by observing my eyes. She felt dull. Your Highness, the saint is Luiska County ahead. A knight in white armor rode his horse to the side of her carriage and said. Yeluna simply replied, I understand. Chapter 69. Is he married? Lin Wei has been in a coma for 5 days. He was barely breathing during this period, and if they hadn't been able to feel a weak pulse, they would have thought Lin Wei was dead. Elialu, Reina and Silka stayed by Lin Wei's side all the time and never left for a moment. Reina is fine, at least the dragon man is physically strong. Elialu and Silka, who were relatively weak, both looked pale. They ate very little these days, their eyes were red, and they stayed by Lin Wei's bedside. Although dragon blood can temporarily keep Lin Wei alive, but dragon blood is not omnipotent. If this continues, Lin Wei will almost certainly die. Fortunately, Alia knew about this and invited the church's Saint Yeluna to help them. This saint is the best and most powerful priest in the entire continent. It is said that as long as the person is not dead, even if he is still breathing, she can save him. Otherwise, these people would have lost all hope and might have followed Lin Wei. Eat something and take a rest. And Shiona felt a little sorry for Zeluka's current condition. Their relationship has become very good now, so she cares about Zeluka very much. Seeing in Shiona, Zeluka, who had been accumulating emotions, threw himself into her arms and sobbed softly. Woo-woo. I'm so worried that the master won't wake up. And Shiona gently touched her head. No, master will be fine. In the future, we will continue to move towards a better life under his leadership. And Shiona was also very sad because Lin Wei was a very good master to her. If Lin Wei was gone, Zeluka could still return to the Magic Academy, but where would she go? Before she knew it, Luiska seemed to have become her home. Become a place that can accommodate her lonely soul. Because here are her new friends and family. At this moment, the butler's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Miss Zeluka, the saint is here. Hearing that the saint was coming, the women all forced themselves to cheer up. Yeluna's arrival also means that Lin Wei is saved. Not long after the butler's voice fell, clear footsteps were heard in the corridor. With the creaking sound of the door opening, Yeluna appeared in the room. She gave an apologetic smile. Am I late? As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Zeluka. Is this the new disciple that Sister Alia accepted? I didn't expect that she was actually a cat girl. She looked like a member of the Nays tribe. The Achuo tribe is mostly composed of dog-headed people, while the Nans tribe is mostly composed of cat people. Zeluka shook her head and came forward. Welcome, Her Majesty the Saint. Thank you for your help. Zeluka's tone was gentle and a little cautious. If the person in front of me said that there was nothing he could do to Lin Wei, then they might lose Lin Wei forever. Only then did Yeluna turn her attention to Lin Wei lying on the hospital bed. Lin Wei has been in a coma for several days, and his face is as pale as paper. She walked slowly to Lin Wei's window and looked at the Viscount carefully. He is very handsome. Even Yeluna, who has seen many good-looking men, has to admit that Lin Wei is still very handsome even in this extremely weak look. She slowly stretched out her hand and felt Lin Wei's vitality. Lin Wei's vitality was already very weak, as if he was being held on by a very powerful drug. She frowned slightly. If some alchemical potion with serious side effects was used, she was afraid that even if the patient was saved, there would still be serious side effects. She was afraid that the alchemical potion would react strangely after she released the magic. Her holy magic has the power to dispel and heal. But this does not mean that the side effects of alchemical potions can be dispelled. Did you give him any alchemical potion? Facing Yeluna's question, Reina was the first to answer. I gave the master some of my blood. Dragon blood. The knowledgeable Yeluna seemed to understand after seeing Lena's dragon horns and tail. The one in front of him was a dragon lady with very pure blood. It was also thanks to her blood that Lin Wei was able to hold on until now and wait for her to come. If it is dragon blood, it won't have much impact. Fortunately, she is not a pure-blooded dragon. Otherwise, the effect of the dragon blood alone would be too much for Lin Wei's frail body to bear. As long as she was sure it wasn't an alchemical potion, she could cast the spell with confidence. She took out white gloves from her pocket as usual, and a white light spread from the palm of her hand. After a flash of light, Lin Wei's originally pale face finally changed. But the pulse is still very weak. It seems that the effect is not enough. A higher level of healing magic must be released. When performing high-level healing spells, Yeluna has a habit of wearing the ring given to her by her mother on her hand. She put the gray ring on her index finger as usual, and then an even brighter light came on. The surging white, dazzling magic made it difficult for everyone present to open their eyes. As the magic energy surged, some cold sweat began to seep out of Yeluna's smooth forehead. Even for someone as powerful as her, releasing such an extraordinary healing technique would consume a considerable amount of magic. Fortunately, as the magic energy surged, Lin Wei's pulse gradually returned to normal, and he even had a weak breath. Call. Yeluna stopped releasing magic, and the Viscount's life was saved. She was about to take the ring back and put it in her pocket when she found that the ring had changed color. Blue? For some reason, the originally gray ring turned blue. The ring glows slightly, giving off a warm touch. Just like the amazement Yeluna felt when she first saw it, the deep blue light was fascinating. No way. The people of Yeluna were confused. Looking at Lin Wei lying on the bed and still unconscious, a complicated emotion surged in my heart. What does this mean? Is he the destined one? Although I have heard some rumors about Lin Wei. However, although Lin Wei is excellent, he is still far inferior to Yeluna, who comes from a wealthy family. But in terms of appearance, it is indeed acceptable. Don't know what his character is like. She was a little flustered. After a while, facing the expectant eyes of several girls, she asked, Your Lord Viscount, is he married? When this question was asked, several girls were confused. It was Elyulu who reacted first. The young master is not married, and he has no wife or concubines. Because I just turned 18. Yeluna was relieved to hear that Lin Wei had no wife. She looked at the pretty girls with a strange look in her eyes. This Viscount seems to have quite a few beautiful girls around him. Take good care of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he should wake up soon. She just said this lightly and walked out the door. The butler, who had been waiting for a long time, bent down and stretched out his hand to show Yeluna the way. Please come this way, Your Highness. Chapter 70. How about having dinner with a lady? Lin Wei felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, I was in a deep and invisible darkness. He seemed to have been wandering in the darkness for a long time, until he finally stopped when he felt warmth. He opened his eyes, but his body couldn't move smoothly. It took a lot of effort to move my arms. He felt a warm touch on his palm. It was Elyulu who had been holding his hand tightly. Reina and Silka fell asleep together on the bed. Elyulu also closed her eyes. It was obvious that they were all exhausted these days. What happened? I remembered that an axe was flying towards me. Thanks to the giant dragon pendant that Baidi gave him before leaving, which suddenly emitted white light, it saved his life. However, falling from the city wall that was more than 10 meters high almost brought him to the brink of death. He stretched out his other hand, and his wrist, which was excessively pale due to long-term lack of blood, was still a little numb. A set of data came into his sight. Lin Wei. Bravery, 5. Strategy, 80. Special talents, extraordinary personality, transmigrator, high purity, white dragon blood, continuously improves recovery and bravery. Rating B. Lin Wei's first reaction was that he was dazzled. He had never seen his own panel before and thought that this panel was ineffective on him alone. But after almost dying this time, he suddenly became able to see. Lin Wei never thought that this system-like thing was really a system. For him, the existence of the panel is more like his special talent. After this close brush with death, Lin Wei finally understood that he couldn't afford to slack off any longer. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, it is also very important to have a certain ability to protect yourself. With a bravery level of 5, Lin Wei even thought he was going insane. 5 o'clock, isn't this a scumbag? He must exercise more in the future. Elialu, who was standing by, seemed to notice Lin Wei's movements, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The first thing she did after waking up was to look at Lin Wei lying on the bed. Seeing Lin Wei also looking at her, she showed an expression of joy and tears. Master, you are finally awake. Wow. Elialu is so scared. Although she wanted to throw herself into Lin Wei's arms right now. But considering that Lin Wei was still very weak, she still controlled her emotions well. Silka and Reina also woke up when they heard the sound. They also looked at Lin Wei, who had woken up with tears in their eyes. It was like the sun that had disappeared suddenly reappeared in their lives. The originally gloomy life became bright again. Yelena stayed in Luka for several days. From the time she treated Lin Wei until he was able to walk smoothly, she had been observing with great interest the earldom that he governed in an orderly manner. Yelena is 19 years old this year and became a saint at the age of 16. Before this, apart from studying with Duke Alia in his childhood, what he did most often after growing up was to follow his mother to spread the teachings in the territories of various nobles. Whether it is the kingdom of Nolans or Yade and Rema, she had seen many territories ruled by nobles. Only in Lin Wei's territory do the people seem to have the best living conditions. They did not look pale and thin due to hunger, and one could even occasionally see smiles on their faces. Those bright eyes seemed to be filled with a desire for an unknown life. She couldn't believe that such a lively place actually came from an earldom. Even in the major royal cities, it is not easy to get enough to eat. But it seems to be easy to do in Luiska. Occasionally, he asked the people in the territory what they thought of Lin Wei, and they all praised him highly. Yelena came to the top of the city wall, and the wind blowing towards her carried a strong stench. This was the first territory attacked by the orcs, but the orcs seemed to be frustrated here and chose the more distant fortress of Lancer instead. Outside the city wall, corpses piled up like mountains. Although people were cleaning up the battlefield, a foul stench still filled the air. Judging from the tragic situation on the battlefield, the orcs suffered a great loss here. With Yelena's knowledge, she couldn't imagine how these tens of thousands of troops could stop the 200,000-strong army of the orcs. This was a battle that will go down in history. Although Nolans was defeated, his achievements were real. If Zeluk 13 could come back, he would definitely commend Lin Wei, right? However, Luiska also had many wounded soldiers, and the injuries of many soldiers had worsened. It was impossible to treat so many soldiers with just a dozen low-level priests. To the best of her ability, Yelena provided a certain degree of treatment to these injured soldiers to ensure that they would not die from the worsening of their wounds. It can also be considered as accumulating some favorability with Lin Wei in advance. There was one thing she had never figured out. There is no doubt that Luiska County experienced a great battle, but why did the royal city not react? I heard from Lord Luiska's steward that they had indeed sent scouts to deliver the message. How was Blackstone Fort breached? After thinking for a while, she seemed to understand. But she didn't care whether Prince Michel of Nolans really betrayed Nolans. She doesn't care. Yelena had just come down from the city wall. Although she wanted to enjoy the fresh air for a while, the stench of corpses that came towards her was really unbearable. Unexpectedly, she met Lin Wei just after coming down from the city wall. Lin Wei was still a little weak, as if he had been specially summoned. He bowed to Yelena and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness." Yelena chuckled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. She was very beautiful, with golden hair straight like a waterfall, and her brown eyes were staring straight at Lin Wei. She has a perfect figure, and even the loose white robe of the saint cannot hide her beautiful figure. Very typical characteristics of the Nolans people. Lin Wei also has very typical characteristics of the Nolans people. The two of them standing together are quite a good match. Viscount Lin Wei, you are very interesting. You shouldn't thank me. You should thank Duke Alia. If Duke Alia hadn't asked me to come to Luiska, I don't think I would have come. What Yelena said was true. If it weren't for the relationship with Alia, she would never come to Louis Cardinal. Lin Wei shook his head. Duke Alia has to thank you, and I can't thank you less. No matter who invited you here, you saved my life. Lin Wei's tone was sincere, and he was really grateful to Yelena for saving him. Yeluna restrained her smile and showed a serious expression. Then how are you going to thank me? Lin Wei was stunned. She didn't expect that the holy lady in front of her would actually ask him for a reward. This is totally wrong. Shouldn't we just say a few pleasantries and be done with it? You are a saint. How could you possibly be lacking anything? What do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely meet your needs. But since the other party had already spoken, Lin Wei answered seriously. I heard that building a church costs a lot of gold coins. Although he had earned a lot recently, he was seriously injured in this battle, and he had originally planned to expand his army. Yeluna stretched out her fair and tender little hand and touched her pretty face. How about treating me to a meal? Isn't it a good idea to have dinner with a lady? Chapter 71 Proposal. Lin Wei was stunned. He was prepared for the other party to make a huge demand. But I didn't expect that he would just treat her to a meal. He quickly said, It is my honor to invite a lady to dinner. He bowed to Yeluna in a gentlemanly manner, which brought another burst of silver bell-like laughter. For some reason, Lin Wei always felt that the girl in front of him looked at him with a strange look. I feel like I've been getting this kind of gaze quite often lately. Although there is no malice, there is always a strange sense of aggression. The dinner was prepared by Lin Wei's cook and the head maid. The main course was a golden roasted suckling pig, brightly pan-fried foie gras, and a glass of wine of considerable vintage. There are some particular requirements for suckling pigs. These pigs are special breeds raised by special people. They usually eat wheat and wild mushrooms. Their meat is delicious, and one is sold for more than 200 Nolan's gold coins. Even so, the annual share of this type of pig is pitifully small. The same goes for foie gras. They use extremely fat geese and kill them, but only take the most delicious part. Wine is even more of a luxury. Unlike the fruit wine we usually drink, a bottle of vintage wine costs as much as 1,000 Nolan's gold coins, which is an absolute luxury. Including the soft toasted white bread and a variety of jams and creams, Lin Wei spent more than 3,000 Nolan's gold coins on this meal. Although 3 bottles of wine accounted for the majority of the purchase, Lin Wei still felt a little heartbroken. It's really too luxurious. It was the most luxurious meal he had ever had in his life. Only Lin Wei and Yeluna were present at the dinner, and they were served by maids the entire time. Yeluna eats very elegantly, using a fork to put small bites of food into her mouth, very politely. Then he sipped the wine. Although Lin Wei had tried his best to keep his attention away from the other person, for some reason, he was still attracted to her unconsciously. It's strange, because she is obviously very resistant to beautiful women. What's going on today? After eating and drinking, Lin Wei picked up the wine glass again. Thank you again for saving my life. From now on, as long as you need me, Lin Wei will definitely help you without hesitation. Yeluna smiled and said, But Viscount Lin Wei, you still call me you. And using such an unfamiliar title as Her Majesty the Saint, does it seem so disrespectful to me? Lin Wei was a little confused. Your Highness, what do you mean? Yeluna put down the wine glass, and there seemed to be a hint of drunkenness in her beautiful eyes. My name is Yeluna Kesha. I would be very happy if you could call me Yeluna from now on. Lin Wei was confused. Is this saint in front of him extending an olive branch to him? If Lord Louisa could have some relationship with the church, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to the development of the territory. Of course, beautiful Miss Yeluna. Yeluna smiled a bit drunkenly. Then can I call you Lin Wei? It's Lin Wei's honor. Yeluna seemed a little drunk, and she stretched out her fair and tender hand to touch her forehead. Before Lin Wei could offer his condolences, she pretended to be indifferent and said, Mr. Lin Wei, the maid and the demi-human lady beside you seem to be very beautiful. Lin Wei was a little confused, but still said honestly, They are all working for Louis Cardinal. My relationship with them is just an ordinary employment relationship. There is really no other relationship. The woman would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. After hearing Lin Wei's explanation, Yeluna suddenly laughed. Of course she believed what Lin Wei said. If Lin Wei had a bad lifestyle, she would definitely hear the maids talking about it in Lin Wei's manner these days. But every time the maids talked about Lin Wei, they said that the young master seemed too upright and had never had a woman at the age of 18. The people in the territory have an extremely high opinion of Lin Wei. The maids and the people in the territory will not lie. So Yeluna was just asking the question even though she knew the answer. Lin Wei. Yeluna suddenly straightened her expression. Her eyes were clear, and she seemed to have lost the drunkenness she had just felt. What happened? What do you think if I became your wife? Lin Wei's mind went blank for a moment. It was as if 10,000 dragons were trampling over his head, and he suddenly became unable to think. This? Ms. Yeluna, isn't this a little too sudden? Looking at the panic in Lin Wei's eyes, she seemed quite satisfied with Lin Wei's reaction. She wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully. If you're willing, we can get engaged now, and after 2 years of being together and getting to know each other better, we can get married. How about that? Of course, I'm not forcing you to make a decision right now. I'll be back tomorrow. Please write me back when you've made up your mind. Nolan's is in chaos right now, but I assure you that those orcs won't have any ideas about your territory. As she spoke, Yelena stood up and glanced at Lin Wei with seductive eyes. This one glance contains endless charm. After Yelena left, Lin Wei still sat in his seat. My mind went blank. He just got proposed to? Or was he proposed to by the saint in the church? He didn't quite understand. He really didn't understand. With her status, she could have any man she wanted, but why did she only fall for him? Is it because I'm handsome? Lin Wei was silent. Although it is said that women will affect the speed of drawing the sword. But the rich woman wouldn't. She would buy him a better sword. Yelena is definitely a rich woman. He has more than 1 million white armored guards under his command. If they have a child, if it is a girl, she will almost certainly be the next generation saint. But, is there really such a good thing that falls from the sky? Lin Wei was a little confused for a moment. Is she trying to cut off my kidneys? Before leaving, Yelena said a few words to the senior priest of Luiska. The pastor nodded and bowed hurriedly, as if he was making a promise. So when Lin Wei sent Yelena to the city gate, Yelena stood in front of the carriage with a gentle smile on her face. Mr. Lin Wei, my proposal is valid for a long time. But don't keep a lady waiting too long. That's not gentlemanly. If yesterday's words could be regarded as the drunken talk of Yelena. So today, Lin Wei can be sure that the saint in front of him is serious. Does she really want to be his wife? Lin Wei nodded. I will seriously consider your proposal, Miss Yelena. I wish you a safe journey. Yelena smiled and gently hugged Lin Wei in front of countless people. Both Lin Wei's guards and the white armor guards were obviously stunned. Even the butler following behind Lin Wei was shocked, as if he had seen something incredible. Then I'll be leaving. Yelena has a pleasant fragrance, which is the unique scent of a saint. Even after the carriage left, Lin Wei was still in shock for a long time. Chapter 72, Breaking the Promise. After Yelena left, Lin Wei suddenly realized something. How come I forgot to look at her panel just now? I always feel like I'm being influenced by something that doesn't exist when I'm with her. This feeling persisted from the dinner table until Yelena left. Although it was the first time the two met, he didn't know why the girl in front of him felt inexplicably familiar. Lin Wei shook his head. Next time, they will see each other again anyway. Yelena, sitting in the carriage, curled up the corners of her mouth slightly. In fact, when Louis Kaling and Lin Wei met, she had been secretly using magic to influence his subjective consciousness. This subtle influence will make it easier for Lin Wei to discover her strengths, and then the emotion of liking her will be more likely to arise. It's a harmless little trick in itself, and even those with a strong will can be completely immune to it. This trick was taught to her by her mother. Yelena has always been influenced by her mother's education, and she almost never doubts her mother's words. This is also the reason why she did not hide her admiration for Lin Wei after the ring turned blue. In my mother's words, when you meet a boy you like, you should take advantage of your strengths, and it's okay to use some despicable means. However, Lin Wei didn't seem to be affected by him at all. He was obviously afraid that Lin Wei would be too affected by magic because he had no magic essence. She has already restrained herself. See you later then. Anyway, we will meet again after many years, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. In a trance, she recalled the scene of her first meeting with Lin Wei one afternoon many years ago. Has that much time passed? The little boy back then has also grown into a lord who can stand on his own. In the city of King Nolan's, the orcs are doing the final cleanup of the battlefield. The wailing of men and women, the roar of beasts. Occasionally, women's screams and the wild laughter of beasts could be heard from some houses. If nothing unexpected happens, after today, there should be a lot of hybrids of Nolans and Knolls. Although Michelle was an insider and Raymond and his men were working together, the combat effectiveness of the Griffin Cavalry Regiment was still beyond the orcs' imagination. Thousands of brave Griffin Knights were killed in the battle, causing more than tens of thousands of casualties to the elite orcs. These are all elite knoll-headed men, with large areas of their bodies covered in heavy armor. Even so, the casualty ratio is as high as 10-1. This shows how powerful Nolans's Griffin Cavalry is. It's a pity that the number of Griffin Knights is too small. Michel narrowed his eyes and looked at the royal city. His brother had escaped, leaving him with this empty royal city. According to the agreement with the Beastmen, they can plunder the resources in the city at will, but after the plunder, they must hand over the royal city to him. It should be like this. Your Highness Michel, are you kidding me? This is the territory that the Beast tribe has worked so hard to conquer. It will belong to the beast tribe from now on. Raymond sat on Nolan's throne, feeling the comfort brought by the throne. The gilded material also had a cold metallic feel. Is this what it feels like to be a king? He ignored Michelle, who was glaring at him from the audience, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Archpriest Raymond, this is different from what we agreed on, right? You promised me that as long as the Beastman army entered the royal city, you would only take the wealth and some people, and then leave. Michel led more than 30,000 guards under his command to become rebels, but he did not expect that the orcs would actually go back on their word. Of course, Your Highness Michel, I am definitely not the kind of person who goes back on my word. Before Michel's expression eased, Raymond continued, but our king has ordered us to capture the capital of Nolans. How can the agreement between you and me override the king's authority? Or, Your Highness Michel, do you want to challenge our hundreds of thousands of beastmen? His goal had been achieved, and he looked at Michelle as if she were a clown. He seemed to understand why the old man, Zeluka 13, had designated the throne to be passed on to the eldest prince. This third prince clearly has a problem with his brain. Did he really think he could reap the benefits by relying on the few people under his command? Michel's face was gloomy. He originally thought that even if the orcs sent out hundreds of thousands of troops, there would not be many left after this battle. He still has more than 30,000 guards, enough to intimidate this group of orcs. Unexpectedly, they had an army of 200,000. Even though this battle caused them to suffer more than 70,000 casualties, they still had an army of over 100,000. The 30,000 yuan in his hand was not enough to fill the gaps in people's teeth. This time, we have lost both the wife and the army. He used such despicable means, but failed to achieve his goal. Once his despicable behavior is known to the people of Nolans, he will immediately become a pariah. All the people of Nolans wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. The orcs took over the city defense of Nolans, and now there are more than 100,000 orc troops relying on the tall city walls to defend the city. Even if the 150,000 Nolan's troops outside come back, they can't expect to gain any benefits from them. Next, all we need to do is use the royal city as the center to launch an attack on the surrounding noble territories. Within a year or two, the entire Nolans will be annexed by the Knoll tribe. They captured hundreds of thousands of civilians in the royal city. Except for some powerful neutral forces, all ordinary people were enslaved. A large number of Nolan's citizens would lose their identities and become running dogs of the orcs. Raymond looked at the scene outside with great pride. It was all thanks to his planning that the territory of the orcs was expanded again. However, although the rulers of the royal city change, there are some forces that must not be provoked. For example, the church has an army of over 1 million and countless believers in the God of Light. This is the first thing you should not mess with. The second is the Magicians Association and the Alchemists Association. These neutral disciples are spread all over the world, not just in Nolans. It is rumored that there is a great magician in Nolans' Magic Academy, who is also the honorary Duke of Nolans. This elven wizard, who had lived for who knows how many hundreds of years, was also listed by him as someone who must not be provoked. He lay on the throne somewhat comfortably, enjoying the same comfort as King Zeluka 13. Before the king arrives, he can enjoy this rare tranquility for a while longer. But he has already been in town for a week. Why is there still no news about Nasus? Could it be that that stupid dog-headed man really died in battle? He felt a little puzzled. Could it be that more than 20,000 elite kobolds had all been defeated by Luiska? Chapter 73, Granting You a Glorious Surname. What the Gnolls did after entering the royal city included burning, killing, and looting. That is, a large number of nobles and their descendants were executed. These nobles usually look arrogant, but when faced with the scimitars and spears of the Gnolls, they all showed expressions of fear. It's a pity that the Gnolls treat all nobles equally. The man was killed without any strength. Ugly women were enslaved for the soldiers' enjoyment. Those with better looks were kept and waited for the king's decision. In just 1 week, all the powerful noble estates, including Duke Simon's, were slaughtered. The number of hanged bodies of nobles was even more than that of common people in the royal city of Nolans. Because civilians can at least be used as slaves, these noble lords who are fat or weak are completely useless. It may even become a hidden danger to the beast tribe, so it is resolved on the spot to avoid any worries. Raymond began to enjoy the smell of blood. These foolish nobles finally paid the price for their corruption and arrogance. An army of more than 30,000 ogre men began to advance in all directions with the royal city as the center. Although the richest parts had been eaten, the nobles' territories were still quite good. Today, he received a letter from Wang. The king praised him in his letter, and he promised to reward him with a large and rich territory of Nolans after this battle. This was good news, For although he was the high priest, he did not yet own his own land. After today, he could also follow the example of human nobles and become the lord of some place. The letter said that the king had sent another 100,000 troops to help clear the territories of the major nobles, and specifically mentioned Louis Card at the end. Never mess with Louis Cardinal. This is what Wang wrote on the letterhead, and Raymond was a little confused. When he opened Nolan's map to check the location of Louis's territory, he broke out in a cold sweat. Because their former Fort St. Martin is now the territory of Lord Louis. That idiot Nasus might still be fighting to the death with Lord Luigi. By the time he circled the two Louisca collars on the map with a feather pen, he had already made up his mind. These two territories are actually nothing to the vast territory of Nolan's. Since the king said not to provoke him, then just don't provoke him. As for the reason, he is not interested. Not interested either. And the previous battle with Louis Cardinal can be completely blamed on that idiot Nasus. What does what Nasus did have to do with him, Raymond? We won a great victory this time, and I want to give half of the credit to this brainless ogre. To be honest, he really didn't want to share the credit, but he had to give it to the general. After all, he was the general who went to the battle. So the best outcome is that Nasus occupied the territory of Luigi and angered the king. Or maybe he simply died there in battle. For Raymond, this is the best outcome. Inside the Knoll tribe, in a palace built of earth and stones, the dog-headed King Cash, wearing a crown, is reading two letters. One letter came from the succubus king city, and the other came from the human church. Both letters mentioned Louis Cardinal, asking him not to touch Louis Cardinal for the sake of friendship between the two forces. This is a blatant threat. Whether it is the Holy See or the succubus king city, they are forces that the Knoll tribe is absolutely unwilling to provoke. Needless to say, the succubus queen is extremely powerful and has even tamed an extremely powerful frost dragon. If they really fight, it is still unknown who will win or lose. Not to mention the power of the human church. The human church has over 1 million white armored soldiers and countless believers. If they really come into conflict with these two forces, even the Knoll tribe will not be able to withstand it. Although he won a great victory this time, he still had to be vigilant against other beast tribes at all times to prevent them from competing for territory. Both the cat people and the lizard people were eyeing them covetously. Once you come into conflict with these two forces, there is a high probability that you will be kicked when you are down. Just like Nolan's in the human kingdom. So he immediately wrote a letter asking Raymond not to provoke Louis Cardinal. Just then, a kobold guard hurried in from outside the palace. He fell to his knees. King, General Nasus has returned. Oh, my hero is back. Nasus was the only general sent out this time, so Kashgar was still very happy. How could he not be happy when two generals captured the Nolans' capital without any casualties? Nasus was badly wounded. He limped to Cash, with a terrible hole in his chest armor. Through the hole you could see his bloody chest. Nasus, are you alright? To your majesty, I am incompetent. Cash came to Nasus warmly and helped him up. My great general, what are you talking about? Didn't you win a great victory? Nasus was stunned. He returned in defeat and was prepared to be punished. So the king told him that he was a great hero? Is this the legendary honor in defeat? Thinking of this, his eyes were already filled with tears, and he couldn't help but loudly praise the king's wisdom. Thank you for your generosity, king. Nasus will be willing to sacrifice his life for you, no matter what. Kashgar patted his shoulder and could tell that the battle in the royal city must have been extremely brutal, because there was such a big hole in Nasus's armor. From today on, I grant you a glorious surname. From now on, you will be called Nasus Jean Frost. The surname Jean Frost is only used among the orcs to honor orc generals who have made great contributions. Even now, there are no more than 5 people who bear this noble surname. Nasus was honored to become one of them. Nasus Jean Frost. Nasus thought there was something wrong with his ears. Even after a defeat, he still received honor? Could it be that the idiot Raymond really took over the royal city? Then isn't it only natural that I get my share of the credit? After all, he held back so many of Nolan's elite troops, so it was an honor to be defeated. The news of Nolan's fall naturally reached Betty's ears. Needless to say, the fate of this fallen kingdom was inevitable. The surrounding countries were plotting against it, and its decline was a foregone conclusion. She asked the political officer to write a letter to protect Lin Wei. It can be considered as repaying Lin Wei's favor. Now that the succubus kingdom has just settled down, there are still many things waiting for her to deal with. If Lin Wei really died in this war, perhaps this would be his fate. The pendant she gave to Lin Wei could block a fatal attack for him. Anyway, she has a clear conscience. Chapter 74, Kindness and Severity. Lin Wei has felt much better recently. You can always check your dashboard at your fingertips. Lin Wei, Bravery, 7. Strategy, 80. Special talents. Extraordinary personality, charisma, traveler, dragon blood, continuously improves recovery and bravery. He learned from Reina that it was Reina's dragon blood that kept him alive. Otherwise, he would have no way of holding on until Yelena arrived. Bravery has increased by 2 points under the continuous transformation of dragon blood. This surprised Lin Wei a little. This is 2 o'clock. His original value was only 5 points, but this almost increased his strength by half. If I could only kill 1 chicken before, maybe now I can kill 2.5. Yelena has been gone for a week. Just as Yelena said, he hadn't seen any trace of the orcs in this week. A few days ago, Noller had returned to Old Lewisgar with his army. In the past few days, we always encounter a large number of people fleeing from various places. At first, Lin Wei accepted some of it. However, as more and more Norland's civilians fled, even Lord Louisa was unable to accept such a large number of refugees. In the past few days, more than 50,000 refugees have arrived in Lewiska. Most of them escaped from the royal city or the territories near the royal city. Not to mention the limited territory, these refugees themselves are also a destabilizing factor. They are not like the original people of Lewiska. Most of them have lost their families and their places of survival, which makes it easy for them to have criminal thoughts. Originally, the security in Lewiska territory was quite good, but it has become somewhat chaotic recently due to the arrival of refugees. When there are more people, there will be more things to do. The pressure of government affairs made the elf lowly Sallies feel dizzy. However, even Lin Wei no longer accepts refugees. The refugees also gathered around the city walls of Lewiska's territory and were unwilling to leave. Most of them sat directly on the ground, built a fire, and survived by digging wild vegetables and stealing crops from Lewiska. The wheat fields and orchards outside the city walls have been frequently visited in recent days. If this trend continues, Lewiska's territory will probably be surrounded by enemies. Lin Wei had a headache for a moment. The war had just ended, and the people in the territory were already in a bad mood. After this incident, they were even more complaining. If Lin Wei's reputation wasn't high enough and he wasn't really nice enough to his subjects, a riot might have broken out. With a slight headache, he picked up the black tea in front of him. The aroma of the black tea calmed his tired brain a little. He must deal with the problem of these refugees as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine what the scene would be like with so many people eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating outside the city. Apart from anything else, although Lewiscard County is not short of food for the time being, but it couldn't withstand being tortured like this. To be honest, as the number of these refugees increases, it will definitely become a pretty scary wave. If not handled properly, there will definitely be big problems. However, if these refugees can be properly resettled, it will undoubtedly be a good opportunity for Lin Wei to increase his territory. It's not that Lewiska County can accommodate so many people, but it's mainly because they are worried about finding accommodation for these refugees. In fact, the town of Lewiska territory is not very large. At least the open space from the castle to the Rema River is about the size of Lewiska territory. It might be a good idea to settle the generals and people in that land. The only thing to note is that the orcs may cross the river at any time and pose a threat to these innocent refugees. Lin Wei was actually unwilling to give up the tall city walls to protect these refugees. It was already a very fierce battle, and even the cavalry was wiped out. There were less than 4,000 guards left. Wanting to defend the Ruema River is no different from giving it away for free. Lin Wei came to the city wall and looked at the refugees. He coughed first. Some refugees were attracted by it. Zeluka released a small wind magic around him to ensure that Lin Wei's voice could be heard from far away, so that most refugees can hear it. I know it's not easy for everyone to escape from where they originally lived, but this doesn't mean you can steal the crops and fruits from Lewiska. Ankro. Lin Wei said this and called out to Ankro, who had been waiting at the foot of the city wall. Ankro led dozens of fully armed guards to open the city gate, and the sound of armor rubbing against each other could be heard. They walked straight into the crowd of refugees, which immediately made the atmosphere a little tense. Several people who stole crops from Lewiska were caught by Ankro and had their hands and feet broken. Many refugees who did not steal anything swallowed their saliva. The refugees roared in pain, but faced with the fully armed guards, they dared not resist. If they were really that brave, they would not have been driven out by the beastmen. But as Lin Wei said, stealing the property of nobles is a serious crime. Breaking their hands and feet was already considered a lenient punishment. Lin Wei could have dealt with them according to Nolan's laws and made these thieves slaves. The laws of Nolan serve the royal family and the nobles. I can give you space to survive, but if you dare to violate the rules I set, I will make you understand what it means that the dignity of a noble cannot be trampled upon. Lin Wei's killing stick obviously worked, and many people showed frightened expressions. Lin Wei had ignored them before, and they had become somewhat arrogant. As soon as Lin Wei appeared, he broke the hands and feet of the thieves, which made the refugees understand that the dignity of the nobleman in front of them could not be trampled upon. Of course, I am not such an unkind lord. I allow you to freely cultivate land and build houses between the Rema River and Luiska territory. The premise is that you must work for me 8 hours every day to build walls and fortifications for me. In return, I will provide you with 2 full meals a day. As soon as Lin Wei finished speaking, many refugees below shouted loudly, praising Lin Wei. Master Lin Wei, you are so kind. I'm willing to work for Master Lin Wei. 2 full meals and the right to live in Luiska territory are benefits that the refugees could never dream of. Although they didn't know yet, the place Lin Wei promised to give them was actually quite dangerous. Once the orcs launch an attack, these innocent refugees will become a natural barrier for Luiska's territory. At least before the new city wall was built, it was impossible for Lin Wei to send troops out to guard these refugees. Providing 2 full meals is already an extraordinary treatment. They will never be able to obtain the same power as the residents of Luiskar County. Chapter 75, Furious. Nolan's conditions seemed to be even worse than Lin Wei had imagined, because there seemed to be more and more refugees fleeing recently. From the initial 10,000 to 20,000 people, it gradually increased to 40,000 to 50,000 people. And now there are hundreds of thousands of people. Even this number is still increasing as the days go by. This is quite scary. This means that Nolan's front line has been completely defeated, otherwise there wouldn't be so many refugees. More civilians must have been captured, enslaved, or killed by the orcs, and only a few were able to escape. For Louis Cardinal, although population growth is a good thing, the disadvantages are also not small. Because the original population of Luiska was only 60,000 to 70,000, the number of these refugees has exceeded the number of original residents. He hasn't received any share of the profits from the Far East Chamber of Commerce in the past few days. It seems that the Far East Chamber of Commerce was unable to survive this chaotic war. I don't know what happened to President Weiss. He was a commoner nobleman with whom he had a good relationship and was about to be promoted to Viscount. But because of this sudden war, everything became a mirage. If the formula is leaked due to war, Weiss will even have to compensate him with 1 million Nolan's gold coins. Of course, that's assuming Weiss survives. What gave Lin Wei the most headache was the food problem. Although we had stored a lot before, there were too many people. Since we have promised to provide these refugees with 2 meals a day, we have to provide them even if we have to use black bread. Otherwise, it would be a breach of trust with the people. The refugees have begun cutting down trees and building wooden houses between the Rema River and the city walls of Luiska. Fortunately, the jungle here is dense enough and the tree resources are relatively abundant. The only thing that Lin Wei felt sorry about was that this jungle was transformed into a temporary residence for these refugees. The original hunters in Luiska were officially unemployed. What happens is that meat will increase in the market for a while and then disappear. He must reclaim more land as soon as possible so that these refugees can be self-sufficient. Fortunately, this land close to the Ruema River is quite fertile, otherwise Lin Wei would really have a headache. All we can do now is pray that there is enough food to last until the harvest. Biglin has been very busy these days. After cleaning up the battlefield, a large amount of steel and refined iron equipment scraps were harvested. These things are recycled by Biglin and can be used to create new equipment. The number of people in the blacksmith shop has expanded to hundreds. Several old blacksmiths from Nolan's, led by Biglin, all worked honestly with Biglin. Although their iron smelting technology is quite good, it is still inferior to that of Biglin, who has special attributes. Biglin's technology seems to have improved a lot. The weapons he originally created were already top-notch, and the ones he created recently even had additional effects. For example, there are special properties such as armor breaking and blade breaking. This is a special attribute that only appears on magic equipment and can cause devastating damage to ordinary iron armor and iron swords. Biglin did it simply by adding some rare metals. Previously, a weapon could only be sold for 50 gold coins. Then such an iron sword with armor-piercing effect can be sold for at least 500 gold coins. This is the minimum threshold for magic equipment. But there are also higher requirements for those who use weapons. For example, a longsword that originally only required 40 points of bravery to equip now requires at least 50 points to swing freely. Although others cannot see the panel, Lin Wei can clearly see the attributes of those who use the weapons. After a fierce battle, the bravery of the guards was greatly improved. Not only are the vast majority of them in their 50s, but a few are even in their 60s or 70s. Compared with the royal guards, Lin Wei's guards are even more powerful. Lin Wei promoted several outstanding guards as squad leaders, which filled the vacancies of generals. It's a pity that Ixin died in battle, otherwise more than just Ankro would have been knighted. Damn it. These damn dog-headed people. The furious Zeluka 13 overturned the table, and the map and sand table on the table rolled all over the floor. He never dreamed that while he was occupying the grassland and forest, those damn orcs would actually break through Blackstone Fort. He wanted to get back on defense. But the coalition forces of Yade and Rima kept attacking them, forcing them to watch the fall of their country. No one knew what his son Michel was doing. He couldn't even defend such a big Blackstone castle with tens of thousands of people under his command. The eldest son disappeared after the city was broken. It goes without saying that the 50,000 guards must have died heroically along with the Griffin Cavalry Regiment. The scouts who went to explore the way came back and told Zeluka 13 that the city walls were densely packed with orc soldiers. There are at least 100,000 of them. Many great nobles, led by Duke Simon, were also silent. Although new city-states and castles were built in the forest, no one would be happy because their hometown was lost. Even with the addition of the 150,000 royal guards and the 150,000 private armies of the nobles, they still had 300,000 troops, enough to protect themselves. But it is almost impossible to take the city back. Not to mention that the two hyenas, Rima and Yade, were always watching Nolan's every move. As long as they dare to turn back and attack the royal city of Nolan's, they will definitely be attacked from both sides. On the contrary, the plains and forests they now occupy can give them some breathing space. Fortunately, there were quite a few Nolan's people brought out to open up the wasteland, although they became stray dogs. But there is still a chance of making a comeback. Zeluka had a gloomy face and a ferocious expression, as if he was trying hard to calm his breath. His chest heaved, and despite his grim expression, he suppressed the surging anger in his tone and asked, "Do you think Michelle has defected?" When Michelle suddenly said that she wanted to take over Blackstone Castle, we should have seen some clues. But Zeluka 13 never expected that his son would actually be able to act as an accomplice of the orcs. He also thought that his third son wanted the castle as a bargaining chip to compete with his eldest son in the future. Considering that the dukes on the right who were close to him were all dead, the fortress was given to him. Now it seems that those right-wing dukes who were close to Michel rebelled because they listened to Michel's words. It's a pity that as a king, Zeluka 13 was too foolish. Duke Simon and others are not fools. In fact, His Majesty knows it very well in his heart. But I just want to hear a negative answer. He was unwilling to believe that his son had betrayed him and the kingdom of Nolan's. His Highness Michel must have died in battle, or there must be a traitor among his personal guards who has taken him hostage. Why else would he betray his country? Duke Simon's comfort calmed Zeluka 13 down a bit. He still has 300,000 troops at his disposal. As long as he is here, Nolan's will not perish. Although he was backstabbed this time, without Nolan's restraint, I believe it won't be long before the two kingdoms of Yade and Rima will fight. Unequal distribution of benefits is the main reason. Because in this war, both Nolan's and Rima suffered great losses. Only the orcs benefited from this, and the only one who gained nothing and suffered no loss was Yad. Chapter 76. Marry the Rich Sister. Summer is here again, and the cicadas are chirping. The refugees have settled down recently. Although most of them don't have their own houses yet, some have settled down in the jungle in Luca's territory. The city wall was being built every day, and the orcs no longer appeared on the other side of the Rima River. To be precise, it did not disappear. Instead, he headed towards the original Lancer fortress. At first, Lin Wei was a little nervous, fearing that the other party would rush towards the unfinished city wall. At that time, we will have no choice but to abandon these refugees. But what surprised Lin Wei was that the beast soldiers seemed to have not seen Lin Wei and went in the other direction of the river. It made him feel relieved. Although Yelena said before leaving that no beast men would come to disturb him. But Lin Wei did not let down his guard, but secretly thought that this person's words were so effective. The beast men really won't come. In the past few months, Yelena occasionally sent him a few letters, mostly asking about Lin Wei's recent situation or sharing some daily trivial matters. There was no mention of what Lin Wei was thinking, and the frequency of his letters was not frequent. It was as if the two were just ordinary friends chatting. This strikes a perfect balance between the two of them. Not too frequent to be annoying, but not too long without contact to make Lin Wei feel invisible. Lin Wei has not given up on physical exercise recently. I used to think that as long as my subordinates were strong enough, it didn't matter if I was weaker myself. But after he almost died last time, he finally understood. As a lord, you must have some ability to protect yourself. He had not practiced magic before because he had no talent for magic, and he didn't want to train his body. But now it's different. Lin Wei has to train with the soldiers almost every morning. During this period of time, the bravery value has also increased significantly. Lin Wei. Bravery, 20. Strategy, 80. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler. The bravery value increased by a full 13 points, and the special attribute of dragon blood disappeared. It seemed that the blood Reina fed him had been completely absorbed. Although he is still powerless, he is much stronger than before. After another year or two of training, Lin Wei might be able to become a qualified soldier. Of course, this is also thanks to the cute little lowly Sally who has been helping him share the government affairs. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have that much time to exercise. Today, he was sitting in the study when he heard the butler's footsteps outside the door. The butler knocked on the door. Come in. After getting Lin Wei's permission, the butler respectfully placed several letters on Lin Wei's desk. Master, you have letters from Fedra County and some nearby baronies. I see. Lin Wei didn't open the letter. He knew what was written in it without even reading it. The butler bowed respectfully and closed the door when he left. These letters all contained proposals for Lord Louis to join the new alliance of the Nolan's nobles. Although most of the nobles were trapped in that forest and plain. However, after experiencing the first wave of attacks from the orcs, some marginal forces of the other minor nobles of Nolan's have spontaneously formed an alliance to resist the invasion of the orcs. Lin Wei, as the most powerful noble in the vicinity, has been invited more than once. Of course, Lin Wei rejected them all. At first he replied, but later he simply stopped replying. Even if these rabble gathered together, how could they unite to fight against the beastmen? When the time comes to charge into battle, they may be afraid that too many of their own soldiers will die, so they will wait for others to go first, causing chaos in their formation. Rather than working with them, it is better to go it alone. But these are all minor matters. The important thing is that Lin Wei is running out of food. Most of the wheat originally purchased from the Far East Chamber of Commerce has been consumed. Even if we can hold on until the autumn to harvest a wave of crops, there is no guarantee that everyone will have food to survive the winter. A winter without food is extremely deadly, but the big Chamber of Commerce within Nolan's has almost collapsed, and it is impossible to buy food. The only way is to buy some food from the two kingdoms of Rema or Yad. However, as the Norlands War was raging, most merchants had already stayed at home to avoid being affected by the war. Even if we want to make money, we probably have to wait until Nolan's situation stabilizes. The main reason is that Lin Wei does not have his own caravan. Otherwise, he could sell the second-level longsword to Rima or Yade. Ever since Big Lin began to forge iron swords with armor-piercing properties, the guards have replaced their weapons. These obsolete weapons can also be exported to other countries. Weapons are always the hottest-selling items on this continent, with high consumption and great demand. So as long as Lin Wei has his own caravan, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to sell weapons. Just as Lin Wei was about to go among the refugees to look for suitable candidates to be businessmen, the butler's voice was heard outside the door again. Master, Saint Yeluna is visiting. I see. Lin Wei responded. Why is Yeluna here today? Today, Yeluna was not wearing the saint's pure white dress, but a light purple tassel dress. This slim-fitting long dress can bring out her beautiful figure. Compared with the holy saint's attire, this one obviously has its own charm. Although she is a saint, she is quite evil. The white calves under the skirt were shaking restlessly, as if showing that the owner was in a relatively happy mood. You're here, Lin Wei. Seeing Lin Wei walking towards her, she smiled gently and peacefully, revealing her shallow dimples. Ms. Yeluna, Lin Wei is deeply honored by your presence. She showed a reproachful expression, and Lin Wei felt that the strange feeling from before came back. This time, because I increased my physical exercise, I could feel this sense of incongruity a little more obviously. He wondered if the young lady in front of him had secretly used some mind-affecting magic on him. Considering the other person's identity, it seems that there is nothing about me that would make him worry about me. Didn't I tell you that we don't have to be so formal? I've brought you a surprise this time. Well, Lin Wei felt that even if the other party used magic on him, it was not unforgivable. Because Yeluna's smile is really sweet. What surprise? Lin Wei asked casually. I brought you a great deal of wheat and some priests. With this wheat, you should be able to get through the winter safely. In addition to wheat, I have also prepared a set of magic weapons for you. A few griffin cubs. Lin Wei. Just now, an impulse suddenly emerged in my heart. Or maybe marrying this charming rich lady in front of me is not impossible. Chapter 77 Bad Woman, but Rich Woman. How can Lin Wei repay your kindness? Needless to say, wheat is what Lin Wei lacks most at the moment. Yeluna's wheat is a timely help. Not to mention a complete set of magic weapons and griffin cubs. A single griffin has long been sold at a sky-high price in the market, and the last time a griffin cub was sold was at an auction 10 years ago. The transaction price was 100,000 Nolan's gold coins. If it is a pair of griffins, both male and female, it can be sold for more than 200,000 Nolan's gold coins. The conditions for griffin reproduction are very harsh, and so far only the royal family of Nolan's can breed them on a large scale. These ones of Yeluna were sent by the Norland's royal family to please her. No need to repay me. What's mine will be yours from now on. Oh. Lin Wei felt that he could not withstand the rich woman's offensive. As a noble, how can you bow down for a few pieces of silver? You're joking. Honestly, if there's anything I can do for Lin Wei in the future, I'll definitely not refuse. Putting aside the rich woman's feeding, Lin Wei must accept this favor. Yeluna just smiled. Just as Lin Wei was about to say something else, the door suddenly opened. Silka and Elyalina walked in, each holding a butter bread with a thin candle on it. The candlelight flickered, and the girl's expressions became a little subtle. Happy birthday, master. Happy birthday, master. Happy birthday, master. All three of them gave their blessings, and before they knew it, Lin Wei was already 18 years old. Yeluna also showed a surprised expression. So today is Lin Wei's birthday. Happy birthday to you, Lin Wei. The girls holding the butter bread had different expressions as they looked at the uninvited guest. They never expected that the surprise they had carefully prepared would be encountered by Yeluna. Looking at her smile, I always feel like I've been tricked by a bad woman. Because Yeluna was there too, Lin Wei invited Yeluna to taste the cream bread together. I have to say, it was fun watching the girls happily eating their desserts. It did make Lin Wei feel a little happy. After finishing his dessert, Lin Wei went to see the griffin cubs. As a time traveler, he has never seen what the griffins in this world look like. Although there were some in the royal city, they were all hidden well by Zeluka 13. Now that he has the opportunity to observe closely, Lin Wei will certainly not let it go. Reina and Elyalina also followed, leaving only Silka and Yeluna in the room. Yeluna looked at Zeluka with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she was trying to see whether this new magician was really that good. Zeluka felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but he still glared back, unwilling to be outdone. Unfortunately, it only elicited a slight laugh from Yeluna. Zeluka, sister, can I call you that? The cat girl snorted pleasantly. She knew that Yeluna was worried about Lin Wei. Because when Yeluna confessed her love that day, Zeluka was outside the door. How dare you propose to your master directly? I was here first. Seeing that Zeluka didn't say anything, she didn't care. Sister Zeluka, you are learning magic from Sister Alia, right? Such a young magician is really amazing. Unlike me, just an ordinary little priest. I learned magic from Sister Alia in my early years, but I was too stupid to learn it at all. Zeluka was confused. It sounds weird, but I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with it. It's obviously a compliment. And she also said that she was stupid. Where is that? It's not that powerful. Zeluka was a little incoherent. Facing an opponent who was much higher in rank than her, she was obviously no match at all. Yeluna came to Zeluka and held Zeluka with her white and tender hands. He looked at Zeluka with sincere eyes and said, Sister Zeluka, you like Lin Wei too, right? The straight ball attack stunned Zeluka. Her cat eyes widened, her tail shook like a helicopter, and she almost took off on the spot. I like. Zeluka's cat ears began to vibrate at an extremely fast frequency. Then why don't we marry Lin Wei together? Is this still possible? Zeluka suddenly realized. Yes. Zeluka seemed to have found a comrade in arms at once, and she nodded to the sincere Yeluna. We're together. Yeluna smiled again. But Sister Zeluka hasn't become a great magician yet. Only by becoming a grand mage can I help Lin Wei overcome all possible dangers. Otherwise, it would be bad if something as dangerous as last time happened again. Zeluka felt that what Yeluna said made sense. This time was indeed thrilling. She had to become a more powerful grand magician in order to stay with Lin Wei. She nodded. You are right. I must become stronger. Then come back to the royal city with me tomorrow. I'll take you to Sister Alia. Once Sister Zeluka becomes a grand mage, no one will be able to threaten Lin Wei anymore. Good. After a few words, the poor little cat girl seemed to have been fooled and lost her direction. In Yeluna's opinion, only Alia's student Zeluka is the most likely to compete with her for the position of wife. Trick Zeluka into going back to learn magic. By then, her and Lin Wei's children will be old enough to help out. She didn't use her tricks when talking to Zeluka. Because Zeluka is a magician, he can only deceive people with words. Magic is useless. Lin Wei still underestimated the rich woman's financial resources. A total of 500 trucks, each truck weighing 10 tons. This wheat is enough to feed the people in Lin Wei's territory for several years. Following a knight in white armor, He finally arrived at the cage where the griffin was held. There were 8 young griffins in the cage, for each of males and females. Although it is still a griffin cub, it is already larger than a normal-sized dog. These young griffins have golden feathers and fur. The hindquarters of its lion-like body are covered with golden-brown lion hair, and its eagle beak and sturdy forelimbs are all covered with white eagle feathers. Feathers are very hard, comparable to steel. When they saw Lin Wei coming, they flapped their wings as if to intimidate Lin Wei. It makes a crisp sound, but unfortunately it has no deterrent effect. It just highlights a bit of cuteness. The feeding of griffins is quite particular. They must eat live meat, such as long-eared rabbits or short-tailed feathered chickens, which are their favorite foods. People who tame griffins must train them because griffins are naturally unruly. It must be tamed by enduring it like taming an eagle. Of course, this is assuming that you don't have the talent for taming animals. And in Lin Wei's territory, there happened to be a little cat girl who was good at taming animals. And Xiona's talent is actually a bit of a waste when used to train northern horses. Horse training can exist as an independent talent. And Xiona is an animal trainer. As long as it is an animal, she is in charge. Chapter 78, Everything is in the rich woman's plan. The little griffin is cute, isn't it? Just as Lin Wei was teasing these griffins, Yeluna's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Wei turned around and bowed slightly to her. Yeluna helped Lin Wei a lot, especially in such a special period. Without Yeluna, it would be a question whether Luiska territory could exist. After all, the orcs really never came to him again, just because of Yeluna's words. I really appreciate your help. Yeluna just smiled and didn't respond. This is exactly the effect she wants. When Lin Wei feels more and more indebted to her, it will be time to make things a done deal. Everything has a gradual process, and Yeluna is very patient. At this moment, a panel also came into Lin Wei's field of vision. Yeluna. Bravery, 80. Strategy, 198. Favorability, 80. Special talent. Healing super sense. Release any healing spell with half the effort. The benchmark of faith, the saint who is admired by many people, is slowly increasing her magic power every day. Magic source, possessing a ring that can store a large amount of magic, already activated. This. Lin Wei finally saw the faceplate of the smiling girl in front of him. This somewhat exaggerated attribute made him doubt whether the person standing in front of him was really a quiet and lovely girl, whose girl's bravery value is as high as 80 points. With this bravery value, even Ankro wouldn't be able to defeat her even if he stood in front of her, right? Isn't he a priest? Such a high bravery value is totally unreasonable, right? There is also this long panel explanation, which seems to be afraid that the panel will not understand it, so it is very considerate to provide annotations. I have to say that these 3 special talents are quite exaggerated, judging from the literal description. She seems to be a priest with low mana cost and high mana pool. Abbreviation, Moving Spring. Thinking that he only had a pitiful 20 points, Lin Wei subconsciously took a half step back. Good. A pastor who can lift a sledgehammer. He has learned something new. Seeing that Lin Wei looked a little strange, Yeluna thought there was something on her face. Lin Wei, what's wrong with you? She took a step towards Lin Wei, and Lin Wei felt as if his feet were filled with lead and he couldn't move. I'm fine. He swallowed. He didn't expect that the delicate-looking girl in front of him was actually better at fighting than one of his knights. Ankro's bravery value is only 75 points. Plus, she is a priest and can continuously restore herself. If a fight really breaks out, Ankro will be completely defeated. If Lin Wei wasn't strong enough, he would probably be the one on the bottom forever if he really got together with Yeluna. By the way, can I stay at Luca's place tonight? Yeluna asked cautiously, as if she was afraid that Lin Wei would not agree. Lin Wei nodded, let alone staying for 1 night. You can stay 2 more nights. Of course, Miss Yeluna, you can stay as long as you want. You are always welcome in Luiskaling. I saw with my own eyes the Vatican's transport carriage enter Luiska territory. No wonder Lin Wei doesn't want to ally with us. It turns out he's backed by the Vatican. Damn it. A baron cursed and spat on the ground, not behaving like a baron at all. There were more than 10 barons and 2 viscounts present. They had temporarily formed a new aristocratic alliance, nominally to resist the orcs. In fact, there is suspicion of setting up an independent business. Their expressions were different, and it was obvious that they were not of one mind. Among them are nobles who want to establish their own families, nobles who are truly loyal to the royal family, and nobles who want to take advantage of the situation. Everyone knows that the King of Nolans is now trapped in the forests and plains. Now the capital of the Kingdom of Nolans has long been occupied and is in a state of disunity. Although the nobles were under the banner of alliance, there were really not many nobles who responded. Firstly, It was because all the great nobles followed Zeluka 13, and secondly, it was because the slightly wealthier territories had long been plundered by the orcs. There is almost no oil in these marginal territories, so the orcs choose to plunder the wealthy ones first. That's why they are safe for the time being. If Viscount Lin Wei is really a member of the Holy See, we should recruit him into our group. Baron Orson, it's not nice of you to insult Viscount Lin Wei like this. Do you think we can stop the Beast Tribe's 100,000-strong army by ourselves? Baron Orson, who had just been shouting, suddenly fell silent. It would be difficult for the dozen or so nobles present to gather even 5,000 men, let alone an army of 100,000. Not to mention the equipment gap. If they really collide, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The Baron who had just spoken looked at Baron Fedra beside him and said, Baron Fedra, I remember that you have a good relationship with the Zeluka family. Didn't you persuade Viscount Lin Wei to join us? Fedra laughed dryly and said, I forgot. I'll write it when I get back. But I can only say that I tried my best. I had a good relationship with his father, Ryan. But as you know, Ryan has been dead for several years. Lin Wei is the boss of Zeluka County now. I don't know how much influence my former uncle's words have on me. Of course, what he said was not true. Anyway, no one present knew that his relationship with Lin Wei had deteriorated. It's not easy to save face. The last sentence is full of traps. What if Lin Wei doesn't reply? That means he has become very successful and no longer looks down on his uncle. I don't think Viscount Lin Wei is that kind of person. I'll visit him in person and implore him to join our new alliance. Writing a letter is somewhat insincere. When the time comes, we will lead Viscount Lin Wei and jointly resist the Beastman army. Baron Bonner spoke in a sincere tone. They have been nobles of Nolans for generations and are very loyal to Nolans. Now that Nolans is in trouble, he is the first noble to respond to the alliance. No one present spoke. It would be the best if Lin Wei could come. With Lin Wei's joining, their force would have the support of the Holy See. What kind of power is the human church? An existence that serves the god of light and is a superpower that countless people look up to. Theocracy has always been above imperial power. Not to mention that such a huge force is deeply intertwined, not only in Nolans, but also in the two major kingdoms of Rema and Yade. Baron Fedra, without further ado, let's go find Viscount Lin Wei now. I believe he will not refuse to see your uncle. Baron Orson knew that Ryan and Fedra had a very good relationship. Almost whenever they appear together. Logically speaking, the two families should have married. Because this is common sense. Good. Fedra cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to agree. If I show my weakness now, I'm done for. Chapter 79, The Crazy Husband Protector. Baron Orson brought Baron Fedra straight to the new Louisa territory. Several people rode on fine horses, accompanied by a dozen guards. Baron Orson was thinking all the way about how they should organize the Legion to resist the orcs after Lin Wei joined the alliance. I heard that Viscount Lin Wei's guards are elite and are on par with the royal guards. But after all, they are all nobles of Nolans, so it shouldn't be too difficult to talk to them, right? So when they were stopped outside by the guards led by Louisa, they still put on an aristocratic tone. Do you know who I am? How dare you block the way of a noble? Let us in and inform your master. Although Orson is a baron, he is not polite at all to Lin Wei's guards. He could be respectful to Lin Wei, but that didn't mean he would be nice to Lin Wei's soldiers. Several guards frowned, but when they saw the other party's family emblem, it was obviously the emblem of the Nolans nobility. It is indeed an existence that they cannot afford to provoke. Please wait a moment. I will go and inform Knight Ankro. The words were quite polite, but there was no intention of letting them in. Soon, Ankro appeared at the city gate. He looked at the nobles who were riding on their horses with arrogant expressions. And Keluo said calmly, My lords, our master is not seeing any guests today. This sentence immediately ignited Fedra's anger. Well, Viscount Lin Wei has really become something. He doesn't even want to see his uncle? Our Fedra County and Louisa County once had such a close relationship. Does it mean that it no longer exists just because Baron Ryan passed away? He spoke with tears in his eyes, and the expressions of the guards except Ankro were a little relaxed. If this is really Lin Wei's uncle, will the master punish them for neglecting his uncle like this? Although Lin Wei said that he would not meet any of the nobles, there was no special explanation about Baron Fedra. So for a moment, even Ankro was a little troubled. Seeing that Ankro was no longer able to handle the situation, he prepared to go back and report to Lin Wei. Just then, the voices of Lin Wei and Yeluna were heard. Lin Wei is going to send Yeluna back today. Although I don't know why Zeluka suddenly seemed to be full of energy. He said he wanted to go back and study magic with Duke Alia. When they met several barons, the atmosphere froze for a moment. Fedra's expression turned ugly first, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera. Instead, Baron Orson dismounted warmly and bowed to Lin Wei. Viscount Lin Wei, I am glad to see you. Lin Wei felt a little uncomfortable with this warm and familiar welcome. He frowned and nodded. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm Baron Orson, a member of the new Noble Alliance. I came here today to invite you to join the new alliance. As nobles of Norlands, the Empire needs us right now. Before he could finish, Lin Wei waved his hand. I think I've already rejected you, haven't I? I'm sorry, but Luiska will not join the new Noble Alliance. Lin Wei tried his best to keep his tone polite. He didn't have a good face when facing these nobles. Corrupt and arrogant at heart. If it weren't for the arrogance of these nobles and the royal family, how could Nolan's become what he is today? Orson's smile froze on his face, and he subconsciously looked at Baron Fedra, as if asking for help. It's a pity that Baron Fedra, who was talking incessantly just now lowered his head, as if he was afraid of being recognized. Orson didn't care about that. He said directly, But, Viscount Lin Wei, your uncle has come to invite you. Don't you even give me this little courtesy? Uncle? Which uncle? What's his name? Is it Luka? Lin Wei thought that one of his father's brothers had news. It's Baron Fedra. By the time Baron Orson mentioned Baron Fedra's name, the Baron's face was already flushed. Fedra never dreamed that Lin Wei would appear by chance. Oh, Baron Fedra. Yeluna, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. She stood beside Lin Wei and asked, Is this Baron Fedra who broke off Lin Wei's engagement? I heard Yeluna suddenly speak up and expose the truth. Orson, standing next to him, opened his mouth so wide that it looked like an egg could fit in it. Are you, Her Highness the Saint of the Holy See? This is a real big shot, and the reason why he wants Lan Wei to join the alliance. It's because Lin Wei has this relationship. Unexpectedly, the relationship between Lin Wei and the Saint was even closer than they imagined. They all appeared together in Louis Cardinal, and it seemed that they had a very close relationship. It's me. Yeluna lost her gentleness and caution when facing other nobles. Instead, he revealed a kind of condescending indifference. This indifference was like a powerful aura, which made Baron Orson subconsciously take half a step back. What do you mean by breaking off the engagement? I don't understand. Yeluna said coldly. Why don't you ask Baron Fedra? Since he dares to call himself Lin Wei's uncle, doesn't he know what happened? Baron Fedra, whose name was called, could no longer play the ostrich. He dismounted awkwardly and came up to them. I didn't say I wouldn't fulfill the marriage contract between our two families. It's just that my daughter Lena is nowhere to be found, so there's nothing I can do. Yeluna shook her head. Baron Fedra, do you really want me to tell you about your unilateral breaking of the engagement between the two families? Although the Kingdom of Norlands is in imminent danger, Baron Fedra is still a nobleman after all. You are not someone who doesn't care about face, right? Fedra looked extremely unhappy. The Holy See is famous for its omnipotence. Yeluna had even investigated the matter, so no matter how much she tried to argue, she could produce evidence. Although he had long regretted losing Lin Wei, his wealthy son-in-law. But I didn't regret it so much before. Now seeing Lin Wei becoming more and more powerful, he regretted it to the extreme. It would have been fine if my daughter had married him as a concubine. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine available. Viscount Lin Wei has the protection of our Holy See. Even if he doesn't join your alliance, nothing will happen to him. As soon as Yeluna opened her mouth, she started protecting her husband, and the barons were speechless. Baron Orson's expectant expression also turned a little ugly. He never dreamed that this person who claimed to be Viscount Lin Wei's uncle. He even broke off the engagement with Viscount Lin Wei. Their relationship was not harmonious to begin with. No wonder Lin Wei ignored their letters. He glared at Baron Fedra, thinking that this nobleman who made his fortune as a businessman could not have made such a mistake. Then, we'll leave first. Several nobles left in disgrace, no longer showing their previous arrogant attitude. Only after they left did Yeluna look apologetic. The cold aura just now disappeared, and she turned into a gentle and lovely girl again. He felt very guilty when he spoke, and his tone was a little depressed. I'm sorry, Lin Wei, I didn't mean to say that. I just can't stand them always trying to take advantage of you. Lin Wei shook his head. Anyway, there's nothing to hide about this matter. After my father Ryan died, he did break off the engagement. It's not like I don't know what kind of character this baron has. Thank you for speaking up for me. Yeluna showed a satisfied smile. Of course. No matter whether you do the right thing or the wrong thing, Yeluna will always stand by you and support you. You can rely on me more. Chapter 80, Eating Free Food. Lin Wei nodded. This is considered as agreeing with Yeluna's statement. By the way, Lin Wei, this is for you. Before leaving, Yelena put a box in Lin Wei's hand. Here is the emblem of the Holy See. With this emblem, your caravan can freely enter and exit Rima and Ye to trade. Lin Wei was stunned at first, but soon showed an expression of surprise. This is really good stuff. Now that Nolans is engulfed in war, it is certainly impossible to do business. However, Rima and Yade are relatively stable. If Lin Wei can do business with these two big countries, he won't have to worry about the gold coins. The power of the Holy See is very great, and it also has its own caravans. Under the banner of the Holy See, other countries will hardly take the initiative to provoke it, and may even provide a lot of conveniences. Thank you, Yelena. After eating so much free food, Lin Wei felt that he had become a little bolder. He hugged Yelena gently, and Lin Wei's initiative made Yelena's mouth curl up unconsciously. Obviously, his offensive has worked. Next, we will strive to have a successor emerge within a year. The man will inherit the title of Lewis Card, and the woman will become the new saint. Lin Wei didn't know yet that with this little hug, Yelena had almost thought of what to name the child. After hugging Yelena, Zeluka also came over. Master, I want one too. Lin Wei also gave the little cat girl a light hug. After seeing off the reluctant Zeluka and Yelena, Lin Wei sighed. If this continues, I'm afraid he will really fall into the arms of the rich sister. He didn't want this to happen, but Yelena was really gentle. He is so rich and takes care of his emotions and face. He really likes it. Even with the emblem of the Holy See, business has been unimpeded. But Lin Wei still needs to find a talent suitable for doing business. He had checked the territory before, but found nothing suitable. However, when he went to see the refugees working today, he found a good candidate. Fury. Bravery, 18. Strategy, 79. Loyalty, 40. Special talents, negotiation skills, businessman's intuition. Judging from the panel, this man named Fury is undoubtedly a good candidate. It's just that loyalty seems a little lower. Lin Wei's caravan is a very important part. If the leader is not loyal enough, Lin Wei will not be able to entrust him with important tasks. However, this does not mean that he has no way to increase the other party's loyalty. The next day, Lin Wei arranged for several guards to beat Fury up. The blow was not light, and Fury was beaten black and blue. Lin Wei's guards were all very well behaved before, but now for some reason they suddenly started targeting him. This left everyone in Fury confused. The main thing was that these guards seemed to be targeting him, and sometimes they would specifically come to his cabin to beat him up. This beating lasted for a week. Fury could bear it at first, but later he couldn't stand it anymore. Several neighbors advised Fury to tell Knight Ankro about this. That knight was Lin Wei's confidant, and could report the matter directly to Lin Wei. At first, Fury didn't think this matter was that simple, but what he didn't expect was, when he found Ankro immediately beat up the guards who bullied him in front of him. The blow was not light, and the whip made a dull sound when it hit the guards. Blood soon began to seep from the backs of these punished guards. Judging from Ankro's posture, if he didn't say forget it, he would have continued to fight like this. Fury is not stupid. If he really offends a few guards, he will have a hard time in the future. After Fury's repeated persuasion, Ankro finally put down the whip in his hand. As the royal guards of Lord Luiska, they were at fault. He gave an apologetic look. I'm sorry, I didn't manage my people well. Fury was a little flattered. You are joking, Sir Knight. Master, I am very grateful that you can give me a meal. What he said was indeed what was in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Wei, he would have starved to death even if he hadn't died at the hands of the orcs while fleeing. Ankro showed a subtle expression. By the way, the master said he wanted to see you and express his apology in person. When willfully heard that Lin Wei wanted to apologize to him, he was dumbfounded. A nobleman wants to apologize to a refugee? Is he crazy, or am I crazy? He doesn't want to kill me. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I absolutely have no intention of humiliating Master Lin Wei. I am very grateful to Master Lin Wei for giving me the life I have now. He kowtowed repeatedly, reached out and grabbed Ankro's whip, and said, Sir Knight, whip me too. After all, I am also at fault. I must have done something wrong, so these guards came to teach me a lesson. Ankro's mouth twitched. This was to let him know that these guards were deliberately sent by Lin Wei to teach him a lesson. I don't know what he would think, but as of now, he is indeed a smart man. Master Lin Wei always has a unique vision and can discover talents. Ankro still admires this very much. But Ankro still took him to see Lin Wei. When he saw Lin Wei, Fury was shaking like a sieve. When he saw Lin Wei put down the tea in his hand and walk towards him, he immediately knelt on the ground. Master Lin Wei, I was wrong about this. Lin Wei's expression became a little subtle. What's wrong with you? Weren't those soldiers bullying you? Fury kowtowed frantically. I must not have worked hard enough, so those guards wanted to teach me a lesson. I will definitely work harder in the future. Lin Wei signaled Ankro with his eyes to stop him from kowtowing. There's no way to talk properly like this. It can be seen that Wolf Fury really wants to survive. His head is swollen from the impact. It's a pity that Lin Wei is neither Buddha nor God, and kowtowing to him will not fulfill your wish. Your name is Wilfully, Master. Oh, Wilfully, don't worry. I'm not that kind of unreasonable nobleman. If it was indeed the fault of those soldiers, I will definitely not let them off easily. Whether you're a new resident or a former resident of Luiska territory, I treat everyone equally as long as they settle down in Luiska territory. Looking at Lin Wei's sincere expression, it doesn't seem fake. Wolford finally felt relieved. Loyalty also increased to 60. Elialu, give him a few silver coins as medical expenses. Wolf Fury's eyes widened, and he thought he was hallucinating. Lin Wei said he would give him a few silver coins for medical expenses? Could the person before me really be God? As long as you kowtow, you will get silver coins. Is it too late to take 2 more knocks now? His loyalty also reached 80. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Wei put the silver coin handed to him by Elialu into his hand. I think you're pretty good. Come and do something for me. Chapter 81. Luiskard territory is developing rapidly. Wolf Fury probably didn't expect it himself. Why was he, who was being bullied a few days ago, suddenly became the president of the Luiska Chamber of Commerce? Lin Wei gave him considerable power. He could freely recruit people to become his subordinates under the banner of the Luiska family. In addition, whenever he went out on business, he could request no more than 1,000 guards to escort the caravan. Before he forms his own Chamber of Commerce guards, Lin Wei's guards will temporarily serve as his guards. Make sure he is not harassed by bandits or other forces while transporting goods to Rema and Yade. What he wanted to sell was also very simple: a large number of standard long swords eliminated from Lin Wei's frontline team. These swords were originally quite good, but as Big Lin created weapons with special properties, they gradually became less impressive. Exporting to Ruema and Yade can bring profits to Lin Wei. Then, Lin Wei asked the maids in the manor to work hard to produce tens of thousands of cans of cream. The cream can be exported as a luxury product to Rema and Yad. President Weiss of the Far East Chamber of Commerce had been preparing to export cream, but unfortunately, accidents always come too suddenly. Lin Wei didn't get to hear his good news. Lin Wei hasn't heard from Weiss for a long time, and doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Of course, Lin Wei couldn't just leave a golden hen that laid eggs and used, even though its output was certainly not as good as that of the Far East Chamber of Commerce. However, tens of thousands of cans of cream, even if each can is sold for 10 gold coins, can bring Lin Wei more than 100,000 in profits. Because the cost of making cream is really low, so low that it is almost negligible compared to the profit of cream. Willfully, when we get to Yade and Rema, go and buy the items according to the list. Lin Wei handed him a roll of parchment filled with materials, and willfully accepted it respectfully. This time I go to Rema and Yade, I must buy alchemical materials. Willfully will definitely not disappoint the master's expectations, please rest assured. Wolf Fury can see the current situation of Nolan's clearly. There were rampant orcs and wars everywhere, but here in Luiska County it was unexpectedly peaceful, without even the slightest sign of war. You know, Luiskard territory is the closest route to the royal city. The orcs did not dare to cause trouble and chose the farther Fort Lancer. This shows how capable this master of mine is. He came from a merchant family, and his father was the vice president of a large chamber of commerce. I also learned a lot about the Chamber of Commerce through observation and observation. Unfortunately, his father later lost his position in the struggle for power, and their family gradually declined. In the end, he became a farmer and barely lived in Nolans. Because of the war, he fled to Luiskar. Now, thanks to Lin Wei's kindness, he finally has the opportunity to return to his old job. Lin Wei's list mostly contained alchemical tools and materials. These things are only sold in the Kingdom of Yad. The Kingdom of Yad has always been quite xenophobic. Any merchant who could go to the Kingdom of Yad to do business had to bear high export taxes and made almost no profit. Therefore, merchants from other countries rarely go to Yade. The taxes on things used for alchemy are terribly high. It's just that Lin Wei has a trading pass from the Holy Sea of Light. This is a good thing, which means that he will be able to do business smoothly no matter which human kingdom he is in. They will be labeled as members of the Vatican and will be given more conveniences. Even if someone is jealous of their money, they have to consider whether they can afford to offend the Holy See behind them. Wilfry walked out of Lin Wei's study with his head held high and his chest puffed out, and even his walk had a sense of momentum. This is the confidence given to him by his old club. With the financial support of his wealthy sister, Lin Wei also had the confidence to expand the guards. Although it is not possible to form new cavalry due to the war, the organization of the guards must be established first. There are still too few available guards on hand. Compared with the peak period of more than 10,000 people, it is now difficult for them to even defend themselves. Another 17,000 strong young men were selected from the refugees and the voluntary Zeluka people to join the team. It was obviously not enough for Ankro to be in charge of the team's training. So Lin Wei promoted 4 guards from the old guards with a bravery value of around 70 as squad leaders. In the future, they will directly train this group of new guards. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed, and Louis Cardinal slowly got back on track. Although the number of refugees is still increasing, it has obviously passed its peak and the number is beginning to decrease slowly. This means that the situation in Nolan's is gradually stabilizing. I haven't received any news from the new Noble Alliance recently. However, Lin Wei didn't care whether their alliance could fight against the orcs. Anyway, he had no good feelings towards the kingdom of Nolan's and Zeluka 13. Taking advantage of leaving all the affairs of the day to the elf Loli, Lin Wei came to the backyard of the manor, a place specially used for taming griffins. The 8 little griffins that Yelena gave him have become very familiar with Ankiyuna recently. The griffin, which was originally the size of an ordinary pastoral dog, has grown a lot and is now at least as big as a large golden retriever. These little guys are really big eaters and can eat at least 2.5 short-tailed chickens in one meal. Eat 3 or even 4 meals a day. If Lin Wei didn't have more than 2,000 short-tailed chickens raised in his manor, even he would not be able to bear such a large consumption. Even so, he bought more short-tailed chickens from his subjects. Because these little guys are really picky eaters and will hardly eat anything other than short-tailed chickens. Occasionally, I eat long-eared rabbits as snacks. Master, you are here. Seeing Lin Wei coming over, Inshona rode a little griffin to Lin Wei's side. It can be seen that Inshona gets along very well with these griffins. Seeing Lin Wei coming, he even took the initiative to stretch out his eagle head for Lin Wei to touch. Feeling the griffin's rough and warm touch, Lin Wei found it surprisingly good. Can they fly now? Griffins have to enter adolescence before they can fly freely, and Lin Wei's griffins are obviously approaching the corresponding age. Inshona pointed at the one beneath her and 2 nearby, and said, "These 3 griffins can already fly. There are 5 more, probably coming soon." Inshona rolled down from the griffin, patted its neck, and said, "Fly one." With a clear eagle cry, the little griffin flew into the air. It flapped its wings and flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. These griffins are very strong and will not become exhausted even if they fly for a whole day. If they could wear anti-magic weapons and be equipped with fully armed elite knights. In the future, he will become Lin Wei's absolute trump card on the front battlefield. This is much more lethal than heavy cavalry. After all, heavy cavalry can be stopped by spear formations. But once the griffin is fully armed, there is no way to stop the griffin's actions unless you shoot through its wings head-on. The wings of an adult griffin are very strong, and ordinary bows and arrows can hardly cause effective damage. After all, unlike a warhorse, the griffin's own combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. Chapter 82, Our Role Model. Amel had just come out of Rema's Magic Academy. As the most outstanding talent of the Rema royal family, she had obtained the certificate of senior magician at the age of only 20. Able to skillfully use magic of more than 3 different attributes. 2 years ago, she was just an intermediate magician. In fact, she had been complacent about her achievements before, but after the incident at Fort George, she became more strict with herself. She would never forget the humiliation inflicted upon her by the Baron. She had never been taught a lesson by her father, but was taught a lesson by a little Baron from the border. She also said that her touch was very good. This made her remember it for several years. Although Nolan's is currently engulfed in war, for some reason, Einwell feels that Lin Wei will definitely survive this war, and it will become even more powerful. Therefore, for the sake of her revenge, she dared not relax for a moment. In addition to learning magic, she also practices swordsmanship. He invited the most powerful swordsman in the Kingdom of Rema to be his teacher to guide his skills. What's even more exaggerated is that she also has considerable attainments in alchemy. There is a succubus alchemist master as her enlightenment mentor, who carefully teaches her everything about alchemy. It's just that her talent in magic is too high. Even the magicians and grand magicians in Rema said that they were unable to teach Einwell. Someone recommended to her the great magician Duke Alia, who was far away in New Orleans. With Ainville's talent, it seems that it is enough to become this person's student. Everyone knows that Duke Arya only considers talent and not background when accepting students, So almost everyone thinks that she has a 100% chance of becoming Arya's student. Being Alia's student represents an extraordinary achievement. After all, Arya has only accepted 3 students so far, 2 of whom have become great magicians, and the other is even hailed as a rare genius that Nolan's has seen once in 1,000 years. It is said that he was already a high-level magician a year ago. But now that Nolan's is at war, the Gnolls have taken over most of the area. Even though there was a truce between Rima and the Gnoll tribe, Charlie did not dare to send his daughter to Nolan's for further studies. Learn from the legendary Great Magician. But in order to achieve greater success, Einwell decided to visit the Great Magician. Today she just came out of the royal city and said goodbye to the eldest Prince Ein Ruiz and the second Prince Ein Peter. Ever since the second prince stopped competing for Rise's position as heir, the relationship between the 3 of them has surprisingly improved a lot. She had been planning to go directly to the Magic Academy to start today's classes. But when she passed by the Imperial City Avenue, she saw a family emblem that she was very familiar with. A flying bluebird flutters with the flag. This is the noble flag of Nolan's, a nightmare that she will never forget in her life. It's actually him. Nolan's is in dire straits, yet he still sends a caravan to do business? Avril felt like her brain wasn't enough. She walked a few steps blankly and came straight to the door of the Chamber of Commerce. Wolfury was seen smiling and trying to sell the cream in his hand to the president of the Chamber of Commerce. The 2 of them were chatting happily and didn't even notice Einwell came in. It was not until the president of the Rima Winter Chamber of Commerce saw Einwell that the expression on his face was as wonderful as the face-changing performance in Sichuan opera. Your Highness, why are you here? Hurry up and serve tea to Her Royal Highness, the best. When Wolfury heard that the princess had come, a look of surprise crossed his face. He bowed slightly to Einwell as a greeting. The reason why he did not perform a grand ceremony was because he represented the face of Luigi and the Holy See. Although the other party was a princess, he was just here to do normal business. There is no conflict between the 2. Einweir waved her hand, signaling the president of the Winter Chamber of Commerce to leave it at that. He looked at Wilfred, with a barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. Wolfury was also a little confused. He had only been here for a short time and had only just visited the Second Chamber of Commerce. How could he be targeted? As a businessman, he was very sensitive to other people's gazes. Although Einwell hid it well, he still sensed a hint of murderous intent. Is your master called Lin Wei? Finally, when Wolfury was about to be unable to bear it, Avril took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, do you know my master? For some reason, Wolfury suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at the look in the girl's eyes, could it be that her own master had abandoned her? While thinking this, I began to admire the master. I didn't expect that he could even get the princess of the neighboring country. You are worthy of being my boss. Yes, of course I know him. Avril snorted coldly and turned her pretty face to President Winter. President Winter, what kind of business did you do with him? Your Highness, this merchant sold me something called Louisa cream. This is a dessert that was all the rage in Nolan's a while ago. Would you like to try it? As President Winter spoke, he opened a can of cream and handed it to Einwell. Looking at the white, yet slightly yellowish cream. For some reason, Einwell seemed to have thought of something strange. Her pretty face flushed. No. President Winter could only say with regret. Okay, but Your Highness, this is indeed a good thing. Although the price is a little expensive. Hearing that the price was a bit high, Einwire said, then let's charge the highest tax rate. After hearing what Einwell said, Wolfury became more convinced of his own thoughts. It must be that my own master abandoned me after having an affair with me. Otherwise, why was he targeted as soon as he arrived? Looking at the princess' pretty face and her light gray hair straight like a waterfall, I have to say that the master's aesthetic taste is really good. President Winter showed an embarrassed expression and said, Your Highness, this is against the rules. Einwire's pretty face immediately turned cold. Is there any rule in Rema that I can't say? President Winter broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, It's not like that. The main reason is that the president is doing business on behalf of the Holy See. According to the laws of Rema, they can enjoy the lowest discounts and tariffs. Is it related to the Vatican? No wonder Lin Wei's Chamber of Commerce can come here. As President Winter said, even if she is Princess Rima. But we can't offend the Holy See easily. What's more, the caravan holding the Vatican's pass must not be offended. In that case, let's follow the rules. Seeing that Einwell did not continue to dwell on this issue, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wolfury secretly gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. He is worthy of being my master. Not only did he have an affair with the Holy Lady of the Vatican, but even the princess was jealous of him. He is truly a role model for our generation. Chapter 83, A Feeling of Peace of Mind. Although war was raging in Nolan's, Luiska territory was like a paradise on earth, a scene of peace and tranquility. Now the strength of Luiskard's guards has reached 20,000 people. In addition to the more than 3,000 veterans remaining from the last battle, there are more than 16,000 new recruits in training. Ankro is one of the 2 current knights of New Luiska. There are so many things to do every day. So much so that there is no time to drink in the pub. There is no time to take care of the homeless young woman. Ukshin was later posthumously named a Knight of Luiska by Lin Wei. But Ukshin was a lonely man, and such reputation meant nothing to him except that the words on his tombstone looked better. There wasn't even a single descendant who came to pay his respects to him. Occasionally, only his old comrade in Keluo would come to the tombstone to see him. After a busy day, Ankro poured the fruit wine in front of his tombstone alone, as if Ukshin could drink it. After a while, he sighed silently and left the bottle in front of the tombstone. He turned and left without a trace of nostalgia, because the heroic figure of his old comrade Ukshin will always be fresh in his memory. "Master, please have some tea." Lena placed a cup of black tea she had brewed herself on Lin Wei's desk. She wondered if it was because Lin Wei had been exercising frequently recently. She always felt that Lin Wei seemed to be becoming more and more attractive. "Every time I think of this, the scales on my body begin to move in a strange rhythm and even emit steam." The magic Arya had cast on her had worn off during their last battle with Nasus. However, he did not go to look for Alia again, because Zeluk 13, who was eyeing Reyna, was probably not in the mood to look for Reyna now. Lin Wei took a deep breath. The panel then appeared in front of him. Lin Wei, Bravery, 25. Strategy, 80. Special Talents, Extraordinary Charisma, Time Traveler. The Bravery value has reached 25 points. If I continue to train like this, it will probably reach 30 in no time. He glanced at Reyna and wished he could have some more dragon blood. That's really good stuff. It not only increases endurance, but also bravery. It is the best material for improving strength. Unfortunately, he was too embarrassed to let little dragon lady bleed without a legitimate reason. Just when Lena couldn't stand Lin Wei's scrutinizing gaze and was about to pounce on him, there was a knock on the door. The housekeeper's voice came clearly from outside the door, which instantly dispelled Xiao Longyang's restless thoughts. "Master, there is a letter for you. Come in." The butler opened the door, walked quickly to Lin Wei, and respectfully placed the letter with the noble emblem on it on the table. The word Simon was written in neat handwriting on the letterhead. Duke Simon. Lin Wei still had a deep impression of this left-wing aristocrat who was once extremely powerful in Nolan's. But shouldn't he be trapped in the plains and forests like Zeluk 13? Why did you suddenly write to him? This letter is written to Lin Wei, but not entirely to Lin Wei. He wrote down his admiration for Lin Wei with great pride in his heart, and inadvertently mentioned Zeluk Xi's admiration for Lin Wei. It seemed as if he hoped Lin Wei could stand on the side of the kingdom of Nolan's and help recover the lost territory. Well, it seems that his close relationship with the Holy See has been discovered by them. In addition to Lin Wei, the letter also specifically mentioned the little maid Elialu. Duke Simon proposed to let Elialu return to the Simon family and give her the glorious surname Simon. Seeing this, Lin Wei almost laughed out loud. Although I have long known that Elialu's father is a great nobleman from the left, but I didn't expect that this scumbag father was actually Duke Simon. His shamelessness far exceeded Lin Wei's expectations. Elialu's mother was indeed taken in by Baron Ryan. I thought Duke Simon had long forgotten this ordinary maid he had kicked out of the house, but I didn't expect him to remember her again today. Judging from the meaning of the letter, he seems to want to make her Simon's heir. He said that as long as Lin Wei married Elialu, their children would have the full support of the Norland's royal family and the left-wing nobles. The letter even said at the end that it didn't matter even if Elialu was just a concubine. Lin Wei's wife could be someone else. Lin Wei knew who the others here were without having to think about it. After reading the letter, Lin Wei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Duke Simon had forgotten about this matter long ago, but he didn't expect that he just didn't care, not really forgot about it. Now that the orcs have occupied the royal city and the richest territories nearby, the nobles and their descendants who remain behind know what will happen to them. The reason why Elialu was made the new heir of Simon was probably because all his sons and daughters were dead, right? What a good calculation. Lin Wei could hear Duke Simon calculating on the abacus even in Luiska territory. Lin Wei was not surprised by the change in attitude of Duke Simon or the royal family. After all, the new aristocratic alliance has been established, and Saint Aluna was seen entering and leaving Luiska territory that day. Anyone with an eye can guess some of his relationship with Aluna. It was not surprising that the news reached Zeluk 13 from the mouths of those nobles. Whatever the relationship is, it is an indisputable fact that Luiska is so safe at the throat. Lin Wei himself would not believe that there was no shadow of the human race church behind this. Not to mention the cunning Norland's royal family and nobles. Now they are in a desperate situation. If they can get the support of the human church, they will definitely be able to turn the tide. Lin Wei is the Viscount of Nolan's, and his territory was also granted by the king. He also hoped that Lin Wei would remember their old friendship, but unfortunately, Zeluka 13 had offended Lin Wei to death a while ago. Naturally, Lin Wei couldn't give them a good look. Reina, call Eliulu. Yes, master. No matter what, this matter still needs to be told to Eliulu. These past 2 days, apart from staying with Lin Wei, Eliulu either worked with a few elf maids, or went to the manor to play with the griffins within Shiona. Master, you called me? There were still traces of dust on Eliulu's maid uniform. Obviously, she had just been working with the elf Lolis. Lin Wei nodded and motioned for Eliulu to come to him. After Eliulu stood obediently beside Lin Wei, he slowly spoke. Eliulu, your father has been found. Eliulu showed a puzzled expression. Oh. For Eliulu, she didn't care that an insignificant father suddenly appeared. Lin Wei is enough for her world. Aren't you curious about who he is? Even though you already know he's a big leftist. Eliulu shook her head. I'm not curious. No matter who he is, my home will always be Louis Cardinal. I also want to stay with the young master forever. Lin Wei sighed. Throw the letter into the trash can. Okay, then you'll stay with me forever. Looking at the sparkling smile in the girl's eyes, Lin Wei felt an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 80 For the girl's feelings were rejected. The royal city has been occupied by orcs for some time. A large number of Nolan's people were enslaved and became tools of the dog-headed people. Both men and women live in dire straits. The royal city is now in a dire state, with the population reduced by 2/3. But no matter what, it has finally stabilized. Except for the noble priests, magicians, and alchemists, the common people were living in dire straits. Occasionally, there would be adventurers who attempted to fight against the orcs, but they would always end up with their heads and bodies separated. The ruthless scimitars in the hands of the orcs are also warning everyone that if you dare to resist, you will die. Zeluka has been back with Alia for a while. I always feel that the teacher seems to be in a bad mood recently, because she had picked up and put down the tea in her hand several times. Although I tried my best to control my gaze, I couldn't help but look outside. The Magic Academy was peaceful and tranquil. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves and fell onto the ground. The students were discussing the mysteries of magic. And outside the door, the wails of the civilians hit Arya's heart like a hammer. As a great mage and a white elf, she had no obligation to save the civilians of Nolan's. Because her former student only wanted her to witness the rise and fall of Nolan's and did not require her to save Nolan's. All she could do was provide shelter to some civilians who fled to the Magic Academy. Besides, what would happen even if he was saved? Could she, a white elf, lead the people of Norlands in rebellion and become their leader? And she also saw the corruption of the Nolan's nobility. The kingship of Nolan's can indeed be replaced. Teacher. Zeluka originally wanted to go back to his room to study magic, but he was very worried about his teacher's mental state. After a while, she finally sighed. It was as if all the sorrows were blown away by the wind with this breath. Just then, a tutor from the academy came from the main gate, her steps brisk. There seemed to be some happiness between his eyebrows. Coming to Alia's side, the mentor said respectfully, Dean, a senior magician expressed his wish to become your student. Alia was a little uninterested, but she still said casually, let her in. When Einwil first saw the legendary great magician, she was still a little shocked by her beauty. Although I have long known that Alia is a great magician who has lived for hundreds of years and is also a white elf, I have also heard that this great magician is a super beauty who has been beautiful for hundreds of years. But even Einwil was shocked by such beauty. Seeing that Alia looked a little strange, she came back to her senses. Greetings, Dean Alia. I am a senior magician from the Kingdom of Rema. I just turned 20 this year. I hope to pass your assessment and become your student. Alia stood up. Although her tall figure was hidden by the magic robe, she was still half a head taller than Einwil. She walked towards Einwil slowly. Einwil is actually very beautiful, but her beauty lacks the ethereal temperament and sense of space compared to Alia. This is the natural racial advantage of the elves. 20 years old. Senior magician. Are you the youngest daughter of the Ein family? Although Einwil did not introduce herself, Alia obviously recognized her identity. After all, it is impossible for a young magician to be unknown, and there are only a handful of people who are qualified to be her students. 2 years ago, when Einwil was able to use intermediate magic proficiently, she had actually entered Alia's sight. However, compared to Zeluka, Einwil's talent is obviously much worse. After all, Zeluka is younger than her and has achieved more. Even in terms of lifespan, Zeluka has a greater advantage. So she had no intention of accepting the little girl from the Ein family. Moreover, she also knew about the affair between the little girl from the Ein family and Lin Wei. There is no doubt that Lin Wei humiliated her. For a strong-willed girl, this is something worth remembering for a lifetime. If she wants to seek revenge on Lin Wei in the future, she will definitely confront Zeluka. She doesn't want her two students to fight to the death in the future. Although if a fight really breaks out, Anwa will most likely die. Yes, I hope to become your student and learn magic knowledge from you. Alia didn't say anything. She just stretched out her white arm and lifted Ainwul's arm. Ainwul's arms were a healthy wheat color, but her knuckles had some calluses from sword practice, making them look a little rough. I can see that you haven't slacked off on your swordsmanship training lately. But learning magic is a long and demanding process. Even a genius cannot reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, alchemy, and magic at the same time. If you continue like this, you might reach the level of mage in 20 years, but you'll never reach the level of grand mage in your lifetime. Your skills in alchemy and swordsmanship will be even better. So go back. You are not fit to be my student. Alia said and turned away, leaving Ainwul frozen in place. She never imagined that she would be rejected so decisively just after meeting the legendary great magician. The other party actually said that she would only be able to become a mage within 20 years and would never reach the level of a grand mage in her lifetime. She refused to accept. The stubbornness in her bones made her stand there and refuse to leave. Zeluka felt a little sorry for him, so he stepped forward and said, "Teacher is usually a very gentle person. But when it comes to magic, she becomes extremely strict. It's just a decision made by the teacher, and it rarely changes." Ainwul looked at the gentle little cat girl and felt the surging magic energy in her body. Apparently, she is already a magician, because the amount of magic in her body is far greater than his. This should be her third student, the most talented magical girl in the legendary Nolans. I thought it was a Nolans. I didn't expect that she was a girl from the cat tribe. I won't give up. I must become stronger. I will stay here until Dean Alia changes her mind. There was a burning fighting spirit in her determined eyes. How could she, who has been strong since childhood, give up so easily? It's a pity that the two girls didn't know that each other was related to someone. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to get along so well. Chapter 85 Strength Alchemy Potion. Will Fury completed a business trip even faster than he had imagined. It takes more than 2 months to travel from Luiska to Yade and Rema and back. Wilfred set out in the summer, but he was able to return in the last month of autumn, which was really beyond Lin Wei's expectations. Of course, Wilfred could trade between the two great powers so easily. It is also closely related to the strong relationship with the Holy See. Not only do they enjoy the lowest discounts and tariffs, but Lin Wei's caravan will not be stopped at almost any city gate. Only 10,000 cans of cream were taken out, and because scarcity makes things valuable, each can was sold at a sky-high price of 100 gold coins. There is even a shortage of supply. Of course, this is only a temporary market expansion. As cream production increases in the future, the price will gradually decrease. Although the gold coins of Rima and Yade have different patterns, their spending power is basically the same. The profit from this trip exceeded 1 million. I have to say that Will Fury is quite capable. Master, except for the butter, all our weapons have been sold. A long sword costs 70 gold coins, and all 5,200 have been sold. According to your request, 50 gold coins would be enough for one, but I think a higher price would be better. Also, I also gave away over 200 weapons as a gift as you requested. They all spoke highly of our Chamber of Commerce. I also bought the 3,000 war horses you specifically requested. Lin Wei nodded. Will Fury's efficiency was indeed good. It was Lin Wei who asked him to give some weapons away so that others would have the impression that the Lin Wei Chamber of Commerce was very generous. They will be more willing to do business with the Lin Wei Chamber of Commerce, rather than just considering the Vatican's emblem. Compared to the terrifying profits from cream, the income from selling weapons is nothing. Therefore, Lin Wei decided not to sell weapons in the future and to keep these lower-level weapons as training weapons. Butler, please help me count out 1,000 gold coins. Yes, sir. The butler quickly put 1,000 gold coins into his pocket and placed them respectfully in front of Lin Wei. The heavy bag jingled. It was a considerable fortune. Lin Wei took it and put the bag full of gold coins in Will Fury's hand. You've worked hard along the way. These gold coins are your reward. Will Fury quickly took it with both hands and knelt on the ground respectfully to salute Lin Wei. Thank you for your generosity, sir. He thought Lin Wei would give him gold coins, but he didn't expect Lin Wei to give him so much. The loyalty level, which was already as high as 80, also increased to 100. With this money, he can successfully own his own house and family in Luiska territory and officially settle down in Luiska territory. You ask how to get a wife. How can you be rich but not have a wife? Wolfuli also bought the alchemical equipment. There are also a large number of alchemical materials and bottles and jars, which are essential materials for alchemy. The alchemy books also cost a lot. Although I earned more than 1 million on this trip, after deducting the customs duties, there were still purchase expenses. There is also the cost of purchasing a horse, and there is only 500,000 left. As the things accumulated, Lin Wei felt that his originally spacious manor seemed smaller. Therefore, Lin Wei put the construction of a stable on the agenda. After all, more than 1,000 northern horses were free-range before. But the original stable capacity for more than 3,000 horses was definitely not enough. Expansion is also certain. Lin Wei ordered a group of craftsmen to start building an independent alchemy room in the manor. It's not that he didn't want to set up the alchemy room in the castle. After all, alchemy is risky, and he doesn't want any accidents to happen during his alchemy experiments. Otherwise, he won't even have a place to live. After having an alchemy room, Nashia almost always stayed in the alchemy laboratory doing experiments. The cute elf Loli is obsessed with this. Most of the alchemical experiments she did were to refine some alchemical potions. According to the alchemy books she bought, Nashia's alchemy success rate was ridiculously high. She seemed like a natural alchemist and hardly ever wasted any alchemical materials. And today, thanks to her unremitting efforts, the first batch of strength potions has been successfully developed. Master, these 100 alchemical potions can theoretically temporarily double one's strength. Of course, the stronger the user's original strength, the weaker the potion's effect will be. As for the side effects, we're still unclear. Although the mice used in the experiment died, the impact on humans shouldn't be that significant. Most likely, you'll experience vomiting, diarrhea, and loss of appetite for 3 days. Looking at the innocent eyes of the little girl, Lin Wei felt a little numb. How do you say such horrible words without any expression? All the mice used for the experiment died. Is this really reliable? Nashia's pointed ears trembled slightly, obviously waiting for Lin Wei's praise. Lin Wei touched the little Lolita's head, and she happily hugged Lin Wei's thighs. Several other elf Lolas who served as assistants to Nashia also looked at him with expectant expressions. After using the pat the head kill on everyone one by one, Lin Wei decided to find some people to test whether the side effects of this batch of potions were as Nashia said. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. After Lin Wei offered the exorbitant price of 5 silver coins, several people from Luiska County volunteered to participate in Lin Wei's alchemy experiment. Among them were several old men over 50 years old, and one was a hunter who had lost a leg in a hunting accident. Don't worry, if there are any accidents during this drug trial, your family will all receive 50 gold coins as compensation. Lin Wei was very generous. After all, it was a drug trial, so there were risks involved. When they heard that Lin Wei offered 50 gold coins as compensation, many people showed expressions as if they were ready to die. As an ordinary person, except for professions like hunters, a farmer may not be able to earn 50 gold coins in his entire life. They are either old or disabled. If the death was really due to an accident, these 50 gold coins would undoubtedly greatly improve the family's living standards. As a burden, they have contributed their last bit of strength. The first person to drink the alchemical potion was the hunter without legs, and then several old men followed suit. Soon, the hunter's face turned red, and he felt a domineering power sweeping through his body. Under the incredulous gazes of Lin Wei and many others, he actually threw away the crutches in his hand and had no problem standing on one leg. Several old men also had red faces and ears, as if they had endless energy. Of course, this is just the beginning. The specific effect still depends on the effects of their medicine after it takes effect. Is it really as Nausea said? At least from the current situation, this batch of medicines definitely has the effect of increasing strength. Chapter 86. Answer correctly and get a reward. The alchemical experiment went smoothly, and no one died from Nashia's newly concocted alchemical potion. After 3 days of verification, it was proven that this new strength potion was quite reliable. Alchemists are not like magicians and priests who need to obtain certification. As long as an alchemist has a famous work that is well known in the market, he can be hailed as a great alchemist. The effects of the alchemical potions made by Nashia were just as Nashia said. The vomiting and diarrhea lasted for a few days, but then he was fine. Lin Wei gave them 5 silver coins and asked his guards to visit them every day. If there is any special situation, report it to him immediately. It wasn't until winter that the first snowflakes fell. Those who used the drug experienced no side effects. This also means that the alchemical potions produced by Nashia can be used in wars. Lin Wei had observed that a bottle of alchemical potion could increase bravery by about 20 points. On the front battlefield, the guards will be able to exert even more powerful combat power after using this alchemical potion. The battle loss ratio will be greatly reduced. However, the effect of the drug only lasts for 1 day, after which there will be huge side effects. If it weren't for the last resort, Lin Wei would certainly not let them take this alchemical potion to fight. The day after the snow fell, Luca brought in an unexpected guest. The luxurious Vatican carriage stopped at Luiska's territory. This year's winter seems to be colder than previous years. So Yelena wore a very thick white coat. But when she saw Lin Wei for the first time, she couldn't hide the joy that flickered in her eyes. After not seeing him for a while, Lin Wei seemed to look stronger. Lin Wei used to look a little thin, but lately he looks much more muscular and his face has become more angular. Golden hair, high nose bridge, brown eyes. Yelena admitted that she was a little moved. Therefore, when getting off the carriage, she pretended to stumble, and before Lin Wei could react, she fell into his arms. Wearing a thick coat, Lin Wei seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat quickening. The white armored guards and Lin Wei's guards standing by turned their heads away tactfully. After a while, feeling the warmth and softness of the jade in his arms, Lin Wei said a little embarrassedly, "Ms. Yelena, are you okay?" Yelena shook her head, revealing a pitiful expression. "Thanks to Mr. Lin Wei, otherwise I might have made a fool of myself today." After separating, both of them were reluctant to let go of each other's body temperature. But there are still so many people watching. I must be too embarrassed to continue. Winter has arrived. Is there something urgent that has brought Miss Aluna's sudden visit? Yelena nodded. Didn't I give you a few griffins last time? I've specially sent you some more griffin armor. These armors are made of insulating steel and thunder meteorite iron. It has extremely strong defense against both magic and steel. Ah, the rich sister is here to deliver equipment again. But wouldn't it be better if these things were delivered? Do I need to come in person? Plus, it's winter now, so maybe you want to stay in Luka for the whole winter? In fact, Lin Wei's idea was right. As soon as she got off the carriage, Yelena demonstrated her superb tea-making skills. How could a brave girl who was 80 years old accidentally fall down? They were just trying to get closer to Lin Wei. Following Lin Wei all the way, he slowly walked towards the castle. Yelena was looking at the maids around him. It seems that Reina and Elyulu are not here today. Even if these two enter Lin Wei's harem in the future, they will definitely be ranked behind her. So Yelena is not worried at all. Because Zeluka, who was most likely to compete with her for the position of the first wife, had been tricked by her into returning to the Magic Academy. While Zeluka is still studying magic seriously, Yelena will definitely take the initiative this winter. There are soft sofas and a warm fire flickering in the fireplace. Although it was cold outside, it was still quite warm inside Lin Wei's castle. But because it was so warm, Yelena no longer had any reason to get close to Lin Wei. Anyway, it's still early, and some things can wait until tonight. Elyulu brought 2 cups of black tea to Lin Wei and Yelena, although the little maid was a little unhappy that Lin Wei and Yelena were getting too close. But he still left obediently. After all, Yelena can indeed bring great help to Lin Wei. If it is the lady in front of you who is the hostess of Louis Cardinal, then of course it would be great. Even though I felt so sad that I wanted to die. Of course, Yelena noticed Elyulu's little thoughts. But she didn't show anything at the moment. Lin Wei, do you remember where we first met? The aroma of black tea lingers between lips and teeth, and Elyulu's tea-making skills are getting better and better. I remember, it was the day I was injured. Lin Wei will never forget your kindness in my life. After hearing Lin Wei's answer, Yelena just chuckled and shook her head. No. Lin Wei, think about it again. If you answer correctly, there will be a reward. Lin Wei was a little confused, although he wasn't curious about what the reward was. But he must have met this saint for the first time when he was injured, right? Although I don't quite understand why she has such an alarmingly high opinion of me. The favorability was 80 points before, but after not seeing it for a while, it has increased to 90. Lin Wei has reason to believe that the next time they meet, the favorability level will definitely be 100. Looking at the girl with a beautiful smile, Lin Wei was a little moved. But he racked his brains, but couldn't remember when he had met the girl in front of him. The first time we met was probably when he was injured. Can you give me a little hint? But since Yelena said it, there is a high probability that this thing exists. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Yelena was so nice to him. Even though he's very handsome, he's not so handsome that the saint will throw herself at him, right? Well, it seems Lin Wei has forgotten everything. She looked a little aggrieved, and her eyes became a little red. Lin Wei was dumbfounded. He felt like he had done something unforgivable. This caused the girl in front of him to suffer a great injustice. Sorry, I'll think about it again. I'm sure I'll remember it. Lin Wei, who was lost in thought, didn't notice the girl's secretly raised lips. 10 years ago, in front of the Magic Academy. Do you remember? 10 years ago? Lin Wei suddenly remembered the afternoon when his father Ryan took him to the Magic Academy to study. The teacher at the Magic Academy told Ryan regretfully that his child did not have the talent to learn magic. Chapter 87 The Rich Sister is so hot. The blow suffered by Father Ryan at that time was actually greater than that suffered by Lin Wei. But Lin Wei didn't think anything of it. At that time, he had just traveled through time and was quite satisfied with his identity as a noble young master. Don't do anything for a day, read some historical documents, and learn about the history of Nolans. Elialu and the head maid take care of all 3 meals a day. It's a pity that the ability to see through others was only awakened in the past few years. Otherwise, Lin Wei would not have to wait until he inherited the position of Baron to start showing his strength. Although the memory is a bit long ago, Lin Wei still has some impression of what happened that day. That was the day he missed out on magic, and he didn't feel particularly good about it. But at that time, he saw a young girl squatting at the door and sobbing, and he felt a little bit sorry for her. He gave her a sparkling pendant, which made the girl smile. It was just a trivial matter. So this is why Yelena treats me so well? Everything seemed to make sense. It was clearly the first time we met, but the level of affection between us was a bit absurd. Yelena took out the pendant from her neck. It was a little old, but still well kept. This is a gem pendant, a birthday gift from his father. Lin Wei didn't know what was going on at the time, so he gave this thing to Yelena. This gem pendant is as important as the blue ring her mother left her. In fact, Yelena herself did not expect that the boy who left her with beautiful memories would meet him again in this way. Fortunately, she came. If Lin Wei really died, her ring would probably remain gray forever, right? Do you remember it? The pendant in Yelena's hand was indeed the one Lin Wei gave her. She held it carefully, with tenderness in her eyes. I remember. Even Lin Wei's tone became a little gentle. It turns out that this is the beauty that we met many years ago. My mother had just passed away. I inherited her position as saint, so I had to leave the Magic Academy and return to the Holy See. She was a great pastor who died of a sudden illness. He's a pastor, but he can't resist a sudden illness. Don't you think it's a bit ironic? The girl's sadness infected Lin Wei. Lin Wei carefully sat down beside her and gently soothed the girl's throbbing emotions. Yelena leaned on Lin Wei's shoulder. It's okay, it's all in the past, isn't it? Lin Wei didn't know how to comfort the girl in front of him. It seems that all I need to do is lend her my shoulder? At that time, a little boy told me that I was very pretty and should smile more. No matter what life throws at you, you should always face it with a smile. Lin Wei's face turned red. He only remembered his encounter with Yelena. The details have almost been forgotten. I only remember that I did comfort a little girl. No one would have thought that an unintentional act would save his life many years later. Maybe everything is arranged by fate. Lin Wei chatted with Yelena for a while and then left. Although most of the territory's political affairs were handed over to Sally's. But things have become a little more busy recently, and Lin Wei occasionally helps out to ease Sally's burden. After Lin Wei left, Yelena came to the hall. Elialu and Lena were washing Lin Wei's bedding. Elialu. Yelena's voice suddenly sounded behind her, and Elialu was startled. But he quickly bowed to Yelena and said, "Hello, Your Highness. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lena also stood up and bowed to Yelena as a greeting. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Yelena could sense that the two girls in front of her were a little wary of her. This kind of warning is a warning from girl to girl, rather than being caused by identity conflict. Yelena shook her head. She just smiled at Elialu and said, "I think Lin Wei has already told you about the Simon family, right? Would you like to consider going back to being a duke's daughter?" Elialu shook her head. "I just want to stay with the young master." If the master hadn't taken in Elialu's mother, Elialu would have died long ago. So I don't need Simon's identity. Elialu is just Elialu. Yelena suddenly realized that Lin Wei was very outstanding. But he could make a young girl stay by his side so devotedly. It seems that she still underestimated Lin Wei's charm in attracting women. "Do you like Lin Wei?" Suddenly, the topic changed abruptly. Elialu was stunned for a moment, but nodded quickly. Compared to Zeluka's panic, Elialu is obviously much calmer. On the contrary, Reina's tail had begun to swing restlessly. "Of course I like you, master. I liked him before, I like him now, and I will still like him the most in the future." Yelena nodded and said, "If I become the mistress of Luiska territory, I will allow you to become Lin Wei's concubine." Elialu was stunned, but joy soon flashed in his eyes. Marriages among nobles have always been mixed with exchanges of interests, so Elialu didn't hate Lin Wei for having a wife. On the contrary, She had long been prepared for Lin Wei to have a wife. She was just afraid that after Lin Wei got a wife, he would gradually distance himself from her. In fact, she didn't want much at all. As long as she could stay with Lin Wei, it was enough. That's good. And Yeluna is undoubtedly the most popular candidate to become the hostess. Judging from Lin Wei's expression, he seems to like Yeluna quite a bit. Thank you, Miss Yeluna. This time, Elialu did not call Yeluna Her Highness the Saint. Aluna looked at Reina again. Are you the White Rose? Reina blushed. She was obviously less eloquent than Elialu. It's even worse than Zeluka. She nodded, responding to Yeluna's question. If I become the mistress of Luiska territory in the future, you can also become Lin Wei's concubine. How about that? Reina's tail began to swing in a huge arc, and it was obvious that she was very excited. They all understood that in the future Louis Cardinal would definitely have a hostess. With a hostess, the time allocated to them will definitely be less. But with the mistress's permission, she could become Lin Wei's concubine. Then they can appear beside Lin Wei openly. He even has a child with Lin Wei. The three girls completed the transaction in such a tacit understanding. After all, compared to an unknown person, Yeluna in front of him is obviously much more reliable. They couldn't guarantee that if someone else were to take their place, they would be as generous as the one in front of them in giving the concubine the status. Chapter 88 Conspiracy. Griffins seem to be more active in winter. After several months of feeding, the 8 griffins have grown to the size of calves. Their fur is shiny, their beaks are extremely sharp, and the claws on their limbs are becoming increasingly thick. Now that they have entered adolescence, these griffins will officially become adults by next winter. A fully grown griffin is about the size of an elephant and is a very intelligent bird of prey. Griffins have a long lifespan. If nothing unexpected happens, a griffin can live for more than 70 years, just like humans. But the growth cycle is extremely short. It only takes 2 years for a griffin to become a mature one and reproduce. But the prerequisite for reproduction is naturally that the griffins eat a lot at every meal, so that they will have the desire to reproduce. Lin Wei would occasionally ride on a griffin and enjoy the feeling of flying freely in the sky. Because he has a certain level of bravery, Lin Wei is no longer the frail noble lord. There is no need to worry about falling off the griffin. Riding a griffin through the clouds, Lin Wei enjoyed the rare feeling of the wind whistling past his ears. In the sky, you can also observe farther. Therefore, Lin Wei had a clear view of the rushing Rema River, and could even see the rich territory of the orcs looming at the end of the horizon in the distance. In addition to Lancer Fortress, which is close to Luiska's territory, the orcs are on the other side of the river. On the left is a mountain that rises high into the clouds. The top of this mountain is covered with ice and snow that never melts all year round, and the 90-degree super mountain barrier makes all non-flying creatures stay away. Lin Wei patted the griffin under him and signaled it to fly towards the mountain. After all, everyone is curious, and he has actually wanted to know what is on the other side of the mountain for a long time. There is a rumor in the tavern that the other side of the mountain is the territory of the orcs. Others say that a terrifying dragon lives on the mountain, guarding the treasures it has plundered from behind. Under Lin Wei's command, the griffin flew towards the mountains. After crossing this towering mountain, Lin Wei did not find any giant dragon living on the top of the mountain. Behind the mountains, there are winding mountains one after another. After descending a bit, Lin Wei found some tents that looked like yurts and a campfire. These small tribes are like stars, nestled in the mountains. Although it was a bit far away, Lin Wei could still see it clearly. These are all settlements of lizard men. Lin Wei also has more than 200 lizard men, so he has always had the idea of keeping this race, which is not very intelligent, in captivity. However, with such high mountains between them, it was obvious that Lin Wei had no way of sending the guards to conquer them. Not to mention shipbuilding, the Rema River is extremely turbulent. If they didn't have a supergiant ship or water rhinos like the orcs, they would not be able to cross the Rema River. I can only keep these things in mind secretly. When Lord Luiska becomes more powerful, this winding mountain range must belong to Lord Luiska. When he got off the griffin, Lin Wei still felt a little unsatisfied. But Yeluna had come at some point and was looking at him with a reproachful look. Lin Wei, are you riding a griffin again? You're flying pretty high, aren't you? Look at the dew on your head. It's all frozen. As Yeluna spoke, she reached out and gently brushed off the ice chips on Lin Wei's head. There was anger and worry in his eyes, but more of it was tenderness. This made Lin Wei feel a little embarrassed. Yeluna has lived in Luiska for 2 months. Now that winter is halfway over and the ice and snow have melted, Yeluna will probably go back. I'm used to Yeluna's company, and I feel bad at the thought that she will leave after winter. He actually felt a little reluctant. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. In fact, Lin Wei probably didn't even realize it himself. He already had some affection for Yelena. Yelena held Lin Wei's hands in her own small hands again to warm Lin Wei's already cold hands. Yelena's body temperature warmed Lin Wei's hands. It seemed to warm his heart as well. Throughout the winter, Zeluka 13 and the dignitaries gathered around him were not in a good mood. Even though people in the Ruema forest can get some food by hunting in the winter, they still faced the dilemma of food shortage. Originally, they could rely on transporting food between royal cities for supplies, but now their retreat has been cut off by the ogres. Many of the Nolan's people who followed Zeluka 13 could not avoid going hungry. Even if they can survive this cold winter, I am afraid that countless Nolan's people will sleep forever in this winter. Damn it! Zeluka 13 was so angry that his face turned green. The ruler of a country, the king of Nolan's. He ended up like a stray dog. The nobles' expressions were not good either. A while ago, news came from Nolan's that countless nobles were hanged in the royal city of Nolan's. They knew without a doubt what would happen to their families if they stayed in the royal city of Nolan's and its territory. Most of them were the eldest sons of nobles. No one would be happy if they lost both their sons and their wives. Especially Duke Simon. He never dreamed that the only surviving child would be a girl. I wrote her a letter a few months ago, but she had no intention of paying any attention to him. He is old now, and his body has been drained by alcohol and sex in his early years, and he has long lost his fertility. So he had no choice but to make Elyulu the heir of the Simon family. If Elyulu and Lin Wei give birth to a child in the future, it can be regarded as inheriting the bloodline of the Simon family. But he never expected that Elyulu would rather stay with Lin Wei as a little maid than return to him and become the eldest daughter of the Duke's family. Although returning to Simon would most likely make her a political bargaining chip for Duke Simon. But a disobedient child obviously made this man who called himself a father very worried. We must gain Viscount Lin Wei's loyalty. Finally, Duke Simon spoke first. Zeluka 13, furious like a lion, took a deep breath. Duke Simon, do you have a way to make Viscount Lin Wei return to the royal family? Haven't you tried this before? Zeluka 13 sneered. It would be more accurate to say that he wanted Lin Wei to be loyal to the royal family, rather than to say that he wanted to borrow the power of the Holy See behind Lin Wei to help Nolans overcome the difficulties. Your Majesty, no matter what, Viscount Lin Wei is a noble of Norlands. We just need to send a message to Louis Kaling, spreading rumors that Lin Wei is not loyal to the royal family. I believe that the people of Luiska will soon make Lin Wei understand that only by being loyal to the royal family can they safely possess everything they have now. Many of the people of Nolans are mindlessly loyal to the royal family. This is the result of the imprint of thought. As far as they knew, Lin Wei had only been in possession of that piece of land for a short time. Even if the governance is good, there will definitely be many people who are biased towards the royal family. Zeluka 13 finally nodded. They had no other choice. If we continue like this, we will have no choice but to fight to the death. But it was a bit of a fantasy for them to capture Fort George since they didn't even have siege equipment. Chapter 89 Miss Yelena, will you be my wife? Norl has been helping Lin Wei govern Louisa County for some time. Thanks to his unremitting efforts, all the mines that had been contracted out by Louisa County were bought back. Although so far, he has not yet achieved his wish of becoming a commoner noble. But it's always moving in a good direction. Looking at the war-torn scene in Nolans, he actually didn't have a good impression of Zeluka 13 in his heart. Such a foolish king brought the once most powerful Nolans to a low point, and even put the country at risk of being destroyed. Once Nolans falls, countless small nobles are likely to declare themselves kings. Don't be fooled by the recent emergence of a new group called the New Noble Alliance, which seems to be very successful. If anything really happens to Zeluka 13, they will definitely be the first to rebel. In his opinion, Lin Wei must be the one who wants to establish himself as king. Lin Wei was very capable, and even he, who had seen many outstanding lords and nobles, had to admit it. Although Lin Wei is not very good at fighting, he has extraordinary insights in discovering talents and developing territories. The reason why Luiskar's territory gradually developed from a poor barony to a powerful border barony is inseparable from Lin Wei's strategic vision. He just handles routine affairs and keeps the territory running. However, recently, there seem to be some discordant voices coming from the territory. Someone is spreading rumors that Lin Wei is not loyal to the royal family. Although there was war outside, the people still recognized their identity as the people of Nolans and had a sense of belonging to Nolans. After all, although Zeluka 13 is in a miserable state, he is not dead. What is certain is that the royal family must have taken some action. After all, Norl knew that the master had the support of the Holy See. He ordered the guards to capture some troublemakers and break their hands and feet in public. And he shouted loudly in front of all the people, If you don't trust Master Lin Wei, then Lord Louisa can open the city gate for you. But don't forget that the reason you can have such a prosperous life now is all thanks to the Master's wisdom and long-term vision. You? And you? What good food could you eat before besides black bread? It was the Master who gave you bran and wheat cakes to eat. You go and pledge your loyalty to His Majesty and go to the prairie and the forest to bring His Majesty back. I have no objection. If any of you want to leave, I will never stop you. Nolar's thundering action made all the people in the territory dare not speak out. After all, Zeluka 13 couldn't take their lives now. But Noral can. Lin Wei did make their lives better. So this rumor was quickly suppressed. On Lin Wei's side, the rumors about the royal family did not spread at all. Even those who were sent to spread rumors were directly caught by the people and taken to Lin Wei's manor. Under Ankro's interrogation, these people quickly confessed their origins. In New Louis Cardinal, Lin Wei's reputation is at its peak. They saw with their own eyes how Lin Wei led the guards to resist the orc army and ensure their safety. The people of the territory love Lin Wei from the bottom of their hearts, so these people appear in front of Lin Wei in such a somewhat funny way. What if their benevolent lord declares himself king? The people in the area don't care at all. It's late at night. Seeing that winter was about to end, Lin Wei looked at the moonlight outside the window, and for some unknown reason, a sense of melancholy arose in his heart. Yelena has always been by his side in the past few months. She even cooks for Lin Wei herself. It has to be said that Yelena not only has a super high talent in learning healing skills. Even when it comes to cuisine, he has a strong talent. After studying for just over a month, he has already gotten a good grasp of Lin Wei's appetite. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Elyulu and Lena seemed to like Yelena very much. You can always see them together, and they seem to have a good relationship. And when Yelena came to see him, these two always seemed to be busy with other things. Just as Lin Wei was lost in thought, a sound of slow footsteps came from the aisle. Lin Wei could tell that it was the sound of Yelena walking. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Wei, are you asleep? Lin Wei walked to the door and took the initiative to open it for Yelena. Yelena was wearing a thin, tight-fitting pajamas, and her beautiful figure was faintly visible. She held a pair of freshly knitted blue gloves in her hands and handed them to Lin Wei as if showing off a treasure. This is a new one I knitted. It might not look good. I hope you like it, Lin Wei. Winter is only a month away, and it seems the gloves won't be useful for much longer. But a girl's feelings will never be too late. Lin Wei put on the gloves, which seemed to still have Yelena's body temperature. He felt a little touched. Thank you, Miss Yelena. I love so much. Hearing that Lin Wei liked it very much, Yelena's eyes curved into crescents. Although he had always secretly used magic to influence Lin Wei before. But in the past few months living in Lin Wei's territory, she has never used magic again. Lin Wei's words at this moment were naturally sincere. I'm a little thirsty. Could you please let me go to your room for a glass of water? Lin Wei subconsciously turned sideways and let Yelena enter his dormitory. At this moment, he had no idea that he had fallen into the girl's trap. Yelena poured herself a glass of water, not minding at all that she was using the cup that Lin Wei usually used. She came to Lin Wei's window and looked out at the quiet night outside the manor. The chirping of insects is particularly clear in the night. A strange throbbing surged into Lin Wei's heart. He suddenly had the idea of spending his life with the girl in front of him. The girl suddenly turned around, her eyes hazy with the emotion of liking and surging love. Lin Wei, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight, isn't it? Lin Wei came to Yelena. Yes, the night is so beautiful tonight. There was silence for a moment. Lin Wei looked at the quiet girl. The girl's gaze fell on Lin Wei's face, and the two of them just stared at each other calmly. Ms. Yelena, do you still mean what you said before? Yelena's heartbeat quickened and the corners of her mouth curled up. What? I don't remember. Even though she usually appears to be at a high level, she is actually still a girl who has never been in a relationship. Faced with the sudden atmosphere, her eyes were more of helplessness. Lin Wei walked to the cabinet beside the bed and took out a sparkling ring. This was the only thought his mother left him. He had been keeping it, and it finally came in handy today. He knelt on one knee and kissed the back of Yelena's hand. Miss Yelena, will you be my wife? Chapter 90 Engagement. I do. There was sparkle in Yelena's eyes. Although he usually appears mature and generous, he is also quite scheming. But when her beloved boy proposed to her, she turned back into an ordinary girl. Lin Wei carefully put the ring on Yelena's left hand, and it felt like a heavy stone suddenly fell from his heart, and the fallen leaves found their home. The girl in front of him smiled like a flower, and her shallow dimples seemed to make Lin Wei drunk. Their eyes met, filled with endless love. The night was perfect, with shooting stars streaking across the window. The two blood moons seemed to overlap, and the moonlight fell quietly on the windowsill. It was quiet outside the window, but there was the sound of insects chirping. In the early morning, Yeluna gently tidied Lin Wei's clothes, with gentleness in her eyes. Some people say that when a boy becomes a man, it is actually a change in the responsibility in his heart. A man is one who is willing to take responsibility and can commit to his future partner's life. Lin Wei deeply agreed. At least after traveling through so many years, he felt a sense of belonging to this world for the first time. While Yeluna was dressing him, Lin Wei held her tender little hand. From now on, you will be the mistress of Luiska territory. The sweet words caused the girl to grumble. When will our relationship be announced? Anytime, Lin Wei said without any thought. Yeluna stretched out a finger and gently tapped Lin Wei's forehead. I'll tell the bishops of the Holy See when I get back to announce our engagement. Once the news of Lin Wei and Yeluna's engagement gets out, it will confirm the rumors that have been circulating for a while. Although countless young talents are trying their best to win the favor of the saint. But Lin Wei secretly got it. If they knew this, Lin Wei would probably be put on the list of people to be killed. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be many people who will cause trouble for Lin Wei for a long time in the future. Good. Lin Wei responded softly. He carefully polished the ring on Yeluna's hand and gently placed it against his face. The engagement of a saint is no small matter. Being engaged to the saint, Lin Wei was completely stamped with the mark of the Holy See. Anyone who wants to cause trouble for Lin Wei in the future must consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the saint. And if Lin Wei and Yeluna have a daughter in the future, she will directly become the new saint. After all, the saint is passed down from generation to generation in this way. But having the protection of the Holy See does not mean that Lin Wei can really do whatever he wants. The Holy See is to maintain absolute neutrality. They are able to establish churches in various countries because of their reputation built over the years. This means that as the husband of the saint, he will not be able to invade other countries at will. The two Lewis card lords will become the focus of attention of the white armor guards and priests, and will definitely develop rapidly in the future. There are pros and cons to this matter. The disadvantage is that Lin Wei can no longer invade others. The good news is that no one dares to touch Lin Wei. Of course, if he is really strong enough, Lin Wei can push out a white glove to do everything for him. It's enough as long as the person in the open is not Lin Wei. One day in the future, when Lin Wei becomes more powerful than the Holy See, he will no longer have to care about anyone's opinion. Lin Wei feels like he is in spring breeze today. Elialu and Lina could both clearly feel that something had changed about Lin Wei. In fact, they probably understood what happened last night. But this was already agreed upon with Yeluna, so they didn't feel unhappy. They were even looking forward to it, that after Yeluna gave birth to her first child and Lin Wei had an heir, it would be their turn. Housekeeper. Looking at the servants and maids busy in the manor, Lin Wei waved to the housekeeper. Master, what do you want? Everyone will be given a silver coin today and have half a day off. And the soldiers, too. The housekeeper's face lit up with joy. This is really good news. After he passed the message on, the manor was filled with cheers from the maids and praise for Lin Wei. When the news reached the training ground, there was a burst of cheers. More than 20,000 silver coins are only more than 2,000 gold coins. Lin Wei is not short of money now, so these are naturally nothing to him. A little favor can make them feel the same joy as Lin Wei. Lin Wei thought it was quite a good deal. Winter passed quickly. During this period, Yeluna often attacked Lin Wei at night. When they parted, everyone could see that the relationship between them was already extraordinary. However, everyone was very tactful and did not dwell too much on this issue. When you get back, write to me if you miss me. The Vatican's charity and lectures to be held in the spring of Yeluna. Only after summer will I gradually have free time. She hugged Lin Wei gently and whispered in Lin Wei's ear, if you miss me, you can also write to me. The girl's voice echoed in Lin Wei's ears, and he reached out and touched Yeluna's hair. Be careful on the road. After a brief moment of tenderness, Lin Wei finally sent Yeluna away. I believe that after she returns, the news of their engagement will spread. It wasn't until the carriage disappeared from Lin Wei's sight that he finally came to his senses. I don't know why, but I feel a little empty inside. When the news of the engagement between Saint Yeluna Kesa and Lin Wei Louisa was announced, the people were excited. Countless young men who fell in love with Yeluna were heartbroken. They never dreamed that the saint, who was only 19 years old and still in her prime, suddenly had an engagement. He was still a nobleman from a ruined country, and even just a viscount. Many nobles from Rema and Yade are eager to challenge Lin Wei. They hope to express themselves in this way, prove that he is better than Lin Wei in order to win the favor of the saint. It's a pity if they knew that it was actually the saint who was paying for it. I wonder what they will think. There has been a rare period of peace in the Magic Academy recently. Alia picked up the black tea in her hand and took a sip. Naturally, she also heard the news of Lin Wei's engagement. She was a little surprised at first, and then felt a little regretful. Didn't this stupid student of mine go to Lewis Card to get it? Why did someone else get it first? This left her puzzled. Fortunately, Zeluka has been studying magic in the library these 2 days and is not aware of Lin Wei's engagement news yet. If the little cat girl knew about this, she would probably cry and make a fuss, right? In Alia's understanding, the little cat girl could have become Lin Wei's legal wife. Now that's good. Can I just be a concubine? As for the possibility of the cat girl falling in love with someone else, she had never considered it. After all, she could see Zeluka's feelings for Lin Wei. Chapter 91 Suddenly. Damn it! Damn it! The enraged Zeluka 13 overturned the teacup on the table to the ground. Black tea and debris splashed everywhere, and the nobles didn't dare to say a word. They thought that their above-board conspiracy would make Lin Wei surrender, but they didn't expect that Lin Wei's control over the territory would exceed their expectations. They were all starving this winter. Even Zeluka 13 had no meat to eat. I could only barely eat some white bread to fill my stomach. About 40,000 people from Nolan's died of cold this winter. Hundreds of royal guards are buried forever in foreign lands. Because many people do not have enough to eat, many people are quite resentful of these top nobles of Nolan's. If this continues, Zeluka and his men will be completely trapped. Especially when the news of Lin Wei and the saint's engagement reached the ears of Zeluka 13. The anger that had been pinned up in my heart had finally reached its peak. If he hadn't had any thoughts about Lin Wei's dragon lady, would Lin Wei still be willing to be loyal to the royal family? Unfortunately, his little trick that cannot be made public cannot be made public. He was even worried that Lin Wei would tell Saint Yelena about this. Whether they will face the unilateral judgment of the human church. He took a deep breath and slowly sat back on the throne. Now that things have come to this, we can only speed up the process of land reclamation during the spring and build the new royal city as soon as possible. The good news is that the land is still relatively rich, as long as the people of Nolan's work day and night. This winter, no one will starve to death. If nothing unexpected happens. In fact, Duke Simon was also in a bad mood. When she thought about how all her children had died and only her daughter was left with someone else as a maid, she was unwilling to return to him. He felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. As a nobleman, he lost his territory and people, which is a disqualification. As a father, he drove away Elyulu's mother, and Elyulu who was still in her belly just for the sake of face. He was an utter failure. He slumped in his chair. He is a duke, but he seems to have nothing. Avril has been in the Magic Academy for some time. Although Alia did not agree to her request to become a student, she also turned a blind eye to Avril's studies at the Magic Academy. After all, Einwil is a high-level magician no matter what. The door of the Magic Academy is open to all magicians who are eager to learn. Naturally, I would not turn Einwil away. Therefore, Einwil, who had no way to study, had a much better relationship with Zeluka. The two of them talked about everything and soon became best friends. In Zeluka's heart, apart from Lin Wei, teacher Alia, and Shiona and Louis Kaling, she is relatively important. Einwir often told Zeluka about the customs of Rema and the customs and habits of Rema nobles, and the little cat girl always listened with great interest. And when Einwil encounters problems with magic, she always asks Silka. Zeluka also knew everything. Because Zeluka is very talented and proficient in many magical attributes, she can teach Einwil all the ones she is good at. Today, Einwil encountered another magical problem. She found Zeluka as usual. Zeluka had just put down the magic book in his hand and was about to go to lunch. Why are you here? Zeluka was actually quite happy to see Einwil. Zeluka, are you going to have lunch? Zeluka nodded. She held Avril's arm affectionately and put down the book in her hand. Come on, let's go together. Avril didn't refuse because she didn't have lunch either. In addition to asking Zeluka about magic, he also wanted to invite her to have lunch together. The two pretty girls walking side by side were obviously very pleasing to the eye, attracting the attention of many male magic students. Until we arrived at the public cafeteria, which is where the students eat together. Apart from having dinner with teacher Alia, this is the place Zeluka visits most often. The two of them sat down with their meals, and Zeluka picked up a piece of meat and put it into Ainwir's bowl. Look at you, you're so skinny. You should eat more meat. The cat girl Zeluka is a carnivore and can hardly live without meat. But Einwil is different. This royal girl is quite strict about her diet. The daily intake of meat is pitifully small. However, facing Zeluka's enthusiasm, she would not refuse. Firstly, I do have a good impression of this cute cat girl and treat her as a friend. Secondly, even if I can't become Alia's fourth student, It would be great if I could establish a good relationship with her third student. This is beneficial to the future development of Ruema. After all, who wouldn't want the friendship of a magician, a future grand magician? Thank you, Silka. After eating the meat, Ainwol's cheeks bulged. The girl's cuteness made Zeluka couldn't help but chuckle. Ainwol is always like this. Although she is a princess, she does not have the airs of a princess. Just when the two of them were in a harmonious atmosphere, the voices of several students talking next door came clearly to their ears. Have you heard? The Holy Lady of the Holy See is engaged to a nobleman from Nolan's. Of course, this is the most explosive news recently. Nolan's is in such a state, and the saint can still fall in love with Nolan's nobles. Do you think the situation in Nolan's battle will change because of this? That's impossible. The Holy See has always maintained a neutral attitude towards wars between these countries. Do you know the name of that noble from Nolan's? I'm really curious about what kind of outstanding nobleman could win the heart of the saint. If marriages between nobles can be mixed with exchanges of interests. The engagement between Saint Yeluna and the unknown nobleman of Nolan's was more like the love story they had longed for in their youth. Yeluna is the holy maiden of the church. She is everything she needs. She can even be called one of the best girls on this continent. My last name seems to be Luka? One of the students had a thoughtful expression on his face, convinced that he was not mistaken. Because the surname Luka caused a lot of controversy some time ago. Although he was treated coldly by Zeluka 13, the legend of this legendary Viscount still remained. Are you talking about Luiska Linwei? The legendary Viscount who made all the noise a while ago, the one who captured the Rema royal family alive. Yes, it's him. Bang. Zeluka's spoon fell to the ground. At this moment, she thought there was something wrong with her ears. Chapter 92 Sister, you won't blame your younger sister, right? The bishops could clearly feel that Saint Yelena was in a very good mood recently. After being brought back from Luka, the girl's cuteness was gone from her brows. A touch of feminine charm. She hummed softly and prepared to go to the next church to give alms. At this moment, a white-armored guard quickly came up to Yelena, clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Your Highness, someone is looking for you." Yelena frowned in confusion. "Who is it?" "It's a lady named Zeluka. She's a student of Grand Mage Alia." "Oh, well, the day that was supposed to come has finally arrived." She actually guessed that the cat girl would come to find her. "Take me to her." "Yes." Zeluka was sitting in the reception room inside the church. She was wearing a large gray wizard robe today, with a cat's tail sticking out from the end of the robe, swinging from side to side. It can be seen that the little cat girl's mood is not very stable today. Although her facial expression was calm, Yelena could see that there was a storm brewing in her eyes. "Sister Zeluka, why are you here?" Yelena looked at Zeluka with a surprised expression, and the joy in her eyes was about to burst out. She gently held Zeluka's hands. Zeluka was a little confused for a moment. She subconsciously forgot what she wanted to do and said foolishly, "Ah, Yelena, long time no see." After responding, she realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, Yelena interrupted him. "Sister Zeluka, how come you have time to come and see your sister today? Do you know that I miss you? Sister is so nice to me." Faced with Yelena's offensive, Zeluka decided to stick to his beliefs. Be sure to ask clearly. Why after a winter, Yelena suddenly became Lin Wei's fiancée? Yelena, Sister Zeluka, try this first. This black plum is delicious and can also increase your magic power in small amounts. Yelena picked up the fruit on the table and placed it in front of Zeluka. After hearing that it could increase magic power, Zeluka still took a few bites. "Sister Zeluka, is it delicious?" "Tasty." "No, I want to say." Yelena showed a happy expression and asked again. "Sister Zeluka, when will you marry Lin Wei? Then we can be together forever." How about Sister Zeluka also get engaged to Lin Wei? Before Zeluka could refute, Yelena's series of attacks shocked her. "Oh, engaged to the master? Really? If I could marry Lin Wei together with Yelena, it doesn't seem unacceptable." "Of course, Sister Zeluka. I love you very much and want to be with you and Lin Wei forever." Yelena's words were like the devil's whisper, and Zeluka was suddenly fooled and couldn't tell east from west. Zeluka was not greedy. She did not want to monopolize Lin Wei. And she didn't hate Yelena. So it doesn't matter. As for the concept of the legal wife, the little cat girl had never thought about it at all. Her tail began to wag briskly, and her mood brightened again. Looking at the girl's ears moving in front of her, Yelena understood that her goal had been achieved. "Sister Zeluka, you must become a great magician as soon as possible. Once you become a grand mage, you can stay with Lin Wei forever and never have to leave." Faced with Yelena's old tricks, Zeluka just thought what she said made sense. She really had to become a great magician in order to stay by Lin Wei's side. Although magic is good, She wants to be with Lin Wei more. It would be best if after becoming a great magician, I could bring my teacher Alia to Luca. In this way, the people most important to her will stay by her side. But since Sister Zeluka is here, why don't you come with me to give alms? Faced with Yeluna's coquettish tone, Zeluka suddenly felt that he had no resistance at all. Well, okay then. Oh, poor cat lady. I didn't see the smile on my good sister's lips. The winter snow melted, and Wolfuri set out on a journey to a foreign country with the cream brought by Louis Cardinal. This winter, Wolfuri married a wife. He is a citizen of Louisca County. He, who had originally become a refugee, finally found meaning in his life. With the gold coins given by Lin Wei, he hired craftsmen to build a sturdy and fairly beautiful house. Finally, we don't have to live in the area allocated to refugees in Louisca County. Although no matter where you are, it is actually very safe. There was no harassment from orcs either. But it still feels different to live in Louisca territory. Will, be careful on the road. Wolfuri's wife was a young girl with a very Norland-like appearance, and her hair was braided golden, soft and fluffy. He hugged his wife gently. When he returns from Yade this time, he plans to buy some gifts for his wife. Although he and Lin Wei worked very hard to sow seeds this winter. But whether or not she can have her own children remains an unknown. The new city walls of Louisca are wider and stronger than the old ones. The bed crossbow is already under construction, and the strike range of the bed crossbow built at this location can cover the Ruima River. This means that if the orcs have any ideas about Lin Wei's new city wall, they will face saturation firepower attacks. If he didn't go through here and took a long detour, it would give Lin Wei enough time to react. In addition, there are many tall and sturdy arrow towers built. Once archers or magicians occupy the commanding heights, it will cause a devastating blow. Lin Wei watched from the city wall for a while and nodded with satisfaction. Standing on the city wall, you can hear the sound of the rushing Rema River. This newly established territory has already grown to a considerable size. However, because there were so many refugees, it seemed unusually crowded. This made Lin Wei think about going to the next mountain range. There are many lizardman tribes there, and the land is quite fertile. If it can be incorporated into his territory, his influence will be further enhanced in the future. Just wanting to cross the Rema River would be difficult without a talented shipbuilder. We can't let the griffin carry people over one by one. There are only 8 griffins, so that might be too slow. But it's still a good idea. Looking at the many new Louisca people who were farming, Lin Wei suddenly had an idea. With so many people, it shouldn't be difficult to find a few craftsmen who can build ships, right? If it really doesn't work, he will write a letter to tell his fiancée. Anyway, the rich sister can always help him settle everything. He's used to it. As a man, it's not shameful to ask your wife for help. Anyway, all his things in the future will belong to his and Yeluna's children. Chapter 93, Pioneering. Jarvan. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 70. Loyalty, 80. Special talent, Construction Mastery. Rating, A. Galen. Bravery, 60. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 80. Special talent, Construction Mastery. Rating, A. The 2 brothers in front of him were looking at Lin Wei with respect. Although they didn't know why Lin Wei suddenly found them, if any one of them was needed to join Lin Wei's guards, they would definitely do it without hesitation. It was because Lin Wei took in their family that their elderly father and mother were able to survive the war. If their parents were not still alive and had sacrificed their lives for Lin Wei, they would not have thought it was a big deal. After all, if it weren't for Lin Wei, they would have starved to death long ago. As a simple Norlance, they respected the Lord very much. Are you willing to do something for me? After a while, Lin Wei slowly spoke. The loyalty of these 2 brothers is quite high. For him, it is already possible to be employed. There is no need to use any tricks like we did against Wolfuri. From Ankro's mouth, he finally understood the truth about why the 2 brothers were so loyal to him. Garen and Jarvan exchanged a glance, and it was Jarvan, the elder brother, who took the initiative to speak. If the master needs us 2 brothers to join the guards, we will do it without hesitation. But my mother and father are already old. Can I, as the older brother, join first? After my parents have enjoyed their retirement, I can also serve the master. Lin Wei chuckled and waved his hand. I didn't ask you to join my guards. Seeing the 2 of them looking puzzled, Lin Wei asked again, can you build a ship? Shipbuilding? Do you mean canoes or large sailing ships, sir? Lin Wei nodded. I need you to build a boat that can sail on the Rema River. Can you do it? Jarvan looked embarrassed and said, My lord, we have no experience in building large ships, let alone ships that can sail on the Rema River. The Rema River is notoriously turbulent, and it is not easy to build such a boat. Although the 2 brothers had worked in a shipyard for a period of time before, they had no experience in building large ships. Lin Wei just patted his shoulder. I believe in your abilities. No matter what kind of support you need, just tell Ankro directly. I'll have him arrange everything you need. Whether I succeed or not, I won't blame you. After receiving Lin Wei's instructions, the two brothers became more energetic. After all, as long as you are a man who doesn't yearn to conquer the surging rivers and the sea. The source of this surging Rema River is in the Rema Kingdom, and it runs from the northern continent to the vast ocean of the western continent, stretching over 10,000 miles. That is the territory of the aquatic creatures. We two brothers will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Lin Wei had the idea of building a ship, which naturally meant that he had to have a dock first. It would definitely not be enough for the two brothers alone. More people were needed to help build the dock frame on the shore. Fortunately, Jarvan and Garen are both experts in construction, and even building a dock on the banks of the turbulent Rema River is not a problem for them. However, even if they worked at the fastest speed, with enough manpower and gold coins, it would still take several years to build the ship. After all, this is a big project. While the two brothers Jarvan and Garen were busy, Lin Wei was not idle either. The dock must be built, but it will take too long to complete. Moreover, the shipyard is only used to ensure that Lin Wei's army has the ability to fight on the sea and river, and is not just used for transportation. With boats, they could even reach Ruema by river, which would make business more efficient and more profitable. Therefore, Lin Wei prepared to use some more stupid methods. He planned to use griffins to send a group of guards to the opposite side first. The distance is not far, and the griffin is very fast, so it takes less than 10 minutes to go back and forth. In just one day, the griffin sent over 800 fully armed guards. There were no lizardmen's tents or wooden houses near the mountain. You have to go quite a distance deep inside to meet them. Since he wanted to conquer these lizardmen, Lin Wei had to send at least 10,000 guards over. Anyway, with the existence of the Holy Sea, he doesn't have to worry about the safety of the territory. If the beastmen wanted to live a few more days of good life, they would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him. The weather on this side of the mountain is much colder, as if this extremely high mountain blocks the wind on this side. So the average temperature in Luiska is at least 10 degrees higher than on this side of the mountain. The weather was cold and damp, and the fertile mountain jungles were densely packed with mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. Judging from the frequency with which birds are startled, there are probably quite a few ferocious beasts here. In fact, Lin Wei was a little worried that their coming here so blatantly would attract the attention of the lizard people. However, this place is far away from the nearest lizard tribe. In addition, the IQ of the lizard tribe is generally not very high, so Lin Wei felt a lot more relieved. Even if they really came over, they would not be able to defeat the fully armed guards. Those lizard men are not regular troops. Most of them are just scattered settlements. Lin Wei even suspected that this place was not under the jurisdiction of the beast tribe, because it belonged to the northern continent and was separated by a large mountain range that was as high as the clouds. There is also the protection of the Rema River. Is it possible that he was the first person to discover this new world? After all, he is the only one who owns a griffin and happens to be here, and has the conditions. The orcs don't like to cultivate the land. They prefer to plunder directly. The lizard tribe here is hidden in the lush mountains. If you don't see it while riding a griffin, you can't see any clues from the outside. What's more, there is the Ruema River in between, despite the rather harsh environment. But the soldiers didn't complain. Most of them were elite soldiers who had survived the previous battle with Lin Wei, and their bravery values were much higher than those of the new soldiers. Naturally, the combat experience is also richer. After a busy day, they cleared a piece of land near their destination. Sleeping in the wild is quite dangerous as you have to be on guard against attacks from wild animals. However, a fire can be a good warning to the wild beasts. The soldiers brought some simple tents with them and spent a somewhat difficult night here. There were constant roars of wild beasts at night, and some of the roars were even quite loud. They have reason to suspect that there are tigers besides cheetahs. There might be even larger beasts in there. Maybe there were saber-toothed tigers and giant pythons. Chapter 94, New Wer-Beast. In fact, according to common sense, Lin Wei cannot invade others at will, to avoid affecting the reputation of the Holy See. But this was also an attempt by Lin Wei, because the lizard men were a sub-race with lower intelligence among the beast men. Except for some smarter lizard men, most of the lizard men are autonomous. Because the lizard men are too stupid, more than 2/3 of them are not recognized by the orcs. The continent is vast, although Adrima and Nolans occupy about a quarter of the explored land. But an extremely steep and huge mountain range spans the border of the three countries. No one knows what lies beyond the mountains. It is named the Northern Continent just based on its geographical location. The beastmen of the Southern Continent, The sea tribes of the western continent and the elves of the eastern continent also seem to be blocked by such huge mountains. Although this land is vast, people are also curious about the world beyond the mountains. It's a pity that even griffins, subdragons, or dragons can't. There is no way to fly over this mountain range. There is a strange force that suppresses those creatures that can fly. After flying to a certain height, even the frost dragon cannot resist the sudden cold, and this absolute cold will freeze their wings. Then it fell from a height of 10,000 meters. It's like a cage, imprisoning thousands of races on this land. The New World definitely exists. Because even if we cannot get out of the mountains, there are still many unexplored lands in the existing continents. Lin Wei's behavior is called pioneering. It is legal and reasonable. If he could explore a civilized country, Lin Wei could invade it without the other party knowing about the Holy See. In fact, even if he knew, Lin Wei could just pretend not to know. When they report it to the Vatican, Lin Wei will pretend to be enlightened and stop looting. And he naturally would not give up the land that had already been occupied. After all, this was the new territory he had worked so hard to open up. Is there any reason to return it? Unless you can defeat the Vatican. Otherwise, don't blame Lin Wei for labeling you a heretic and starting a purge. Lin Wei sent 10,000 guards to this side of the mountains. After a period of reclamation, a large area of land has been cleared here and some wooden houses have been built. The nearest lizard tribe is more than 100 miles away. So far, the lizardmen have not discovered that Lin Wei and his team have invaded their territory. Lin Wei was not in a hurry to alert the enemy. Instead, it took some time to send nearly 10,000 people over. These subjects all migrated from Luiska territory voluntarily because Lin Wei promised that the newly migrated subjects would have the right to use the new land. After learning that they were only separated from Luiska territory by a mountain range, the residents readily agreed. Because the dock has taken shape, once the large ships are built, they will be able to travel between the two territories by ship. There is no need to rely on griffins, which is a troublesome and luxurious means of transportation. God knows how the poor griffin managed to transport more than 20,000 people across the mountains to this side under Lin Wei's oppression. However, because of the good food, these griffins are still very obedient. Lin Wei didn't dare to overwork the griffins, so he decided to leave it like this for the time being. Let's send 20,000 people here to test the waters first. After all, the situation here has not been fully explored. There are many tribes of lizardmen, but there seem to be some other races as well. On a sunny afternoon, the guards brought Lin Wei a piece of news that was not sure whether it was good or bad. These soldiers who were pioneering on the front line had captured many ferocious beasts and many creatures that Lin Wei had never seen before. Master, we caught a giant birdman. Birdman? Flying beastmen? Lin Wei was a little surprised. Among the known species of orcs, no intelligent orcs that can fly have been discovered. Unexpectedly, he discovered flying beasts in this unknown land, which was somewhat beyond Lin Wei's expectations. This also means that this is a new continent. Take me to see it. Yes, sir. Under the guidance of the guards, Lin Wei finally saw the creature called Birdman. This creature has a human body, bird wings, and oversized, sharp claws. Judging from its physical characteristics, this should be a female. She was wrapped in unsightly strips of cloth, covering her vital parts. It can be seen that the level of civilization of this kind of bird beastman should not be high. In fact, this is normal because they do not have hands like humans, but only bird wings. They are not the kind of race that has wings and arms. A subhuman with obvious beastman characteristics. However, there were hideous bloodstains on the wings of this birdman, and there was a terrible hole that was bleeding continuously. The arrow pierced her wings, and the birdman's face turned pale. Even though he was locked in a cage, he was still wary of Lin Wei. She curled up in the corner like a wounded bird. Timmy. Bravery, 30. Strategy, 30. Loyalty, 0. Special talents, flight, nightmare transformation. Rating, A. Timmy's bravery and strategy are not very high. Compared with Lin Wei's guards whose average value is over 50, 30 is obviously very low. However, the evaluation is A. This was far beyond Lin Wei's expectations. This means that among her special talents, there is a talent that can greatly affect the evaluation. Lin Wei was very concerned about the special talent of nightmare transformation. He had to transport this birdman back to Louis Card and observe him for a few days. Where did you catch her? In response to Lin Wei's question, the leading guard immediately replied, the brothers saw her flying in the sky while they were clearing the forest. At first we thought it was a big bird and planned to shoot it for a snack. But when I shot her, I found out it was an orc. Lin Wei nodded and asked, there may be more demi-humans like this nearby, so be careful. Report to me anytime if there is any situation. Yes. Reinforce this cage. I'll have the Griffins transport her back to Yika County later. Yes, sir. The leading guard respectfully performed a knight's salute to Lin Wei. Regardless, this is a good gain. In order to avoid danger, Lin Wei also asked them to reinforce the cage. Soon, the caged orc was transported back to Luiska territory and placed in Lin Wei's manor. Along the way, the birdman stared closely at the griffin trained by Lin Wei. She opened her mouth and seemed to be communicating something weakly with the griffin. Unfortunately, Lin Wei listened for a long time, but still didn't understand what she meant. Chapter 95 Vastaya Tribe. A priest was invited by Lin Wei to heal the birdman. When the pastor lady saw this birdman she had never seen before, her eyes widened. But he still released the healing spell very quickly. Under the priest's treatment, the bird lady's wings quickly scabbed and healed. It's a pity that the bird's feathers cannot grow back where the arrow pierced them. The pink wings are quite cute. Lin Wei paid with gold coins, but the pastor lady refused to accept them no matter what. She bowed to Lin Wei and said, "Your fiancé is our saint. It's an honor to work for you. Please don't mention the gold coins anymore." Lin Wei felt a little helpless, but he didn't insist on giving the other party gold coins. Look at her respectful look and the fanaticism in her eyes. Lin Wei felt that he didn't seem to know his fiancée very well. After asking the housekeeper to send the pastor away, Lin Wei called Enxiona over. Enxiona has a skill called animal taming, which may allow her to communicate with this new race. In order to avoid danger, Lin Wei also called the little dragon girl Lena. With Lena's fighting power, there is no need to worry about Timmy in the cage suddenly attacking and hurting people. "Master, are you looking for me?" Enxiona seems to have grown taller recently. Her height used to only reach Lin Wei's shoulders, but now it reaches his chin. Lin Wei nodded and pointed at the birdman in the cage. "Enxiona, can you communicate with her?" Enxiona's cat tail swayed gently, and she walked cautiously to the edge of the cage. Timmy in the cage was looking at her with vigilant eyes. "Hello." Enxiona's words only resulted in Timmy flapping his wings intimidatingly, and it was obvious that there was no way to continue communicating. Soon, Enxiona shook her head. Lin Wei also sighed, even though Enxiona had the skills to tame animals. But it was obvious that the other party was not an animal. Just when Lin Wei was at a loss, Reina beside him said, "Master, let Sally come. She understands the languages of many races. Maybe I can communicate with this orc lady." Lena's suggestion made Lin Wei's eyes light up. He had forgotten that in addition to her superb ability in handling government affairs, the little Lolita Sallies also had the skill of mastering ancient languages. When the elf Loli Sallies was called over, she looked like she was still half asleep. It can be seen that her sleep quality has been really poor recently, because handling the affairs of a territory is quite tedious. Although Lin Wei would occasionally help out with some matters, most of the government affairs were left to Sally's. She was still a little confused when she walked up to Reina and bumped into Reina's arms. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, sister Reina." Although she was sleepy, Sally still lifted her skirt and greeted him properly. This actually made Lin Wei feel a little guilty, and he began to wonder if he should give the little Loli a break. However, once she is given a vacation, the tedious affairs of the territory will fall on his head again. So Lin Wei quickly gave up this idea. "Sally's, are you fluent in many languages?" Sally nodded. "Yes, master." Lin Wei pointed at Timmy, who was trapped in the cage. "Go and try. Can you communicate with the other party?" Only then did Sally look at the cage beside her, and there was a bird-like beast man inside. Her originally lifeless eyes suddenly widened. Lin Wei didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that a hair seemed to stand up on the Loli's head and was shaking gently. "Is this from the Vastaya tribe? I thought they were extinct long ago." Sally recognized Timmy's background at a glance, and Lin Wei felt relieved. Sally came to the cage and said a few words to Timmy in the cage. Timmy, who was originally cautious, suddenly became alert after hearing that the other party could speak Vastaya. After a while of communication that Lin Wei couldn't understand, Sally came to Lin Wei. "Master, this is a lady from the Vastaya tribe. Her name is Timmy." Lin Wei knew the name Timmy through the panel. She said she ran away from home, but unexpectedly encountered humans, whose traces had long been extinct, and was shot. If we don't release her quickly, her father, the chief of the tribe, will soon mobilize the entire tribe to look for her. According to Miss Timmy, their tribe has over 10,000 elite Vastaya warriors, who can also transform into nightmare warriors who are not afraid of pain. As Sally spoke, she explained to Lin Wei in the continent's common language. According to the records in ancient books, these Vastaya can indeed transform into nightmare warriors. Because after transforming into nightmares, they no longer fear pain, and their combat effectiveness is greatly enhanced. Once, a warrior from the Vastaya tribe even killed a giant dragon. However, these are all recorded in books. Whether they are credible or not remains to be verified. After hearing this, Lin Wei touched the little Lolita's head, and Sally closed her eyes comfortably. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Sally shook her head. She could have her current stable life, thanks to Lin Wei. She felt very satisfied to be able to contribute her own strength to Lin Wei. Master, I will go back first. Sally bowed to Lin Wei and left after receiving Lin Wei's response. After Sally left, Lin Wei looked at Timmy in the cage and frowned. Unexpectedly, the person captured by the soldiers was actually the daughter of the Vastaya chief. Timmy's appearance obviously does not conform to the human aesthetic because she has many bird feathers on her face and no arms, only wings. There are no jade feet, only claws. Now it is Lin Wei who is having a headache. If it is true as the girl in front of him said, that there are more than 10,000 Vastaya warriors, then it will undoubtedly be a huge threat to Lin Wei's development. As for letting the girl go back, Lin Wei had never even considered it. Not to mention that letting her go back would expose his existence. If she brought Vastaya's people to the door, Lin Wei would be in trouble. Secondly, if a fight really breaks out, the girl in front of him will obviously be a good bargaining chip. At least for Lin Wei, this is a good bargaining chip. Judging from the panel, this girl can also transform into a nightmare warrior. But why didn't she transform into a nightmare warrior even after being shot and even captured alive? In any case, Lin Wei decided to transport a batch of bows and arrows first. At least it ensures that when the Vastaya come, they will have the means to fight back. For these flying races, the lethality of bows and arrows is very high when they are not covered by armor. After 2 days, we will go to the mountains to investigate and see if we can find the exact location of this tribe. Chapter 96: The Fallen God. Another month passed after Timmy was captured. There has been no news from the Vastaya tribe on the other side of the mountains this month. Almost every guard who pioneered here was equipped with a longbow and a quiver filled with a large number of arrows. If the Vastaya tribesmen showed up with hostility, these guards would deal a heavy blow to them. Every day Lin Wei would ride his griffin there to see how the construction of the new territory was progressing. The 10,000 people from Luiska who migrated here have built their own wooden houses. Although there are many mountains here, there is a large open space near the peaks where houses can be built. It is just that clearing weeds and cutting down trees is difficult, and many people have been bitten by poisonous snakes or insects during the land reclamation process. Fortunately, Lin Wei arranged for 2 priests to come and help with treatment and purification. Of course, this is free treatment that Lin Wei provides to his subjects so that they don't have to worry. He can wholeheartedly open up new land for Lin Wei. Although the 2 young pastor ladies were unwilling to accept Lin Wei's gold coins no matter what Lin Wei said, Lin Wei still forced them to give each of them 100 coins. And he said that if they didn't accept it, he would be angry. The 2 lovely pastor ladies accepted it with great reluctance. Although Lin Wei thinks there is nothing wrong with being a gigolo, but he still wanted to do his best to maintain the image of his fiancée. It would be bad to give the impression that he was a stingy aristocrat. Timmy was held very close to the griffin. Although Timmy tried her best to communicate with these griffins, they seemed to have no intention of paying any attention to her. As a member of the Vastaya tribe, Timmy's tribe naturally also tamed a lot of griffins. However, the griffins here were different from those in the tribe. They were closer to the Catman and ignored her advances. This made Timmy feel frustrated from the bottom of his heart. Although she could clearly communicate with the griffin, all she got was the griffin's disgusted cries or the threatening flapping of its wings. And Xiona saw everything and told Lin Wei about it. This made Lin Wei feel a little wary. Since the people of the Vastaya tribe can communicate with griffins, does this mean they also tame a large number of griffins? If this is true, then the assessment of the Vastaya tribe's combat power needs to be reevaluated. Even without armor, the griffin's combat power and defense capabilities are ridiculously high. Otherwise, they would not have become Nolan's ace troops. The best way to deal with griffins is magic. Recently, under the guidance of Nelancel, there are more than 100 low-level mages in Lin Wei's territory. There are even a dozen who have successfully become intermediate magicians. Once the magic army is formed, Lin Wei's frontal combat effectiveness will be improved more than a little bit. With the magician's frontal fire suppression, Lin Wei's future griffin cavalry and heavy cavalry will be able to greatly enhance their suppression power on the front battlefield. It's a pity that Zeluka is not by his side. If the little cat girl were here, she should be able to teach better than Nelancel, right? Master, why are you here? Nelancel, who was reading a magic book, had sensed Lin Wei's presence before he even stepped into the room. Nelancel, I would like you to help me protect my subjects in the newly developed land. Nelancel naturally knew about Luiska's expedition to explore the other side of the mountain. Without any hesitation, he said respectfully, "Master, I can leave at any time." Linwei nodded. He still had great trust in this senior magician whose loyalty level was as high as 95. With Nelancel there, Linwei can feel much more at ease. With the addition of his magic apprentices, the territory developed by Lin Weixin now has magical defense capabilities. The cat girl Zeluka has been following Yeluna and giving alms these days. To be honest, giving alms is really boring. They were nothing more than a group of believers with pious expressions, whispering prayers to Yeluna and a group of priests, praying for the blessings of the god of light. Then Yeluna released a large-scale purification magic, which could clear away the hidden injuries accumulated by some people due to work. This is a gift to the devout. It also spreads the spirit of universal love of the god of light, which is the doctrine of the Holy See. Legend has it that there are 4 main gods on this continent, namely the god of light, the god of magic, the god of fighting, and the god of the dead. The goddess of light does exist, because priests are the miracles bestowed by her. Magic gods also exist. Although priests and magicians rely on magic elements to release their skills, they cannot release magic smoothly without the blessing of the gods. In addition to these 4 gods that Zeluka is familiar with, there are actually records about many evil gods and some secrets of the church. However, most of the evil gods are not righteous gods, and their power is not as great as that of the 4 main gods of magic. There has been no record of the god of fighting and the god of the dead for a long time. It is rumored that these 2 gods caused a wave of terror on the continent a long time ago. These 2 gods have spawned 2 popular professions, namely the fighting warrior and the mage and warrior of the undead faction. From the fragmentary records in ancient books, we can know that these 2 gods had a battle a long time ago. Then there was no news, and the fighting spirit and the undead also declined. The tall mountains that surround the 4 continents may also be related to these 2 people. But one thing is certain, a long time ago, warriors all had fighting spirit. Fighting chi can be attached to the warriors' bodies to improve their physical fitness. It can also be attached to weapons to greatly increase the toughness or sharpness of the weapons. A powerful fighting spirit warrior can even make an ordinary weapon exert more terrifying killing power than a magic weapon. However, the fighting spirit has long since faded away. There have been no fighting warriors on this continent since thousands of years ago. Therefore, even if this world still retains the title of Sword Saint, it only refers to the existence of someone whose martial arts power has reached the peak of humankind to a certain extent. But in fact, it is mostly just exaggerated praise. Because without fighting spirit, one cannot be called a sword master. As for those fighting sword masters recorded in historical documents, even today's great magicians would have to stay away from them. Sister Zeluka. Just when the little cat girl was lost in thought, she heard Yeluna's call. "Ah, Aluna. Don't call me sister. I'm only a few days older than you." Yeluna didn't care at all. Even if she's only 1 day older, Zeluka is still my older sister. But aren't we family? Home, family. Zeluka was a little flustered. Yeluna was right. They were indeed family. Because Linwei connected these 2 pretty girls together. A smile appeared on Yeluna's lips, and she reached out to pat the dust off Zeluka's body. "Sister Zeluka, my almsgiving is almost finished. You should also hurry back to the Magic Academy. Sister Alia must be waiting anxiously. After being out for so many days, it's time to go back. She must become a great magician quickly." Chapter 97, One Night of Fighting. As spring turns to summer, the newly developed territory on this side of the mountains is much cooler than Luiska territory. Although it is colder than Luiska, it is not as hot in the summer. After all, the soldiers were all wearing iron armor, so cooler weather was naturally a good thing for them. There is strength in numbers, and at least the outline of a new territory has been established. Although the city walls have not been built yet, many watchtowers have been built. This is an unknown world, and the guards must be ready for danger at any time. Since the last time we caught a bird-like orc, we haven't seen any similar orcs appear again. This incident was gradually forgotten by the guards. Before, everything was dominated by a guard leader. Since Naransar came, the affairs of the new territory have been under his control. Although the harsh development environment here is definitely not as good as that of the old territory next door. But once a new territory is established here, they will also have access to better land resources than those who come later. So although development is painful, the benefits are also extremely high. The guards originally thought that this peaceful life would continue for some time, because the discovered territory of the Lizard Man tribe is more than 50 kilometers away from here. But today, an early warning came from the watchtower and wolf smoke rose. In the dark night, many torches were lit in the undeveloped forest ahead. The flying birds were startled because a large number of lizard men had somehow come close to the guards. These lizard men wore leather armor, held scimitars in their hands, and were over 2.5 meters tall. Although Nolan's is of a northern race, their average height is already very high compared to Yade and Rima. But compared to these lizard men, it still looks a little petite. The sudden arrival of the lizard men led to a fierce battle with the guards. The battle lasted for several hours and ended with the lizard men's embarrassing retreat. There is no way. Although these lizard men are tall and strong, they are also stronger than these guards. However, these guards are veterans who have experience in fighting against fully armed orcs, and their weapons and equipment are more sophisticated than those of these lizard men. After several rounds of hacking, the lizardmen's weapons were cut off by the long swords with special effects in the hands of the guards. Even a few lizardman magicians cast spells at these guards, but they were all blocked by the insulated steel shields. The next day, Nelancel began to report to Lin Wei about the battle situation last night. Master, we were attacked by a large number of lizard men last night. Fortunately, we had sufficient defenses and their attack was defeated by us. Over 1,000 lizard men were killed last night, and over 500 lizard warriors were captured. They are now being held captive. Our losses were only a few guards killed and a dozen injured. Those who died in the battle were caught in a sudden attack and had not put on their armor properly. Otherwise, with the weapons of these lizard men, there would be no way to break through the defense of Lin Wei's guards. Those who were injured did not have time to use their shields to block the lizard magician's sneak attack. Now, after the treatment of the priestess, they have almost recovered. Lin Wei nodded. He would certainly have other uses for these captured lizard men. In the future, he will definitely establish a lizard man city-state. As a lord, he must be tolerant of racial diversity. Although these lizard men do not have high IQ, their combat effectiveness is not weak. He had already purchased more than 200 lizard men from slave traders, so he had more experience in taming another batch. Lin Wei bought some slave collars from the president of the Slave Merchants Guild in Luiska County and asked the guards to tie these slave collars around the necks of the newly captured lizard men. If they make any unusual movement, the collars will take the lives of these lizard men. The lizard men didn't behave much better after being collared, and they saw the guards release them from their cages. A few ignorant lizard men rushed towards Lin Wei, howling. Of course, the end result was that he was blown through the neck before he could run 2 steps. Blood oozed from the lizardmen's necks, and they fell to the ground without a sound. With these previous experiences as lessons learned, these lizard men have obviously become much more obedient. The smiling noble boy in front of them seemed like a devil crawling out of hell, who could take their lives with just a laugh and a conversation. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Lin Wei smiled slightly and tried to communicate with them using the common language of the mainland. After all, this is an undiscovered new world, and Lin Wei is not sure whether they can understand what he says. If you can understand it, it is actually not a good thing. Not understanding is the best. The lizard people looked at each other. They didn't dare to speak, but their confused eyes told Lin Wei that they obviously didn't understand what Lin Wei was saying. Fortunately, Lin Wei had anticipated this situation and brought Sally over. Lin Wei specially gave this elf little lowly, who is proficient in various languages, a day off today. However, the bloody scene just now obviously scared the little girl a lot. At this moment, Sally was hugging Lin Wei's thighs, and her little head didn't dare to look at the lizard men who were killed by the slave collars. It was not until Lin Wei patted her head that the little lowly stood out cautiously. But he still just stayed close to Lin Wei and didn't want to have too much contact with them. Sally's, do you understand lizard language? Sally nodded. Then tell them about their current situation. Looking at the lizard men who had become much more obedient, although their expressions were still a little ferocious, the little girl was not so scared anymore. After a while of chattering, Sally raised her head and said to Lin Wei, Master, they said they will submit to you. Please don't kill them. A few didn't seem to give in. Lin Wei actually saw that several of the lizard men had expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces and were shouting loudly. He winked at the guards beside him, and the guards immediately understood. They walked into the lizard men and executed those who were making a lot of noise on the spot. The original voices of resistance suddenly disappeared. You'd better not have any thoughts of resistance, otherwise I don't mind sending you to see the great god of light. After Sally's conveyed her original message, Lin Wei casually pointed at a few lizard men who looked timid. Tie him, and these 4 lizard men up. I'll interrogate them individually later. Several guards rushed forward, tied them up tightly with strong hemp ropes, and threw them to the ground. Lin Wei must know what exactly happened. And these lizardmen soldiers must know this information. Chapter 98 The lilies of my hometown are blooming. The interrogation of these lizard men soon produced results. Although most of these lizard men were similar clothing, they come from more than 10 different lizard man tribes. Lin Wei interrogated them separately. After confirming that the information of 4 of them matched, he asked Sally's to record the information said by these lizard men. According to them, the lizard man tribe discovered these humans as early as a month ago. The most powerful lizard man tribe sounded the rallying call, and more than 10 lizard man tribes responded. There are quite a lot of them, with the smallest lizard man tribe having more than 10,000 people, and the most powerful thorny lizard tribe having as many as 50,000 people. This is about the same number as Lin Wei expected. He even got some information about the Vastaya tribe from the lizard men. Most of the Vastaya tribe live in caves in the mountains and on some tall trees. They build tree houses or directly build their own nests on some thick tree trunks. So when Lin Wei was riding a griffin in the sky looking for the traces of the Vastaya tribe, he might actually have exposed himself and failed to find any trace of the other party. These proud birdmen tamed a group of griffins and have always been at odds with the lizard men. There are often frictions and fights with the lizard men. Although the warriors of the Vastaya tribe can transform into nightmare warriors and their combat power is stronger than that of ordinary lizard men, the lizard men have the advantage of large numbers and good physical fitness. Therefore, they did not suffer any losses in the long years of fighting. Lin Wei even got some news about goblins and goblins. In this land, the earth is ruled by the lizard men and the Vastaya tribes. There are also goblins and gnomes living underground, and they occasionally come to the surface to hunt the rich wild beasts in the forests and mountains. After learning the general situation, Lin Wei had some plans in mind. At present, the combat effectiveness of his guards is definitely ahead of these indigenous lizard men and Vastaya tribesmen. Even though there is a difference in physical fitness, the weapons and equipment are completely not on the same level. The number of people is not small, so it is no problem to defend this small piece of land. As long as we remain vigilant, even if these lizard men launch another sneak attack, they will end up in defeat. As for attacking, Lin Wei felt that there was no rush for the time being. He planned to wait until this winter was over, then recruit a new group of guards, and then when the number was large enough, he would bring justice to these lizard men. Anwil didn't know what expression she should use to face Zeluka. Zeluka was originally on her list of people to be won over as a kind magician. Even during this period of time, she really regarded Zeluka as a true friend. But recently she heard some rumors about Zeluka and Yelena. Rumor has it that the two seem to be very close. And the fact that Zeluka was not at the Magic Academy some time ago further confirmed the rumor. This made her heart beat faster. Yelena is that damn fiancé, and if Zeluka gets too close to her, when she goes to cause trouble for Lin Wei in the future, can Zeluka still help her for the sake of their friendship? It's a pity that the princess, who was worried, didn't see her feelings. After Zeluka returned from the Vatican, his life had hardly changed. Apart from eating and sleeping, I would chat with her, and more time was spent on learning magic and meditating. While Silka was flipping through the magic book, Anwil decided to test whether her feelings for her could compare to those of Yelena. Sister Zeluka. Einwil is 1 year older than Silka, and the two have long been treating each other like sisters. Zeluka hummed in confusion and looked up at Einwil. Her cat ears trembled slightly. She was quite engrossed in studying magic and was a little unhappy about being interrupted. However, since she was his best friend in the Magic Academy, Zeluka quickly forgave her in his heart. Sister Zeluka, what is your relationship with the saint of the human church? I don't mean anything else. I just think it's amazing that you know such an important person. Einwil pretended to be embarrassed, as if she was afraid that her closest friend would be taken away. The cautious expression on his face made Zeluka feel a little distressed. You're talking about Yelena. She's a very good sister. I like her very much. There is one more thing Zeluka didn't say. That is, they will most likely become a family in the future. In fact, as long as he could stay with Lin Wei, Zeluka never had the idea of monopolizing Lin Wei. Einwil was silent for a while. She was chewing on the meaning of the word good sister in Zeluka's mouth. Zeluka was a little too innocent, so the method she used to observe the nobles seemed to have no effect on Zeluka at all. Even though she was a princess, she felt a sense of frustration at not being able to judge people well. But Ainvril did not give up. She changed the angle and continued asking, Sister Zeluka, what do you think of our relationship? Hearing this, Zeluka felt that he seemed to understand. It turned out that her best friend was a little uneasy because she had been away from Ainville some time ago. Come to think of it, Ainvril seems to be the same as himself. They have no other friends outside of this Magic Academy except each other. When you think that your friend might be very close to others, you will definitely feel a little unhappy. Zeluka felt that he had figured out the key, so he stood up and walked to Ainwil's side. Wire, Our relationship will not change because of anything. Don't worry. Well, unless it has something to do with Lin Wei. The little cat girl silently added another sentence in her heart. Then I feel relieved. Einweir breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from this, Yelena is probably very close to Zeluka because Zeluka is very talented. The purpose should be roughly the same as hers. If Yelena hadn't suddenly become Lin Wei's fiancée, she would have actually planned to befriend Yelena. No matter what, my relationship with Zeluka is indeed very good right now. Although he approached Zeluka with some utilitarianism, his desire to become Zeluka's close friend was genuine. Because she was a princess, she was faced with almost all admiring gazes. No friends at all. This is the loneliness of being an emperor. But with the appearance of Zeluka, the originally monotonous life finally had a touch of color. Although this friend of mine is a bit simple and cute, but she has the support of Grand Mage Arya, and she is the youngest mage. She can be said to be one of the most beautiful girls on this continent. Aimvril had thought about it more than once. If only she were a boy, or if Zeluka were a boy, she will definitely pursue Zeluka passionately. She and Zeluka will definitely give birth to a child with great magical talent. Chapter 99. Someone misses his fiancée. Zeluk Xii's situation seemed to be getting worse. The complaints of the subjects grew louder and louder because Zeluk 13 always overloaded them with work. If this continues, Zeluk has reason to suspect that these people would like to hang him from the streetlights. In fact, as a king, Zeluk 13 understood the consequences of overdriving his subjects. But he had no choice. If he didn't harvest a good crop of wheat in the fall, this winter would be the end of them. A large number of soldiers and subjects would starve to death. Last winter they suffered a great loss due to lack of food, so Zeluk wanted to prevent this from happening again. It is undoubtedly a very painful thing to make the subjects work nonstop for more than 12 hours to build and cultivate the land. Although the soldiers also helped with the reclamation, the results were always less effective. Everything has a price. The price of his arrogance was the loss of the royal city and a large area of Nolan's territory, which led to the current disintegration of the country. Between starving to death and rebellion, Zeluk 13 chose the possible rebellion. He had a large army in his hands, so it was naturally very easy for him to exploit these subjects. Faced with the butcher knives of the royal family and nobles, the people of Nolans, who were forced to open up their territory, actually lived no better than when they were invaded by orcs. Even these extremely high working hours are no different from being slaves. Duke Simon was also worried, because he had just received bad news. That is, the third Prince Michael had indeed defected. Although everyone had always tacitly acknowledged Michelle's defection, not speaking it out loud was considered to have saved some face for the Nolan's royal family. But the merchants from Rima and Yade seemed to have brought the news over, and the news quickly spread among the nobles. Simon had reason to believe that King Zeluk 13 already knew about this. But I still pretended not to know. It is ironic to think that his third son brought tens of thousands of guards and orcs to cooperate with each other, open the city gates, and attack the remaining 20,000 to 30,000 guards with the orcs. Even the eldest son of Zeluk 13 was not sure whether he was dead or alive in this battle. Thinking of this, Duke Simon's feeling of distress over the massacre of his entire family seemed to be alleviated a lot. After all, he still has a daughter outside, and it looks like she might even become Lin Wei's concubine. Lin Wei is currently in the limelight, and his close relationship with the Holy See will definitely help him survive this war. No matter what, the bloodline of the Simon family must have been preserved. But Zeluk 13 was different. The third son has betrayed, the eldest son's life and death is uncertain, and now there is a food shortage. The people may riot at any time. This is a lot of bad things piled up together. Thinking of this, Duke Simon unexpectedly felt that his situation seemed to be quite good. The construction of the dock is nearing completion. Even though this extra-large dock was built on the bank of the Roma River, it could remain motionless in the face of the rushing water. Jarvan and Garen are both geniuses in construction, although the speed of construction is inseparable from Lin Wei's unconditional support. But the two brothers' construction talent is obviously also a very important part. Being able to complete the dock before the end of summer also means that the construction of large ships can be put on the agenda. In order to help the two brothers build ships, Lin Wei also asked people to buy some books on shipbuilding from the Chamber of Commerce. There is no doubt that the two brothers are very talented, so Lin Wei is very relieved. Maybe before the next spring, we can build a large ship that can sail on the Rima River. Since acquiring the new territory, Lin Wei had thought more than once that it would be great if he could dig a cave between these towering mountains to lead to both places. It's a pity that in this era there are no steam engines. To accomplish such a great feat without extraordinary powers is obviously a fantasy. However, Although Lin Wei was unable to carve through the mountain, he could still do it by building docks on both sides and using ships for navigation. However, such a huge project will obviously take a long time to build. The good news is that the orcs have no ideas about their own territory. Otherwise, Lin Weika would not be able to develop his territory so comfortably. When he becomes strong enough, he will definitely give these stupid orcs a big surprise. Master, 20,000 new guards were added this summer. Brothers, we don't have enough weapons and armor. As Lin Wei's knight, Ankro was mainly responsible for the expansion of the royal guards. Because there were so many refugees running here, otherwise Lin Wei would not be able to form so many guards. I understand. Let's use the discarded armor and weapons first. By the way, how's the team leader selection that you were asked to choose going? Lin Wei put down the sword in his hand and wiped the sweat from his head. He hasn't given up on physical training recently. After all, the affairs of the territory are handled by the little lowly Sallies. I have selected the 10 strongest brothers from the guards. Would you like to go and see them, sir? Lin Wei shook his head slowly. In fact, Lin Wei had already seen it when it was selected. Most of them are soldiers with bravery values between 60 and 70, which are indeed the best. I trust your judgment. He patted Ankro on the shoulder, and Ankro felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Ever since Akshin died in battle, he could feel that his master seemed to value him more and more. And Ankro's current panel is catching up with Norl's. Anklo. Bravery, 90. Strategy, 80. Loyalty, 100. Special talents, Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery, Shield Efficiency. When we first met, Ankro's fighting power was only in the early 70s, but now it is already 90. There are also 2 special talents, One-Handed Sword Mastery and Efficient Shield Utilization. As a knight, it is already a very powerful panel. Only after Ankro left did Lin Wei look at his own panel. The training during this period was obviously very effective, and his muscles became more obvious. Lin Wei. Bravery, 40. Strategy, 85. Special talents, Extraordinary Charisma, Time Traveler. His bravery is no less than that of most soldiers. He even asked Reina to teach him a lot of fighting skills. Although the strong physical fitness of the dragon people made Lin Wei feel that some of the skills she taught were not so practical. But fortunately, Lina was very patient, and Lin Wei still learned a lot. Lin Wei was not very clear about how the strategies were increased. It looks like it increases with age, right? After all, Lin Weika doesn't have the bonus of magic elements. It was a hot summer day, and Lin Wei looked at the blue sky in the distance. For some reason, he seemed to miss Yelena. Accustomed to the care of the pretty girl, the days without her around seemed to be a year. Chapter 100 Strange Alchemy Potion increased. The autumn wind blows, and leaves fall. This year's autumn is warmer than in previous years. However, Lin Wei had no time to enjoy the comfortable autumn breeze, because Nashia had made another breakthrough today. Ever since she created the Strength Alchemy Potion last time, Nashia has been busy researching and developing new potions. And today is the day when the new potion she is refining begins to show results. The elf Laurenacia held a sparkling bottle of potion in her hand, her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. You could tell she was very happy because her pointed little ears were trembling gently at a very high frequency. Like most tailed creatures, it seems that ears are the channel for elves to express their emotions. Master, this is the agility potion you asked me to make. I have already made it. Thanks to the alchemy books you bought, Master, Nashia was able to achieve such rapid and successful results. Lin Wei touched Nashia's head and took the blue alchemy potion in her little hand. Is the effect obvious? Are there any obvious side effects? Nashia shook her head. It does significantly increase the speed of the mice, but it's been a week and no side effects have been observed. This time the alchemy potion seemed to be working exceptionally well, without even any side effects. You know, even after being improved, the current strength potion still has huge side effects. Although there are many in stock, Lin Wei will definitely not use it unless it is a life and death situation. This thing is a double-edged sword. And this time, Nashia actually told him that the agility potion has no side effects. He suddenly felt a little unbelievable. Of course, the experiment on mice does not represent everything, and Lin Wei still needs new subjects for drug testing. This time, he found 4 samples for comparison. They were 2 ordinary citizens found from the Luiska territory and 2 lizardman slaves. Lin Wei had given strength potions to the lizardmen before, and the side effects of the strength potions were not so obvious on the lizardmen. Therefore, he decided to directly include lizard people in the experiment this time. These 4 people all volunteered to test the drug for Lin Wei, and their loyalty level reached 80. The agility column should also be counted in the bravery, so as long as the agility is improved, the bravery value will be most intuitively displayed in front of Lin Wei. There are more than 20 bottles of alchemical potions this time, so there is no need to worry about sample bias. After waiting for the 4 people to drink the agility potion, Lin Wei stood behind Lina and observed the physical changes of these people very carefully. The lizardman's bravery was already as high as 65, and after drinking the potion it went straight up to 70. The physical fitness of ordinary human subjects was much worse. It was originally only 25, but after drinking it, it reached 35. It can be seen that potions are more useful to weaker humans. Of course, no clues can be seen on the same day. The efficacy of the medicine needs to be observed for several days to determine whether there are any strong side effects. A few days later, Lin Wei looked at the panels of these 4 people again. He was stunned. The bravery value returned to normal as the effect of the alchemy potion faded. There weren't even any obvious side effects. Only the 2 humans felt a little weak. But gaining power obviously comes at a price, and this is all within a reasonable range. But why has loyalty been raised to 90? Lin Wei was certain that before taking the potion, the loyalty of these 2 lizard men and their subjects was only 80. After only a few days, it reached 90? What happened? What is certain is that he has not done anything in the past few days to increase the loyalty of these 4 people. The only possibility is this alchemical potion. He looked at the alchemical potion in his hand, and suddenly a strange idea came to his mind. Timmy had been locked in a cage for months. She had always longed to fly freely in the air, but now she was looking at the blue sky, but could not breathe freely in the air. This made her feel a little depressed. Because she was afraid of being caught by her father and forced to fulfill her duties as the young clan leader, she ran very far this time. I'm sure no one will find me in a short time. Moreover, she has a criminal record. Last time, she was away for half a year because she was too playful. Her father thought she was dead and had arranged her funeral, but she suddenly appeared again. So, when the disaster really happened, Timmy only felt powerless. Apart from the griffin growling at her, there was only a little cat girl busying around in her field of vision. The little cat girl also takes care of her 3 meals a day, but her life is a bit too monotonous, and it is somewhat inconvenient to defecate. And today, she met the leader-like human and the elf girl who could speak Vastaya again. The dragon lady Lena behind her gave her an even more terrifying feeling, a feeling of oppression that she had never experienced even when facing a griffin. Timmy shuddered subconsciously. Although this gentle boy always looks smiling, for some reason a chill arises in his heart. It was as if the other party was a terrifying demon with countless cultists. The human boy seemed to tell the elf girl something, and the elf girl nodded and came to the cage. The master said that you have worked hard during this period, and he intends to make friends with the Vastaya tribe. This potion for restoring physical strength is a testimony to the friendship between our 2 races. Timmy yelled, I don't accept your apology, and we, the Vastaya tribe, will never surrender. What kind of recovery potion is this? It's poison. Sally frowned and translated this to Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't get angry after hearing this. He just said to Lena beside him, Lena, help me feed this potion to her. Yes, master. Reina held the alchemy potion in one hand and opened the cage door with one hand. Then Timmy felt a terrifying force locking onto her, and the girl's dangerous vertical pupils brought a terrifying sense of oppression. This is a dragon man, and perhaps his father or mother is a white dragon with pure blood. Timmy suddenly felt a surge of despair. Then, Reina stuffed the alchemical potion into her mouth. Although she wanted to resist, she was intimidated by an inexplicable pressure. There was no longer any desire to resist in my heart. It's so hot. Something hot entered my mouth. The alchemical potion was not difficult to drink, but tears welled up in Timmy's eyes. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation rose from my heart. She closed her eyes in despair. But after feeding her the alchemical potion, Lena did not take any further action. Instead, put her back in the cage. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. If the alchemical potion is effective, this strange alchemical potion will probably become his absolute trump card. An alchemical potion that can increase loyalty is simply unheard of. Chapter 101 Am I Not Cute Enough? 2 days later, Lin Wei came to the cage where Timmy was held again. Timmy. Bravery, 30. Strategy, 30. Loyalty, 10. Special talents, flight, nightmare, transfiguration. Rating, A. It actually works. Looking at Timmy, whose loyalty had increased to 10 points, Lin Wei's heart beat faster. This is absolutely good news for him. Feed all the remaining potions to Timmy, and you can ask him more about the Vastaya tribe. In the cage, Timmy looked at the smiling Lin Wei, and for some reason, his resistance to him decreased a lot. This strange change made her panic, as she clearly hated him very much just 2 days ago. How come they're like 2 different people after just 2 days? Timmy felt a desire to escape back. She couldn't go on any longer. However, today it was the little dragon girl Lena who fed her the strange alchemical potion. After drinking this alchemical potion, Timmy could feel that his body became a lot lighter, but the effect did not last long and disappeared. This vicious human actually used her to test medicine. It's so abominable. But what relieved Timmy was that apart from the human's strange smile after watching him drink the alchemical potion, there was no other change. It is still the little cat girl in Shiona who is responsible for her 3 meals a day. Another half-month passed like this, and Lin Wei came almost every 2 days. It's a familiar process every time. This was the 9th time today. Before Lena could open the cage door, she had already moved to the side of the cage and opened her mouth. Reina was stunned for a moment, but still opened the cage door and went through the process. After being treated so rudely by Lena, Timmy felt like crying but had no tears. Timmy's loyalty is already quite high as 90 points. And there is only the last bottle left of the batch of alchemical potions made by Nashia. Theoretically, as long as loyalty reaches 100 points, there is no possibility of betrayal. At least so far, Lin Wei has not seen any specific cases of declining loyalty. But since my loyalty is already at 90, there shouldn't be anything wrong with asking some questions, right? Thinking of this, Lin Wei came to the cage and tried his best to make his expression look friendly. Can you tell me, are you really the daughter of the chief of the Thorn tribe? Sally translated Lin Wei's words. Timmy felt very strange. He didn't know why he suddenly lost the desire to resist the man in front of him. A feeling of wanting to submit to him spread within her. Yes. I didn't lie to you. I am still my father's only daughter and the future heir of the tribe. Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction and added, Actually, I don't mean any harm. I'm sorry for the soldier's rude behavior earlier. In 2 days, I will let you go back. I hope we can establish a strong friendship. I promise you that I will never enslave any Vastaya, and you will have equal rights with the people of your land. There is something wrong with what Lin Wei said. While talking about establishing friendship, he treated the Vastaya tribe as his own subjects. It means that the Vastaya tribe must obey Lin Wei as their leader. But Timmy subconsciously ignored these questions and asked blankly, Will you really let me go back? She was so desperate to be free that she didn't even notice that she no longer felt any disgust towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. He reached out and patted the cage gently and said, Of course, Miss Timmy. I really want to establish a good relationship with your Thorn tribe. I hope that when you return, you can bring my wishes back to your tribe. Timmy nodded. At this moment, she felt that Lin Wei was really a good person. After Timmy's loyalty reached 100, Lin Wei really let her go. In Timmy's incredulous eyes, Lin Wei just smiled slightly. He even suggested, How about I have the griffin take you back to the other side of the mountain? Timmy shook his head, not wanting to trouble Lin Wei in his heart. No, thank you, Mr. Lin Wei. The increase in loyalty means that Timmy no longer has the same aversion to Lin Wei as before. He didn't even notice that he was being subtly changed. Looking at Timmy's receding shadow, poor Timmy became an accomplice and didn't notice anything unusual. If the Vastaya tribe is truly defeated in the future, a convincing representative must be elected. Timmy, whose loyalty was changed by the alchemical potion, is undoubtedly a very useful chess piece. However, what made Lin Wei feel a little regretful was that this alchemy potion seemed to be just an accident. Except for the first batch of agility potions produced by Nashia, which had the effect of increasing loyalty, none of the ones produced later had a similar effect. This made Lin Wei feel a little regretful, although he tried his best to let Nashia restore the production method. But nothing was found. This made Lin Wei feel regretful, and he had to put the matter aside for the time being. Because most of the autumn had passed, his Yeluna had already finished all the charity work for the Holy See. I have already arrived at Luiska in advance. Lin Wei. Yeluna was wearing a white saint's robe today. Her skin was as white as jade, and she looked like a gentle and peaceful angel. Yeluna, you're here. Lin Wei hugged her gently, and Yeluna did not refuse, enjoying the warmth in Lin Wei's arms with peace of mind. Lin Wei's scent made her feel at ease. Although she failed to create an heir last year, Yeluna said she will continue to work hard this winter. By the way, I brought you some precious minerals. I hope you like them. As Yeluna spoke, she casually opened a heavy box on the back of the Vatican's carriage. The box is not big, not even as big as the box that can hold 10,000 gold coins. The length is only up to the calf. But this seemingly inconspicuous box required 4 strong guards to lift it down. As the box opened, a piece of silver-white metal appeared in front of Lin Wei. The silver-white metal sparkles in the sun, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. Mithril? It's actually such a big piece of mithril. Mithril, a material extremely compatible with magic, is an extremely rare metal. Just add a little bit to the weapon, and you can create a powerful magic weapon. While increasing the strength of your weapon, you can even unleash some written magic spells while wielding it. The mithril that looks no bigger than a head can be sold at a sky-high price of tens of millions of gold coins, and there is still a shortage of demand. Do you like it? Yeluna's gentle voice sounded, and it sounded a bit soft and coquettish. Like. Lin Wei nodded blankly. He is stupid. Could it be that Yeluna secretly brought the Vatican's most valuable treasure? She showed a coquettish expression. So, you prefer mithril. Is your fiancé not cute enough? Lin Wei quickly shook his head. Even if you give me the entire continent, you can't exchange it for my fiancé. The rich sister is so rich. Woo-woo. Chapter 102 Riding to the Wind. The Vastaya tribe is not actually an orc in the traditional sense. They are all winged birdmen who value the purity of their bloodline and almost never produce offspring with outsiders. Because the purer the bloodline of the offspring, the more powerful the nightmare warrior will become. The Thorn tribe is the most powerful of the Vastaya tribes, with over 50,000 Vastaya. The other Vastaya tribes have a combined population of over 100,000, which is the total number of Vastaya tribes remaining on the entire continent. There are many tribes within the Vastaya tribe, most of which are independent. Take the Thorn tribe where Timmy is from as an example. Although Timmy is the junior chief, he has to fulfill the obligations of the junior chief. That is to reproduce with his younger brother and give birth to nightmare warriors with purer blood. This is because only those with higher status in the Vastaya tribe can transform into nightmare warriors with higher combat effectiveness. And the bloodline with the purest bloodline is the one belonging to one's own family. Although Timmy's younger brother Teal is still young and not yet of childbearing age. But Timmy has been lively since he was a child and prefers reading books. These books have been in the library for a long time and are rarely visited. The book recorded interesting stories about the entire continent and various descriptions with illustrations, allowing her to understand for the first time that there were so many races on this continent besides the lizardmen and Vastaya. After learning about the vast world in the book, she hated the ugly system of the tribe. She believed that Vastaya should not be confined to this small world and should not regard the rushing Rima River as a taboo. Everyone in the tribe believed that it was the Rima River and the tall mountains that protected them. In their perception, the outside world seemed to be full of ferocious beasts that would prey on humans. Therefore, they are afraid to move forward and are hesitant to move forward on this continent. When she escaped, she was about to cross the Roma River, which was considered a taboo by everyone, in order to prove that this was not a scary place. But she never dreamed that she would be shot and captured by Lin Wei's guards. She thought her life was over. But Lin Wei did not make things difficult for her, and even healed her injuries. Although there is no freedom, meals are still provided every day. After getting to know Lin Wei and the others, she became even more determined in her decision. For some reason, she had no aversion to Lin Wei in her heart, and even had a good impression of him. He had locked himself in a cage for so long, yet he subconsciously believed that he could help him liberate his tribe. Yes, Lin Wei promised her that he would become friends with the Vastaya tribe. Timmy believed it. This feeling from the bottom of his heart made Timmy feel that Lin Wei was someone he could trust. Sister, you're back. Brother Teal was obviously very happy to see his sister Timmy come back. Looking at his younger brother who was only in his early 15 years old, Timmy actually didn't hate him. On the contrary, although his younger brother Teal is still young, he is handsome and is the dream lover of many tribal girls. Countless girls in the tribe envied Timmy for being able to become Tyr's wife. Many people want to replace it. Because becoming Tyr's wife not only means having a handsome husband, but also means being able to become the leader of the Thorn tribe. Of course, they had little chance because besides Timmy, she also had a younger sister, Tiz. Timmy responded calmly, saying that if she wanted to liberate the tribe, she would have to become the tribe leader. To inherit the position of patriarch, she must marry her younger brother Tyr. Timmy felt a little bit uncomfortable when he thought about using Tyr. No matter what his father is like, the younger brother cares about him from the bottom of his heart. Sister, are you hurt? Teal noticed a light pink color on his sister's left wing. Although some fine hairs had already grown out, it was still visible at a glance. My sister did it accidentally. Timmy didn't want his brother to know what he had experienced. This would only make him more worried. Teal's expression twitched slightly. Even though he was still young, he couldn't help but understand that his sister was lying. Sister, don't worry. I will go and persuade father not to insist on our marriage. He was afraid that his sister would do something extreme because of him. Teal's eyes were gentle. He was a gentle man like his mother. Although he was still young, he also read the books in the library. So I can understand Timmy's thoughts. But this time, Timmy, who usually reacted strongly, shook his head for the first time. Brother, I want to become the tribe leader, someone who can lead the Vastaya tribe out of the continent. Teal was silent for a while before saying, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. If you want to become the new patriarch, then my sister would have to marry him. Although Teal loved his sister very much, he understood from reading so many books that this was not right. However, as long as my sister can stay with him, he was already very satisfied. Timmy, where did you go to play again? As the young patriarch, you can't always be so playful. Do you understand? Although Father Tiwa spoke in a blaming tone, his tone was full of doting for his daughter. He has 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. The youngest daughter was still young, so the duties of the young patriarch fell on Timmy's god. The tribe leader is usually a woman, but because Timmy's mother died of illness, the title of tribe leader temporarily fell on his head. Timmy's personality is very similar to his deceased wife, so he always pampered Timmy too much, making her become what she is now. But the Thorn tribe cannot be without a leader. If Timmy does not take on this responsibility, the responsibility will fall on his sister. As for his son Tyr, he must choose one, whether he chooses a younger sister or an older sister. Father. No. Chief Tiwa, I hope to be the next chief. Tiwa was stunned, thinking there was something wrong with his ears. Timmy, are you serious? After a while, he looked at his unruly daughter with a serious look. Timmy nodded slowly. The first step she took to lead the Thorn tribe out of the Rema River was to become the leader of the Thorn tribe. Chief Tiwa, I am serious. As if sensing her daughter's determination, Tiwa smiled with relief. You and Teal will definitely give birth to the most powerful nightmare warrior, just like your mother and I gave birth to you, Teal and Tiz. You have always been my greatest pride. These are the kids I'm proud of. Tiwa also married her sister and had 3 children. If his mother had not died early, Timmy had reason to suspect that he would have had another brother or sister. Looking at his father's genuine smile, Timmy actually felt a little guilty. However, in order to lead the tribe out of the mountains and rivers, she had to do this. If the Vastaya's Thorn tribe continues to stand still, they will ultimately be doomed to destruction. Chapter 103 Praise the Great Master. After autumn, the lizard people seemed to be more active. Although the lizard men failed in several sneak attacks, they still enjoyed doing it. In fact, Lin Wei was still quite cautious. After all, he could not invade others that will under the name of the Holy Sea. But development is different. Developing new wasteland is a privilege enjoyed by all races. After being attacked several times, Lin Wei also understood the opponent's tactics. The lizard men he faced were a group of lizard men that had no connection with the Beast Empire. After capturing several batches of prisoners and confirming that these lizard men had no connection with the orcs on the southern continent, Lin Wei became much bolder. There are now more than 2,000 lizard men being held captive by Lin Wei. This was a considerable number of people, forcing Lin Wei to use griffins to transport tens of thousands of guards. I'm just afraid of a shortage of staff. Since Luiska had recruited 20,000 new guards, deploying these 20,000 troops to the battlefield would not have any impact on Lin Wei. Including the refugees and the original people in the territory, there are now more than 300,000 people in Lin Wei's territory. And this number is still increasing. In addition to the people of Nolans who flee here every day, there are also new subjects. Because people have a stable and prosperous life, the population has obviously increased. Lin Wei was also preparing to launch a justice judgment against the lizard men after the winter was over. An ordinary afternoon. Lin Wei subconsciously picked up the black tea in the cup, but found that the bottom of the cup was empty. He shook the cup in his hand and was about to call Elulalu when Yeluna came over with a teapot. She stayed by Lin Wei's side and took care of him tenderly. Matters like this that originally belonged to Elulalu would not be done by the maid as long as Yeluna was there. Black tea is poured into the teacup, and a light tea fragrance fills the air. Lin Wei held Yeluna's soft little hand. Feeling the girl's body temperature, I realized for the first time how lucky I was to have met Yeluna. If it weren't for Yeluna, I'm afraid Luiska County wouldn't be so peaceful right now. The battle with the orcs will definitely be difficult, and there is a high probability that we will have to give up the current Luiscard territory. Not to mention it is becoming more and more powerful. Lin Wei, what's wrong with you? As if she noticed that Lin Wei was in a strange mood, Yeluna asked gently. No, it's okay. I just feel so good to meet you. Lin Wei's words, which came from the heart, made the girl smile sweetly. You just make me happy. If you are happy, I am happy. Humph. After 2 years of being with Lin Wei, Yeluna finally realized what a good partner she had found. Lin Wei is different from other nobles. He does not have the bad habit of being self-important. He will not look down on his subjects as inferior just because he thinks he is a noble. Even though he was born into aristocracy, He seemed to understand the hardships of the lower classes better and was able to care for his subjects with a philanthropic heart. And such a lord can often become a good husband and a good father. I knew a long time ago that Lin Wei was a gentle person, and even after growing up, Lin Wei did not change much. Besides, Lin Wei seemed to really like her, and she could tell from some of his subtle expressions. Whenever she was with Lin Wei's eyes would always secretly fall on her. Because Yeluna is very sensitive to changes in facial expressions. Facing such a Lin Wei, she did not say anything, but just smiled secretly in her heart. Not to mention, before she came, Lin Wei lived a very disciplined life. I have never heard that he had any unclear relationship with any maid or noble lady. Even the personal maids Elyulu and Lina did not receive Lin Wei's favor. She could even feel that Lin Wei had no intention of taking a concubine. It was as if her shadow was all in his eyes. This made Yeluna happy, but also a little headache. Because it can be clearly felt that Lin Wei seems to have too much energy after exercising. She doesn't hate it though. After the mithril was delivered, it was immediately sent to Biglin. When Biglin saw the silver-white metal, he was completely stunned. When had he ever seen such a big piece of mithril? With so much mithril, if just a little bit is incorporated into a weapon, it can greatly enhance the power of the weapon. Even this mithril can be used to create a piece of armor or weapon made of mithril. This could even become a magical weapon. Although Bai Green wanted to make a weapon out of the mithril, Lin Wei's requirement was to add the mithril to insulating steel and fine steel to create a batch of the most elite weapons. Although he felt a little regretful, Biglin still did it. Biglin worked overtime to make 1,000 sets of armor, shields, and swords out of this head-sized mithril. 1,000 sets of standard weapons. These silver-white armors are made not only of insulating steel and fine steel, but also of rare metals such as mithril. Needless to say, its toughness was so great that even the insulating steel weapons Biglin had previously made were unable to leave any scratches on his newly made armor. Even if you use a little more force, the sword will be cut into a gap. And this time, the long sword with mithril added does not even require a very high level of strength to pick up easily, because mithril also adds a lighter feel. Makes weapons easier to use. Just as Lin Weijuan was collecting a long sword, Biglin beside him suddenly said, "Master, I took the initiative to make a mithril long sword specifically for you. This is made of 30% mithril and 70% insulating steel." Biglin brought a gorgeous long sword to Lin Wei. The entire sword is snow-white silver, and Biglin even specially made a pure white scabbard for it. A blue gem is inlaid on the hilt of the sword, which is elegantly shaped like flowing water. Lin Wei was somewhat happy. To be honest, he had not expected that after crafting 1,000 sets of equipment, he would still have a weapon with such a high mithril content. The long sword feels cold to the touch, but the hilt does not feel uncomfortable in the hand. Lin Wei's bravery value has reached 40 points, which means that this weapon can be used at will with only 40 points of bravery. Very good. You did a good job, Biglin. Receiving the master's praise, the dwarf smiled with satisfaction. He was a little afraid of being blamed by Lin Wei. After all, he had used precious mithril without authorization to forge a long sword. But judging from the master's expression, he obviously couldn't let go of this weapon. Elyulu, bring 2 gold coins to Biglin. Yes, master. Hearing that Lin Wei was going to reward him with gold coins, Biglin hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Thank you for your generosity, sir." Praise the great master. Chapter 104. The cabbage pushed the pig. Where's the saint? Going to see her fiancé again? In the Cathedral of Nolans, an elderly bishop was looking at several bishops in the audience and asking a question. As the oldest bishop in the Church of Light, his status is second only to the saint. He is also the uncle of the current saint's mother. Yes, Bishop Sajebo, the saint has gone to Luiska to receive her again. Hearing this, the old bishop didn't say anything, but just sighed deeply. He had actually guessed it after seeing Yeluna's ring turn blue a while ago. He watched Yeluna grow up, even though he knew that this day would come sooner or later. But when I learned that she had someone she liked, I still felt like a cabbage that had been grown for a long time was eaten by a pig. He had always wanted to find some time to see what the fiancé chosen by the saint looked like, but he never had the time. Yeluna is a saint who is quite scheming but not lacking in kindness. That's what Zigby thinks. He had also heard some rumors about this viscount named Louisa before. It is rumored that he captured 2 royal families of the kingdom of Rema alive and won first place in the gladiator competition. Although she is still quite good, he racked his brains but still couldn't figure out how his good girl knew Lin Wei. Even if it was a beauty loving a hero, he could understand it. But he thought that the gladiator was not taken down by the viscount himself, right? It is said that the victory was achieved by one of his knights. By the way, Didn't His Majesty Charles of Rema pay us a tribute of 1 million gold coins to expand the church? I remember there's still quite a bit of mithril in the warehouse. Let's give some of it to make a holy light necklace for him. When they heard Zejabo mention mithril, the faces of several bishops changed. Their constipated expressions and hesitant manner made Zejabo suspicious. What's wrong? I remember there was a large piece of mithril in the warehouse. Or did you secretly sell the mithril without my knowledge? At this point, Zejabo's aura suddenly became stronger. He is not only a priest of light, but also a great magician. Although it ranks low, it has a great reputation. Several bishops hurriedly shook their heads. No, Master Tsigbo. Mithril. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Zejabo became angry. Tell me, where is the mithril? The voice of Zejabo is like a huge bell. Several bishops were so scared that they almost wet their pants. If the person in front of me really gets angry, he will be much more terrifying than Her Highness the Saint. But as long as the truth is revealed from their mouths, the saint will not forgive them. But now, no matter how you cut him, he's going to be killed, so there's obviously no way to run away. The mithril was taken away by Her Highness the Saint. It should have been taken to Luiska. Upon hearing this answer, the terrifying aura suddenly disappeared. The old man, who was originally full of energy, suddenly froze for a moment. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Damn, what a rebellious girl. We've just gotten engaged, and you're already starting to act inappropriately. If they really got married, wouldn't the church's warehouse have been emptied out? Otherwise, you can just treat the entire Vatican as your dowry. How dare you take such a big piece of mithril? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After all, old Zejabo still felt a little guilty for neglecting the child over the years, even though a piece of mithril was worth more than 10 million gold coins. But considering that this is someone the child likes, it is not unacceptable. He had just convinced himself, so this was the only way for now. He also remembered that King Yade gave him 100,000 gold coins to buy a pair of griffins. There happened to be 4 pairs of griffins in the Vatican, so let's not worry about it. What about the griffins? King Yade said he wants to buy a pair. We can sell him a pair. King Yade is a stingy old man, and there are not many opportunities like this to plunder. However, the bishop's voice almost made Zejabo faint. The griffin was given to Louisa by the saint last year. Sigbo. It's hard, his fist is hard. When the sun was high in the sky, the lovely saint was still dreaming sweetly in bed. Lin Wei admired the cute sleeping face of the girl for a while, and then left. A morning of exercise made Lin Wei feel much more energetic. He had just put down his practice sword and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The butler walked towards him, looking a little anxious. Sir, the Bishop of the Holy See is here to visit you. Okay, I understand. Please ask the bishop to wait for me in the castle. I will be there soon. Yes, sir. After the housekeeper left, Lin Wei quickly took a shower and changed his clothes. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with his posture, he walked towards the castle. As soon as I entered the castle, the first thing that caught my eye was an old man wearing bishop's robes and 2 middle-aged bishops wearing bishop's robes. The only person sitting there was the old man, and it was obvious that he had a very important status. He had heard Yelena mention it. Yelena has an uncle who is of high status and powerful, and Zejabo's panel has already revealed his identity. Sigbo. Bravery, 50. Strategy, 367. Special talents, Holy Light Magic Mastery, Magical Sense, Great Healing Mastery, Forbidden Magic Practice. Rating SS. This exaggerated panel is almost second only to Betty's. There was neither favorability nor loyalty, which was within Lin Wei's expectations. To be honest, Lin Wei had long known that he had found a powerful figure. But seeing such a powerful uncle, he still smiled from the bottom of his heart. He walked quickly forward, smiling. My lords, I apologize for your sudden visit and for not welcoming you in person. Please don't blame Lin Wei for being impolite. The two standing there forced out an awkward smile and nodded towards Lin Wei as a greeting. The person sitting there obviously did not have a good look towards Lin Wei. But Lin Wei didn't care. He quietly gestured to Elialu, asking her to wake up Yelena. Elialu had followed Lin Wei for many years, so she naturally understood what Lin Wei meant immediately. Viscount Lin Wei. Zejabo's voice was a little cold, although Lin Wei had no idea how he had offended him. But considering that my great-uncle is a powerful man, it is normal for him to have a bit of temper. So he didn't take it to heart. Your Excellency the Bishop, I don't know how to address you. Although he already knew Zejabo's information through the panel, Lin Wei still pretended not to know and asked. Zigbo. He stood up and looked at Lin Wei standing beside him. His eyes seemed to be observing him. After noticing that there was no magic energy flowing from Lin Wei's body, he frowned slightly. Lin Wei has no magic element, which means that he cannot learn magic. A child's talents are influenced by both parents. No matter how talented Yeluna is, if Lin Wei is not talented enough, there is also a high probability that the child born will not be able to learn magic and healing. Thinking of this, he became even more dissatisfied with Lin Wei. Chapter 105. Why do I dislike this guy? The more Zejabo looked at Lin Wei, the more dissatisfied he became. I wondered what was so special about this young man besides his good looks. Although it looks pleasing to the eye, it cannot be used to make a living. What's your father's name? Subconsciously, Zejabo began to dig into the boy's family situation. Before coming, he didn't even know Lin Wei's last name. My father is Baron Ryan and my grandfather is Baron Edward. Although my father didn't have much to show for himself, my grandfather was once one of the most powerful warriors in Nolan's. So Lin Wei brought out his own swordsman grandfather. Edward Luiska? Zejabo showed a nostalgic look. But this trace of nostalgia was soon filled with a trace of anger. Zejabo was saying that this kid's name sounded familiar. It turned out to be Edward's grandson. In the past, Zigbo competed with Edward for a woman. Although in the end the woman did not marry either of them. The two had a good relationship in their early years, but they rarely contacted each other later. In fact, when Edward died due to the recurrence of his old injury, Zejabo still felt a little sad. If Edward came to him for help, he would definitely help Edward. It's a pity that both old guys care too much about their reputation. It ended up with such a regrettable ending. If Edward could live a few more years, the Luigi family would never be in this situation. No matter what, the two of them had a bad relationship. What he didn't expect was that he thought he would never have any contact with Edward again in this life. As a result, the child who grew up under his care inexplicably became the fiancé of the Luka family. He had never asked about Lin Wei's last name before. He only knew that his name was Lin Wei. I didn't expect there was such a relationship. For some reason, Lin Wei felt that the man in front of him seemed even angrier after his grandfather's name was mentioned. Zejabo's silence was like a volcano ready to erupt. The two bishops standing behind him also frowned and took 2 steps back. Seeing that the volcano was about to erupt, Lin Wei was thinking about how to escape when Yeluna's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Grandpa Zigbo, why are you here? Yeluna's voice immediately changed the expression of the old man who was about to get angry. Lin Wei widened his eyes, thinking there was something wrong with his eyes. Just now, the old man looked like he was going to eat him alive. So why did the weather clear up when Yeluna arrived? Humph, if I don't come soon, you might empty the Vatican's assets. The old man snorted coldly, but everyone could tell that he was not really angry. Lin Wei also pretended to be enlightened at this moment. So you are Grandpa Zejabo. I've heard about you from Yeluna a long time ago. Without waiting for Zigbo's response, Yeluna affectionately took Zejabo's arm, revealing a pitiful expression, and said, Grandpa Zejabo, didn't you say that everything in the Vatican belongs to Yeluna? Louis Cardinal is also Yeluna's home. I just moved things from one home to another. The 2 bishops standing behind were so frightened that their faces turned green. How dare this young lady speak like that? Even Lin Wei was stunned. Oh no, isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? However, Zejabo showed no sign of getting angry, but just had a helpless expression. It's Grandpa Zejabo's fault. He has neglected to care for you over the years. Zejabo has learned some forbidden magic, which is quite energy-consuming. If Yeluna hadn't said she was going to get married, he would probably still be busy studying magic. As for the 2 things mentioned by King Yad and King Rima, he just happened to know them. He had long since stopped caring about the affairs of the Vatican. All were left to Yeluna and the bishops. No, Grandpa Zejabo is the best to Yeluna. No elder could stand the spoiled behavior of his well-behaved granddaughter. Zejabo, who was about to lose his temper, now lost his temper. He is already strong enough, as long as the children are happy. What does it matter if the bloodline is strong enough? It's enough that Yeluna likes it. While my old bones are still healthy, maybe I can hold a younger grandson or granddaughter. The old guy felt like he was about to wake up laughing in his dreams. By the way, let Yeluna take Grandpa Zejabo for a walk around the territory. Louiscard County is prosperous now, all thanks to the efforts of my Lin Wei. As Yeluna said this, she took Zejabo's arm and walked towards the gate, praising Lin Wei by the way. He also turned around and gave Lin Wei a reassuring look. Lin Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that only Yeluna could cure this old bishop. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had met his parents. Fortunately, his wife is very supportive, otherwise he would really be unable to cope with it. After all, the person in front of him is not only a holy light priest, but also a great magician. Butler, quickly serve these 2 bishops some tea and snacks. Yes, sir. Only after Zejabo left did the 2 bishops and Lin Wei breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from the old guy is really great. Grandpa Tsigbo, try this. Grilled short-tail chicken kebabs. They're delicious. Well, looking around, the whole street is clean and tidy. In addition to the tavern, there are also large buildings such as the Adventurers Guild. There are actually quite a few small vendors selling this kind of meat skewers along the way. Originally, Zajebo came to Luiska territory in anger and had not observed the local customs and practices. Now it seems that Lin Wei still has some skills. The number of small vendors is the most basic criterion for measuring whether a territory is wealthy. He has also been to many territories, such as the royal capitals of the 3 major countries and the territories of dukes or earls. Most small vendors are active in the royal city, and there are very few small vendors active in the duke's territory. Because people are not rich enough, their consumption capacity is relatively weaker. If I have trouble getting 3 meals a day, how can I have extra copper coins to spend on these? Moreover, most of the people living in Luiska territory have rosy complexions, and none of them look pale and thin. This is enough to make Zajebo look at Lin Wei with a higher regard. Only a capable noble can lead his subjects to a better life. The people in the territory all smiled sincerely, and such smiles seemed to infect him as well. Although Lin Wei has no talent for magic, he can still acknowledge his ability to govern the territory. After strolling along the way, Yeluna brought Zajebo to Lin Wei's military camp. Here are the guards in training. They are sweating constantly under the leadership of Ankro. Judging from the shining armor on them, these soldiers of Lin Wei are all very powerful soldiers. Looking at the number, it's quite a lot. It should be at least 10,000. Being able to support so many guards is quite a feat. My satisfaction with Lin Wei increased a bit. This kid is much smarter than his grandfather Edward. If Lin Wei was a guy whose brains only consisted of muscles, he would have to worry about whether Yeluna would be wronged when she came here. He barely made it through. However, after following Yeluna up the city wall, even the knowledgeable Zajebo widened his eyes. Why is there such a huge Lewis Cardinal outside the city wall? Chapter 106. It's great to have you. Zajebo felt like there was only a big question mark in his head. There is a wider city wall near the Ruema River. At first glance, although most of the houses are wooden and look new, it is a prosperous scene. This is obviously a newly established territory. I have to say that Lin Wei is quite capable. Although it is actually somewhat dangerous to build a territory here. After all, the orcs can directly attack Lin Wei's city walls by crossing the river. However, considering the relationship between the Holy See and Lin Wei, those orcs would definitely not dare to touch Lin Wei. Although they were taking advantage of the situation, Zajebo actually looked up to Lin Wei. At least this kid knows how to take advantage of the situation and is not a dull-witted swordsman like his grandfather. He has no fighting spirit yet and is a complete fool. I didn't even come to him when I was hurt. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The people were busy with their own affairs. Some were harvesting crops. Some were busy building houses. It was a prosperous scene. Suddenly, Zajebo seemed to have thought of something. He didn't believe that Luiska had such a large population. There are at least tens of thousands of people outside the city wall. These were probably the people who had escaped from the war in Nolans, and they were all accepted by Lin Wei. It would take a lot of resources to accept so many subjects. Is this kid Lin Wei really that capable? For a while, he looked at his well-behaved granddaughter and began to murmur in his heart. Could it be that my silly girl secretly helped Lin Wei? Yeluna, how does Lin Wei make money? Although he had doubts in his mind, Zajebo did not ask directly. But it's an indirect attack. Yeluna smiled proudly. My Lin Weika is amazing. The cream that was all the rage in Nolans before was made by him. Now we're even exporting cream to Yade and Rima. A can of cream can be sold for 100 gold coins. Grandpa Zajebo, isn't my Lin Wei awesome? The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Wei. Only then did Zajebo nod. I see. This kid actually has this kind of ability? He had heard of the reputation of cream. He only heard that it was invented by a nobleman from Nolans and was said to be very profitable. I didn't expect that it was this kid Lin Wei who did it. Not bad. Then this kid is worthy of the investment of Griffin and Mithril. It's a pity that Zajebo didn't know that his cabbage had secretly transported a lot of wheat here. Otherwise, he would have fainted from anger. After that, he went back to Lin Wei's manor and took a walk around. After confirming that the griffin was fat and white, he sighed helplessly. Well, this is fine. At least Lin Wei's reputation and ability to govern the territory are indeed excellent. It can be considered as barely passing. The important thing is that his own child really likes her, and Lin Wei is really good to her. Sigbo stayed in Luiska for 2 days and then prepared to leave. During this period, he gave Lin Wei a lot of cold looks. But Lin Wei was still very respectful to him, which allowed the old man to slightly satisfy his vanity as an elder. Yeluna is indeed living a good life here, and it seems that Lin Wei loves his own child from the bottom of his heart. This made him feel a lot more at ease. After all, Yeluna's father and mother died early. She had taken on the duties of a saint at an early age. Once upon a time, he was worried that his children would not be able to find a partner of their choice. It seems that he was thinking too much. Afterwards, he went to Lin Wei's blacksmith shop again. I saw a dwarf and many assistants busy in the blacksmith shop. These people work very hard, and on the shelves you can see a row of forged swords, armor, and shields. I don't know why, but when Zejabo saw these crafted weapons, he always felt a sense of familiarity. Especially that bright silver luster. Why does it look more and more familiar the more I look at it? Looking at Yeluna beside him, he saw that the girl's eyes were wandering elsewhere, and she didn't dare to look into her great-uncle's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and sighed heavily. Oh, what a sin. Before leaving, he waved to Lin Wei. Lin Wei smiled and walked over to Zejabo, whispering, Grandpa Zejabo, do you have anything else to tell me? Humph, you better be nice to my Yeluna, or I'll let you know what the wrath of a great mage is. Lin Wei just smiled and said, Of course, Grandpa Zejabo, I will always be good to Yeluna. He patted his chest and promised, even if I end up living on the streets in the future, I will definitely make sure Yeluna has enough to eat and won't let her suffer any injustice. Zigbo just rolled his eyes at him. Come on, brat. Without you, Louis, can't Yeluna return to the Vatican? Need to follow you and beg for food? Hee, isn't this just a metaphor? Grandpa Zejabo, you have to believe in my ability. Snort. Zejabo didn't say anything else. Looking at the intimacy between Yeluna and Lin Wei, the old man actually felt a little jealous. He casually handed Lin Wei a necklace. This necklace is for you. Please keep it safe. Who knows, maybe one day you'll suddenly be able to use magic. This is a light blue necklace that looks like a men's necklace. It is less delicate and more rough, with a tooth of an unknown creature at the end. The necklace felt warm to the touch, and Lin Wei could feel a strange power dormant in the necklace. Yeluna on the side was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Grandpa Zejabo would give him this necklace. It seems that he has already recognized Lin Wei. Thinking of this, Yeluna's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. This is the result of the little saint taking Zejabo to visit Luiska for a few days. Before leaving, Zejabo took one more look at his granddaughter, showing a relieved smile. It seems that it won't be long before he can see his great-grandson or great-granddaughter. After Zejabo's carriage left, Lin Wei looked at Yeluna beside him and asked, What is this? Yeluna took the necklace from Lin Wei and put it on him carefully. This is a necklace blessed by the goddess of light. Hanging at the end is a dragon bone polished into the shape of a tooth. Someone in the Vatican wore this necklace and awakened the ability to sense magical essence. How many people wanted to get it, but were ruthlessly rejected by Grandpa Zejabo? He said he wanted to leave it to someone I like. This is a necklace that may help Lin Wei awaken his magic element. Lin Wei was a little surprised. It seems that Zigbo has already agreed with him. It made him feel a little proud. Did he pass this test? Lin Wei held Yeluna in his arms, rested his chin on the girl's head, and whispered, Yeluna, it's great to have you. The girl also reached out and hugged Lin Wei. Lin Wei, I think so too. It's great to have you. Chapter 107, Crushing Battle. This winter, the children of Luiska are cheering and welcoming the arrival of snowflakes. It snowed heavily last night, and a thick layer of snow has accumulated on the roads today. Yeluna just showed a doting expression and watched the children playing in the snow. What flooded her eyes was more like maternal love. She touched her still flat belly, wondering when little Luca would come into this world. After sighing slightly, I felt a little regretful. But it's okay to come later. It would be great to spend more time alone with Lin Wei. After looking at the children for a while, Yeluna wrapped her coat tightly around her and walked towards the manor. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Wei should have just finished exercising and would go to see the griffin. Sure enough, Yeluna found Lin Wei's trace in the place where griffins were tamed. The griffins have grown to full adulthood, and the smallest one is now the size of an elephant. What surprised Lin Wei was that these griffins actually laid a few eggs in winter. Griffins lay eggs. Lin Wei counted them and found there were 13 griffin eggs. The griffin eggs were moved to a warm hut with a campfire to keep them within a normal temperature range. Although griffins lay so many eggs at one time, their hatching rate is very low without artificial breeding assistance. It would be considered efficient if 13 eggs could hatch 5 griffins, not to mention that many of the cubs would die while they were growing up. So although the griffin is an extremely powerful creature, it has a long lifespan. But across the entire continent, the number is pitifully small. Adult griffins can also wear the griffin armor brought by Yeluna. Most of these griffin armors are made of rare metals, and even a small amount of mithril is added. They are as strong as Lin Wei's most powerful mithril equipment. However, The Griffins did not seem to like such restraints. Within Shona's comfort, the Griffins' originally restless emotions were slowly calmed down. As long as you are familiar with the weight of the equipment, these Griffin armors can greatly increase the Griffin's survival rate on the front battlefield. Take the well-dressed Griffin, for example. This look of Griffin is more in line with Lin Wei's aesthetic taste. At least he looks more impressive in his gear. Although it was still winter, Lin Wei was already preparing to attack the lizard men. Regardless of whether this group of lizard men has any connection with the beast men, even if they do, Lin Wei is on the side of justice. Because he is an innocent pioneer. These damn lizard men repeatedly raided his new territory. Lin Wei was very generous for waiting until spring to fight back. In order to ensure that the losses in the spring of the following year were minimized, Lin Wei sent the batch of mithril weapons made by Biglin into the battlefield. A super elite team of 1,000 people led by Ankro. The worst bravery value here is as high as 50 points. Most of them are the best who survived the battle with the orcs. 1,000 soldiers wearing bright silver armor, holding half-human-high square shields in their hands, and tough long swords made of mithril and insulated steel on their waists. A full 1,000 of them. They are Lin Wei's absolute elite. These 1,000 men are all knights skilled in equestrianism. If Lin Wei needs them, they can even ride on the tall northern horses and transform into the most powerful heavy cavalry. Compared to when the heavy cavalry was first formed, Lin Wei's soldiers are now stronger. The equipment is also more than one level higher than before. If faced with the same attack as last time, Lin Wei was confident that he could defeat all of the more than 20,000 elite beastmen with the minimum casualty ratio. Lin Wei still can't forget the axe thrown by the dog-headed man. He is no longer the same as before. If he meets that dog-headed man again, he will definitely kill him with his own hands. The spring breeze blew away the snow, and Lin Wei's expeditionary force set off. A full 15,000 elite guards were ready to penetrate the heart of the lizard men. In order to prevent the new territory from being taken advantage of, Lin Wei also left 5,000 elite guards to guard the territory. And those lizard men were also imprisoned in the water dungeon, living a life in darkness. Lin Wei's expeditionary force's target is the 3 largest lizard man tribes. This is the information Lin Wei collected in the air. A lizard tribe has more than 50,000 people. Although Lin Wei's expeditionary force has only 15,000, its overall combat effectiveness completely crushes the lizard men. Even the 1,000 guards who led the way were wearing mithril armor and holding mithril shields and swords. It's not that there are no spears, but when facing cavalry, the effect of the sword is greater than that of the spear. Most of the battles took place in jungles, where long guns were not convenient to use. The guards appeared suddenly, and many lizard men were beheaded while they were still enjoying the melting ice and snow. Lin Wei's guards are experienced in combat. Even when facing lizard men over 2.5 meters tall, their superb fighting skills can kill them instantly. Ankro took the lead and rushed to the strongest side. Several lizard men roared and rushed towards him with spears and scimitars. Ding ding ding. Ankro blocked both the scimitar and the spear, and those crudely made weapons couldn't even leave a scratch on the mithril shield. After blocking the lizardman's attack, Ankro swung the sword in his hand. The mithril sword was as sharp as a knife through butter. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and many lizard men had not yet figured out what was happening before Ankro cut them in half along with their leather armor. Bump. Ankro felt as if something hit his chest. The lizard man wizard not far away had an expression of disbelief, as if wondering why his intermediate magic did not work. He cast several more spells in disbelief, but Ankro remained motionless, and even his mithril armor was not scratched. Ankro took off the quiver from his back, and with a whoosh, the arrow made of fine steel pierced through the body of the lizard man wizard. The lizard man wizard never understood until his death why his magic had no effect on the human soldier in front of him. The sounds of fighting continued all day long. The guards killed more than 10,000 lizard men at the cost of only a few hundred men. Many young and female lizard men were also captured. Over 30,000 lizard men were taken captive. In just less than a day, a lizard man tribe of more than 50,000 people was completely defeated. Lin Wei's most elite mithril guards suffered no losses at all. The smell of blood drifted in the jungle, startling the birds, as if telling the legend of Lin Wei. Chapter 108, I Am Your Best Friend. These 30,000 lizard men were imprisoned by Lin Wei. Lin Wei distributed some obsolete weapons and equipment to the people in the new territory and asked them to help guard these lizard men. Of course, although these subjects were not very strong in combat, they still had certain advantages when facing the unarmed lizard men. In order to avoid accidents, A small team was formed with 2 guards and 3 ordinary citizens to ensure that these 30,000 lizard men would not escape. Lin Wei's guards never stopped for a moment. Before daybreak, they continued their advance. Because the second lizard man territory is only separated by a small mountain range. The incident happened too suddenly, and coupled with the conflict between the 2 lizard man tribes, Lin Wei actually wiped out 2 lizard man tribes in succession. This time, more than 20,000 lizard men were captured. This time the losses were even less, and the battle ended successfully with the sacrifice of a dozen guards. There are more than 300,000 lizard men in this rich continent, and there are more than 100 tribes of various sizes. Lin Wei wiped out the 2 largest lizard man tribes, with about 70,000 to 80,000 people. This time, many lizard men escaped and brought the news that Lin Wei had invaded them. Many lizard men near Lin Wei's guards also fled, leaving Lin Wei's guards empty-handed. 2 days of high-intensity fighting made Lin Wei's guards a little tired. Although the opponent's strength was far inferior to theirs, Lin Wei's guards were far inferior to these lizard men in their ability to walk in the mountains. Not to mention that humans are naturally much weaker in physical strength than lizard men. The heavy armor on the guards alone greatly limits their marching speed. The mountains here are long and not suitable for horse marching. Although Lin Wei still had more than 3,000 horses, they were of no use at the moment. These lizard men were too cunning, so Ankro led the guards back to the new territory. There were so many lizard men that Lin Wei felt a bit of a headache. Even if he had 20,000 subjects and 20,000 guards, they were still not as numerous as these captured lizard men. In order to communicate with these lizard men, Lin Wei transported the first batch of lizard men he bought over. Of course, his best translator, Sally, was also there. These lizard men were locked in cages by the guards, while others were guarded by soldiers in the open square. Fortunately, the people had expanded the territory a lot before, otherwise there would be no way to accommodate so many lizard men here. The scales of these lizard men are mostly gray, which is different from the batch of lizard men Lin Wei bought. These captured lizard men were in a very nervous state. The old and young lizard men were divided together, and most of them were not tied up. On the contrary, the young female and male lizard men were all tied tightly with hemp ropes. Now they all looked at Lin Wei warily. It was obvious that these lizard men would easily riot when facing the fully armed guards. Although there were a lot of slave collars, they were not enough for more than 50,000 lizard men to wear. After a moment's thought, Lin Wei came up with a good idea. Ankro, put slave collars on the young and strong lizard men, then untie their bonds. Ankro nodded and immediately ordered the guards to take slave collars and put them on one by one. The lizard men wearing slave collars were assigned to the other side. During this time, the lizard people continued to roar and curse. It's a pity that Lin Wei didn't understand a word he said. However, the little lowly Sallies beside her frowned when she heard this. It seems that the curses they gave must have been very unpleasant to hear. But Lin Wei didn't care, because not being strong enough is the original sin. If the lizard men were stronger than them, then it would be Lin Wei who was being guarded now. Moreover, Lin Wei is now ready to bring these lizard men under his command and make them part of his territory. It's just that the fusion of the 2 races requires a long time of collision. These tough measures are necessary until they are completely tamed. Sallies, repeat these words of mine to them. Sally nodded, and Lin Wei said, "My friends, I mean no harm." Sally repeated Lin Wei's words, and the lizard men immediately started cursing. They were spitting and shouting loudly. Lin Wei just smiled slightly and gestured to Enkeluo beside him. Ankro immediately stepped into the crowd of lizard men and waved the butcher knife in his hand at the loudly shouting lizard men. The lizard man's head fell to the ground and blood spurted out. The lizard men, who had been noisy, suddenly became much quieter. Then, Lin Wei continued in a leisurely tone, "These friends don't seem very satisfied with my new friend. I can only ask them to go see the great god of light. After all, only the great god of light can tolerate their impoliteness. I want you to understand one thing. You only have 2 choices. Either submit to me or die. Of course, you can pretend to submit to me temporarily and wait for an opportunity to rebel. I suggest you do so. Because if you don't obey, I can't guarantee that you will see the sun tomorrow." After Sally's told these words to the lizard men, they became much quieter. Because the guards' swords were still dripping with blood, if they resisted, they would end up like those headless lizard men. After several thousand young and strong lizard men were tied with slave collars, Lin Wei ordered the guards to untie them. As soon as several lizard men were freed from their restraints, they attempted to snatch the guards' swords. Bump! The collars exploded, and dozens of lizard men who intended to resist had their necks blown through. The lizard men's faces suddenly turned pale, and they no longer had any desire to resist. Only after these thousands of young and strong lizard men lined up did Lin Wei nod with satisfaction. Very good. You can rest assured that I am not an unreasonable lord. On the contrary, as long as you remain loyal to me, I can guarantee that your lives will not change at all, and you can still thrive in this land. Just pledge your loyalty to me. One of the elderly lizard men stood up, and several guards surrounded him. Lin Wei just waved his hand and asked Ankro and the others to leave. This lizard man looked very old, with very gray skin and cloudy eyes. But Lin Wei noticed that the lizard men around him seemed to respect him very much. He spoke slowly, speaking some language that Lin Wei could not understand. It was Sally who translated his words. Master, he said, great human lord, as long as you promise not to kill lizard men at will, the Misha tribe will offer you their loyalty. Lin Wei smiled and nodded. Of course, I'm a pioneer, not a butcher. As long as you are loyal to me, I will not make things difficult for you. This time when I go back, I have to buy more slave collars. Until loyalty is high enough, the slave collar will become the best bridge to unite the friendship between the two races. Chapter 109 Oscar. Must give out an Oscar. Chief Tiwa, there is a lizard man messenger visiting outside, saying that he has something important to discuss with you. A Vastaya sentry reports to Tiwa. A messenger from the lizard men? There has always been friction between the lizard men and the Vastaya. So when Tiwa heard that the lizardman's messenger was coming, he felt like he was listening to a huge joke. But there are records of lizard man visits in history. It was a time in history when the underground goblins suddenly launched a war, and the two tribes put aside their prejudices and cooperated for once. Together they repelled the goblins. So Tiwa's first reaction was that the goblins came out from underground again. Although there have been constant minor frictions between the two tribes, no large-scale battles have ever occurred. Only when they face goblins and goblins, two human-like but lower-level creatures, will they put aside their prejudices. Tiwa also understood the principle of the lips and teeth are cold. Once the lizard men were completely wiped out, the Vastaya tribe alone would not be able to resist the huge number of goblins and goblins. Soon, Tiwa met with the lizard man messenger. Great chief of the Thorn tribe, we need your help. The lizard man got straight to the point. The two races have lived together for many years, and there are almost no language barriers. Tiwa snorted coldly. Why would the great lizard tribe need the help of us, the Vastaya? Facing Tiwa's sarcastic tone, the lizard man messenger did not take it to heart, but said, we really need your help this time. We were attacked by a group of well-armed humans. They came with such force that they have already wiped out the two largest lizardmen tribes. If we don't unite quickly, the only outcome will be destruction. These humans are more brutal than goblins and gnomes. Chief, please do not stand idly by. Not a goblin. Tiwa was a little surprised. It's actually human? He hadn't seen humans, a creature recorded outside the Rema River, for many years. Although they had long known that the other side of the mountains was where humans lived, the Vastaya tribe had never provoked them. After all, there is no way for humans without wings to cross such a tall mountain. In addition, the Ruema River is turbulent, so normally no one would come to this dense forest. Who would have thought that the humans have actually invaded the lizard people's territory? I understand, Timmy. Send this messenger down to rest. Timmy on the side responded and made a gesture of invitation. Although the messenger was anxious, he still left temporarily. After all, if the Vastaya tribe is unwilling to help them, then they will have to face Lin Wei's butcher knife alone. The two largest lizard man tribes were wiped out in an instant, and there were not even any human corpses found at the place where the battle took place. The lizard man messenger couldn't believe how terrifying those human warriors were. Of the 70,000 to 80,000 lizard men, 20,000 to 30,000 died, and the rest disappeared. After sending off the lizard man messenger, Timmy has returned to Tiwa. Tiwa was frowning, as if thinking about something. In fact, the Vastaya tribe doesn't like either humans or lizard men. They are just a little better than goblins and goblins. However, the Vastaya people, who pursue blood purity, have serious racial obsession. Father, what do you think about this? Timmy seems to have matured a lot since he came back from outside. The position of the future patriarch will definitely belong to Timmy, so Tiwa does many things with Timmy. Tiwa did not answer Timmy's question immediately, but asked, Timmy, if it were you, what would you do? Timmy thought for a moment. Father, if I were to do this, I would first investigate the situation of these humans. Tiwa nodded. Her daughter had grown up and knew not to just listen to one person's words. Then what? So he continued to ask with interest. If these humans are not as powerful as these lizard men claim, then the powerful Vastaya warriors will drive these invaders out of our homeland. Although the lizardmen messenger said that their two largest tribes were wiped out by these humans, as you know, these lizardmen have always been cunning, and perhaps what they said is not true. Tiwa nodded again, having no idea that her daughter's analysis made sense. Perhaps this is a trap set by the lizardmen to deceive us, just to launch a war against our tribe. After all, the friction between the lizardmen and the Vastaya has become increasingly serious in recent years, and Timmy's analysis is not completely unreasonable. If that's the case, these humans might not be the ones we should be wary of. Perhaps the lizard tribe is. Of course, this is just one of the scenarios. It's also possible that the real situation is just as the messenger said. If those humans are truly invincible. Timmy stopped talking after saying this, and Tiwa's eyes narrowed slightly. If they were truly such powerful human warriors, wouldn't that be a nightmare for the Vastaya tribe? The human race has more mages and their equipment is better. Although the Vastaya tribe has hundreds of tamed griffins, humans also have tamed griffins. Tiwa knew this. Tiwa's face was gloomy, and he spoke slowly. Timmy, if the human warrior is really invincible, what should we do? Timmy's expression changed. Father, we can't give up the glory of our race so easily. We must fight to the death. Tiwa shook her head slowly. His deep eyes looked up at the sky. The azure sky was always the battlefield where Vastaya was best. However, humans' weapons and equipment manufacturing technology is far superior to that of the lizardman tribe. Their bows and arrows would inflict fatal damage on the Vastaya. Even if they transform into nightmare warriors, they may not be able to defeat the well-equipped human guards. There are limits to being a nightmare warrior. It can only last for a certain amount of time, and it will also consume the lives of Vastaya tribal warriors. At that time, he couldn't just think about himself. Tiwa stood up and walked towards Timmy. He couldn't help but laugh at the fighting spirit burning in his daughter's eyes. My child, glory cannot be discarded. But for the continuation of the tribe, sometimes surrender is not an option. If that time really comes, let my father bear all the blame. You should become the new patriarch and submit to those humans. As long as you submit to them, at least you won't be wiped out. I learned about human history from books and found that humans are also a cruel race. But our ancestors seem to have had experience of being loyal to humans. Originally, their Vastaya tribe also lived outside the mountains and rivers. It is because they have not been able to defeat the human race and the beastman race that they are forced to stay here. Timmy pretended to be angry. Father, what are you talking about? The glory of the Vastaya tribe must not be lost in our hands. Tiwa shook her head. Silly child, only by staying alive can we have a chance to break free from our bondage. Besides, I didn't say we would definitely lose. We still have so many griffins and warriors. Let's go scout first. Timmy finally calmed down. Father, let me go investigate. I will never give up the glory of the Vastaya. Chapter 110, The Invincible Human Army. Timmy was so indignant in the room just now. In fact, it was to test my father's thoughts. In fact, after knowing that his father did not intend to fight to the death, Timmy was relieved. She had long known that these humans were Lin Wei's men. So when several Vastaya warriors followed her out, she pretended to be cautious and told them not to get too close to the lizardman camp. The two largest tribes of lizardmen have indeed been wiped out. The corpses of many lizardmen were scattered in the wilderness, and some scavengers were already enjoying their corpses. A strong stench made Timmy frown. The expressions of several Vastaya warriors also changed. The rotting corpse and the stench that hit me in the face. The lizardmen did not lie. If they had lied, they would not have needed to kill so many elite lizardmen warriors. Most of the lizardmen warriors who were killed were strong and powerful lizardmen. Young patriarch, what should we do now? A Vastaya warrior asked Timmy for his opinion. Their mission was to go out for reconnaissance, and at least the first step had confirmed that the two largest tribes of lizardmen had been wiped out. It is impossible for the goblins to cause such a terrible record in such a short period of time. It is basically certain that the lizardman messenger is telling the truth. Go back and report this to my father first. You two come with me to explore the human territory. Yes, young clan leader. One Vastaya warrior went straight back. The other two Vastaya warriors flew towards Lin Wei's new territory. The lights in New Luiska were on, and from afar one could see soldiers on guard in several tall watchtowers. Many lizardmen were left in the open air. Although they were far away, Timmy Tongming could still see the captured lizardmen and Lin Wei's fully armed guards. A Vastaya warrior said with an incredulous expression, "It's unbelievable that they're all wrapped in armor." Iron is a luxury for the Vastaya people. The iron tools they use on a daily basis can only be robbed or purchased from the lizard tribe. After all, they have no way to make iron tools without hands. Although the lizardman tribe can produce some iron, the The iron is not of high purity, and the quality is very poor. The equipment of guards like Lin Wei's is not to be trifled with at first glance. The shiny armor gleamed in the sunlight. Even the powerful Vastaya tribe warriors showed signs of fear. Griffin. Look, they even have Griffin's free range. A Vastaya warrior's eyes suddenly widened as he discovered 8 fully armed Griffins below. These Griffins are adults and are wearing bright silver armor. I can't believe what kind of terrifying combat power such a Griffin can unleash. The guards standing on the watchtower seemed to have discovered them, because a sentry was drawing his bow and aiming at them in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp arrows missed several Vastaya warriors. Young Patriarch, hurry up. We've been discovered. The sentry tower sounded the alarm, and the guards below could be seen gathering. If the Griffin caught up, they would be finished. Timmy could only say, retreat first. After Timmy and the others flew out of sight, the guards retreated as if nothing had happened. Lin Wei had been hiding in the dark, observing several Vastaya warriors flying in the sky. When he was sure that Timmy was among them, a smile appeared on his face. I just deliberately let the guards miss the target. The guards in charge of the sentry tower are all the most elite soldiers. How could they fail to hit such a large target? Everything was arranged by Lin Wei. Timmy is his most important chess piece. How could he bear to let Timmy get hurt? Although the Vastaya cannot defeat the fully armed guards, they can fly. Although Lin Wei had a bow and arrow, it was quite a headache to guard against a flying race. If you want to completely occupy this continent, you must first obtain the surrender of Vastaya. This attack on the lizard men is a warning to the Vastaya. The few Vastaya warriors who returned to the tribe were all somewhat distraught. They had never expected that these human races could be so powerful. Not only are they fully armed and numerous, they even have Griffins capable of aerial combat. These fully armed Griffins, combined with the human knights, could cause devastating damage. Timmy, you're back. Tiwa came forward warmly. He had just received information from the soldiers who had returned earlier. The 2 most powerful tribes of lizard men have indeed been wiped out by humans. He wanted to act relaxed and go to greet his daughter, but he saw Timmy's distraught look. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Father, father. Timmy's eyes suddenly turned red, as if his faith had suddenly collapsed. What's wrong? It's okay. No matter what happens, my father is still here. Tiwa's words seemed to penetrate Timmy's inner defenses. Timmy threw himself into his father's arms, crying softly. Father, we can't win. Seeing that Timmy was crying inconsolably, Tiwa looked at the soldiers beside him. They came back with Timmy and must know what happened. Master, these human soldiers are completely covered in iron armor. They even possessed a large number of bows and arrows, and tamed Griffins. Even the Griffins were dressed in iron armor. Not to mention Timmy, even the soldiers had no desire to fight. This is no way to win. Even if they could transform into nightmare warriors, they would still be powerless against these creatures wrapped in iron armor. What's more, these human armors look extraordinary at first glance. You said they had Griffins? Now even Tiwa was dumbfounded. No wonder these humans were able to cross the mountains. It turned out they had tamed Griffins. His heart sank, and he asked coldly, how many people are there? There are at least over 10,000 fully armed warriors. We also saw many lizard men being captured and held in the open air. Each of them was equipped with a bow and arrow. Although we only saw 8 Griffins, they were all newly grown Griffins, but I think there should be more than this. The soldier's analysis is not without reason. So when Tiwa heard the news, he understood. The Vastaya tribe is finished. How could they have transported so many elite human warriors here, and only had a few Griffins? Are we really going to surrender without a fight? Tiwa took a deep breath. Now the daughter and the soldiers were in a panic. As the patriarch, he cannot reveal any flaws. If he was also afraid of Lin Wei's army, then the Vastaya tribe would be really finished. Chapter 111 Negotiation. After calming her daughter down, Tiwa sat in the chair for a long time. After a while, he finally made up his mind. He decided to meet the human leader in person to see if he could talk to him. At the very least, the safety of the tribe members must be guaranteed. Even losing freedom is better than losing life. As for the charge of betrayal, he alone shall bear it. The Thorn tribe is the most powerful Vastaya tribe. As for uniting with other Vastaya tribes, he has not considered it. Because even when the goblins were rampant, many Vastaya tribes had their own thoughts and were unable to unite to resist the goblins. What about the more powerful humans? Perhaps after hearing this news, some Vastaya tribesmen, hoping to gain a higher status than their compatriots, joined them in advance. Before he could even walk out the door, his youngest son, Teal, stopped him. Father, where are you going? Tiwa touched the child's head and smiled kindly. It's okay. Dad just went out for a walk. Teal's expression changed. Although he didn't know what was going on, every time his father showed this expression, he was sure to be doing something big. The last time he showed this expression was after his mother died, and he didn't know how to tell them. Teal was silent. He looked at his sister who was already asleep in the nest, and finally said, "Father, I will take good care of my sister and my younger sister." Teal laughed and said, "Of course, you are my best son." After saying that, he strode out. With a flap of its wings, it flew high into the sky, leaving behind Tyr a gradually shrinking figure. Lin Wei has been in the newly developed territory for several days. He expected that after Timmy brought back the news, someone would come to negotiate with him soon. It is even possible that the leader of the Thorn tribe will come directly, because he learned from Timmy that her father was an extremely courageous leader who was willing to sacrifice for the tribe. So it is very likely that he will come to negotiate with Lin Wei himself. Today, Lin Wei was wearing mithril armor and a mithril sword at his waist, and was observing the situation in the air from the watchtower. After waiting for a long time, the sun was about to set. He thought no one would come to see him today, but a small black seemed to appear in the sky, and a sentry with eagle eyes discovered him. "Master, there is a birdman flying in the sky." Eagle eyes can see extremely far, and all of Lin Wei's sentinels have this talent. "Very good. Don't shoot. Wait until he gets closer." "Yes." After ordering the soldiers not to shoot, Lin Wei waved to Tiwa from a distance on the watchtower. Tiwa, who was in the air, was still on guard against sudden attacks and kept a safe distance. But he didn't expect that there was a young soldier in the watchtower waving at him. Tiwa had excellent eyesight and he could see that the soldiers had put away their longbows. The other party seemed to have expected him to come. Although he was doubtful, he still approached cautiously. He was on high alert, and only after confirming that he was not attacked after entering the attack range did he become much braver. These humans were indeed well equipped. Looking around, tens of thousands of guards were all wrapped in armor. He even saw a few armor-covered griffins. No wonder Timmy and the warriors looked like this after their reconnaissance. He suddenly understood. If the other party wanted to attack him, he would have no chance of escape. However, although he is the patriarch, he is only the acting patriarch. The responsibility of the future patriarch will definitely fall on Timmy. Even if he died here today, the Thorn tribe still had its own children to continue leading them, so he came here with a determination to die. He successfully landed from the sky to the ground without any hindrance. Tiwa glanced at the imprisoned lizard men and was surprised to find that those young and strong lizard men were actually helping these humans to open up territory. What's going on? Tiwa had never seen a slave collar, so he didn't understand why these lizard men reacted this way. Soon, he was received by a human guard. This is a very powerful human being. Tiwa can sense it from his even breathing and subconscious movements. Tiwa believed that if he made any unusual movement, the guard in front of him would draw the sword from his waist at an extremely fast speed. Under the leadership of Ankro, Tiwa came to Lin Wei. Dragon Lady Reina was wearing a maid outfit and following Lin Wei, while the one holding Lin Wei's hand was the little lowly Sally's. Lin Wei smiled and said, "Hello, respected Mr. Vastaya. What should I call you?" Tiwa was frowning, and suddenly remembered the time when they couldn't communicate in the same language. Before he had time to feel upset, the little girl next to him had already translated Lin Wei's words. Tiwa was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party had brought someone who was proficient in the Vastaya language. "I didn't expect that the person who just waved to me in the watchtower was actually the lord of this place. Greetings, respected human lord. I am Tiwa, the chief of the Thorn tribe." Lin Wei showed an expression that said, as expected, "Hello, Mr. Patriarch. Is there anything important that brings you to us?" Looking at this kind young man, Tiwa began to murmur in his heart, because he actually discovered that there seemed to be a mutant lizard girl beside this young man. "I came here this time to bring the goodwill of the Thorn tribe. I hope to establish a good relationship with you and build friendship between our two ethnic groups. If possible, Tiwa still hopes to establish an equal relationship with the other party. Although I don't know much about humans, they should be easier to communicate with than goblins and goblins, right?" Lin Wei smiled slightly, as if he had expected the other party to say that. "Of course, as long as you wish, Louis Cardinal will always be your friend." The other party agreed so readily that Tiwa was a little confused about the situation. Are these humans really that kind-hearted? Or are you planning to wait until all the lizard men are wiped out before dealing with the Vastaya tribe? Tiwa didn't believe that a powerful race would be peace-loving, so the words of the human leader were probably just a move to temporarily stop the Vastaya tribe from interfering. Once the lizard men are wiped out, it will probably be the Vastaya tribe's turn. Lin Wei really likes this feeling of being in control of everything. Seeing Tiwa's expression change slightly, Lin Wei understood that his goal had been achieved. Of course, he couldn't just come straight to the point and ask the other party to surrender. Since the other party has come, he must have come with sincerity. There is a big difference between him speaking first and the other party speaking first. Chapter 1:12 Swearing to God. The atmosphere was awkward for 2 seconds. Not far away, Nelencel was directing the junior magicians to practice magic. Obviously, this was also Lin Wei's deliberate arrangement. The bombardment of magic caused a loud noise. Using magic to open up the land was somewhat of a luxury. When Tiwa saw that there were so many magicians on Lin Wei's side, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. I didn't expect that in addition to fully armed soldiers, Lin Wei actually had so many powerful magicians. And Tiwa is very familiar with magicians. Because in previous battles with the Lizardmen, it was the Lizardmen mages who caused the most damage to Vastaya. Even the most powerful Lizardman tribe only has a dozen or so Lizardman mages. Even most of them are low-level magicians. And here at Lin Wei's place, there are actually more than 100 of them. Especially the half-blood wizard who led the group. How come his magic power was several times stronger than those of the mid-level wizards? Could it be that he is a high-level magician who is only recorded in books? The Vastaya tribe's fear of magicians is ingrained in their bones. Lin Wei not only has bows and griffins, but also so many mages. He didn't even know how they would win if they really fought with Lin Wei. Thinking of this, he simply said, "Respected human lord, if I surrender on behalf of the Thorn tribe, can you guarantee the safety of our people?" Okay, here I come. This is what Lin Wei was waiting for. Lin Wei certainly understood that such a surrender was not very reliable. But he has a slave collar. As long as every Vastaya wears a collar around their neck, I believe they will not have the intention to resist. Of course, respected patriarch. I'm not a demon. Humans welcome any race that wants to be friends. As long as you join the Luiska territory, I promise you that the safety of all Vastaya will be guaranteed, and you will have the same rights as other citizens of the Luiska territory. I'm just a pioneer, not an executioner. Tiwa shook his head. Respected human lord, it's not that I don't trust you. If you can swear to the goddess of light, I promise that all the people of the Thorn tribe will serve you as their lord. Tiwa learned from the book that the goddess of light treats all creatures on this continent equally. The god of light is a real god. As long as you swear an oath to him, you will receive his attention. The gods will recognize his oath. If Yeluna was by his side, she would definitely stop him from swearing an oath to the gods. But Yeluna is not here today. Of course, I swear to the great god of light that I will ensure that all the people of the Thorn tribe have the same rights as the people of Luiska, provided that you do not betray me. After Lin Wei finished speaking, he felt as if something was peeking at him. But this feeling soon disappeared. Tiwa smiled. This way, he felt much more at ease. Do you want us to stay in our current territory, or move in with you? With the guarantee, Tiwa felt much happier. It was nothing more than an additional lord to govern them, and the other party also promised to give him the same power as ordinary citizens of Luiska. Compared to becoming a slave directly, he is already very satisfied with his current situation. It would naturally be best if war could be avoided. You will stay there for the time being. I hope you can bring the friendly attitude of the human race to your other kindred, as long as you submit to me. I promise you, your life won't change much. Tiwa bowed to Lin Wei. At your service, my lord. After getting rid of Tiwa, Lin Wei's goal was achieved. Lizardmen were not such a headache for him. As long as we can deal with the Vastaya tribe. This species is quite rare, and Lin Wei sometimes wonders if he has a collecting habit. Now that we've arrived at this new continent, wouldn't it be a shame not to gather all the races? He didn't have the idea of including girls of every race into his harem, because girls of some races really didn't meet Lin Wei's aesthetic standards. In the following period of time, we only need to let the guards continue to attack the Lizardmen's territory. Lin Wei was even generous enough to distribute some equipment to those Lizardmen who were bound by slave collars. After all, relying on only 5,000 guards is somewhat insufficient, and the combat effectiveness of the Lizardmen who have obtained weapons is higher than that of ordinary Luiska citizens. However, even if Lin Wei had the advantage, it was obviously unrealistic to easily conquer the races here. It will take at least 1 or 2 years. I just hope things go smoothly over there in Vastaya. Lin Wei returned to Luiska territory. Because he received news that Wolf Fury had returned. Wilfred left home in the spring and would not return until late autumn. After all, it takes a lot of time to do business in Yade and Rema. Master, all the cream we took out this time has been sold out. According to your instructions, I also bought a lot of materials needed for alchemy and some precious ores. And 2,000 horses. Excluding these expenses, we made a total of 500,000 gold coins this time. The cream can only be sold at a higher price if it maintains hunger marketing. Although Wolf Fury could have brought more to sell, Lin Wei still did not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Materials related to alchemy are very expensive, and the more precious the material, the more expensive it is. So after deducting the expenses of escort, tariffs, and so on, getting 500,000 is pretty good. What's more, he also bought 2,000 horses. Including the 3,000 horses he purchased before, Lin Wei now has more than 5,000 horses. Well done, Wolf Fury. Lin Wei gave him gold coins as a reward just like last time. After Wolf Fury thanked Lin Wei added, "By the way, your wife is about to give birth. As a father, you can't leave her side." Wolf Fury was stunned at first, then showed a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, the hard work in winter finally paid off. He went from being a refugee to a caravan leader, then a husband. Now, is he finally going to be a father? "Thank you, sir. I'll be back soon." Wolf Fury bowed and left. It was not until the girl's somewhat resentful voice sounded in Lin Wei's ears that Lin Wei suddenly came back to his senses. "It's great that he's become a father now. When will you become a father?" Lin Wei tapped Yeluna's smooth forehead. "Why rush? Let's wait until we get married. By the way, Yeluna, I have something I want to ask you." What's up?" "If I swear an oath to the God of Light, will he be watching? Can I not break my oath?" Although he had learned about it from the book, Lin Wei still wanted to confirm it from Yeluna. Yeluna widened her beautiful eyes. "Lin Wei, have you sworn an oath to the God of Light?" "What did you say?" The girl's face looked a little anxious. "This is no joke." Chapter 113, Awakening Do Chi. Lin Wei told Yeluna what happened. Yeluna's frown remained unresolved. She said solemnly, "Lin Wei, if you swear to God, God will be watching. Anyone who breaks their oath will be punished by God. Since we've promised to give those lizard men the same rights as ordinary citizens, then don't betray your oath. From now on, please don't swear to the gods casually, okay?" Yeluna breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as the Thorn tribe was allowed to have the same rights as the people of Luiska. It's not something difficult to accomplish. As if realizing that Yeluna seemed really worried about him, Lin Wei held her tender little hand tightly. "No, I have to swear an oath." Before Yeluna could get angry, Lin Wei said, "I swear to the goddess of light that I will always love Yeluna." This time there was no fleeting sense of voyeurism. The girl in front of him showed a reproachful expression. You just know how to make me happy. I also swear to the God of Light that I will only love Lin Wei forever." After hearing what Yeluna said, Lin Wei still felt a little guilty. Although both of them said they liked each other, there were still big differences between them. In an instant, a strange feeling of guilt overwhelmed Lin Wei, making him feel almost breathless. He shook his head, getting rid of this strange thought. It was nighttime, and Lin Wei felt a little restless. Yeluna was already fast asleep beside him. He stood up slowly, making sure his movements would not wake up the sleeping Yeluna. The girl's waking up was much better than Elyulu and Rhaenys. At least he wouldn't put his legs and arms on Lin Wei while sleeping. The necklace that Zejabo gave him today was so hot that Lin Wei couldn't sleep at all. The necklace seemed to have suddenly sensed something about him. Even though it was placed in the drawer, Lin Wei felt that the necklace seemed to be getting hot in his shirt pocket. Outside the window was the moonlight as bright as mercury. It was already late at night, and the maids and servants had already gone to bed. Only the chirping of insects remained in a huge manner. Ever since he swore an oath to the God of Light today, the necklace seemed to have been slowly heating up. He took the necklace out of the drawer and looked at it carefully in the moonlight. This frosted, perfectly rounded tooth-like object is made of dragon bone. When I touched it with my hands, the burning sensation seemed to become stronger. Although Zejabo and Yeluna said that owning this necklace would give one the opportunity to gain magical perception, Lin Wei didn't take it seriously. After all, he already had a magician who was loyal to him. It is almost certain that he will become a great magician in the future. It is actually enough for him to have a certain ability to protect himself. Boom. It was like a thunder suddenly exploded in my mind. A tingling sensation spread throughout Lin Wei's body. Suddenly, many strange memories appeared in my mind. An unknown force spread from the heart to the whole body. This strange power is a bit like magic, but it is completely different from magic. He cannot use his wand to convert this power into powerful magic and release it, but he can attach it to his limbs or objects that are in direct contact with his body. For example, a shield or a long sword. Is this fighting spirit? Lin Wei quickly thought of a name that best suited this power. But fighting spirit is only recorded in fragments in ancient books. Hasn't it been lost long ago? It is said that the god of fighting and the god of the dead launched an earth-shattering battle, causing these two forces to completely disappear in the long river of history. Nowadays, people have completely forgotten the term fighting warrior. The only people left on this continent are the great wizards. But isn't the necklace used to awaken magic essence? Why did I seem to have awakened something strange? Lin Wei stretched out his arm and looked at his panel. Lin Wei. Bravery, 42. Strategy, 85. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler, primary fighting spirit warrior. The bravery value did not change much, but there was a new special talent for fighting warriors in the special talent column. Lin Wei tiptoed out of the room and headed straight for the training ground for the soldiers. Most of the guards were already asleep, except for some who were still on patrol. When they met Lin Wei, they were alert for a moment. After seeing that the person coming was the master, they all saluted Lin Wei with one hand on their chest. Master, why don't you rest at this late hour? Lin Wei waved his hand. I'm just taking a look around. You guys keep patrolling. Yes, sir. After bidding farewell to the guards, Lin Wei came to the warehouse where the weapons were stored. After ordering a guard to bring him a weapon, Lin Wei tightened his grip on the sword. Directly opposite him was a wooden stake tied with straw, which was the target used by soldiers to practice hacking and killing. The wooden stake is very thick, about the size of a person's embrace. Several guards responsible for guarding the warehouse also stood beside Lin Wei, seeming to be curious about why the master came here so late. Lin Wei took a deep breath. He used his mind to control the power in his body that he had not yet fully mastered. When the power was completely concentrated on the weapon in his hand, he suddenly swung the sword in his hand. The sharp sword made a dull sound as it broke through the iron-wrapped scarecrow. Lin Wei's strength seemed to be so great that the entire wooden stake was cut in half by him. The long sword was like a knife cutting through butter, without encountering any resistance. Several guards who were watching were stunned. This is a wooden stake wrapped in iron sheets, and the master actually cut it in one go? There were many of these wooden stakes in the training camp, but even Captain Ankro, the strongest among them, could not cut such thick wooden stakes with one stroke. Although I know that the master has been exercising recently, he shouldn't be stronger than them, right? Looking at the size of Lin Wei's muscles, shouldn't he be able to unleash such incredible strength? Lin Wei was still immersed in the joy of the explosion of fighting spirit and did not notice the surprised looks of the soldiers. He found that after he launched this attack, the fighting spirit in his body seemed to have decreased a lot. With his current Do Chi concentration, it would be exhausted if he released it again. Closing his eyes, he could feel that the energy he had consumed seemed to be slowly recovering. And the upper limit of this power seems to have been raised a bit. It seems that as long as he uses this power more, he should be able to become an intermediate Do Chi warrior from a primary Do Chi warrior in no time. Lin Wei was very excited, even though he had been telling himself in his heart that it didn't matter if he couldn't learn magic. But as a time traveler, how could I not yearn for this extraordinary power? Thinking back to the battle with the orcs, if he had this power, he wouldn't have been knocked down from the city wall by an axe. If it weren't for the pendant given by D, the grass on his grave would be 3 meters high by now. Chapter 114 Domination. Lin Wei, where did you go last night? In the training camp, Yeluna breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Wei. Yeluna was looking for Lin Wei in the manor early this morning, because when he woke up, Lin Wei was not around. The place where Lin Wei was lying was already cold, which meant that he had not just gotten up recently. Most likely he left in the middle of the night. When I asked Elyulu and Reina, they also said they didn't know. This made Yeluna worry for a long time. Well, I couldn't sleep last night, so I came out for a walk. Yeluna's reproachful expression made Lin Wei feel a little guilty, but he was still immersed in the joy of gaining fighting spirit. He desperately needed someone to share his joy at this moment. And Yeluna is undoubtedly one of Lin Wei's most trusted people. Yeluna, I have something very important to tell you. Holding Yeluna's hand, Lin Wei's warm palm seemed to convey all his excitement. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seemed that what Lin Wei was about to say was the reason for his insomnia. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeluna's tone was very gentle, and she carefully fixed Lin Wei's collar. He didn't show any disgust at all because of the sweaty smell on Lin Wei after his exercise. Yeluna, do you know anything about fighting spirit? Lin Wei lowered his voice, like a child who couldn't wait to share a secret with Yeluna. I know. It is a supernatural power recorded in ancient books, once as famous as magic essence. But hasn't it disappeared for 1,000 years? Lin Wei took out the necklace that Zejabo gave him from his pocket. Last night, this necklace kept getting hot, and then I suddenly awakened my fighting spirit. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't seem to be joking, Yeluna frowned. The Do Chi god disappeared thousands of years ago, so how could he still have the power of Do Chi? Yeluna stared at Lin Wei for a long while. After confirming that there was indeed no magic in him, she said to Lin Wei, "Can you show me how to release your fighting spirit?" Lin Wei thought about it and gathered some fighting spirit in his arms. A hazy light spread from his biceps to his fist. This yellowish, film-like force is the concrete manifestation of fighting spirit. Oh, it's actually a fight. It's exactly as described in the book. Yelena excitedly held Lin Wei's arm and watched. A light yellow light flowed through Lin Wei's arm, and it felt harder than usual. This is a kind of fighting spirit that has long been lost, so Yelena is naturally very interested in it. Lin Wei suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. If you use your fighting spirit on your good brothers, will their fighting power be greatly improved? Lin Wei shook his head and threw this somewhat outrageous idea out of his mind. He is not the kind of person who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. After the Thorn tribe surrendered, Lin Wei went to buy a large number of slave collars. Although he had a pact with the Thorn tribe, he did not have one with the lizard men, so the slave collar was still very important. Lin Wei also arranged for the initial 200 or so lizard men to infiltrate the lizard men and influence them from within. Try to reach the loyalty level as soon as possible so that you don't have to be bound by the slave collar anymore. The war with the lizard man tribe lasted throughout the spring until midsummer, when all the lizard tribes, large and small, were finally conquered by Lin Wei. With the good start of the Thorn tribe, almost all the people of the Vastaya tribe, except for a few stubborn ones, agreed to become Lin Wei's subjects. Even those Vastaya who were unwilling to become Lin Wei's subjects were captured by the Thorn tribe and some staunch supporters of Lin Wei and taken directly to Lin Wei's manor. Lin Wei didn't do anything to those Vastaya people. He just put slave collars on them and let them go. Compared with the lizard men, the Vastayans who knew how to seize opportunities and adapt to changing circumstances actually saved Lin Wei more time. After unifying the entire continent behind the mountains, Lin Wei also learned about goblins and goblins. These ugly subhuman creatures have a vast underground kingdom and often come to the upper part of the continent to seek profit. This gave Lin Wei another headache. Having just experienced a battle with the lizard man tribe, Lin Wei didn't want to fight these goblins for the time being. He could only let his guards rest, and then slowly begin to explore where the kingdom of these little things was built. Lin Wei's territory expanded a lot in a short time, and it now owned 5 times the territory of the original New Luiska territory, although most of it was undeveloped forests and mountains. But as long as there is land and population, this place will sooner or later become a prosperous city. Lin Wei now has over 100,000 lizard men living in his new territory. Most of the young and strong lizard men wore slave collars and helped Lin Wei to cultivate these uncultivated lands at Lin Wei's request. There are so many people that even Lin Wei can't feed so many mouths. So it is very necessary to let them be self-reliant. Plus, the land here is actually quite fertile. Compared to the barren land of Nolans, it is very suitable for farming. Lin Wei also gave freedom to the elderly and weak who were not wearing slave collars. However, this freedom seems to be very limited. They were forced to abandon their original land and develop and build houses on Lin Wei's new human territory, but they were not allowed to leave too far. Of course, friction is very easy to arise between the two tribes, but fortunately Lin Wei has enough prestige. Considering that this was a newly developed area, the people of Luiska did not raise much objection. After all, most of the people living in Luiska territory here are refugees, not the group that originally lived in Luiska territory. Being accepted by Lin Wei is already their greatest luck. If it was the first batch, there would definitely be a lot of opinions. Of course, Lin Wei also has ways to silence these opposing voices. As for the lizard people, they originally thought that they would be treated like slaves, working day and night and being tortured by soldiers. But the reality was quite different from what they thought, although there were indeed human guards patrolling and monitoring not far away. But compared to when they were first captured, these human guards seemed to be protecting their safety, because occasionally some wild beasts, goblins, or gnomes would emerge from the woods. Although the lizard men themselves are not bad in bravery, they are unarmed after all, so it is naturally better to have someone to protect them. Even the food provided by Lin Wei was not bad, and the working hours were from sunrise to sunset, not working day and night. In addition, the spies who infiltrated the lizard men, Lin Wei's first batch of lizard men, were also slowly and subtly changing their minds. Most of the lizard men had almost no intention of escaping, and seemed to think that being led like this was a good thing. Chapter 115, let's talk about the future. Today is a special day, because Jarvan and his brother Galen spent several years, and with the joint efforts of nearly 1,000 people, a large sailboat was finally born. Because the Rema River is so turbulent, the boat needs a heavier hull to maintain balance. The entire hull is over 200 meters long and is made of mahogany. The deck and bottom cabin of the ship are covered with iron sheets. The huge triangular sail fluttered in the wind, and Lin Wei's bluebird family emblem was printed on the sail. The huge blue bird seemed to have its own life, soaring into the sky with the strongest wind. In addition to increasing the overall weight of the ship, the iron sheet also greatly increases the ship's defense. With the concerted efforts of thousands of strong guards, the huge sailing ship was finally launched into the river. Boom! Water splashes everywhere. The hull made a loud noise when it hit the water. Lin Wei watched nervously, fearing that the turbulent river would overturn his sailboat. In fact, there would be no accidents on such a huge sailboat, so Lin Wei's worries were quite unnecessary. The sturdy sailboat is anchored very steadily on the turbulent water. After dropping the anchor, it will ensure that the huge sailboat will not move at all. Good. The two brothers Garen and Jarvan hugged each other, and their efforts of more than a year finally paid off. Finally, I did not disappoint the master's expectations. As the chief designers of the ship, the two of them racked their brains for this big ship. Lin Wei spent a lot of manpower and material resources on the construction of the shipyard and the large ship. Almost all of Wolf Fury's business money was invested in this. In addition to ensuring the military pay and equipment for the guards, it seems that Lin Wei has made a lot of money, but in fact his expenses are also not small. The inventory has been almost depleted. However, with this sailboat, Lin Wei's business can be done more easily, and he no longer needs to spend a year to make a trip. With this sailboat, the time spent on business trips will be greatly reduced. Water travel will save more time than horse-drawn carriages on land. However, before starting the voyage, Lin Wei decided to transport a group of subjects who volunteered to go to the other side of the mountains. Master, please give this ship a name. The two brothers, Jarvan and Garen, were looking at Lin Wei with eager eyes. It seemed that naming was something they were also looking forward to. Lin Wei pondered for a moment. Got it. Let's call it the Pioneer. The name of the first sailing ship is very appropriate. Master, you have chosen a good name. The two began to flatter him, but Lin Wei just waved his hand. Now is the critical period of development for Luiska territory on the other side of the mountains, although there are lizardmen helping to open up the wasteland. However, the number of humans is too small compared to that of lizardmen, so it is still very important to maintain a balance in numbers between races. At least the gap shouldn't be too big. Lin Wei now has 40,000 fully equipped guards, 1,000 of whom are super elite, with a bravery value of more than 50, and they all wear equipment containing mithril. There are 5,000 cavalrymen trained by Lin Wei who are good at horse riding. Their horse armor is still being produced, and for the time being they can only be used as light cavalry. Fortunately, there has been no war recently, so it is quite comfortable. I have to say, free rice is still good, and the name of the church is really useful. After becoming stronger, Lin Wei actually had some ideas. This place is actually only separated from his barony by Lancer Fortress and a large forest. If you include Lancer Fortress and the forest in your territory, you can connect your territory. However, Lancer Fortress is now occupied by orcs. If Lin Wei wants to incorporate that huge area into his territory, he still needs a legitimate reason. Now the Achuo tribe of the orcs is in its heyday, and the dog-headed people are extremely rampant. Lin Wei doesn't care about Nolan's life or death. But when he thought about the fact that his territory could not be connected, he felt uneasy. However, to start a war, there must be a sufficiently legitimate reason. Although I have this idea, I have to put it aside for the time being. Once the Vastaya tribe is completely unified, Lin Wei will launch his own white gloves. If the Vastaya tribe waged war against the Achuo tribe, would that have nothing to do with me? After all, who knows his relationship with the Vastaya tribe? Of course, we have to wait until Lin Wei's new territory is completely stabilized before considering these issues. At least for now, Lin Wei still needs a lot of time to develop his own territory. Yeluna is going back to the Vatican today. As a saint of the Holy See, what she has to do every year is to give alms to various places. So even though she was reluctant, she couldn't stay with Lin Wei. I can only wait until I'm done with my work and then go back to Luiska to collect it. Seeing Lin Wei becoming more and more powerful, Yeluna was actually quite happy. Before leaving, Yeluna gently tidied Lin Wei's clothes. You have to take good care of yourself when I'm not around. Even though it seemed like I had heard these words many times. But every time I hear Lin Wei, a warm feeling always arises in my heart. After finishing the arrangement, Yeluna whispered again, "Don't let others know about the fighting." Lin Wei nodded. He knew better than anyone what kind of impact the long-lost cultivation system of Doqi would have if it reappeared on the mainland. Until it becomes strong enough, this can only be a secret. Then Yeluna looked at Elyulu thoughtfully again. Pretending to be casual, he asked, "Lin Wei, when are you planning to marry a concubine?" Elyulu had no expression at first, but when she heard Yeluna talk about this topic, her little ears perked up. Lin Wei completely misunderstood. I thought Yeluna was asserting her sovereignty and warning him not to mess around. I don't have that idea yet. After all, there are so many things to do in the territory, and I don't have that much free time to think about these issues. Yeluna understood that Lin Wei had misunderstood, but she decided to make the best of it. At least the first child should be hers and Lin Wei's. The eldest son has the right of inheritance, and if he wants to become the queen, he must of course be the mother of the first child. Take good care of yourself. Yeluna was calm and didn't continue to dwell on this topic. After Yeluna's carriage left, Lin Wei asked Elyulu, "Lulu, do I look that unconscious?" Elyulu shook her head. She had never seen a nobleman who loved himself more than Lin Wei. The young master is the most self-disciplined noble Elyulu has ever met. Lin Wei deeply agreed. I told you. How can you not trust me? At least for now, he has no such idea. You mean the future? Who can predict what will happen in the future? Chapter 116, Ainwire's Recruitment. Ainvril has been in the Magic Academy for some time. During this period, even though she kept asking Zeluka about magic, and Zeluka told her everything, she found that her magic skills had hardly made much progress. Because if you want to become a powerful wizard, in addition to practicing more and casting magic, regular meditation is also very important. The more time a mage meditates, the more magic energy his body will have. And Ainvril has a lot to do. In addition to doing several alchemical experiments every day as instructed by the succubus teacher, she also has to ensure that her alchemical skills do not deviate. A lot of time also needs to be devoted to swordsmanship training, so the time left for magic is greatly reduced. It was not until this moment that she suddenly understood what Duke Arya meant by what she said on the first day she met her. But Ainvril was unwilling to give up studying alchemy and swordsmanship. Although there is no war in Rema for the time being, the Nolan's army stationed in the Rema plains and forests is obviously reaching its limit. If war breaks out, no one knows what will happen. The peace between the kingdoms of Yade and Rema may no longer exist after Nolan's final desperate move. The two countries were able to live in peace before, which was based on the fact that Nolan's was strong enough. Now Nolan's strength has been greatly weakened, although Nolan's national strength is not as strong as before. But if she really had to push the issue into a fight to the death with Rema, she believed that Yade would be more than happy to stand by and watch. By then, the kingdom of Rema might be in crisis, and only when its own strength is strong enough can it ensure the safety of the kingdom of Rema. Although she felt a little regretful that she couldn't make friends with Alia, but her friendship with Zeluka was her greatest gain on this trip. She sighed lightly. At the rate at which magic energy is increasing, there will be no further progress even if we continue to stay here. In this case, it would be better to go back to the succubus alchemist and the sword saint teacher. With the guidance of these two, her alchemy and swordsmanship can be improved even more. But before leaving, she still planned to say goodbye to her best friend. Although becoming friends with Zeluka was a bit utilitarian, Zeluka was indeed simple enough and would not think too much about it. But the desire to become friends with Zeluka is real in his heart. On the day of farewell, Ainvril was feeling a bit worried. It's a pity that Zeluka didn't seem to notice it at all. He was just concentrating on finishing the snacks in front of him. Zeluka was so engrossed in learning magic recently that he hadn't come to his teacher to eat for several days. The hungry little cat girl couldn't stop at all. Zeluka. Seeing that Zeluka had no intention of paying attention to the atmosphere, Ainvril sighed and took the initiative to speak. What's wrong, Wayer? Slurp. Zeluka put a piece of snack into his mouth. I want to go back. Hearing this, Zeluka slowed down his eating. You're going back? Where are you going? Zeluka was a little dazed, which made Ainvril couldn't help but laugh. Just going back to the kingdom of Rema. Only then did Zeluka realize that her friend had come to say goodbye to her. Oh, you're not going to study magic anymore. Given your current rate of accumulating magic energy, it will take quite a while before you can become a mage. She shook her head. I have to go back. Honestly, I envy you, Zeluka. Although I am the princess of the Rema kingdom, if I didn't have such a strong talent, perhaps I would just be like an ordinary princess and end up being a tool for political marriage. I wish I had your outstanding magical talent and a teacher as powerful as yours. At that time, I won't be bound by my royal status anymore and will be free to do what I want. The kingdom of Rema is now relatively peaceful, and the issue of the successor to the throne has been settled. However, if one day, Rema got into trouble, with her current level, she would definitely become the best bargaining chip for her father Charlie, right? Ainvril has always had a clear positioning of herself, and her father Charlie has always had a scale in his heart. Even though she had exchanged the land so readily before, her value might not be as high as her father thought. There was no doubt that she would become a victim. Even with Nolan's current situation, she had reason to suspect that everything that had happened before was arranged. including the accident between her and her brother, because after that, Earl Wayne was executed. Zeluka held Ainwir's hand. Don't worry, no matter where you are, you will always be Zeluka's friend. Ainwir's eyes lit up. Then, when you become a Grand Mage, would you be willing to come to the Kingdom of Rema to find me? I promise you that I will hire you as the Dean of the Magic Academy with the highest standards and courtesy. You will also be made the honorary Duke of the Kingdom of Rema, and you will receive the same honor and status as your teacher. In fact, what Ainwir said, Zeluka will receive such treatment no matter which country he goes to. It's just that she is playing the emotional card now. It's just that the stupid little cat girl Zeluka didn't notice it. The little cat girl shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request. Teacher, she is in the Kingdom of Nolans, so I will stay in the Kingdom of Nolans as well. It was naturally impossible for Zeluka to reveal her relationship with Lin Wei, so it was reasonable for her to bring up Alia. Sure enough, when Ainvril heard the cat girl say this, a flash of disappointment flashed across her eyes. If Zeluka could go back to Ruama with her, she could foresee that her father would definitely look at her differently. Apart from anything else, considering her relationship with Silka, she might become the queen. After all, there has been a precedent of a queen in Rima. Aren't they all descendants of the Ein family? It's a pity that the little cat girl doesn't agree, so everything is just empty talk. Ainwir knew how important Alia was to Zeluka. I guess I can only rank second in Zeluka's heart. But this is also good. When she was on the opposite side of Lin Wei and the church, the little cat lady would definitely not sit idly by, right? Then I'm leaving, Zeluka. You have to take care of yourself while I'm gone. As his best friend was leaving, Zeluka actually felt a little lost. But if she were to be honest, Ainwir actually did affect her cultivation speed a little. After all, she always had a lot of magic problems coming to her. Zeluka now only wants to become a great magician as soon as possible and then return to Lin Wei. Thinking of this, she waved to Ainwir. Ainwir, you have to take care of yourself too. Chapter 117 Voyage. I've been really free recently. It was so relaxing that after Lin Wei finished exercising, he looked up at the blue sky and white clouds out of boredom. You ask why I don't help Sally with government affairs. Please, this is the little Loli's favorite job. How can Lin Wei take away her favorite thing? Now that the territory is developing steadily, the lizardmen have gradually lost the desire to escape. Compared to their previous life, the lizardman even feels that their current life is more like heaven. After all, when they were members of the tribe, they sometimes went hungry. Hunting depends not only on hunting skills, but also on luck. It's not like now, where as long as you work, you will have food to eat. It's heaven, isn't it? However, if these poor lizardmen knew that they could not only eat enough food by working, but also earn silver coins, I wonder what they would think. Although the Vastaya tribe has not yet all migrated to the vicinity of Lin Wei's territory, the Thorn tribe, led by Tiwa, has directly settled near the territory. With the good example set by the Thorn tribe, more Vastaya tribes gradually let go of their grudges. On this new continent, the three tribes unexpectedly got along quite well. Although they didn't like other races, under Lin Wei's leadership, they reluctantly accepted the current situation of peaceful coexistence. The guards are still patrolling day and night, and the goblins have not been very active recently. But Ankrod assured that even if the goblins launched a surprise attack, it would not cause too much damage to the new territory. Otherwise, he would be an unqualified knight. The pioneer transported a large amount of supplies and manpower to the new territory, allowing the new territory to develop at a faster pace. The second large ship is already under construction, and brothers Garen and Jarvan are still very busy. While it was still the end of summer, Wolfuli planned to take a boat trip to Rema to do some business. If it were any other time, he would have set off with the caravan long ago. But now with the pioneer, sailing on the river is naturally more efficient. It would take at least several months to travel from Luiska to Rima and Yade, even with a carriage. Sailing on the river is different. It is estimated to take only half a month to reach Ruema. Before the pioneers set off, Lin Wei found Biglin. I asked Biglin to make him a cooler helmet. It's been a night, and I think it's done by now. When Lin Wei took the silver helmet from Biglin, he recognized Biglin's aesthetic taste. This craftsman dwarf seemed to know exactly what he wanted. The overall lines of the helmet were neat, and a small blue bird was carved by Biglin on the front of the helmet. There is a movable mask on the face, which provides Lin Wei with all-round protection. Biglin's workmanship is very good, and even when the mask is lowered, there is no obstruction to the field of vision. Lin Wei chose another set of armor containing mithril and held a mithril sword in his hand. Now he is finally no longer the weak noble lord he used to be. He also looks like a knight who can stand on his own. Lin Wei. Bravery, 45. Strategy, 85. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler, primary fighting spirit warrior. His bravery has reached 45 points. With the help of fighting spirit, Lin Wei can burst out with a force even stronger than Ankro. Although it's definitely still far inferior to Reina. But Lin Wei is definitely considered a strong man. Unfortunately, although he already has the bravery shown on the panel, Lin Wei knows that he still lacks many combat skills and practical experience. So he made a bold decision. Master, are you really going to set off with the caravan? Wolfuli was planning to drive the pioneer to Rema today, but unexpectedly Lin Wei told him that Lin Wei would go along with the caravan on this voyage. Lin Wei responded and stood at the bow of the boat, feeling the refreshing breeze blowing on his face. The wind is mixed with the smell of a rushing river. Unlike the sea breeze, the wind on the Ruema River is much fresher. Wolfuri muttered a few words in his heart, but didn't dare to say a word. He was just a small caravan leader. How dare he ask about the master's itinerary? Lin Wei went to Ruema this time to practice his practical skills. As for why he didn't train in his own territory, Lin Wei had his own considerations. One reason is that whenever he goes out, the little dragon girl Lina will almost always be there to protect him, which is undoubtedly quite unbearable for his improvement in actual combat. He doesn't want to meet a strong opponent again and be beaten again. Therefore, he registered as an adventurer in the Adventurers Association in Luiska and prepared to go to Rama to gain some experience. You asked why we should go to Ruema. Of course, it is because there are more ruins near Ruema, and there are many thieves and bandits, and even some powerful beasts or monsters. If he didn't have fighting spirit, Lin Wei would definitely not dare to take the risk. But now it's different. Not only is he well equipped, he also has the ability to protect himself. In order to strengthen the training of fighting spirit, it is quite necessary to go on adventures in the ruins. This time he would only stay in Ruema for a month or so. After the caravan's transaction was completed, Lin Wei would also return with the fleet. Wolfuri, where's your wine? Why is the bucket empty? In order to put his ambitions into practice, Lin Wei also planned to drink some fruit wine. The wine barrel in front of him was empty. Lin Wei asked impatiently. Wolfuri showed an embarrassed expression. Master, the wine is here. That bucket is a spare. I took the wine handed to me by Wolfuri and felt the sweet, yet bitter taste of the fruit wine sliding down my throat. Lin Wei threw the wine jug to the ground and opened his arms to embrace the strongest wind coming towards him. Wolfuli carefully picked up the wine jug. If you want to drink, drink it. Why are you throwing my wine bottle? The master is amazing. Master, your drinking posture is so heroic. Although he didn't think so in his heart, his mouth seemed to be very honest. Master, it's time to rest. Lin Wei stayed in the study all day today. From morning to afternoon, he didn't have lunch. So Eliulu was very worried about Lin Wei. I knocked on the door, but there was no response from behind it. Master, I'm coming in, huh? The room was empty, the windows wide open. It was obvious that Lin Wei had left the study long ago. Eliulu saw a letter on the table, written by Lin Wei. Lin Wei wrote that he was going to Roma with the caravan and asked them not to worry. All matters in the territory are left to Sally's to decide. If Yeluna comes, leave it to Yeluna. The letter ended with a message telling Eliulu and Reina not to worry. Eliulu felt extremely aggrieved. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Wei has never left without saying goodbye like this. Although I understand that Lin Wei doesn't want Reina to stay with him, but as the Lord of Luiska territory, how can he leave without saying goodbye? Fortunately, the letter said that he would return with the fleet. I guess Lin Wei should be back by the end of autumn. I sighed in my heart. Eliulu was somewhat helpless. Chapter 118 Life is always full of surprises. The pioneer sailed more smoothly on the Rema River than Lin Wei had imagined. After half a month of sailing on the river, Lin Wei didn't even feel any discomfort. Or perhaps it was his Blue Star's tenacious physique that gave him better self-regulation ability than the native Nolans. Anyway, while Wilfred and the others were vomiting and having diarrhea, Lin Wei was safe and sound. When the pioneer appeared at the dock of Rema, many people were shocked by the huge size of the sailboat. The soldiers of Rema were all on alert. After Wilfuli's negotiations, they relaxed a lot when they saw the emblem of the Holy See. Many people began to look at this huge ship that appeared out of nowhere. Even in the kingdom of Rema, which borders the river, the largest ship is only over 100 meters long. A large sailing ship like this one, which is over 200 meters long, really stands out from the crowd. Only the human race church could be so generous as to create such a powerful sailing ship, right? After standing on solid land again, Lin Wei came to the Adventurers Association wearing armor. Wearing bright silver armor, he naturally attracted the attention of many adventurers, and even many beautiful girls came up to chat with Lin Wei. And some teams of adventurers try to find out Lin Wei's origins indirectly. Because Lin Wei looks really powerful, with the sword on his waist and the armor, it is obvious that he is not an ordinary adventurer. If there was a family crest, and you said he was a knight of some renown, they would all believe it. Judging from this, Lin Wei is most likely an adventurer from Yade or Nolan's. Coming up to the association's poster girl, Lin Wei handed over his adventurer certificate. The poster girl was a lovely girl, and she smiled. She had never seen Lin Wei in Ruema. It seemed that this powerful warrior should be from another country. The levels of adventurers are divided into ES level, and Lin Wei's adventurer certificate is a certificate of being an E-level adventurer. Although Lin Wei can obtain the adventurer's certificate without passing the assessment, the improvement of adventurer level requires actual performance. Therefore, Lin Wei's is the lowest level E. Mr. Whalen, huh? What kind of mission are you taking? Based on your adventure level, I recommend these relatively simple tasks. Lin Wei's name was Wei Lin, which was a sudden inspiration. Many people heard the conversation between Lin Wei and the poster girl, and those adventurer teams shook their heads after hearing that Lin Wei was only E-level. Such a well-equipped warrior is actually only E-level. Could it be that some young nobleman sneaked out to gain experience? Such a fancy show would only increase the team's casualty rate, and many adventurer teams that were planning to invite Lin Wei to join the team left. Lin Wei knocked on the table. I can only accept missions that are 2 levels higher than my own, so I'm going to take this C-level mission. Lin Wei pointed to a mission to hunt down a bandit named Fangya. It is said that Fang Fang has superb fighting skills and once served in the Royal Knights of Rema. Later, for some reasons, he killed a noble and became a wanted criminal, a desperado. Are you serious? Fang is quite dangerous. He has killed several C-rank adventurers and once served in the Knights. I think it would be better for you to start with low-level tasks. The poster girl still wanted to persuade Lin Wei. Lin Wei knocked on his mask and his shiny armor. Beautiful lady, although I am an E-rank adventurer, it does not mean that I am a rookie adventurer. The poster girl was about to persuade him, but a cold voice suddenly rang out. I accept the mission of the dog tooth. Lin Wei was about to get angry, thinking, I accepted the task first. Why are you still interfering? When I turned around, I saw a familiar face. Einville. Old acquaintance. Subconsciously, Lin Wei stopped talking, although he had a not-so-wonderful encounter with this beautiful foreign princess. But Lin Wei still likes her elastic feel. Your Highness Ainwire, are you sure you want to accept this mission? The poster girl was very familiar with Ainril, because in order to hone her swordsmanship, Ainril often came to the Adventurers Association to take on missions. Lin Wei suddenly felt unhappy. Anyway, he was wearing a helmet and the other party wouldn't recognize him. Lin Wei whispered, Miss Receptionist, shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served basis? Ainril frowned slightly, and then she looked at the gorgeously dressed knight. The poster girl suddenly looked embarrassed, because the person in front of her was the princess. Young man, you are too tactless. But Einweir is not the unreasonable person. Lin Wei didn't look like a local adventurer, otherwise she wouldn't have failed to recognize him. She could only calmly say, Sir, this mission is really important to me. Could you please give it to me? Whatever compensation you need, just ask, and I will give it to you. The Sword Saint teacher asked her to kill the bandit named Blood Fang, saying that this would greatly improve her understanding of swordsmanship. And in order to improve his swordsmanship. Therefore, no matter what, Amma would never give up this task. Lin Wei shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the bright silver armor on his body. Your Highness Ainwire, as you can see, I am not short of gold coins. I am a knight who yearns for power and freedom. It is my duty to eliminate bandits and thieves. You are a kind and beautiful lady. Let a knight like me do this dirty work. Lin Wei calls himself a knight, and subconsciously, he wants to tease this old friend whom he hasn't seen for a long time. Knight. Imul sneered. Are you a knight of Nolan's? For some reason, Ainril felt a little uncomfortable when she first saw this man in full body armor. If the man in front of her was not like the weak Lin Wei from before, she would have thought that she had met her enemy in this foreign country. Yes, once a knight of Nolan's, but now a free knight. Ainwul's eyes narrowed slightly. May I have your name? Wellen. Lin Wei remained calm while speaking. Fortunately, he had secretly changed his name. Otherwise, the woman in front of him would probably doubt his identity. The atmosphere between the two was subtly awkward. The poster girl nearby suggested, how about Her Highness Einville and this knight team up? Can we take care of each other? Chapter 119 Lin Wei's adventurer's tale begins. I agree. I refuse. For Einville, she actually doesn't care about the reward for killing Fang Fang. If she hadn't wanted to complete the mission from Sword Saint Teacher, she wouldn't have accepted this C-level mission. So she agreed to complete this task with the knight named Wei Lin. However, her strength has long been enough to complete A-level tasks. But she didn't expect that the knight in front of her, who didn't even dare to reveal his true face, would dare to reject her. After looking at each other, they found that there seemed to be a stalemate. Lin Wei didn't want to be with her, simply because he didn't want her to discover his identity. Besides, teaming up with a woman who might resent him. He was afraid that he would be stabbed while sleeping in the middle of the night. If given a choice, Lin Wei would definitely not be willing to team up with her. Any other tasks? Lin Wei thought about it and decided to change the task. The poster girl looked troubled. This is the only C-rank wanted mission right now. As for gathering missions, there are no C-rank ones yet. Lin Wei's arrival was just a coincidence. Several B-level adventurer teams had just arrived today to take on a large number of C-level collection tasks. However, the C-level mission does not fit the purpose of Lin Wei's trip. After all, he came to Ruema to train himself. Well, it seems we have no choice but to form a team. If Lin Wei wants to train himself, he must first improve his combat ability. And canine teeth are undoubtedly a very good training object. Although Einwire was a little unhappy with him, she didn't say anything. Anyway, when the time comes, as long as we can deal with Fangya cleanly and neatly, we won't have to have any more interactions with this weird knight. The dog's activity time is at night, and it is still early now, so the two agreed to meet at the city gate in the evening. Before leaving, Einwire reminded him, "You are wearing such good equipment, but you are an E-rank adventurer. It is inevitable that someone will notice you." Although the security in Rima Royal City is good, there are also dark corners that are beyond our control. After saying this, we're left without waiting for Lin Wei to say anything. Lin Wei was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Einweiler would be so kind to remind her. Of course, Lin Wei had long realized that he was being targeted. It would be better to say that when he appeared on the street in such good equipment, he was already being noticed. But Lin Wei didn't care. He could see other people's panels clearly, so he could naturally judge whether they posed a threat to him through the panels. He even took advantage of this time to take a good look around the royal city of Ruema. This is a very different city from Nolan's. The residents here wear various headscarves in different colors. It is said that the color of a headscarf can reveal a person's status and marital status. If you see a girl on the street wearing a light-colored headscarf, it means she is an unmarried girl. If there is a noble emblem on the headscarf, it naturally means that the owner of the headscarf is a noble. However, not everyone has the habit of wearing a headscarf. It can only be said that there are two clearly divided factions. One is a conservative and the other is a reformist. Someone like Einwil is obviously an innovator. From the first time they met to the chance encounter today, he had never seen Einwil wear a headscarf. After having a big meal in a pub, Lin Weilai deliberately turned into a dark alley. He planned to get rid of these people who had followed him all the way before finding a new place to live. Judging from the panel, these people should be bandits active in the royal city of Ruema. Most of them were ordinary people with a bravery of no more than 30, and only one leader had a bravery of over 40. There were about a dozen people. These people don't have any special talents. Even without relying on fighting spirit, Lin Wei's fighting skills are enough to deal with it. Oh, let me see, which knight is lost? A robber with one eye blind appeared at the entrance of the alley, waving a scimitar in his hand. A dozen of his accomplices had already blocked the entrance to the alley. This alley is a dead end, and Lin Wei has no way to go. Although they were bandits, they didn't rob everyone. People like Lin Wei were the big fish. They were certain that Lin Wei was not a noble from Rema, because they knew almost all the nobles active in the royal city. If Lin Wei was really a noble of Rema, he should not be without guards. He was most likely the son of a wealthy businessman, or simply a noble from Yade or Nolans. As long as they were not nobles of Rema, the bandits didn't care whether they were Yad or Nolans. Lin Wei didn't say anything, but just turned around slowly. Looking at these people through the gap in his helmet, Lin Wei shook his head. These blind robbers are probably not even appetizers. Go, strip him naked. Following the bandit leader's shout, several bandits rushed towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei drew out the mithril sword from his waist. The shining silver sword made the bandit leader drool. It's obvious that this long sword is worth a lot of money. Phew. The inferior weapons in the hands of the robbers were no match for Lin Wei's mithril sword. After just one round of fighting, their iron scimitars and the people were chopped off by Lin Wei. The robber who was hit fell to the ground before he could react. After several rounds of confrontation, Lin Wei's heart beat faster. However, these 4 or 5 robbers had already fallen in a pool of blood. Although it was my first time killing someone, I didn't feel any discomfort after doing so. Maybe it's because he has lived in this world for too long and is used to seeing killing. The robber who was blind in one eye also rushed up screaming, but he naturally ended up dead. Seeing the bandit leader die so easily and neatly at the hands of Lin Wei, the robbers who were blocking the entrance of the alley scattered like birds. They didn't even dare to shout loudly, because if they attracted the guards, they would be the ones in trouble. Lin Wei put the sword back into the scabbard. I have to say that Biglin's craftsmanship is really good, and the blood can't even leave any marks on the sword. This saves Lin Wei the trouble of cleaning. He swaggered out of the alley and could feel the unusual gazes on the street. Several civilians from Rema saw Lin Wei trapped in the alley, and everyone thought that the young knight might be doomed. But unexpectedly, Lin Wei fought against 10 of them alone and defeated the group of robbers. Feeling the warmth of the oncoming sunlight on his body, Lin Wei strode towards the hotel. It only cost 2 copper coins to stay in Rima's hotel for one night. Lin Wei paid a month's rent in one go, which made the landlady flirt with him frequently. After taking a short nap in the hotel, Lin Wei dressed himself again. After looking at himself in the mirror for a while to make sure there was nothing wrong with his body, Lin Wei walked out the door. In fact, he unexpectedly felt that this kind of life was actually not bad. Although life was good before, it was always too peaceful. Chapter 120. This strategy value is really high. When Lin Wei arrived, Einweiler was already waiting. And Ainwill's current panel also came into Lin Wei's sight. Ein Levine. Bravery, 90. Strategy, 140. Special talents, Royal Etiquette, Alchemy Mastery, Magic Super Sense, One-Handed Sword Mastery. Rating S. Looking at Ainwill's panel, Lin Wei was a little surprised. When the girl first met him, her bravery was only 40, and her strategy value was only 80. I didn't expect that after just a short while, he has become so outstanding. But in terms of bravery, Einwill is quite powerful. With a bravery value of 90 points, the evaluation reached S-. Here we go, let's go. Ainwir's tone was cold. She didn't bring any guards with her and seemed to be used to being alone. If Lin Wei had not taken on the task first, and the teacher's requirement was to fight with Canine Fong, she would never have teamed up with Lin Wei. Although Lin Wei's origins are unknown, her strength is among the strongest in the entire continent. He has a sword master as his teacher and is also a high-level magician himself. Be familiar with the use of more than 3 elemental magics. The two walked in silence towards the ruins outside the city. The large area of ruins here is said to be the remains of the old capital Atlanlan. Atniron was once the most powerful human kingdom on this continent. It is said that Nolans, Yade and Rima are descendants of this kingdom. It is said that this most powerful country was destroyed in a devastating catastrophe caused by gods thousands of years ago. Although they are relics, they have been severely weathered. It is almost impossible to recognize the original shapes of these buildings. One can sense from these overly tall ruins that there once was indeed a very powerful empire here. The area where the canines are active is just ahead. When the fight breaks out, leave Fong to me, and the thieves under his command will be left to you. In fact, for Einwill, even if all the Fangs and the others came, they would not pose any threat to her. The reason why she was so persistent in practicing swordsmanship was thanks to Lin Wei's teachings. If Lin Wei had not given her such a great humiliation, she would not have become what she is today. Magicians have weaknesses. When they don't have a wand and are suddenly approached by an enemy, swordsmanship becomes their greatest reliance. Lin Wei did not respond, but slowed down his pace and walked towards the ruins. There are passages in the ruins, which should be the roads of this huge empire. The road surface is bumpy, but it is still within an acceptable range. The two of them moved forward cautiously and finally saw a few simple tents in the distance. This is a group of thieves with strong fighting power. The panel named Fong Fong has entered Lin Wei's field of vision. Canine Teeth. Bravery, 89. Strategy, 60. Loyalty, 0. Special talents. Plunder, One-Handed Sword Excellence. Rating, A+. Apart from Fong, the bravery values of several thieves are generally around 40. Judging from the panel alone, Fong's combat power is almost on par with Ainwild. This made Lin Wei a little confused. Even that special talent for the one-handed sword is much stronger than Ainweiler's at first glance. Excellence should be a higher level than mastery. The reason why Einwill scored higher was definitely because of magic. But Lin Wei felt something was strange. The average C-level adventurer has a bravery level of around 50. This Fong, whose bravery value is as high as 89, is only at the C-rank mission level? He doesn't believe there is no trick. While he was still thinking, Einwill had already drawn the sword from her waist. She walked towards the group of thieves so unscrupulously and swaggeringly. Lin Wei widened his eyes. It turned out that the strategy given to this princess was too high. How did they come up with something so mindless? Can't you see all those people across the street? Should we say that she is somewhat blindly confident in her own abilities? Canine Fong and the others soon noticed Einwill. When he saw Einweir, a strange smile appeared on Kanjia's lips. Lin Wei did not appear immediately. He was waiting for the best time to enter. The biggest threat is naturally the man called Fong Fong. The remaining 5 or 6 thieves are also quite strong. Lin Wei's bravery is comparable to theirs, so without having to use his fighting spirit, he has the advantage of weapons. Canine Fong casually drew the scimitar from his waist, which was a magic weapon. There are great nobles who want Ainwell's life, and this weapon was funded by the nobles of Yade. The nobleman said that he would get 50,000 gold coins whether he captured or killed Ainwell. 50,000 gold coins were enough to save him from having to live on the edge of a knife for the rest of his life. He licked his lips. Maybe today he can even get a taste of Princess Rima. Although the person in front of me is the disciple of the sword master, he has spent so much time studying, and I believe he has not learned much. There was no extra nonsense, as Ainwell was already rushing towards him. The collision of swords made a crisp sound, and sparks flew everywhere. After just one round of confrontation, Ainwell was at a disadvantage. She frowned because she found that Lin Wei had not appeared yet. The swordsmanship of this girl called Fangya is indeed quite good. If she is attacked by someone nearby, she will be in danger. But she had to concentrate on fending off Fangya's attacks, as the opponent brought her great mental pressure. Although his proficiency in swordsmanship was not as good as his teacher's, it was still quite impressive. Seeing that several thieves were about to surround Ainwell, Lin Wei suddenly rushed out when he saw that the time was right. Phew! The 2 thieves were frightened by his sudden attack and hurriedly used their scimitars to block, but Lin Wei cut off the swords along with them. The quality of the weapons in Lin Wei's hands was so high that after just a few rounds of fighting, all their weapons were scrapped. The unarmed bandits were helpless against the fully armed Lin Wei. Then they were all killed by Lin Wei. In just a few minutes, the situation on the battlefield changed. Kwanya had not expected that a person beyond the intelligence would appear. Isn't it said that the Sword Saint's disciples all come out to train individually? Why is this man accompanied by a knight in full armor? Damn it! The intelligence was wrong. Although he could suppress Fangya, the situation would change if Lin Wei also joined the battlefield. He fought and retreated, and at a suitable opportunity, he suddenly exerted force to push Ainwell back, then fled into the depths of the ruins. Canines are quite cunning. Ainwell, panting, stuck her sword into the ground. She glanced at Lin Wei and thought that Lin Wei had already run away. Looking at the thief lying in a pool of blood, she reluctantly acknowledged Lin Wei's fighting ability. The other party must have realized that Lin Wei was no simple person, otherwise he would not have escaped in such a hurry. But this does not count as completing the task assigned by the teacher. She also had to go after Houndfang. It is said that there are some terrible beasts and monsters in the depths of the ruins. If you forcefully pursue them, it won't be a good deal. Wei Lin, huh? There is one thing I must tell you. This thief called Fong is very powerful. There are more dangers deep within the ruins. The difficulty of this mission is far beyond sea level. If you are afraid, I suggest you turn back. After I kill Fong Fong, I will provide proof to the Adventurers Guild that you participated in this battle. Ainwell plans to continue hunting down Fong Fong alone. She also didn't think Lin Wei would continue to go deeper into the ruins with her, because everyone knows the danger of the ruins. Yeah. But this is the mission I took on. I won't give up easily. Chapter 121 Fierce Fight. The deeper he went into the ruins, the stronger the bad premonition Lin Wei had. Although there are often bandits and adventurers around the ruins, the depths of the ruins are rarely visited by people. No one knows what strange things you will encounter deep in these ruins. Although he was wearing airtight armor, Lin Wei was still a little nervous. And Ainvril didn't seem to be in any better condition. The girl was wearing leather armor, but the hair on her exposed arms stood up. It can be seen that her body is not as calm as her expression. The ruins are deep, but Ainwell's reconnaissance ability is quite outstanding. She seemed to have a special way of tracking down canines. And Canine Fong seemed to have left traces intentionally along the way. After walking for a few more minutes, Ainwell stopped. Lin Wei also looked forward. In fact, he felt that the atmosphere around him seemed a little wrong from the beginning. It seems that some terrible beast is lurking here. And Canine Fong sat in front of them with a playful expression, looking at Lin Wei and Einweiler. Lin Wei sensed something was wrong and was about to take 2 steps back. There was a loud bang, and a huge rock suddenly collapsed, blocking the original exit. Canine Teeth stood up and smiled arrogantly. Welcome to my arena, kittens. A dozen tall goblins slowly walked out from the dark corner, holding huge maces in their hands and more than 3 meters tall. Giant goblin. Lin Wei recognized the creature in front of him at a glance. These goblins are different from ordinary goblins. They have more powerful strength and wisdom than ordinary goblins. Although they are humanoid creatures, these giant goblins are less intelligent than the Asian humans. But this doesn't mean that goblins have no emotions. It is said that some people have tamed these monsters since childhood and made them treat them as family members. The canine in front of him was standing openly in front of the goblins without being attacked. I guess it was because he was the tamer of these giant goblins. It's a trap. It was not until this moment that Lin Wei realized that he had fallen into the other party's trap. Although he had considered the possibility of a trap before, he had been observing all the clues in the surrounding environment, but did not find any traces. In addition, this place is deep in the ruins, so it is quite dangerous to set an ambush here in advance. Lin Wei was too confident in his judgment. He underestimated the abilities of others and stayed in the territory, where his lack of experience became apparent. While Lin Wei was still reflecting on himself, Anwir beside him had already raised the magic wand in her hand. She always carries this small wand with her to prepare for such sudden situations. As she quickly chanted the spell, several giant goblins that were howling and preparing to pounce were hit by her fire magic. Boom! They were already inside the ruins, and the magic explosion caused a huge vibration, and even the ground seemed to shake. The entire ruins seemed a little shaky. It looks like if Ein will cast 2 more spells, this place will collapse. Stop casting magic. The ruins can't hold on any longer. Lin Wei loudly stopped Einweir from continuing to cast magic. If this continues, once the ruins collapse, they will be buried alive. He doesn't want to die here. Although Ainwill's magic killed several large goblins, as Lin Wei said, if she continued to release magic, this place would not be able to hold on. And Canine Fong had already hidden behind the cover, not giving Einwill any chance to attack him with magic. But Canine Fong was thinking too much. Einwill had no intention of attacking him with magic. The teacher gave her the task of defeating Fong with swordsmanship, so as to improve her swordsmanship. Wellen, I'll leave these large goblins to you. I'll go kill the dog fangs. After Einweir finished speaking, she rushed straight towards the canine's Fong. Several large goblins seemed to deliberately make way for her, allowing Einwill to rush to Fong Fong smoothly. By the time Einwill and Fong Fong were fighting, Lin Wei had already been surrounded by large goblins. Bump! A giant goblin swung the mace in his hand towards Lin Wei. The goblin's power seemed to be extremely great, and just the sound of the whistling wind made Lin Wei feel a lot of pressure. Can't resist. The power of these large goblins is far greater than Lin Wei's. If I fight back, I might get hurt. This humanoid creature is not like a subhuman and can see the panel. They seem to be classified as the same creatures as griffins, and Lin Wei was unable to judge the strength of the other party through the panel. Fortunately, Lin Wei was very serious when learning combat skills with Lina. So after nimbly dodging the attack, Lin Wei swung the mithril sword in his hand directly towards the opponent's waist. The mithril made a dull sound when it came into contact with the goblin's body, and Lin Wei felt a lot of resistance when cutting through the giant goblin's thick skin. Lin Wei's bravery value was still too low. Even though the mithril sword had an extremely strong sharpness, he still couldn't cut the opponent in half. Fortunately, he learned some killing skills and twisted the sword in his hand to make it exert even more terrifying destructive power. Roar, roar, roar. The giant goblin roared in pain and fell to the ground without a sound a moment later. The goblins didn't give Lin Wei any chance to breathe and immediately surrounded him again. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Lin Wei could only take a deep breath and concentrate his fighting spirit on the mithril sword in his hand. A yellow light flowed on the sword. Lin Wei swung the sword in his hand directly towards the mace in front of him. With the help of Lin Wei's fighting spirit, the mithril sword exerted a terrifying destructive power, and the thick mace was directly cut off by Lin Wei with one sword. While the giant goblins were still not able to react, Lin Wei swung the sword in his hand and launched another fierce attack on them. This time, Lin Wei did not hesitate to use the Do Qi in his body. With the blessing of Do Qi, it was as easy for Lin Wei to cut their bodies as a hot knife cutting butter. 6 goblins were killed in a row, plus the few killed by Einwill before. The remaining ones were lying on the ground wailing. The goblin, who was originally aggressive, was instantly defeated by Lin Wei. When Lin Wei's eyes fell on Einwill and Fangya, Einwill had already fallen into a complete disadvantage. A powerful blow from the canine Fong shattered the sword in Einwill's hand, and the advantage of the magic weapon was clearly visible. Einwill never imagined that this man called Fong Fong actually used magic weapons. It's not that the royal family of Rema can't afford to use magic weapons, but magic weapons will affect her experience, so Einwill doesn't use magic weapons. He smiled cruelly and swung the sword in his hand towards Einwill again. At the critical moment, the rocks above my head suddenly fell down. Chapter 122, looking forward to meeting again. An enormous rock smashed the canine tooth into pulp. The entire ruins finally began to collapse because they could no longer withstand the previous explosion. The first one to react was Lin Wei. He hid directly in the corner because it was safer than open places. He no longer cared about Ein Will at this moment. Ainvril also hid in the gap at an extremely fast speed. The ruins rumbled for a long time. After waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate, Lin Wei discovered that the place where he was not buried by rubble at all. After brushing off the dust on his body, Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It was a very dangerous mission. I almost lost my life. The life of an adventurer is truly exciting. He looked towards the ruins and saw Ein Will also crawling out from the ruins. She looked much more miserable than Lin Wei, with many scratches on her body, and a rather hideous wound could be seen on her arm. She gritted her teeth, took out an alchemical potion from her pocket, and sprinkled it on the wound. This alchemical potion reacted violently when it came into contact with Ein Will's body. Judging from Ein Will's ferocious expression, the effect of this potion was quite terrifying. However, the effect of the medicine took effect quite quickly. The wound that was bleeding profusely just now was almost completely healed at this moment. Ein Will was breathing heavily. The danger of this experience was beyond her imagination. If it weren't for the alchemical potion made by the succubus teacher, I would have died from excessive bleeding. She looked at Lin Wei not far away, and after finding that he was also safe and sound, she walked towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei showed great strength this time, killing 7 or 8 giant goblins by himself. The power of a giant goblin is far beyond that of a human. Even his sword master teacher said that humans cannot match these creatures in strength. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Lin Wei was wearing such heavy armor, his armor might have been flattened by this blow from the mace. And she also officially recognized Lin Wei's strength. She could even feel that if Lin Wei faced her head-on, he would not be at a disadvantage. Naturally, she was unwilling to let go of such an outstanding talent. Therefore, she also wanted to recruit him. Mr. Weilin, we have completed this mission. How about we go back to the Adventurers Guild together to turn in the quest? The two of them had always been a little distant from each other before, but when Ein Wire wanted to get closer to Lin Wei, a very natural smile began to appear at the corners of her mouth. Of course, Your Highness Einville. We had a narrow escape this time, but luckily we were lucky. Lin Wei's expression twitched slightly under his helmet. He really didn't know what was going on in this princess's mind. How dare they cast magic in such a narrow place, almost burying them alive. She was lucky. If the stone had hit Einville instead of Fong. However, luck is also part of strength. Mr. Weilin, are you a noble from Norlands? On the way back, Einwell launched a verbal offensive. Well, my father is a commoner baron, but I don't have the right to inherit the title. Plus, Nolands is in turmoil right now, so... Lin Wei calmly fabricated an identity for himself. Anyway, there are so many nobles in Norlands, and this girl in front of me can't really go and find a commoner baron, right? Ainvril showed an expression that said as expected, and she was already happy in her heart. If Lin Wei's father was just a commoner baron, then the possibility of recruiting Lin Wei would be higher. However, Lin Wei's statement was consistent with his background. A foreign noble who doesn't understand the local customs of Ruema and is dressed too conspicuously. However, because he is the son of a baron, he has good fighting skills and came to Ruema to make a living. After all, a baron's son without a fiefdom can only rely on himself. Mr. Weilin, what do you think of Rima? Lin Wei frowned, as if he guessed what the other party was going to say next. Rima is good and full of opportunities. After completing the C-rank mission this time, I can live a relatively good life for a while. Lin Wei's tone was deliberately relaxed, perfectly portraying his identity as the son of a commoner baron. Mr. Weilin, have you ever considered serving the kingdom of Rima? With your bravery, you will surely be appreciated by His Majesty Charles. I can recommend you to my father and have you become a knight of Rima. If I achieve great things in the future, becoming a noble with a fiefdom wouldn't be difficult. Hearing this, Lin Wei almost laughed out loud. It's just a big promise, right? I always paint big pictures for people. How dare you? Although Lin Wei had already complained about this princess 1,000 times in his heart, but he still said with a somewhat regretful tone, your proposal is very tempting, but my wife is still in Nolands. If I don't go back with the fleet, my wife will be worried. Wife? Although I have never seen Lin Wei's true face, his voice is still quite youthful. I didn't expect that he was already married. Einwer suddenly felt a little regretful. You can also bring your wife to Rima. Now that Nolands is so unstable, isn't Rima much safer? Lin Wei chuckled and said, I'll consider what you said, but I still want to earn a few more silver coins to take back with me, so that we don't die in this cold winter. Einwell heard that the other party was worried about money. He generously took out a pocket from his waist, which was heavy with more than 100 gold coins. These gold coins are my gift to you. Please don't refuse them. After all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to survive this mission. If you ever change your mind, you can always come to see me in the royal city of Rema. As she spoke, she handed over a silver token, which represented Ainwell's identity. As long as you bring this token to the royal city, you can find me through the guards. Lin Wei silently accepted the token. Very good. We have the token to sneak into the royal city. How can there be such a good thing? He laughed heartily. Thank you so much, Your Highness Ainweir. Weilin will never forget your kindness. The two said goodbye at the door of the Adventurers Association. Before leaving, Ainweir did not ask Lin Wei to take off his helmet and show it to her. It's not that she wasn't curious, but mainly because Ainweir was confident enough in herself and believed that Lin Wei would definitely come back to find her. As for the more than 100 gold coins, they were nothing to her. While there is still plenty of time, Lin Wei plans to take on a few more tasks. This battle with the giant goblin also gained a lot of experience. This is a thrill that is hard to experience under Reina's guidance. Fighting monsters and thieves head-on with weapons has always been something Lin Wei dared to dream of. I never thought that there would be such a day. Chapter 123 Adventurer Team. Wellin, thanks to you, we were able to successfully become a B-rank team. A big man with strong limbs and a heroic appearance put his arm around Lin Wei's shoulders affectionately. His body language was a bit exaggerated, but no one noticed them in this noisy pub. Lin Wei just smiled awkwardly. Or rather, because of the heavy helmet, his teammates couldn't see Lin Wei's expression. In addition to this big man, there is also a cute pastor girl and a queen who is good at archery. After Lin Wei was promoted to a C-level adventurer, he formed an adventure team with them for a short period of time in order to train himself this month. Today's gathering in the tavern was also to celebrate their successful promotion to the B-level team. Nizaron. Bravery, 76. Strategy, 40. Special talents. Shield Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery. Rating, B+. This sturdy man's panel is quite good, but Lin Wei has also improved a lot after training recently. Lin Wei. Bravery, 60. Strategy, 87. Rating, A+. Special talents. Extraordinary Charisma, Time Traveler, Intermediate Fighting Spirit Warrior. Lin Wei's bravery value has reached 60, and even his fighting spirit has been successfully upgraded to the intermediate level. When I was a beginner Dochi warrior, I could only use Dochi 5 times in a row at most. Now that I have become an intermediate Dochi warrior, I will feel exhausted after using it for more than 10 times in a row. This will undoubtedly be a huge boost to Lin Wei's combat power. And the battles over the past month have gradually made Lin Wei familiar with the life of an adventurer. However, although he formed a team with these adventurers, Lin Wei never took off his helmet in front of them. At least so far, he hasn't even touched the beer and barbecue in front of him. Wellin, we've been adventuring together for so long, and I haven't seen what you look like yet. The one who was speaking was the priest lady. When they first met Lin Wei, they were shocked by his equipment. After learning that the other party was a C-level adventurer, he invited Lin Wei to form a team. Annie. Bravery, 10. Strategy, 70. Special talents. Holy Light, Dispel, Heal. Rating, B. The panel of this priest named Annie is also pretty good. At first, they judged from his equipment that Lin Wei was definitely not a simple knight. And Lin Wei did not disappoint them. Not only was his equipment excellent, but his combat capability also did not disappoint anyone. In every battle, Lin Wei always showed greater destructive power than Yesalon. However, even though they had been working together for so long, they had never seen Lin Wei's true face. Lin Wei always wore armor, and his meal times were always different from theirs. It's like I'm deliberately avoiding them. Annie is right. Actually, I, Kalafu, also want to know what Weilin looks like. Kalivia. Bravery, 56. Strategy, 56. Special talents. Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery. Rating B. Kalif is an intellectual older sister who seems to have a lot of Nolan's blood. This mixed blood of Nolan's and Rima also has its own unique flavor. Nizaron laughed heartily. We're not in the ruins now, Weilin, so don't be so wary. As he spoke, he slapped Lin Wei's armor, making it clatter. Although they looked at Lin Wei with anticipation, they would not force him if he was unwilling to take off his helmet. After spending so much time with them, Lin Wei actually felt that these teammates were pretty good people. Since there was no one he knew in the tavern, Lin Wei took off his helmet. A handsome face, loose golden hair, and a pair of gentle yet sharp brown eyes. Cullivan and Annie were both stunned. Their eyes widened, and they even forgot to put down the wine glasses in their hands. Before Lin Wei took off his helmet, they had guessed what he looked like countless times. It's not that I haven't thought that Lin Wei might be ugly or have ugly scars, but Lin Wei's voice is really nice and magnetic. In addition, these two are unmarried girls, so it is normal for them to be curious about Lin Wei. But it was a little unexpected that Lin Wei was so handsome. Bang! Little Pastor Annie's spoon fell into the bowl. Only then did they come back to their senses with blushing faces. Realizing that they had spent a pretty good time with such a handsome guy, the girls began to recall whether they had done anything that left a bad impression on Lin Wei. Nie Salon, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He laughed heartily. Wei Lin, you are so handsome. It's a shame to have such a handsome face always hidden in a helmet. Lin Wei raised the wine glass in front of him with some embarrassment and said, Cheers to the God of Light. Honor the God of Light. The three of them also raised their glasses. After 3 rounds of drinks, the girl's slightly tipsy appearance seemed particularly attractive. Annie asked cautiously, Wellin, you are the son of a noble from Nolan's, right? Lin Wei nodded. Califu on the side also pricked up her ears secretly. It was obvious that they were all very interested in Lin Wei's current situation. Did your family arrange a marriage for you? God knows how much courage Annie must have taken to say this. The girl's heart beat faster as she looked at Lin Wei's smiling expression. Some are afraid of hearing answers they don't want to hear. No. Lin Wei's answer didn't give the 2 girls time to breathe a sigh of relief. He added, but I'm married. I adore my wife. Lin Wei really likes Yeluna, even though they are still an engaged couple. But in Lin Wei's heart, Yeluna is already his wife. He naturally saw that the 2 girls in front of him had such thoughts, so Lin Wei planned to nip them in the bud as soon as possible. After hearing Lin Wei's answer, Annie sat in her seat feeling a little lost. The loss in Lin Wei's eyes was obvious. Although Califu's condition was better, Lin Wei could also see that she was just forcing a smile. The originally cheerful atmosphere underwent some strange changes due to Lin Wei's answer. And Nie Salon said, Stop talking, drink. We'll take a boat trip to Nolan's to visit you someday. Lin Wei said that he would be leaving in 2 days, so there was this banquet. He had to return to Lukaland with Nolan's fleet before winter. Of course, when you come, I will treat you with the best cream. The 2 girls also gave somewhat forced smiles. Although it's a pity, it doesn't mean that they have no chance at all. Wei Lin, when will you come over next time? We are waiting for you to be promoted to the A-level team together. Annie asked with all her strength. I don't know, but I will definitely come. I'll find you guys when I get here. That's a deal. In fact, Lin Wei sighed inwardly as he looked at the lost girl. He's doing this for Annie's own good. If Yeluna knew that her pastor sister was interested in her fiancé, who knows what would happen. Help. Lin Wei doesn't want the Shura field to happen to him. Chapter 124, I am guilty of making the girl cry. Master, you are finally back. I was so worried about you. Wilfred was waiting for Lin Wei at the dock early. He had been looking out at the dock until Lin Wei's somewhat eye-catching armor appeared in his sight, and he hurriedly came forward to greet him. Lin Wei nodded and followed willfully onto the Pioneer. Only after returning to the boat did Lin Wei take off his heavy armor and helmet. Put on soft, noble clothes again. Lin Wei felt relaxed after taking off the armor. He let out a long sigh, as if the depression that had accumulated in his heart for a long time dissipated into the wind along with this long sigh. Master, we earned over 1 million gold coins this time, but the noble market has gradually become saturated, and even some competing products similar to cream have appeared on the market. Of course, there are people who are constantly learning about something as profitable as Lin Wei, trying to crack Lin Wei's secret recipe. However, most of what they made were just for show, using the fruit inside a kind of puffed fruit and adding sugar or honey. It is naturally far inferior to Lin Wei's cream. After all, who would have thought that this thing called cream was made by churning milk? It doesn't matter, let them learn. Lin Wei didn't care how others learned from him. Of course, building his business empire couldn't rely on a single product like cream. In the future, large ships will be able to transport large quantities of weapons and alchemical potions, which are the evergreens of trade. The profit from a magic weapon far exceeds that from cream. A strength potion or agility potion can also generate a profit of at least hundreds of gold coins. Because alchemical potions have long been sold at sky-high prices in the market. But Lin Wei has an alchemy master. If more rare potions are produced in the future, they might be able to be sent to auction. In short, the profit of the alchemy industry is far greater than that of cream. And willfully could only say, Master, you have indeed thought it through. Lin Wei didn't say anything in the face of Wolfuri's flattery. And Wolfuri also noticed that Lin Wei's temperament seemed to have changed a little. The change was very subtle, but Wolfuri had a terrible businessman's intuition. There was a hint of murderous intent on Lin Wei's body. This murderous intent was restrained very well, but he still noticed it. Therefore, he guessed that Lin Wei must have experienced a very unforgettable time during this period. If Lin Wei's temperament was still immature when he boarded the ship, he is now a very experienced aristocrat. Just sitting there gives people a sense of awe-inspiring power. This trip was quite fruitful. Wolfury bought a large number of livestock and poultry, which were specialties that Luiska did not have. In addition to these, some easy-to-grow crop seeds were also purchased, such as corn, a specialty that only exists in the Kingdom of Rema. It took a lot of effort to buy these things. Not only were they expensive, but if I didn't have a pass from the Vatican, I probably wouldn't have been able to buy them. However, purchasing these things will naturally be of great benefit to the development of Louis Cardinal. When the Pioneer returned to the dock in Luiska County, many people were already waiting on the shore. The cute maid Elialu and the anxious little dragon girl Reina were also looking forward to it early. They all counted on their fingers the time for Lin Wei to return and waited at the dock almost every day. After waiting for more than half a month, I finally saw the huge outline of the Pioneer appear at the end of the horizon. When Lin Wei stepped onto the dock from the lowered stairs, the two girls threw themselves into his arms. Feeling the girl's body trembling slightly in his arms, Lin Wei actually felt a little embarrassed. No matter what, it was indeed wrong for him to leave without saying goodbye this time. But if he told Lena, the little dragon girl would definitely go to Rema with him. Then there is no point in exercising. Master, Elialu misses you so much. Feeling Lin Wei's body temperature, Elialu finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in the air for the past few months. She began to carefully check if there were any wounds on Lin Wei's body. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found no obvious wounds on his skin. After spending so many years with Lin Wei, she actually knew Lin Wei's temper quite well. Lin Wei is a gentle and lazy person at heart. Otherwise, he would not have been born into a family of bravery and martial arts, but not practiced martial arts. Lin Wei has changed a lot since Master Ryan passed away, become more reliable, and have a sharper look. After a brief moment of tenderness, Lena was the first person to discover that Lin Wei had become stronger. The dragon race has a very strong perception ability, and she can feel that Lin Wei's aura has changed. It even gave her a vague sense of danger. Lin Wei had never felt this way before she went to Ruema. When she thought of this, Reina felt even more unhappy. Because it is impossible for a person to undergo such a huge change without experiencing anything. I'm just going with the caravan to see the customs and people of Rema. I'm not going there to fight. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Wei touched the two girls' heads as a comfort. He didn't intend to tell them what he had done in Rema. After comforting him for a long time, the two girls reluctantly let him go. Back at the manor, the maids had already prepared hot water for Lin Wei. After sailing for half a month, Lin Wei felt that he really should take a good bath. There seems to be a strange smell on everyone's body. Soaking his body in the hot water, Lin Wei moaned in comfort. Footsteps were heard in the hallway, and Elialu's voice was heard outside the door. Master, can I rub your back? Good. After Lin Wei answered, the door was opened by Elialu. In addition to Elialu, Reina also came. Two of them walked towards Lin Wei with scrubbing towels. Although they often rubbed Lin Wei's back, they still wanted to make sure whether Lin Wei was injured when he went out. But it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Lin Wei was wrapped in armor well, so how could he be injured? After confirming that Lin Wei did not have any wounds on his body, Elialu breathed a sigh of relief. After rubbing Lin Wei's back for a while, Lin Wei suddenly felt warm liquid dripping on his shoulder. Lin Wei was a little confused. This wasn't a shower, was it? When he turned his head and saw the girl crying, his heart skipped a beat. As if infected by Elialu, the little dragon girl's eyes were also red. Lin Wei was dumbfounded. What did he do again? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you while I was away? Lin Wei's voice was gentle, but it revealed a hint of murderous intent. But he soon shook his head. How could Elialu and Reina be bullied? Putting aside other things, who in this territory can beat Reina? Master, don't you want Elialu anymore? Lin Wei was confused. No. Then why did you leave without telling Elialu? Didn't I leave a letter? It turned out that the girl was crying for him. Lin Wei felt a little soft-hearted for a moment. What if something unexpected happens to the young master when he goes out? What will happen to Elialu? Although Reina didn't say anything, judging by the way her dragon tail was swinging, the girl was also quite uneasy. Lin Wei sighed. I promise you, I won't leave without saying goodbye again. Chapter 125 Mithril Mine. It's winter again. This winter is different from previous years. There are two more races under Lin Wei's rule. One is the Vastaya tribe, and the other is the lizard men. The three races cannot live in harmony, and there seems to be a natural chain of contempt among them. However, under Lin Wei's leadership, even if they were unhappy with each other, they did not act too radically. Amid the rapid development of the territory, Lin Wei received some not-so-good news. Tiwa told him that something unusual was happening underground, and that goblins and elves might be coming out in large numbers. These underground races are very ugly and often appear in the forest on weekdays. He makes a living by hunting wild beasts and stealing the spoils of the lizard men. They are more active during the winter months when food is scarce. In previous years, they had suffered heavy losses in the fight against goblins and goblins. Now that the two tribes on the ground have surrendered to Lin Wei, the task of exterminating the goblins falls on Lin Wei. In order to completely stabilize this continent, Lin Wei had no choice but to urgently form a punitive guard. The team leading the way was naturally Lin Wei's 1,000 most powerful mithril guards. After locking onto the largest goblin cave, Lin Wei prepared to capture them all in one fell swoop. By the way, take a look at how magnificent this underground kingdom is. A super army led by Ankro has arrived at the entrance of the goblin underground kingdom. There are many entrances and exits to the goblin, some of which are even very hidden, but the one in front is the largest. According to the lizard men who have entered, entering from here will lead to the goblin kingdom. However, they only caught a glimpse of the outline and had not explored this huge kingdom. 1,000 guards wearing mithril armor, holding burning torches in their hands. The burning torches brought with them an unpleasant smell of sulfur. The cave was very dark, and there was no way to explore without a torch. The goblins' forging skills were almost non-existent, so their weapons could hardly cause any damage to Lin Wei's guards. So apart from the 1,000 mithril warriors who led the way, there were only 5,000 guards following behind them. In addition, there are 5,000 fully armed guards guarding the cave entrance to prevent the goblins from escaping from this largest exit. The warriors of the Vastaya tribe flew into the air to monitor whether there were any fish that slipped through the net. The warriors of the lizard clan also came out in full force. For them, wiping out the goblins and goblins has been something they have been looking forward to for a long time. After all, the goblins have caused them considerable losses over the years. And because it was winter, the original forest could not provide any space for the goblins to hide. In addition, the griffins were patrolling in the air, so the goblins had nowhere to hide. This bloody battle lasted for more than a month. Most of the goblins and goblins were wiped out by Lin Wei's guards. Of course, about 30,000 goblins were also captured and imprisoned. These goblins will become Lin Wei's labor force in the future. Lin Wei had no psychological burden at all regarding enslaving such a low IQ race. And today, Lin Wei is going to take a look at this magnificent underground kingdom. Although he had told her many times that Reina didn't need to follow him, the little dragon girl still insisted on staying by his side. Lin Wei could only sigh. At his current level, he is already stronger than most soldiers. With the blessing of fighting spirit, you will basically not encounter any danger. The passage leading into the goblin town is dark, but the further you go inside, the larger the space becomes. It was only when we got outside the town that we felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Even in the light of the fire, the goblin's lair was still terrifyingly dark. However, the space is not small, and it has accommodated at least 400,000 goblins before. Goblins don't have a long lifespan, but they have a strong reproductive capacity. Therefore, even if the population is maintained at around 400,000, it still causes huge trouble to the Vastaya tribe and the Lizardman tribe. Lena frowned. Her nerves were on edge in such a dark environment. He was afraid that some strange creature would suddenly appear in the darkness and hurt Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't think there was anything wrong. He even took a closer look at the goblin's architecture. The goblin's craftsmanship was very poor. These houses were damp and mostly built of mud and hay. It can't be said to have any architectural aesthetic feeling. It's as simple as a child's graffiti. Lin Wei wandered around for a while, and even when he arrived at the Goblin King's palace, he felt extremely disappointed. The intelligence of this race is really too low. How can we expect them to build a decent underground kingdom if they don't even have a panel? Just as Lin Wei was about to leave, Lena suddenly said, "Master, look, there seems to be something shiny here." Looking along the torch, you can see a shiny object buried in the soil. Reina also saw it accidentally. This luster, this color, this smooth mirror surface. Why does it feel familiar? Lin Wei directly drew out the mithril sword from his waist and dug near the shiny, or for a while. A large bright silver object appeared in his field of vision. This silver color seemed particularly dazzling under the illumination of the torch. After careful comparison, Lin Wei was almost certain that this huge, or that had not been fully excavated, should be mithril. However, the purity can only be determined after Biglin, a professional blacksmith, comes to take a look. If it really is mithril, Lin Wei didn't dare to think about it too much. He might be about to build a guard army that would make the whole continent tremble. With the addition of the griffin, the sky will become Lin Wei's main battlefield in the future. The griffin hatched today. Under Ankiyuna's care, all the griffin eggs laid by the original 8 griffins successfully hatched. These 13 little guys were much weaker than the 8 adult griffins when they were delivered. There is no fur on the body, and the pink juvenile looks very protective. Lin Wei teased them for a while, and some of them opened their mouths as if waiting for Lin Wei to feed them. And Xiona carefully fed the minced meat into the griffins' mouths. Her attentiveness made Lin Wei nod involuntarily. It seems that not only men look handsome when they work, but women look handsome when they work too. The griffins that came over with the Vastaya tribe were also counted. There are more than 500 griffins in total, but these griffins are more feral. Even the Vastaya tribe finds it difficult to completely tame them. Although Xiona can be tamed, it is still a bit too much for her to train so many at the same time. Therefore, Lin Wei planned to proceed step by step and put this matter on hold for the time being. Chapter 1:26 Baptism. Master, those are indeed mithril ores. Early this morning, Biglin excitedly found Lin Wei. Ever since Lin Wei told him that there were many mithril mines underground, he went to the place where the mithril mines were discovered overnight. After his careful investigation, he was able to confirm that this was a small mithril mine. Don't underestimate this small piece of mithril mine. What Yelena got was only the size of a head, and she made it into 1,000 sets of weapons. Although the mithril ore here has not been fully explored, the known mithril ore is more than 3 times what Lin Wei had obtained before. Lin Wei could even use mithril to make armor for griffins and war horses. And where there is mithril, there might be other minerals. After all, this place is close to Nolan's, so it is normal to have some rare minerals. Then let's start collecting. Lin Wei acted decisively and asked some of his subjects to join the mithril mining team. Because mithril is extremely rare, Lin Wei selected a group of highly loyal subjects to carry out the mining work. In order to protect the safety of these mining residents, Lin Wei's guards were naturally not idle either. Everything went smoothly, but the only thing missing was a girl who should be by his side. Yelena had something special to do this winter. Although she had written a letter to inform Lin Wei a long time ago, Lin Wei still felt a sense of loss. After all, I have become accustomed to having Yelena by my side, and life seems a little difficult without her company. However, while Yelena is away, Lin Wei can concentrate on training himself. After all, whether it is fighting spirit or bravery, it must be honed day after day to be improved. Lin Wei. Bravery, 65. Strategy, 87. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler, intermediate fighting spirit warrior. Lin Wei's bravery is increasing much faster now. Even if Lina serves as Lin Wei's sparring partner, she can exert more strength to fight against Lin Wei. Inside the cathedral, beneath the magnificent golden decorations, the seats that should have been deserted in winter were now filled with elves. The person who came to the Vatican to pray was actually the White Elf Queen of the Southern Continent. As early as autumn, Yelena received the news that they were coming. This year is the baptism festival that takes place every 10 years. The Queen of White Elves comes to the Vatican to pray every 10 years. It has never been absent for hundreds of years. Whenever the White Elf Queen comes, the saint cannot be absent. Because the baptism ceremony of the White Elf Queen requires a bath in the holy light of the saint. This was the second time that Yelena had met the White Elf Queen. This legendary queen has beautiful silver white hair that falls to her waist, and wears queen leather armor that fits her body and reveals her enchanting figure. Her slender figure seemed to be loved by the Creator, and her whole body was like the most exquisite and perfect work of art. Apart from Arya, the White Elf Queen Suriand is the only one who gives her this feeling. Suriand was a legendary queen. She was not supposed to inherit the throne because although her mother was the previous queen, her father was a lowly elf. Not even an elven noble. Although this is a country where mothers are respected, his father's background did not provide Suriand with any help. Even though she was ranked 4th, it was not her turn to inherit the throne. Fortunately, she has absolutely terrifying magical perception and is currently the great magician ranked 2nd only to the human wizard. Being a student of Arya added a strong touch to her resume. In the fight for the throne, in addition to her own outstanding strength, Arya's reputation also inadvertently gave her great help. She took the throne by the most bloody means. However, her teacher Arya never returned to the kingdom of the White Elves after she became king. Suriand missed her very much, but every time he asked to see his teacher, she would always refuse to meet him for various reasons. Taking advantage of this baptism opportunity, she planned to meet her teacher's new disciple, a person whose talent is said to be even more terrifying than her senior. Suriand really couldn't imagine that there was someone more powerful than his senior. The wizard who was hailed as the most powerful wizard in the entire continent was once the pride of his teacher. Your Majesty, please. The dignified and beautiful Yelena raised the holy book in her hand and began to baptize her in a ray of light. In fact, Suriand had complicated emotions towards this little girl. After all, she is the direct descendant of the senior. To some extent, long-lived races like elves have complicated feelings when they see the descendants of their deceased relatives. The last time they met was 10 years ago. Unknowingly, the little girl who was not even as tall as her waist back then has grown into such a graceful young lady. From her eyebrows and eyes, Suriand could even detect a hint of feminine charm. It means that the girl in front of you already has a boy she loves. Probably someone I could entrust my life to. Thinking this in her heart, she raised her hands devoutly and bowed to the statue of the goddess of light in the church. After the baptism, Queen Suriand found Yelena. "Your Majesty, is there anything else you can do for me?" Suriand sensed a hint of resentment in Yelena's tone. "Nothing. I just wanted to ask what the boy you like looks like." Suriand's tone was soft. She could sense some slight fluctuations in Yelena's emotions in front of her, but she seemed to be hiding it well. Because even the sensitive elves only detected a fleeting glimmer of joy. "Looks very good-looking. She has golden hair and brown eyes, and there is always a slow and gentle look in her eyes. When he talks to me, he subconsciously lowers his tone. When I pretend not to hear him, he will patiently repeat it to me." Suriand smiled. "That's great." After a long time, Suriand also reached adulthood. However, as a queen, it was difficult for her to find a male companion. Her need to continue her bloodline means she has to find more than one. But the men around her really don't please her. Therefore, this matter was shelved year after year, and the Presbyterians were already extremely anxious. But she herself has no awareness of this at all. After chatting for a while, Suriand prepared to leave. She wanted to take this opportunity to visit her teacher. "And there is the junior schoolmate I have never met. Aruna, are you there?" At this moment, the voice of the little cat girl Zeluka suddenly came from outside. Chapter 127, You Can Call Me Senior. Did I interrupt your conversation?" Zeluka's kitten tail wagged gently, and she gave an apologetic expression. Because the Suriand in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person. He had the lively temperament of a teacher, a feeling unique to white elves. Suriand is very beautiful, but she has the arrogance and aloofness that comes from being in a high position for a long time. After being with Arya for so long, she actually has a good understanding of white elves. The purer the white elf's bloodline, the closer their hair color will be to translucent silver, and their skin color will be whiter. It was the first time she saw a white elf with hair color so close to her teacher's. "No, you came at the perfect time." Suriand suddenly interrupted. Because she felt the surge of magic from Zeluka. The accumulation level of this magic element is almost approaching that of a great magician. Combined with Zeluka's cat ears and cat tail, she quickly determined that the girl in front of her was teacher Alia's new student. "Well, let me introduce you, Sister Zeluka. This is Her Majesty Suriand, the Queen of the White Elves." When he heard Suriand's name, Zeluka was stunned for a moment. But he soon realized that this person was teacher Alia's second student. "Your Majesty, Suriand, your greetings." Zeluka greeted Suriand. The queen was looking at her with great interest. After a while, when Zeluka's cat first stood up and its tail was stiff, she slowly withdrew her gaze. "Senior Zeluka, I think you can just call me Senior." Suriand stood in front of Zeluka, half a head taller than him. She stretched out her white and tender little hand to touch Zeluka's cat ears. But Zeluka dodged it swiftly. The little cat girl hid behind her trusted Yelena and looked at Suriand with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing the little cat girl so agile, Suriand could only sigh lightly. She hadn't seen the girl from the Naze tribe for a long time. Today she wanted to touch the cat's ears, but she didn't expect Zeluka to react so quickly. "Senior Suriand, you can't touch Zeluka's ears." Zeluka was very innocent, so when Suriand asked her to call him Senior, Zeluka changed her words immediately. However, for strangers, Zeluka would naturally not let anyone touch her ears casually. To be precise, no one except Lin Wei can touch it casually. Even her teacher, Alia, is no exception. Suriand didn't care. Instead, she found this straightforward schoolmate interesting. "Zeluka-san, how is the teacher doing recently?" Ever since the teacher personally cleaned up the family many years ago, she has never seen the teacher smile again. Even when she wanted to visit Alia, she was turned away. Just because the death of Senior Helen Keisha was actually related to her. It was she who provided Helen with the Forbidden Magic book. Because of the Forbidden Magic, Senior Helen's magic ran wild, and not only did he fail to fulfill his deceased wife's wish to resurrect her, he even became the most powerful lich on the entire continent. In the end, it was Alia who stepped in to quell the turmoil that was about to sweep across the continent. Suriand still can't forget the sad and desperate look in his teacher's eyes that day. so she actually doesn't mind at all that the teacher hasn't seen her for so many years. It would be better to say that the teacher did not blame her because of the many years of teacher-student friendship. Naturally, the two girls in front of him had no way of knowing these old stories. If Yeluna knew that the person in front of her was the one who caused her great-grandfather to go berserk, she probably wouldn't help even on the baptismal day. The teacher is very nice. Zeluka didn't know why the lady in front of him suddenly asked about the teacher. However, the simple little cat girl still answered her question seriously. Then, "Senpai, could you please take me to the teacher? I made the teacher angry before, and she hasn't seen me for a long time." Seeing that her sad expression did not seem fake, Zeluka knew that she had heard about the stories of her two predecessors. Every time I asked Alia, she avoided the topic, or used the silencing magic to prevent yourself from speaking for an hour. Over time, Zeluka stopped asking Alia these questions. However, from some documents and rumors passed down by word of mouth, he vaguely knew that his two predecessors were both extraordinary people. In addition to his main wish of becoming a great magician and returning to Lin Wei as soon as possible, she studied so hard because she wanted her teacher Alia to think that she, a new student, was no worse than the two students she had accepted. Sure, Zeluka agreed to Surian's request. As she spoke, she took Yeluna's hand and said, "Then let's go to the Magic Academy together. Yeluna, I have a magic study recently, and I need your holy light magic to help me." Yeluna smiled helplessly. "Of course, Sister Zeluka, it is Yeluna's honor to be able to help you. Yeah, we are a family." The three of them walked towards the Magic Academy together. What Surian was concerned about was the relationship between the two. Judging from their close relationship, they must have a close friendship. But Yeluna is a pure-blooded Norlands, so why would she be so close to Zeluka, a catman from the Nase tribe? Before Zeluka became his teacher's student, Surian had never heard of any king or chief's daughter named Zeluka. She basically knew all the famous cat people royal family members in the Nase tribe, and she was sure that there was no Zeluka among them. Therefore, she became more and more curious about Zeluka's origins and her relationship with Yeluna. When walking towards the Magic Academy, Surian did not let the elf royal guards follow him. After all, this is the territory of the Holy See, although the orcs have recently occupied the nearby areas. But if some ignorant orcs come up to cause trouble, it would be no different from seeking death. After all, let's put aside the saint and Zeluka. Surian himself has a record of tearing a bone dragon apart with his bare hands. Although the bone dragon is not as powerful as the dragon clan when they were alive, it is still a dragon after all. As the most powerful undead species on the continent, they have always been the nightmare of adventurers and some small kingdoms. Although the god of the dead has disappeared for many years, he has only deprived ordinary people of their authority and divine gifts. This does not mean that there are no undead creatures on this continent. On the contrary, undead creatures are all very scary. Along the way, the three dazzling beauties naturally attracted the attention of many people. Some of the dog-headed men stared intently. However, when they noticed that one of the three was wearing a conspicuous saint's dress, they all retracted their gazes. After all, the Holy See is very scary. After occupying this place for so long, they still have to give the Holy See enough respect. It is not only to give face to the million white-armored guards of the Holy See of Light, but also to give face to the Goddess of Light. Chapter 128 Reminiscing. Alia had sensed Surian's presence the moment she appeared on the street. Rather, she knew her student's habits very well. He would come to be baptized every 10 years without fail, but he would also come to see her under the pretext of baptism. Although he was rejected by Alia every time, but she still insisted on visiting her once every 10 years. But this time, she followed her favorite student. This made Alia frown. She didn't want Zeluka and Surian to get too close. Teachers usually have afternoon tea in the pavilion out front. Senior Suriinda, please follow me. After returning to the Magic Academy, Zeluka became much braver. Although many male students cast their eyes on these three beauties with different styles, but they only dared to look. Neither Zeluka nor Yeluna are the same kind of people as them. They knew the identities of these two people very well. And it is even more impossible that this white elf with extraordinary temperament has anything to do with them. There were even some students who had been in the Magic Academy for some time who recognized the identity of the queen. Following Zeluka, Surian actually didn't have much hope. She felt that the teacher would not see her this time. Out of respect for her teacher, she restrained her magic and did not use magic to sense the teacher's location. The main thing is that even if you try to sense it, you can't sense it. The teacher's magic power has always been higher than hers. Whether it is magic element sensing or the application of magic, he is much better than her. Even Helen, who went berserk and became a lich, was cured completely, not to mention that she was not as good as Helen. The queen's coldness and arrogance were well restrained in front of Alia. She even gives off a bit of the feeling of an intellectual and well-behaved older sister. So, when she looked up and saw her teacher, Alia, sitting in the gazebo, she was completely stunned. Zeluka ran up to teacher Alia and rubbed her face enthusiastically. Alia just nodded Zeluka's head lovingly, as if she was already used to her student's behavior. "Teacher, I'm back." Alia responded, but it was still gentle. This is her usual style. She reached out, picked up the teacup in front of her, and took a sip of the black tea. His eyes never fell on the somewhat reserved queen opposite him. The second person to say hello was Yelena. "Sister Alia, hello. I hope you don't mind that I haven't greeted you in all these years." Yelena hasn't seen this great magician for a long time. But compared to Surian's reservedness, she was much more natural. Because although Alia secretly distanced herself from Yelena, their relationship was indeed quite good. The reason why Yelena was alienated was simple. She was a human. And Arya is a white elf with a long life. Too many emotional entanglements will only add to Alia's sadness. "Yelena, you are becoming more and more like a saint." Looking at the girl in front of her, for some reason, Helen's face would unconsciously appear in her mind. It was like seeing that silly boy learning magic from me. Before he knew it, even his descendants had grown this big. When I was learning magic from her, I was still a little girl. Human life is so short. Like a shooting star across the night sky. Just don't be so dazzling. After both of them finished greeting each other, it was finally Surian's turn. At this moment, Surian had completely lost the majesty of a queen. She was a little nervous, a feeling that had not surged into the heart of this decisive and ruthless queen for many years. In this world, perhaps only her teacher Alia can give her this feeling. "Teacher, I'm sorry." The first words Surian said were actually a subconscious apology. Alia was silent for a long moment. "What do you feel sorry for me?" The voice was a little cold, and the little cat girl unconsciously moved away a little. After being with Alia for a long time, I found that although Alia's facial expressions are not very rich, but she could sense from the changes in the flow of magic energy around her that Alia was not in a very good mood. Surian was silent again. The teacher didn't even question her about that incident. Nor did he ask why she gave the forbidden magic book to Senior Helen. But both of them knew what happened back then. Since Alia was not going to continue to dwell on this issue, Surian could only say softly, "It's been a long time since we last met, teacher." Alia didn't answer. He simply said to Zeluka, "Aren't you going to complete your light magic training? Come with Yelena." Alia's voice was calm, but it held an undeniable sense of authority. So Zeluka still said obediently, "Let's go, Yelena." Yelena also understood that Alia might be talking to Surian about something that she didn't want others to know. So she bowed to Alia and left with Silka. When only Alia and Surian were left in the pavilion, Alia then said, "Sit down. You weren't like this before. You're already the queen, yet you still have this expression of a girl who's made a mistake." When Surian sat down, looking at the teacher's still cold and beautiful face, a familiar feeling came over him. The teacher is indeed a beauty, and time has not left any traces on her face. It's really enviable. Although my physique is similar to that of the teacher. "Teacher, how are you doing recently?" "Thanks to you, I'm not going to die." Surian, "What do you want to see me for?" Alia used wind magic to lift the teapot and poured a cup of black tea for Surian. "I just haven't seen my mentor for a long time, and I want to meet you. After all, as you know, elves have a very long lifespan, and some of our human friends have long since." Alia was silent for a long moment, and Surian said again, "Teacher, your new student has very good qualifications." Although Alia is the best magic teacher on this continent, but she had to admit that Zeluka was indeed the most magically talented child she had ever seen. If she could win over Zeluka, it would be very helpful for her future ambitions. Alia said coldly, "Are you trying to win over a future Grand Mage? Continue to teach her forbidden magic?" Surian was a little embarrassed. It seems that the teacher is still brooding over what happened back then. "I do have the idea of winning over my schoolmate, but I promise you that I will not let her come into contact with any forbidden magic. Is that all right with you?" Surian did have the idea of winning over Zeluka. However, she would definitely have to get the teacher's consent before she dared to invite Zeluka. "Hehe, you don't need to ask my opinion on who to win over. If you can win over Zeluka, then go ahead and try. However, if you use any improper means, don't blame me for not respecting the teacher-student relationship." After receiving Alia's answer, Surian smiled with confidence. As long as the teacher doesn't interfere, it won't be too easy to win over Zeluka. This innocent little cat girl looks like she is easy to deceive. Chapter 129. Fortunately, I have good sisters here. Sister Zeluka, is this all right? Yeluna released a healing spell that contained pure magic. This can help Zeluka learn new magic faster, because the new magic learned is related to the light attribute. Yeah, that's fine. Zeluka nodded, and after a flash of light, she was finally able to skillfully use light magic. She hugged Yeluna excitedly, and the cat's tail wagged excitedly. Thank you, Yeluna. This way I can return to my master faster. Hey. Yeluna was stunned by the cat girl's silly smile. Good man. Is this considered a trap for yourself? But I also blame myself for not trying hard enough. I have worked so hard for so long, but there is still no result. She shook her head, getting rid of these strange thoughts. Sister Zeluka, are you about to be promoted to Grand Mage? Yeluna held Zeluka's little hand and asked with concern. Yeah, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to reach the level of a Grand Mage within 3 years. If everything goes well, it will be even faster. Grand Mage is just an adjective to describe those who have reached the pinnacle of magical attainments. But even among great magicians, there is a huge gap. Although someone like Alia is still a grand magician, the amount of magic energy she possesses is probably more than that of more than a dozen grand magicians combined. Zeluka is now accumulating magic at an extremely fast speed. After all, the more magic essence you have, the more magic you can release and the longer it lasts. Sister Zeluka, has anyone invited you to visit them recently? Is that the nobility or royal family? Given Zeluka's talent, there must be many people extending olive branches to her. In Yeluna's opinion, Zeluka will be a great help to Lin Wei in the future and must stay with Lin Wei. Of course, Lord Faros invited me before, and I threw away letters from many people. Of course I will stay with my master. Yeluna felt much more relieved. Although she knew that Zeluka liked Lin Wei very much, she was still afraid that Zeluka would be bribed by others. After all, she is not Lin Wei, who can see Zeluka's favorability. I guess my senior sister Sulin will invite you to join the White Elf Royal Court soon, and she may offer some pretty good conditions. Yeluna pretended to mention it unintentionally, but her eyes were always observing the changes in Zeluka's expression. Zeluka's magic and emotions are very stable, and in this situation, he almost never lies. After all, expressions can be deceiving, and the flow of magic energy will change with changes in emotions. Then how can I refuse? I just want to stay with my master, but she is your senior after all. If I refuse her directly, will it hurt her face? I have it. I can just use my obsession with magic studies as an excuse. Yeluna smiled and said, what if she promised to find you many rare magic books? Zeluka's ears twitched. Then tell me I want to stay with the teacher. The afternoon passed quickly. Before leaving, Zeluka decided to see Yeluna off. After all, it was she who invited Yeluna, someone who would become her family in the future. Alia did not come out to see them off, so the task of seeing them off naturally fell on Zeluka. Schoolgirl Zeluka. Sure enough, while still within Alia's field of vision, Surien did not show anything unusual. But when they reached the entrance of the Magic Academy, Surien took the initiative to talk to Zeluka. Senior. Zeluka looked dazed, his round cat eyes staring at Surien. The girl looked so innocent that Surien smiled. She said in a very gentle tone, Junior, have you ever thought about what you will do after you graduate from this teacher? I want to continue studying magic. Zeluka answered quickly, as if he didn't notice the trap in the other person's tone. Yeluna looked at the green plants at her feet, pretending not to hear. Junior, I have a lot of rare and novel magic books here. Some of them even the teacher doesn't have. Zeluka showed a longing expression. Really? Senior sister, do you really have so many magic books? Of course. How about this? When I get back, I'll give you a few rare magic books. That's great. You're so kind, senior. Zeluka's excited expression didn't seem fake, which made Yeluna stunned. Why do I feel like I vaguely see my own shadow? Then after you graduate, Zeluka, you must come and play with me often. However, most of the rare magic books can only be read by people from our Elf Magic Academy. How about I arrange for you to be the honorary principal, so that you can borrow them freely in the future? Hearing this, Yeluna frowned. This is a trap. If Zeluka agrees, then Zeluka will be branded with the mark of the White Elf Royal Court. She was afraid that Zeluka wouldn't understand, so she said, Your Majesty Suriend, I'm also interested in magic books. Can I borrow some? Just when Zeluka was about to agree, Chung Yaojin suddenly appeared. She suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. However, Suriend did not show any emotion on his face, but said gently, Saint, you are joking. You are the saint of the human church. You must have all kinds of precious magic books. You are from the Vatican. If you get too close to me, others will have something against you. She spoke very politely and even addressed Yeluna as you. But he rejected her and kept her thousands of miles away. Yelena pretended to be surprised and said, so that's how it is. That was my abruptness. That's all I have to say. No matter how dumb Zeluka was, he should have understood the other party's subtext. Zeluka, who was originally a little moved, suddenly came to his senses. Good sister, this is a reminder to her. Zeluka could only pretend to be regretful and said, I'm sorry, senior sister. I just want to stay with the teacher for the time being. When I have learned the magic of all the great wizards, I will definitely visit you when I have the chance. Surian's expression changed slightly, but he still didn't show any abnormality. She eagerly held Zeluka's little hand. That's a deal, senior sister is waiting for you. Next time, for sure. After ending this rather trap-filled conversation, Zeluka felt like he had survived a disaster. I almost got fooled just now. Luckily, Yelena reminded me. They are worthy of being her future family. They are so good to her. But she was really interested in the precious magic book that Surin mentioned. If you have the chance, you must go and see it. Chapter 130 Ambition. Master, do you really have to go? After bidding farewell to the somewhat slack time in winter, Lin Wei prepared to embark on the journey to Roma again. He really likes the feeling of slowly becoming stronger. But this time, he didn't leave without saying goodbye. Lin Wei responded, and feeling the girl's unstable emotions, he could only sigh silently in his heart. Elialu is always overly worried about his safety, but he could understand Elialu's thoughts to some extent. If Elialu also became an adventurer, he would definitely be worried. He might even not let Elialu go on the adventure alone. Thinking of this, he gently hugged Elialu. He whispered in Elialu's ear, I promise you, I will be back soon. I will protect myself, too. The hot air exhaled by Lin Wei made the girl's ears red. She wanted to hug Lin Wei secretly, but she felt that this seemed a little too greedy. So he just hugged her briefly, as brief as a dragonfly touching the water. My heart was beating like a drum. Just then, Reina suddenly opened the door and walked in. Master, I want to go with you. She was thrown away by Lin Wei last time, so this time she has to stay by Lin Wei's side every step of the way. Lin Wei was suddenly in a dilemma. Although after winning the championship in the gladiatorial arena, Lina has gradually disappeared from the eyes of the people of Nolans. In addition, with the war raging now, the newly formed Noble Alliance and the Orcs have reached a stalemate. And since the destination is far away in Rema, no one should be able to recognize Reina's identity, right? Lin Wei felt that he was worrying too much. The main reason was that he was afraid that someone would think that Reina was his person, and thus the character of Weilin that he had worked so hard to build would collapse. But looking at Long Yang's expression, if he dared to refuse, she would probably burst into tears in the next second. Making a girl who likes you cry is a crime. Well, okay then. Lin Wei had no choice but to agree. However, the girl's white dragon tail was too obvious, so Lin Wei decided to dye her tail. Lin Wei got a bottle of dye from Nashia and began to paint Lina's white dragon tail. I don't know if it was Lin Wei's illusion, but I always felt that when I touched the dragon's tail, the air around him became a lot warmer. The temperature at the dragon's tail is also abnormally high. When the thick white dragon tail completely turned into its normal black color, Lin Wei felt that the air seemed to become a little hot. Lina's pretty face was flushed red, and it was obvious that she was enduring a lot of pain. Wisps of steam emerged from the gaps between the dragon scales on her arms. Fortunately, the dragon's tail did not react in this way. Otherwise, she would have been so ashamed that she would have found a hole to crawl into. However, only the dragon's tail will attract some attention. Other places are fine. The areas with scales are also covered with clothes. The dragon horns are not very long, and you can hardly see them unless you look carefully. As long as Lina doesn't enter the state of dragon spirit blessing, there will be almost no problem. After selecting a suitable set of armor for her, Lin Wei nodded with satisfaction. Reina. Bravery, 201. Strategy, 60. Favorability, 100. Special talents. White Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage, One-Handed Sword Excellence. Rating, S+. It has been a while since I last looked at Reina's panel. I didn't expect that after a while, Reina's panel has become quite exaggerated. Judging from her bravery alone, Reina is probably one of the strongest people in the entire continent. After all, except Lin Wei, no one else has any fighting spirit bonus. No matter how skilled those sword masters are, they are definitely no match for absolute power. Besides, Reina's sword skills are also quite good, and excellence is a more powerful attribute than mastery. It can be seen that Reina must have practiced sword skills quite hard. Lin Wei had only seen this outstanding term in two people. However, in terms of Reina's favorability, the stronger she is, the better. This will be of greater help to Lin Wei. Before boarding the ship, Lin Wei dyed his armor black. The bright silver color is quite eye-catching, but if it is dyed black, it will not be noticed by so many people. Reyna's armor was specially made by Biglin, leaving a certain amount of space for Reyna's dragon tail. Although the defensive power of mithril armor is quite good, there is probably no armor in the world harder than dragon scales. Even mithril is inferior to it. Although it may seem a bit unnecessary, an adventurer should act like an adventurer. Wearing leather armor always feels a little off. It's definitely not because of my weird XP that I think a dragon girl in armor is awesome or something like that. The territory has been very peaceful recently. Since the goblins and goblins were gone, the entire territory has entered a period of rapid development. Those goblins who survived were directly enslaved with slave collars and became laborers to open up territories and farmlands. Even Linwei subjects could pay a few copper coins to rent a goblin laborer to help with farming or clearing wasteland. In name, these lands are Linwei's private property, but Linwei promised that as long as they developed the land, the right to use the land would be theirs. Anyway, the richer the subjects are, the higher Linwei's tax revenue will be, which is a win-win situation for both parties. With stable development and a steady cash flow brought by caravan trade, Linwei feels that if he continues like this, he will have more and more elite teams. There is no need to buy more horses. 5,000 horses have been purchased and domesticated in Linwei's territory, and now they can almost reproduce freely. The person in charge of the horses is a trustworthy groom, who is the younger brother of Linwei's personal groom, Osho. A large number of people were hired to feed the horses and clean up their manure every day. Since Inshona got the griffin, she has hardly had time to return to the stable. If this continues, Linwei estimates that he will own more than 1,000 griffins next year. Because those wild and untamed griffins have gradually become like the original 8 under Enki Yuna's training. The Griffin Cavalry Regiment has a promising future. Boarding the Pioneer, Linwei opened his arms to welcome the strong wind. The wind seems to be particularly strong today, but Linwei also likes the feeling of the whistling wind. Many caravan members were carrying supplies, food, and wine, and the huge sailboats were motionless on the turbulent river. Through the position in front of you, you can see that there is already a skeleton of a new large ship at the dock. It seems that by the time I come back, the other big ship will be completed. Once there are enough huge sailboats, Linwei will definitely go to the Sea Tribe's territory on the western continent to take a look. There are mermaids in the aquarium. We have to see what these new races look like. Chapter 131, She's Just My Sister. Stepping onto the land of Ruemao again, Linwei felt quite relaxed. Here, he is no longer a nobleman admired by his people, but just an ordinary adventurer. He really enjoyed the feeling of role-playing. So when little dragon lady Reyna showed some nervousness, Linwei could only comfort her. Relax, don't be so vigilant. We're not in the ruins now. After hearing what Linwei said, Lena's tense nerves relaxed a lot. Linwei had obtained an adventurer certificate before bringing Lena here. Although it is the lowest level E, if you follow Linwei to complete tasks, you will naturally improve quickly. As long as there is a B level or above adventurer leading the team, even an E level adventurer can take on corresponding tasks. Arrived at the tavern where I had an appointment with the previous group of adventurers. As soon as Linwei and Reyna stepped into the tavern, they heard Nye Salon's loud voice. Weilin, here. Although Linwei's armor has been painted black, but he always served in the front row with Linwei and the team, and had more contact with Linwei. He recognized Linwei's unique temperament and figure at a glance. Priest Aini and Archer Califu also showed surprise. They have almost no resistance to handsome guys like Linwei. So even though Linwei already had a wife and said he and his wife were very loving, the two of them still had some ulterior motives. Linwei came to the table where the three of them were sitting, took off his helmet, and said, "Long time no see. Shouldn't Rima be too cold this winter?" The young priest Annie chuckled and said, "Winter in Rema is warmer than in Nolan's. This is..." The three of them then noticed that behind Linwei was Reyna, who was wrapped in armor. Reyna didn't take off her helmet, but judging by the swaying dragon's tail, this person should be a demi-human. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Reyna, my sister." Reyna then nodded to the three of them, but did not take off her helmet. "Younger sister?" Calif's eyes fell on Reyna's tail, and she seemed a little confused. Linwei is a pure-blooded Norlon, and this guy looks like a lizardman subhuman, so how can they be brother and sister? Linwei was a little embarrassed. He had just said it casually and had forgotten that Reyna was a demi-human. "Reyna and I are half-siblings." After hearing Linwei's explanation, the three of them showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Linwei once said that his father was a commoner baron without any fiefdom. As aristocrats, it's normal to have special hobbies. The hybrid of humans and lizardmen is nothing, They have seen even more outrageous things. Hello, it's Reina-chan. When they heard that it was Lin Wei's sister, their eyes lit up and they began to build a good relationship with Lena. Especially the young pastor Annie. She was particularly enthusiastic. While the three women were chatting, Nyesalon picked up the beer in front of him and took a big sip. Then he said to Lin Wei, "Wei Lin, there is a big deal this time." Oh, Lin Wei immediately became interested. What big business? Nyesalon looked around for a moment before whispering, "I found a pair of earth dragons deep in the ruins a few days ago. They seem to have just laid eggs. The female earth dragon's fighting power shouldn't be very high right now. The only tricky thing is the male earth dragon. Earth dragon, a subdragon creature active in Rima. The dragon blood in the earth dragon's body is already very rare, but even this trace of attribute still makes the earth dragon stand out from many wild beasts and monsters. The ferocity of earth dragons is almost as great as that of griffins, except that they cannot fly. But when traveling through mountains and deserts, earth dragons are more flexible than horses. After all, even if the griffin can fly in the air, when facing some battles in the jungle, the earth dragon can still exert greater advantages than the griffin. A tamed earth dragon is worth almost as much as a griffin in Rima. I have to say, Lin Wei was moved when he heard about laying eggs. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't speak for a long time, Nyesalon patted Lin Wei on the shoulder. "What do you think, Brother Waylon? Shall we do this?" Lin Wei tapped the table with his fingers. Seems to be thinking. After a while, facing Nyesalon's expectant gaze, Lin Wei slowly nodded. "I think so. But we must be adequately prepared." Nyesalon patted his chest and said, "Of course, Brother Waylon, we must buy some strength potions in case of emergency." When mentioning the strength potion, Lin Wei's expression became a little strange. He did bring out some strength potions and agility potions made by Nashia. "I brought it." Nyesalon didn't dwell on this question any further, simply asking, "Is it enough? Do you need to buy some more?" Lin Wei estimated that he brought about 10 or so, which should be enough. With Lena here this time, Lin Wei even feels that they might not be able to use it. That's enough. Then let's set off now without further delay. Nyesalon then turned to the three ladies and said, "Ladies, we are going to get to work." Nyesalon looked at Lin Wei and asked, "Wei Lin, what are your plans for your sister?" Although Lin Wei's sister is a lizard man, she is definitely better at fighting than an ordinary person. But he didn't think Lin Wei's sister was strong enough to join them on this rather dangerous mission. An earth dragon is enough to defeat an A-level adventurer. If Lin Wei had not shown to be strong enough, he would even sell this news to make a fortune. Instead, he chose to hunt down these two earth dragons with the others in the team. "My sister is quite strong. Although she has only been a registered adventurer for a short time, she is strong enough to go on this mission with us." Nyesalon showed a surprised expression. All right. In fact, he had already guessed it when he looked at Reina's armor. But since Lin Wei said that Lena was very strong, he was naturally willing to believe Lin Wei's words. After all, although he doesn't know Reina's level yet, all the members of their team recognize Lin Wei's strength. If it weren't for Lin Wei, they wouldn't have been able to move from a C-class team to a B-class team so quickly. Previously, the front row had always been their team's weak point. Since Lin Wei came, the team's overall hunting efficiency has improved a lot. Both Annie and Califu know about the Earth Dragon. So when she heard that Reina was also going to join, Califu took the initiative to say, "Sister Reina, stand behind me during the mission. I will protect you." Reina froze, but luckily she didn't show any embarrassment because she was wearing a helmet. She wanted to say that she was actually much better than her. Even Pastor Annie said, "Yeah, you must stand behind us, Sister Reina." The two of them seemed to have already treated Reina as their younger sister. God knows what strange roles they have put themselves in. Chapter 132, Get Rich Brothers. The operation went very smoothly. It went so smoothly that the other three people except Lin Wei were still confused. A male earth dragon that was over 3 meters tall was actually defeated by Reina alone. It only took a few minutes for Reina to knock down the earth dragon. Because Lena has the bloodline of a white dragon, just by standing there she exerted a powerful suppressive force on the dragon beast. The other female was in a weak state, so it took no effort at all. Therefore, Lin Wei's team captured 2 adult earth dragons and 6 earth dragon eggs without much effort. Are we going to be rich now? It was Nizaron who spoke. He pinched his arm to confirm that he was not dreaming, and his hands began to tremble with excitement. An untamed earth dragon can be sold for 100,000 gold coins, and 2 together will be worth even more. Not counting the value of the eggs, just counting the value of the 2 earth dragons, they earned at least 300,000 gold coins. Even if the earth dragon is auctioned, its value will be even higher. The value of 1 earth dragon egg is at least 50,000 gold coins, and 6 of them is about 300,000 gold coins. After this trip, several people can retire directly and live a worry-free life for the rest of their lives. You can even spend some gold coins to buy a cloth baron to play with. However, Nyesalon also understood that Lin Wei's sister Lina must have played a major role in the fact that they were able to capture the 2 Earth Dragons with almost no losses this time. With the exaggerated record of capturing 2 Earth Dragons alive, their team will become an A-level team and become famous throughout Ruema. Annie and Califu were still in a daze. I didn't expect that Reina, who looks petite and cute, can be so powerful once she strikes. Before setting off, the two said they would protect Reina, but now, Reina took direct action to complete the task. It only took some effort to catch the female Earth Dragon, otherwise I would have been wasting my time. Wei Lin, how do you say we're going to allocate this time? Lin Wei is the captain of several people, because Lin Wei is not only powerful, but also has excellent battlefield command ability. Everyone, including Nyesalon, trusts Lin Wei. Lin Wei was also very fair in distributing the spoils every time, and the team members had no complaints. So even though the wealth this time is enough to turn most members against each other, the team is much more calm because of Lin Wei's presence. Except for Lina, everyone else held their breath, as if waiting for Lin Wei's opinion. Lin Wei thought about it. Although it was Lina who made a great contribution this time, it was Nyesalon who discovered the Earth Dragon after all, so Nyesalon's distribution should be the second highest. Lin Wei, Annie and Califu should get the lowest share. The total value of all the spoils is approximately 600,000 gold coins. Since you all trust me so much, I will distribute it. First, Reina. Reina made great contributions in this operation, so she alone deserves a share of 200,000 gold coins. Nyesalon, you provided the information. You alone have a share of 100,000. We'll divide the remaining 300,000 equally. What do you think? After hearing Lin Wei's assignment, everyone nodded. As for Lina, she didn't show any expression. After all, everything belonged to Lin Wei. Whatever Lin Wei says, we will do. I agree with Wei Lin's allocation. Should we just sell all this stuff? The one who asked the question was Nyesalon. With these gold coins, he would have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life. No longer have to live on the edge of a knife just to make a living. However, in addition to a large amount of gold coins, it also brought glory to the entire team. He could almost foresee their originally unremarkable team. In the future, it will become the topic of conversation among countless bards and adventurers in taverns. I have a proposal. I wonder if you can accept it. These 2 adult Earth Dragons can be sold directly, but I want to keep these 6 eggs. In exchange, we no longer want the gold coins from the sale of the 2 Earth Dragons. In order to keep these 6 eggs, Lin Wei even gave up some gold coins. Anyway, these gold coins are nothing to him. 2 Earth Dragons are sold for 300,000 gold coins. The dragon eggs are worth 300,000, and Lina and Lin Wei's share is enough to keep the 2 eggs. Excluding the 300,000 gold coins given to Reina and Nyesalon, who made the greatest contributions, each person can get about 75,000 gold coins. Calculated in this way, Lin Wei still lost about 40,000 gold coins. However, as long as he could get these eggs, Lin Wei felt that it was no big deal to lose a little. Nyesalon and the others shook their heads. Wei Lin, we are good brothers who have been through thick and thin together. How could I let you suffer this loss? I understand why you want these eggs. It must be for your family. After all, being the son of a noble isn't easy. We'll distribute these 2 Earth Dragons as usual after they're sold. But you, Brother Wei Lin, can't be left out. Annie and Califu also nodded. They also didn't want to take advantage of Lin Wei. Lin Wei felt warm in his heart. Even though this society is different from the one on Blue Star, it is also a society of intrigue and deception. It is not uncommon for people to betray each other for a few gold coins. Teammates as honest and reliable as the 3 in front of them are quite rare in the entire continent. Good. Lin Wei even had the idea of recruiting him. When the time is right, we will lure these people to Luiska. But if we really want to sell the dragon, we must first advance to the A-level team. But with so much money, I no longer need to continue my life as an adventurer. Maybe someone doesn't want to take the risk anymore? Nyesalon has a family, and I heard he has a lovely son. Annie became an adventurer in order to raise her younger sister who was still studying at the Magic Academy. Khalif has a sickly mother and a gambler father, so the money is also very important to Khalif. Cheers. Celebrate our victory. Lin Wei picked up the glass first, and several people drank a full glass of beer in a cheerful atmosphere. After celebrating today's victory, the few of them separated. Nyesalon went to sell the 2 Earth Dragons to the Grand Chamber of Commerce in Rema, while Annie and Califu said they were a little drunk and planned to rest for a night in a nearby hotel. As for Lin Wei, He and Lena brought the 6 Earth Dragon eggs back to the Pioneer overnight. Only after placing the Earth Dragon egg did Lin Wei breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that one can already imagine the heroic figures of knights riding Earth Dragons and galloping across the battlefield. As a sub-dragon level magical beast, the Earth Dragon's combat power on the ground is naturally far superior to that of a horse. Even the most expensive northern steed is no match for an Earth Dragon. Master, how did I perform today? After arranging everything, Reyna asked cautiously. Her dragon tail swayed gently. Her face was slightly flushed, and there was anticipation in her eyes. Like a child waiting for praise. Reyna performed very well today. Lin Wei reached out and touched Lena's forehead. Reyna squinted her eyes comfortably. Like a tamed kitten. Chapter 133 The Girl with Golden Ponytail. Yesterday that can't be returned. The news that Lin Wei's team of adventurers had captured the Earth Dragon spread like wildfire. The people of Ruema have witnessed the ferocity of the Earth Dragon. How could such a dragon beast, whose ferocity is comparable to that of a griffin, be captured? Even if the female is in the egg-laying period, the male is not. Catching and killing are two completely different concepts. The cost of catching it is several times that of killing it. If the team with such brilliant record was a well-known A-level team, they might not think it was a big deal. But it turned out to be a B-level team that was promoted not long ago, which is a bit unbelievable. They were extremely popular for a while, and were even directly promoted to an A-level team by the Adventurers Association. Since Lin Wei's team was formed, it took less than a year to go from C-level to where it is today. This promotion speed is unbelievable, whether in the past or now. The activity of this team naturally caught the attention of the Rima royal family. The first one to show interest was Einville. She placed the parchment scroll containing the team's information on the table. The backgrounds of the 3 people mentioned above have been thoroughly investigated. The only ones were named Weilin and Lena, who were said to be from Nolans. There are at least 8,000 adventurers like this coming from Nolans. If they are from a famous family, it would be easier to investigate. It just so happens that they are commoner nobles, barons of the lowest rank, and there are countless of them. A commoner baron's son might not even have a surname. How can one find out? Not to mention that Nolans is still in the midst of war, making verification extremely difficult. Not that Einville was particularly interested. The main reason was that she had worked in a team with an adventurer named Weilin before, and she had a clear understanding of Lin Wei's strength. After all, adventurers who can kill 7 or 8 goblins in a very short period of time are rare even in the entire continent. From that day on, Einville began to pay attention to the activities of the adventurer named Weilin. Unexpectedly, the other party's activity was far beyond her expectations. The information about Nizaron, Aini, and Califu is mediocre. Only Weilin and the new member of the team, Reyna, could arouse her interest. Reyna's race is listed as Lizardman. Lizard people? A knight and a lizardman teaming up? Or are they half-siblings? Why does it always feel familiar? But she couldn't remember it for a while. However, she still thought it was normal that the other party could catch the Earth Dragon. Why not advise my father to commend Weilin and leave a good impression on him? But even if you want to give praise, you need a suitable excuse. If an adventurer like Weilin joined her personal guard, she would definitely gain more merits in the future war with Nolans. Although the heir is destined to be the royal brother Rise, having more say can prevent her from becoming a bargaining chip in royal transactions. A princess without power is completely different from a princess with considerable power. I don't aspire to become a queen, but at least I don't want to become a victim of politics. Now Nolans has declined. Although it has been peaceful for 2 years, one can feel that the border is becoming more and more unstable. Zeluka 13 would certainly not be content with the status quo, but he was definitely waiting for a suitable opportunity to launch an attack. This moment was destined to come. She estimated that within 2 years, the Nolans would no longer be able to bear this slow demise and would launch a surprise attack on Fort George. She had to be prepared all the time. The sun was shining brightly today, and Lin Wei took the 3 girls for a stroll in Ruema City. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, they decided to come in and take a look. Because Annie said her leather armor was a little damaged, she wanted to see if there was any new leather armor that would suit her. Lin Wei is actually a little helpless about women's shopping desire. It seems that no matter which world women are from, as long as they mention shopping, they seem to have endless energy. If women put all their energy into cultivation, there would be countless more great magicians and female sword masters in this world. There are many weapons for sale hanging in the blacksmith shop, from swords to hammers, all kinds of weapons. The quality is good, but the craftsmanship is far inferior to that of Biglin. There were very few people in the store, only a handful. This isn't the time for adventurers to be active. One of the tall girls caught his attention. Lin Wei himself never thought that he would meet her again in this way. The girl in front of him had a neat ponytail and leather armor wrapped around her curvy figure. His eyes were sharp, and he no longer had the timidity he had before. The darkness in his eyes was well hidden, as dangerous as a cheetah lurking in the darkness. Lina. Bravery, 65. Strategy, 80. Special talents. One-handed sword mastery, dagger excellence, shield mastery, noble etiquette. Rating. Lina, the daughter of Baron Fedra and his former fiancé. Lin Wei actually met her in a foreign country. I thought that the precarious Nolans had almost buried this memory. But when the old friend appeared again, Lin Wei only felt as if he was in another world. I don't know what she went through to cause such a drastic change. Judging from her talent and bravery, the girl in front of him must have put in a lot of effort to become stronger. The girl seemed to notice Lin Wei's gaze. However, Lin Wei was completely wrapped in armor, so Lina probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, Lin Wei's brief daze caught Lina's attention. When she saw her master looking at a cute and lovely blonde beauty, the little dragon girl immediately felt alarmed. Lina's eyes were fixed calmly on Lin Wei in the armor. It seemed as if I could see Lin Wei's handsome face through the armor. She walked slowly towards Lin Wei and greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, valiant knight." She smiled charmingly and said, "It seems a little inappropriate for you to keep staring at a lady, right?" Lin Wei bowed towards her and said in a deliberately hoarse voice, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I didn't mean it. Your figure is so beautiful that I couldn't help but look at you twice. Please forgive my rudeness." Lina just smiled quietly, and Lin Wei could no longer see the arrogance she had as a noble lady. "Is it really beautiful? Then why doesn't my fiancé think I'm beautiful?" Lina brushed away her golden hair that was scattered around her ears, revealing a self-deprecating expression. Lin Wei froze instantly. He was clearly in armor, yet he was exposed nowhere. Lina has really changed a lot. But some things will not change just because people change. Like the red leaves that fall in autumn, the leaves can never return to the tree. Annie and Kalafu noticed their conversation, and Kalafu took the initiative to ask, "Hello." Lina bowed slightly. "Hello, dear lady. It's a pleasure to meet a member of the ever-popular Crimson team. You must be the famous Reverend Miss Annie, right?" She greeted Kalafu and Lina one by one, and her brown eyes finally fell on Lin Wei. "Mr. Weilin, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Ms. Lina, me too. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lina smiled slightly and shook her head gently. The blacksmith shop owner just came out, handed Lina a forged dagger. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I have time to continue chatting. Please allow me to go first." She bowed slightly, her elegant aristocratic posture as always. As she walked towards the door, she left Lin Wei with a tall ponytailed back view. When she opened the door, she could see the sunlight falling on her like fine golden sand. It wasn't until Lina left that Annie asked, somewhat puzzled, "Weilin, how do you know her name is Lina? Did she introduce herself just now?" Lin Wei sighed. "Who knows? Maybe." Lina recognized him. Lin Wei was sure of that. Because just now she called out Lin Wei first, but when she opened her mouth it became Wei Lin. He wasn't actually that surprised that the girl recognized him, because he also recognized Lina at first sight. However, there is no way to go back to the past. Chapter 134 Next time, I will pay tribute to the god of light. There are many kinds of dragons, but there are 5 categories that are the most powerful. The 5 colors of dragons are white dragon, red dragon, green dragon, blue dragon, and black dragon. Among them, the intelligent and cunning red dragon is the most powerful. Bailong is stupider. However, this is only the main dragon classification. There are many variations. For example, the white dragon's variant is the frost dragon, the red dragon's variant is the flame dragon, etc. Most of the dragons known in the mainland have not reached the level of giant dragons. Above the giant dragons are the even more powerful ancient dragons and primordial dragon species. However, the giant dragon is already the most powerful dragon that all humans can come into contact with, and the ancient dragons and the original dragon species are only recorded in books. People can only glimpse the power of these high-level dragons through a few words in ancient books. Recently, an angry red dragon appeared deep in the ruins of Rima. So, when Lin Wei's Crimson team heard that Einwil was going to form a dragon-slaying team to slay the dragon, their first reaction was that Einwil had gone crazy. Although Lin Wei and his team are powerful, they recently captured a ground dragon alive and completed many difficult tasks, proving that they are worthy of the title of A-level team. But even for an S-class team that has been famous for a long time, provoking the Dragon Clan will only result in failure. If your request is for our entire team to participate in the dragon-slaying battle, then, Your Highness Einville, please allow me to refuse. The person who spoke was Lin Wei. He thought that Einwire had something to do today, but she came to their team and asked if they wanted to join the dragon-slaying team. Kill a ghost. Lin Wei doesn't want to give it away for free. Any creature that has a connection with dragons is terrifyingly powerful, and Reina is a perfect example. And there was the demi-human who had the blood of the red dragon. This is true even for earth dragons that have little to do with it. Going to slay a dragon? Without 100 or so great magicians, Lin Wei said he would not feel safe at all. But if your team can achieve the feat of slaying a dragon, you will soon be promoted to an S-class team, and even all members will be able to obtain the status of Viscount of Commoner granted by Rima. In addition to this, you can also receive a reward of at least 100,000 gold coins, and all the weapons for participating in the dragon slaying will be provided by the royal family. Also, I didn't just invite your team. Besides Scarlet, I also invited 13 A-level teams and 3 S-level teams. There are enough adventurers to kill a dragon, but this dragon hasn't even reached the level of a giant dragon. Lin Wei was about to continue to refute, but Nie Salon, who had been standing behind him, patted Lin Wei on the shoulder. There were sparkles in Annie and Califu's eyes, and they were obviously eager to slay the dragon. Lin Wei couldn't utter the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Finally, he frowned and said, "Let's go back and discuss it." Einwire smiled and said, "I believe you will make the wisest choice. This is a great opportunity, isn't it?" In Ainwell's eyes, although this journey is full of dangers, the honor and wealth it brings are something that ordinary people cannot refuse. Inside the tavern, no one in the team said a word. For the first time, they had a disagreement. For someone like Nizaron who is born adventurous, there is no way he can refuse such a tempting thing as slaying a dragon. As for Annie and Califu, although they made a lot of money from selling earth dragons, the problems at home have basically been solved. But in front of a legendary creature like a dragon, they still wanted to take a look. Lin Wei naturally couldn't put himself in danger. Of course Lina listened to Lin Wei, but the 3 people in front of him obviously didn't think so. Being able to become an adventurer, besides wanting gold coins, of course one also wants fame. Take Annie, for example, as a pastor. In fact, even if you don't join the adventurer team, you can get a lot of money just by treating those injured adventurers. Although it is indeed quite difficult to provide a magician with magic training, it is not so out of reach for a priest. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and everyone was drinking silently. Only Lena sat obediently on the chair and ate meat with big mouthfuls. Her mouth was full of red oil, and she looked unsatisfied, which was in stark contrast to the dull atmosphere. "Wei Lin, are we really not going?" The first person to speak was not Nie Salon, but the young priest Annie. Califu looked at Lin Wei with anticipation. Lin Wei sighed. "I don't think it's wise to take that risk. Annie, don't you know how powerful the dragon race is? If something happens to you during this battle, what will happen to your sister?" Annie was silent for a while. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "With so many teams, there's no reason for us not to join this battle. Even if something happens to me, the gold coins I earned before are enough for my sister to learn to become an intermediate magician." Her previous savings plus the newly acquired 70,000 gold coins were indeed enough for her sister to learn to become an intermediate magician. Lin Wei didn't try to persuade him any further. "What about you, Nie Salon? If something happens to you, what will happen to your wife and daughter?" Nie Salon laughed heartily, his heroic voice echoing throughout half of the tavern. "I've always made a living from this, and I've long been prepared to die in battle. Even if I really die in battle, the gold coins I earn will be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives." Califu didn't say anything, but from her eyes, Lin Wei understood her choice. Califu's family was very miserable. Even though she earned so many gold coins, it could only alleviate her mother's pain. When her father knew that she had earned such a large sum of money, he gave her a lot of trouble. But Cullivan didn't have a good face for this gambler. Just give him 1 or 2 silver coins, and he'll be sent away. If she didn't give it to him, this gambler would definitely cause trouble for her mother, which was something Cullivan didn't want to see. "We've fought together for so long. I hope all members of Team Crimson can successfully graduate from their adventuring careers. I hope you can seriously consider your family more." Nie Salon fell silent, and Annie and Califu's expressions changed slightly. Finally, they all sighed. "Well, Wei Lin, since you are the captain, we should listen to you. You're right. No member of the Crimson team can be left behind." Annie raised the wine glass in her hand. "To Scarlet. Cheers to our adventurous life." Reina, who had been eating, asked stupidly, "Have you disrespected the god of light today?" Nie Salong slapped the table. No disrespect today. There will be opportunities later." Chapter 135. Why won't you listen? After the incident with the red dragon, Lin Wei stopped accepting adventure missions for a while. because the players all said they wanted to take a break. Lin Wei didn't take it too seriously. This was a very normal thing. After all, any adventurer would feel regretful for missing out on an opportunity to slay a dragon. Therefore, Lin Wei was very considerate and gave the other members of the Crimson team some time to adjust. During this time, he even went to the nearby job market. No, the slave chamber of commerce. But I didn't see any slaves that stood out. Therefore, Lin Wei gave up the idea of buying it. His vision is now quite high. Unless his own talent can reach the level of Reina or Silka, Lin Wei will probably buy it at all costs. Otherwise, Lin Wei would feel a little uninterested. Lin Wei therefore spent a very pleasant period of time. The quality of food and daily life did not decline just because he was away from Louis Cardinal. On the contrary, Lin Wei feels happy after tasting a lot of Ruema's delicious food recently. Lin Wei even felt that his life was a little too comfortable because he had Lina by his side. So he started exploring some marginal ruins, killing thieves and monsters. This not only improves the bravery value, but also increases practical combat experience. Before they knew it, it was autumn again and Lin Wei's fleet was about to return. Before going back, he planned to invite the members of the Crimson team to get together again. After all, we have to wait until next year to meet each other. He had booked a seat in the tavern early and ordered the Crimson team members' favorite dishes. There was also a full bucket of ice-cold beer. After arranging these, he prepared to go find Pastor Annie first. Because when Annie rested, she always rested in the hotel closest to the tavern. The latest topic in the tavern is about the Red Dragon. The campaign against the Red Dragon has ended a few days ago. It was said that more than half of the adventurer teams were injured. From the exaggerated tone of the drinkers, one could vaguely hear how earth-shattering the battle was. An entire S-Class team was lost, and even the remaining two S-Class teams had more than half of their personnel injured. Lin Wei felt somewhat relieved that the Crimson team did not participate in this dragon-slaying feast. He pushed open the door of the tavern and walked towards where Annie lived. You're talking about Annie. That little girl hasn't come back for more than 10 days. I don't know where she went. I thought you, the Crimson team, were out on another mission. The inn's proprietress is a plump woman who knows all the members of the Crimson team. She answered Lin Wei's questions while tidying up the items on the table at the front desk. Well, thank you, Ms. Finker. Team Crimson hasn't been on a mission in the past 2 months. Lin Wei apologized, and the aunt asked gossipingly, Wei Lin, are you and Annie a couple? Oh. Lin Wei was stunned. I don't know how the aunt in front of me came to this conclusion. No. The aunt was a little surprised to hear Lin Wei's answer. Isn't it? But that little girl Annie kept whispering your name during dinner when she returned to the hotel. I thought you two had been together for a long time. But if she's not here, she might have gone to visit her sister. She usually comes back within 4 or 5 days. Finker was still chattering, while Lin Wei noticed the critical time of 4 or 5 days mentioned by the aunt. You said, Annie usually only stays for 4 or 5 days? Finker nodded. Come to think of it, it seems like Annie took quite a while to get back this time. If I hadn't gone on a mission. Hearing this, Lin Wei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He apologized to Finker and quickly walked out of the hotel. The second person Lin Wei went to see was Califu. Kali's father was not at home, but before leaving, Kali asked the girl next door to help take care of her mother. There was a strong smell of herbs in the room, and Califu's mother had a typical Remo appearance. Although she has been tortured by illness and looks like a monster, one can still vaguely tell from her facial features that she must have been a beautiful girl in her youth. You must be Wei Lin. I've heard my daughter talk about you. Can you take off your helmet and show me what you look like? Lina was outside the door, and the only person who entered the house was Lin Wei. After chatting for a while, Califu's mother wanted to see Lin Wei's face, because she knew that the young man in front of her was the captain that Califu had been thinking about. Every time when Cullivan came home, the topic they talked about most was Lin Wei. Lin Wei was silent for a while, then slowly took off his helmet, revealed that handsome and cool face. Cullivan's mother smiled. I only heard from my daughter that her captain was a man of great strategy and strength. He is still a handsome guy. Now that I have seen him with my own eyes, I have to praise my daughter for her good taste. Although his daughter had never admitted that she liked Lin Wei, as Califu's mother, how could he not see that his daughter liked the boy in front of her? As a mother, she knew that she was a burden to her daughter and always hoped that Culliver could have a good home. So she asked, Wellen, do you like Culliv? Lin Wei was silent for a moment. Culliver's mother simply said to herself, I heard from my daughter that you're already married, but it doesn't matter. Culliver likes you very much. I think she'll be very happy as long as she can be with you. So, even if she's just a concubine, it doesn't matter. I believe in my daughter's judgment. You will definitely treat her well, right? By the way, I haven't said any of this to Khalif. Don't tell her. Don't be fooled by her usual carefree and mature appearance. She's actually still a clueless little girl when it comes to emotions. Lin Wei's heart sank. He already had a guess about where these people were going, but he didn't dare tell the woman in front of him where her daughter had gone. After saying goodbye to Califu's mother, Lin Wei went to Nyesalon's house again. Saw Nyesalon's lovely daughter. Nyesalon was not at home either, and his wife thought that the Crimson team was out on a mission again. Lin Wei did not continue to dwell on this issue. Thinking of the rumors he had heard in the tavern before, he seemed to understand something. Lena felt that Lin Wei was feeling a little down, so she gently pulled at the corner of Lin Wei's clothes. Let's go to the royal city of Rima. Lin Wei has Ainwill's token in his hand, and he can see Ainwill directly by using the token. Whatever happened to the members of Team Crimson? As the captain of the Crimson team, he has the right to know the current situation of his teammates. Chapter 136 The Pastor's Thoughts. How are the members of Team Crimson? Your team members. Why are you asking me this? Ainweiler's face was not looking good, if she didn't still have some thoughts of recruiting Lin Wei. Take this time when the Scarlet team rejected her invitation, for example, she would be really angry. He won't be nice to Lin Wei now. They paid a heavy price to defeat the Red Dragon this time. But they only injured the Red Dragon. Now the Red Dragon has escaped from the ruins and flown back to the mountains near the Spine of the World. The Spine of the World is the highest mountain range near Rima. There is a dormant volcano there, where several powerful red dragons live. That area is quite far away from the mountains at the end, but the land there is not fertile and is usually rarely visited. It is said that there are giant dragons and even ancient dragons. Lin Wei was a little confused. Looking at Ainwill's somewhat annoyed expression, Lin Wei understood that he might have misunderstood something. Could it be that the members of the Crimson team really did not participate in this dragon-slaying operation? I'm sorry, Your Highness Ainville. I apologize for my rudeness. Seeing Lin Wei's sincere apology, Ainweier's anger subsided a lot. This adult red dragon is more powerful than they imagined. In fact, even if the Crimson team joins, it is unlikely to change the situation. There are Grand Magicians in the S-level team. Although they are ranked lower, there are still 3 Grand Magicians. As a result, the Red Dragon relied on its own high resistance to magic to eat the 2 Great Magicians alive. Although Lin Wei and his team are quite strong, there is definitely still a big gap compared to the S-level team. It's okay, you're an adventurer, I understand your thoughts. However, this operation to encircle and suppress the Red Dragon has failed. This extremely vengeful creature is likely to return to retaliate against the kingdom of Rima. Therefore, I must be ready to fight at any time. If one day in the future, the Red Dragon invades the kingdom of Rima, I hope you, Mr. Weilin, will not stand idly by. Just consider it a small request from a friend like me. Ainweier's tone was sincere. She hoped that Lin Wei would feel that he was already her friend. Lin Wei doesn't seem to be very short of gold coins, although he said last time that he needed to earn more gold coins to survive the winter. But Ainwell understood that this was just an excuse to reject her, just to make their relationship less rigid. When facing a character like Lin Wei, Ainweier felt that it would be better to play the emotional card. She has always believed that as long as one is human, he or she must have weaknesses. Lin Wei couldn't possibly be so stubborn, right? Of course, Your Highness Ainville. Rima is also a country I love deeply. If the Red Dragon really appears within the country, I believe that not only I, but all those who love this country will not sit idly by. Lin Wei was already familiar with the common rhetoric of politicians. Anyway, he hadn't sworn an oath to the God of Light, so it was obviously unrealistic for Ainwil to use this excuse to tie him up. Of course I believe you. Ainweir forced a smile, and seeing that the time was right, Lin Wei knew that he should leave. After leaving the palace with Lena, Lin Wei's steps became much lighter. At least we know that the other members of Scarlet did not participate in this dragon-slaying feast. This is a good thing. On the way back, Lin Wei felt something was a bit outrageous. I thought the trio had joined the Red Dragon subjugation team while I wasn't paying attention, but they didn't actually go. Then why haven't you seen him for more than 10 days? However, since he did not participate in this dragon-slaying operation, with the strength of these 3 people, basically no mission can pose a threat to them. When I first met them, they were only at the level of a C-class team. After more than a year of training, the 3 of them have reached the level of A-level adventurers. Passing by the hotel where Annie lived again, Lin Wei heard Annie's voice. Wellin. Annie's pretty face turned slightly red. As soon as she came back, she heard Ms. Finker say that Lin Wei had come to see her. This made the girl feel excited, but also gave her some inappropriate expectations. Lin Wei actually came to her on his own initiative. Could it be that he likes her? Should I agree directly, or? Annie, where have you been? Seeing that Annie was safe and sound, Lin Wei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they still listened to what I said carefully. His tone sounded calm, but Annie could hear a hint of concern. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Caliph, Nizaron, and I went to the ruins to wait for a rare rat-like monster. But after more than 10 days, we still couldn't find it. So we had to return empty-handed. Then when I came back, I heard Ms. Finker say you came to see me. Annie lowered her head when she said this. She was looking forward to Lin Wei's answer, but she was also a little afraid that Lin Wei's answer would not be what she wanted. I'm glad you're all right. Have Nizaron, Kalafu, and the others returned? Annie felt a little disappointed that Lin Wei didn't answer her question, but the strong girl still forced herself to cheer up. Well, we were out too long, so they all went home. Well, I've already booked a table at the pub. Let's have a nice drink tonight. Winter is coming, and I'm going back to Nolan's. When the girl heard that Lin Wei was leaving, she looked surprised. Yes, Fei Hong has rested for quite a long time recently, and it is time for Lin Wei to go back. Okay, then I'll go get Cullivan. Lin Wei nodded. Then I'll go call Nye Salong. After Lin Wei walked away, Annie showed a helpless expression. I thought Lin Wei's meeting with her would help their relationship progress. Oh, Annie, you are such a loser. Just as Annie was organizing her thoughts and preparing to go find Kalafu, Miss Finker's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Annie, your captain is worried about you. Okay. The Red Dragon incident has been making a lot of noise lately. I thought your Crimson team was also involved in this operation. When Annie heard Ms. Finker mention this, she suddenly realized. It turns out that Lin Wei mistakenly thought that they were going to participate in the dragon-slaying operation. How is this possible? Lin Wei has repeatedly warned us not to act on our own. Although Annie really wants to take risks. But she couldn't let go of her helpless sister. Most importantly, she has not yet made her feelings clear to Lin Wei. Wait a little longer. After this winter, she must muster up enough courage to express her feelings to Lin Wei. Chapter 137 Bad News. When they returned to Luiska territory, Yelena was already waiting for Lin Wei. She did not blame Lin Wei for taking the risk. He just carefully took off his heavy armor and then gave Lin Wei a gentle hug. Reina and Elialu on the side could only show envious expressions. Going to Rema? Yelena and Lin Wei were walking side by side. On the way, Yelena brought up this topic as a casual chat. Lin Wei chuckled. I went to buy some good stuff and even got a few earth dragon eggs. As if afraid that Yelena would get upset, Lin Wei held her little hand. The exercise in recent times has made Lin Wei's palms a lot rougher, and the thickness of some calluses even makes Yelena feel a little uncomfortable. But she really liked the feeling of being held by Lin Wei. Very thick and reassuring. Yelena came in the autumn. In fact, she was still very surprised to hear that Lin Wei went to Rima. Originally, I wanted to go directly to Rima to find Lin Wei, but the recent pile of affairs in Luiska seemed too much for Sally to handle alone. So Yelena formed a team of assistants for Lin Wei to help deal with some less important matters on a daily basis. After going back and forth a few times, from the perspective of the hostess, she found that there was still a lot of room for development in Luiska County. For example, the constraints on the Lizardmen and Vastaya tribes and the formation of new guards. There were even some changes in the capital chain within the territory, because the mine had returned to Lin Wei's hands from the original contract to the businessman. Therefore, a large amount of gold coins needs to be paid to the miners to collect the raw ore, which is then refined and sent to Biglin's blacksmith shop to be made into new equipment. As the amount of ore increased, the weapons made by Biglin became more and more powerful. The most recent batch had more mithril added, as the lump of mithril obtained from the goblin underworld was much larger than the previous one. A total of 2,000 sets of new mithril armor, and even some extra equipment to make griffins. According to Biglin, there may be more mithril just beneath that piece of mithril. If it really was a huge mithril vein, Yelena couldn't even imagine how powerful Lin Wei's army would be in the future. When they arrived at the castle, Lin Wei gentlemanly took off Yelena's cloak and placed it on the hanger, then took Yelena's hand and walked towards the study. He hadn't seen Yelena for a long time. It would be a lie to say that he doesn't miss his wife. So while there was no one around, he directly hugged Yelena in his arms. Yelena did not refuse, but just tapped Lin Wei's forehead. While you were away, I helped you with some things. Yelena told Lin Wei what she had done. After she finished speaking, Yelena added, these things are not my responsibility. If you mind, I won't do them in the future. But I can swear to the God of Light that I will never do anything to betray you. Although Yelena knew that she and Lin Wei had a very close relationship, she also understood from Lin Wei's eyes that Lin Wei really liked her. But some things are really sensitive, especially those concerning territory. Although Yelena was doing this for Lin Wei's own good, she didn't want to create any rift between her and Lin Wei because of the territory. Lin Wei just shook his head. He could clearly see that Yeluna's favorability was 100. So nothing Yeluna did could betray him. Putting aside the panel, he could truly feel that Yeluna really liked him. The feeling was so wonderful that Yeluna just stayed by his side. The feeling of liking something is like the black tea in the cup. Before you even start drinking it, you can already smell the tea fragrance. He trusted Yeluna completely, just as Yeluna trusted him completely. Apart from Elialu, Yeluna was the first one who made him feel that even if he was alone in a different world, he had a sense of belonging. He cherishes this feeling very much. Of course, I fully support whatever the mistress of Luiska territory does. You don't have to swear an oath to God to prove yourself. Hearing Lin Wei's words, Yeluna felt warm in her heart. She began to feel fortunate that she had met Lin Wei. It felt like all the luck in the world was obtained by her alone. Some of the paid content that follows will not be displayed. When winter comes, earth dragons break out of their shells. Earth dragons are blue and green creatures. Some say that earth dragons have lizard blood, but even the stupid lizard people do not admit that earth dragons have any blood relationship with them. There must be a difference between subhumans and beasts. And Shiona feeds all the new little ones who have just joined Luiska's territory equally. And Shiona seem to particularly like the feeling of being with small animals. The creatures cultivated by Shiona are also very obedient and cute. Earth dragon cubs can already walk when they are born, and they seem to be stronger than griffins. But earth dragons seem to be born incompatible with griffins. The cubs on both sides fought a lot. They often fight and make a lot of noise, but when they have free time, they seem to like working together again. Run to the farm next door to steal short-tailed chickens to eat. And these little daily routines seem to have gradually become something that Lin Wei is used to. But today he has more important things to do. During the time that Lin Wei was away, the guards had expanded to 100,000 men. And standing in front of him were 100 outstanding people with bravery values exceeding 80. These are the best players selected by Ankro from the guards. After being verified by Lin Wei's panel, these 100 people will be equipped with the best equipment and become Lin Wei's Griffin Knights. Each of them can get a griffin as a mount, equipped with the best mithril, and their treatment is even better than Lin Wei's 1,000 mithril guards. Of course, such good conditions are not without cost. If any difficult battle occurs, they will be Lin Wei's most powerful weapon. After their loyalty and bravery levels are confirmed, they will undergo additional training. In addition to training, the other thing is to cultivate relationships with the griffins. The purpose is to achieve seamless cooperation when going to the battlefield in the future. Griffins are not only mounts, but also their most reliable comrades. After dealing with these things, Lin Wei felt a little tired. As a lord, there are really a lot of things to do. It is more comfortable to be an adventurer. You don't have to think about so many things. You just need to train your martial arts and body. However, he heard some bad rumors from the tavern. A red dragon attacked the city of Rima. Chapter 138, enjoying a relaxing nap on Elialu's lap. The royal city of Rima is actually quite far away from the territory of Luiska, so the news must have been received at least a month ago. Although it is winter, there are still many adventurers who are very active in winter. They are also the primary source of information. When Einwil said that the red dragon was not killed and even escaped back, Lin Wei had already guessed this result. Dragons are cunning and intelligent creatures that can even change their size freely when they reach a certain age. Even the dumbest white dragon has the same intelligence as an ordinary human teenager. Not to mention those smarter dragon species. The red dragon is the best among them. Lin Wei thought that the red dragon would take revenge, but he didn't expect that the red dragon's revenge would come so soon. Thinking of the red dragon attacking the Rima royal city, Lin Wei began to worry about the other members of the Crimson team. But the three of them live far away from the royal city, so nothing should happen, right? Rima is too dangerous. After this winter is over, we must quickly invite these people to Luka. Lin Wei has decided to come clean and bring these people and their families to live in Luka. An ordinary afternoon. Lin Wei put down the mithril sword he used for training. Lin Wei. Bravery, 70. Strategy, 88. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, time traveler, intermediate fighting spirit warrior, one-handed sword proficiency. Now his bravery has reached 70, but his fighting spirit is still accumulating and has not yet reached the level of breakthrough. However, with his current strength, he could fight Ankro evenly without using his fighting spirit. Although Lin Wei felt that Ankro was somewhat letting the game go. However, Lin Wei was not satisfied with this. In fact, he still wanted to be able to use magic. Although using fighting spirit is also very cool, I always feel like something is missing. It's like casting a spell, then turning around and saying, "A real man never looks back at the explosion." Lin Wei couldn't even imagine how handsome this was. However, No matter how much he practiced his fighting skills, he could not release the fighting spirit like magic. You can only strengthen your body. This made Lin Wei feel somewhat regretful. Yeluna is not in the manor today. She went to the church in Luca's territory to attend church services for the children. In her words, being a saint means spreading the blessings of the God of light to the world. However, Lin Wei felt that she probably wanted to leave the impression of a gentle hostess to the people. After all, she and Yeluna have been engaged for 2 years. If all goes well, I should be marrying Yeluna next year. For two people who have been together for a long time, getting married is not something they really look forward to. They are now a bit like an old married couple. But if they really get married, Lin Wei will definitely give her the most grand wedding. In this society, every girl only has this one chance in her life. Lin Wei certainly wouldn't let her feel regretful. But there was one thing that worried him. That is the old Bishop Sajebo. This great magician left a deep impression on him. If that doesn't work, I can just give something valuable to the Holy See as a contribution from my son-in-law. In addition to the mithril that has been put into use, there is still a lot of it left, and excavation is still underway. It has been confirmed that there is mithril underneath. However, the amount of savings is still unknown. However, Lin Wei was not particularly worried about this, because he had already gained enough so far. Master, afternoon tea is ready for you. Eliulu's voice came from behind. Eliulu seemed to be wearing thin clothes today. Lin Wei took off his coat and put it on Eliulu, making the girl blush. You should wear more clothes in winter. If you get sick, who will take care of me? The girl hummed softly. Lin Wei always reveals his love and affection for Eliulu inadvertently. It is very natural for him to treat her like a family member. Although Eliulu likes him very much, she always feels as if the young master does not treat her as a member of the opposite sex, which makes Eliulu feel a little disappointed. She has been with Lin Wei since she was a child. According to common sense, she should have become Lin Wei's woman long ago. Back in the castle, Lin Wei enjoyed a rare and relaxing afternoon tea time. The petite and lovely Sally's brought a letter. Master, here is a letter for you. I saw it was from the Duke of Norlands, so I didn't open it. Taking the letter from Sally's, Lin Wei touched the little girl's head. Well done. Thank you for your hard work while I was away. It's not hard. It's Sally's honor to share the master's worries. Sally bowed and left. Only then did Lin Wei look at the letter in his hand. This is a letter from Duke Simon. Lulu, this is from your father. Do you want to see it? Lin Wei raised the letter in his hand, and Eliulu just shook her head. Master, just take your time. You can decide everything about Eliulu. Only then did Lin Wei open the letter. At the beginning, there were some compliments and goodwill towards Lin Wei. Different from the initial recruitment, it seemed that Duke Simon's tone was much softer. It seems that the nobles of Nolands are not living so comfortably in that new land. Now Nolands is composed of two forces. One is the majority of Nolands governed by the Knolls, and the rest is an alliance formed by the new nobles. In fact, Lin Wei felt a little surprised. He thought they were a group of scattered people, but they actually managed to gain a firm foothold. It is said that there is the shadow of Prince Nolands in the new noble alliance, but Lin Wei does not care, because he is now nominally a member of the human church. The saints are all his fiancés. Even if he doesn't rely on the Holy See now, he has 100,000 elite guards, including more than 5,000 heavy cavalry. The most powerful group was even equipped with powerful mithril equipment. Even the weapons in the hands of the inferior ones were far stronger than those of Yad and Rima's royal guards. It is not an exaggeration for Lin Wei to call himself Little Nolands now. However, although he already had the strength to protect himself, Lin Wei still decided to wait until he was stronger before looking for trouble with the Knoll tribe. Of course, there has to be a good reason to cause trouble. Don't think about it for now. Duke Simon expressed his guilt in the letter. He said in the letter that it didn't matter even if Eliulu never came back to him, but he just asked Eliulu to continue using the surname Simon. Then he hinted that Zeluka 13 might make some moves recently, so Lin Wei should be more careful. Let Eliulu's last name be Simon? A father's request? Lin Wei found it a little funny. Even though I know that even if I tell Eliulu about this, I'm afraid she won't agree. However, Lin Wei still told Eliulu about this. As expected, Eliulu refused. So Lin Wei did not continue to insist on this matter. After throwing the letter on the table, Lin Wei lay comfortably on the sofa again. Eliulu consciously came behind Lin Wei and massaged his shoulders. Let's go to Ruema again after winter is over. This time, I'll end my adventure in Ruema. Lin Wei felt a little tired and fell asleep on the sofa without realizing it. Seeing this, Eliulu secretly came to where Lin Wei was lying and offered her knee pillow. Chapter 139 Red Rice and Silver. Master! Master! After sleeping for an entire afternoon, Lin Wei still felt a little dizzy. In a daze, he heard someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he found himself resting his head on Elyulu's thighs. Elyulu was smiling at him, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Well, no wonder it feels fragrant and soft. He said, "This is not the texture of a sofa." By the time Lin Wei came to his senses, Big Lin was already standing in front of him. This is a rare guest. As Lin Wei's blacksmith, the person he has the least contact with is the one in front of him. Big Lin, what happened? Lin Wei coughed, and felt that he could still smell the fragrance of Elyulu between his nostrils. Damn, he really has no resistance to this milky scent. Did Elyulu smell this good before? It is somewhat different from Yeluna's scent. Yeluna's scent is more like the scent of some exotic flowers, elegant and pure. But whether it is the milky scent or the floral scent, Lin Wei likes it very much. Master, there is indeed mithril mine underneath. There's even a little piece of red rice silver. Big Lin was talking excitedly, holding a red or the size of an adult's fist in his hand, his expression full of enthusiasm. Red me silver, a super rare, or that can only be produced in mithril mine. Only a tiny bit of it would be produced from a huge mithril mine. The function of red rice silver is a superconductor. In addition, its hardness is 3 times that of mithril. Whether it is magic or fighting spirit, as long as it is transmitted through red rice and silver, it will exert a more powerful power than the original. Depending on the amount of red rice and silver, the fighting spirit or magic released can be improved to varying degrees. If this kind of ore is given to a great magician, it will be the ultimate killing weapon. Red rice silver, the size of a grain of rice, has already been sold at sky-high prices. Not to mention a piece the size of an adult's fist. If the magicians and great magicians of this continent knew that Lin Wei had such a piece of red rice silver, they would probably spend all their money to buy some of it. The value of this piece of red rice silver is simply inestimable. Fortunately, Green's loyalty level reached 100, and he was loyal to Lin Wei. Otherwise, if other people discovered this, they would have run away long ago. Big Lin, you did great. If you have any reward you want, just tell me. Hearing Lin Wei talking about the reward, Big Lin was stunned for a while. In fact, he has no shortage of gold coins now, because Lin Wei is very generous. Even if he often goes to the tavern to spend money, it will not consume much of his assets at all. But there was one thing he really wanted. Master, I want a dwarven woman. Big Lin's voice was a little low, and his old face covered with stubble was red with shame. Even Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. Good job. I miss women. But think about it. Big Lin works so hard, and Lin Wei only gives him 2 silver coins for a weapon, so he must not be short of money. Okay, I promise. Anyway, 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged dwarf women can be found by simply going to the Slave Traders Guild. It's not a rare species. After getting Lin Wei's reply, Big Lin's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Now he has enough food and drink, can continue to forge weapons, and has a woman and a child. It seems that there is no regret in his life. By the way, make these red rice and silver into 15 magic wands and a long sword. Let's get a big sickle. Lin Wei decided the purpose of these red rice and silver in just a few words. Of course it is impossible to sell it. Lin Wei is not stupid. The long sword is for my own use, and it would be enough to make a dozen magic wands. Sickle? Big Lin was a little confused. He had never heard of such a weapon. Lin Wei knocked on the table, and Elyulu immediately brought him a parchment scroll and a feather pen. Lin Wei drew the prototype of a large sickle, which was prepared for Lena. As expected, Dragon Girl has to use some weird weapons to give it a strong 2-dimensional flavor. Understood. Big Lin left happily. Lin Wei ordered the butler to buy some dwarf slaves from the slave trader and asked him to select a few more dwarf women. Since I have promised Big Lin, I have to buy a few more for Big Lin to choose from. With motivation, Big Lin's work efficiency seems to have become incredibly fast. He quickly used the red rice silver to make 15 magic wands. 10 of the wands are inlaid with red rice silver the size of rice grains, which can allow magicians to exert at least 20% more power. The other 3 have red rice silver the size of a fingernail added to them, which can exert 50% more power. The 2 most luxurious ones were specially made by Lin Wei for him, with red rice silver the size of a bottle cap added. Such a large amount of red rice silver can allow the mage to exert nearly double his own magic power. The rest were used to make the long sword and sickle that Lin Wei wanted. The sickle uses the most red rice silver, accounting for almost 1/3. In addition to the red rice silver, the sickle itself is made entirely of mithril, which can be said to be quite luxurious. Reina, I'll give you this weapon. See if it works for you. Lin Wei handed the heavy sickle to Lena. Fortunately, his fighting power had increased a lot recently. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to make a joke of not being able to lift a weapon. The sickle is very heavy in the hand. Although its shape feels a bit strange to Lena, It is very easy to wield. The huge sickle is a little too big for Reina's petite body, but this seems to have a strange beauty. In addition, since this was a gift from Lin Wei, Xiao Longyang immediately smiled. The sickle passed through the air, leaving a dark red afterimage. Reina felt that this weapon seemed to be really suitable for her. The sickle has great destructive power, and Lina herself doesn't really use a shield or armor, so Lin Wei made such a weapon for her on a whim. Pick a name, Reina. Lina looked at Lin Wei expectantly and said, Then master, please give my weapon a name. Okay, then let's call her Red Moon. The blade of the sickle was red, and the handle was a bright silver mithril. Lin Wei immediately thought of a name for this weapon. The image of a crazy windblown girl holding a red sickle in her hand immediately comes to mind. The two best wands, one for my wife. The other one is also left for my wife. Whether it is Zeluka or Yeluna, they are the people Lin Wei cares about most in his heart. Naturally, he would not favor one over the other. As for the lower-level ones, Lin Wei planned to give one to Duke Alia and the other to Mr. Zajabo. There is another one left for Nelancel. After all, I have always promised to find a rare magic book for this half-blood magician, but I haven't found it yet, so I have to give him a weapon as a token of my appreciation. He has been doing his best to train magicians for Lin Wei. As for the remaining wands, Lin Wei naturally had other uses for them. This kind of good thing will of course be used to win people's hearts in the future. Chapter 140. Good. Good. You are really my good grandson-in-law. Zeluka hadn't rested for a while. I've been studying magic these days and meditating when I have free time. The progress is very fast, although some people don't want to admit it. But since Einwil left, Zeluka's training speed has indeed become much faster. Could it be that being a woman really affects the speed of drawing a sword? Such an absurd thought suddenly arose in her mind. Just now, Teacher Alia called her over, as if she had something to ask her. When I arrived at Alia's pavilion, I saw the teacher looking at Zeluka with a strange look. Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Alia shook her head. I can't believe your little Viscount is becoming more and more powerful. Although I can understand that the Holy See can produce mithril, but a wand made of red rice silver is a bit beyond my expectations. It's such a big piece of red rice and silver. Your Lin Wei is really good to you. Alia's tone was a little sour. Should we say that Lin Wei is a good person or not? The piece of red rice silver on the wand given to her was as big as a fingernail, which was not small in theory. Even the value is very high, but it is far inferior to that of Zeluka. Although she understood that Lin Wei really valued Zeluka and they liked each other, Lin Wei must have given her one out of Zeluka's consideration. But for some reason, Alia still felt a little uncomfortable. I wondered if I had really lived like a dog since I hadn't found a man for so many years. Even if you give Zeluka better, you should at least consider your reputation as a teacher. Of course, Alia just thought about it in her mind and didn't really care about anything with the younger generation. Although red rice silver is indeed rare, Alia has lived for so many years, so naturally, she has some stock, although not much. Is this a gift from my Lin Wei? When Zeluka heard that it was sent by Lin Wei, he immediately became excited. She held the smooth wand carefully in her hand, as if it were some priceless treasure, afraid that it would break. However, this magic wand, which is about 1 meter long, is inlaid with extremely hard red rice silver. Even if it smashes a hole in the ground, the red rice silver will not be damaged at all. Red rice silver can greatly improve the conduction of magic energy. The red rice silver wand in your hand can almost double your strength. However, the red rice silver will be slightly consumed during the transmission process. If you frequently use large-scale magic, the red rice silver attached to the wand will gradually become smaller until it disappears completely. This is because the magic needs to be launched out. If it is fighting spirit, it will not affect Hongmian at all. It will not be consumed. However, fighting spirit has disappeared on the mainland for many years, so Alia did not tell anyone about this matter. Teacher, you mean that the wand will get smaller the more it is used? Alia waved to Silica, and when Silica came to Alia with his cute little head, Alia hit him on the head. Hey, teacher, what are you doing? It's true that the red rice and silver will become smaller and smaller, but you must not be reluctant to use them. I don't think Lin Wei gave you the wand for your collection, right? You don't have to worry about Lin Wei. Since he was able to send you the red rice silver scepter, it means he may have discovered a mithril vein, because red rice silver is only produced in mithril mines. Who knows? Your Lin Wei has become rich now. As one of the future mistresses of Luiska County, you should not save these small amounts of money. When the little cat girl heard Alia teasing that she would become the mistress of Luiska Territory in the future, her face turned red. Even his eyes became a little flustered. Alia shook her head. It's a pity that a silly student like me can't shake the position of the legal wife. However, Lin Wei does have some skills, which makes Alia even more curious about her. In the largest church in Nolan's, the room belonging to Zigby was silent. He cast a soundproofing spell to ensure that any sounds made by the research in the room could not be heard by anyone outside. Because forbidden magic is extremely dangerous, any wizard whose magic essence reaches the level of the Grand Mage will have no resistance to forbidden magic. However, forbidden magic is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your magic may run wild and turn you into a mindless lich. In fact, in the first half of his life, Zejabo was extremely disgusted with forbidden magic. But as people get older and have no more physical or spiritual pursuits, they find forbidden magic interesting. So that's why he put up the magic barrier. However, if someone wants to find him, he will be able to detect it immediately with his super strong perception ability. And now, he sensed someone walking towards his room. The visitor was a bishop, and Zejabo frowned. Zejabo put down the magic book in his hand and opened the door at the moment the bishop was about to knock. The middle-aged bishop who was about to knock on the door showed an embarrassed expression when he saw Zejabo suddenly open the door. "Lord Zigbo, I just happened to be looking for you." Zejabo closed the door with his backhand and stood in front of the bishop, feeling full of oppression. "Tell me, what's the matter?" The bishop respectfully handed a box to Zejabo. The box looked very exquisite, with a soaring blue bird printed on it, which was the emblem of the Luiska family. "This is sent to you by Viscount Lin Wei." Lin Wei. Zejabo was stunned for a moment. As soon as Lin Wei was mentioned, he felt his fists seem to harden. Not only did he cheat his little cotton-padded jacket away, but his little cotton-padded jacket also took things from home every few days. "Throw it away." Thinking of this, Zejabo waved his hand and knocked the box to the ground. Gurgle. The red rice and silver scepter rolled to the ground. The white rod body and the deep red silver color sparkled in the sun. The bishop who delivered the things suddenly widened his eyes. This is a silver scepter inlaid with red rice the size of a fingernail. Zejabo suddenly felt that it was not the scepter that fell to the ground, but his great treasure that had been lost for many years that fell to the ground. Ahem. Zigbo coughed. Take the box and throw it away. Then he quickly picked up the red rice and silver scepter. Looking at the box, there seemed to be the emblem of the Luigi family. I had just received such a valuable item from someone, and it seemed a bit inappropriate to just throw the box away. After all, this is the good boy Lin Wei's intention. How can I, as an elder, be so narrow-minded? Therefore, when the box was snatched away by Zejabo, the bishop who delivered the things was still in a state of confusion. Good guy, he's changing his face like that. Well, this kid isn't completely useless after all. The value of a piece of red rice silver as big as a fingernail far exceeds the value of the mithril taken from the Holy See. Anything else good in the warehouse? Luiska Territory is in the process of development right now. Send more wheat, soybeans, corn, and the like. And priests, send more over. Chapter 141. Say goodbye when flowers wither. The long winter finally ushered in its last ray of sunshine. The rising sun means that the snow will soon melt in the first spring breeze. In the training ground, Lin Wei Gang and Enkeluo finished their competition. Lin Wei was able to fight and crow back and forth without using his fighting spirit. And Ankro's current panel is already slightly higher than Noral's. Anklo. Bravery, 101. Strategy, 85. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. Eagle Eyes, Bow Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery, Shield Efficiency. Of course, Lin Wei hasn't seen Noral for a long time. He didn't know what the current situation was like for Noral, who was far away in another Luiska territory. We can only learn from correspondence that the barony there is developing quite well. However, Noral always mentioned some small issues in his letters that concerned Lin Wei. That is when to go back and cause trouble for the Knolls, and he also directly stated that it would be a great benefit if the two Lewis cards could be connected. Lin Wei never answered this question directly. He had considered the advice given by Noral, but now is not the best time. Now is not the right time. At least we have to wait until Nolan suddenly launches an attack before Lin Wei will have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Although Ankro seemed to have let Lin Wei off the mark during this training session, Lin Wei's bravery value did improve significantly. It is quite remarkable that his sword skills have reached this level without the guidance of a sword master. Lin Wei. Bravery, 80. Strategy, 89. Special talents. Extraordinary charisma, time traveler, advanced fighting spirit warrior, one-handed sword proficiency. Looking at his current panel, Lin Wei couldn't believe that his bravery value was only 5. Judging from Lin Wei's current panel, even if he has lost his status as a lord, he is definitely the strongest among the strong. So that you won't be unable to survive in this chaotic world. Moreover, this winter he successfully cultivated his fighting spirit to a high level. After the fighting spirit reached a high level, even Lena did not dare to confront it head-on through the fighting spirit wrapped in the red rice and silver sword. Both durability and aggressiveness have been significantly improved. Of course, Lin Wei only made a small attempt, as he was reluctant to let Lena get hurt. According to Lena, she did feel threatened when Lin Wei used this strange power. You know, dragon people have very sharp perceptions. However, even though she sensed danger, Lena had no intention of hiding because she believed that Lin Wei would not hurt her. The construction of territories has become increasingly large-scale. In addition to the 100,000 human guards, Lin Wei now has 50,000 lizardman troops and the Vastaya tribe that can join the battlefield at any time. 100 Griffin Knights have become proficient in flying freely in the air. In addition to being equipped with full-body mithril armor and mithril swords, these Griffin Knights are also equipped with longbows that require tremendous arm strength to pull. This not only ensures the ability to charge in close combat, but also can inflict heavy damage to the enemy's leather-armored troops from a high position. The first Griffin team has been quite effective, and Lin Wei has also found suitable masters for the remaining 400 Griffins. With only about half a year of training, Lin Wei will have an elite Griffin squad of 500 people. This will become the most powerful military unit in Lin Wei's hands. It will obviously take a lot of time for the Earth Dragon squad to take shape. The growth cycle of an Earth Dragon is similar to that of a Griffin, but the Earth Dragon's reproductive capacity far exceeds that of a Griffin. Correspondingly, the lifespan of an Earth Dragon is only 20 to 30 years, which is much shorter than that of long-lived creatures like Griffins. However, even if the lifespan of Earth Dragons is not that long, when they appear in large numbers, they are still much more powerful than ordinary heavy cavalry. If a large number of Earth Dragon armies really appeared, Lin Wei had reason to suspect that the Rima and Yade heavy cavalry would all become helpless when they encountered the Earth Dragons. The combat capability of a steed is far inferior to that of an Earth Dragon no matter in which dimension, especially in the mountains and jungles. The only advantages of endurance and weight-bearing capacity are insignificant in front of the Earth Dragon. No matter what, Lin Wei's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Now all he lacks is an opportunity to connect the two Lewis cards. This will be his first step towards dominance. The second large ship has been built, and there are no problems in launching it into the river for trial. However, one large ship is enough for the trade with Rima for the time being. Lin Wei does not have enough ironware and butter, so he needs a second large ship. This large ship can also facilitate the transportation of or mine from the other end, eliminating the need for more troublesome transportation methods such as griffins. Naturally, it will also be of great benefit to the development of Lin Wei's two territories. You want to come with me? Are you serious, Aluna? Lin Wei had a headache. It would be fine if Dragon Girl Reina followed him, but why did even Yelena follow him to make trouble in Rima? No need to make donations? Yelena just said calmly. I just want to see what you usually do in Rima. Just wait until the alms are given, then go to Nolan's. I've already had a griffin ready to pick me up. It won't waste too much time, and there's still enough time for the alms. Yelena has already said this. Lin Wei felt that he had nothing more to say. However, he felt that he had not done anything wrong, so he did not feel any pressure even though his fiancée was with him. Well, Fury obviously did not have such a good ability to withstand pressure. When he thought that this legendary saint was going to follow him, he suddenly felt more stressed. He was afraid that he might do something wrong and anger the future mistress of Luiska. After all, Lin Wei is famous for his good temper, but this cold saint doesn't seem to be that easy to get along with. Although Yelena tried her best to create a qualified hostess character, in Wilfuli's eyes it was just a disguise. Because Yelena's eyes were gentle and loving only when she looked at Lin Wei. When she accidentally glanced at him or other people, she would become a little cold, even though she had restrained herself very well. The merchant was naturally sensitive to these small emotional fluctuations, so he was very afraid of Yelena. The voyage was quite smooth, and Lin Wei enjoyed a very pleasant journey. There was no other way. With Lena and Yelena by his side, Lin Wei felt that the life of a capitalist was an indescribable joy. It wasn't until the ship docked that Lin Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why do I feel like I am more unrestrained when I am on the ship than in the territory? At least there is too much paid content. He came here as an adventurer, and he couldn't continue to slack off like this. Lin Wei was still worried about the other members of the Crimson Team. He had only heard that the Red Dragon attacked the royal city in the winter, and he had no idea how they were doing now. Lin Wei, who had just got off the boat, heard some not-so-good news. The area near the Adventurers Guild was razed to the ground by a red dragon. The place where Amy, Nizaron and Caliph Live is very close to the Adventurers Guild. Especially the hotel where Annie lives is not far from the association. Chapter 142 The Crimson Soul is immortal. On their way to the Adventurers Association, Lin Wei and the other two witnessed the tragic situation in the royal city of Ruma. The red dragon's flames and sharp claws destroyed everything here. The devastated scene made Lin Wei's heart sink. Helpless children were crying on the streets, and the dull-eyed civilians of Rima were staring at the ruins, where no one knew whose relatives or loved ones were buried. The familiar association has been badly damaged. It can be seen that this is the hardest hit area. Only here has it suffered the most severe blow from the red dragon. This should be the first place the red dragon attacked, because the degree of destruction here is far greater than those of the surrounding buildings. The burnt marks and collapsed walls are shocking. The hotel where Annie lived has become a ruin. Lin Wei closed his eyes, and the girl's cute appearance seemed to come to his mind again. All the familiar people, including the tavern owner and Ms. Finker, were waving to him as if they were just yesterday. Although he lived here for a long time, Lin Wei did not use his real name and identity. But the adventurous life is truly imprinted in my mind. Annie and the others were his friends no matter what, so even though Lin Wei was used to separation and pain, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. As if sensing Lin Wei's emotions, Lena was about to step forward, but was stopped by Yelena. She shook her head gently at Reina. Lin Wei should be given some quiet space at this time. Lin Wei stood quietly for a while. To him, the members of the Crimson team are all his good friends. However, there is still no news about Annie and the others. The fact that this place has become a ruin does not mean that Annie and the others have died. After calming down briefly, Lin Wei turned around and said to Yelena, "You guys go back to the boat and wait for me. I'm going to the royal city." Yelena just nodded slightly. "I will wait for you to come back." After Yelena and Lena left, Lin Wei walked towards the residence of Nizaron and Califu with heavy steps. The first place they came to was Carlyle's residence. The residential area where Carlyle lived was relatively intact, but judging from the expressions of the residents passing by, they were also worried. After all, after a red dragon came, who knows if there will be a second one? They have been in a panic recently. The door was ajar, and a strong smell of herbs came from the room. Lin Wei knocked on the door. "Who?" A weak woman's voice was heard, and Lin Wei recognized it as the voice of Califu's mother. "Ms. Bose, it's me." The room was silent for a while, but Lin Wei did not push the door open. Instead, he stood at the door patiently. "Come in, the door is not closed." Lin Wei then opened the door and walked into the small room. Califu's mother looked very bad. Compared to the first time they met, Lin Wei could feel that her current condition seemed to be worse. "Ms. Bose, are you okay?" Lin Wei's tone was gentle, but it caused the woman on the bed to burst into tears. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. The bad premonition seemed to have come true. "Caliph, my daughter, she died in battle." Bose's tone of voice became hurried, and she suddenly started coughing violently. Ahem. Lin Wei came up to Bose and patted her back gently. It took a long time for her expression to calm down. It was obvious that her daughter's death had dealt a heavy blow to her. Lin Wei remained silent. To him, the departure of a friend was a huge blow. In fact, it's not that he didn't see what the girls were thinking about him, but Lin Wei always turned a blind eye to it. However, the departure of his friend still made him feel sad. Before she left, "He'll have left something for you." Ms. Bose took out a light red badge from under her pillow. It was the badge of the Crimson Squad members, and everyone had one. The one belonging to Califu has a small Fu character in it. Lin Wei took the medal and felt it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "Ms. Bose, now that Kyulov is gone, would you consider living with me in New Orleans?" Ms. Bose was in poor health, and now she has lost her daughter. Even if there were some gold coins left by Califu, it would undoubtedly be quite difficult to survive alone in Rima. In addition, she also had the unstable factor of having a gambling addict husband, so Lin Wei invited her. Bose just shook his head slightly. "Rima is where I live. I can't go to Nolan's in this state, right? Although Kyulov is gone, the gold coins she left behind are enough for me to live on. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Whalen." Lin Wei didn't say anything else, just sighed slightly. When leaving the room, Lin Wei carefully closed the door for her. Since Bose is unwilling to leave, Lin Wei can only give her a little help to a limited extent. Let Wilfully take better care of her when the caravan comes every year. Lin Wei came to Niesalon's house again. The place where Nizaron lives is the farthest from the Red Dragon's attack. The lives of the people here don't seem to have changed much. Merchants and travelers are still active here, but there are many more guards. From a distance, Lin Wei had already seen Niesalon's daughter playing in the yard. Looking at the innocent look of the little girl, Lin Wei felt relieved. It seems that Nizaron is okay. Lin Wei squatted in front of Niesalon's daughter, took off his helmet, and smiled what he thought was a fairly amiable smile. Lalami, do you remember me? The little Lolita named Luo Lomi raised her head and saw Lin Wei's familiar face. She quickly showed an expression of surprise. It's you, handsome brother. Loromi suddenly shouted loudly. Mom, Brother Weilin is here. Is Dad coming back too? Loli's cry attracted a middle-aged woman with a haggard face. This was Niesalon's wife Alva. Alva just stroked Lulumi's head and said to Lulumi, wait in the yard for a while. I have something to talk to this uncle about. Okay. There was a flash of disappointment in Luo Lomi's bright eyes. But when will father come back? Lalami really missed him. A trace of sadness flashed in Alva's eyes. Yes, your father is a great hero who slays dragons. He will be back when the Rima flowers bloom next time. Didn't I give you a seed? You must work hard to grow it. Your father loves Rima flowers the most, doesn't he? The disappointment in Lulumi's eyes turned into sparkling hope. Yeah, Lalami will definitely work hard to raise the flower. Lin Wei saw the red seed in Luo Lomi's hand. The Rima flower is a beautiful bright red flower that looks a bit like a blue star rose. The seeds of the Rima flower are green, and red Rima flower seeds mean that the seeds are ripe. No matter how hard you try, cooked seeds will never bloom. He hadn't asked anything yet, but the seed seemed to have already told him the answer. Chapter 143 The Pastor's Unspoken Love. Niesalon he. Looking at the innocent lowly in the yard, Lin Wei subconsciously lowered his voice. He knew that if his current conversation was heard by Lalami, it would be the end of the girl. In winter, the red dragon comes. My husband was at home, but when he heard the news, he rushed to the scene of the dragon disaster immediately. Then, the guards in the Rema royal city told me that he died in battle. But I also understand that this is the fate of adventurers. Although he left behind a lot of gold coins, it is enough for the two of us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. But I'm afraid that after my husband's death, some people will set their sights on these gold coins. After all, many people know that Niesalon made a lot of gold coins a while ago. The sale of the Earth Dragon caused quite a stir. I think as a mother, I must at least raise Lalami to adulthood. Alva's face didn't look good. It can be seen that if it weren't for Luo Lomi, she might have followed her husband. Please accept my condolences. Lin Wei couldn't say much to comfort her. Looking at Luo Lomi in the yard, Lin Wei asked, how old is Luo Lomi this year? Almost 5. Don't worry, no one will be able to bully you from now on. Any member of the Crimson team should be protected. Lin Wei's promise only made Alva in front of him sigh. She bowed slightly to indicate that she was feeling a little unwell. After Lin Wei nodded, he went back into the house. After a while, she took out a light red badge, which was the badge of the Crimson team members. Lin Wei has already received 2 today. Alva said nothing more, and this time when she returned to the room, she did not open the door. Lin Wei looked at Luo Lomi in the yard and waved to her with a smile. The little Lolita, feeling the call, came to Lin Wei in a skipping manner. It was obvious that she really liked Lin Wei. Handsome brother. Even though Mom asked me to call you uncle, I still think it's better to call you brother. Luo Lomi was so cute with her baby voice that Lin Wei couldn't bear to tell her the truth. He seemed to understand why Alva was reluctant to tell her the truth. It doesn't matter. You can call me handsome brother or uncle. Lin Wei touched Luo Lomi's little head. I have to say that although Niesalon himself looks very rough, his daughter Lulumi looks more like her mother and is much cuter. It can be predicted that she will grow up to be a beautiful little girl. Brother, will you come to play with Luo Lomi again in the future? There was anticipation in Luo Lomi's eyes. At this carefree age, she didn't seem to have many friends. Of course, if I have time, I will come to see you often. Great. It's a deal then. Brother Weilin, let's pinky promise. Lin Wei stretched out his hand and made an agreement with the cute little Lolita in front of him. Niesalon is a very good team member and also a very good friend to Lin Wei. So he will help take care of his wife and daughter to the best of his ability. He'll be staying in Rema for a while this year anyway, so it's fine this way, isn't it? Yelena could feel that Lin Wei was not in a very good mood when he came back. She held Lin Wei in her arms, giving Lin Wei a way to vent his pent-up emotions. Reina stood aside without saying a word. Now that the Rima royal city has become like this, Lin Wei went to find the other members of the Crimson team. She probably understood what had happened. In fact, not only Lin Wei, but even Lena felt very heavy-hearted. At least both Cullivan and Annie were nice to her. Treat her as a sister. After calming down, Lin Wei returned to the street. He still had one last person to visit. Annie's sister is in the Magic Academy in Rema, which is far away from here, so there must be nothing going on there. Standing at the gate of the Magic Academy, Lin Wei briefly explained his purpose to the guards at the gate. After showing the badge of the Scarlet Team and Ainville's token, he soon met Annie's sister Cynthia. Cynthia was a girl of about 13 years old, wrapped in an oversized wizard robe. Lin Wei couldn't see the other person's expression through the wizard robe, but Lin Wei could feel that she didn't seem to want to see him that much. Cynthia. Bravery, 20. Strategy, 85. Special talents, magic perception, junior magician. Rating. Through the panel, Lin Wei could see that Cynthia's talent was indeed good. Magic perception is the most basic thing, and only with it can one learn magic. It can be seen that the girl is really working hard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the level of a junior magician at the age of 13. Mr. Wayland, what do you want to talk to me about? Cynthia's tone was distant. When the red dragon attacked the town, her sister was buried in the ruins. In the ruins, she only found her sister's blood-stained leather armor and some personal belongings. It can be confirmed that he has died. The young man in armor in front of her should be the man her sister has been thinking about. When my sister talked about Lin Wei, she actually wanted to see what this man, whom my sister could entrust her life to, looked like. But when she thought of her sister's death in the dragon disaster, she suddenly didn't want to watch it so much anymore. It's okay. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come to me. Cynthia is already a junior magician. The help Lin Wei could provide her was very limited. But if the other party is really in trouble, Lin Wei will not stand idly by. Cynthia was silent for a while, then handed over a letter and a badge. I still have to learn magic, so I won't chat with you anymore. Please allow me to leave first. Lin Wei nodded and watched Cynthia return to the Magic Academy. The badge is the badge of the Scarlet Team members, with a small word and eye on it. There were burn marks, but it appeared to have been carefully cleaned. This letter isn't signed, but since it was given to him, it must be for him, right? Thinking of this, he opened the envelope. The letter was written by Annie. Waylin, when you see this letter, I think I will be dead. I have already written this letter, although I hope I will never need it. But if you see this letter, I think I should at least let you know what I feel. Yes, I like you very much. I like you so much that I want to marry you and have lots of kids. Although you said you love your wife very much, I am still hopelessly in love with you. Maybe you think I'm unreserved and a little mean, but liking this kind of feeling is not something I can control. Let me first say, I don't like you just because you are good looking. I don't want you to think that Annie is such a superficial woman. Ever since you joined the Crimson Team, I knew you were a very gentle person. In addition to Nizaron, our team has formed many frontline groups before, but none of them are as careful as you, nor do they do as well as you. You are very careful and gentle. During the battle, you always pay attention to the position of Califu and me, and you protect me very well. When I eat, I pay attention to what I like to eat. Thanks to you, I seem to be becoming more and more picky about food. I think you must be an angel sent to me by the loving God of light. Winter is coming soon. When this winter is over, I will express my feelings to you, okay? Oops, am I being too greedy? If we were together, this letter would still be given to you. Don't laugh at me then. Otherwise, let me let you know that the priest lady's wand is not just for healing. The letter is not long. After reading the letter, Lin Wei carefully folded it and put it in his pocket. At this moment, he suddenly had the idea of slaying the dragon. Chapter 144. Do the experiment well, and the teacher will come up with a solution. Of course, slaying a dragon is not an easy task. Even if Einwil gathered the strength of most of the Rima adventurers. The fact that no one has been able to successfully slay a dragon shows how powerful the dragon clan is. As for why they only relied on the power of adventurers instead of the power of the Rema royal family, there was certainly a reason. One reason is that even though Einwil is a princess, she cannot call upon the royal defense forces at will. Secondly, Einwil hoped that this was her own achievement and had nothing to do with the royal family itself. Although the three great magicians were indeed very powerful, Einwil still underestimated the lethality of an adult red dragon. Of course, the most important thing was that she was too eager to make a contribution and wanted the reputation of slaying a dragon so much that she failed to make full preparations, which led to this failure. The red dragon has a very high resistance to magic, and the only things that can cause huge damage to the red dragon are the current alchemy technology or the long-lost fighting spirit. Needless to say, the fighting spirit has disappeared for many years. As for alchemy technology, Yade is still okay, but Rima is much worse in this regard. So, in the final analysis, we still have to rely on the magician. However, Einwil underestimated the red dragon's magic. If she explained the reason to Ein Charlie and obtained permission to bring along the royal mages of Rima, then she would definitely succeed in slaying the dragon. Hundreds of high-level magicians and a dozen mages joined together, plus 5 or 6 great mages, are more than enough to slay the dragon. Human soldiers and adventurers, without fighting spirit, can only rely on alchemical technology to break through their own limits. So even though dragons have high resistance, they can only rely on magicians. However, if the royal family's own power was used, this achievement would not belong solely to Will, and this was not what she wanted. Also because of her greed. This dragon disaster also put Ainwil in a critical situation. Because twice in a row, the red dragon dealt a heavy blow to Rima. As a princess who made a wrong decision, she failed to gain the reputation of a dragon slayer and even caused a dragon disaster to hit the royal city of Roma. Many common people and nobles in Rema already have complaints against her. If it weren't for her royal brother Rise and Peter speaking up for Ainwil, Charlie would probably have punished her. Putting aside the factor of the royal brother, the main reason is that Ainwil is talented enough and has a good relationship with Zeluka, the future great magician. So the matter was left unresolved. Of course, King Ein Charlie of Rima would not mobilize the entire country to fight against a red dragon just because of it. Now Nolans is eyeing them covetously. Although Nolans is no longer as strong as he used to be, if he really launches an attack, it will definitely be a disaster for Rima. And the red dragon is very cunning. During the battle, this red dragon was hit in one eye by the magic of the great magician and became a one-eyed red dragon. Although the sneak attack on the Rima royal city was indeed annoying, the red dragon was also smart and did not attack places with strong defenses. It bypassed the city walls that were equipped with heavy crossbows. However, the hidden danger has indeed been laid, and no one knows when the red dragon will come back to cause trouble. Ainvril came to the succubus teacher today. Her alchemy skills are becoming more and more advanced. But in today's lab class, she kept getting several steps wrong. As a result, some low-level mistakes that should not have been made occurred several times today. Wire, you should concentrate on alchemy. I thought I should have told you that in our first class. Ainvril quickly bowed to the succubus teacher in front of her to express her apology. Although she is a member of the royal family, she still respects her teachers very much. She is eager to get to the top, so she will use all the resources around her. This succubus mentor was of great importance, so Ainwil always treated her with respect. Well, Sandy sighed. Although she rarely went out, how could she not know what had happened recently? She has always been clear about Ainwir's affairs. She was also well aware of what a strong-willed girl her student was. In fact, she didn't hate this effort to fight against fate, but Ainvril had changed a lot recently. Originally, one could still sense some of the girl's innocence and cuteness from Ainwil, but ever since the incident at Fort George, her changes have become increasingly obvious. As her teacher since childhood, Sandy has always been sensitive in this regard. However, she has been in the country of Rema for so many years and has some feelings for Ainvril. Teacher, I'll do it again. Ainwil's stubborn look made Sandy silent for a while. If it's the red dragon issue that's bothering you, I'll help you find a solution. Hearing the teacher say this, Ainwir's eyes suddenly lit up. Teacher, have you invented some amazing alchemical potion? Sandy just shook her head. You do the experiment well, and I'll come up with a solution. Although Ainvril was confused, she could only nod. When Sandy didn't come up with any powerful alchemical potion, she didn't actually hold much hope in her heart. Sandy is a very powerful alchemist, and the potions she makes are usually powerful and crazy. Although it is not human alchemy, but only potion alchemy, Sandy's strength is unquestionable. In Ainwil's understanding, if the teacher took out a bottle of potion and gave it to her and said that she could slay a dragon by drinking it, she would believe it without hesitation. But this time, the teacher only said that he would find a solution for her, but did not give her any potion. This was a little beyond Ainwil's understanding. However, the teacher came from a clan of succubi. From her analysis of the teacher's daily behavior, she concluded that the teacher should be a succubus noble of high status, and even had a very powerful background. Because her teacher could explain many of the secrets of alchemy and knowledge related to succubus that had not been recorded in books. When she was a child, Ainvril didn't understand much, but as she grew older, she became more and more curious about this somewhat mysterious teacher. But since the teacher had already said so, Ainvril could only smile and let it go. I can't say that I don't have any expectations in my heart, but I'm not as excited as I was at the beginning. Sandy had no idea what her student was thinking. She just thought that since she hadn't contacted her girlfriend for so long, since she was her student, she should also be considered by Dee's student, right? After all, she watched the child grow up. There is no doubt about Bai Dee's strength. In addition to her own powerful strength, she has also tamed a frost dragon that is about to reach the level of a giant dragon. As long as the red dragon has not reached the level of a giant dragon, it will definitely not be a match for Bai Dee. Chapter 145. From now on, my brother will be your support. After the dragon disaster, the Kingdom of Rema enjoyed a rare period of peace. A team called the Crimson Team was promoted from an A-level team to an S-level team at an extremely fast speed. To upgrade an A-level adventurer team, the A-level team needs to complete at least one S-level mission. And every S-level task is extremely difficult for ordinary people. The Crimson Team's promotion was achieved by accepting an S-rank mission to kill a dragon. Deep in the southeast of the ruins, not far from the Red Dragon Mountains, there is a subdragon. This subdragon is a hybrid of a wolf and a red dragon, and is extremely brutal by nature. His favorite thing to do is to run to the fields near Rima and eat people, but this beast is extremely cunning. Although he often caused trouble for the kingdom of Rema, he always managed to escape before the encirclement guards appeared. Even if a powerful team of adventurers formed a team to defeat it, most of them would be defeated. If this beast encounters an opponent it cannot defeat, it will flee. In addition to having dragon blood, this monster also has extremely high magic resistance, making it extremely troublesome. It is said that there are only 3 members of the Crimson Team. One is a demi-human lady carrying a scythe, and the other is a fully armed human knight. There is also a pastor lady who rarely appears. In terms of numbers, the members of the Crimson Team are really pitifully small. However, when Lin Wei appeared in the new Adventurers Association with the head of the Asian dragon monster, the Crimson Team became famous overnight. Became the newest and most mysterious S-class team. Many A-rank adventurers volunteered to join the Crimson Team. However, the captain seemed very indifferent and rejected everyone's request. This made countless adventurers somewhat disappointed, but at the same time, they also looked up to this mysterious team. After all, of the 3 existing S-level teams, 2 were completely wiped out by the Red Dragon, and the remaining one is incomplete. The sudden appearance of the Crimson Team became the object of boasting among other adventurers and bards. Some even say that the Scarlet Squad's captain, Wei Lin, is incredibly powerful and can even take on a dragon alone. However, there are also some people who know some details about the Crimson Team. Someone found out that there were 3 more members in the Crimson Team, but they all died in the dragon disaster. However, this does not affect the Crimson Team from becoming the current hot topic. Lin Wei rarely goes to the pub anymore. Ever since the other members of the Crimson Team died in the dragon disaster, even though an adventurer's guild and a tavern were soon built nearby, Lin Wei never went there again. I rarely go to the adventurer's guild, only when I accept a mission. If it weren't for the necessity of going to accept the mission, Lin Wei wouldn't even want to go to the Adventurers Association. Reina has become more and more proficient in using this scythe. When the scythe was swung, the terrible destructive power directly cut the dragon monster in 2. And all Lin Wei had to do was to restrain it from the front. This S-level mission was a bit too easy for Lin Wei. Because the beast saw that Lin Wei only had 2 people, and did not take them seriously at all. However, Warcraft's somewhat humane and playful look quickly turned into fear and confusion. When he wanted to escape, he found that his body had been split into 2 halves. The high hardness of the red rice silver easily cut through its muscles and bones. The activities of the Crimson Team naturally attracted the attention of the Rema royal family. However, Einrez did not take the initiative to extend an olive branch. He learned from his sister Einweir that Mr. Wei Lin, who was active on the front line, was once her teammate. According to Einweir, the relationship between the 2 is pretty good. Therefore, the eldest prince had no intention of competing with his sister. It can be considered as a small amount of kindness given by him as an older brother. Lin Wei finished his mission for today. He looked at his panel. Lin Wei. Bravery, 92. Strategy, 90. Special talents, extraordinary charisma, traverser, advanced fighting spirit warrior, one-handed sword excellence, shield proficiency. His sword skills have made great progress in the constant life and death battles, and he even learned how to use a shield to parry the enemy's attacks. The accumulated fighting spirit is indeed increasing, but it has not yet reached a higher level. And Lena's panel and bravery value have also been greatly improved. Reina. Bravery, 230. Strategy, 60. Favorability, 100. Special talents, White Dragon Bloodline, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage, One-Handed Sword Excellence, Scythe Mastery. Rating, S+. Reina is really a genius. Lin Wei often wonders, if Reina can also learn Fighting Spirit, who knows how outrageous she will become. Yelena has returned to the cathedral in Nolan's on a griffin. It's expected to be a while before he returns. There have been rumors recently that the Rima royal family seems to be planning to slay the dragon again. It seems that they have also invited some powerful foreign aid. Judging from Lin Wei's current active performance, it is very likely that Lin Wei will be invited to join in the future when slaying the dragon. But Lin Wei didn't care. He wanted to slay the dragon, but he was not a fool. He won't put himself in danger until he's strong enough. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Wei planned to visit Lalami and Califu's mother. He hadn't seen Lalami for a few days. Apart from fiddling with her flower seeds that never bloom, this cute little loli spends the rest of her time looking forward to meeting Lin Wei. Because Lin Wei always buys her some strange little gadgets. Often make her laugh. From a distance, Lin Wei saw Luo Lumi standing in the yard. However, Lin Wei keenly noticed that the yard was a bit messy, with some irregular footprints, which looked like they were from children. And Lalami didn't come forward as usual. Lin Wei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Lalami, look what your brother brought you today. Lin Wei held a handful of candy in his hand, like a magician performing a trick. Sugar is a luxury item, and this handful of candy cost Lin Wei several silver coins. But Luo Lalami was not excited. Her little face was slightly red and tears were flashing in her eyes. She pointed to a broken flower pot not far away, in which the red Rima flower seed stood out. Brother Weilin, this seed will never bloom, right? Lin Wei touched her head and said, How could that be? Haven't you seen the Rima flowers in full bloom? Luo Lalami's eyes suddenly became a little sad. Brother Weilin, aren't the seeds of the Rema flower green? There's no way a red one can produce a Rema flower. Lin Wei was silent for a long moment before he slowly spoke. How could that be? Your seed is the most special. Luo Lalami seemed unable to bear the sadness in her heart any longer, and she burst into tears. She threw herself into Lin Wei's arms, her voice intermittent. But the kids next door all said, Luo Lalami's father is dead. Lalami's father died in a dragon disaster. Brother Weilin, have I become a wild child without a father? Lin Wei's face turned cold, and even Lena beside him couldn't help but tighten the sickle in her hand. Nizaran did die in the dragon plague, but he died protecting the town. Heroes should not be laughed at. Lalami. Lin Wei held the little lowly's shoulders with both hands and looked at her with gentle eyes. From now on, Brother Weilin will be your support. If anyone says you are a fatherless child again, tell me, and I will make them regret coming into this world. Chapter 146. Ainwire may be wrong, but Princess Rima is not wrong. Lin Wei didn't expect to meet Bai Di again in this way. The beautiful queen was wearing a white leather top. Her tall figure was wearing long black leather boots. Her skin was very bright, and she gave Lin Wei a glowing feeling in the sun. Her devilish little tail was swaying gently, and the thin black one must have felt nice. However, for hundreds of years, no one has been able to enjoy her beauty. Lin Wei was wearing armor, but because it was painted, it was not that eye-catching. But in front of the Adventurers Association stands, Bai Di seemed to recognize him at a glance. Her slow footsteps left crisp sounds on the wooden floor. The arrogant queen always attracted the most attention. However, this thorny rose seems too dangerous. Just looking at it for a second longer makes people feel uneasy. Betty's sudden arrival made the little dragon girl Lena a little nervous. She subconsciously tightened the sickle in her hand, and it seemed that her blood flowed much faster. Betty just glanced at Lena lightly, and suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Because the person in front of him turned out to be an old acquaintance of his. White. Before Lena could even utter Bai Di's name, Lin Wei reached out his hand to stop her from continuing. The members of the Crimson Squad are so striking here. If others knew that the members of the Crimson Team knew the Queen, Lin Wei's attempt to hide his identity would become a joke. After all, Lin Wei was the son of an unknown commoner baron. It would be too outrageous if he knew such a high-ranking figure. Haven't seen you for a long time. But Bai Di seemed not to care about other people's eyes at all, and just kept her eyes quietly on Lin Wei. Yes, it's been a long time. If it weren't for the pendant given by Bai Di, Lin Wei would probably be dead by now. Dear demi-human lady, do we know each other? Lin Wei started to act dumb. Bai Di just smiled slightly, but didn't take it too seriously. I think you look a bit like an old friend of mine. Maybe I made a mistake. Lin Wei seemed to have become stronger, and there was a special aura flowing around him. Bai Di is a super strong person. She can sense that there seems to be a power in Lin Wei's body, but she cannot judge from this power whether Lin Wei can use it. However, judging from his aura, Lin Wei is no longer the powerless noble lord he used to be. The aura of a strong person cannot be disguised. And she knew what the Crimson Team had done recently. After all, she came to the kingdom of Rima at the invitation of Sandy. When she heard Sandy talking about some interesting things, for some reason, when she heard about a team composed of a weird knight and a lizard lady, she subconsciously thought of Lena and Lin Wei. It turns out that women's sixth sense is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Two seemingly unrelated characters can actually collude with each other. Mr. Knight, I invite you to join me in this dragon-slaying feast. Are you willing? Because Lin Wei's changes are so huge. This sparked a lot of interest in Bai Di. Killing the red dragon was not a difficult task for Bai Di. But she also wanted to know what changes had happened to Lin Wei recently. So subconsciously, without even thinking about it, she invited Lin Wei. Lin Wei frowned, as if thinking about the feasibility. There is no doubt that Betty is powerful, and she must have brought her frost dragon with her when she came to slay the dragon this time. For Lin Wei, the death of the Crimson Team members is still a thorn in his heart. However, it seems difficult to achieve the feat of slaying a dragon with just his current strength. The girl in front of him was the one with the title of Dragon Slayer. Although the red dragon is also very powerful, it is probably still far inferior to this person. So it seemed that he had no reason to refuse Baidi's invitation. Of course, eliminating the evil dragon is our duty as adventurers. That one-eyed red dragon is also an enemy of Team Crimson. Lin Wei readily agreed immediately. Although the two men were talking quietly, some adventurers seemed to have heard their conversation. So the rumors of slaying the dragon arose again. The Crimson Team's reputation is already at its peak. If they can succeed in slaying the dragon again, their reputation will reach a peak. In the future, they will definitely become the object of the Rima people's myth, and countless forces will extend olive branches to the Crimson Team. In the royal city of Rima, Einwell looked at Lin Wei not far away and felt happy. She was a little sad when the Scarlet Team rejected her invitation last time. However, considering that the captain of the Crimson Team was in Nolan's, she didn't say much. This time, 3 members of the Crimson Team died in the dragon disaster. She guessed that Lin Wei, as the team leader, would definitely not sit idly by. However, given Lin Wei's style of doing things his own way, she was a little unsure. So she didn't even initiate an invitation. When she saw Lin Wei standing here, she was just surprised. "Wei Lin, you are finally here." She came up to greet Lin Wei. However, Lin Wei just said calmly and somewhat distantly, "Greetings, respected Her Highness Ainwire." Although the other members of the Crimson Team did not participate in slaying the dragon. However, the reason for the dragon disaster was that the woman in front of him wanted merit, which led to the disaster. Lin Wei didn't like her. People are selfish and hypocritical. Even Lin Wei himself has not done anything good. However, the other members of the Crimson Team were his friends, and it was he who had his interests harmed. Therefore, it is only natural that he does not treat Einwell well. "Guian, didn't we team up together before? I thought we had a pretty good relationship." Faced with Lin Wei's estrangement, the princess launched a green tea offensive. But it obviously didn't work. Because Lin Wei has a green tea girl at home who is much more powerful than her. "Have we ever formed a team? I can't quite remember." Lin Wei's voice was a little cold. "Oh, I'm very sorry about what happened to the other members of the Crimson Team. However, I am also responsible for this incident. It was my lack of preparation that led to this tragedy. Please allow me to sincerely apologize to you." Lin Wei's expression had turned completely cold. In his heart, the princess in front of him was obviously hopeless. "You are not wrong. The existence of dragons is a threat, and it is right to defeat them." Although Lin Wei's tone was not very good, he didn't seem to blame her, which made Ainwire think that this was a good opportunity to win over Lin Wei. After all, you are the princess that all the people of Rema look up to. How could the royal family be wrong? The lives of those innocent civilians and adventurers who died weren't that important to you, were they? A mother who has lost her daughter, a wife who has lost her husband, a daughter who has lost her father. Aren't these insignificant for someone of your status? After all, they are just my friends, Wei Lin, not the friends of a high and mighty princess, right? Who else would feel sad about their death except me? I'm sorry, my tone might be a little bad. I don't mean to blame you. I'm just stating a fact. Lin Wei's words left Ainwire speechless. After a while, Ainwire, whose face turned pale, finally said, "You are right. But as you said, the princess can't be wrong. Maybe Ainville was wrong, but the princess of Rema will never be wrong. So, I won't apologize either." Lin Wei shook his head. "You are wrong. Apologies cannot bring the dead back to life. An apology is the cheapest price to pay. It can't even be called a price. No one who has lost a friend or family member needs a cheap apology. You must always stand high. If you fall, you may never recover." After Lin Wei finished speaking, he turned his head and stopped looking at Einweiler. The dragon-slaying team is ready to go, and they have locked on the location of the Red Dragon. Chapter 147: 3 Dragons Fighting. The Red Dragon Mountains is the mainstream name for this mountain range. Almost no one would call it that more difficult to pronounce and more formal name. The dragon-slaying team this time is far smaller than the last time, but the overall quality is terribly high. In addition to the 2 great magicians dedicated to the royal family, there are also several well-known swordsmen. Originally, they wanted to bring a team of high-level magicians, but Betty refused because she thought they were too slow. Therefore, apart from the people mentioned above, there are only Lin Wei, Lena, Einwil, and Baidi left. Lin Wei never saw Bai Di's frost dragon. However, considering the arrogance of the dragon clan, it would be abnormal for them to be willing to appear in front of them so easily. The red dragon's habitat is just ahead. If we go any further, it will discover us. This wasn't the first time Einweir had come. Although she invited the legendary and extremely powerful succubus queen, she still learned from her previous lessons and became very cautious. The last time they were suddenly attacked by a red dragon was in the basin in front, and a great magician died on the spot. Subsequently, the team's deployment was disrupted, resulting in huge losses. However, just as Einweir finished her words, a dragon's roar was heard in the sky. Roar. The roar of a dragon came from the depths of the Red Dragon Valley, and soon, Lin Wei felt a response from above his head. A huge blue figure slowly emerged from the clouds, and a huge blue dragon head poked out from the clouds. A red figure flashed out of the Red Dragon Valley. It was the one-eyed red dragon. The brutal and cunning red dragon was on guard against the giant frost dragon in the sky, and looked at the expeditionary force not far from the basin. A mouthful of dragon flame was spat out on the spot. The red dragon's dragon flames rushed towards Lin Wei and the others with a scorching wave. The temperature of dragon fire is enough to melt any steel and most metals. Suddenly, a magic wand appeared in Betty's hand. The magic wand surged with extremely powerful magical energy, and a milky, white barrier blocked the red dragon's flames. Even though the dragon flame was blocked, the two great magicians looked like they had survived a disaster. There was no way out. This happened too suddenly, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. If Bai Di hadn't been there, this would have been enough to bury everyone here. Lin Wei was also sweating coldly. She didn't know when Lena had come to her. Her petite body protected him behind her, her eyes full of determination. Lena can definitely withstand the dragon flame, and Lin Wei should be able to block it as long as he uses the fighting spirit in his body. But with Bai Di around, Lin Wei felt relieved. It seems that this succubus queen who holds the title of Dragon Slayer is much more powerful than he imagined. This quick, chantless release of magic alone was enough to prove that she was a dragon slayer without a doubt. After blocking the red dragon's first wave of attack, the frost dragon that was originally hovering in the air swooped down directly. The huge dragon's body was moving at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a sonic boom sounded, and the frost dragon's sharp claws collided fiercely with the red dragon. The scene of two adult dragons fighting in the air opened Lin Wei's eyes. Although the frost dragon was fierce, the red dragon seemed to have much stronger limbs. After several waves of attacks, the frost dragon was already at a disadvantage. Betty waved the wand in her hand again, and a strong blue light spread from her wand, and a large amount of magic energy rushed towards the direction of the wand. Just as the magic wand was charged, the frost dragon that was originally fighting with the red dragon seemed to sense Bai Di's magic. It did a beautiful somersault and a claw attack, kicking the red dragon into Bai Di's magic range. Boom. A blue light wave in the form of an elliptical beam shot straight towards the red dragon. The blue light wave hit the red dragon's abdomen solidly, but after only a moment, the red dragon turned over and dodged in a posture that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. The light waves penetrated the sky and clouds, and the originally dense clouds were torn open by Bai Di's magic attack. Lin Wei swallowed. Damn, magic is so cool. Although the fighting spirit is very strong, it is unable to produce such a shocking effect. Betty's attack was the Grand Mage's magic, wave of destruction. Her scepter was inlaid with reddish silver the size of a fingernail, so the power of the magic she released was greatly increased. Although it was far away, Lin Wei saw that a hideous wound had appeared on the red dragon's abdomen. Dragon scales mixed with blood dripped down, and the red dragon was seriously injured. The only dragon eye left in it seemed to be filled with anger. It turned its gaze to Bai Di. It was this woman who had just injured it. The red dragon let out a low-frequency roar, as if calling for something. Bai Di, who was originally calm, secretly thought that something was wrong when she heard the dragon's roar. Quick, release the magic. It's calling for its mate. After hearing Betty's shout, the other two great magicians began to chant powerful magic in a hurry. Bai Di released several spells at an extremely fast speed, trying to interrupt the opponent. The frost dragon exhaled a breath of cold air upon seeing this, but it was obviously too late. Because a new dragon roar came from the depths of the Red Dragon Canyon, another dragon responded to the one-eyed red dragon. Two dragons, one blue and one red, were spewing dragon fire at each other in the air. The huge heat waves mixed with ice made a hissing explosion sound. I saw a female red dragon coming into the air from the Red Dragon Canyon. The originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken by the sudden appearance of this red dragon. Two red dragons. Ainwire was numb. She never dreamed that this red dragon actually had a partner. Although Baidi hasn't used her full strength yet, these are two adult red dragons. Even though Baidi is very brave and has high magic power, she will still be in a very passive situation when facing such a monster. Another dragon soon joined the battlefield, and the frost dragon, which had finally gained an advantage, fell into a disadvantage again. Because of the injury of her partner, the female red dragon seemed even more ferocious, constantly spewing flames at the frost dragon. After the frost dragon reluctantly spit out a few icy flames to deal with it, it could only choose to temporarily avoid the attack. Baidi turned around and said, "Use magic to attack the injured red dragon. We must kill one first, otherwise we will all die here today." Her voice was cold. As the queen of succubus, she had seen many storms. But even in her hundreds of years of life, this was the first time she had to confront two adult dragons head-on. She must concentrate. Only by releasing more powerful magic can she change the current situation. Otherwise, when the frost dragon can no longer withstand the attacks of the two red dragons, it will turn into a one-sided massacre. Without the help of the frost dragon, even Baidi would not be able to face two adult red dragons alone. Chapter 148, It's This World That's Wrong. The great magicians gathered powerful magic with their wands, and colorful lights shone in the air. There was a raging fire and a strong wind, and the surrounding mountains made a whimpering sound like a baby crying. The collision of magic and dragon fire made the entire sky darken, as if it was the end of the world. The powerful surge of magic changed the weather here, with fine rain falling and strong winds blowing. Although the one-eyed red dragon was injured, the frost dragon's condition was obviously worse. The frost dragon's abdomen and neck had been scratched in many places. Although the dragon scales were very hard, they could not completely defend against the dragon claws. Blood and dragon scales mixed with raindrops fell. The blood and scales dropped by these dragons are actually quite rare materials. If it can be collected, it will be a considerable income. But it was obvious that no one at the scene had this idea. Because the two great magicians continuously released large-scale magic, the magic essence is now almost exhausted. This is the disadvantage of being a magician. The more powerful they are, the more magic energy they need to use to cast magic. However, faced with a legendary creature like the dragon, they were unable to kill a single one even after exhausting all their magic power. Baidi's pretty face was as cold as ice. The raindrops fell and wet her clothes, and her beautiful figure could no longer be concealed. Her magic was about to run out, but she hadn't even killed a single red dragon. Because even though the male red dragon is being attacked by their magic, the female red dragon will always take the initiative to use her body to help block some of the magic. In addition, they were extremely agile, so many of their magic spells failed. The frost dragon could no longer withstand the joint attack of the two red dragons. It let out a long roar towards the sky, and was then hit by the dragon's claws and fell into the basin at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The collision of the dragon's body with the ground was like a bomb exploding suddenly in Lin Wei's ears. The dull roar brought about a lingering tinnitus that lingered in Lin Wei's ears. This is a truly bloody and cruel struggle, as dragons are the creatures at the top of the food chain on this continent. Their battle was destined to be earth-shattering. Baidi had abandoned her horse and rushed towards the direction where the frost dragon fell. The horses had already collapsed to the ground under the shock of the dragon's might. Without much magic left, she was ready to rely on her own bravery to fight the frost dragon. She and the frost dragon signed a symbiotic contract. If the frost dragon dies here, Baidi will also die here. Looking at Betty's rushing figure, Avril was so scared that her face turned pale and her eyes were dull. Under the dragon's might, those long-established swordsmen didn't perform much better. Their limbs were shaking uncontrollably, and they probably couldn't even draw their swords. Lin Wei just looked at them coldly. Now there were only two choices before him. One is to abandon Baidi and run away, while Baidi and the frost dragon have attracted the attention of the two red dragons. Now the escape will be almost 100% successful. The other is to join Baidi's battle and help Baidi defeat the two red dragons. These two options are actually a bit difficult for Lin Wei to choose. Helping Baidi will undoubtedly gain more friendship from Baidi, and even in the future territorial position, Baidi will give him this face. Although Lin Wei had not spent a long time with Baidi, he had some understanding of her. Lin Wei helped her, and she also helped Lina inherit the bloodline of the white dragon and gave her an additional inheritance of the frost dragon. If it weren't for Betty's help, Lina probably wouldn't be where she is today. This is also a favor to Lin Wei. Without thinking for long, he said to Lina, "Let's go help Baidi." Lina nodded, and the dragon scales on her arms began to open and close. The upcoming fierce battle made her feel full of fighting spirit. The dragon blood in her body made her look forward to this battle. It wasn't until Lin Wei and Lina rushed out that Einwell came to her senses. Her first reaction was that Lin Wei had gone crazy. There are 3 dragons fighting over there. How dare you go there? Suddenly, she remembered what Lin Wei said to her before leaving. It is said that she is a high-ranking imperial princess who does not need to care about the lives of others. In fact, she really wanted to object, because it is not as easy for women to succeed as it is for men on this continent. Although as a princess, she can get more things and rights than ordinary women, but it also comes with corresponding obligations and responsibilities. She always believed that she was not wrong. It's this world that's wrong. She wants to prove to everyone that she can control her own destiny. Thinking of this, she also chased in the direction of Lin Wei. Because if I stay here, I will only be overwhelmed by cowardice. The remaining people looked at each other, including the 2 great mages who had no more magic elements. If Einwell really died here, then if King Charles blamed them, no one would be able to escape. Run away. That's a dragon. Several swordsmen have lost their will to fight. It was the first time for them to see a dragon, and the shock brought by this creature was much greater than they had imagined. Those who originally had the ambition to slay the dragon have now become cowards. The 3-headed dragon was tearing and biting in this huge basin. Its wings were damaged in many places, and the ferocity of the frost dragon seemed to have been completely aroused. It suddenly pounced on the female red dragon and bit the female red dragon's neck. The female red dragon wailed, but seemed unable to break free from the frost dragon's suppression. Seeing this, the other red dragon was about to rescue, but was suddenly hit in the other eye by a magic spell at very close range. Roar. The dragon's roar at such a close distance seemed to cause the raindrops falling around to deflect. However, it did not stop Betty from releasing the magic in her hand. She can cast up to 2 more spells. It is undoubtedly quite difficult to fight a dragon in close combat, so Betty aimed at the other non-blind eye of the red dragon from the beginning. The blinded red dragon began to flutter around wildly, and violent smoke and dust were raised by the dragon's wings and limbs, forming a thick smoke screen. Mixed with the raindrops, the fishy smell of soil lingers. Bang! Betty saw the right moment, drew out the magic dagger in her hand, and stabbed it. But the dragon scales were too hard. Even though the weapon in her hand was a top-level magic weapon, it was unable to completely penetrate the dragon scale's defense. The red dragon in pain began to attack Bai fiercely. Bai nimbly dodged the attacks several times, but was suddenly hit by the dragon's tail. The tearing pain in her abdomen made Baidi's mind less clear. Are you going to die? Her mind went blank. In a trance, she seemed to see a figure rushing towards the injured red dragon. Chapter 149 Dragon Slayer. Reina took the lead, her shining sickle leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Her strength was already incredible, and the red moon's sickle was made of mithril and red rice silver. This blow tore another hole in the blinded red dragon's abdomen. That was the place hit by Betty's magic. After being attacked by Reina again, the red dragon's body twisted even more violently. It was obvious that it was really painful, because a large piece of flesh and blood in the abdomen had been cut open, and dragon blood was gushing out like it was free. The land soaked in dragon blood made a sizzling sound, and the boiling dragon blood instantly turned the land into a charred black. Raindrops fell, and milky white smoke rose. After entering the dragon spirit state, Reina becomes more agile and powerful. In addition, she had already drunk the strength potion made by Nashia before joining the battle, so this attack had a very destructive effect. The red dragon was now attacking Lina completely based on its intuition. Its tail and claws were dancing wildly, but it did not cause any harm to Lina. She dodged them all swiftly. Reina, can you block this attack? Although Lin Wei's bravery value is already very high, it is still not enough in front of the red dragon. But judging from the battle situation, if Lin Wei could use his fighting spirit to attack the red dragon's abdomen again, he might be able to make it lose its ability to move. If it was just the dragon's tail instead of the dragon's claws, Lina would still be able to withstand it. With the blessing of the dragon spirit state, you can try to use the red moon to parry. Taking advantage of the gap when the dragon's tail swung over, Lina took 2 steps back and rushed towards the dragon's tail at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Even the red moon, made of red rice silver, was unable to successfully cut a noticeable wound on the hard dragon's tail. The scales of the dragon's tail squirmed, and the huge recoil force made Lina's knuckles numb. This is the opportunity. Lin Wei took advantage of the stalemate between Lina and the red dragon and immediately rushed towards the red dragon. All the fighting spirit in his body was concentrated in the reddish-silver long sword in his hand. The yellow fighting spirit light and the silver-white sword body reflected each other, making it look like a sword of judgment emitting holy light. The dragon's belly is right in front of you. Phew. The red rice and silver long sword encountered huge resistance, but the sharp long sword wrapped in fighting spirit still successfully pierced the red dragon's abdomen. Lin Wei began to inject more fighting spirit, then swung the sword left and right. Every swing was like struggling forward in the mud. Roar! The red dragon suffered fatal damage to its abdomen and began to twist wildly. It was completely blind, but it could feel someone attacking its abdomen. It twitched its dragon tail and attacked towards Lin Wei. The whistling dragon's tail brought up a violent gust of wind, and in an instant it arrived in front of Lin Wei. If this hit Lin Wei, he would probably be injured. At the critical moment, Bai Di struggled to get up and released another shield magic, and a milky white light enveloped Lin Wei. Another loud bang. The dragon's tail shattered the shield with earth-shattering destructive power, but the force had been slowed down. Reina reacted quickly and swung the red moon towards the dragon's tail again. After this series of attacks, the red dragon that was struggling violently finally became silent. The female red dragon, who had been suppressed by the frost dragon since the death of her partner. She suddenly broke free from the frost dragon and flew into the air. A blazing dragon flame spewed towards Lin Wei and the others. But the frost dragon obviously would not give her this opportunity. A breath of ice flame collided with it, and the huge impact force shook away the surrounding rain curtain, creating a vacuum zone. The red dragon flapped its wings and attacked the frost dragon again. This time, the frost dragon did not give the female red dragon any chance. He took advantage of the moment when it hit him and successfully avoided her attack. Then he spit out another ice flame and knocked the opponent down with a dragon claw. Taking advantage of the moment when the red dragon fell to the ground, the frost dragon bit the other's neck again. The frost dragon's bite force is so strong that even dragon scales can be bitten through by it, causing dragon blood to ooze out. Slowly, the flapping red dragon became silent. The two red dragons died. The frost dragon let out a long roar towards the sky, and the dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire basin. It used its claws to dig open the belly of the red dragon beneath it and took out a beating heart from it. Even though the red dragon is dead, this bright red and enchanting heart is still beating at an extremely fast frequency. The frost dragon swallowed the heart in one gulp, glanced at Bai Di, and then flew into the clouds. The blue figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the clouds. If the battlefield had not been in such a mess, Lin Wei would have thought that the fierce battle just now was just an illusion. Beside her, Bai Di said weakly, "Quick, dig out the other dragon's heart. Eating it will improve Reina's health." Lin Wei couldn't imagine how Lena's small mouth could eat a heart as big as an adult's head. Even if she eats it, is Reina's stomach really that big? Besides, it's so bloody. However, Reina showed a somewhat longing expression. From the very beginning, she felt that there was something inside the red dragon that was attracting her. It was not until the frost dragon dug out the heart of a dragon that she realized that she was longing for the heart of the red dragon. Well, if that's what you want, Reina, I have no objection. Lin Wei sighed. Reina, having received her consent, has already started cutting the belly of the male red dragon with the red moon. Soon, she touched the heart of the red dragon. In the next scene, Lin Wei turned his head away tactfully, deciding not to watch the scene of the girl eating. Betty was already standing up by now. She looked at Lin Wei and said, "You have really become much stronger. It makes me feel a little strange." Lin Wei shrugged. "Is there? I don't think I've changed much. Come to think of it, I have to thank you for giving me that pendant, otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today." Lin Wei is a lazy and somewhat slack person at heart. If he had not encountered that incident where he almost died, he would not have learned his lesson. Then there would be no record of slaying the dragon today. Although he didn't kill a red dragon in its prime in a single fight, such a record was enough to spread his fame. Ein Will, who was standing not far away, witnessed all of this. Although she had thought that Lin Wei, who had recently become famous, must be very powerful, after all, it was not easy for a swordsman to kill 6 or 7 giant goblins alone. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Wei actually dared to confront a dragon head-on, which was a bit beyond her expectations. The courage to slay a dragon alone is enough to make most adventurers look up to him. After all, the swordsman she brought with her didn't even have the courage to meet Long, not to mention fighting a dragon head-on. However, Lin Wei never took off his helmet, which made Ainwire feel a little curious. Although there is a desire to exploit him, who doesn't like a dragon-slaying hero? It's normal for a girl to love a hero. It would be better if Wei Lin hadn't gotten married. A dragon-slaying hero and a princess seemed to be a good match. If she could really win over Lin Wei, her position would undoubtedly be more stable. You can even use Wei Lin's reputation to recruit more people. Chapter 150. Okay, you little bastard, I didn't misjudge you. After dealing with the dragon's heart, the next step is to distribute the dragon's corpse. To be honest, although Lin Wei killed the male red dragon, the main force in killing the dragon was by D's frost dragon. The most valuable part of a dragon's body is its heart. Now that the heart has been eaten by Lina, Lin Wei has actually gained a great advantage. But it would be a lie to say that I have no interest in these two dragon corpses. Bai Di obviously took this into consideration. Logically, she should have gotten at least 1.5 heads, but today she was very generous. We each take one of these two dragons. Bai Di's magic power had recovered a lot, and she casually released 2 freezing spells, turning the huge dragon corpse into a huge ice sculpture. Every drop of dragon blood is a good alchemical material, not to mention materials such as dragon bones, dragon scales, and dragon teeth. If Lin Wei was willing to sell the dragon corpse, he could at least get hundreds of millions of gold coins. Although this entire red dragon has lost its heart, its value is still inestimable. Although the dragon corpse is valuable, it is just a hot potato for Wei Lin of the Crimson Team. If he were to obtain the dragon corpse under Lin Wei's identity, it would be smooth sailing, but if he did so, the reputation that Lin Wei had worked so hard to build would be ruined. So Lin Wei was a little distressed for a while. Bai Di didn't care about all this. Lin Wei saved her this time, but she also did Lin Wei a huge favor. Without her help, Lin Wei would have no chance of slaying the dragon alone. Her frost dragon devoured the dragon's heart and is likely to break through to the level of a giant dragon. Once it becomes a frost dragon, both its combat effectiveness and lifespan will be greatly increased. The stronger the frost dragon is, the higher the bonus it will provide to Bai Di. The red dragon heart given to Reina will purify her bloodline. Maybe Reina can return to her ancestral form and transform into a dragon. Of course, this is just speculation. Lina's own blood concentration is already very high, otherwise she would not have the blessing of the dragon spirit. But if she could really transform into a dragon, it would be a good thing for Lina. After all, even an ordinary adult dragon cannot become a human being. Only when you reach the level of a dragon can you transform into what you want to be. Bai Di had never seen a dragon like Lina, who had a poor acquired bloodline and relied on food to become a dragon. There are only 1 or 2 lucky examples in sporadic historical records. But it was too long ago and has almost no reference value. But looking at Lina's current condition, she hasn't shown anything unusual. As for Lina, she was secretly wiping her mouth with a handkerchief and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no blood left. She looked at Lin Wei, who was talking to Bai Di, and after confirming that Lin Wei didn't notice her, she felt much happier. That dragon heart is too tempting for Dragon Lady. It's definitely not her fault. Just now, Reina felt that her sanity was about to be overwhelmed. Ein Will, who was standing outside the basin, was already walking towards Lin Wei and the others. Although the success of slaying the dragon had nothing to do with her, this time she slayed 2 dragons at once. As long as she can win over Lin Wei, her reputation, status, and power will be pushed to a new climax. As the queen, how could Bai Di not understand Ein Will's thoughts? But even if she doesn't like this person in her heart, she won't show it. There is nothing wrong with fighting for your own interests. Betty also used many people to get to the top. But even so, she still suffered a betrayal in recent years. If the frost dragon had not reached the critical moment of becoming a giant dragon. Even with Sandy's invitation, Ein Will alone would not be able to invite Betty. Transporting the dragon corpse is quite laborious. Although on the road, Ein Wire invited Lin Wei many times, but Lin Wei ruthlessly rejected them all. He asked Lin Wei in a roundabout way how the 2 dragon corpses were divided, but Lin Wei did not give a direct answer. Bai Di has already left. As long as she doesn't reveal the ownership of the 2 dragon corpses, even if the Rima royal family is eager to make a move, they will not dare to touch her spoils. As one of the kings of the southern continent, Bai Di has outstanding personal bravery. She also has hundreds of thousands of loyal succubus guards under her command. Anyone who dares to offend their queen will face the hostility of all the succubus guards. Not to mention that Bai Di herself has tamed a frost dragon that is almost at the level of a giant dragon. No country wants to provoke the existence of such a force. Lin Wei had no choice but to ask for help from the local Vatican forces in Rema. When the bishop realized that the man in front of him was the saint's fiancé, he was shocked and informed Zajabo as quickly as possible. Zajabo was very fast. After just over 10 hours, he appeared in front of Lin Wei. He rode a griffin and arrived here as fast as he could. As soon as Zejabo entered the door, he began to look around for Lin Wei. When he saw Lin Wei sitting calmly on the chair in the reception room, he glared with his beard and eyes and walked quickly to Lin Wei. "Stinky boy? No, dear son-in-law. Did you kill the dragon?" Zejabo's tone was hurried, and from his excited expression, it could be seen that the great magician in front of him seemed to be even more excited than himself about slaying the dragon. Grandpa Zejabo, don't be so excited." "How can I not be excited? I, as an elder, am happy for you because you have made great progress." Lin Wei stood up and poured a cup of black tea for the old man. "Please sit down and let me explain the whole story to you." After a vivid description, Lin Wei finally explained the matter clearly to Zejabo. Although the old man felt a little regretful when he heard that Lin Wei was not the only one who slayed the dragon. However, when he thought that Lin Wei had the courage to confront Long head-on and even gave Long a fatal blow, he felt that the brat in front of him became a little more pleasing to the eye. "I used to think this brat had some talent to be a lord, and I was wondering if his physique was a little weak. But Lin Wei's recent performance has indeed impressed him. It's a pity that Lin Wei doesn't have magic elements and cannot become a mage, otherwise the old man would be very satisfied with him. But even now, he felt that Lin Wei was worthy of his own cabbage. Especially when Lin Wei later asked the Holy See to help transport the red dragon's corpse back to Louis Kaling, the old man's eyes widened. "You said that the succubus queen gave you an entire red dragon's corpse?" Lin Wei nodded. "Maybe she's thanking me for saving her." Hearing Lin Wei say this, Zejabo seemed to understand. This succubus queen was quite capable and older than him. He had heard the legend about her before he even reached adulthood. However, although Bai Di is cruel and ruthless, he is also a person of principle. Otherwise, when she was betrayed, hundreds of thousands of guards would not have betrayed her. "Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. You are Grandpa Zejabo of Yeluna. As Yeluna's fiancé, you can take whatever parts you like." Lin Wei has received a lot of assistance from the Holy See. It can be said that without the Holy See's protection, there would be no Lin Wei today. Therefore, Lin Wei gave Zejabo some benefits, which was considered as repaying the favor of the Holy See. Although Yeluna has an extraordinary status, it is obviously impossible for her to take anything from the Holy See without alerting the person in front of her. So Lin Wei always acquiesced to Yeluna's help, and Zejabo knew about it. Okay, you kid. I didn't misjudge you. Lin Wei can be said to be quite generous, giving away the red rice, silver scepter, and red dragon materials for free. Compared to the things that Yeluna took from the Holy See, the things that Lin Wei gave were actually more valuable. However, although the red dragon material is rare, it is not that tempting to Lao Deng. He likes to practice magic, but the materials of the red dragon are all used for alchemy or making equipment. He has no use for it at all. Wait until I send the white armor guards to transport the dragon to Luiska territory. Then it will be considered as you selling it to the Vatican. I won't take advantage of you, kid. As long as you don't let my Yeluna down, that's all." Lin Wei nodded solemnly. Even if he died, he would never let Yeluna down. Chapter 151, It's Just the Norman Life. Did you hear? The Crimson Team slayed the dragon. It's still an adult red dragon. In the tavern, groups of 3 or 2 drinkers were chatting about the legend of the Crimson Squad. One of them, who looked like a middle-aged uncle, danced and said, "Wrong. It's a 2-headed dragon. Do you know the captain of the Crimson Squad? His name is Waylon. I even had a drink with him." The uncle's words attracted envious glances from the people around him. Before this, the Crimson Team had already gained some fame and even killed a magical beast with dragon blood. But killing a real adult red dragon is the ultimate dream of all adventurers. Countless people are willing to die for romance. However, such a great ideal is only suitable for singing praises. If those who always talk about slaying dragons were really brought before a dragon, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the courage to draw the long swords at their waists. The Crimson Team became true dragon-slaying heroes. Lin Wei and Lena's fame spread quickly. Countless nobles of Rema extended invitations to Lin Wei. Even King Ein Charlie extended an invitation to Lin Wei. As long as Lin Wei is willing, it will be easy for him to obtain the title of honorary duke in the country of Roma. But Lin Wei certainly didn't want to, let alone be an honorary duke, a nobleman with only a title. Even if he really gave him the power of a duke, Lin Wei would not care. Accepting the rights of the nobility also means assuming corresponding obligations and responsibilities. Moreover, the person they invited was Waylon. If the Rima royal family knew that Waylon was Lin Wei, they would not dare to invite him. What's the difference between openly trying to steal the saint's girl and declaring war on the Holy See? The reason why the human church can stand firm among the 3 major human countries is not only because of its own strong strength, but also because of the noble profession of priests. You can offend anyone, but if you offend a pastor, isn't that asking for trouble? Who can guarantee that they are not injured? Once isolated by the priests, the mortality rate will increase greatly. Although Lin Wei's silence somewhat annoyed the nobles. But even the royal family isn't angry yet, so they naturally won't act too excessively. Besides, this is a human being who can slay dragons. No matter what, we can only adopt an attitude of making friends with him. If a head-on fight breaks out, these noble lords don't think they are stronger than the red dragon. Wellen, are you really not considering joining the kingdom of Rema? You also said that Rema is a country full of opportunities. Compared to the war-torn Norlands, shouldn't Rema be a better choice? In the hotel, facing Lin Wei who was talking with Lina. Einweir invited him again. Einwell has approached Lin Wei more than once. Although Lin Wei has rejected her several times, Einwell has never given up. I'm sorry, Your Highness Einville, I can't agree to your request. My father and wife are both citizens of Norlands, after all. As a son and a husband, I cannot abandon my country and my family, both emotionally and logically. If I abandon my country and my family today, how can you trust a traitor like me with such an important task? Lin Wei felt that what he said was already very unpleasant. But Ainvril seemed not to understand. He almost took off his helmet and said, I am the Lin Wei who did a great service to you. Bitch, you didn't expect that. Einweiler sighed. She was a little surprised by Lin Wei's resolute attitude. She almost said that if you join the kingdom of Rema, you can become my husband. But as long as she agrees, there will be almost no resistance from her father Charlie. Being able to use a daughter to tie down a dragon-slaying hero is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Well, I hope you can change your mind soon. Einwell didn't continue to pester her. After Einwell left, Reina relaxed her grip on Hong Yue's hand. From the moment Einweiler walked in, she felt very irritated. If Lin Wei hadn't been by her side, she would have probably attacked him. Owner. Lina rarely calls Lin Wei master in public, especially when there are outsiders around. But today Reina was particularly uneasy. Lin Wei simply reached out and touched Lina's head, signaling her not to be impatient. Anyway, he can't stay here for long. When he goes back in winter, Lin Wei doesn't plan to come here next year. Let the Crimson team disappear for a while until they are no longer so noticeable. Before leaving, he naturally had to make arrangements for the families of his teammates who died in battle. The first person Lin Wei visited was Califu's mother. Califu's mother's health seemed to be getting worse. Compared to when they first met, Lin Wei could clearly feel that this lady didn't have much time left. Is it Varen? Lin Wei just stood quietly beside her bed, and Ms. Bose opened her eyes with some difficulty. Her vision could no longer see things that were too far away. One could only judge from Lin Wei's somewhat blurry face and figure that the man in front of him was his daughter's former favorite. The story of the Scarlet team slaying the dragon spread widely, and the girl who was responsible for taking care of Bose also told her about it. It's me, Ms. Bose. Ms. Bose's hands trembled slightly. Even though she had heard the story of slaying a dragon more than 10 times, when the dragon-slaying warrior stood in front of her, her tears still couldn't stop flowing. Facing the ruthless dragon disaster, she is just an ordinary mother who lost her daughter. Velen, can you tell me, is the dragon that killed my daughter dead? Lin Wei was silent for a while. It's dead. I killed the dragon myself. I avenged Kulif. Lin Wei's tone was steady and powerful, and Ms. Bose let out a long sigh. Thank you, child. Caliph didn't fall in love with the wrong person. You are a very good child. It's a pity that you two couldn't be together. Lin Wei simply said softly, Ms. Bose, come live with me in Norlands. I will find the best doctor for you. Bose slowly shook his head. I don't have any wishes anymore. I know I won't live long. She looked out the window with her cloudy eyes, but she could no longer see the scenery outside. There was only a muddy light. But when she knew that her daughter's revenge had been achieved, the only hope in her heart seemed to disappear. Lin Wei closed the door for Ms. Bose when he left. Ms. Bose is in very bad condition. Maybe I won't be able to see her next time I come. But isn't that what life is like? Some people come, some people go. All Lin Wei can do is try his best to protect the people he cares about. Alia. Chapter 152, Is It True, Brother Waylin? Little Lalami. Lin Wei came to this small home that once belonged to Nye Salon and saw a lovely girl digging the soil in the yard with great concentration. When Lin Wei came over to take a look, he found that Luo Lomi had buried the seed that was no longer likely to germinate back in the soil. Brother Waylin, you're here. Luo Lomi threw herself into Lin Wei's arms affectionately. Holding this lovely child, Lin Wei actually had the illusion that she was his own daughter. I heard from other children that Brother Waylin is a great hero who slays dragons. Brother Waylin, did you defeat the dragon? Lin Wei smiled and rubbed her little head. Yeah, I defeated the dragon. Luo Lumi hugged Lin Wei and kissed him on the cheek. Brother Waylon is the best. Faced with the little Lolita's enthusiasm, Lin Wei was obviously a little overwhelmed. The wooden door suddenly opened and Alva walked out. Thank you, Mr. Vereen. Thank you for killing the dragon. Alva bowed 90 degrees and Lin Wei quickly helped her up. She didn't know when she was already in tears. If it weren't for Lin Wei, an ordinary person like her would never be able to avenge her husband in her lifetime. Lin Wei is a good captain. After all, not everyone has the courage to face the evil dragon. At this moment, she only felt endless gratitude towards Lin Wei. Ms. Alva, this evil dragon is also my enemy. I just did what I was supposed to do. I am just as proud of the Crimson Glory as your husband, so you don't need to be grateful to me. But I do have a suggestion. How about you and Laromi move in with Nolans? I have some connections there and can provide the best education for little Lalami. Alva was silent for a while. After a while, she finally sighed. Yeah, there's nothing worth remembering here anymore. If we continue to stay here, we will only attract bandits who will covet the property that Nizaron left behind. If it weren't for your active performance on the front lines, I'm afraid they would have come to us long ago. In this case, we, mother and daughter, can only bother you. Lin Wei just smiled. It was not difficult for him to accommodate 2 more citizens in the huge Luiska County. So what if I give my teammate's widow some special care? Before leaving, little Lalami took away the seed that would never bloom. In her words, if you believe in miracles, miracles will come to you. This is what her father Nizaron told her. Although the one who needs the least care among all the teammates' families is Annie's sister Cynthia. After all, the girl is already a junior magician, but Lin Wei still wants her to receive a better education. After all, the truly powerful Grand Mage is in Nolans' school of magic. Letting her keep the little cat girl's Zeluka company seems like a good idea, right? So when Lin Wei mentioned this to Cynthia, she initially refused. I didn't have a very good impression of Lin Wei at first. However, considering that Lin Wei is a very responsible man who killed the dragon with his own hands, it can be said that Sister Annie did not make a mistake in choosing him. So Cynthia's attitude towards Lin Wei was not too bad. However, her talent is still pretty good, and there is a mentor at the Rema Magic Academy who values her very much. If I continue to stay here, there will be no problem in successfully advancing to an intermediate magician. The mentor even promised that after she was promoted to an intermediate magician, he would recommend her some good jobs to earn gold coins. Although her sister Annie left her a considerable inheritance, the profession of magician was too expensive. After briefly explaining to Lin Wei the reasons why she wanted to stay here, Lin Wei was stunned for a while. Captain Waylon, I appreciate your kindness, but I think I'll have a better future if I stay here. My mentor holds a high status in this academy. Thank you for your invitation, but I want to become stronger. It has to be at least stronger than a red dragon. Lin Wei touched his slightly curled golden hair. After a while, he asked, Cynthia, do you know Grand Mage Arya? When Lin Wei mentioned Alia, Cynthia's eyes showed a fanatical expression. Of course I know. Grand Mage Arya is known as the most powerful and mysterious Grand Mage. Helen, the once most powerful human mage, was her disciple. She is my idol. She recently accepted an apprentice named Zeluka, a young lady from the Cat People tribe. However, she is incredibly talented and has already reached the level of a mage at such a young age. These 2 are the ones I'm chasing. Seeing her expression of knowing everything, Lin Wei's expression became a little strange. He said with a hint of evil humor, well, I was going to recommend you to Duke Alia. Since you think that staying in Rema will give you a better future, I can't force you. Lin Wei said this with a regretful expression. When Cynthia heard Lin Wei say that he wanted to recommend her to Duke Alia, her eyes widened. Captain Waylon, Brother Waylon, is everything you said true? Do you really have a way to recommend me to Duke Alia? If someone else said this to Cynthia, she would definitely not believe it. But who is Lin Wei? Lin Wei is a swordsman who can slay dragons. It doesn't seem unreasonable for him to know Duke Alia. Moreover, Lin Wei said that he was born into the Nolans nobility, and coupled with his standard Nolans appearance, her heart was already filled with surging expectations. If she could really learn magic from Alia, she couldn't believe how bright her future would be. Of course, I promise you that you will be able to study at Nolan's School of Magic. Although I can't guarantee that Duke Alia will accept you as her disciple, I can assure you that Zeluka will definitely be willing to study with you. That's super talented, cat girl. That's awesome. Cynthia's eyes sparkled. Looking at this pretty face that was 80% similar to Annie, Lin Wei just smiled slightly, and a deep regret welled up in his heart. Of course, I swear on the honor of the Crimson Team that I won't lie to you. Cynthia left happily. The instructor at Rema Magic Academy was really nice to her, so before leaving, She should at least say goodbye to him properly. After arranging matters for all his teammates' families, Lin Wei finally felt relieved that the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart had fallen to the ground. The legend of the Crimson Squad is probably coming to an end for now. West Luca. Chapter 153. The Saint is your fiancé? When they returned to the Pioneer, Cynthia and Alva both widened their eyes. It's not that they didn't think about Lin Wei's powerful background. After all, Lin Wei is a man who can slay dragons. In addition, they usually act as if they are not short of money. When the Crimson Team was first formed and had not yet captured the Earth Dragon, everyone was actually not rich. But only Lin Wei's bright silver armor was particularly eye-catching, although it was later painted black. But they didn't expect that Lin Wei could actually board the Vatican's ship. As far as they knew, although this large ship was the private property of a nobleman in Nolans, it was traded outside in the name of the Holy See. It is said that the nobleman from Nolans is the fiancé of the legendary saint. Could it be that Wei Lin actually has a close relationship with the saint's fiancé? Laromi was not so reserved. Her lively personality quickly helped her get along well with the crew members and Wilfury. After all, Wilfury himself has a daughter, so he is always extra tolerant and loving towards children. Standing at the bow, the surging wind blows in your face, and the surging waves bring the smell of water and soil. Mr. Wei Lin, is it really okay for us to just sit on this big ship like this? Alva was still a little worried. After all, this is a ship of the Holy See. Seeing that Cynthia seemed a little uneasy, Lin Wei could only comfort her. It's okay. After receiving Lin Wei's affirmative answer, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yeluna has returned. After finishing her almsgiving, she immediately rode a griffin back to the Pioneer. Don't ask why she didn't go directly back to Luca County from there, because Yeluna would not miss spending half a month on the boat with Lin Wei. She really wanted to give birth to a daughter with Lin Wei right now. Then there would be a new saint, and she could stay with Lin Wei forever. When Yeluna came to the Pioneer to look for Lin Wei, Cynthia had already noticed Yeluna's presence. Originally, there were 4 members in the Scarlet Team. Reina was Wei Lin's sister and joined later. I've always heard that there's a new pastor, but he rarely shows up, yet he's always there for crucial missions. So Cynthia has always been curious about this mysterious priest. I'm curious about what kind of person could replace my sister Annie and become the chaplain of the Scarlet Team. When she saw Yeluna's face clearly, she was stunned. Yeluna is very beautiful, with a typical Nolan's appearance. Eyes like autumn water give people a very gentle feeling, but such gentle eyes can also make you feel deep indifference at a glance. When Yeluna sets her eyes on Lin Wei, that natural indifference will completely disappear. But this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that Cynthia knows the person in front of her. Although it has been a while, and I was even far away from Yeluna at that time, I only caught a fleeting glimpse of her and only remembered the saint's quiet and indifferent beauty. When Yeluna stood in front of her, the somewhat vague shadow in her memory completely merged with the girl in front of her. Lady Saint, Cynthia exclaimed. Yeluna frowned, and when she saw that the little girl, who was only about 13 years old, called her by that name, she looked at Lin Wei with a puzzled look. It was as if she was asking what the relationship between Lin Wei and her was. Yeluna, let me introduce you. This is Annie's sister, Cynthia. Since he was already on board, Lin Wei felt that there was no need to hide his identity. Anyway, when they bring the lucky card back to claim it, they will know their true identity. Now the Pioneer is about to set sail and return to Nolan's to spend the winter. Oh, Annie's sister, hello. When she heard that it was the sister of Lin Wei's teammate, a rare warmth appeared on Yeluna's face. Yeluna naturally knew about the Crimson Team. Taking care of teammates' relatives seemed to be Lin Wei's style. After all, he is always so gentle. Facing such a kind and amiable saint, Cynthia felt a little unreal. Although the saints of the Holy See always appear very gentle to the outside world, she doesn't really think that the saints are good people. She had seen too much darkness when she was at Rema Magic Academy. How many magicians have sacrificed not only their energy, but also their bodies and future in order to climb up. She was lucky because she once had a sister who loved her very much. Paid almost all of her tuition fees. Hello, Lady Saint. Cynthia's expression became a little restrained, and so did Alva's. They never imagined that they would meet such a big shot who seemed so far away and had nothing to do with them on this ship. Cynthia, you don't have to be so reserved. Yeluna is my fiancée. Annie is your sister. Now that Annie is gone, I will naturally treat you as my sister. By the way, actually my name isn't Wei Lin. My real name is Lin Wei Luca. Cynthia's expression froze on her face, as if she had heard something incredible. Wei Lin Wei? Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder Lin Wei has the power to slay a dragon. It turns out that he is the fiancé of the Saint Lady. It seems that everything makes sense. Alva was also stunned. She didn't expect that the captain of the Crimson team had such a powerful background. They had also heard about Lin Wei's fight against the orcs, and now Nolan's scandals had been spread everywhere and used as jokes after dinner. Brother Waylin, this sister is so beautiful. Innocent Lalami's words made Yeluna's heart blossom. After all, what bad intentions could an innocent loli have? When Yeluna smiled, even the breeze around her seemed to become sweeter. Lualumi hugged Yeluna's thighs, and her crystal saliva seemed to flow out. Alva was about to stop her, but Yeluna had already picked her up. That's good, Lalami. Seeing her daughter getting along well with the saint, Alva didn't know what to say for a moment. Before boarding the ship, Lin Wei said that he was the son of a noble family and that he would give Luolumi the best education. She didn't really take it seriously. But now it's different. Lin Wei is actually the saint's fiancé. It is said that Lin Wei was a viscount who was very brave in Nolan's. He even has a huge earldom under his command. If she still had some doubts before, now Alva no longer has any doubts about Lin Wei's ability. Following Lin Wei to Nolan's was the right choice. Chapter 154. Some trivial matters and the remnants of Nolan's who are ready to make a move. Lin Wei didn't know if he had stayed in Ruima for too long. When he saw the prosperous scene of Luiska County, he actually felt as if he was in a dream. Perhaps it was because of his recent adventurous life that he almost forgot that he was actually a lord. During his absence, Luiska was run successfully by Sally. The original muddy land was covered with stone bricks, the streets took shape, and it already had the appearance of a prosperous town. Some of the emerging opera houses and circuses were beyond Lin Wei's expectations. As expected, more entertainment activities would appear only when people's wallets became fatter. Lewiscard County has low taxes, and its residents are often paid for their work, so they live a rich life, making Lewiscard County more and more prosperous. The main reason is that Lin Wei is not short of money. A trade trip on the Pioneer will cost at least 1 million gold coins. With the influx of various luxury goods and daily necessities, Lin Wei felt that his place would sooner or later become a commercial metropolis. At least now more and more merchants from all over the world are willing to come to Lewis Cardinal to trade. After instructing the butler to take Alva and Cynthia to the castle, Lin Wei decided to first see how the dragon corpse was being used. The dragon corpse was brought back a while ago, and in order to prevent it from rotting, Nelencel used ice magic to freeze it. Narencel's magic power was not as much as Baidi's, so it took the help of dozens of newly trained intermediate magicians in the territory to cast freezing magic to barely keep the dragon in a frozen form. Although both Biglin and Nashio were very interested in the red dragon material, Lin Wei did not say anything, so they could only watch helplessly. Lin Wei also arranged the female dwarf promise to Biglin. Besides working hard every day, Biglin now goes to the pub to drink and be intimate with his wife. Life is so happy. But when he heard that Lin Wei had returned to Luiska, the old guy immediately found Lin Wei. It's because he really wants to use the materials from the dragon's body to make weapons and armor. Master, you are finally back. When Biglin arrived, Lin Wei was looking closely at the red dragon's corpse. Looking at the flattering dwarf, Lin Wei asked doubtfully, Biglin, do you have something to talk to me about? Biglin rubbed his hands excitedly. Hey, it's been a long time since I last saw you, Master. I came here specially to see you. It can be seen that the originally dull dwarf's ability to flatter has improved to a certain extent under the influence of the people around him. However, Lin Wei had no intention of teasing Green any further. Instead, he asked directly, Biglin, look at this dragon. What kind of equipment can you make for me? When Biglin heard Lin Wei asking for his opinion, he immediately became alert. His short body nimbly moved to the side of the red dragon. He pointed at the largest dragon teeth on its head and said, I can forge these dragon teeth into dragon bone spears for you. With the addition of mithril, the hardness will definitely be no less than red rice silver. I can use the scales from this dragon to make at least 100 sets of dragon scale armor for you. Lin Wei nodded. How many spears can be made? We can probably make about 15 spears. The remaining teeth aren't big enough, so we can only make them into daggers or arrowheads. Let's make them all into arrows. They'll be very useful at critical moments. Not only are dragon teeth very hard, they also have a natural restraining effect on things like magic barriers. Once the equipment is given to archers with high accuracy, it will be no different from the end of the world for the magicians. As for the claws, Lin Wei hasn't figured out how to use them yet. Prepare to put the 4 claws away first. The dragon's blood and body are both very good alchemical materials. If given to Nashia, it should be possible to make some special alchemical potions. Nashia hasn't made any breakthroughs in research for a long time and seems to have reached a bottleneck. I hope this red dragon can bring her some inspiration. After deciding the ownership of the dragon, The next step is to deal with some affairs in the territory. Sally has already helped Lin Wei handle most of the matters that can be decided directly by Sally. Some things that required Lin Wei's consent were piled up. For example, the lizard people asked Lin Wei to give them more gold coins to help them reclaim Wasteland. Also, the friction between the Vastaya and the lizard men has been growing more and more pronounced lately, with signs of a conflict looming. Lin Wei waved his hand and directly rejected the lizardmen's request for gold coins. He was not short of money, but now that he had enslaved so many goblins, he didn't have much use for the gold coins. Besides, the lizard men are also his subjects, so it is unreasonable for subjects to ask the leader for gold coins. However, this cannot be entirely blamed on the lizard people. The lizard people regard Lin Wei as their common chief, and when the subordinates have no money, they will ask the chief for help. This is the difference of cultural differences. As for the friction between the Vastaya tribe and the lizard men, Lin Wei didn't take it too seriously. The two tribes have never been on good terms, so it is normal for them to have friction. If they really do something wrong, they will each be punished with 50 lashes, and no one will have an easy time. After finishing his business, Lin Wei went straight to find Cynthia. After all, he had already promised the other party to send him to Nolan's School of Magic to study, and he couldn't go back on his word. I have already written letters to Duke Alia and Zeluka in advance. If all else fails, it would be a good idea to let Cynthia stay with Zeluka. Cynthia. Bravery, 20. Strategy, 85. Special talents, magic perception, junior magician. Rating, judging from the panel alone, Cynthia's talent is good. Although not as good as Zeluka, it is still quite good. Lin Wei didn't know what Alia's criteria for accepting a disciple were, but by following Alia, even if he couldn't become her student, he should be able to learn a lot. Lalami, how do you like living here? Lin Wei found a new room for Laromi and Alva in the manor. As soon as they opened the door, they could see Lin Wei's big castle and many free-range animals. It must be mentioned that it is still quite suitable for living. Brother Lin Wei, I like it very much. After finding out that the handsome guy in front of her was not called Wei Lin, but Lin Wei, the little girl spent several days trying to improve her speech. But sometimes I still make the wrong call. Of course, Lin Wei didn't take it to heart. After patting Luo Luomi's head, he looked at Cynthia beside him and said, "Then let's set off soon. I'll take you to the Magic Academy." Although he had written a letter, Lin Wei had not seen Zeluka for some time. So I decided to go to the Magician Academy to see how my little cat girl was doing. At this moment, he didn't know that Zeluka 13, who was far away on the plain, had already begun to take action. Chapter 155. Alia's panel is too scary. Cynthia felt a little nervous when she stood at the gate of Nolan's School of Magic. The sunny and handsome big brother Lin Wei led her to the Magic Academy with the best education quality in the whole continent. But as she stood in front of the door, she suddenly felt a little nervous. Did she even doubt whether she was really qualified to study in this academy? "What's wrong, Cynthia?" Seeing Cynthia hesitating in front of the door, Lin Wei asked with concern. "Fine." Cynthia finally mustered up the courage to step forward. The moment she stepped into the Magic Academy, she felt as if she had been reborn. The Magic Academy is decorated in European style, with neatly trimmed flowers and plants by the servants, and some small fountains complementing each other. Several students were learning how to cast magic with their instructor. The scenery here was not much different from that of the Magic Academy in Rema. If I have to say, it might be that Cynthia felt that the instructor here seemed to be more powerful. The instructors in charge of teaching are at least high-level magicians, and there are even quite a few magicians. At the Rema Magic Academy, anyone who has been a mid-level magician long enough can become a mentor. From this we can see that there is a reason why the teaching quality of Nolan's Magic Academy is better. Following Lin Wei, Cynthia soon met the legendary Duke Alia. Alia's beauty made Cynthia stunned for a long time. Looking at her, Lin Wei actually felt a little bit of the same feeling. Straight silver hair like a waterfall, and quiet light red eyes. When he first saw Arya, he was also shocked by her beauty, especially her ethereal and aloof temperament. "Dean Alia, hello, it's been a while since we last met." Lin Wei placed one hand on his chest and bowed very gentlemanly. Alia used wind magic to open 2 seats for Lin Wei and poured him 2 cups of black tea. "Are you here to see me today, or are you here to see your Zeluka?" "Okay, that's a tricky question." But Lin Wei was not afraid. "Looking for them all. I came here this time because I really have something to trouble you with." Without even raising her eyelids, Alia picked up the tea in front of her and took a sip elegantly. While she was secretly drinking tea, Lin Wei secretly glanced at Alia's panel. This was the first time he had looked at Arya's panel, and he had forgotten about it before. Alia. Bravery, 80. Strategy, 898. Special talents, magical super perception, Forbidden magic mastery, master-level chanting, divine magician, a step further than the grand magician. Rating SSS. Looking at Alia's panel, Lin Wei was silent for a while. To be honest, this was the first time he saw such a high strategy value. Alia's evaluation was even more exaggerated than Betty's. I even saw a classification higher than the Grand Mage, the Holy Mage. The last time I saw the panel notes was when I first saw the Yelena panel. So there are ranks above Grand Mage? All the powerful magicians recorded in the books are collectively called Grand Magicians. Grand Magicians are the most powerful magicians on this continent. I didn't expect that the panel would assign an extra level to Alia. This was really beyond Lin Wei's expectations. However, it also indirectly reflects how terrifying Alia's existence is. No wonder even Zeluka 13 didn't dare to fart when he knew that Zeluka was under Alia's protection. If this angers Arya, I'm afraid that unleashing a few forbidden spells will be enough to destroy the country, right? However, Alia didn't know what Lin Wei was thinking at the moment. He simply asked, "Are you here for this little human girl? She has decent talent. If she works hard, she might be able to reach the level of a Grand Mage, but she's not qualified to be my student yet." Alia seemed to see through Cynthia's talent at a glance. This made Cynthia, who was already reserved, go blank in the mind. This legendary great magician actually thinks he can become a great magician? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't shocked, because even her former mentor only said that she was very talented and could reach the level of a high-level magician. Maybe if I work hard, I can reach the level of a magician. But since it was Arya who said it, Cynthia would definitely believe her more. The only thing that made her feel a little regretful was that it seemed that she would not be able to become Alia's student. But with such high evaluation, it should be no problem to study here, right? Then let's arrange for Cynthia to be with Ranne. Ranne is also a magician and can teach this child a lot. Arya's words determined Cynthia's fate. Previously, Landini was Zeluka's mentor, and now it is reasonable to arrange her to be Cynthia. Lin Wei just looked at Cynthia and said, "Do you think it's okay?" "Thank you, Brother Lin Wei, I am very satisfied." Lin Wei nodded and said, "Just study hard and don't worry about the tuition. Louis Kaling can still afford it. Although it was meant to take care of my old friend's sister. But Cynthia seems to be a child with a good personality. When she succeeds in her studies in the future, she might consider playing for Louis Cardinal." Even though he was just buying an illusory possibility, Lin Wei had a clear conscience. It's more for Annie's sake. After arranging Cynthia's affairs, before Lin Wei could ask about Zeluka, a pair of soft little hands had already covered her eyes. Zeluka has a special fragrance, a faint milky scent, but it is very different from Elula's. Her scent will be lighter than Elula's. According to the strange knowledge I learned on Blue Star before, being able to smell fragrances that others cannot smell means that your genes have chosen her. In addition, some powerful person said that a person will fall in love with 20,000 people at first sight in his lifetime. So Lin Wei has reason to suspect that Zeluka is one of them. Guess who I am? The playful Zeluka no longer has the awkward and fearful look he had at the beginning, and now looks somewhat similar to Inchiona. Rather, maybe cat girls all have this kind of lively personality? Lin Wei grabbed Zeluka's small hand with his backhand, but felt the cat's tail wrapped around his waist. Naughty. In front of Cynthia and Alia, Zeluka threw himself directly into Lin Wei's arms. Lin Wei's energy, plus 100. Zeluka felt as if every cell in his body was leaping with joy. "Master, why are you here? If the teacher hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were here." Lin Wei smiled and touched her ears. Zeluka's ears were very soft and felt great. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, so I came to see you. Because of the existence of griffins, the speed and cost of transportation have been improved and saved compared to the original horse-drawn carriages. By the way, I want to see how your magic studies are going. Did you study magic well with your teacher at the Magic Academy?" Chapter 156. The War is Coming. Of course I do. I study magic very hard, every day. I want to become a great magician as soon as possible and become the master's power. When Cynthia heard the conversation between the two, she found it a little unbelievable. This legendary genius cat girl actually calls Lin Wei brother master. Why is this? The term master usually only appears between slave owners and slaves. But Zeluka doesn't have a slave collar either. Cynthia was full of confusion, but Alia was not surprised. Ahem. Alia coughed, and Zeluka finally came back to his senses. There's not only the teacher here, there's also an outsider. She tilted her head and restrained her posture of sticking close to Lin Wei. She reluctantly let her tail down from Lin Wei's waist and turned into the appearance of a quiet girl again. "Master, this is..." "Oh, Zeluka, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Cynthia, who will also study at this academy in the future. If she has any magical problems, you can help her. All right. Although Zeluka had many doubts in her heart, she certainly would not refuse Lin Wei's request. It's only been a while since I last saw him, but I feel like there are more and more girls around my master. Is it my own illusion? But Cynthia looks very young, so that shouldn't be the case. After Lin Wei briefly introduced Cynthia's background, the little cat girl felt only pity for Cynthia. Little Cynthia, come to your sister's arms. The poor child not only lost his parents at an early age, but even his only sister died in a dragon disaster. It's so pitiful. Before Cynthia understood what was happening, she was already in Zeluka's arms. Well, Zeluka's embrace is very soft. It's just that some parts may not be prominent enough, which is the thing that can best show off a woman's power. It seems that while God gave the little cat girl outstanding talents, he also secretly took away something from her. Although she had many doubts in her heart, Lin Wei did what he promised her. Send her to the Magic Academy and promised to introduce her to Duke Arya. Although she felt a little regretful that she couldn't become Arya's student. But as it stands now, there shouldn't be any obstacles, at least in learning from the genius Zeluka. Cynthia is already very content. In fact, she also knew in her heart that Lin Wei was just making up for his guilt towards his sister Annie. This is also the reason why she agreed to Lin Wei's request, and it was not entirely for a better magic learning environment. Because although life in Ruema may not be as good as here, being self-sufficient is completely enough. She didn't have such big ambitions because she had experienced too much pain since she was a child. She didn't want Lin Wei to live in guilt forever, just because Lin Wei was the person her sister liked. Accepting Lin Wei's compensation was only part of the plan. Although she was young, she understood that her sister's death had nothing to do with Lin Wei. Lin Wei shouldn't bear any guilt for this. If anyone is to blame, blame it on Princess Rima for angering the Red Dragon. Not to mention that Lin Wei went to kill the Red Dragon and avenge his sister. Deep down in the girl's heart, she felt more grateful to Lin Wei. Although he failed to become his brother-in-law, he already regarded Lin Wei as his brother-in-law in his heart. But she had also made up her mind that after she finished her studies, she would work for Lin Wei for a while as a way to repay his kindness. That was all Cynthia thought. Very simple and kind. Because when he first met Lin Wei, the sadness deep in his eyes could not be disguised. Lin Wei felt very cold at the time, mainly because the girl was also in a sad state when she heard that her sister died in the dragon disaster. Didn't come out at all. After a period of recovery, and after hearing the news of Lin Wei's dragon slaying, she felt much better. They chatted for a while, during which time Ranne followed Arya's call and took Cynthia away. After all, if a transfer student just arrives, he or she should be arranged to live in a dormitory first. Lin Wei also enjoyed a very pleasant afternoon tea time. After drinking a few cups of sleep-inducing black tea, Lin Wei actually felt a little drowsy. Sleepy Lin Wei went to Zeluka's room and lay down for a while. When he woke up again, he found that Zeluka had fallen asleep curled up beside him at some point. He got up quietly, and after removing Zeluka's thighs that were resting on him and the cat's tail that was wrapped around him, he returned to the pavilion. Cynthia has left with her mentor, Lanne. However, Alia was still in the yard, and she didn't drink the tea either, just sitting quietly on the stone bench. The orange-red afterglow falling on her snow-white hair made Lin Wei feel a little dazzling. The gray wizard robe she wore today was still very beautiful. She must have been born to be a clothes hanger. Any ordinary clothes will only add an indescribable beauty to her. Alia's gaze fell on him, and her deep red eyes seemed to be sizing up Lin Wei. Faced with Alia's inquiring gaze, Lin Wei actually felt a little guilty. After all, the girl in front of him was a girl who had lived for who knows how many years. Maybe there is some special skill that can see through his fighting spirit. Do Qi is Lin Wei's trump card, and also Lin Wei's secret. This world is a bit dark, and Lin Wei doesn't want anyone to know his secret until he is strong enough. Alia did see that there seemed to be a dormant power in him, but she didn't care, because this power was not strong enough to arouse her interest. Sit down. They were the only two left in the pavilion, and Arya invited him. When are you planning to go back? We should be leaving soon. It's better to stay in Luiska territory during the winter. Alia didn't respond and asked again, are you ready? What preparations? Lin Wei was stunned. Of course, be prepared for war. Peace won't last long. Be prepared. After saying that, Alia stood up and left, leaving Lin Wei with a beautiful back view. The back figure was stretched out by the setting sun, and Lin Wei did not say anything. However, he still took Alia's words to heart. Since this person said that war was going to break out, it meant that the war was really imminent. But Lin Wei is no longer afraid of war. He has more than 100,000 elite guards and 50,000 lizardmen warriors under his command, all of whom are covered in armor and weapons carefully crafted by the Biglin team. If the orcs attack again like last time, Lin Wei will let them know who has the bigger fist. Chapter 157 Bloodline Evolution. It was already early winter when Lin Wei returned to Luiska. The snow this year seems to be heavier than in previous years, and is even mixed with many large hailstones. Lin Wei, who had just returned to the territory not long ago, received some not-so-good news. Master, Reina seems to be sick. Elyulu looked at Lin Wei anxiously. After so many years of getting along, Elyulu and Lina have developed a good relationship. So when Reina was unconscious in bed for a whole week, she was a little overwhelmed. During this period, she invited 2 female pastors, but they both shook their heads, saying that if it was a disease, it could not be cured by holy light. There are almost no doctors in Luiska County, and hiring those incompetent doctors is just a desperate attempt to find a cure, which will harm Lina. There is still a big difference between the bodies of demi-humans and humans. Take me to see it. Lin Wei's heart sank. The only thing that the pastor couldn't cure was probably various sudden illnesses. Holy light can heal external injuries. Purification can dispel curses, but diseases can only be cured by herbs and alchemical potions. In Reina's room, the pretty girl's face was as red as a fire. Although she was unconscious, the dragon's tail was still swinging. Beads of sweat kept oozing from her forehead and body. Her underwear and the sheets beneath her were already soaked. The white mist rising from Reina's body was very eye-catching in the winter. Lin Wei didn't think much about it, and directly checked Lina's panel. He is not a doctor, so he can only look at the panel to see if he can find any clues. Reina. Bravery, 332. Strategy, 60. Favorability, 100. Special talents, White Dragon Bloodline, Evolving, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage, One-Handed Sword Excellence, Scythe Mastery. Rating, SS. Reina's panel underwent another outrageous change, with her bravery alone increasing by 100 points. And that White Dragon Bloodline appears to be evolving. Lin Wei suddenly remembered that when they were in Rema, Lina ate a heart. I thought there was no change, and I was thinking, this is what a dragon's heart is? The results are only now starting to take effect. He was relieved to see that Reina wasn't like this because of illness. He didn't know when, but in his heart, Reina was no longer the slave with no status. Perhaps it was because of the daily interactions over the years, and Reina's determination to always stand at the forefront. These things quietly changed Lin Wei's views. Master. Seeing that Reina's condition seemed to be worse than the previous 2 days, Elyulu suddenly became a little anxious. Lin Wei just touched Elyulu's head. Reina is fine. She's going through a very important process. Once she completes this transformation, she will be even more powerful. Another week passed, and Lin Wei went back every day to check on Lina. Reina's room had been completely frozen into an ice cave, but her condition seemed to be getting better. The bravery value is increasing every day, and there is no sign of stopping. He looked up books and found that dragon people would evolve to a certain extent when they devoured the flesh, blood, or heart of a dragon. The more powerful the dragon's heart, the more beneficial it is to dragon people. After exercising every day, Lin Wei would go to check on Lina. Finally, half a month later, Lina completed her final transformation. Her original dragon horns have disappeared, and the scales on her body have become much fewer. The scales on the arms and abdomen have disappeared, leaving only a few on both sides of the abdomen. Her hair, which originally had a hint of pink, has turned silver, a bit like the hair color of a white elf, but it seems to have a bit of translucent white. Reina. Bravery, 462. Strategy, 60. Favorability, 100. Special talents, Pure White Dragon Bloodline, can temporarily transform into a dragon, Dragon Scale Hardening, Dragon Spirit Blessing, Frost Dragon Heritage, One-Handed Sword Excellence, Scythe Mastery. Rating, SS+. Reina's bravery value has reached a rather exaggerated level. Lin Wei has never seen anyone with a bravery value higher than Reina. The original White Dragon Bloodline has become Pure White Dragon Bloodline, and can even transform into a dragon? Although Lin Wei didn't quite understand, he was deeply shocked. Owner. Reina's eyes turned into a translucent white, her eyelashes and eyebrows also turned white, and her whole temperament became ethereal. If the voice hadn't changed much, Lin Wei would have thought it was a different person. Reina, how do you feel? Although judging from the panel that Lina was fine, Lin Wei still asked with concern. I feel good. I've never felt so good before. I feel so light and powerful. She put her hand on the edge of the bed, and with a snap, the thick layer of ice cracked. She jumped up in fright, and the ice under her feet was directly stepped through by her. Lin Wei. Seeing that Lina was about to pounce on him, Lin Wei quickly stretched out his hand to signal her not to come any closer. It seems that Lina has not adapted to the increase in bravery value yet. If he were to hold her up, Lin Wei suspected that his bones would be dislocated. He wasn't wearing armor today. Reina showed a pitiful expression, but was very obedient and did not move any closer, because she seemed to know that her current condition was a little abnormal. Reina, can you feel any changes in your body? For example, can you transform into a dragon? Although the status bar said that she could transform into a dragon, Lin Wei was not sure whether Lina had mastered this power. So he started to ask. Reina closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then opened her eyes. Her eyes had turned into dangerous vertical pupils like a dragon. The deep dragon pupils made Lin Wei shudder. Unlike human eyes, the pupils of this dangerous creature would bring natural pressure to people. I feel like I can turn into a dragon. But it's too small here. Lin Wei brought Lina to the back of the manor, where griffins and earth dragons roamed freely. And Shiona is here with these little ones. She was about to say hello when she saw Lin Wei and Lina coming over. However, Reina suddenly transformed into a pure white dragon right in front of her. The griffins that were originally alive and kicking suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and those underage earth dragons simply hid behind the griffins. Lina's dragon might made these earth dragons feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. The dragon that Reina transformed into doesn't seem to have reached the size of an adult white dragon, but it is definitely in the state of a young adult. Roar. A loud dragon roar echoed throughout the entire Luiska territory. Lin Wei felt that the ground seemed to be shaking because of Lina's dragon roar. The white dragon wings and body made Lina look unusually beautiful. She landed carefully next to Lin Wei and then leaned down. Is this for you to ride? Lin Wei suddenly felt something strange. Thinking that the white dragon was Reina, he shook his head again. He did want to ride a dragon, but not Reina. At least not when riding this way. Chapter 158. Please, Zeluka, you are all I have. Reina returned to her original appearance. This made the griffins, who were already facing a great enemy, show some human-like puzzled expressions. It seemed to be wondering why a dragon could transform into a human. However, even though Lina had turned back into human form, the griffins and earth dragons only dared to watch from afar. If it weren't for Shiona calming the griffins down, there would have been a huge mess. Lina stood there timidly, feeling as if she had made a mistake. However, Lin Wei took off his coat and came to Lina to put it on her. Well, all the hair on his body has turned white. Lin Wei has confirmed it. Master, did I do something wrong? Lina spoke cautiously. She wanted to throw herself into Lin Wei's arms, but she was afraid that she would not be able to control her strength and cause harm to Lin Wei. Lin Wei shook his head. You did very well. You did nothing wrong. It's just that your clothes give me a headache. Reina might need to use this ability frequently in the future. If she transforms into a dragon, her clothes and armor will inevitably become unusable. He didn't want Lina to stand naked in front of others like this after she turned into a dragon one day. Today, only Shiona was present, and Shiona was a girl, so he didn't think there was anything wrong. But he didn't want any man to see Reina like this. I'll ask Biglin someday if he has any ideas. After all, the omnipotent Biglin is one of the people he values most. Another week passed, and Reina seemed to have adapted to her newfound power. At least after spending time with Lin Wei on a daily basis, she has learned how to control her own strength. From that day on, she never used her ability to transform into a dragon again. Because Lin Wei said she didn't want others to see her naked, Xiaolong Yang took it to heart. Later, Lin Wei went to talk to Biglin about this matter. Biglin said that this matter was very difficult, but he would try using more plastic materials. As for territory development, Lin Wei also had new ideas. Although ships allow for the free transport of supplies, it is still somewhat inconvenient to rely solely on ships. He wanted to drill a hole in this towering mountain to see if he could connect it. After trying magic bombing and manual excavation, Lin Wei quickly gave up this somewhat naive idea. The mountain is so thick that there is no way to simply dig through it, not to mention that there are hard rock mineral layers inside. At the end of winter, Lin Wei received a message. The war happened. The battle started suddenly, and the entire northern continent was in chaos. The campaign was initiated by King Zeluka XIII, who launched the campaign against Rima on the pretext that a certain princess disappeared in Fort George. Zeluka XIII had no choice but to do so. He had waited too long on this land in the past few years. If this war is not launched, Nolans will only gradually die out. Although about 1/3 of the territory of Nolans has not fallen, it is already ruled by the new noble alliance. Zeluka XIII knew the result without even having to write, because he knew too well what was going on in the minds of these nobles. Use the banner of justice to gather the distressed people of Nolans, and then armed the team to fight against the ogre-headed men. It is better to pray for a miracle than to expect them to help. A full 600,000 guards launched a fierce attack on Fort George. Although in the past 2 years Ein Charles had expected that Zeluka 13 would fight to the death, he had increased the defense of Fort George. But even so, there were only more than 70,000 soldiers in Fort George. And Yade, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly declared war on Rima unilaterally after Nolan's launched an attack on Rima. The situation where Yade and Rima were the common enemy of Nolan's turned into Rima being the one being unilaterally invaded. However, although Rima was attacked by 2 countries at the same time, Yade obviously did not attack with all his strength. The Battle of Fort George lasted a full month and ended in a bitter victory for the Nolans. Nolan said that there were 600,000 guards, but he also let many civilians with little combat effectiveness serve as cannon fodder in this battle. The actual number of people killed in this battle was even higher. The 70,000 to 80,000 Rima guards defending the city were completely wiped out, but Nolan's also paid the price of nearly 400,000 guards killed before he barely captured Fort George. This was only possible because Nolan's had a lot of heavy siege equipment. The castle's defensive equipment also caused great trouble for Zeluka XII's guards. The second prince, Ein Peter, died heroically in this battle. And Nolan's, who only had 200,000 guards left, obviously had no way to advance further, because Yade did not continue to attack Rima after Nolan's attacked George Fort. Rima was able to pull his hand away, but if Nolan's pressed on any further, he would only face destruction. Therefore, in this battle, Nolan's combat effectiveness was actually consumed. Although they also captured Fort George, they lost most of their manpower. At the same time, the new Noble Alliance once again extended an invitation to Lin Wei. They asked Lin Wei to fulfill his obligations as a Nolan's noble and join the fight against the dog-headed people. Of course, Lin Wei ignored their request. Although he wanted to expand his territory, the first thing he had to do was to connect the 2 Louisa territories, instead of following these nobles to carry out some great plan of national restoration. It sounds so nice, but in fact it is not for your own benefit. But we should indeed give the Nobles some trouble. Lin Wei needs a suitable reason to launch a war against the dog-headed people. Zeluka didn't expect to see Ein Will again so soon. Ein Will looked haggard. The sudden outbreak of war this winter made her feel exhausted. She didn't even have time to grieve over the death of her second brother Ein Peter in battle. Because the current situation of Rima Royal is not so good. The eldest brother Ein Rees was shot by a stray arrow while commanding the battle on the front line and is still in a coma. If I hadn't asked the pastor for help, I might have lost my life. And Ein Will felt that now was the time to ask Silka for help. She needs the help of Zeluka's power, or rather, the power of Alia and the entire magic academy behind Zeluka. The loss of Fort George was fatal for Rima, because this means that they may face a sudden attack from Nolan's at any time. Yad's inconsistency may make Rima the first victim. Wayer, are you asking me to ask the teacher for help in this battle? Although Zeluka is naive, he is not really stupid. Alia has said more than once that neutral forces should behave like neutral forces. Please, Zeluka, you are all I have. If you don't help me, no one else can help me. Chapter 159, A Conspiracy Against Lin Wei. Zeluka suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but she had also heard about the war in Rima. Because the topic that students at the Magic Academy talked about the most recently was the war in Rima. In fact, she was very happy to see that Ein Will was not injured. But the war between the 3 great powers cannot be influenced by a small magician. She cherishes Ein Will very much, but such a battle could result in her death. Zeluka has someone he cares about more, so it would be selfish to abandon Lin Wei in order to help Ein Weiler. It was Lin Wei who helped her during the darkest time of her life and provided her with so many resources to study at the Magic Academy, where she met teacher Alia. At least I should give Lin Wei a few kittens to repay his kindness, right? Wire, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Although I really want to help you, I'm just a magician and can't influence the outcome of the battle. I'll ask the teacher for you. Maybe she'll be willing to help. Although he already had the answer in his heart, Zeluka did not directly reject Ein Will's request. I just said that with my own abilities, I might not be able to help Ein Will. It is indeed difficult for a magician to influence the battle situation. Ein Will, who originally thought that Zeluka would agree immediately, was also very surprised. Zeluka, it doesn't matter if you don't help me for other reasons. I won't blame you. Ein Will frowned, although she was reluctant to believe that Zeluka actually rejected her. Because Zeluka is very kind and naive, knowing that she is stuck in the quagmire of war, she will most likely help him. Although she had the intention of taking advantage of him, Alia would not sit idly by as long as Zeluka joined Rima to help her. and Ainwell's main purpose is to involve Alia in this battle. It's a pity that I couldn't become her student, otherwise I wouldn't have to pass Zeluka. Looking at Zeluka's figure heading towards the pavilion, Ainwell's eyes flashed, but she still didn't say a word. Because if she told Alia about this directly, Alia would definitely not help her. This request for help has been considered a failure. Alia enjoyed a leisurely afternoon tea in the pavilion. Seeing Zeluka walking towards him, he secretly thought that this silly student of his had finally made some progress. At least he didn't agree all at once. It's not that Alia deliberately eavesdropped on the student's conversation, but mainly because her magic barrier covered the entire academy, making it difficult not to hear. "Teacher, you are drinking tea. Let me pour you a cup." Zeluka's attentiveness was really a bit clumsy. But this is also what makes Zeluka so valuable. He is silly and cute, which makes people want to protect him. It seems that this silly student feels that he can't help Ainwire, so he comes to her for help. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Although she already knew the whole story, she still pretended to ask. I want to ask if you were free recently, teacher." Zeluka's idea was simple. Since she couldn't help Ainwell, the teacher would definitely be able to help. Alia didn't say anything, but just waved at Zeluka, motioning her to come over. When Zeluka leaned over to Alia, she flicked his smooth forehead. Zeluka, feeling the pain, immediately covered her forehead with her hands. Although the teacher had scolded her like this more than once, she still felt a buzzing in her head every time. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Alia looked at her with a look that said she was incorrigible. "I see. Your Linwei has protected you too well. You don't understand anything and just help others like a fool. I couldn't help you myself, so I turned to your teacher. He was sold and still helped others count the money." Zeluka wagged his tail and asked doubtfully, "Teacher, do you know everything?" Alia sighed. Zeluka is not stupid, he is just too innocent and kind. If she didn't have Linwei, she would definitely agree to Ainweier's request without hesitation. If Zeluka really participated in this war, she could only save Zeluka's life in times of crisis. It is impossible for her to participate in the war between countries because she also represents the direction of the Magic Academy. Once this neutral force shows any tendency, it may be jointly resisted by the Holy See and alchemy. This is also the reason why neutral forces have always been able to maintain a delicate balance. There was no way she could tell Zeluka about these things in detail. Because although Zeluka is her student, it is impossible for him to inherit her mantle and carry the banner of the Magic Academy. In the future, she will definitely return to Linwei, and Linwei is now the lord of a territory. If Zeluka really becomes a great magician in the future, that strength must be far beyond that of many ordinary great magicians, plus the relationship with the Holy See and the growing strength of Louis Cardinal. It seems that the small nobles from a few years ago have grown to be quite powerful. Anyway, don't go see Ainwire again. Rima will not be in utter ruin, don't worry. The cost of the war has been enough, and it will subside for a while. Alia seemed to see at a glance that the three countries would fall into a brief stalemate again, so she comforted Zeluka with a few words. But this peace is destined not to last long. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire continent will usher in huge changes. Far away in Luiska, Linwei received a threatening letter. He found it hard to believe that the letter came from the Achuo tribe. The content of the letter was very simple. It required Linwei to hand over all the territory he had expanded and the refugees he had taken in, otherwise he would resort to armed negotiation. They declared on the letter that these things did not belong to Linwei. After making sure that he was not dazzled, Linwei read the letter again. It was indeed a letter from the Achuo tribe. These dog-headed men should not dare to cause trouble for him. After all, he has a relationship with the Holy See. It's not possible that these dog-headed men would come to trouble him just because Nolan's troubled Rima, right? When he saw the seal on the bottom of the envelope, he seemed to understand what had happened. This letter not only has the seal of the kobolds, but also the seal of the Lizardman tribe and the seal of the Bronze tribe. The Bronze tribe, also known as the Dwarven City-State, lives in the southern continent alongside the orcs. Bigland is a dwarf race. Although these dwarves are short in stature, the weapons they forge are of top-notch quality. In addition, the dwarves themselves are not bad in terms of military strength. At least they have certain advantages over humans. It can be said that the human body is among the weakest in the entire continent. But Linwei didn't expect that. Lizardmen are fine. They are also beastmen. So why would the dwarf city-state also help the kobolds? Or is this actually a conspiracy against the Vatican? Although Linwei is already very powerful, he is very clear that his strength is not yet known to outsiders. But in the eyes of others, he has a great relationship with the Holy See. Putting all the clues together, everything seems to make sense. Chapter 160 Nasu's will not let you down. Of course, Lin Wei could not respond to the conditions of the Achuo tribe. What's the difference between asking him to give up the land he had worked so hard to develop and asking for half of Lewis Cardinal in one go? He was originally thinking of what excuse to use to connect the two Lewis cards, but now it's done. Before he could find an opportunity, the dog-headed man had already started to give it away impatiently. He is no longer the Lin Wei of the past. If anyone dares to cause trouble for him, don't blame him for being rude. Although gnolls have a natural physical advantage over humans, Lin Wei's equipment is good, not to mention that the elite group uses mithril equipment. Because of the discovery of mithril mines, nearly 1/3 of Lin Wei's team used equipment made of mithril. The 100 most elite Griffin Knights even wear armor made of dragon scales. Lin Wei now has a total of 500 Griffin Knights. Last winter, the Griffins laid about 1,000 eggs. Lin Wei's Griffin army will only grow bigger. When the Griffin Legion covers the sky in the future, Lin Wei will have air superiority. No matter what era, air supremacy is extremely important. The Earth Dragons were not ready for use yet, but Lin Wei already had nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry. Once a skirmish breaks out on the plains, no matter how good the physical fitness of those gnolls is, they will be nothing compared to the real steel torrent. Not to mention that he also has a legion of 50,000 armored lizardmen. Although the equipment these lizardmen wore was not mithril, it was still much stronger than those of the lizardmen in the tribe. In a head-on encounter, the Lizardman Legion might be able to display greater combat effectiveness than the human guards. After Lin Wei waited for the other side to take action, he launched the first wave of battle and then went to capture the Lancer fortress next door. He had been eyeing that place for a long time. However, although Lin Wei was not afraid of fighting, he still wrote his analysis in a letter to Zejabo. Based on his own analysis, the old man should know the reason why this war broke out. I had originally planned to marry Yeluna in the spring, but it seems I have to wait a little longer. Lin Wei, your black tea. Yeluna was very considerate. Seeing Lin Wei writing in the study, she took the initiative to bring him some black tea. Of course, this was originally Elyulu's job. However, when Yeluna is free, she likes to take care of Lin Wei like this. Lin Wei took the black tea from Yeluna. There is a difference between Yeluna's black tea and Elyulu's black tea. Elyulu's is always thicker and stickier, while Yeluna's is always lighter. They all have their own merits and taste, but they are all Lin Wei's favorite. By the way, I have something to tell you. Although Lin Wei was writing a letter to Mr. Zejabo, he still showed Yeluna the letter from the Achuo tribe. Yeluna finished reading with a frown. After a while, she said, "Your analysis is correct. This is indeed a conspiracy against the Vatican. In fact, there are many churches, not just in the northern continent. There are also many churches in the Orc tribes of the southern continent. We all believe in the God of Light. And the churches across the entire continent don't actually fall under the leadership of anyone. Although they each operate independently, the church in the northern continent is the most powerful. There should only be one saint, and the southern continent has already made some moves in recent years. 100 years ago, the southern continent wanted to establish another saint, but was rejected. The actions of the Achuo tribe, the Lizardmen, and the dwarf city-states this time are likely related to the church of the southern continent. They want to launch a war against Luiska territory to test the attitude of the church of the northern continent. If we intervene in the war, the church of the southern continent will probably condemn me from the moral high ground. Because the Holy See shouldn't get involved in wars, even if you're the saint's fiancé. The church can't own its own territory. Lin Wei, you are quite special. You were already a lord before you became my fiancé. The church in the southern continent hadn't reacted to the situation a while ago, but now it has, and that's why these things happened. It's possible that a new round of church reshuffle will be launched by then." As she spoke, Yeluna showed a self-blaming expression. "I'm sorry, Lin Wei. After all, it's all because of me. I didn't expect that the church is not so united. But think about it, since everyone believes in the God of Light, why is it that only your church in the northern continent has a saint? In addition, the southern continent is full of demi-humans and orcs, and the cultural differences will definitely be very different from those in the northern continent." So Lin Wei seemed to gradually understand. Lin Wei shook his head. "You are my fiancé. You have helped me a lot. When I was so weak, you stood firmly by my side. So when the war comes, I should protect my wife as a man. Whether it's the Achuo tribe or the Church of the Southern Continent, I will crush them all." There seemed to be stars twinkling in Yeluna's eyes. Having your feelings reciprocated is naturally the happiest thing in the world. So, the church's white armor guards will not be able to join the battle this time. If you, Lin Wei, win this battle, our church in the northern continent will gain more say, although it will take some time to completely unify the church. but I believe it will be possible in the future. Lin Wei nodded. He had already prepared his men for war. The letter had been received, and they already had the pretext to attack. You never know when they will knock on your door. Of course Lin Wei has to be well prepared. Nasus. The king summons you. Raymond looked coldly at Nasus, who was drinking. He was furious when he thought that the guy in front of him had obtained the glorious surname and higher position because of him. It was obvious that Nasus played no role at all in that battle. It's a pity that he didn't die at Lin Wei's hands. No. Nasus staggered to his feet. He had been living a carefree life recently. Anyone who saw him had to address him as general. Nasus knelt on the throne room. The dog-headed King Kashi sat on the throne with a solemn expression. Nasus, this time we're launching a battle against the Luigi territory. You and Raymond will continue to lead the team. Nasus, who was still a little confused, heard the king actually want him to deal with Lord Louisa. At first he thought there was something wrong with his ears. Of course, my king. Nasus is always at your service. Very good. You lived up to my expectations last time. I believe you will do better this time. Nasus clenched his fists. This time, he must avenge his previous shame. Chapter 161, Then You Fly Over. Nasus, before launching a war, I think we should first scout the situation in Louisa territory. Raymond was granted a fiefdom and lived a very comfortable life. If possible, he really didn't want to join any war again. His child is about to be born, and now he is no longer just a great magician or a high priest. He is about to become a father. War is always full of dangers, and who knows whether you can survive to see the next battle. Especially when his teammates were so stupid and conceited, Raymond suddenly felt that the future was dark. This time, Nasus was promoted to general, and under the name of Joan of Arc, he led an army of 100,000 to attack Louisgar. In addition to them, there are also a legion of 100,000 lizardmen and a legion of 50,000 dwarves. But he was not with them, but behind them. According to common sense, 250,000 troops are already a lot to deal with a small Lord Louis. After all, it cost them less than 200,000 to capture the royal city of Nolans. Although it relied on internal and external cooperation, it was also planned by Raymond long ago. I've fought with Louis Cardinal before, and if I wasn't in a hurry, I would have taken a detour. With the army that Louisca led at that time, there was no way to stop the 200,000-strong beast army. Logically speaking, there are 250,000 troops this time. Although there are only 50,000 elite armored ogres, it should be enough. However, a deep sense of unease welled up in Raymond's heart. This uneasiness seemed to be warning him. Humph, the little Louisa territory is just a tiny place. Can our army of 100,000 kobolds still be afraid of Lookaling? Raymond, if you're scared, just let me go alone. I've been so idle lately that I'm almost sick. As Nasus spoke, he swung the axe in his hand, which was the latest weapon given to him by the king. This axe was made by a dwarf craftsman and contains a large amount of mithril. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a divine artifact. He had suffered a great loss in Lord Louisa before, and although almost no one knew about it, Nasus still hated Lord Louisa to the core. He also disliked Lord Lin Wei for a long time. It's a pity that I didn't kill him with an axe last time, otherwise the Louis Cardinal would have collapsed long ago. It wouldn't have been possible for him to become the fiancé of the Holy Virgin of the Vatican for such a long time, allowing him to live a peaceful life. Raymond looked at Nasus with a gloomy face. If possible, he really didn't want to be a teammate with such a stupid person. If I continue to team up with Nasus, sooner or later I will be dragged to death on the battlefield by this man's stupidity. Far away from Louisa territory, Raymond could see the newly built city wall of Louisa territory from afar. Even across the mountains, he could see the undeveloped continent on the other side was also brightly lit. That uninhabited area had never been developed, but unexpectedly, it was developed by Louis Cardinal. How did they cross the inaccessible mountains? Raymond suddenly felt a little incredible. At dusk, torches were burning on the city walls of Louisca. The sky was getting dark, but it completely confirmed Raymond's uneasiness. Damn it. How come those humans built the city wall right up to the Rema River? Nasus spat fiercely. The city walls are covered with giant crossbows, so charging over like this would be like giving it away for free. Lamond, think of a solution quickly. Although water rhinos have thick skin and flesh, they will undoubtedly become targets if they try to cross the Roma River. No matter how thick the skin and flesh are, they cannot withstand the powerful crossbow. Raymond was silent. Behind the 100,000 Knoll army was a 100,000-strong legion of lizardmen and a 50,000-strong legion of dwarves. They really can't stop here. The only way to pass through this river, which is more than 2 kilometers wide, is to freeze this section of the river using magic. It was obviously impossible for him to do it alone, And although the Knoll Legion carried 1,000 intermediate magicians and dozens of mages, it was not enough. I can't do it alone. We have to find the lizardmen and dwarves. Wait, the other side has already discovered us. Nasu's was a little angry. He really wanted to cross the river and tear Linwei to pieces. Then you should fly over there. Raymond's words made Nasu's sober up a lot. Although Raymond did not have the same glorious surname as him, his status in the clan was no lower than his. What's more, Raymond has recently become a great magician. It would be of no benefit to him if he really offended Raymond. Then go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Nasu's rarely gave in. Raymond didn't bother to argue with him. This was not the first time he had dealt with this brainless dog-headed man. Linwei's outpost had already discovered traces of the army. I thought they would come later, but they arrived in midsummer. From this we can see how eager they are to take over Linwei's Lewis card. According to the report of the Griffin Knights who conducted aerial reconnaissance, the number of people is at least 200,000, or even more. Such a huge number has exceeded the number of people who invaded the kingdom of Nolans that year, which was somewhat beyond Linwei's expectations. The other party certainly doesn't know their true level, but it is reasonable for them to send so many people. After all, Lord Louisa has the support of the Holy See in the north, and he himself is the fiancé of the saint. They must think that Linwei has developed a lot over the years. So he prepared to take down Linwei in one fell swoop. After all, Linwei was able to block the attack of 200,000 people with just over 10,000 men, even though the other side did not fight to the death with him, but rushed to attack. However, the other party stopped not far away from the other side of the Ruima River and did not move forward. Obviously, these gnolls are not completely stupid. They know that if they launch such a blatant raid, it would be no different from giving it away for free. There are 50 heavy crossbows on the city wall, which can easily kill the water rhinoceros. If they cross the river blindly, they would only end up being drowned by the Ruima River. Linwei now has 2 large ships. The Pioneer has already sailed to Ruima for trade, and the remaining one has also been sailed away from the city walls of Luiska. The situation in Ruima has eased a bit now, and trade can resume. Once a war breaks out, sailboats will become large targets. That is the target of the magician's bombardment. Linwei worked so hard to create it, not to be used as a meat shield. In this kind of medium and long-range battle, the magician can play the greatest role. Linwei has 200 magicians under his command, but they are all primary and intermediate level. The only senior magician is the half-elf Nelancel. These mages were incorporated into Linwei's archer team. Linwei did not have many archers, only more than 2,000. They were all equipped with arrowheads made of fine steel, which was the best material besides insulating steel and mithril. There are 20,000 of the most elite mithril guards, who were arranged by Linwei inside the first city wall, while other guards were responsible for defending the city. The 50,000 lizardmen army is responsible for the Luiska territory on the other side of the mountains. After all, there is no tall city wall to protect that side. I just hope the other party is coming towards the city wall. In such a city defense battle, Linwei's heavy cavalry can hardly play a big role unless the enemy can freeze the ice surface. Then sprinkle with salt. Otherwise the ice would be too slippery. Chapter 162, Forbidden Magic, Frost Frenzy. The beast army has been there for a few days, and seems to be trying to find a solution. Linwei stood on the city wall and looked at the situation on the opposite side, but he was not too worried. In terms of military strength alone, although the enemy has more troops, this is also a battle to defend the city. In addition, his equipment is much more sophisticated than that of the opponent. As long as the opponent dares to underestimate him, Linwei will definitely make the opponent unable to return. This time, the unrest among the people that he was most worried about did not even occur. The people trusted Linwei almost 100%. Even many young men who did not join the guards were clamoring to join the army to defend their country. Linwei naturally refused. He had elite and regular troops at his disposal, and he certainly wouldn't let ordinary people be cannon fodder for no reason. However, it is a good thing to have this intention, which shows that his rule over the years has been quite effective and his subjects are willing to work for him. While Linwei was observing the enemy's situation on the city wall, Yeluna was handling the transportation of some wartime supplies for Linwei. As Linwei's fiancée and the hostess of Luiska, she did a really perfect job. No one will do better than her in the future. At least in Linwei's heart, no one can replace Yeluna. What surprised Linwei was that the Beast tribe had not taken any action yet, but the new Noble Alliance had sent him a letter first. The letter contained the usual persuasion for Linwei to join the new Noble Alliance, but this time the nobles added additional conditions. As long as Linwei is willing to give them half of the Luiska territory, they will be willing to help Linwei resist the invasion of the Beast men. Linwei laughed at what he saw. When this group of rabble heard the news, they wanted to help him resist the orc army. It's a good thing that you don't become a robber. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, and seemed to think that this idea was correct. The fighting hasn't started yet. If it really does, who knows if those guys from the aristocratic alliance will come and take advantage of the situation to rob us. Arrange 10,000 guards to guard the south gate. Ankro was a little confused, but he clasped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." If the new aristocratic alliance dares to take advantage of the situation this time, Lin Wei will make them regret coming into this world. However, compared to the threat posed by the orcs, the threat posed by the new noble alliance is insignificant. The combat effectiveness of these nobles is naturally far inferior to that of the orcs. 10,000 people are enough, or even a little too many. Even if they really wanted to launch a surprise attack on Lin Wei, they would be hesitant because of the distribution of interests. Everyone wants to eat Lin Wei's flesh, but who wants to get hurt? Lin Wei had almost seen through the inner thoughts of these ugly nobles. In the evening, Nelancel found Lin Wei. "Master, the surge of magic in the air doesn't seem right. They might be brewing some large-scale magic." Nelancel was not far away from the magician, so he was particularly sensitive to the surge of magic elements in the air. Generally, the only one who can cause such a huge surge of magic is an extremely powerful great magician who is brewing a powerful magic. Or maybe it's a group of magicians gathering to cast a spell. But no matter which case it is not an optimistic situation for Louis Cardinal. "I'll go to the top of the city and take a look." Lin Wei climbed up the city wall and saw a shocking scene that he could hardly imagine in his life. "I saw a huge white magic circle condensing in the sky. The moment the light came on, the surging magic energy almost turned into substance. The places where the magic elements surged instantly condensed into frost. With the magic circle as the center, the entire Ruema River was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Wei had thought before that if the other party really wanted to cross the river, they would either fly over or freeze the Ruema River. I didn't expect that the other party actually froze the Ruema River. This is forbidden magic, frost frenzy. The other side must have at least 5 great magicians. Otherwise, there would be no way they could release magic that could freeze the entire Rema River. No, the surge of magic in this formation is too huge. There are more than 5. Nelancel's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes flashed with desire and enthusiasm for magic. Even though the enemy released such powerful magic, he still felt deeply shocked. "Is there any way to interrupt it?" Lin Wei asked. Nelancer shook his head. "My magic essence is not enough to disrupt their magic circle. Even if all the mages in the entire Zeluka territory were combined, they wouldn't be able to interrupt this magic circle. Because this magic circle has already taken shape. Now half of the rushing Ruema River has been frozen. I am afraid that in less than 10 minutes, the entire river will be frozen." Nelancel didn't say anything else. Unless Dean Alia was here, there was no way to stop it. Dean Alia had done him a favor, so when Alia asked him to be loyal to Lin Wei, Nelancel did not hesitate at all. At that time, Lin Wei was just a little-known lord. How could we have such strong strength now? "Ankro!" Lin Wei shouted Ankro's name loudly from the top of the city wall. "Master, I'm here. Assemble all heavy cavalry." "Yes." The ice surface is not smooth because the waves have created many wrinkles. Even without salt, the iron hooves of the horse can gallop across the ice. The smooth ice surface was also an obstacle for the orcs, so they released forbidden magic. Lin Wei has reason to believe that they will solve the problem of slippery ice surface. Just be prepared to charge ahead of time. As soon as the first wave of long-range attacks on the city wall begins, Lin Wei's heavy cavalry will rush out to give these arrogant orcs a big surprise. However, what concerned Lin Wei was what Nelancel said. He said that the other side had at least 5 great magicians, or even more. Although there are strong and weak grand magicians, no matter how weak a grand magician is, he is still a magician. Once a head-on fight breaks out, that person will definitely be the priority. Lin Wei happened to have a Griffin Knight equipped with an anti-magic shield, which could deal a fatal blow to these arrogant archmages. But before attacking, Lin Wei still needs to know one thing. "Nelancel, this Frost Tide spell consumes a lot of magic, right?" "Yes, sir." "Then tell me, how much magic does the great mage across from us have left?" Nelancel thought for a moment. "At least 1/3 is left, although this spell consumes a lot of magic energy. But the enemy has a lot of people, and there are also many high-level magicians assisting in the release of this forbidden magic, so the situation is not optimistic. However, our Griffin cavalry are equipped with insulated steel equipment mixed with mithril, which greatly increases their resistance to magic and their mobility. Although it cannot completely block the Grand Mage's magic, it is enough to pose a fatal threat to them." After analyzing for a while, Nolancel felt that Luiska had a greater chance of winning. After all, even Nolan's Griffin Cavalry Regiment was not equipped with such luxurious equipment. The surge of magic brought with it a fierce cold air, which rushed onto the city wall and brought up a violent icy fog. Although it was still summer, the guards guarding the city walls couldn't help but shiver. The only one who felt comfortable was probably Reina, who clenched the red moon in her hand. As long as Linwei gave the order, she would immediately rush out and kill all these damn dog-headed men. Chapter 163 Charge. The magic lasted for quite a long time, and the pure white mist did not dissipate at all even in such a hot summer. The magic circle in the sky dissipated, but the fog covered the entire area of the Roma River. The Ruema River is very deep, at least over 100 meters deep. It is no exaggeration to call it a miracle that such a huge river surface is completely frozen. Be prepared. Archers and crossbows are ready. Following Lin Wei's order, all the soldiers guarding the city wall were ready to go. This city defense battle was different from the last one. The orcs prepared battering rams and large catapults. Large catapults can cause fatal damage to city walls and buildings within the walls. Once it appears in the field of vision, it must be the priority target of attack. After about an hour, the white mist that had been covering the ice surface finally dissipated, and the river surface was frozen solid. But it was not as smooth as Lin Wei had imagined. Although it was still summer, heavy snow was falling from the sky due to the release of magic. Snowflakes fell, and the opposite side had already begun the first round of charge. The orcs' battering rams have appeared on the ice. These battering rams are covered with leather and iron blocks on the outside, and their defense against bows and arrows is terrifyingly high. Once they rush to the city wall or the city gate, they will cause a huge blow to Lin Wei's fortifications. There are a lot of rams, apparently more than 2,000. This was not the first time Lin Wei had to deal with a car rush, so this time he had a lot more experience. The city gates opened and heavy cavalry poured out like a tide. Most of these heavy cavalry were new recruits going to the battlefield for the first time, and they certainly lacked combat experience. Therefore, the hundreds of knights leading the charge were veterans of the previous battle. They were like a sharp sword, forming a cone-shaped formation and rushing straight towards the battering ram. Here I come. Raymond narrowed his eyes. He suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Wei's heavy cavalry last time. How could they not understand that when they sent out battering rams, the other side would use heavy cavalry to intercept them? I saw rows of senior magicians standing in a row, with the magic elements in their wands surging and emitting dazzling lights of various colors. Countless fireball magic and lightning magic were thrown towards Lin Wei's heavy cavalry, as if they were free. The one in charge of the heavy cavalry was Ankro, who saw the magic surge in the distance from afar. He raised the sword in his hand and roared loudly, "Raise your shield." The knights in the front row raised their shields one after another, and dazzling light exploded on the insulating shields like a fireworks feast. The sound of explosions continued, and magic hit the knights' shields again and again like a flood. The square shields of heavy cavalry are all made of insulating steel mixed with mithril. They are extremely hard and have strong resistance to magic. Compared to the first batch of shields, this batch of shields obviously has better defensive power. Only a few unlucky ones were knocked to the ground by the magic, while most of them rushed to the battering ram and scathed and started slashing. There were 5 or 6 gnolls in the battering ram, and they were mostly wearing leather armor. They were as fragile as chicks in front of Lin Wei's heavy cavalry. These battering rams were chopped down at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes of fighting, nearly 1/3 of the battering rams were destroyed. Raymond suddenly became a little anxious. If all these battering rams were gone, it would be more difficult for them to attack the city. He originally wanted to call a few great magicians to help him cast magic to support the battering rams, but now the heavy cavalry had already mixed in with the battering rams. Blindly releasing magic will only hit your own battering rams, which may cause more damage than the heavy cavalry. Charge! Warriors of the Wolf Riders. Although the human race has a lot of heavy cavalry, now they can only let the wolf cavalry join the battlefield. There is now a chaotic battle on the field, and the crossbows on the city walls dare not attack casually, as they can easily hit their own heavy cavalry. A loud wolf howl sounded, and a giant wolf over 3 meters long carried fully armed ogre cavalry, who joined the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. Brothers, follow me. Ankro saw from afar several thousand wolf riders charging towards them, but there was no sign of fear on his face. His eyes were extremely determined, and suddenly he remembered his comrades who had died early in the battle. I guess he felt similar to me during that battle. This time, he will make these dog-headed men pay for their blood debt with blood. Clang. The collision of metal made a loud sound. Lin Wei's heavy cavalry was large in number and continued to pour out. There were more than 3,000 cavalrymen who came out to attack the orcs' battering rams. Their equipment is extremely sophisticated. Although the equipment of the gnolls is not bad either, it is not as good as these equipments that are mixed with rare metals. Many of the dog-headed men's weapons were cut in half, but the long sword in Ankro's hand didn't even have a crack. Although the wolf cavalry were also covered with armor, it was much inferior to Lin Wei's heavy cavalry. The gap is a bit like a tiger tank attacking an ordinary tank. Seeing that the wolf cavalries joining the battle did not change the situation much, and even put them at a disadvantage, Nasu's face suddenly changed. We suffered a great loss in the first round of confrontation. If the news of defeat really gets back, he and Raymond will both become more criminals. It would be fine if you died in battle. That would be called an honorable defeat. If he were to die here with an army of 100,000 ogre men, he would be completely finished. Where are the dwarves? Let the dwarves come up. These humans are so well equipped. Only the dwarves can compare. Nasu's roared, but the dwarf army remained motionless. Leading the dwarf army was a dwarf with a red beard. The dwarves' understanding of equipment is much better than that of these lizard men and dog-headed men. Even if they were just watching from afar, they could tell at a glance that weapons of this quality must have been made by their compatriots. Maybe even a dwarven master craftsman. Sharon, why don't you take your soldiers up there? Don't you see how badly our battering rams and wolf cavalry have suffered? The dwarf named Sharon just glanced at Nasu's indifferently. Since you knew you were no match for the enemy, why didn't you withdraw your troops and make unnecessary sacrifices? Nasu's was furious. If they retreated, morale would be severely hit. But as Salon said, it would do him no good to continue fighting like this. Retreat first. Although Nasu's was very unwilling, the wisest choice was to withdraw before the second half of the army became entangled with the human cavalry. As the call to retreat sounded, the gnolls who had not yet joined the battle turned around and retreated. Nasu's face was gloomy and ugly. In just one round of fighting, they lost at least 2,000 soldiers and at least 700 or 800 Taichung chariots. The wolf cavalry also suffered heavy losses. Their equipment was not as good as Lin Wei's heavy cavalry, and their armor coverage was far lower than that of Lin Wei's warhorses. Nearly 1,000 people were killed in the battle at once. Lin Wei's heavy cavalry was well equipped, so except for the unlucky ones who were knocked down by magic and trampled to death in the beginning, the damage caused by this charge did not exceed 100. Damn it. Why does it feel like Lewis Cardinal has become even more powerful after not seeing him for a while? Chapter 164. It's a griffin. It's a griffin cavalry. The first confrontation ended with Lewis Cardinal's great victory. It also brought a brief ceasefire. Many guards on the city walls had excited expressions on their faces and were talking loudly. If you ask me, those kobolds can't defeat us at all. Our heavy cavalry alone is enough to give them a hard time. Exactly. When I saw them unleashing their magic, it was quite intimidating. The entire Rema River was frozen. Now it seems nothing special. The equipment we have is not comparable to that of these alien races. Lin Wei heard what the soldiers said, but he didn't say anything. Thanks to the trade over the years and the increasing prosperity of Lewisgar territory, he was able to confront the enemy with confidence in this war. The orcs suffered a great loss this time, and the second wave of attack may not be so easy. The second wave of attack may include those giant catapults and those great magicians. Ankro, come here. Ankro had just led the heavy cavalry back to the city gate and arrived on the city wall when he heard Lin Wei's call. Master. Ankro now felt his blood boiling. He had fought a great charge this time. You did a great job. But soon the heavy cavalry won't need to continue charging. The enemy should have a way to deal with it. Let the people on the opposite side come over and fight a wall battle with them. You go and lead the griffin riders and prepare for battle. Yes, sir. When Ankro heard that he would fight alongside the griffins, he immediately became excited. Wait a minute. Give me a griffin too, and I'll go with you. The griffin cavalry will appear soon and will definitely be heading for the Grand Mage. Lin Wei's own combat power is already strong enough, and the opponent would definitely not expect him to join the raid. Master, this is too dangerous. When Lena heard that Lin Wei was going to the front line in person, she immediately wanted to dissuade him. Reina, there's a Grand Mage on the other side. Even though the griffin is wearing anti-magic armor, I'm still a little worried. Although a new batch of griffin eggs has been laid, it is still unknown what the hatching rate of those 1,000 griffin eggs will be. Lin Wei's 500 griffins are the real trump cards. If they were all damaged, Lin Wei would be very sad. Then you can't charge with the griffin cavalry. Lady Yelena wouldn't agree to that either. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Reina directly moved out of Yelena. Yelena is currently doing logistics work, and just as Lena said, if she were here, she would definitely not agree. Lin Wei suddenly looked embarrassed. And Kelluo, who was standing by, suggested, "Don't worry, sir. We will definitely be fine. You are the Lord of Luiska? How can you put yourself in danger? How about this? I'll leave you 2 griffins. If anything goes wrong, you and Miss Reina can come and support us." Oh well. Lin Wei reluctantly agreed to Ankro's proposal. There was no way. Here he was no longer the captain of the Crimson Squad, but the lord of the entire Luiska territory. He is the backbone, and he cannot have any problems. Otherwise it will be a huge blow to morale. Lin Wei calmed down and was no longer so excited. I was indeed a little inconsiderate just now. He couldn't let those who cared about him worry. About an hour later, the beastmen finally took action. 5 giant catapults over 30 meters long slowly appeared in Lin Wei's field of vision. These 5 huge monsters were obviously made by the dwarves, as they took a lot of time to assemble and were only completed now. Lin Wei's face was solemn. This was the first time he had seen such huge siege equipment. I don't know if Biglin can make this kind of thing. I'll ask him later. After all, he is the omnipotent Biglin. He will definitely find a way. Rows of fully armed dwarves holding steel shields and steel hammers stood in front of these catapults. The dwarf in the front held a spear in his hand and was obviously prepared to deal with the charge of Lin Wei's heavy cavalry. Whether it is a steel hammer or a steel spear, it is quite threatening to Lin Wei's heavy cavalry. Dwarves are no better than kobolds and lizardmen, and their equipment is better. While the dwarves were adjusting the giant catapults, the armies of lizardmen and dog-headed men were already rushing towards Lin Wei's city walls like a tidal wave. The lizardman in the front held a spear in his hand and had a strong body and a huge shield. It seems that they have learned their lesson and know how to restrict Lin Wei's cavalry. These spears are very long, more than 3 meters long. Even if they cannot effectively kill Lin Wei's heavy cavalry, they can greatly limit their charge. As long as the heavy cavalry commander can be stabbed off his horse, he will be trampled. However, it was somewhat unexpected that this time when they were almost halfway to the surface of the river, the gate of Luiska's camp was still tightly closed, with no intention of opening at all. Just as the lizardmen and the dog-headed people were rejoicing, a rain of arrows mixed with magical attacks were already coming towards them. The rain of arrows came like a tide, and even the leather and iron shields of the kobolds could not completely block it. Many of the huge shields rushing in the front were ruthlessly pierced. Occasionally, magic would hit them, causing screams. After finally crossing the ice, they began to face indiscriminate fire attacks from crossbows. After round of attacks, a large number of people were killed or wounded before they even reached the city wall. After finally setting up the ladders against the city wall, stones and logs were thrown at them like they were free. Just as Lin Wei's guards were building up an advantage, several loud noises were heard in the distance. Bump. Then there was a loud explosion and severe tinnitus. Several huge stones were thrown by giant catapults onto the newly built city wall of Luiska, creating several dents. If Lin Wei had not requested to reinforce the city wall, these blows might have broken through it. What a powerful force. The huge inertia of this huge stone exerted a much more powerful effect than Lin Wei had imagined. After just one round of attack, Lin Wei felt that the city wall could no longer hold. The siege weapons forged by the dwarves are indeed powerful. We can't wait any longer. Now the heavy cavalry definitely cannot rush out, and can only rely on the griffin cavalry to pass through the air. Lin Wei roared loudly. Ankro, charge! Following Lin Wei's command, more than 500 griffins took off into the sky, flapping their huge wings like a divine weapon descending from the sky. It's a griffin! Someone in the dog-headed army shouted, with deep fear in their eyes. They knew too well the lethality of this kind of griffin cavalry. If the griffin cavalry joined the battlefield, they would not be enough to defeat the enemy with one hand. They had also seen the griffin cavalry of the Norlands royal family before. But when had they ever seen an armored griffin rider? However, these griffin cavalrymen didn't even look at them, and flew straight towards the giant catapult. Chapter 165. We can't just let it go. What is that? Nasu's eyesight is pretty good, but he doesn't have the gift of eagle eyes. From a distance, they could only see a few black dots rushing towards their position quickly. Before the catapults were fully loaded, more than 500 griffins appeared before their eyes. It's a griffin! Nasu's roared, waking up countless leather-armored professions and magicians. Griffins are their nemesis. In a panic, some people simply lay on the ground and acted like ostriches. Some people snatched the shields from the nearby guards and used them above their heads. The few who failed to find shelter or cover were thrown into a mess. Raymond was much calmer. These senior magicians still lacked battlefield experience. Although these griffins are powerful, it is obvious that they are not coming for them. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be heading for the dwarf's catapult. Only this kind of ultra-long-range weapon that can cause massive damage to the city walls and gates is worth Lin Wei's destruction at all costs. Having said that, Raymond still subconsciously stood behind Nasu's. This stupid ogre was the only time he could feel a sense of security. The griffins came roaring like a gust of wind. The dwarves standing in front of the giant catapult had no way to stop the trampling and attacking of these powerful griffins. After only a few minutes of fighting, the heavy ropes of several heavy catapults were cut in half by the Griffin Knights. And that's not all. After cutting all the ropes of the 5 heavy catapults, they showed no intention of stopping. Continue to attack the soldiers and mages guarding the catapults unscrupulously. Many frightened senior wizards finally reacted and began to wave their staffs and chant spells in panic. There was no time to worry about that now. Even at such a close distance, the magician's magic would not only attack the Griffin Knight. It will also attack nearby friendly forces, but they have no choice. Bang! High attack magic such as fire magic and lightning magic attack the Griffin Knight's range of activities like an endless stream. However, the armor on the Griffins is obviously better. Compared with the armor of the heavy cavalry, the armor on the Griffins is made entirely of mithril and insulating steel. Even the magic of high-level magicians could not shake them in the slightest. Moreover, the attacks of high-level magicians would only provoke the Griffin's wrath, and it would be too easy for their ruthless claws to tear open the wizard's weak body. Combined with a mounted knight, it transforms into a ruthless war machine. After several rounds, few magicians dared to continue casting magic. Because casting magic is not only useless, it will also attract the attention of the Griffin, and no one wants to be the target of the Griffin. And those great magicians also hid themselves. It was obvious that their magic energy had not yet fully recovered. If I can't release high-power magic, I won't be able to penetrate the Griffin's armor, so it's better to save some magic. The Griffin Knights almost completely cleared the area near the giant catapult, and countless corpses were piled together in a mess. There were also some soldiers and mages pretending to be dead, hiding behind the corpses of their companions and not daring to make a sound. When the Griffins flew away, even Nasu's broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, why are there Griffin cavalry here? Weren't all of Nolan's Griffin cavalry wiped out in the last siege? And why are these damn Griffins wearing such extravagant armor? With the cooperation of Griffins and experienced knights, not to mention a weak magician, even a fully armed beast warrior would not be able to withstand it. It's so scary. The charge of the lizard man and gnoll warriors continued without any orders from the commander. Even though they no longer had much desire to fight, they could not retreat from the front line. This siege battle is different from the last time Lin Wei fought with them. Lin Wei's combat power and the number of his troops have increased a lot. After several rounds of fighting, the orcs suffered a great loss. The loss exceeded 50,000. On the other hand, Lin Wei's side suffered no more than 1,000 casualties. Such a terrible casualty ratio made Nasu's feel a chill on his back, but he no longer had the possibility of retreating. Returning with such a victory would only insult this glorious family name, and the king would not approve of it. Raymond's face also looked unhappy. The strange premonition in his heart finally came true. During the days when he didn't pay attention to Luiska's earldom, this inconspicuous earldom had grown into such a behemoth. The war lasted for 3 full days. The combined forces of the orcs suffered losses exceeding 100,000. The heaviest losses were suffered by the Gnoll Legion, followed by the Lizard Men. The dwarves made almost no charge and, being well armed, suffered minimal losses. The morale of the orcs dropped sharply. Lin Wei's tactics were very cunning. When the gnolls charged, he stayed in the city and fought back relying on the tall city walls. They did not dare to use battering rams, because even if there were no heavy cavalry, there were Griffin cavalry waiting for them at any time. When the orcs sounded the retreat and took a brief truce, Lin Wei's heavy cavalry would rush out of the city directly and give them a fatal charge. After all these battles, the beast army no longer had the courage to continue fighting Lin Wei. When the first orc deserter appeared, it meant that the battle had ended with Nasu's complete defeat. Nasu's face was as cold as ice. This crushing defeat completely woke him up from the complacency he had been enjoying for years. He had no idea about the conspiracy above, and didn't know that he had become a pawn of the Southern Continent Church. He only knew that he had failed. The glory that has accompanied me for many years has disappeared today. If he were to go back like this, his honorable surname might be taken back and his position as general would no longer exist. There is also the possibility of something worse. This time, the dwarves and lizard men suffered considerable losses. In order to appease their anger, the king is likely to hand himself over and become a victim of this war. A great general of the Achuo tribe is enough to calm their anger. Lin Wei gained fame and showed off his muscles. It can be said that if this battle gets out, Lin Wei will truly become famous and known throughout the entire continent. But Raymond thought much more than Nasu's. He understood that he was sent as a pawn, but he did not expect Lin Wei to be so powerful. He also understood that failure in this war would bring him back to his original form. But compared to Nasu's, Raymond's situation will definitely be much better. Because even if Raymond failed this time, he was still a great magician and was still very useful to the tribe. And Nasu's might become the victim. But he didn't feel sorry for Nasu's at all, because his previous performance had already made Raymond extremely disappointed. We can't just let it go like this. Nasu's tightened his grip on the axe. Looking at the remaining troops, he decided to lead the charge himself and capture Lin Wei. Chapter 166. Just one strike, and Nasu's woke up. In Nasu's cognition, Lin Wei was still the nobleman with little combat ability. As long as he brings his most elite team to raid where Lin Wei is, he will definitely be able to capture Lin Wei in one fell swoop. Last time, Lin Wei was watching the battle on the top of the city wall, and I think this time will be no exception. The only thing that made him feel a little troubled was the dragon girl guarding Lin Wei. Last time, it was Lena who caused him the most damage. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been defeated long ago. Lamond, we can't just let this go. I have an idea. Originally, Raymond didn't want to hear what Nasu's had to say anymore. But considering that the two of them were in the same boat, he listened to Nasu's tactics for the time being. When he heard that Nasu's wanted to lead the most elite team to raid Lin Wei, his first reaction was that Nasu's had gone crazy. Let's not even talk about how Nasu's could be sure that Lin Wei was on the city wall. Even if he was, how could he confirm Lin Wei's location with such a long wall? If he could really find Lin Wei's location on the city wall, how could Nasu's be so sure that he could kill Lin Wei? Indeed, killing Lord Lin Wei would certainly bring down the morale of the defenders, and it is not impossible for them to turn defeat into victory. Because their Grand Mage's magic energy has almost recovered, they are still able to fight against the Griffin Cavalry Grand Mage. So, you want me to use magic to support you and let you raid the city walls to find Lin Wei's location? Nasu's nodded, thinking that Raymond finally understood what he meant. I understand. I will inform the Grand Mage of the Lizard Men and the Grand Mage of the Dwarves. There are 5 great magicians in total, but there is only Raymond on the orc side. 3 of them are from the Lizardman tribe and are elder lizardmen. Another one is from the dwarf tribe. The war is nearing its end, and Lin Wei has prepared the Lizardmen warriors for the charge. As long as the enemy shows signs of escaping, Lin Wei's heavy cavalry and Griffin Knights will rush up and stick to the enemy. At that time, 50,000 fully armed Lizardmen warriors will directly join the battlefield. Now that the war has begun, Lin Wei will certainly not let any fish that slip through the net be let go. Although the soldiers were prepared early, according to the reports from the Griffin Knights who were conducting aerial reconnaissance, the enemy seemed to have no signs of retreating. Although there were a few deserters, they were quickly suppressed. It seems that the enemy commander is quite capable. After waiting for a long time, just when Lin Wei was about to lose his patience, the other party finally took action. The other side started attacking again. The neatly organized Knoll giant shield soldiers formed a battle formation, with many elite dwarves mixed in among them. They slowly approached the top of Lin Wei's city wall in a fish-scale formation. The giant crossbow's arrows have been almost used up in the past few days. Including Lin Wei's archers, they had no arrows left, and the firepower for long-range attacks could only rely on a few magicians. However, Lin Wei's magicians were not very powerful, so the damage they could cause was naturally very limited. After a few short rounds of magic bombardment, the magic energy of the 200 magicians was almost exhausted. The Knoll's formation was not disrupted, but advanced slowly. Lin Wei stood on the top of the city wall and could see that the soldiers behind him were holding ladders. It seemed that the enemy was preparing to use the old method to attack the city again. When they were close enough and confirmed that Lin Wei's heavy cavalry had not made any moves, they suddenly began to accelerate. The giant shield soldiers made way for them, and countless ogre soldiers holding ladders placed them on the top of Lin Wei's city wall. Looks ordinary? While Lin Wei was still confused, Nellen Sir, who was standing behind him, shouted, "Be careful, sir. There's something wrong with the magic in the air." As soon as he finished speaking, some magicians mixed in with the dog-headed people suddenly began to fiercely bombard Lin Wei's city wall. Nellensel quickly lit up a milky white barrier to protect Lin Wei from all incoming magical attacks. How cunning. The enemy actually hid the magician among the soldiers. Many guards on the city walls were caught off guard, and were directly hit by magic, turning into charred corpses. The opponent's magic is extremely powerful. The lowest ones are high-level magicians, and several great magicians are also mixed in. Seeing the magic shield light up on the city wall, Raymond roared, "We've found Lin Wei's location." Nasu's charge. Raymond began to condense new magic and blasted it towards Lin Wei. Only there on the wide city wall was the high-level magician's shield lit up, so Raymond confirmed Lin Wei's specific location at a glance. Nasu's led a team of ogre officers and ran towards Lin Wei. His eyes were red and burning with a fiery fighting spirit. "As long as we can capture Lin Wei and Louis Kaling, any price paid before will be worth it." The team of officers led by Nasu's was like a sharp sword, easily attacking the wall where Lin Wei was. Seeing that Nasu's had already climbed to the top of the city wall, Raymond stopped casting magic in that direction. "Attack somewhere else instead." On the top of the city wall, Reyna held the red moon and looked at Nasu's coldly, her cold eyes emitting uncontrollable murderous intent. She recognized the dog-headed man in front of her. It was he who almost caused him to lose Lin Wei forever. Nasu's flipped over and climbed onto the city wall. Lin Wei was standing behind Lina, very close. As long as he could cut off Lin Wei's head with the axe in his hand, the battle would be over. Lin Wei just stood there calmly, and he recognized who the dog-headed man in front of him was. His mood had never been so calm as it was at this moment. He even felt like he was meeting an old friend whom he had not seen for many years. Even though the person in front of him almost caused him to lose his life last time, Lin Wei's heart was not moved at all. "Lin Wei, do you still remember me?" Nasu's voice was deep and his human language was a little broken, but Lin Wei still understood what he meant. "Remember, how could I forget you?" Lin Wei's voice was cold. "Surrender. You have no way out. She can't stop me and my team of officers." The surrounding guards have been almost wiped out by Raymond's officer team, and it will take some time for the guards from farther away to come to support. "Come on, let me see how much stronger you have become." Nasu's licked his lips, raised the axe in his hand, and swung at Lina. Seeing that Reyna's red moon was a large sickle, a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you kidding? The weapon in his hand is the mithril weapon given to him by the Doghead King. He can chop the sickle into pieces with just one blow." However, Reyna seemed to raise her wrist. The red moon in his hand drew a light red afterimage in the air, and Nasu's axe was directly chopped off by the incredible force. Boom. The blade of the mithril axe fell to the ground with a dull sound. Nasu's thought his eyes were blurring. What happened? Chapter 167. Sister Lei-in, I don't want to die. The axe the king gave me. Nasu's face turned grim. This axe represents the honor given to him by the dog-headed King Kashi, and also represents his status as a general. It was so easily cut in half by the sickle of the girl in front of him. The anger only surged briefly, and Nasu soon thought of something, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The weapon in the hands of the girl opposite is definitely not an ordinary weapon. She even seems to have become more powerful than when they first met. Without his axe, Nasu still wanted to draw the scimitar from his waist, but another afterimage passed by, and Nasu's left hand, which was about to touch the blade, flew out directly. Nasu's didn't even feel the pain when the blood gushed out. The sharpness of the red moon combined with Lina's incredible strength made Nasu's kneel on one knee when the pain came. "General." When several ogre officers saw that Nasu's was injured, they rushed forward howling, but they were all brutally cut in half by Reyna. The smooth incision was as smooth as a mirror. If it weren't for the blood gushing out, my body would have been separated before it even realized it had happened. Lin Wei didn't even have to do anything himself, as Lina, whose strength had greatly increased, had already taken care of them all. Seeing that the officer squad was also killed by the guards who arrived later, Nasu's eyes flashed with despair. He never dreamed that what he thought was a successful decapitation operation would end up costing him his own head. It's not that he had never thought that one day he would die on the battlefield. Before becoming a general, Nasu's had already imagined this scene countless times in his mind. But when death was really at hand, a great deal of fear still surged in his heart. He curled up on the ground like a shrimp. The overly comfortable life as a general over the years had completely drained away the last bit of courage in his heart. I can't die. Sister Lei-in, I don't want to die." At the last moment before the red moon swung down, Nasu suddenly remembered his sister who was still in his hometown. "My sister is a hybrid of humans and dog-headed people, and has more human features. In that family without any love, Lei-in was the only spiritual pillar that supported Nasu's to go to the battlefield. Oh, so I have forgotten my sister all these years. Maybe this is my retribution." He closed his eyes and shed a tear of regret. The last thought in my mind was that I hope Sister Lei-in is doing well. The complete annihilation of the officer team, including Nasu's, also shocked Raymond, who was not far away. Did even the decapitation operation fail? Lin Wei actually has such a powerful female warrior by his side. It is actually a bit stronger than Nasu's. Suddenly, Raymond seemed to remember the last rumor about Lin Wei. Rumor has it that Lin Wei has an extremely powerful maid knight who won the first place in the gladiator competition. This invincible maid knight is also known as the White Rose. I thought it was just an exaggeration passed down by word of mouth by Nolans. It seems that this is not the case. This thing must be true. Even though Raymond was reluctant to admit it, although Nasu's was not very smart, his fighting power was definitely the strongest among all the gnolls. No, I must use the forbidden magic again before Lin Wei leaves the city. And now Lin Wei is within the range of his magic attack. Although he didn't have the help of the 3 Lizardman Elders and the Dwarf Grand Magician, Raymond had to do his best even if he had to rely on himself alone. It seems that the only way to launch the attack is to sacrifice one's own life. The reason why forbidden magic is called forbidden magic. It is called forbidden magic because the cost of releasing magic is too high. Even for a great magician, it is difficult to bear. Some require too much magic energy, some magic itself is too dangerous, and some are both. Even forbidden magic has different levels. Like the forbidden magic Frost Frenzy released before, if Raymond was the only one to release it, even if he drained all the magic energy in his body, it would not be enough. However, if the magicians forcibly release the potential of the overdrawn body, their lifespan will be greatly reduced. The average lifespan of a normal dog-headed man is over 300 years old, and some can even live to over 500 years old. However, Raymond no longer cared about that. Lin Wei was right in front of him, and even if it cost him his life, he had to release a forbidden magic to hit Lin Wei. Soon, he thought of a method to release forbidden magic in his mind. A blazing magic circle enveloped him completely, and countless ogre soldiers standing beside Raymond let out painful howls. Such scorching temperature directly melted the ice and the ground under his feet. His body began to age at an extremely fast rate, rapidly changing from a middle-aged dog-headed man to an old man. Such a dazzling light naturally attracted the attention of Lin Wei and others. Sir, who had been standing behind Lin Wei, shouted angrily, "Master, go! He's unleashing forbidden magic." Nelancel felt countless magic elements rushing towards Raymond, and deep fear rose in his eyes. There were no more than 500 Grand Magisters in the entire continent, and he had seen at least 5 of them in just one small battle. And now a great magician was about to sacrifice his own life to release forbidden magic on Lin Wei, and Nelancel felt his heartbeat slow down. Lin Wei must not die here. He thought this in his heart as he pulled Lin Wei towards the city wall and was about to jump. If I jump off the city wall now, there might be a glimmer of hope, but once I am hit head-on by the forbidden magic, there will be absolutely no chance of survival. Lin Wei was stunned. Why is he jumping over the wall again when he hasn't done anything? But Lina heard nothing. He only heard the ogre opposite, who was emitting red light, casting forbidden magic. Once he is released, Lin Wei's life will be in danger. The crossbow had run out of arrows, and the archers had run out of ammunition and food, so no one could interrupt him. As soon as a few griffin riders approached, their armor was melted by the extremely hot temperature. If they move forward a little further, both the man and the griffin will be completely melted by this extremely terrifying energy. Reyna threw the red moon in her hand to the ground and jumped down from the city wall. Roar! A loud dragon roar echoed throughout the entire Lewis Card territory. With a snow-white dragon body and dangerous vertical pupils, Reyna transformed into a huge white dragon and appeared on the battlefield. Dragon. A white dragon. Raymond, who was originally casting magic with his eyes closed, suddenly widened his eyes and saw the white dragon rushing straight towards him. Chapter 168 Dragon. The white dragon that Reyna transformed into was over 100 meters long. With such a huge size, just flapping its wings in the sky created a huge sense of oppression. She rushed towards Raymond without any fanfare, and didn't even hear Lin Wei's words behind her asking her to come back. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. That is, she must not let this person hurt her master. She rushed towards Raymond very recklessly. The dragon claws directly penetrated the hot barrier and crushed Raymond's weak body in an instant. The girl who suddenly turned into a dragon was not afraid of the dragon's scales and claws that could cause forbidden magic. Raymond was killed in one blow before he even understood what was happening. With Raymond's death, the brewing magic exploded with a bang. This is not forbidden magic, because forbidden magic has not yet been released. The explosion here was because the magic in the air was so strong that it was almost turning into substance. Bang! A loud bang blasted a huge deep hole in the frozen river surface. This deep pit even allows you to see the muddy bottom of the Rima River. With the magic explosion as the center, all nearby soldiers and objects were blown away by the aftermath. Some soldiers who witnessed the situation from a distance had completely lost their will to fight. The first to retreat were the lizard men, followed by the dwarves. What's the point of fighting? Not only did they have a lot of people on the other side, they also tolerated the heavy cavalry. After all, the human race was famous for its heavy cavalry. But the other side even has griffin cavalry. Now, even dragons have come out. If we continue to fight, will even the god of light come to help? Originally, the coalition was led by the gnolls, but now both of their leaders have died in battle, and there aren't many gnolls left. Although the Southern Church promised many benefits, it was obvious that the risks of attacking Louis Cardinal outweighed the benefits. Charge! Cavalry! Lin Wei raised the long sword in his hand, and the city gate was directly opened by the guards. Countless heavy cavalry rushed directly towards the deserters. The Griffin cavalry took the lead and chased in the direction of the enemy's defeat. The Lizardmen warriors who had been waiting for the opportunity to enter also rushed out, and the Vastaya tribe who could fly also followed the footsteps of the Griffin cavalry. After arranging everything, Lin Wei looked at Lena hovering in the air. Reyna didn't seem to be hurt at all, as the dragon's claws are the hardest part of the dragon's body. Although dragons have high magic resistance, Lin Wei doesn't know whether Lena is injured. Judging from her dragon form alone, Reyna didn't seem to have suffered any damage. This made Lin Wei feel a little relieved, but also a little guilty. Reyna took this risk for him. Lena glanced at Lin Wei in the air, then flew towards the castle. She did not chase the deserters because her transformation could not last long. Lena flew straight towards Xiona, and Xiona was the only one in that place in the manor. She didn't want to appear naked in front of so many soldiers. Lena always kept what Lin Wei said in her heart. The battle ended with Lin Wei's great victory. Including the fleeing soldiers killed in pursuit, Lin Wei killed more than 150,000 enemy troops in this battle. About 2,000 guards and 100 heavy cavalry died in this battle. Several griffins were burned by forbidden magic, and even the griffin knights were affected to varying degrees. Compared with the results of the battle, the price Lin Wei paid in this battle was insignificant. This battle directly announced to the entire continent that there was an extremely powerful lord in the territory of Nolans. Lin Wei ordered his soldiers to march directly eastward and take over the entire territory connecting Lancer Fortress to Baron Luiska's territory. This was something Lin Wei had wanted to do for a long time, and the sudden attack by the Beastmen gave Lin Wei an excuse to start a war. Although a lot of soldiers were sent to guard the other side to prevent a sneak attack by the new noble alliance. But just as Lin Wei expected, the nobles did not dare to attack Lin Wei at all. Firstly, they were afraid that Lin Wei could not hold on, and the orcs would break through the city and cause trouble for them. Secondly, they were also afraid that if Lin Wei really won, he would come to settle the score with them. Does it still hurt, Reyna? Yelena released a large healing spell, but found that it had little effect on the injury on Lena's right hand. Reyna's right hand, transformed into a dragon, directly touched Raymond in the magic circle, killing him in one fell swoop. Nothing could be seen when it turned into a dragon's form, but when it returned to its original form, it was already red. Red fish scale-like patterns densely covered Reyna's entire right hand. It doesn't hurt, it just means I don't feel anything. Looking at Lin Wei's concerned eyes, Lena felt warm in her heart, and the dragon scales on both sides of her abdomen seemed to be emitting steam again. It's a pity that the dragon scales on her arm have completely disappeared, otherwise her embarrassing situation would have been seen by Lin Wei. Yelena frowned and cast another purification spell. The red veins faded a little, but returned after a short while. Aluna, how is Reyna? Looking at Yelena's frown, Lin Wei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, even Reyna, who transformed into a dragon, could not remain unaffected by forbidden magic. It should be nothing. Yelena glanced at Lin Wei, obviously not wanting to tell Lena the specific situation. Lin Wei could only comfort her. It's okay, Reyna. I will definitely find a way to cure you. Reyna nodded obediently. Master, I didn't embarrass you this time, did I? The girl's tone was cautious, if only she wasn't hurt this time. But he got injured accidentally, causing his owner to worry so much. Lin Wei took a deep breath and touched Lena's head. How could that be? Reyna, you've done a great job. You should rest here with Xiona for a few days. I still have some things to take care of. Reyna nodded. They had just finished a battle, so there must be a lot of things to deal with. Since you are already injured, You must take good care of yourself and not make your owner worry anymore. And Xiona said, Don't worry, master. I will take good care of Reina. After leaving the manor and making sure that Reina couldn't hear him, Lin Wei asked, Yeluna, Reina's hand. It's terrible. Even the most advanced purification technique can't dispel this curse. If the curse lasts too long, Reina's hand may never feel anything again in the future. We should ask Sister Alia about the damage caused by this kind of magic. She should have a solution. Yeluna is already the best priest in the world. If even Yeluna is helpless, then we can only ask Alia. Chapter 169. 2 brains, one for love and one for study. Right afternoon. Alia is enjoying her afternoon tea. In such a long life, perhaps only black tea can give her temporary comfort. So when the girl who had lived for hundreds of years sensed that Lin Wei had stepped into the magic academy again, her eyebrows moved. Damn it, why didn't she have a good relationship back then? Now when I see my students dating, I feel weird. Lin Wei must be here to see Zeluka again, right? Dean Alia, hello. Lin Wei greeted Alia first, and the timid Lena stood behind Lin Wei and also bowed. It can be seen that even Lena has restrained herself in front of the aura of this woman named Alia. After all, it was Alia who helped her through the difficulties last time, and Lena still remembers it in her heart. Naturally, she would never forget the kindness of her benefactor. Zeluka is in the library. I've sent someone to get her. Alia's tone was indifferent, and she didn't mean to ask Lin Wei to sit down. Lin Wei suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but when he thought about the fact that he was asking for help, he had to put on a smile and said, Actually, I didn't come here to see Zeluka this time. I need your help with something. Alia was a little surprised. You want something from me? Lewis Card County should be doing quite well now. If you need help with resources, I think the Vatican should be happy to help. Alia knew that many of Nolan's citizens had fled to Lin Wei's territory. This may be a heavy burden for ordinary lords, but it is a great development opportunity for people like Lin Wei who have no shortage of food and land. She had heard that Lin Wei had been doing great business in recent years by using the name of the Holy See. Although she has always been optimistic about Lin Wei's development speed is still somewhat beyond her expectations. It's not about the territory. Lin Wei pulled Lena to his side and briefly told Alia what had happened before, including that great battle and the incident where Reina directly touched the forbidden magic with her hands. The story of turning into a dragon was also mentioned. There are many people on the battlefield, and the fact that Lena can transform into a dragon cannot be hidden. Oh, I see. Alia was a little surprised at first, but when she thought that such an expression seemed somewhat inconsistent with her identity, she quickly restrained her surprise. She looked at Reina with great interest, and Reina felt a little uneasy when she was looked at. A half-blood with a higher blood purity ate the heart of a red dragon, so he could temporarily transform? It's quite interesting. Even though Alia has lived for so many years, this is the first time she has seen a special example like Lena. Interesting. But she only looked at it for a few more seconds before starting to check Reina's numb arm. After looking at it for a few seconds, Alia's expression changed. This is a forbidden magic called Blazing Red Lotus. It uses the Grand Mage's own blood and lifespan as a guide. Once successfully unleashed, the area over 100 miles around will become a sea of fire. You should be thankful that Reina interrupted the magic. Otherwise, I don't need to tell you what kind of damage the Luiska territory would have suffered. It's a good thing Reina can transform into a dragon, otherwise she would have melted long ago. Even a dragon wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from this level of magic. As Alia spoke, she pulled out a wand from under her skirt. He cast a spell on Reina's injured arm. The strange fish scale pattern quickly disappeared. However, it seems that it has not been completely eliminated, and some shadows of lines can still be vaguely seen. Alright, it will completely disappear in less than 2 months. You should be able to feel your arm now, right? Reina moved her arm, and it regained consciousness. Thank you, Dean Alia, you have helped me again. Reina bowed to Alia, who shook her head. This is just a small matter for me. I think it's a thank you to Lin Wei for taking in those homeless people of Nolan's. Even though Alia knew that Lin Wei's acceptance of those civilians would also be beneficial to his development, she was still grateful to Lin Wei from the bottom of her heart for accepting those people. If it weren't for Lin Wei, they might have starved to death or been enslaved by other nobles. This time you defeated the Orc Coalition, and the church in the southern continent will suffer a huge impact. I never thought you could defeat a 250,000-strong Orc Coalition. Although I knew that Luiska territory had developed very well in recent years, your performance still surprised me. When Alia first met Lin Wei, she knew that Lin Wei had the potential to become a legend. But she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. With Lin Wei's current strength, even if he really establishes a country, his strength is enough. The entire northern continent has been ruled by Rima, Nolans, and Yade for too long, and it is unknown how long it has been since a small country emerged. Even if one or two small countries appeared occasionally, they would soon be annexed by one of them. Now that the situation in the Three Kingdoms has changed, Linwei is likely to rise strongly in this era. For Arya, she would rather Linwei rule the entire Nolans than the Nolans ruled by the dog-headed men. Linwei now has the ability, and maybe he can really save Nolans from danger. In this way, she has fulfilled the agreement with Helen. Linwei's current strength is already quite powerful. If there is any flaw, it is that he lacks some magicians. However, Zeluka is almost reaching the threshold of the Grand Mage. In the next 5 years, she, as a student, will become one of the best Grand Mages in the entire continent. In 10 years, she could do better than Helen. Once Lin Wei drives the Knolls out of Nolans and establishes himself as king, there will be no shortcomings in the future of Lin Wei. Compared to Zeluka 13, Lin Wei can do better than him. Lin Wei didn't know that he had already gained such a high evaluation in Alia's heart. For Lin Wei, he is already very happy now that Lena has been cured. Soon, Zeluka came jogging over from the dormitory. When the little cat girl heard that Lin Wei was coming, she no longer thought of magic. I just want to throw myself into Lin Wei's arms. And Alia obviously knew this. When she saw that Zeluka was willing to put down his favorite magic to see Lin Wei, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Are men really that good? Could it be that Zeluka secretly has 2 brains? A brain for love. 1 brain for learning magic, right? Chapter 170. Choose a marriage? Master, why are you here? Zeluka was naturally very happy to see Lin Wei. But it was obvious that Zeluka didn't know that another big battle had taken place on Lin Wei's side. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. Come to see you. Lin Wei did not tell anyone that Lena was injured. The war is over, and there is no danger for the time being. Telling it now will do nothing but make Zeluka worry. The overjoyed Zeluka hugged Lin Wei tightly, but the cat girl's slightly hot body temperature made Lin Wei feel helpless. Should we say that no matter where the kittens are from, their habits are similar? In the palace of the dog-headed men, dog-headed King Kashi is enjoying his lunch. Today's lunch was very good. The chef's cooking skills are getting better and better. But since morning, he has had a feeling of uneasiness. He shook his head, getting rid of this strange thought in his mind. However, in the wide corridor, there was an extremely clear sound of footsteps, and the footsteps were very hurried. King. Battle reports from the front. It was a scout, and only a scout who brought military intelligence could disturb Kashgar's lunch at this time. Kashgar frowned. The panic-stricken look on the ogre scout's face made his heart sink. Could it be that some monsters have rioted in the territory, or that a giant dragon has attacked? It was as if he hadn't heard the battle report from the scout. After a while, he said, "Go ahead." The first battle on the front was lost. General Nasu's and High Priest Raymond died for their country. Clang. Kashgar's knife and fork fell on the table. At first, he thought there was something wrong with his ears. What? He asked again blankly. The first battle on the front was lost. General Nasu's and High Priest Raymond died for their country. When the scout repeated this sentence, Kashgar collapsed in his chair. Lost. Dead. Am I dreaming? Kashi slapped himself to make sure he was not dreaming. He was like an angry lion, with ferocious murderous intent in his eyes. And then he suddenly overturned the dining table. You're talking nonsense. How could an army of 250,000 not be able to take Louisa? There's no way the guards of the northern and southern churches will join this battle. Tell me, how can a small earldom have more than 30,000 soldiers? Kashi stood up and pulled out the scimitar hanging on the wall. You lied about military intelligence, and I want you dead. The scout didn't dare to raise his head, his scalp pressed tightly against the ground. He said in a trembling voice, King, it's true. General Nasu's and High Priest Raymond were both killed in battle. A full army of 100,000 kobolds was completely wiped out. Even the lizard men lost over 30,000, and the dwarves lost 20,000. Kashi suddenly sat down on the ground, and the scimitar in his hand fell to the ground weakly. It was not until this moment that he believed what the scout said. For a moment, his mind went blank and he had no idea what was going on. How could a mere Lord Louisa lose 2 of his great generals and 100,000 soldiers? Even Nolans didn't cause him such great losses in the first place. He actually always knew that Nasu's was a rather reckless general. So this time, Raymond was given half of the power, allowing the 2 brothers to restrict each other. He had thought that it might take a lot of time to conquer Louisa territory. Even if he really couldn't take it, it would be enough to humiliate the face of the Northern Continent Church. But he never expected that Lin Wei would be so fierce and could devour all of his 100,000-man army of gnolls. You know, there are 50,000 elite armored soldiers here. Not only did he suffer huge losses after losing this battle, but it would also become extremely difficult to maintain the stability of the tribe and the new territory in the future. Who knows if the Nays tribe will take this opportunity to strike him head-on. The cat people have been eyeing them covetously for a long time. Once this news leaks out, Kashgar dare not imagine what the consequences will be. He had to block the news as quickly as possible and recruit soldiers in advance to prepare for another war. For 2 whole months, Luisgar was at war. All the areas in the east connecting to Luiska's territory were captured by Lin Wei's guards. This place was originally on the edge of the Knoll territory, with few defenders, so Lin Wei took over these territories with almost no effort. After receiving Lin Wei's letter, Norl also actively responded to Lin Wei's strategy and cooperated with Lin Wei to incorporate this area into the territory of Luiska. The territory of Luiska became unprecedentedly large, and even the largest existing noble territory was less than 1/3 of Lin Wei's. The war was more expensive than Lin Wei had imagined. The pensions for soldiers killed in battle, the large amount of food consumed by the guards, and the damage and replacement of weapons all cost a large amount of gold coins. Even though Lin Wei had saved a lot of money over the years, this battle still left him with a lot of empty wallet. However, even though I paid for it, what I got was well worth it. The large forest connected to Lancer Fortress is quite fertile. Because it is close to the Rema River, this area is more suitable for planting. It can be said that all the territories in Nolan's that are most suitable for growing crops are already in Lin Wei's hands. After connecting the 2 Lewis cards, the first thing Lin Wei did was to build the road. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Only when roads are open can various trade and transportation be more developed. The key to developing territory is the same. The news of Lin Wei's battle with the Beastmen also spread by word of mouth. Almost everyone knew that a new lord had appeared in Nolan's. This lord was extremely powerful. Not only did he defeat the 250,000-strong orc coalition, but according to legend, he even tamed a giant dragon. Some people say that he will be the next succubus queen, while others say that Lin Wei is likely to be just a flash in the pan. But these are just topics of conversation among the drinkers and bards in the tavern after tea. Einweir was shocked when she received the news. Then, she seemed to think of the humiliation Lin Wei had inflicted on her before, and only a moment of unhappiness passed through her heart. Rima's situation is very bad now. As a princess, she must win over anyone she can. She was already very upset that she had not been able to win over the captain of the Crimson team. Therefore, when Lin Wei rose to power this time, she felt that she needed to establish friendship with Louis Kaling on behalf of Rima. You mean the previous hatred? Einwell felt that her personal emotions were not that important in the face of a real national crisis. She even guessed that her father Charlie might choose to marry Lord Louis. However, Lin Wei is already engaged to the saint. This option is obviously somewhat difficult. It is naturally impossible to let Ainwell be a mistress. After all, Ainwell is the princess of a country. Even if she gets married, she will naturally be the legal wife. But Lin Wei's fiancé is not a simple character either. So Ainwell felt that she should resolve the past grudges this time. Chapter 171. Someone is always thinking about Lin Wei. Master, someone claims to be Ainweir, the princess of Rema, and wants to see you. Lin Wei was enjoying the black tea brewed by Yelena. He was obviously stunned when the butler brought him the news. At first he thought there was something wrong with his ears. Didn't this person come to the wrong door? Could it be that he saw through his identity as the captain of the Crimson team? Even if he saw through that Lin Wei and Wei Lin were the same person, he shouldn't have come to him. Did she think she could convince Lin Wei or any of Wei Lin? Not see. Lin Wei is no longer the same person he was before. In front of his fiancée Yelena, he directly refused the man's request to meet him. Louis Cardinal has a lot of things to deal with now. The matter between him and Einwell will have to be put aside for now. Yes, sir. The butler obediently left and closed the door. Yelena, who was standing by, asked curiously, "Why did Ainweir come to see you?" Yelena's eyes were full of confusion, and it was obvious that she felt the same as Lin Wei. Even if we knew that Lin Wei was Wei Lin, so what? However, she was still very happy in her heart when she saw Lin Wei reject another woman so decisively. Lin Wei waved his hand. That's not important. What's important is that it's not time to settle accounts with her yet. The impression Ainweir left on Lin Wei was already terrible during the adventure. A selfish and conceited princess who can use everything around her to gain power. Although Lin Wei could understand her situation and actions, since she was taking advantage of him, he naturally wouldn't give her a good face. Are you saying that Lin Wei, who captured Ainweir, was at fault? There is never right or wrong in wars between countries. It's just that each country has a different position. Unfortunately, Lin Wei stood on the opposite side of Ainwell. Amma was not too surprised when she was rejected. She even maintained her royal demeanor and said goodbye to the butler in front of her. She did not dwell on it at this point, but left very neatly. Einweiler planned to go back and talk about this matter with her father Charlie. Now Rima needs a strong foreign aid, and Louis Cardinal is obviously a good choice. Now the remnants of Nolans and the kingdom of Yade are eyeing their Rima covetously. If Rima wants to find a chance of survival in the cracks, it is necessary to form an alliance with Luiska. Before, Lin Wei was doing business by relying on the reputation of the Holy See, but now Lin Wei has risen and even defeated the Beastmen. Compared to the distant and difficult-to-please Elf Kingdom and the Succubus Queen, Lin Wei is obviously a better alliance partner. In Ainwill's understanding, Lin Wei's strength is already enough to become the fourth country in the northern continent. If Lin Wei really wants to become an independent king, then Rima is also Lin Wei's best choice. In terms of stance, Rima will be the first country to recognize Lin Wei as a new force. Einweir believed that the smart Lin Wei would not refuse such temptation. Now Lin Wei has grown stronger and no longer needs the protection of the Holy See. Then, it is natural for her to take the position. Although the situation in Rima is not good, the business in the tavern is still good. This is a tavern that can be found everywhere in Rima. It is filled with adventurers, ordinary hunters, and soldiers eating and drinking. There are more than 60 seats, but there are almost no vacancies today. Maybe I've been too depressed recently. Whether adventurers or soldiers, they all need a glass of ice-cold beer to soothe their tense nerves. At the innermost position, near the window, a girl with blonde hair and a high ponytail was looking at the scenery outside the window. There was a flickering light in her lower pupils, which was the trace left by the carriage speeding past in her brown eyes. If you ask me, the situation in Nolan's is definitely going to change again recently. A female swordsman raised the wine glass in her hand high. She had a typical Yad appearance, and her drinking posture was very heroic. Of course not. Who would have thought that Lin Wei could rise as a new force? He routed an army of 250,000, with losses exceeding 150,000. TSK. I can't even imagine how spectacular that scene was. But what does this have to do with us? Master Lin Wei, who is far away in the sky, won't even look at us, right? If we had the strength of the Crimson Squad captain and joined Luiska territory, would the popular Master Lin Wei agree? Ha. If we had the strength of the Crimson team, we would be welcome wherever we go. Lena, don't you drink? The female swordsman raised her glass, but when she saw that Lena had no intention of clinking glasses with her, she felt a little disappointed. Lena is not like this usually. Lena shook her head. I don't really feel like drinking today. Well, let me tell you, your fiancé is incredibly stupid for leaving you just for a maid. But you, the daughter of a commoner baron, must be very sad to have your engagement broken off by a baron. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become an adventurer. The drunk female swordsman was a little outspoken, but Lena was not too angry. After all, they are all in the same team, and she didn't just realize today that she couldn't recognize her own bad habits after drinking a little. Fortunately, when she first joined the team, when this teammate asked her about her past, she only told a few half-truths. Thinking about it now, I am really glad that I was cautious at the time. I'm a little tired, so I'm going back to the hotel first. The female swordsman didn't take Lena's sudden departure to heart. When Lena reached the door, she pushed another young male swordsman beside her and said, Kuwei, everyone has left. Why don't you catch up with them? She blinked her eyes and signaled the young swordsman named Kuwei to catch up quickly. The people in Kuwei understood what he meant. When he quickly caught up to the door of the tavern, Lena had not left yet, and her slim figure left a beautiful shadow in the sunlight. Lena paused when she heard Kuwei's voice. That's just how barony is. When she's drunk, she doesn't know what to say or what not to say. It's better not to take her words to heart. Lena said expressionlessly, We are teammates, aren't we? How could I be angry with Bailani over such a small matter? Kuwei suddenly stuttered. Facing the girl he liked, the boy's heart seemed to be blocked by a huge rock, and he couldn't say a word. Lena, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. My dagger is a little broken. I need to send it to be repaired first. Lena actually understood Kuwei's intentions, but apart from wanting to become stronger, she really had no interest in men now. Chapter 172 Sister Yelena, the master has something to ask you. Rather, it is the adventures she had outside over the years that gradually changed her mentality from that of a noble lady. At the beginning, she took it for granted that Lin Wei was his fiancé, and no matter what she did, she should be forgiven. Now that I think about it, what I did to Elyulu was really a bit stupid. Looking back from today's perspective, everything she did was completely wrong. For example, he locked Elyulu in a small dark room for an entire afternoon, leaving the anxious Lin Wei searching for her for a long time. Or maybe she deliberately let other maids cause trouble for Eliulu, and then she would go out and bully Eliulu openly. Eliulu was extremely afraid of her at the time, and as a maid, she had no way to resist. Beating with sticks was also common. The girl felt jealous just because Eliulu was so close to Lin Wei. It's a pity that no one taught Lena how to do it correctly. She did too many mistakes at that young age, and it was she who pushed Lin Wei further and further away. Until now, she couldn't tell how she felt about Lin Wei. Even when she heard that Lin Wei had achieved extraordinary success, she just smiled in her heart. It was enough for her that Lin Wei was living a good life. He no longer had the impulsive possessiveness he had before, nor was he extremely upset about losing Lin Wei. Because she herself grew up in an extremely distorted environment. Her father Fedra had long ago taught her through his own actions that if she wanted to be truly happy, she had to become strong enough. If she continued to be the daughter of Baron Fedra, she would definitely become her father's tool and the plaything of some greasy viscount. This is definitely not the life she wants. As long as your happiness is given by others, rather than earned through your own efforts, others can take it away at will. So she was determined to pursue true freedom even if she had to give up her identity as the Baron's daughter. At least the next time she stood in front of Lin Wei, she could raise her head proudly and tell him, "Even if I don't have aristocratic status, I can still do well enough. See you again, I hope we can be friends." If she has the chance, she will express her apology to Eliulu. But now, Lena needs to train herself well. The goal is to become a new noble on your own. "Master, it's been a long time since I last saw you. How are you?" Lin Wei hasn't seen Norl for 2 years. The two territories will be connected during this period, and Lin Wei can also come to the Baron's territory on a griffin. Norl. Bravery, 138. Strategy, 85. Loyalty, 100. Special talents. Horse training, eagle eyes, weapon mastery, one-handed sword excellence, warrior. It seems that even during his time in the barony, Noller did not slack off in his martial arts training. Just from this ridiculously high bravery value, it can be seen that Norl's talent is indeed good. Lin Wei patted the loyal knight on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work lately. It is Norl's honor to serve the master." Once upon a time, Norl always hoped that he could become a commoner noble and give his adoptive parents the best life. Fortunately, before the orc disaster occurred, he had already brought his adoptive parents to Luiska's territory. Now he seemed to feel that it didn't matter if he didn't become a commoner noble, because Nolans is almost dead in name only. Even though he is just a small knight, his power is no less than that of a baron, because all the big and small affairs of Baron Luiska's territory were handled by him alone. Now that the Luka territory is more powerful than ever before, he is somewhat glad that Lin Wei found him at first sight when he was in the Knights. If he were still in the Knights of Nolans, his situation would definitely be dire now. Nolans has had 2 tough fights recently, and both of them were extremely difficult. Noller didn't think he would be lucky enough to survive such a battle. Now that he had control of the territory, the task of road construction naturally fell to Norl. A road that is wide and strong enough must be built to ensure smooth trade and transportation. This is a difficult project, but Noller will do it well enough. He will not let Lin Wei down. Lin Wei, who returned to Luiska again, received a letter and invitation from the Rima royal family. This time it was not Einweiler's idea, but a letter from Ein Charlie. The letter simply stated that they hoped to form an alliance with Lin Wei, and then implicitly stated that King Charlie of Rima. As long as Lin Wei has the idea of establishing a country, Rima will be the first to support Lin Wei's decision in diplomacy. In the letter, Charlie also asked Lin Wei if he had any intention of marriage, and if Einweiler could become his legal wife. At that time, no matter what request Lin Wei makes, the Rima royal family will do its best to satisfy it. Lin Wei laughed at what he saw. Not to mention that the size of the Rima royal family before the war could not be compared with that of the human church. Even if the size of your Rima royal family can be compared with that of the Holy See, Lin Wei will not choose the Rima royal family. He had a natural aversion to these cunning nobles. He doesn't care what the Holy See does to him, but Yeluna is genuinely kind to him. He would not reply to the letter from the Rima royal family. Ignoring is the best option in this case. Even if he really angered the Rima royal family, it would not be a big deal for Lin Wei now. However, this was also a reminder from the Rima royal family that he should officially marry Yeluna. Lin Wei is now 22 years old, which is considered a late marriage for men across the continent. After all, whether commoners or nobles, they would basically solve their lifelong affairs before the age of 20. In Lin Wei's study, Yeluna was quietly helping Lin Wei deal with some matters. Although most of them were handled by Sally's, Yeluna had always been helping Lin Wei with some expansion strategies. For example, The expansion of the caravan requires Lin Wei's consent, as well as the allocation of funds for road construction, etc. Even now that Louis Cardinal has expanded, more talent is needed to handle government affairs. Although Lin Wei had previously added some people to handle unimportant matters, as the territory and population grew, these matters became more and more complicated. Lin Wei is also very busy. He never slacks off on his physical exercise and also deals with diplomatic issues of various countries. These are things that Yeluna cannot help Lin Wei with. She cannot represent Lin Wei's diplomatic attitude. Even though she is Lin Wei's wife, she will not express her attitude casually. This is disrespectful to Lin Wei. Even if Lin Wei likes her, this matter must be decided by Lin Wei himself. Just as she was busy with various affairs and rubbing her brows with a headache, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sister Yeluna, the young master wants to see you. He's waiting for you in the living room. Lin Wei, is there something you need? Yeluna put down the quill in her hand and said, I understand. I'll be there right away. Although she didn't know what Lin Wei wanted her to do, Yeluna would still go there as soon as possible. Chapter 173. Some people are in love, some people drive to see the sea at night. When she came out of the study, Lin Wei was already waiting for her at the dining table. The sun is setting. Is it time for dinner? Most of the dishes are light, and in order to cater to her appetite, Lin Wei tends to prefer Yeluna's taste when eating. Compared to the somewhat poor days in the beginning of Luiska County, life now is really much better than before. This wasn't the first time the two of them had dinner together. However, every time she sat next to Lin Wei, Yeluna would feel an uncontrollable shyness in her heart. She had clearly done more embarrassing things before, but for some reason her heart would beat faster just by sitting next to Lin Wei. Especially when eating, he would secretly glance at her a few more times, and when Lin Wei noticed, he would secretly look away. What she liked most was Lin Wei's puzzled expression. But they don't know that when people are being stared at close range, they actually know that they are being stared at. But he wouldn't reject this kind of interesting little hobby. After dinner, Lin Wei asked in a very normal tone, Yeluna, shall we get married? The girl was stunned for a while, and when she came to her senses, her cheeks were already covered with bright red. After a while, he answered in a very soft voice. Good. Lin Wei and Yeluna's wedding is at the end of autumn. The invitation was sent out 2 months ago. Give people who travel far away enough time to visit Lin Wei. Since we are getting married, it is natural to send out invitations. Of course, not everyone can receive Lin Wei's invitation. Lin Wei didn't invite many people, but as long as they came sincerely to congratulate him and Yeluna on their wedding, Lin Wei would naturally not refuse. Lin Wei put a lot of effort into planning this wedding. The entire castle was cleaned inside and out, and more than 500 Griffin cavalrymen sprinkled fireworks in the air, and the entire castle was filled with a festive atmosphere. Lin Wei's manor and castle were filled with tables. In order to prepare for this grand banquet, Lin Wei spent at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The people in the territory spontaneously busied themselves with preparing for Lin Wei's wedding. However, the first guest who arrived was somewhat unexpected to Lin Wei. Lin Wei, happy wedding. Suer Inda ordered the gift to be registered with the housekeeper. How could this woman in front of him come from the East Continent so quickly? Thank you for coming to my wedding. After a brief greeting, the butler welcomed Su Riend into the castle. The manor is where the soldiers and the subjects live, while the castle is naturally more upscale, and is also where Lin Wei entertains distinguished guests. The second person to visit was Mr. Zajabo. The old man seemed to be in very good spirits today. He walked up to Lin Wei with heavy steps. Although his steps were a little heavy, his expression did not change. It was not until he came in front of Lin Wei that he forced out an extremely ugly smile. Lin Wei, I'm leaving my Yeluna in your care. If you dare treat him badly, I'll let you know the consequences. He patted Lin Wei's shoulder heavily. Even though Lin Wei's bravery value had increased a lot, he could still feel a slight pain. It can be seen that Zajabo really cares about Yeluna. I will protect her. I won't let her suffer any injustice. Only then did Zajabo snort coldly. Okay, I believe you, kid. This time, I'm also here to be your witness. Nobles need a witness for their weddings, and the witness must be from the Vatican. This has been a custom for many years. The higher the status of a person, the higher the status of the pastor he can invite to officiate the wedding. The king can usually invite people of the bishop's level, but there is no one else except Lin Wei who can invite a bishop of the level of Zajabo to officiate the wedding. Then thank you for your help, Grandpa Zigbo. After a while, Zajabo slowly sighed. Perhaps he felt that sighing was unlucky, so he patted Lin Wei's shoulder hard again. Many nobles from the surrounding area also came, but Lin Wei asked the butler to greet them. Although he didn't have a good impression of the people from the new noble alliance, at least this time, he was fighting against the orcs. Those nobles did not stab him in the back, so Lin Wei did not refuse their visit. The other party probably came with the intention of pleasing Lin Wei. After all, Lin Wei became really famous this time. He also proved to people all over the continent that he had the strength to dominate a region. Moreover, Lin Wei defeated the beastmen without relying on the white-armored guards of the church. Any lord could understand the meaning contained in this. Happy wedding. Lin Wei was a little surprised by Bai Di's sudden arrival, although he also invited Bai Di. But Lin Wei actually had no idea whether Bai Di would come. So when he saw the other person, he was still very happy in his heart. He was almost killed by Nasu's, and it was thanks to Betty that he was able to save his life. Thanks. Lin Wei's tone was gentle. Betty simply nodded and entered the castle. The relationship between the two originated from a chance encounter, and Lin Wei can be considered his friend. Since her good friend was getting married, Bai Di would naturally come. She wrote a letter to warn the Achuo tribe the first time, and although she received the news the second time, she chose to do nothing, because she no longer owed Lin Wei any favors. At the wedding, Lin Wei and Yeluna exchanged rings and vows affectionately. The joyful atmosphere infected everyone. In the corner of the manor, a girl with a high ponytail watched Lin Wei and Yeluna hugging and kissing each other with calm eyes. This grand wedding was completed with the blessings of countless people. Lena drank the red wine in her hand. She came here alone and was the only one drinking at the table. Some people wanted to get closer, but were discouraged by Lena's somewhat cold aura. After drinking a few glasses of red wine, Lena already felt a little tipsy. A blush crept up her cheeks, which from a distance seemed no different from Yeluna's blush. He is married. Very nice. If there weren't so many unexpected things, the person standing next to Lin Wei should be her. At some point, Eliulu came to her side. Ms. Lena, you are drunk. Lena looked up and saw Eliulu's familiar face. She once regarded Eliulu as a great enemy, but it was not Eliulu who married Lin Wei. Now it seems that if I had been more generous to Eliulu, what would have happened even if Eliulu became my concubine? Eliulu. Sorry. Because she was drunk, the girl's apology came out of her mouth. Eliulu lowered her eyes, a light flashing in them. Ms. Lena, Eliulu no longer cares about the past. The young master said he hopes everything is going well for you. Chapter 174, Is Sister Zeluka back? Teacher, I have successfully become a grand mage. There was an emotion called joy in the cat girl's eyes. After so many years of hard practice, I can finally return to Lin Wei. Aaliyah frowned. She didn't know whether she should tell the little cat girl in front of her that Lin Wei was getting married today, although Lin Wei had released the news 2 months ago. However, that was the moment when Zeluka was about to break through, so Aaliyah did not tell Zeluka. Thank you, teacher, for your cultivation of me. Zeluka bowed deeply to Aaliyah. Meanwhile, Cynthia, who was standing by, asked curiously, Sister Zeluka, are you going to be with Brother Lin Wei? During her time at the Magic Academy, Cynthia had become very familiar with Silka. From Zeluka's mouth, we also learned about the relationship between Zeluka and Lin Wei. Cynthia burst into tears after hearing this. Who could have imagined that a genius known throughout the continent had such a tragic past? If he hadn't met Lin Wei, Zeluka would probably still be a slave or dead now, right? But fate is always so strange. Thinking of this, Cynthia felt a little sad again. It was a pity that her sister Annie was not favored by fate. Well, I want to go back to Lin Wei. Zeluka straightened his chest, but unfortunately there was no movement. Even Cynthia's curves seemed to be much more obvious than Catgirl's. You must study hard when you stay with the teacher. Take care of yourself when I'm not around. Although teacher Arya did not accept Cynthia as a student, Lan Nei is also a magician and she can teach Cynthia good knowledge. But having said that, when Zeluka was busy, he would occasionally ask Alia about Cynthia's questions, and Alia would tell him everything she knew. Her questions are often tricky, and sometimes even the magician Lan Nei can't answer them. With Lin Wei supporting Cynthia's study expenses, the girl doesn't have to worry about having no money to spend in the Magic Academy. Thanks to the support of Zeluka and Lin Wei, little Cynthia was able to become an intermediate magician so quickly. She made rapid progress and even showed signs of becoming a high-level magician. In Alia's opinion, this enthusiasm for learning magic is worthy of praise. If Catgirl had been half as hardworking as Cynthia and thought less about Lin Wei, she would have become a grand mage a year ago, right? You may return in the carriage now. Alia decided not to tell Zeluka that Lin Wei was married. Let her find out when she gets back. Although Alia felt that even if Zeluka knew that Lin Wei was married, he would not think anything of it. Anyway, she is going to be Lin Wei's. It seems that Zeluka doesn't care whether she can become Lin Wei's legal wife or not. All she wanted was to be with Lin Wei. Looking at the shadow of Zeluka getting on the carriage and leaving, stretching out long in the sunset, Alia felt a little empty in her heart. I have become accustomed to Zeluka's company over the years, and it still feels a bit uncomfortable to see this accomplished student off with my own eyes. That's why she hates separation. Looking at the respectful Cynthia beside her, she sighed silently. Cynthia is also a good person. In fact, as long as she has a curiosity about magic and has talent, her future achievements will definitely be great. But Cynthia is good in every way except that she looks too much like Helen. Helen is also human. Why can't humans live longer? Zeluka was in high spirits all the way. Her calves swayed restlessly in the carriage, and her shiny calves and pure white stockings sparkled in the sun. Although she was wrapped in a wizard robe, the girl's clothes were soft and close-fitting. Zeluka has grown a little taller recently, and the girl's face is almost reaching the peak of her beauty as she grows older. The crystal-clear skin appears white and noble because of the protection of magic essence. We passed several dog-headed checkpoints, but they let us pass as soon as we saw the sign of the Magic Academy. There is no way. Although the gnolls are now in a state of war, they still have to show respect to these neutral forces. Especially since the person in front of him was using the pass of Duke Alia. If he was stopped, wouldn't it cause a diplomatic dispute? The carriage traveled for about 10 days, and along the way, Zeluka also found an inn to clean himself up. Make sure you are clean and fragrant when you meet Lin Wei. However, Zeluka's worries were obviously unnecessary, because girls are made of sugar, spice, and all that good stuff. Finally entered the territory of Luiska. The tall walls of Luiska territory made it almost impossible for Zeluka to recognize that it was Luiska territory. The original city walls were widened, and many fully armed guards were patrolling on the top of the city walls and outside the walls. Naturally, several outposts had already discovered the traces of the Zeluka carriage and told Lin Wei the information. So, the moment Zeluka got off the carriage, she saw Lin Wei from afar. Lin Wei. Zeluka threw himself into Lin Wei's arms. The warmth and softness of the girl's body made him feel a little relieved. Zeluka seems to have stopped calling him master recently. But Lin Wei didn't care. After all, whether it was young master, or Lin Wei, it was just a title. You can call people you are close to whatever you want. I received a letter from Dean Alia a few days ago. I heard that you have successfully been promoted to Grand Mage. Yeah, Zeluka worked really hard. The girl's eyes sparkled, as if she wanted to get Lin Wei's praise. Well, my Silka is working very hard. Lin Wei's words made Zeluka blush, but she had no intention of letting go of Lin Wei. I have been separated from Lin Wei for too long. I need to replenish Lin Wei's energy. Thinking of this, the cat's tail had unconsciously wrapped around Lin Wei's waist. This made Lin Wei feel a little helpless. It took Silka only 4 years to go from a magic beginner to a great magician, a height that ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. West Luca. Bravery, 15. Strategy, 404. Rating, SS+. Favorability, 100. Special talents, high affinity with magic, blessing of wisdom, mastery of ancient magic, complete controller of magic element, can easily control any element, great magician. Judging from the panel alone, Zeluka has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. There were even some entries that Lin Wei had never seen before. And Zeluka's return to Luiska also means that Lin Wei can build a powerful magician army more quickly. Although there are already 200 magicians in the territory, it is obviously not enough for Nelincel alone. Besides, Nelincel himself is just a high-level magician, and a great magician is urgently needed by Lin Wei. But the tenderness did not last long. Yeluna's gentle voice came from behind Lin Wei. Lin Wei, is Sister Zeluka back? Chapter 175, What Enhanced Blue Pill? Yeluna. Seeing his good sister Yeluna, Zeluka immediately let go of Lin Wei and hugged Yeluna. Lin Wei expressed his satisfaction with the scene of the cute and lovely girl sticking close to him. Does this feel better than posting it yourself? You have become a great mage. Congratulations, Sister Silka. Yeah, this way I can stay with you forever. A strange smile appeared on Yeluna's lips. Well, I also want to be with Sister Silka forever. After bringing Zeluka back to the castle, the cat girl was obviously curious about the greatly changed Luiska. She looked around and saw that many of the people passing by were bowing to Lin Wei from afar. Lin Wei's rule gave them a better life, and they supported Lin Wei as their lord from the bottom of their hearts. The changes inside the castle are also quite significant. Although it is still tidy, there are many more small animals, such as short-tailed chickens and long-eared rabbits, which can be seen everywhere in the manor. Occasionally, 1 or 2 earth dragons or griffin cubs would appear and steal away 1 or 2 cute little animals. When they saw Lin Wei, they would show a guilty expression in a very human way. The cattle and horses domesticated on the other side have gradually adapted to the presence of earth dragons and griffins. This is also thanks to Incheona, Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to make them live in harmony. Inside the castle, Zeluka, Lin Wei, and Yeluna enjoyed lunch. When it was mentioned at the table that Yeluna had become Lin Wei's wife, the cat girl's eyes widened. Are you married? Her expression suddenly became complicated, as if the food in the bowl was no longer as fragrant. Although she always regarded Yeluna as her best sister, when she heard the news, she almost subconsciously asked, "What about me?" Seeing that Zeluka was a little uneasy, Yeluna had already held her hand. Lin Wei, when are you going to marry Zeluka? Lin Wei was stunned by the girl's coquettish look. Elyulu on the side was also tempted. Fortunately, Lino was not here today. Otherwise, Lin Wei felt that he would be killed by the gazes from all directions. What to marry? Didn't we just get married? According to custom, even if we want to take a concubine, we have to wait until the first child is born. The nobles on this continent all follow the system of primogeniture. Only after the wife gives birth to a son or daughter can the nobles take a concubine. Otherwise, it would be against etiquette. Once the concubine becomes pregnant before the wife, disputes are likely to arise. Although according to the theory, only the child born by Yeluna has the status of a legitimate son. However, there have been cases in mainland China's history where children born to concubines refused to submit to the eldest son. Lin Wei naturally wanted to do his best to avoid this from happening. Zeluka's pretty face was already red. No, it's okay. I can wait until Yeluna gets pregnant. It doesn't matter. Her voice became smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. For the cat girl to say such words, she has really given it her all. In fact, with Zeluka's current identity and status, countless princes and nobles want to win her favor. This was also the case with Prince Michel. But who made Lin Wei come first? Since Lin Wei came first, he has already captured Zeluka's heart. So those who came later no longer had any chance. Yeluna could only say, "Sorry, Zeluka, I will try my best. I'll try to get you and Lin Wei together sooner." Eat. For some reason, the two people's words sounded a little strange to Lin Wei. Although I have lived in this world for more than 20 years, the concept of being a blue star person has still suffered a great impact. After all, even though I have seen many such nobles in the past, it is a different matter if it actually happens to me. After Zeluka came back, Lin Wei selected a group of children from the territory. These children all have good magical talents and can learn magic with Zeluka. However, when it comes to teaching the introductory magic, Zeluka is actually a bit clumsy, and Lin Wei is helpless and can only let the children learn from Nelencel first. Although Zeluka is indeed a genius in learning magic, he is unexpectedly clumsy in teaching magic. Only people like Nelencel who have a certain foundation in magic can learn a lot from Zeluka. After being fully integrated, Lewis Card has entered a stage of rapid development. The first is road construction. Because there are many people under his jurisdiction and sufficient funds, the construction of the road has never stopped. It is estimated that it will be completed successfully in a few years. Now Lin Wei's army has become unprecedentedly powerful. Including the guards of Baron Luiska, Lin Wei now has 150,000 guards, all of whom are equipped with excellent armor. Although he already had 150,000 soldiers, Lin Wei was not satisfied and directly asked Norl to start recruiting soldiers. As the territory grows, more troops are needed. Now the permanent population of the entire Lewisgard territory has exceeded 1 million. Many of them did not even come to escape war, but moved here because they heard that the conditions in Lewisgar were very good. And this word count is increasing every day. Lin Wei is different from other lords. It is obviously easier to survive under Lin Wei, and you may even become rich. The people in the territory are all grateful for Lin Wei's benevolent rule. Master, a new potion has been developed. Lin Wei was still handling government affairs in the study, but Naxiao had already come to find him happily. Oh, what new potion? There was indeed no news for a long time after Naxia last obtained dragon flesh and blood as alchemical materials. So after such a long time, he was still very happy when he suddenly heard her say that there was progress in the alchemy potion. Since it's an alchemical potion related to dragons, it must be quite effective, right? Naxiao's talent in alchemy is quite high. In this field, her talent is no less than that of Silka. I used red dragon blood to make a batch of short-term berserk potions. Once you take this potion, your physical fitness will be greatly improved in a short period of time. Even the side effects are quite beneficial. Naxiao excitedly introduced her new work. When Lin Wei heard that the side effects were beneficial, he was stunned. Can beneficial things still be called side effects? I discovered that after the effects of the berserk potion wore off, the mice's desire to mate increased by at least 3 times. After my careful experiments, the mice even gave birth more frequently. Lin Wei was stunned. What a miracle potion this is. Why does it sound like a souped-up version of the Little Blue Pill? Chapter 176. Go back to Gotham City. Batman says he won't fight you anymore. An unexpected guest came to Lewiska today. A man claiming to be the third prince of Nolan's asked to see Lin Wei. Although Nolan's is now almost dead in name only, the butler is still a little hesitant when facing a person who may be a member of the royal family. Unfortunately, Lin Wei was not in Lewiska today, but took Yeluna and the others to hunt in the forest near Lancer Fortress. Lin Wei is really busy, and the occasional free time he has is extremely precious. So the butler could only ask the man who claimed to be the third prince of Nolan's to wait for Lin Wei to come back in the manor. Although people don't know whether he is the so-called third prince, Nolan's royal emblem cannot be faked. In addition, the guards following Michelle were all dressed as royal guards, so the butler's attitude was quite good. You said Lin Wei isn't here? Are you busy? What could be more important than meeting the imperial prince? I don't care what method you use. Get Lin Wei to see me immediately. Michelle looked unfriendly. As a prince, being able to talk to a butler was the greatest compliment to him. Even the fact that the butler did not bring him into Lin Wei's castle, but chose to entertain him in the manor, had already made him very angry. After the butler left, Michelle began to look around Lin Wei's manor. It must be said that Michelle was already a little moved when she saw Lin Wei's prosperous manor and the huge castle. Lin Wei's manor is quite prosperous, and there are maids and servants who are responsible for cleaning the manor from time to time. Many free-range, short-tailed chickens and long-eared rabbits can also be seen on the other side of the estate. Even the stables were filled with strong and tall northern horses. Michelle didn't even need to count them to know that there were more than 10,000 of them. This made Michelle, who had lived a life of wandering for a long time, feel jealous. These days, Michelle is barely making a living on the estate outside Blackstone Castle. Even the soldiers under his command had to resort to some sneaky practices to barely survive. Ever since he became a stray dog, those dog-headed men have never treated him well. This made him regret even more about letting these beasts into Nolan's. But there is obviously no regret medicine to sell. And compared to Lin Wei's life, this is like heaven and hell. He spent some time in Blackrock Castle with little information. He only knew that a new alliance had been formed recently, and that the new alliance did not like him. There was even a faint shadow of his big brother behind the new alliance. After inquiring from many sources, he learned that Lin Wei had always been independent of the new alliance, so he began to think about winning Lin Wei over. If he really conquered Lin Wei and gained Lin Wei's full support, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his strategy of restoring his country. After waiting for a long time, there was no news of Lin Wei returning. Michelle, who was a bit of a scoundrel, decided to walk around Lin Wei's estate for a while. It would be wonderful if such a prosperous manor could become my own in the future. He took the initiative to approach the area where Xiona was because he heard several eagle cries, which sounded a bit like the sounds of griffins. Michelle was a little curious, and when he saw the griffins, big and small, and earth dragons in the manor, he swallowed his saliva. A cute and well-behaved cat girl is feeding the griffins and earth dragons. The girl's figure stretched out in the sunlight, which reminded him of the talented girl Zeluka whom he had pursued without success before. However, Zeluka looks cuter. Although Xiona is not bad either, she lacks some of Zeluka's cute temperament. His pursuit of Zeluka back then was also a concern for him. He heard that Zeluka has now become a magician. Even when he was not far from the Grand Mage, he felt an uncontrollable regret well up in his heart. Why didn't I pursue Zeluka more persistently at the beginning? If we get Zeluka, wouldn't that be equivalent to getting the support of the entire Magician Academy? After all, putting aside Zeluka's own talent, her teacher is Dean Alia, who is famous throughout the continent. After a brief moment of confusion, Michelle felt a little shocked. Lin Wei actually tamed not only a large number of northern horses, but also so many griffins and earth dragons. These are the top combat forces on the continent. His eyes lit up and he walked towards Xiona, suppressing his excitement. After taking only 2 steps, he was surrounded by vigilant earth dragons and griffins. Several guards around Michelle drew their swords from their waists and confronted it, but they were facing such a ferocious beast. Even the elite soldiers around Michelle were very scared. Who are you? Xiona looked at Michelle with some confusion. This was Lin Wei's manor, and ordinary people could not enter. But if he can get here, then he is most likely Lin Wei's guest. If they were guests, the griffins and earth dragons would be too rude. I am the great Prince Michelle, the third prince of the empire. Bow down to me. It is your honor. Michelle said this with a haughty expression that stunned Xiona. The third prince of what empire? Didn't Nolan's die a long time ago? Instead of kneeling, Xiona blurted out, what third prince? Hasn't Nolan's already fallen? Xiona's words made Michelle feel like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. He said madly, Nolans is not dead. I am the third prince of Nolans. When Lin Wei comes back, I will have him execute you. Michel originally wanted to do it himself, but when he thought about the many griffins and earth dragons nearby, he would definitely not gain any benefit if he took action here. So he decided to be patient and wait for Lin Wei to come back, and then let Lin Wei execute this ignorant maid. In Michelle's opinion, Xiona's maid outfit made her look like an ordinary maid. The reason why they could get so close to these ferocious beasts was definitely because these griffins and earth dragons recognized Lin Wei's maid. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Zeluka's voice suddenly came from behind them. And Xiona, who is this person? This sound is. When Michel heard Zeluka's voice, he felt a little familiar. Suddenly, the figure of a beautiful cat girl appeared in his mind. He straightened his clothes to make sure there was nothing wrong. He relaxed his facial expression, gave a smile that he thought was extremely appropriate, and then turned around and spoke casually. Zeluka, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. And Zeluka showed a puzzled expression. After a few years, Zeluka had long forgotten who was in front of him. Who are you? Chapter 177. To slander my master is to be my enemy. Michel's face changed at Zeluka's words. When Zeluka was studying at the Magic Academy, he pursued Zeluka madly. Who would have thought that after only a few years, Zeluka wouldn't even remember who he was? It must be because Zeluka was busy studying magic that he forgot about himself. Michel convinced himself in his heart. Although his face still looked a little ugly, he still forced a smile. Zeluka, I'm Michel. Michel Zeluk. Don't you remember me? Zeluka frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't seem to remember who the person in front of him was. But it should have something to do with Earl Pharos, right? So she pretended to understand something and said, It's you. You are the son of Count Pharos. Lord Pharoth had a daughter and a son. She had met Count Pharos' son once or twice, and he had also implicitly expressed his affection for her. The more I think about it, the more reasonable it seems. It should be him, right? Zeluka's words made Michel's face turn red. The royal guards on the side also bit their lips tightly, for fear of laughing out loud. If even our own people laughed, it would be extremely embarrassing. A prince pursues someone, but he doesn't even leave a basic impression, and he's not afraid of being embarrassed when he tells others about it. Michel took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. To the outside world, he is still the third prince of Nolans, and no one knows about his defection except the orcs. So on the surface, he still has some prestige. He also planned to use this prestige to win over Lin Wei. By the way, Miss Zeluka, why are you here at the border when you're not studying magic with Duke Alia at the Magic Academy? This is my home. My studies have come to an end. Zeluka's matter-of-fact words left Michel in a state of confusion for a short time. Zeluka's home? Louis Card Collar? Lin Wei is your brother? Michel seemed to have thought of something. If Zeluka's father and Lin Wei's father were both Baron Ryan, it seemed to explain it. Although Baron Ryan died very early, his reputation was still quite good. But the nobility. It is perfectly normal to have one or two illegitimate sons or daughters. No wonder he naturally thought in this direction. No. What is your relationship with Lin Wei? Lin Wei is my master. Although he had taken off the slave collar a long time ago, Lin Wei also said that he treated Zeluka like a family member. But Zeluka was obviously not satisfied with the status of a family member before he got further. She would rather tell others that Lin Wei is her master. But Zeluka's words made Michel's brain stop functioning. Is this some new joke going viral? That must be the case. There's no slave collar around Zeluka's neck. How could he be Lin Wei's slave? Or did Lin Wei have some leverage over Zeluka, and was Lin Wei forcing her to say this? Countless thoughts raced through Michel's mind. It's a pity that all of them are contrary to the correct answer. Did Lin Wei threaten you? Miss Zeluka, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can threaten you. Michel was filled with righteous indignation and naturally believed that all this was Lin Wei's fault. But his words aroused Zeluka's dissatisfaction. Lin Wei doesn't have any leverage over me. He is indeed my master, and he will become even more important in the future. If you slander my master, you are my enemy. Zeluka's voice became a little cold. She is very innocent, gentle, and romantic, but if anyone wants to be an enemy of Lin Wei, that person is her enemy. But Michel subconsciously felt that Lin Wei must have some leverage over Zeluka, and he was determined to make Lin Wei give him this handle. Fool Lin Wei doesn't know the value of Zeluka, but Michel is different. He deeply understands the value of Zeluka. If we can get Zeluka's support, as long as he rises up, we won't have to worry about not having enough magicians in the camp in the future. His foolish father gave the throne to his elder brother instead of him. He will use his actions to prove that he is more suitable to be the king of Nolans. As soon as Lin Wei returned home with Yeluna and Lena, the housekeeper came to Lin Wei in a hurry and told him about Michelle's visit in the past 2 days. When Lin Wei heard that Michelle could see his griffin and earth dragon without any obstruction, he suddenly felt unhappy. "Randy, you've been working for me for quite a while, haven't you?" When the butler heard Lin Wei suddenly call his name, his heart sank, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. "Yes, sir, Lin Wei didn't say much, just patted his shoulder and said, "You must be a little tired. Go down and have a good rest for a while. I will let the old butler take over your job." When the butler heard Lin Wei say this, his face turned pale. Lin Wei meant to replace himself. It seems that Lin Wei is obviously very dissatisfied with the handling of the Michelle incident. He stood there blankly, his whole body numb as if his soul had been sucked out. Yelena could understand why Lin Wei was so angry. It's simple, the housekeeper didn't do his job well. As Lin Wei's housekeeper, during the days when the master is away, such people of unknown origin should not be allowed to enter Lin Wei's manor at will. He should not be allowed to walk around Lin Wei's manor at will and see Lin Wei's griffin and earth dragon. These are Lin Wei's property and trump cards, and they cannot be shown to others easily. Now that the kingdom of Nolans is destroyed, let alone a mere third prince. Even if King Zeluka 13 of Nolans came, he would have to wait outside the door. No one can enter Lin Wei's manor without Lin Wei's permission. The new housekeeper obviously did not do a good enough job in this regard. Compared to the old butler that Lin Wei used to work for in Luiska, what he did was far worse. And this matter was not a big deal for Lin Wei. What he didn't expect was how this foolish third prince dared to find him. The maid just gave a brief account of what Michelle had been doing in the manor in the past few days. Not only did he eat and drink lavishly, he also treated Luiska as his own home. Unfortunately, Lin Wei was not there, so they could only listen to the housekeeper. Michelle always gets whatever she wants to eat. This traitorous prince who opened the city gates to the orcs came to the door and still had this attitude. Could it be that he really had a problem with his brain? Chapter 178. Sorry, shouldn't I laugh at this time? When Lin Wei arrived at the manor, he saw Michelle enjoying his afternoon tea surrounded by a group of maids. A table full of delicious seasonal fruits, freshly brewed black tea, and even a few cookies. He was enjoying the warmth from the sunlight comfortably, squinting his eyes and looking very happy. "Your Highness the Third Prince." Lin Wei's voice startled Michelle, who was enjoying her afternoon tea. When he saw Lin Wei's calm eyes looking at him, he felt a lot more angry. As a noble of Norlands, how could he not kneel and salute when he saw the prince? However, when his eyes briefly glanced at Yelena and Lena beside Lin Wei, even the prince who had seen many beautiful girls couldn't help but be shocked. Why does it feel like Lin Wei is surrounded by super beautiful girls? Can you enjoy it alone? Ahem. Louis Cassier, you're here. Michelle's strange tone made Lin Wei frown. What's with this emperor-like statement? Could it be that this traitorous prince really thinks he is the new emperor of Nolans? Don't you know that your father is still having a heated fight with Rima? What do you want from me? Since the other party was so rude, Lin Wei felt that he shouldn't give him any good face. I'm too lazy to even call you. But Michelle seemed not to hear what Lin Wei meant. He stood up suddenly and walked in front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei is about 1.8 meters tall, while Michelle is less than 1.7 meters tall. There is a big difference in their height. There's an inexplicable sense of humor. Louis Ka, your Louis Ka territory has been doing very well recently. I am very pleased. As you know, Norlands is in dire straits right now. The kobolds are in power, and the nobles are armed with their own troops. I intend to restore my country. Although I still have 30,000 guards, I lack a place to stay. I think Louis Cardinal is a good place. When I take over here, I will make you a duke when we restore the country. How about that? Michelle thought he had made a very generous offer and waved his hands. His intention was to make Lin Wei understand that the best way out was to be loyal to him. Yelena on the side chuckled. Lin Wei didn't say anything, but Yelena's actions annoyed Michelle. Louis Carter, I think it's a bit impolite for a woman to behave like this when men are talking to each other, right? His voice was cold, like a beast choosing its prey. Yelena then bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Michel. I thought you were telling a joke. Shouldn't I be laughing at this time? Michelle's brows twitched, thinking that this woman was too ignorant. So he prepared to continue to put pressure on Lin Wei. Louis, is this how you discipline your wife? With all due respect, this will only bring disgrace upon you as a noble. She can't even hold her tongue in front of the prince now. How can she be worthy of the position of a duchess in the future? Lin Wei said coldly. She will always be worthy of being the mistress of Luiska. Michelle frowned and said, You said she is worthy of the status of the mistress of Luiska County. Then which noble's daughter is she? Hello, my name is Yelena Kesha, and I'm Lin Wei's wife. Michelle paused. Although Yelena did not call herself a saint, he was very familiar with Kesha's surname and Yelena's name. Even he had only seen the blurry back of this legendary saint from afar a few times. He heard that she had a fiancé, but he was not well informed and didn't know who the saint's fiancé was. So, the saint's fiancé is Lin Wei? Considering that Lin Wei was able to gain a foothold in Luiska, the Vatican must have been behind the scenes. Although he felt it was a pity that Yelena was paired with Lin Wei, this was actually a better situation for him. In the future, when he leads Lord Louisa, he will also get the support of the Holy See, which is simply too great. He subconsciously ignored the previous contradiction and said shamelessly, "So, Lord Louis, come and pledge your allegiance to me. You will not regret it. If you don't agree, there's no guarantee that the 30,000 Imperial City Guards won't do anything rude." In Michelle's opinion, Lin Wei's Luiska lords had at most 10,000 soldiers, and 30,000 fully armed guards were enough to make Lin Wei bow his head. As for the griffin and earth dragon he saw, he subconsciously ignored them at this moment. After all, if he was smart enough, he would not open the city gates and let the orcs enter the territory of Nolans and do whatever they wanted. Lin Wei touched his brow. The arrogant and stupid prince in front of him once again refreshed his understanding of the Nolans royal family. There is a reason why the Norlands were destroyed. There is such a brainless and arrogant guy as the prince, and he holds a lot of real power. Isn't this the Nolans' disaster? Mr. Michel, did you make a mistake? Lin Wei finally couldn't stand it anymore and called Michel's name. This is Luiska territory, not Nolans. I am the lord of this place, and I will not be loyal to anyone. Michel's expression suddenly changed. He was furious and his eyes were wide open, trying to scare Lin Wei with his aura. You mean, you want a rebel? Speaking of rebellion, Lin Wei burst into laughter. Huh, Mr. Michel, have you ever been told that you're perfect for being a clown in a circus? Don't you find it funny that the man who let the kobolds into Norlands calls me a traitor? Don't say I'm not a traitor. Even if I really want to find a traitor, I think you are more suitable to be called a traitor than me. Lin Wei's voice became cold. Dozens of fully armed guards had surrounded Michel and his guards. Lin Wei's guards were taller and better equipped, and the oppressive feeling they exuded at close range made Michel's scalp tingle. What are you talking about? You accuse me of letting the orcs into Nolans? Lin Wei snorted coldly. At that time, I fought a bloody battle with 200,000 beastmen just to protect the safety of Luiska territory, but you let more than 100,000 beastmen into the empty Nolans. If it weren't for you, would Nolans be what it is today? Don't even mention your meager 30,000 guards. Even if I gave you another 100,000, you would still be no match for me. Go away. Don't let me see you again. Michel fell to the ground in shock at Lin Wei's roar. There was only endless calmness in Lin Wei's eyes at this moment, but this calmness seemed to hide endless murderous intent. This gave Michel a chill. He finally couldn't continue to confront Lin Wei and fled out of the manor. Looking at Michel's embarrassed escape, Lin Wei kicked over his afternoon tea table in disdain. Now he can't take action against the third prince of Nolans. If the other party strikes first, then he can naturally fight back. By the way, the title of Nolan's noble can also be completely discarded. Chapter 179. It's so good. No, it's so bad. When Michel left Luiska territory, Reina beside him asked in confusion, Master, why don't you just kill him? Lin Wei shook his head. Although Michel deserves to die, he is still the Viscount of Nolans. He couldn't kill Michel unless she attacked him actively and her betrayal was made public. He had established a reputation for benevolence, and although he would have the support of most of the people even if he killed Michel, Lin Wei did not want to do that. Even if there are a few unsettling factors, they are still unsettling factors. Besides, Michel's 30,000 troops are really nothing to Lin Wei. If he dared to come and cause trouble for Lin Wei would not listen to reason with him. Michel fled from Louis Cardinal, no longer caring about his dignity. He gritted his teeth and hated Lin Wei to the core. Damn Lin Wei. He didn't even pledge allegiance to him and even dared to use the guards to intimidate him. He must let Lin Wei know how powerful he is, and that Nolansko is not a small viscount who can dominate the world. Gather the troops and prepare to attack Luiska territory. His 30,000 guards were stationed on the edge of a forest bordering the new noble alliance. These days they barely survive by plundering and hunting. Although the 30,000 royal guards are a huge fighting force, they are also a considerable burden for Michel. If it weren't for the fact that several of his trusted followers who were in charge of commanding the royal guards had been with Michel since childhood, his troops would have probably rebelled long ago. However, it is worth mentioning that Michel's guards did not know that Michel had betrayed Nolans. The soldiers thought it was just a coincidence that they were suddenly transferred away from the Blackrock Fortress. Except for a few confidants who know the truth, ordinary soldiers do not know the truth. Therefore, Michelle's pre-war mobilization was also to make the soldiers feel that they were on the absolutely righteous side. In order to defeat the rebellious Viscount Lin Wei, our country is now in ruins. The nobles are all wielding their own armies. Lin Wei is even secretly colluding with the Beastmen. In order to rescue the civilians of Luiska, we have no choice but to fight. Kill. Kill. The royal guards responded actively to Michelle's call, and just when they were about to set out to cause trouble for Lin Wei, the adjutant suddenly leaned close to Michelle and whispered, "Your Highness, a nobleman who claims to be Baron Fedra wants to see you." He said he represented the New Noble Alliance and had something important to tell you. Hearing that it was someone from the New Noble Alliance, Michelle frowned. To be honest, deep down he was not very willing to have anything to do with the New Noble Alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone directly to Lin Wei instead of going directly to the New Noble Alliance. Because the New Noble Alliance seemed to be operated by his eldest brother. In the battle in the royal city, 2,000 Griffin cavalrymen were killed. As a result, there was no news of his royal brother suddenly. He was not afraid of anyone, but he was somewhat wary of his royal brother. Let him come to see me. But since he is just a small baron, it shouldn't matter if we meet once. Michelle soon met the middle-aged nobleman. Fedra's face was full of smiles, and although his expression was full of flattery, there was a subtle glint of viciousness in his eyes. "Your Excellency, Michelle, I am glad to see you at last." Michelle didn't even raise her eyelids, but asked coldly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Michelle has never had a good face towards these border nobles. If the kingdom of Nolans had not been destroyed, the little baron would not even be qualified to see him. "I heard that your Highness Michelle was near the territory of the New Noble Alliance, so I came here specifically to invite you to join the New Noble Alliance." Fedra smiled slightly as he carefully observed Michelle's reaction. Michelle frowned. "Me? Why do you want me to join the New Noble Alliance? Don't you know what you are doing?" To put it bluntly, the new aristocratic alliance is suspected of wanting to establish itself as king, and its leader is its own eldest brother. So when Fedra invited him to join the New Noble Alliance, his first reaction was to refuse. It would be better to wait until he takes over Louis Cardinal than to join the New Noble Alliance now. Fedra continued to persuade him. "Your brother, Prince Johnson, is also in the New Noble Alliance, but he seems to be in poor health recently. As you know, we are all nobles serving Nolans, and there are many unstable factors in the New Noble Alliance. If something happens to your brother due to his illness, in addition to the kobolds, there will be a new unstable factor in Nolans in the future. And you, Your Highness the Great Michelle, I believe you are the most suitable candidate to lead the New Noble Alliance. With you leading us in the fight against these kobolds, we will surely drive them out of our land." When Michelle heard that his brother Johnson was in the New Noble Alliance, he was still shocked. It was just a rumor before, but solid evidence is another matter. But Johnson is sick? That's really good news. Now it is Johnson who leads the New Aristocracy Alliance, if he also joins the New Aristocracy Alliance. When something unexpected happens to his brother, won't he be able to lead all the nobles? Compared to fighting directly with Lord Louis, the choice in front of him seems to be a very good choice. Michelle's facial expression was a little shaken. Fedra continued to coax him. "Your Highness, the Great Michelle, although Prince Johnson is capable, I have always felt that. Compared to you, you are much better than your brother. And the New Noble Alliance needs a great leader like you to lead us into a bright future." Michelle benefited greatly from it. But he still asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with my brother?" Fedra glanced around, as if afraid the walls might be eavesdropping. "Your brother has had a high fever for a week. During the previous battle, it seems the infection was caused by inflammation of the wound. I guess time is running out." There was no priest in the New Noble Alliance, so Michelle did not receive immediate treatment when she was injured. In fact, the reason for the incident was reported to the outside world due to injury. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Johnson might have been cursed, which is why he became like this. "That's so good. That's so bad." Michelle coughed. Although he was 100% sure of taking over Louis Card, he needed to get the support of the New Noble Alliance first. That would naturally be better. Chapter 180 The One Washed by God. The undead exist on this continent. Even before the god of the dead and the god of fighting disappeared, these two gods created two professions that flourished to the extreme. One is a fighting warrior, and the other is a necromancer. However, with the disappearance of the gods, no new humans have ever acquired these two abilities. These two abilities, once as famous as magic and alchemy, gradually disappeared. There are only records of these two abilities in some ancient books. Lin Wei was the first human to obtain Do Qi after the death of the Do Qi god. At this moment, he did not understand how special he was. However, even such an outrageous thing as time travel has happened, So it seems that obtaining fighting spirit is not something too difficult to accept. Don't think about things you can't figure out for the time being. Compared to this matter, Lin Wei was more concerned about the news of the appearance of undead in the territory. Before what happened today, it was the first time that Lin Wei saw a true undead spirit. A cold blue flame flickered in the sunken eye sockets of the skull in front of him, and the skeleton was about 2 meters long. In addition to the white bones, the whole body seems to have a strange green color. The undead was struggling hard, but several strong lizard men restrained its movements with thick iron chains. Its bones collided with the cold wooden chair with a teeth-grinding sound. A captain of the lizard man guards nearby said respectfully to Lin Wei, "Sir, today, while mining at the site of the Goblin Kingdom, the miners were attacked by this undead. The conditions for the formation of the undead are quite harsh, requiring the living to have an undying desire or obsession in their hearts after death. Then, in an extremely dark and humid environment, after the body has completely decayed, it will be reborn as a soulless undead. Any creature killed by the undead becomes an undead. Although being scratched by the undead will not turn you into an undead, the undead's claws are attached with a powerful curse. Once cursed, it requires purification by a priest to break it. Otherwise, if you are increasingly harmed by this curse and die, you will eventually become an undead. Therefore, all creatures killed by the undead must be cremated to prevent future troubles." When this undead appeared, it killed several miners who were working underground. More than a dozen miners were injured because of this incident. Fortunately, the thing that Lin Wei's territory lacked the least was priests. Otherwise, for ordinary nobles, this would definitely be a devastating disaster. If Lin Wei doesn't deal with it in time, a terrible undead disaster might break out in the territory. This is the ending that Lin Wei absolutely does not want to see. The first thing that needs to be paused is the exploration of the Goblin Kingdom and the excavation of mithril. There is still a lot of mithril under that mithril mine. This is a hen that lays golden eggs, so Lin Wei is naturally unwilling to give up so many benefits. However, he must lead the fully armed guards to thoroughly explore the former site of the Goblin Kingdom before mining mithril again. "Aru, is the entrance sealed?" Lin Wei stopped looking at the struggling soul on the chair and turned around to ask. Aru is the name of the captain of the Lizard Man Guard. He is a Lizard Man warrior with quite good attributes. "Yes, sir. On the first day of the accident, all the people working in the mines were taken out. We have also asked the priestesses to exorcise and purify these miners to ensure that the undead disaster will not be brought to Zeluka. Although there are many small entrances leading to each other, they are very narrow, and it is impossible for the unconscious dead to pass through. And most of the small entrances have been filled with mud by the people." Lin Wei nodded. "You did a great job. I'll have Ankro gather a team to clean up the Goblin Kingdom ruins. Before Ankro arrives, you must guard the entrance to prevent the undead from wreaking havoc on the territory." "Yes, Master. Aru will definitely fulfill his mission." Lin Wei was a good lord, although most lizard men were not so convinced when they were first ruled. However, with Lin Wei's benevolent rule and the help of slave collars, the lizard men no longer have any thoughts of rebelling against Lin Wei. Rather, it could be said that under Lin Wei's leadership, the original lizard man tribe has become increasingly prosperous. If this had happened in the past, how could they have had enough food every day, and how could they have used such advanced weapons? After explaining some things, Lin Wei returned to the castle. He still has a lot of things to deal with, and Louis Kaling seems to have a lot of troubles recently. Even with Yeluna helping him deal with many things, he was still busy and overwhelmed. Lin Wei put the undead in a cage and transported it back to the other end of the territory. Although the undead are dangerous, they are also worth studying. This can even be a very dangerous weapon, and Lin Wei will certainly not miss any use of the undead. The cage holding the undead is made of fine steel. In addition, the undead's hands and feet are wrapped with layers of iron chains, like a tied-up dumpling, ensuring that there is no possibility of any threat to Lin Wei. However, even if the undead did not have these constraints, according to common sense, it would not be a match for Lin Wei. After all, the current Lin Wei is no longer the weak Lin Wei of the past. "Master, your black tea." Elialu placed a cup of brewed black tea on the table. The aroma of black tea filled the entire study. Unlike Yeluna's way of brewing black tea, Elialu's black tea is always thicker. But this is also the taste that Lin Wei has been drinking since he was a child. Lin Wei took a sip of the black tea and looked up at Elialu. Elialu didn't seem to be in a very good condition today. Her face was a little pale, and her steps were a little unsteady. "Elialu, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Wei reached out and held the maid's soft little hand in his. "You don't know until you touch it, and you'll be shocked when you do." For some reason, the girl's palms were all sweaty. Upon closer inspection, She saw beads of sweat on her fair forehead. Lin Wei placed his big hand on the girl's forehead and touched it. He was shocked by the scorching temperature. Do you have a fever? There was a hint of panic in the girl's eyes. I just feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, Eliulu has been feeling unwell for several days. If Lin Wei hadn't discovered her today, this girl would probably have continued to act so stubbornly. Lin Wei frowned, and Eliulu's panel also came into his sight. Eliulu. Bravery, 10. Strategy, 73. Favorability, 100. Evaluate. Special talent, Divine Revelation. It's a little different from the original panel. The evaluation column has become a question mark. And in the special talent column, there was an additional word that Lin Wei had never seen before. This was the first time Lin Wei encountered such a situation. Divine Revelation? Did Eliulu receive guidance from the gods? In ancient books, Lin Wei knew that some people were favored by gods and were born with special abilities. Some people only begin to awaken when they reach a certain age. And Eliulu seems to be this kind of person. Chapter 181, The Enlightener of the Undead Will. Eliulu has been suffering from a persistent high fever. As the divine revelation progressed, an abnormal blush began to appear on Eliulu's face. Yeluna stood aside. Looking at Lin Wei's anxious expression, she could only shake her head slightly. Because Eliulu's condition is not a curse, but it does not seem to be a disease either. Unfortunately, apart from being effective against injuries and curses, priests have no way to cure diseases. Otherwise, Yeluna's mother, once the best priest in the world, would not have died of a serious illness. Lin Wei held Eliulu's hot little hand tightly, and the worry in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. It goes without saying how important Eliulu is to him. She is his first family in this world. Divine revelation is not completely without danger, and not everyone who is watched by God is lucky. Recording divine revelations in ancient books is a very dangerous thing. It is not uncommon for people to die in divine revelation because they cannot bear God's grace. This is not even a low-probability event, so it is recorded in such detail in ancient books. Those who cannot bear God's grace will gradually lose their will in God's revelation. The first reaction was a persistent high fever. This is still a normal phenomenon. The second stage is to fall into a deep coma, continue to talk nonsense, and outsiders cannot wake up. Once you reach this stage, it is the most important stage. Outsiders cannot help Eliulu overcome this difficulty. She can only rely on herself. If the person who has been inspired by God fails to survive this stage, he or she will completely lose consciousness and eventually become a mindless vegetable. The body is still alive, but the human consciousness is forever trapped in a cage of nothingness and can never be freed. At this stage, death has become the greatest gift to those who fail in divine revelation. Lin Wei could only hold Eliulu's hands tightly and pray for her in his heart. He felt very heavy-hearted, but there was really no way he could help Eliulu. Yeluna also held Lin Wei and Eliulu's hands tightly. She knew that she didn't need to say anything at this time. She just needed to stay quietly beside Lin Wei. Eliulu has been with Lin Wei since she was a child, and she understands how important Lin Wei is. She wouldn't be jealous for no reason. Rather, it is better to say that in this magical era, the minds of girls are completely different from those now. Eliulu felt like she was floating on a cloud. There were strange whispers in my ears. The strange mumbling came and went, and when she was about to hear it clearly, it seemed to be very far away again. I don't know how long this went on. Although her body seemed to be floating above the clouds, Eliulu was not sure whether it was an illusion. Because she has no control over her body at all, only her mind is free. Although it seemed like he was in the environment, his hands seemed to be constantly emitting a scorching heat. It was the warmth from the palm of her hand that always supported Eliulu and prevented her from losing herself in her mumbling. There were even several times when I almost heard what the mumbling was saying. Although she didn't know what was going on, she did feel the warmth from Lin Wei in the palm of her hand. Very heavy, and has a young master feel. Eliulu likes it the most. After an unknown amount of time, Eliulu felt the whispering in her ears became clearer and clearer. Finally, she understood what was said in her ear. It hurt so much. I really want to die. Why am I tied up in a cold cage? Didn't I die a long time ago? Why can't I control my body? A ball of light suddenly exploded in Eliulu's mind. The tinnitus mixed with the roar of the wind rushed towards her. When she regained consciousness, she saw Lin Wei leaning tiredly against the bed. His thick, warm hands tightly held Eliulu's hands. This made the still somewhat weak girl's cheeks blush unconsciously. So in the dream, it was the young master who was holding my hands tightly? A warm feeling welled up in her heart. If the warmth of his hands had not been passed on to her, she would probably never wake up from that strange dream. Lin Wei was so close that Eliulu could even feel his even breathing. She secretly put her fair little face against Lin Wei's face, like a kitten stealing meat. Enjoyed a short time of bonding with Lin Wei. Fortunately, there were only her and Lin Wei in the room, so the girl could express her feelings without restraint. When Lin Wei's eyelashes moved slightly, Eliulu noticed that Lin Wei's breath seemed to have changed, which was a sign that he was about to wake up. She had taken care of Lin Wei for a long time, and she was familiar with the sound of Lin Wei's even breathing when he was sleeping. Eliulu. Lin Wei woke up from his dream and subconsciously called out Eliulu's name. When he saw the girl's bright smile, he suddenly felt relieved. Eliulu was in a coma for 2 days and kept talking nonsense during that time. Lin Wei was really worried to the extreme. He hugged the girl tightly in his arms, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Young master, I'm sorry for making you worry. Lin Wei then let go of Eliulu and shook his head. I'm glad you're okay. You should take a good rest for a while and don't overwork yourself. After confirming that Eliulu was fine, Lin Wei looked at Eliulu's panel. Eliulu. Bravery, 10. Strategy, 73. Favorability, 100. Rating, A+. Special talents, divine enlightenment, overclocked spiritual perception, and enlightenment of the undead will. Judging from the panel alone, Eliulu's basic data does not seem to have changed, but it improved from C+ to A+. Judging from her special talents alone, Eliulu seems to have become the necromancer described in the books. Although the necromancer is also called a mage, he is different from the mage who uses magic elements. Necromancers control the undead by training their spiritual perception. The more powerful the necromancer, the more undead he can enslave, and the more powerful the undead he can enslave are. As a profession that has long been extinct. If Eliulu wants to go further as a necromancer, she can only rely on herself to practice like him. Lin Wei cultivates his fighting spirit, while Eliulu cultivates her own spirit. Do you feel any discomfort? To be on the safe side, Lin Wei still asked about Eliulu's condition with concern. Eliulu just shook her head slightly. There's nothing uncomfortable about it though. But from the beginning, someone's voice seemed to be echoing in my ears. A strange force seemed to be guiding her towards the manor. Chapter 182. What a terrible profession. Master, I want to go to the yard and take a look. Although Lin Wei was a little confused, he nodded. Eliulu hadn't asked him for anything for a long time, and he couldn't refuse the girl's coquettish words at all. I vaguely remember that the last time Eliulu made a request was when she was 5 years old. Eliulu said she wanted to kiss Lin Wei, and Lin Wei agreed. I only remember that it seemed as if something cold and soft kissed my young cheek. Looking back on the youthful days when the two of them were young, it seems to have a unique flavor. He supported Eliulu and came to the manor. In fact, Lin Wei felt that Eliulu was not that weak. However, the girl always subconsciously snuggled into his arms, which made him feel a little unbearable. Eliulu followed the sound to the cage made of fine steel and saw the tightly tied undead. When she saw the undead for the first time, Eliulu was a little shocked. But for some reason, Eliulu did not feel any fear when facing the undead. Even the undead skeletons in front of her gave her a familiar and friendly feeling. When she came to her senses, the mumbling in her dream appeared clearly in her mind again. So painful. Help me. Eliulu was a little surprised and looked around to make sure there was no one else around. Only then did she confirm that the strange voice in her mind had always been made by the skeleton in front of her. Naturally, a strange line seemed to extend in my mind, connecting this undead. After that, she seemed to be able to control the undead's every move. Whatever she wants the undead to do in her mind, the undead will do it. After controlling the undead, the skeletons in the cage stopped struggling. Before Eliulu arrived, the skeleton had been struggling nonstop. As an undead, it did not feel pain or fatigue. This undead was found in the ruins of the Goblin Kingdom. It killed several miners and is now imprisoned here. Lin Wei briefly explained the origin of the skeleton. Seeing that the skeleton suddenly stopped moving, Lin Wei already had the answer in his heart. But he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "Why don't you struggle anymore? Is this undead's soul completely dead?" Eliulu held Lin Wei's hand tightly. "Master, do you believe me?" After the undead was controlled by Eliulu's mind, the voice echoing in his mind completely disappeared. The consciousness of the undead that was originally trapped in the body seemed to have completely dissipated. After confirming that she had controlled the undead, Eliulu wanted to try more. Lin Wei touched Eliulu's head and hugged the girl in his arms. The soft touch made Lin Wei feel very satisfied. Ahem. Of course, I always believe in Eliulu. Eliulu came to the cage. She said carefully, "Master, I know you may think what I said is ridiculous, but I want to say that every word I said is true. Eliulu will not lie to you, and absolutely cannot lie to you. I seem to have the ability to control the undead. This undead is already under my control. I should be able to control him freely. Lin Wei frowned as he listened to Elyulu finish speaking and soon showed a relieved expression. Really? Since you said so, Lulu, of course I believe you. Then I'll go open the cage. But don't worry. Even if this undead suddenly loses control, I can easily defeat it. Lin Wei is very confident. Firstly, I believe in Elyulu's panel, and secondly, he has indeed grown to a very high level now. Facing such an undead, even if it suddenly went berserk, he didn't have any weapons. Relying on his skilled fighting skills and the bonus of fighting spirit, Lin Wei can easily smash the undead in front of him to pieces. Elyulu was concentrating, even though she was certain that the undead would act accordingly to the thoughts in her mind. But it was still very nervous. After all, if it really hurt Lin Wei, she will regret and feel guilty for the rest of her life. When Lin Wei was about to open the cage, Elyulu suddenly said, "Forget it, Master. We should call over a few more guards." Lin Wei gave her a reassuring look and opened the cage directly, then dragged the undead inside out of the cage. When the undead were dragged out, they showed no intention of resisting. It showed no sign of moving until Lin Wei untied the heavy iron chains on it. If it weren't for the blue flames still flickering in its eye sockets, Lin Wei even wondered if the undead in front of him had turned back into an ordinary skeleton. "Master, stay away from it. I'm going to start controlling it." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei took 2 steps back. He stood in front of Elyulu and protected her behind him. The skeleton on the ground suddenly started to power up like a robot, supporting itself on the ground with its right hand, and then stood up. Elyulu controlled the skeleton to take 2 steps, and then made it jump in place. The skeleton is about 2 meters tall, slightly taller than Lin Wei's height of about 1.8 meters. It jumped directly on the spot, suddenly leaping 3 meters high, and then its feet landed on the ground with a dull sound. Under Elyulu's control, the skeleton soon stood obediently in place, without moving. Wow, that's quite interesting. To be honest, Lin Wei is quite envious of Elyulu's ability. Being able to control skeletons and sense everything through them is so cool, isn't it? If there are enough undead and Elyulu's mental strength is strong enough, can she even raise an army of undead? The army of white bones and armor rushed towards each other. Lin Wei couldn't even imagine how beautiful the scene was. Even if he wanted, he could let Elyulu control this undead to teach those ignorant nobles a lesson. Let the undead disaster spread in their territory. This is simply a super killer weapon. There are many kinds of undead. The undead in front of me must have been a relatively strong man in his lifetime, so that's why I feel so oppressive. And if in the future we control the skeletons of more powerful creatures, such as bone dragons, isn't that even more outrageous? Although I have long known that since the necromancer is on par with the fighter and the magician, he must not be a simple character. But when Elyulu displayed such powerful control, Lin Wei still felt a little chilled. Fortunately, Elyulu is on my side. If the undead caused trouble, even if someone wanted to suspect someone, they would not suspect Lin Wei. It's really terrible. Chapter 183 Vampire Girl. Elyulu will also participate in the cleanup of the Goblin Kingdom ruins. The undead controlled by Elyulu wore an airtight armor, making the undead look no different from an ordinary warrior. She can control the undead skeleton to travel great distances, and her vision is completely shared with the skeleton. Because of the existence of mental power, she can also obtain some perspectives that the skeleton cannot see. To put it more accurately, Elyulu is like playing an RPG game in the third person. She could even stay in Lin Wei's castle, a safe enough place. So far, no second undead has appeared, so it is impossible to determine the upper limit of Elyulu's control. However, it should be that the stronger the mental power, the more and more powerful the undead can be controlled. 1,000 elite guards led by Ankro were already waiting at the door. Although he was ready to go, Lin Wei told them not to be hasty, because the undead skeletons sent by Elyulu had already entered the mine first. Elyulu, who was controlling the undead with her eyes closed, was standing next to Lin Wei. As the skeleton went deeper, the cold and damp feeling of the ground came over it, although it was only its mental power that was in contact with it. But the girl still got goosebumps on her arms. The Goblin Kingdom was cold and damp, with most of the ground being muddy, and the sound of dripping water could be clearly heard. This was the first time Elyulu had seen these strange buildings, but she did not stop and instead headed towards the mine. From a distance, you can see 2 dim kerosene lamps emitting faint light at the edge of the mine. Before, the presence of miners brought a bit of life to this place, but now without the miners, it has completely become a dark and terrifying underground place. There were many iron drafts covered in mud scattered around the entrance of the cave. Several miners' backpacks and baskets that they had not had time to take away also grew mold because they had been left there for too long. Some dark red marks fell in groups of 3 or 2 on the walls and ground of the mine, showing signs of a struggle. It seems that this is the place where the undead attacked the miners. Standing here, Elyulu could already feel that there was indeed something deep in the mine. The cries of many dead people began to flood into her mind, bringing with them a strong sense of discomfort. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. Lin Wei, who had been observing Elyulu's condition, suddenly felt something was wrong. Elyulu, are you okay? Don't push yourself too hard. After hearing Lin Wei's voice, Elyulu felt much more at ease, and the wails of the dead seemed to be dispelled a little. I'm fine, master. Don't worry. Elyulu was certain that there were some terrifying undead spirits deep in the mines, because most of the voices of the dead are disorganized and ethereal. Only the voice of one ghost was particularly clear. This was the voice of a young girl, who extended an invitation to Elyulu, who controlled the undead. The girl's mumbling was clearly transmitted to Elyulu's ears through the undead in front of her. After so many days and nights, I thought it was impossible for me to see the light of day again. Today I actually sensed a necromancer. Can I also see the light again? Come, great necromancer, please save me from my suffering. Following the girl's voice, the undead controlled by Elyulu walked with heavy steps towards the depths of the cave. Finally, she came to a dead end, from which the voices of the undead continued to be heard. There were thousands and thousands of voices, and the noisy mumbling of the undead made Elyulu a little unbearable. Even the spirit seems to have reached its limit. Shut up. With a disembodied roar, all the voices surrounding Elyulu suddenly disappeared. Elyulu controlled the undead to chisel open the thin wall, and a dull sound was heard as the soil fell into the empty basin. Then she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. Outside the tall mine is a huge basin, which is filled with densely packed blue dancing flames. Countless pairs of undead eyes looked towards Elyulu, and the strong sense of oppression made the girl feel an unprecedented chill. Boom! Bright torches suddenly rose up, and under the illumination of countless torches, a huge altar could be seen in the distance. The huge altar was enormous and had strange symbols painted on it. Mithril chains that had been locked tightly around a young girl's limbs for who knows how many years. She is the girl who invited Elyulu. Unlike other undead spirits, this girl, who it is not certain whether she can be called an undead spirit, still has her own body. Because she had been locked up for who knows how many years, all the clothes on her body had rotted and disappeared. Through the reflection of the torch, Elyulu could see everything clearly. The girl has been here for who knows how many years, but there is still no sign of decay. The girl's face is a little pale, but extremely beautiful. There seemed to be enchanting crimson flames dancing in the girl's eyes. The deep red flame was like the brightest lighthouse on the coast, deeply attracting Elyulu. She is very strong. Although she only saw her from a distance through the undead, Elyulu had already concluded that she was very strong. This time, she spoke slowly. Welcome, respected necromancer. Elyulu was stunned for a long time. She never thought that she would meet a vampire girl bound by chains in such a dark underground. Still greeting her? Isn't this a bit too weird? However, the undead controlled by Elyulu obviously could not speak. She tried to communicate with the other party using her mental power. Hello? Elyulu's attempt soon received a somewhat delighted response from the other party. Respected necromancer, I have been trapped here for who knows how many days and months. Can you tell me what year it is in the At era now? The Age of At? Elyulu had never even heard of it. Feeling Elyulu's somewhat doubtful voice, the girl tied with mithril chains sighed softly. Does the kingdom of Atlantis still exist? Her voice was trembling, and it was unclear whether her tone was hesitant or expectant. Elyulu had never even heard of the kingdom of Atlantis. She responded with her mind, I'm sorry, I don't know the kingdom you are talking about. After Elyulu finished speaking with her mind, there was silence on the other side for a long time. After a while, she seemed to accept this fact. Really? So I'm the only one left behind. Her tone was soft, as if filled with loneliness. Respected necromancer, can you help me escape the suffering I am facing? I want to see the outside world. Elyulu thought for a moment. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request, but I can ask the lord of this place about his wishes on your behalf. After saying this, Elyulu controlled the undead and returned to the surface. As she opened her eyes, Lin Wei was already looking at her with concern. Elyulu, are you okay? Elyulu was sweating a lot just now, which made Lin Wei a little worried. Chapter 184. It's broken. It's not coming for me, is it? Master, I'm fine. Elyulu told Lin Wei what she saw and heard underground. For example, the cold blue eyes of tens of thousands of undead souls underground, and the strange red-eyed vampire girl chained to the altar. When he heard the word Atlant Kingdom, A flash of shock appeared in his eyes. There are only a few records about the kingdom of Ater, even in ancient books. A dynasty led by vampires, a race that had long since become extinct on the continent. The northern continent where Lin Wei is located was not once completely ruled by humans. But half of the vampires still exist on this continent. Later, a huge catastrophe occurred, and the god of fighting and the god of the undead fell, and the vampire race disappeared as well. Only a few humans survived to this day. And now Elyulu told Lin Wei that there was a vampire locked in the strange altar below. Even beside the vampire, there are countless undead spirits who are frightened by her power. Vampires can also control the undead? That's impossible. So is she a vampire or undead? This strange unknown made Lin Wei very interested. Lin Wei was very curious, but the unknown often also meant danger. He knew too little from ancient books. If we talk about being knowledgeable, we have to mention a cat girl's teacher. Guard this place and send more soldiers. Ankro was a little confused. Master, aren't we going down to explore? Lin Wei shook his head. Until you get news from me, you must be on guard here all day. Send all the lizardmen warriors here. Don't let your guard down. Yes, sir. Lin Wei's caution is not without reason. Putting aside that weird vampire girl, the tens of thousands of undead souls alone were enough to make Lin Wei take it seriously. Tens of thousands of undead is not a small number. At least in the northern continent. This is probably the place where the most undead gather. There are only a handful of undead in the entire northern continent. The place with the most undead is in the eastern continent, which is the territory of elves and succubi. Elyulu, go back and have a good rest first. Don't explore the mines again until I return. Elyulu nodded slightly. She understood Lin Wei's concerns. Such an unsettling factor is quite fatal to the territory. It was obvious that Lin Wei really cared about her, and a warm feeling welled up in the girl's heart. After returning to the territory, Lin Wei simply said goodbye to Yeluna, Zeluka, and the others. When he learned that Lin Wei was going to the Magic Academy, Zeluka was obviously a little confused. However, after Lin Wei briefly explained what happened on the other side of Luiska territory, the girls did not ask any further questions. Undead ghosts and vampire girls, no matter how you think about it, this is beyond their understanding. Lin Wei rode his griffin nonstop to the Magician Academy. Even when Lin Wei appeared in front of Alia almost spit out the black tea in her mouth. Lin Wei, you don't have any feelings for Cynthia in that way, do you? Zeluka went back to Liika to collect it, and Lin Wei also came to the Magic Academy. It's no wonder that Alia thought this way. Could this guy be thinking of this place as a talent training market? Send all the designated wives to yourself and let her help train them? But Cynthia is only a 12-year-old child. How could Lin Wei have the heart to do that to her? Lin Wei was a little confused. Dean Alia, what are you talking about? Alia thought for a moment, as if she had thought of something terrible. Her expression changed. Oh no, could it be directed at her? Alia has been single since birth. Since she accepted Zeluka as her disciple, she knew about the relationship between Zeluka and Lin Wei. In fact, she was envious in her heart. But if Lin Weijin pursues her, should she refuse? Actually, Lin Wei was pretty good, but he was a bit short-lived, and he also had a relationship with his students. Competing with students for men is a bit too much. While Alia was thinking, Lin Wei asked, Dean Alia, do you know anything about the vampire race? Lin Wei didn't know that these strange thoughts had just passed through Alia's mind. When Lin Wei talked about business, Alia's white neck turned slightly red, but fortunately, it didn't show on her face. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. I've lived for so many years. How can I still come up with weird things just because of random thoughts? Vampires, I've never seen this race before. Even Arya, who had lived for hundreds of years, had never seen this legendary race. However, I did study this race for a while. This is an extremely long-lived race that feeds on blood. Their lifespan is almost immortal. Nolan's was built in the area where vampires once lived. Before, it was not called Nolan's, but Atland. During her long life, Alia not only studied magic, but was also very interested in some history and culture. She collected many ancient books, some of which were even written in Atlantis, but this language has almost been lost. Even if Alia wanted to translate this text, it would be difficult to guess what the text meant through some documents with pictures. Why? Are you also interested in vampire culture? Or are you interested in the secret of their immortality? There was a hint of teasing in Alia's tone. She thought Lin Wei had realized his short life and started seeking ways to live forever. She could never have imagined that Lin Wei actually discovered a living vampire. Lin Wei thought for a moment and told Alia what happened in the territory. Alia should be trustworthy. At least Alia has a decent favorability towards him, even though it's only 60. Even if we only look at the relationship between Zeluka and Alia, Lin Wei feels that Alia can be trusted. After all, if it weren't for Alia, Lin Wei might have been in trouble when the Dragon Lady incident happened. You said that a living vampire was found in your territory? Alia couldn't believe it. But looking at Lin Wei's expression, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would come all the way here to play a joke. The imprisoned vampire immediately piqued Alia's interest. As for the tens of thousands of undead creatures, she didn't take them seriously. Because human-shaped undead are often not too powerful, only some powerful creatures that become undead after death will pose a threat to Arya. For example, the bone dragon that the dragon turns into after its death. It has to be a giant dragon. If it's just an adult dragon, it's not quite enough. Can I go to Luiska and take a look? After all, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard for me to imagine that there are still vampires on this continent. Lin Wei nodded. Of course, Dinalia. The door to Luiska is always open to you. Chapter 185 Contact. Teacher, why are you here? Zeluka was obviously excited to see Alia, the two people she cared about most in the world. The first one is Lin Wei, and the second one is Alia. Alia looked at Zeluka for a long time, and after confirming that her magic power had become much stronger, she couldn't help but knock on Zeluka's head. Hey, teacher, what are you doing? It's called a cordial greeting. Alia's tone sounded a little strange, but Zeluka didn't think much of it. Her talent is really good, so good that even Arya finds it a little outrageous. If this continues, it will probably take Zeluka 10 years to reach her level. Alia did not have an accurate understanding of her current magic power. She felt that she should have already surpassed the level of a great magician. However, no one has ever reached this new level, or no one has ever reached it in this era. No one, including the Grand Magister, can perform magic without a wand. But Arya is different. She can use magic without a wand. She usually uses a wand because she doesn't want others to think she is different. However, a wand made of rare materials like red rice silver still has a considerable bonus to her spellcasting. Teacher, are you here to see that vampire girl too? I get it. A girl who has lived for who knows how many years must be a great research subject. Actually, I'm also very interested in Zeluka. Zeluka's words earned him another round of criticism from Alia. After some fun, they prepared for a while and then headed towards the place where the girl was locked up. There were 5 people who entered the mine, namely Lin Wei, Yeluna, Lena, Elyulu, and Zeluka. With this 5-man team, we actually feel safer than a 1,000-man guards army. The undead controlled by Elyulu led the way. Under the guidance of the undead, Lin Wei and his companions quickly reached the top of the mine. Looking down the mine toward the huge basin below, Lin Wei saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Tens of thousands of ghostly, cold blue flames, and the icy breath of death blowing towards you. Even Lin Wei felt a strong sense of oppression after such close contact with so many undead. As if sensing the arrival of Lin Wei and the others, rows of blazing torches were lit up out of nowhere, and the entire dark basin became bright again. Lin Wei finally saw the girl who was chained to the altar with mithril chains. The girl had light red hair and pupils that danced like deep flames. The beautiful and cold appearance is as holy and beautiful as the snow lotus blooming on the top of the snow mountain. Just one glance, even Lin Wei, who was used to seeing beautiful girls, was deeply attracted to her for a moment. The girl chained to the altar also raised her head, and her cold eyes accurately found Lin Wei among the 5 people. After looking at each other for a moment, even their breathing seemed to have quickened. The human race, filled with fighting spirit, can replenish her with a lot of physical strength. She licked her chapped lips and suppressed the inexplicable urge that surged in her heart. Although vampires suck blood, they do not necessarily have to feed on human blood. On the contrary, although human blood is a great tonic for them, it also has that meaning. The only way for vampires to increase their offspring is to mate with humans, and there is a 50% chance that the offspring will be vampires. Male vampires tend to prefer female vampires, but it is difficult for vampires to produce offspring. Vampires who have a stronger desire to reproduce often choose a human to spend the rest of their lives with. Although humans have a short lifespan, this race is surprisingly loyal and will not betray once they choose a partner. Great Necromancer, you are finally here again. I can sense that you are all very powerful. Could you please introduce me to which one is the lord of this place? The vampire girl's voice was particularly ethereal. She clearly didn't say anything, but her voice reached everyone's mind like radio waves. Elyulu subconsciously glanced at Lin Wei, and the girl chained to the altar immediately understood. It also makes sense, because in her memory, the human lords in various places are often composed of powerful human races. Alia on the side had already started studying it with great interest. Although she was far away, she still recognized some of the Atlantic characters on the altar. These characters are the core of the ceiling formation, as they are shackles made of mithril. If Lin Wei and the others had not arrived, who knows how many years the girl in front of him would have been imprisoned. Such loneliness for many years often turns a person into a madman. Fortunately, vampires can choose to enter a long sleep and avoid this feeling of loneliness. If I stay awake all the time, I'm afraid I won't be able to have such a calm conversation with Lin Wei and the others when I meet them. Lin Wei looked at the peaceful undead below and asked with great interest, "Are you controlling these dead?" If ordinary undead smelled the sin of humans, they would probably have become restless long ago. According to the habits of the undead, after sensing that strangers like Lin Wei had entered their territory, they should have started climbing the wall to prepare for an attack. However, the undead in the basin were unusually well-behaved and had no intention of attacking Lin Wei and the others. If it weren't for the cold blue flames still flickering in their pupils, Lin Wei wouldn't even be sure that they were living undead. Yes, as you can see, I am also a necromancer. But while I was sleeping, it seemed that an undead spirit broke free from my mental control and drilled out of the soil into the mine. I'm deeply sorry about that. She knew that the undead had caused the massacre, but she could only control the undead within a certain range. Because the altar not only damaged her body, but also restricted the extension of her mental power. Lin Wei just nodded and didn't continue speaking. If the other party didn't do it on purpose, then Lin Wei wouldn't say much. He was waiting for Arya's conclusion. The knowledgeable girl in front of him who had lived for hundreds of years was his only support at the moment. After all, Lin Wei thought that he was unable to study this abstract altar and the text. Arya observed from a distance for a while and then jumped directly into the mine. The undead were very tactful and made way for them. Arya is very powerful. Even if these undead are out of control, they cannot get close to Arya's light shield. A layer of light blue light shield completely covered the 5-meter distance around Arya, and some undead who didn't have time to dodge were ruthlessly bounced away. This is the power of a sacred magician. Chapter 186, The Little Princess of the Atlan Kingdom. Arya walked straight up to the vampire girl and confirmed that there was no surging magic energy in her body. The necromancer is a profession that has long disappeared, but now 2 of them suddenly appear overnight, which is really unbelievable. Is it possible that the fighting spirit system has already awakened? But she hasn't received the news yet. She looked at the chains that bound the girl's limbs with great interest and found that the chains were covered with inscriptions written in Atlantic language. These inscriptions were so powerful that even after who knows how many years had passed, they still had the effect of keeping her trapped in place. It is easy to break this chain, just use brute force. Because this chain is made of mithril and is used to bind the vampire girl. Her mental power was also blocked accordingly, so she was unable to break free. But if there is a strong external force that can help her break the chains, she will soon be free. Arya didn't stop her research until Lin Wei and the others came behind her. Arya recognized a few of the words on it, but she didn't recognize most of the fonts. With just a few words, it is impossible to determine why this girl is tied up here. As he got closer, Lin Wei finally saw the girl's face clearly. Because she had been locked up in this dark environment for too long, the girl's skin seemed to be too white. When she looked up at Lin Wei, she smiled and revealed 2 crystal clear and slightly sharp fangs. It was obvious that she was trying her best to leave a good impression on Lin Wei. Hello, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sylvie Hurley. Sylvie Hurley. Bravery, 90. Strategy, 405. Favorability, 60. Special talents, extra-dimensional recovery, royal etiquette, psychic supersensory, great death speaker. Necromancer classification, primary necromancer, intermediate necromancer, advanced necromancer, death speaker, great death speaker, undead lord. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, after taking a brief look at the faceplate of the vampire girl named Sylvie. He then said, "Hello, Miss Hurley. My name is Lin Wei Luca." After he finished speaking, he took off his cloak and used it to block out Sylvie's presence. After all, it was better not to look at someone naked. Lin Wei confirmed that this was the first time he met the vampire lady in front of him. However, he couldn't understand why her favorability was so high. Even Alia's favorability towards Lin Wei barely exceeded 60, and this was with Zeluka as a bridge between the two. Why does this vampire lady have such a high favorability when I first meet her? Are you the new lord of this place? Nice to meet you. Mr. Luca is obviously a gentleman. If possible, I hope you can free me from this bondage. Lin Wei frowned. It can be seen that Ziwifu really wants to see the light of day again. Her eyes like flames flash with an emotion called anticipation. But Yeluna and the others said nothing. No matter what decision Lin Wei makes, they will support him. Although in this dark environment, it is a bit weird for a girl to be surrounded by so many undead spirits. But if Alia is here too, then there seems to be nothing to worry about. Together with the great magician Zeluka and the warrior who can transform into a dragon, Reina, the top combat forces of the Linwei territory have gathered here. Miss Hurley, I think you should first tell us why you are trapped here. For a lord, the unknown is the most terrifying thing, isn't it? Sylvie lowered her eyes. When she talked about the past, she felt a little fuzzy. I was once the youngest princess of the kingdom of Ater. From Zaiwifu's mouth, Linwei learned the life story of a poor princess. Her uncle rebelled against the kingdom of Eight, and her brothers were ruthlessly killed. She was imprisoned here as a sacrifice to the dead, who were the work of his uncle. However, no one knew that Sylvie was a necromancer, so even though she was locked here, she was able to control all the undead and escaped by luck. Even over the long years, he gradually grew to the level of a great death speaker. However, she had not eaten for a long time and had to rely on long-term sleep to maintain consciousness. However, although she fell into a deep sleep, she would wake up every once in a while to strengthen her bond with the surrounding undead. Until recent years, because she slept for too long, an undead spirit broke free from her restraints. The undead caused a commotion and also attracted Linwei's attention. Otherwise, the poor vampire girl would probably have died in the end. Because even though the lifespan of a vampire is close to immortality, no one can endure such long loneliness. I swear that what I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the god of the dead. Sylvie's tone was sincere, but she didn't know that the god of the dead no longer existed on the continent today. I would be happy if you could swear to the god of light. Because the god of the dead has disappeared many years ago. Sylvie's eyes widened. She had long lost contact with the outside world and had no idea what had happened between the god of the undead and the god of fighting. However, she still obeyed Linwei's wishes and swore an oath to the god of light. She swore that she would never hurt Linwei or his subjects, and to thank Linwei for helping her break free from the shackles. She was willing to work for Linwei and Linwei's territory for a period of time. Alia beside her also nodded. Reina, help her break the shackles. Reina, holding the crimson moon, left 2 afterimages in the air. The thick mithril chain was instantly split into 2, and the smooth cut looked like a mirror. As the chains broke, Sylvie felt her whole body lighten, and the pressure that had been as heavy as Mount Tai completely dissipated. When her arm touched the floor, the cold feeling made her unable to hold back her tears. She spent many days and nights on this dark altar. Her desire for the outside world kept her going despite one breakdown after another. Thank you, Mr. Zeluka. No need to thank me. Let's go back to the castle first. I really don't like the environment here. Cold and damp, the smell of death hits me in the face. Linwei felt that if he was locked up here, he would go crazy in a few days. I don't know how the girl in front of me could endure such a long time without going crazy. However, after dealing with the altar, the matter of the dead has also come to an end. He can also mine the minerals here. I thought it would be a battle to annihilate the undead, but it turned out to be an unexpected gain. Chapter 187 Sing for Freedom. After briefly learning about the history of the new era, I learned that the vampire race had disappeared for many years. A wave of sadness still welled up in Zaiwifu's heart. The once powerful vampire civilization had a near-infinite lifespan, and aside from war, their numbers were virtually undiminished. But it eventually dissipated in a battle related to God. But the good news is that she is a girl, and she can choose an outstanding man to continue the vampire legacy. The bad news is that not only has the entire history undergone tremendous changes, but even the god of the dead and the god of fighting have disappeared. Linwei's body was filled with fighting spirit, and the vampire's perception was extremely sensitive, so he could tell that Linwei had fighting spirit. And only those who possess fighting spirit can give birth to healthy children with her. Therefore, as the only human with fighting spirit, Linwei became the focus of Zaiwifu's attention. But putting aside his healthy body and fighting spirit, Linwei's appearance is also quite outstanding. He has a handsome face and a strong aura because he has been in a high position for a long time. However, she cannot reveal her little thoughts now, because Linwei has a wife, and his wife is a very powerful pastor. She could see that in addition to the priest lady, the necromancer lady, and the dragon lady who had first come into contact with her were also interested in Linwei. This made her feel relieved, at least it proved that she still had a chance. Sylvie couldn't remember how long it had been since she had seen the sunlight on the surface. In those dark days, she fell into an endless sleep. Standing on the tall city wall, you can have a panoramic view of the customs and culture of Luiska County. 2 huge ships stood motionless on the roaring Rema River. The sounds of the people working in the territory, the hawkers hawking their wares, and the children playing came into her ears on the wind. Sylvie squinted her eyes and looked at the red sun in the distance. The sun was about to set. The afterglow, like red sparkling water, fell on the city wall and on her new clothes. It seemed to have fallen into her heart. In addition to the river and this mountain range, one can vaguely recognize the shadow of the former imperial city of Atlantis. However, the wind and frost of many years have taken away the old city in memory. The old city of 8 seemed to overlap with Luiska's territory, and Sylvie scattered the dandelions in her hand in the wind. She is about to start a new life. Memories are a punishment, but they only punish those who live in the past. In the territory of the new nobles, Michel drank glass after glass of red wine. Feel the pleasure brought by the wine going down your throat. He hadn't drunk alcohol for a long time. Ever since he became a stray dog, he didn't know how long he had been living like this. Even white bread was rarely eaten, and occasionally only some bran cakes could be eaten. He would definitely refuse black bread, as the black bread with sawdust and various residues added to it was something that ordinary people ate. As the most noble prince, how could he eat something that even dogs wouldn't eat? Because he was surrounded by 30,000 elite guards, the nobles all looked at him in a flattering manner. As for his sick brother Johnson, he also went to see him. Johnson was indeed in a state of high fever. I thought my brother would die in the battle in the royal city, but I didn't expect that he would escape and survive. Although Johnson survived by chance, he doesn't look much better now. If the fever continues to persist like this, maybe one day we will receive the good news that he has passed away. After his brother died, he became the only prince of the empire. His second brother had died in battle a long time ago. As a prince of pure Nolan's blood, he would be the most legitimate heir once Johnson was gone. It was all his fault. If it weren't for his brother, how could he have done such a thing? As a result, his dream of becoming king failed, and he even lost the vast territory of Nolan's. Your Highness, third prince, another drink. The smiling Baron Fedra was very understanding. As the Baron who initially introduced him to the new noble alliance, he still admired Fedra very much. Fedra was a baron who started out as a merchant. Unlike ordinary families of bravery, they did not obtain the land by their bravery and achievements on the battlefield. Therefore, his ability to adapt to changing circumstances is also exceptionally high. Good. Michel pushed the cup directly in front of Baron Fedra. He enjoyed the feeling of being praised as a god. Having been here for some time, the members of the noble alliance here have been divided into several factions. The most powerful among them are the Nolan's nobles who are eager to restore their country. Most of them are loyal to Nolan's and the eldest Prince Johnson. They believe that Johnson would soon recover from the illness and lead them to defeat the kobolds and regain lost territory. About one-third of the nobles wanted to establish themselves as kings. As the saying goes, when a whale dies, all things come to life. Now that Nolan's has fallen, there will definitely be countless small countries trying to stand up. Once the king of Nolan's dies in battle, these nobles will probably immediately break away from the new noble alliance and declare themselves kings. It's a pity that there are too few people like Fedra who know how to judge the situation and know that he is the future king of Nolan's. Sir Fedra, you did very well. When my sickly elder brother dies in the future, I will be the king of Nolan's. At that time, I will grant you at least the status of a marquis. Make you one of the super powerful people of New Orleans. Fedra narrowed her eyes and smiled. Then I would like to thank His Highness Michel first. However, Your Highness, you have been here for some time, and recently there have been many voices of dissatisfaction with you. You know, your 30,000 guards also need to eat, but the gold coins you gave them are not enough to feed everyone. But I have paid the missing gold coins for you, so don't worry. Hearing this, Michel was obviously more pleased with Fedra. He is indeed very smart. In fact, he also knew that he did not have enough gold coins to buy food to replenish the supplies of the guards. When I was outside, I could rely on plundering. But now that we have entered the territory of the new aristocratic alliance, we naturally can no longer continue to do so. With Fedra helping him solve the problem, he immediately smiled. I've changed my mind. I'm going to make you a duke in the future. He calmly drew another pie. But he didn't know that Fedra had never replenished that part of the gold coins for him. His guards have been hungry for some time now. It won't be long before trouble starts. It's not that the third prince's confidants wanted to find him, but they were all stopped by Fedra's men. When the resentment of the guards can no longer be suppressed, it is time for Fedra to win over the hearts of these guards. He could use the reputation of Prince Johnson, who was still in his sickbed, to appease the guards. It would then be sufficient to say that Prince Johnson had entrusted them all to him. In the future, he will be able to gain 30,000 loyal guards with these soldiers. Fedra can instantly transform himself into the most powerful lord in the noble alliance. Now, All he had to do was keep Michelle in front of him steady and wait for time to develop. Chapter 188. Yeluna said she would give her sisters a chance. Sylvie was responsible for teaching Elyulu. As a newly emerged necromancer, Sylvie naturally became Elyulu's best teacher. And Sylvie herself was very grateful to Elyulu for discovering her, so she tried her best to help her when teaching her. She tried her best to explain to Elyulu the methods used by the necromancer to cultivate his spiritual power in simple and clear language. In fact, cultivating spiritual power is very simple, which is to constantly try to establish connections with more undead. This is the only way to enhance the necromancer's mental strength. The tens of thousands of undead in the mine naturally became Elyulu's training targets. A truly powerful necromancer can control tens of thousands of undead at the same time. Even with so many years of contact with Sylvie, she has barely reached the level of a great death speaker. Elyulu can only be considered as a beginner at best. After all, it was already quite difficult for her to control just one undead. Fortunately, with the help of Sylvie, she quickly mastered the control skills. I have to say, there is a big difference between having someone help you and figuring things out on your own. Elyulu studied with Sylvie for quite a long time, and the relationship between the two became more and more familiar. In their daily interactions, Sylvie quickly confirmed that Elyulu really liked Lin Wei very much. Because every time Lin Wei came to check on Elyulu's practice progress, the joy in the girl's eyes could not be hidden. And Sylvie's perception can sense the blood flow rate and pulse speed of Elyulu. Every time Lin Wei got close to her, the girl's pulse would reach its peak. After a practice session, Sylvie pretended to ask casually, "Elyulu, you like Mr. Luca very much, right?" Sylvie's sudden remark caught Elyulu off guard, but compared to the little cat girl, Elyulu was still able to pretend to be calm. "Yeah, I really like it. I like it the most." Sylvie showed an expression that said, as expected, and said in a rather regretful tone, "You've been with Lin Wei since you were little. You're his childhood sweetheart, and you're more like a family member to him. Mr. Luca might not even consider you a woman. If he doesn't change his opinion of you, even if you reach the pinnacle of necromancer in the future, is that the outcome you want?" Sylvie's words were like a gentle and persuasive devil, luring Elyulu into the abyss step by step. Elyulu actually thought about it, and Lin Wei now treated her like a younger sister. Although this is good, it is not the result that Elyulu wants. What Elyulu wants deep down is to become Lin Wei's wife, like Yeluna. It doesn't matter if she is not the legal wife, even if she is just a concubine. Seeing Elyulu in a dilemma, Zaiwifu said again, "Why don't you try to take the initiative? Is it because of Miss Yeluna? If Sylvie wants to get Lin Wei, the first target she must defeat must be Yeluna. She urgently needs Lin Wei to produce new vampire offspring with her, and if Yeluna disagrees, Lin Wei will most likely disagree as well. Just from their daily interactions, you can tell that these two are very loving. Sister Yeluna is very kind to me. She also agreed to let me become Lin Wei's concubine. But because she's not pregnant yet, we can't do anything to the young master." Because Sylvie swore before the god of light that she would not betray Lin Wei and Louis Cardinal. So Elyulu also treated the other party as one of her own. Even when talking about Lin Wei, the two of them did not shy away from the topic. "That won't do. Mr. Luca and Ms. Aluna haven't had any children yet because they're both too powerful. The more powerful someone is, the harder it is to have children. If they don't have a child within 10 years, will you also wait 10 years? What if it takes 20 years? Or even longer? Were you still so young and beautiful back then, Elyulu? Aren't you afraid that Lin Wei would like younger and more beautiful girls? If that time really comes, you will really become his sister." Sylvie's words were like an epiphany. Although Elyulu doesn't mind waiting, she will get impatient if she has to wait too long. If she cannot have a child with Lin Wei in the future, it will be the biggest regret of her life. "While I'm still not strong enough, maybe I can have a child with Lin Wei. Wouldn't it be nice if Yeluna's child was the eldest son? Then what should I do, Miss Sylvie?" Elyulu was a little moved by what Sylvie said. Zaiwifu said, "You should attack Lin Wei tonight. It's a done deal." Elyulu suddenly looked troubled. What if Sister Yeluna gets angry? Sylvie shook her head. Miss Yeluna is a saint. Saints serve the god of light and are naturally very generous. Miss Elyulu, you don't need to feel too much psychological burden. Elyulu didn't say anything else. Obviously, she had been persuaded by Zaiwifu. At the dining table, Lin Wei and Yeluna enjoyed dinner. After dinner, Yeluna asked, "Has Sister Elyulu shown any abnormalities recently?" Lin Wei frowned, obviously not knowing what Yeluna meant. Seeing Lin Wei's confused face, Yeluna understood. "Lin Wei, you've been getting more energetic lately. I think we should add 1 or 2 concubines to serve you." "Oh." Lin Wei was completely stunned. "Although I do have some excess energy recently due to fighting." But Yeluna didn't seem to be in trouble, did she? On the contrary, Lin Wei felt that Yeluna seemed to have much more energy than him. I'll sleep alone tonight. I think my sisters should be given a chance. Elyulu's condition has been very bad recently, and she has been staring at Lin Wei more and more often. However, Yeluna had already agreed to let Elyulu become Lin Wei's concubine, so she didn't feel anything about it. After all, Elyulu was the first person to stay with Lin Wei. Although she and Lin Wei still have no children, Yeluna doesn't really mind if the first child must be hers and Lin Wei's. On the contrary, she would treat Lin Wei's children with other women as her own. Lin Wei was completely stunned. Before he could say anything, Yeluna got up and left. Her slim figure made Lin Wei stay where he was. It was not until the head maid took away all the tableware that Lin Wei came back to his senses. What just happened? Yeluna said she would give other sisters a chance. Chapter 189 Moonlight or Flowers. It's already night, and the moon doesn't seem that red tonight. A blue halo floats around the moon. Lin Wei looked out the window, letting the moonlight climb along the windowsill and onto his shoulders. Although it is still summer, there seems to be no sound of insects today. Leaning on the bed, Lin Wei felt a little lost. The place that usually belongs to Yeluna is now empty. There are many rooms in the castle, and no one knows where Yeluna went to sleep. Would you be afraid to sleep alone? Lin Wei kept wondering if he had done something wrong. After thinking it over, Lin Wei confirmed that he had done nothing wrong. But even if she did something wrong, Yeluna would definitely tell her directly. Because she is such a girl, that's why Lin Wei likes her so much. The thinking used to measure girls from Blue Star obviously cannot be applied to women in this world. Lin Wei was the one who was green tea, so he had no idea how green tea Yeluna's usual behavior was. Just as Lin Wei was lost in thought, there was a sound of light footsteps outside the door. From the sound of footsteps, Lin Wei determined that it was Elyulu's footsteps, because only Elyulu would walk so lightly, as if he was afraid of disturbing Lin Wei's rest. Master, have you rested? Sure enough, Elyulu's cautious voice sounded at the door. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. Ever since he started living with Yeluna, Elyulu and Lena rarely came over at night. How could it be such a coincidence that Elyulu came right after Yeluna left? Thinking about what Yeluna said during dinner today, Lin Wei felt his mind was in a mess. After a long while, he replied, I haven't slept yet. Can I come in then? The girl pushed open the door and looked at Lin Wei leaning against the head of the bed in the moonlight. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She subconsciously closed the door, took 2 steps, and felt as if her legs were filled with lead. She has liked Lin Wei since she was a child, and this feeling that has been hidden in her heart for more than 10 years has already reached the point where it can no longer be suppressed. She likes Lin Wei very much and regards Lin Wei as everything to her. It's not because Lin Wei is the lord or the heir to Lord Louisa, she simply likes Lin Wei very much. Because when she was bullied by Lena, Lin Wei stood by her so firmly. He was obviously a noble, yet he treated her so gently. He would patiently answer her questions and would carefully bring her gifts every time he came back from a long trip. These good feelings that accumulated over time gradually filled Elyula's heart. When she came to her senses, she realized that she had no way to leave Lin Wei. She also often sighs about her luck. Her Lin Wei was so special that it seemed as if she shouldn't exist in this world. Elyulu knew how bad most nobles were. People like Lin Wei are definitely outliers among outliers. She knew what Duke Simon did from her mother's experience. Even the Duke is like this, let alone others. What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? Lin Wei's gentle words suddenly woke Elyulu up from her daze. Tonight is the best opportunity. She must express her feelings to Lin Wei. Otherwise, she would be wasting the space that Sister Yeluna specially reserved for her. Master. Elyulu's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, which frightened Lin Wei, who was still a little confused. He seemed to have never heard Elyulu speak to him in such a loud tone before. From her words, Elyulu seemed to have made up her mind. Lin Wei also felt it in his heart. He seemed to guess what Elyulu wanted to say. I like you. Elyulu loves you the most. Lin Wei was stunned. After a while, he whispered back, I like Elyulu too. Elyulu has come to Lin Wei at this moment. The girl is wearing soft and tight pajamas today, and her golden hair is softly draped over her shoulders. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Wei could see fine hairs on her earlobes. Elyulu is very beautiful, and Lin Wei has always known this. Some short-sighted baron's sons had asked him for Elyulu, but he ruthlessly rejected them all. Elyulu's determined eyes were like a burning torch in the dark night, causing Lin Wei to subconsciously look away. However, Elyulu obviously didn't want to give up just like that. She moved closer, obviously not wanting Lin Wei to escape. When he got closer, Lin Wei could even see things he shouldn't have seen. Elialu's pleasant fragrance aggressively invaded his nasal cavity and also invaded Lin Wei's brain. Master, you know that my love for you is not the kind of love that family members have. I should have been the young master's person a long time ago, instead of waiting until now. I'm very happy that the young master treats me as a family member, but Elialu doesn't want to be the young master's sister. Having said that, Lin Wei finally understood everything. However, this sudden confession caught him completely off guard. He has complicated feelings towards Elialu. At first he didn't know that Elialu was his maid. He just thought of her as his sister. Later I found out that Elialu was his personal maid. How does he feel about Elialu? Of course I like her, but it is mixed with the love between men and women. Lin Wei himself didn't know either. But looking at Elialu's determined eyes, if I reject Elialu tonight, she will definitely be very sad. But he felt that he should cultivate his relationship further. It seemed that Elialu saw through Lin Wei's hesitation. Before he could say anything, Elialu threw him down with a passionate emotion. The bright moonlight outside the window was intertwined with the flowers and plants carefully trimmed by the servants in the yard. There seems to be bursts of insect chirping again, and the summer night is about to pass in the noise. While having breakfast in the morning, Lin Wei felt a little uncomfortable. Because someone has always kept their eyes on him. It's not Yeluna. Yeluna was eating the breakfast in front of her elegantly, which was not much different from usual. The one staring at Lin Wei was Lena. Because when Lena went to find Elialu last night, Elialu was not in the room. Considering that Yeluna slept with the little cat girl Zeluka last night. In addition, Elialu, who is never late, did not stay with Lin Wei today for the first time. Long Yang seemed to have thought of something. Oh no, someone got there first. Zeluka had no idea that his home had been robbed by two people without him realizing it. She just concentrated on finishing the white bread in front of her. After breakfast, she would continue her magic research from last night. After returning to Luiska, she did not relax for a moment. She did not miss a single moment in meditation or magic practice. As for the somewhat strange atmosphere at the dinner table, Zeluka obviously had no way of noticing it. I'm going back today, Alia said casually. She has been in Louisville for some time. The Magic Academy cannot exist without her. Chapter 190, How Can You Smear My Innocence? Teacher, are you going back so soon? The first person to speak was Zeluka. Since her teacher had come with great difficulty, she was naturally the one who was most reluctant to leave her teacher. Well, the Magic Academy is not completely free of things. As the dean, it's naturally not a good idea for me to be away for too long. Okay then, when I miss you, teacher, I'll go back to the Magic Academy to see you. Alia shook her head slightly. However, this trip to Luiska territory was not completely fruitless. At least Alia gained a lot of information about the old dynasty Atlantis. Although there are many records about Atlantis in ancient books, it is another matter to truly understand the living Atlantis people. Judging from Zaiwifu's current performance, she is not much different from ordinary people. There were some unofficial historical records that some vampires were of inferior species and were afraid of sunlight and garlic. However, these seem to have no effect on Zaiwifu. The only thing that has some effect is mithril covered with inscriptions. Vampires are not afraid of ordinary silver. But mithril is still quite effective. By the way, I asked Lin Wei for a piece of mithril chain and took it back to study the inscriptions on it. Arya rode away on the griffin. After Lin Wei started his daily training, Lena did not train with Lin Wei for the first time. Instead, he quietly sneaked into Lin Wei's room. She sniffed outside the room with her sensitive nose and was sure that Elialu was in Lin Wei's room. As the door opened, Elialu's shoulders were exposed, and she seemed to have just woken up and was still in a daze. She didn't seem to notice that Lena had entered the room and secretly hugged Lin Wei's pillow and took a deep breath. It seemed as if he wanted to leave his scent with Lin Wei. Okay. You sneaked up the adult's stairs without my knowledge, didn't you? Elialu was startled by Reina's voice. Elialu immediately crawled into the quilt like a frightened ostrich, and when she found out that the person coming was Lena, she poked her head out again. I didn't. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Snort. Reina hummed pleasantly. Since Elialu has taken action, she can't just sit there and wait for death. Anyway, Dragon Lady doesn't know what shyness is. Because of Elialu's sneak escape, the battle for Lin Wei has officially begun. But there is one person who hasn't reacted yet, but I won't say who it is. Within the territory of the new Noble Alliance, there were many patrolling soldiers standing in a spacious manner. The guards were fully armored, holding spears in their hands and swords at their waists, like motionless statues. These guards had murderous looks on their faces, and it was obvious that they were seasoned warriors. They were all the personal soldiers of the eldest Prince Johnson, and they followed Johnson out of the Imperial City. Johnson is now awake, but he doesn't remember how long he was unconscious. I just felt that the whispering in my mind finally became clear and then dissipated. When he woke up, he felt that the magic energy had filled his whole body. When he was unconscious, he felt that he had a very long dream, in which it seemed that someone was telling him something. He didn't know how long this state lasted. When he suddenly understood what was said, he suddenly had a much better understanding of magic in his mind. It is divine revelation. Enlightenment given by the god of magic. Divine revelation enabled Johnson, who originally knew nothing about magic, to become a high-level magician. There are even more inherited memories of magic in my mind. As a prince, he was naturally very familiar with divine revelation, but he had not expected that something as low as divine revelation would happen to him. Although Shinchi was very good, he still had a close call with death. If he is not careful, he may never be able to get out of that dream again. However, although it is thrilling, the benefits gained are worth it. All those who have been inspired by God in history have achieved no low level of accomplishment. Now that Nolans is in chaos, he receives divine inspiration and becomes a high-level magician. He could even become a magician if he studied with Duke Alia for a period of time. Your Highness Johnson, you are awake. The butler who was standing by saw Johnson wake up and cried with joy. He has been with Johnson since he was a child. If Johnson really can't wake up, he can't imagine what the future will be like. Johnson responded, feeling that his mind was still a little confused. By the way, His Highness Johnson and His Highness Michelle have also arrived at the territory of the new noble alliance. Hearing the butler mention his younger brother, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Blackrock Castle had such a strong defense. If it weren't for his younger brother letting the orcs in to attack the Griffin cavalry and guards of the royal city at night, it would be a disaster. How could such a big country like Nolan's be caught up in the flames of war? Even at the beginning, he didn't believe that his brother was the one who betrayed Nolan's, and thought that it was his subordinates who bewitched his brother. But when the orcs' high priest Raymond told him the truth on the battlefield, he almost fell ill due to anger. Later, we learned from some Blackrock Castle guards who still had conscience that it was indeed Michelle who took the initiative to open the city gate and let the orcs in. There was only a cold feeling left in Johnson's heart. He betrayed his country just because he wanted to be emperor. Even if such a person died 1,000 times, it would not be enough to relieve the hatred in his heart. Where is he? Johnson's voice was cold. From the moment Michelle betrayed Nolan's, Michelle was no longer his brother. He was unworthy of the name Zeluka, which he considered an honor. When he learned from the butler that Michelle was enjoying fine wine and delicious food in Fedra's manor, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Michelle's guards have been in great trouble recently due to lack of food and wages. I'm afraid Fedra did something secretly behind his stupid brother's back, so that the news of food shortage would not reach his brother. Then he obtained the right to use this army under the pretext of giving orders while he was unconscious. Johnson certainly won't do what they want. These people are traitors to Nolan's. However, even though he had determined that his brother was a traitor, Fedra had no good intentions. But he will not openly turn against them for the time being. He planned to continue to take advantage of his coma to secretly contact Michelle's 30,000 guards. He had a large army, more than 20,000 in total. If he could gather the troops under Michelle's command, he would have the capital to regain the lost territory. Now that the Nolan's military strength has been greatly reduced, he must take back more of Nolan's territory. As the eldest prince of Nolan's, since his father is unable to recover the lost territory, then as a son, I must shoulder the obligations of the royal family. Chapter 191, A Wise Choice. Captain Patch, hasn't His Highness Michelle sent the military pay yet? Yeah, we don't ask for military funds anymore, but at least we can't starve. When we first came out of Blackstone Castle, His Highness Michelle didn't tell us he would let us starve. That's right. Even if His Highness Michelle is a prince of high rank, we shouldn't be starving. Several guards surrounded a guard corps commander named Patch in the wooden house. Captain Patch and these guards have been through life and death for many years, and they are knights personally appointed by King Zeluka 13. In addition, he behaves well in daily life, always leads the charge in battle, and has a lot of fun with the guards. So during the nearly half-month period of food shortage, although the soldiers were restless, they had no intention of rebelling. Before, in Blackrock Castle, not only could they have enough to eat every meal, but they also received a military salary of 1 silver coin every month. Now, not only are the silver coins gone, but we only have 1 meal a day, and it's extremely hard black bread. They worked for Nolan's and became Nolan's soldiers, doing business with their heads on their belts. As a result, they were not even as well off as the bandits and could not even get enough food to eat. It would be a lie to say I have no complaints. Even Captain Pesci was frowning at this moment. It's not that he hadn't tried to contact His Royal Highness Michelle, but that person seemed to be staying at Baron Fedra's estate. He wanted to meet the other party several times, but was stopped by Baron Fedra's guards. I usually think that this person is extremely absurd and behaves eccentrically. Even when Blackstone Castle was suddenly transferred, he was still confused. It was not until the orcs marched straight into the royal city that he realized that His Highness Michel might have betrayed Nolans. However, although these were all his guesses, as a knight, how could he disobey the orders of a prince? But the current situation is indeed a bit serious. If he told his soldiers exactly what happened at Blackstone Castle, most of them would probably revolt on the spot. Just when he was hesitating whether to tell everyone the truth, a one-eyed guard suddenly shouted, "Captain Patch, why don't you tell everyone the truth? Tell everyone, we are deserters. We are traitors who retreat without a fight. We ourselves turned Nolans into what it is today." In fact, when a small number of guards were transferred from Blackrock Fortress, they already had the answer in their hearts. However, most of the guards would not think about this kind of problem. As soon as these words came out, more intense words suddenly swept over Patch like a wave. "Really? Captain Patch, we are traitors." "No. Impossible. Damn Michel. As a prince of Nolans, how dare you betray our motherland? Leave us here and go enjoy yourself at the Baron's estate." The guards were filled with indignation, and the situation was about to get out of control. A riot is coming. Patch understood that he probably couldn't change the minds of these 30,000 guards. The lack of food and the label of traitor were enough to drive these 30,000 elite royal guards completely crazy. Just as the emotions of the guards were about to reach their peak, many people were clamoring to go to Michel to seek an explanation. A majestic voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Captain Patch, I brought you some bran cakes." Hearing about bran cakes, the originally noisy guards all turned their eyes to the person who came. The man was wearing bright silver armor and had an imperial-style long sword on his waist. He had a scar between his eyebrows, but it was not particularly obvious. His face was full of determination, a typical Norlon appearance. He walked slowly towards Patch's position. "Captain Patch, long time no see. Captain Mela, aren't you serving His Highness Johnson?" Patch suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that His Highness Johnson is here too? Mela nodded, then waved her hand, and several strong guards brought up the bran cakes. The hungry soldiers rushed forward immediately, until Captain Patch shouted angrily, "Line up! This is a gift from His Highness Johnson." Hearing Johnson's name, many restless guards suddenly quieted down. Johnson was the eldest prince of Nolans, and countless people believed that he had died heroically in the battle in the royal city. I didn't expect that he actually survived and is now in the new noble alliance. The guards under Patch immediately became much more obedient. It is obvious that the guards respect Johnson more than His Royal Highness Michael. Mela looked at Patch and asked, "Captain Patch, why did you leave Blackstone Fortress without permission?" Patch looked embarrassed. "You know, we are just following orders. His Highness Michel is our direct superior. As a soldier, I cannot disobey his orders." Myra sighed. If he were Patch, he might not be able to do better than Patch. Ultimately, it's directly related to Michel. Patch only took orders from Michel, and the only person who truly betrayed Nolans was Michel. At this point, there's no point in talking about the past. Our repentance cannot restore the land, nor can it bring back the dead people of Norlands. Patch was silent. He had been hungry for a long time, but he did not go to get bran cakes. The feeling of guilt tormented the kind knight's heart all the time. However, Captain Patch, it's not like you don't have a chance to make amends. Mela patted Patch's shoulder and said, "From now on, the meals for your Royal Guard brothers will be provided directly by His Highness Johnson. And you just need to bring your brothers and swear your loyalty to His Highness Johnson." "Old friend, you should understand what I mean. As a knight who graduated from the Kingdom Knights at the same time as you, I cannot bear to see you go astray." Patch took a deep breath and exhaled the foul air from his chest, as if he had made up his mind. "What should I do?" Mela smiled. "You only need to wait for His Highness Johnson's order. Do not leave without permission until you receive His Highness Johnson's order." "Good." Patch's voice was a little hoarse. He had betrayed his superiors again. As a knight who regards honor as his life, he should not betray Michel. But Michel did do a lot of wrong things, which led to the current situation. Since Michel has betrayed Nolans, there seems to be no need for him to continue working for him. His Royal Highness Johnson is also the Prince of Nolans, and even the next emperor designated by Nolans. Would serving His Highness Johnson alleviate some of the guilt I feel? Chapter 192 gives the crown prince a little shock. Today Luca brought a special visitor. The old butler who was responsible for delivering the message was already quite old. From Baron Edward to Baron Ryan, and finally to Lin Wei. He has served Lord Louis for 3 generations. In fact, Lin Wei thought the previous butler named Randy was pretty good, and he was also planning to let the old butler retire. However, since what happened to Michelle, Lin Wei had to reappoint the old butler. This one obviously can't retire until a new steward arrives. Master, a prince who claims to be Johnson, is visiting. After saying that, he stood quietly aside waiting for Lin Wei's order. Lin Wei put down the book in his hand, frowned, and thought for a while. Oh, this is Michelle's brother, the eldest prince who once led his soldiers in a bloody battle in the royal city. Lin Wei tapped the table with his fingers, and Elia Lu, who was standing beside him, quickly filled Lin Wei's cup with tea. The aroma of tea filled the air, and Lin Wei picked up the black tea and took a sip. Let's meet. Compared to Michelle, Lin Wei still has some good feelings towards this prince who is willing to sacrifice his life for Nolan's. But he only met him out of respect as a Nolan's noble. I just hope that the other party doesn't have the same unrealistic ideas as Michelle. At that time, Lin Wei would not give the other party a good face. Johnson, standing outside the tall city gate, felt a little nervous. He didn't have many guards with him. To be honest, Louis Cardinal seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. Johnson had actually long wanted to make friends with this Viscount who had once shone brightly in the gladiatorial contest, but he had never had the chance. I didn't expect that when I saw Lin Wei again, everything had changed. The city walls of Luiska Territory are very tall, not much inferior to the former royal city of Nolans. Even judging from the armor of the guards standing at the door, their equipment seemed a bit too luxurious. These armors and swords are obviously fine products that can only be used by elite soldiers, and are made of pure steel. Before even entering the door, Johnson's evaluation of Lin Wei had already dropped by 1 or 2 points. The elite should be placed in training camps for more training, but using the elite as goalkeepers is a bit too outrageous. It's somewhat of a waste of talent. When the butler came back and invited him into Luiska Territory, his opinion of Lin Wei dropped again. As the Lord of Luiska, even if Nolan's is now dead in name only, he should at least put on a show, right? In name, he is still the eldest prince of Nolan's, right? He had already taken over 30,000 guards from Michelle, and with the addition of his own 20,000-odd troops, his army was now close to 60,000. It can be said that he is the most powerful lord in the new noble alliance. He felt that it was time to sound the clarion call for a counterattack and take the opportunity to regain some lost territory. This time he came to find Lin Wei to see if he could recruit Lin Wei to join his team. Compared to the fence-sitters and good-for-nothings in the new noble alliance, Lin Wei, who has experience fighting against orcs, is undoubtedly a good target for recruitment. However, those nobles did not tell him that Lin Wei had defeated a coalition of 250,000 beastmen. Firstly, the news had been out for some time, and secondly, they subconsciously felt that Johnson should not be unaware of it. That's why Johnson's impression of Lin Wei still remains at the moment when more than 10,000 soldiers briefly blocked the advance of a 200,000-strong army. When Johnson followed the old butler into Luiska's territory, he felt an unprecedented shock. The roads are paved with stone slabs, and most of the houses are sturdy huts made of bricks or stones, with almost no wooden houses. The streets are filled with various small vendors hawking their wares, and children playing can be seen everywhere in Luiska. There is light and hope in the eyes of the people. There are also many large commercial buildings, including adventurers' associations, churches, taverns, and hotels. Suddenly, he had the illusion that he was back in the royal city of Nolans. No, the city of Norlands has not even completed the complete paving of stone floors, and a lot of the land is still bumpy dirt. Is this really a county? While Johnson was distracted, the old butler not far away asked, "Your Highness Johnson, is there anything you are concerned about?" Johnson shook his head slightly. "No, let's keep going." If he had a bad impression of Lin Wei before entering Luiska Territory, now he saw the people of Nolan's living and working in peace and contentment. His evaluation of Lin Wei has risen to an unparalleled level. This was a capable lord who had the people of Norlands at heart. So the people will also keep him in mind. Before entering Lin Wei's manor, the guards following Johnson were arranged by the old butler to rest. Johnson didn't even bring any entourage with him and met Lin Wei directly, because he wanted to show his sincerity and show that he was really here to recruit Lin Wei. Lin Wei's manor was very large. Through the iron railing gate, Johnson saw the lush and neatly trimmed flowers and plants in front of the castle. A small fountain is constantly gushing out clear water. Lin Wei's manor is both quiet and lively. There seemed to be a roar of a wild beast coming from the manor behind the castle, but Johnson didn't take it seriously. Following the butler's footsteps into the castle, he finally met the legendary Viscount. Lin Wei was squinting his eyes, seemingly enjoying the comfort of the afternoon. Seeing Johnson, he stood up. "Viscount Lin Wei, nice to meet you." Greetings, Your Highness Johnson. I have to say, the eldest prince makes people feel much more comfortable when he speaks than the brainless Michelle. At least the other party didn't mention Lewis Carson right away. Show a condescending attitude. This also made Lin Wei interested in talking to the other party. The two chatted briefly, and Elialu, who was standing beside them, had already added new black tea to Lin Wei's cup. Johnson naturally had some too, but it wasn't Elialu who poured it for him, but another maid. However, the maid who poured tea for Johnson was obviously not on the same level as Elialu, because Elialu's expression is more natural, more beautiful, and decent. The maid who poured tea for him was much more reserved and had an ordinary appearance. Different treatment? Nobles interacted privately with each other, as long as it was not a large banquet. There is usually only one maid per table. If another maid serves the guest, it would be somewhat disrespectful. This is the custom of the Nolans. As a noble of Nolans, Lin Wei could not possibly be unaware of these taboos. This made Johnson frown slightly, but he didn't say anything on the surface. Lin Wei seemed to see through the other party's doubts. He explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, Your Highness Johnson, this is not only my maid, but also my concubine." "Oh, I see." Johnson's brow suddenly relaxed. At least Lin Wei doesn't seem to be such an impolite person. "I came here this time with a rather impertinent request. Because this is a very presumptuous request, it doesn't matter if you don't agree, Viscount Lin Wei." Lin Wei did not respond, but put down the tea in his hand. He looked at Johnson calmly, obviously waiting for him to continue speaking. "I will launch a campaign against the Achuo tribe and reclaim the lands occupied by the Norlands. If it's possible, I hope that Viscount Lin Wei can join the war against the Achuo tribe." Very polite solicitation. Lin Wei wasn't that disgusted. I know what you mean. But if it's about recovering lost territory, I'm already doing that." Chapter 193, Questioning the Evil Dragon, Rejecting the Evil Dragon, and Becoming the Evil Dragon. Hearing Lin Wei say this, Johnson was stunned for a while. "What do you mean? Is Lin Wei already at war with the Achuo tribe?" "You mean?" Seeing that Johnson's confused look didn't seem like a disguise, Lin Wei frowned. "Don't you know about the battle between Luiska and the Beast Alliance a while ago? The Beastmen took the initiative to attack Luiska, so isn't it also justified for me to strike back?" Originally, the Beastmen did not take the initiative to attack Lin Wei because of the relationship with the Northern Church, so even if Lin Wei wanted to start a war, he needed a suitable reason. It's different now. He is a victim of war, so it is natural for him to fight back. Johnson's proposal was a good one, but Louis Cardinal did not need allies. In other words, there is no need for allies at the level of the Noble Alliance. "I see. I had a serious illness a while ago, so I don't know what's going on outside." Johnson showed an expression of sudden realization. He gave a somewhat apologetic smile. "It turns out that Viscount Lin Wei has already been on the road to resisting the Beastmen." "I think so. How could someone who once single-handedly resisted an army of 200,000 Beastmen just sit back and watch Nolans' predicament? After all, Viscount Lin Wei is a noble of Nolans." Lin Wei pondered for a moment. "Your Highness Johnson, I think I should clarify something with you." The moment Lord Louisa stopped waiting for the royal reinforcements, he was no longer Lord Louisa. The other party seemed to want to kidnap him using his status as a Nolan's noble. This was a test. If Lin Wei had not shown a tough attitude, Lin Wei might be at a disadvantage in the subsequent conversation. Lin Wei has a good impression of Johnson, but he certainly won't work for the Nolan's royal family. After all, the warriors before they slay the dragon are warriors, but who knows if the warriors after they slay the dragon will become evil dragons. The way to avoid the situation where the bow is hidden after the bird is killed is to turn yourself into a dragon. So Lin Wei planned to make things clear to the other party from the beginning. When Johnson heard Lin Wei mention that the orcs had attacked before without any reinforcements, his expression changed. This is indeed the fault of the Norlands. To be precise, this is not just the fault of my younger brother Michel. His father, Zeluka 13, was also closely involved in this matter. In order to open up new territories, he actually led a large number of guards out of the royal city. He even took most of the powerful nobles out to expand the territory. Otherwise, even Blackstone Fortress would be empty. How could most of Nolan's fall in such a short time? Although it was a conspiracy that had been planned long ago, Johnson felt that he was also at fault. As the future king of Nolan's, he should have noticed these factors sooner. If he, as the eldest son, gave his father some advice, he would probably consider it at least a little. And this is just one of the reasons. There is another reason, which is the main reason why Johnson feels guilty towards Lin Wei. His father once had ideas about the maid knight who won the championship with Lin Wei. This was something Johnson never expected. Even if Lin Wei has a dragon man with very pure blood. As a member of the royal family of Nolans, Looting openly was somewhat disrespectful to the royal family. He knew about it at the time. However, he did not offend Zeluka 13 because of this incident. In addition, because of the presence of his younger brother Michel, he chose to remain silent. But this silence completely destroyed the possibility of recruiting Lin Wei. Lord Lin Wei, I apologize to you for what my father and brother have done. Johnson bowed to Lin Wei sincerely, bending his body to the lowest angle, 90 degrees. Lin Wei pretended to be panicked and helped Johnson up. What are you talking about, Your Highness Johnson? What does this have to do with you? He raised his eyes and looked at Lin Wei sincerely, saying, because of my father and brother's wrong decision, Nolan's missed out on a loyal and capable lord. I feel deeply saddened. I won't be so shameless as to ask for your forgiveness. I just hope you can see that not all members of the Norlands royal family are such selfish and greedy people. I only hope that the people of Norlands will no longer be bullied by the kobolds. I hope that my compatriots can live freely in their own land instead of being treated like slaves. So, I unilaterally hope to become your ally. Johnson will be your most reliable friend until the kobolds are completely driven out of Nolands. I swear to the God of Light. Johnson was very sincere, especially the way he swore an oath to the God of Light at the end gave Lin Wei enough face. What this means is to drive the Gnolls out of Nolands first. The two families will do whatever they want at that time. Now he simply wants to drive the aliens out of Nolands. It doesn't matter even if it's no longer them, the Zeluka, who rule the Nolands. Lin Wei was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded slightly. Until the Achuo tribe is driven out of Nolands, Luca will be your ally. Hearing Lin Wei's agreement, Johnson immediately showed a grateful expression. For him, today's result was already a pleasant surprise. Although he came here with the intention of recruiting Lin Wei, he failed to do so. Naturally, becoming an ally is also great. The two of them spent a relatively harmonious time together. When they finally said goodbye, Lin Wei took the initiative to give over 100 long swords made of fine steel as a parting gift. For Lin Wei, these weapons made of fine steel are Big Lin's original works. The elite soldiers in his team had already changed into mithril weapons, and the rest also had better weapons. They are usually used for trading and given to Johnson as a parting gift. Although this is nothing to Lin Wei, it is a big gift to Johnson. The elite guards under his command all use iron swords. Long swords made of steel like this are definitely second only to magic weapons. He happily accepted it, thinking that Lin Wei was moved by him. After all, in his opinion, these must be very valuable weapons for Lin Wei. If he knew that Lin Wei's most elite troops were equipped with equipment made of rare metals such as mithril and insulating steel, he was afraid that he would spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, although he entered Lewis Card territory and saw the prosperous scene of Lewis Card territory, he did not know that Lewis Card territory had become very large. The scale has long exceeded that of an ordinary earldom. Putting aside the recently recovered lost territories, the scale of the expanded Lewisgar territory alone is no less than that of the royal city of Nolands before its fall. Chapter 194 Opening the Door to the Unknown. In the classroom of Nolan's School of Magic, many students were writing on parchment scrolls, recording the knowledge points taught by the instructor in this class. The spacious classroom can accommodate more than 1,000 students listening to the teacher at the same time. The classroom is now packed with students. Some students who have no seats would rather stand than listen to the teacher. The lecturer is a very experienced magic teacher. Any student can attend a large-scale open class like this, but there may not be such an open class in a month. There are few open classes, and not all instructors are qualified to teach them. The teachers who can teach open classes must have been in the field of magician for quite a long time, or even be on the verge of becoming a great magician. In addition to Dean Arya, there are several great magicians in Nolan's School of Magic. People of their level would hardly have any open classes. If Alia suddenly said she wanted to give an open class, I'm afraid the window would be full of students eager to learn. Because of Lin Wei, Cynthia received the best educational resources at Nolan's School of Magic. With the special care of her tutor, she could always sit in the first row of every open class. Speaking of forbidden magic, I believe everyone is familiar with it. Is this something we consider taboo? Is it really something we cannot touch upon? Not really. Except for some special forbidden magic, most forbidden magic is not prohibited from being studied. Of course, but don't mention the topic of forbidden magic in front of our dean. He hates forbidden magic the most. The kind-looking old monk said this while looking at Cynthia, who was listening attentively below the podium. He knew this person, a student who had a good relationship with both Zeluka and the dean. She showed remarkable talent as soon as she entered the Magic Academy, and was promoted from a junior magician to a senior magician in a short period of time. It is even inferior to the original Zeluka. Some people say that this person is very likely to be Arya's next student. but Arya's attitude is very ambiguous. So the old wizard would always subconsciously mention Cynthia's name when giving lectures, and he would teach her more based on what she was interested in. Cynthia, which aspect of this forbidden magic course are you most interested in? For example, long-distance teleportation or large-scale magic release. The old wizard called Cynthia's name, and she stood up immediately. This isn't the first time his name has been called out. If she had felt a little restrained before, she was now accustomed to this atmosphere. Teacher, does this world contain forbidden magic that can resurrect people? When he heard the word resurrection, the old wizard's smile froze. Although people can speak freely in the academy, some topics are considered taboo, such as resurrection. It is an absolute taboo in the Magic Academy, because Alia does not like the instructors to teach students too much about resurrection magic. Because there is no perfect resurrection magic in this world. In other words, theoretically, no one except God can perform perfect resurrection magic. Student Cynthia, you have to understand one thing. Life is extremely precious, and you only get one life. The miracle of life cannot be replicated or desecrated. Magic that can resurrect people does exist in the world, but this type of magic is often the most terrifying of all types of magic. And there's always been a fallacy in the magic world. Even if someone is perfectly resurrected, is they really still the same person? Seeing Cynthia's puzzled expression, the old wizard patiently explained, the surviving resurrection magic in the world is imperfect, but the Academy once produced an unparalleled genius whose research on resurrection magic is considered the best in the world. Even our Dean Alia is far inferior to his achievements in this area. When the old wizard said this, some of the more active students took the initiative to answer. I know, this is the former #1 wizard on the continent, Mr. Helen Kesha. Yes, Mr. Helen Kesha was once the pride of our Magic Academy. As a human, he possessed unparalleled talent. In just 25 years, he has reached the pinnacle of magic, even developing a method that is close to perfect resurrection. However, even Mr. Helen Kesha didn't truly succeed. He resurrected a defective product, a failure with only a body but no original consciousness. To this end, he even lost control of his magic and became a lich, his body overrun by magic. Lich, a new species created by the countercurrent of magic. These are special and rare creatures that only magical geniuses can transform into. Because magicians generally cannot release magic of a higher level than their own, but geniuses are an exception. Some geniuses can rely on their outstanding talents to cast magic that far exceeds their physical capacity, which may lead to the backflow of magic and turn them into a lich. The lich has completely lost his mind and can only indiscriminately release magic to attack anyone who approaches him. The lich that Helen Kesa transformed into Back then caused countless magicians a lot of headaches. Because the unconscious Helen Kesa wandered aimlessly across the continent, she caused great harm and trouble to the civilians. Later, the lich transformed by Helen Kesa completely disappeared, and no one knew where he went. However, the lich incarnated by Helen Kesha has never appeared in any corner of the continent again. Some speculate that Helen was killed by a dragon. Some people also speculated that a genius like Helen should have suddenly regained her sanity, but she no longer had the face to face the wizards in the world, so she disappeared. But it doesn't matter anymore. Helen's deeds have indeed become an elusive legend forever. Cynthia no longer remembers what the old wizard said in the second half of the class. Her mind was full of what the old wizard said, that perfect level resurrection magic might exist. Because Helen Kesha did it, but the resurrected person was unconscious. It was very likely that some error in the casting caused the soul to not return. So, can my dead sister Annie also be resurrected using this method? Cynthia suddenly felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. To her, her sister Annie is everything. They lost their parents at an early age and depended on each other for survival. If it weren't for her sister Annie who raised her, she would not be where she is today. Although she is called a sister, she is actually more like a parent. Cynthia has clearly accepted the death of her sister Annie and is ready to face life alone. But fate played a huge joke on her. Is it possible for humans to be resurrected? Chapter 195 Ainwire tries to change her fate. Ainwire received some bad news today. Zeluka 13 appears to have met with his father, Ein Charlemagne, once. In such a tense environment, a second major battle could break out at any time. Why did the other party insist on seeing his father? She had a bad feeling in her heart. In this battle of three kingdoms, Nolan's was undoubtedly the most prosperous one, but now Nolan's territory is no longer as big as before. However, despite this, the Nolans radiated out from Fort George as the center point and occupied many territories that originally belonged to Rema. Combined with the unconquered Nolan's lands and the newly acquired territories, Nolan's currently surpasses Rima in military strength and territory. After being eroded by Nolan's for a period of time, Rima fell into a disadvantage. Now Yade's national strength is unprecedentedly strong because their territory has not been invaded, although war is also an unbearable burden for them. But it was enough as long as Rima and Nolan's were more miserable than them. Now that Rima and Nolan's are in a difficult situation, the one who benefits is naturally Yade. Wire, father wants to see you. Ainweir's bad premonition came true. If anything happened that involved herself, it would be her brother Ein Peter or Ein Riz who would come to see her in person. The last time I came to see her was because I entered the Magic Academy. I understand, brother. Einwil did not ask what happened to Rise, because the eldest brother was not like the second brother who died in the battle. He was more indifferent and more like a prince of the empire. Even if his sister asked him, he wouldn't say a word. Sure enough, even she walked away with a somewhat sad expression. Ainriz didn't say a word either, until she was out of his sight. Rise just sighed slowly. Inside the palace of Rima, Ein Charlie sat on the cold throne and saw his daughter come to the front of the palace to pay her respects. There was an indescribable light flashing in the eyes of the king of Rima, which was slowly replaced by indifference and determination. Rima lost too much in this battle. A large amount of territory was occupied by Nolans, and even the second prince Ein Peter died in this battle. Ainwire, I called you here this time because I want to ask you something. My father called me by my full name, and whenever someone called me by my full name, it was bound to be something bad. Father, please ask. Born in an imperial family, you have no choice. I'm afraid that this negotiation between Zeluka 13 and his father must have something to do with her. Can you ask Miss Alia or Miss Silka to help us in this battle? There is only one possibility left to help Rima out of the current situation, and that is to ask for external help. If Arya could help Rima, Rima would not have to accept the conditions offered by Nolans. Or maybe it could get Lin Wei and the Holy See behind him to take action and change Rima's current situation. These two forces are the only ones that can provide help to Rima in the short term. But there is basically no need to consider Louis Cardinal, because it is obvious that his daughter does not have a good relationship with that side. Father, I can ask Miss Silka to help us. It's just that you should at least let me know what happened. And Charlie was silent for a while before he slowly spoke. Zeluka 13 proposed the conditions for an alliance. Rima and Nolans formed an alliance and swore an oath to the god of light. But the condition is that you marry Nolans, the eldest prince of Nolans, Johnson. Johnson has suddenly become active recently and even regained a lot of lost ground. But if Einwil were to marry someone who had nothing to do with her, her proud daughter would definitely not accept it. Therefore, Ein Charlie also gave his daughter other choices. That is to ask for help from the Magic Academy. It's a pity that the idea of winning over Lin Wei failed because Lin Wei had a grand wedding with Yelena before. The whole world knows that the Viscount of Louisgar is married. My daughter knows. Ainwil's body and mind trembled, and an indescribable coldness and pain surged into her heart. She finally became a tool for her father to arrange marriage. Einweir has been strong-willed since she was a child, striving to be the first in everything, showing her outstanding talents to make her father pay attention to her. Because she understood since she was a child how helpless the princess was despite her seemingly extremely noble status. However, no matter how outstanding his talent was, when it really threatened Rima's interests, his father chose to abandon him without hesitation. When she first ceded the land to Nolans, she knew that would be the last time her father would weigh the pros and cons. She was destined to be unable to escape the fate of a princess. Einwil looked unhappy as she walked out of the palace. She got straight into her carriage and ordered it to head towards Nolan's School of Magic. She and Zeluka have developed a very good relationship, so she will probably not ignore this request that concerns her future happiness. She absolutely does not want to sacrifice her happiness in the second half of her life because of politics. Naturally, the stubborn girl was unwilling to marry a prince she had never met. Nolans's behavior is so dirty, and as a princess, she has to marry the prince of such a despicable country. It makes me feel extremely sad just thinking about it. Arriving at the gate of Nolan's School of Magic again, Einwil felt as if she were in a dream. It hadn't been many years since we'd been apart, but it felt like centuries. The iron gate, which was so old that the paint had peeled off, was given a new coat of paint, and students could still be seen in groups of 3 or 4 through the railings of the iron gate. It seems that nothing has changed. Hello, I'm here to see Miss Zeluka. Could you please inform me? The guard standing at the gate quickly went in to report after hearing that the other party was coming to find Zeluka. He came back with some not-so-good news. I'm sorry, but Miss Zeluka doesn't seem to be at the Magic Academy. It was impossible for a small security guard to know Zeluka's whereabouts. But Miss Cynthia is still here. Do you need me to inform her? Everyone knows that Cynthia and Zeluka have a close relationship. So when the guard saw that Einwil seemed a little confused, he took the initiative to make a suggestion. Cynthia? That's fine. She had never heard of Cynthia's name, but since the guard had mentioned it, she just went along with it. Maybe I can find Zeluka through this lady. Then please come in. Miss Cynthia has just finished an open class. You'll find her a short distance ahead. Ainvril looked like a noble from Rema, so the guard did not stop her. Nobles from various countries often come and go in the entire Magic Academy. Any noble who can report his name can enter the Magic Academy smoothly. After all, they are mostly standing here just to serve as guards. A girl dressed like this aristocrat was obviously beyond their range of obstruction. Chapter 196 looks very smooth. Facing the older sister who suddenly appeared in front of her, Cynthia was obviously a little restrained. She casually put the magic book back on the shelf. Excuse me for coming so unexpectedly. I apologize for my abruptness. Einwir was polite in her speech. Before becoming a student at Nolan's School of Magic, she would never have believed that such a charming person would take the initiative to talk to her. Although she had gradually become accustomed to the feeling of being flattered, Cynthia still acted a little reserved. She has been looking for books on resurrection magic recently, but such books are apparently rare even in the Norland School of Magic. There is no magic book, and only some traces can be found in some documents. But Cynthia had no intention of giving up. Gawain, what can I do for you? I don't think we know each other. Cynthia was only 13 years old, small, and very cute. Einwil saw that she was already a high-level magician at this age. A feeling of jealousy still surged in my heart. However, she managed her expression very well and showed a smile that made people feel extremely friendly. I'm here to look for Miss Zeluka. The guard told me she wasn't in the academy, and then told me that if I looked for you, I could find out where she went. Oh, so you're looking for Sister Zeluka. Hearing that the other party knew Zeluka, Cynthia's restraint was not so serious. Didn't Sister Zeluka go to Luiska to get it a long time ago? If you want to find her, why not just go to Luiska and pick her up? Ah, I see. Thank you for telling me where Miss Zeluka is. When she heard that Zeluka was in Luiska's territory, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She did not continue to ask why Zeluka was in Luiska. Because Zeluka was obsessed with magic, Einwil knew this. The other party appeared in Lewis Cardinal, probably because of something. But I have to find Zeluka and ask for her help. Well, excuse me for bothering you, Miss Cynthia. I hope you have a pleasant afternoon. Miss Sylvie, I don't quite understand why you made some strange desserts for me. This vampire lady was wearing a beautiful maid uniform today. It had to be said that Lin Wei felt that there seemed to be too many beauties around him. The black and white maid costume vaguely reveals a bit of lace, and the straight white calves are covered with extremely white and shiny stockings. I don't know if it's because she's a vampire, but Sylvie's skin is very white and translucent. Among all the girls, her skin is the whitest. And although she is white, she has a good voluptuous figure, and the tiny space under the absolute domain leaves people with endless room for imagination. These legs must be very smooth. Lin Wei shook his head, throwing away the distracting thoughts from his mind. This is a delicacy that was once popular throughout the kingdom of Ater. Come and try it, you will definitely like it. There was a sparkling expectation in Sylvie's eyes, and Elialu, who was standing beside her, said nothing. Apparently the two had reached some deal that Lin Wei was unaware of. Recently, Yelena has been busy with the Vatican's charity and is not in Luiska. That's why Zai Weifu could please Lin Wei so blatantly. Looking at the dessert in front of him that looked a bit like a mooncake, Lin Wei elegantly picked up a piece with a fork and put it into his mouth. The taste is very similar to mooncakes, with a strange floral scent, but Lin Wei doesn't dislike it. Looking at Shi Weifu's expectant eyes, Lin Wei nodded and praised. Not bad. It has the taste of hometown. Zai Weifu immediately smiled like a flower. For her, pleasing Lin Wei and getting closer to Lin Wei was what she wanted to do most. After all, she couldn't force Lin Wei to be with her. If Luiska had been poor before, Lin Wei might have wanted to make this kind of delicacy and sell it somewhere else. But now Luiskar County has gradually become very wealthy because of the war in Nolans. This is a rare pure land and has become the first choice for businessmen. If things continue to develop in this way, the people in the territory will become richer and richer. If the people in the territory are rich, it means that Lin Wei will also become richer. After all, Lin Wei can get a portion of the tax from the profits generated by the merchants here. When Lin Wei went into business before, he didn't have to pay taxes because of his status as a nobleman of Nolans, but this doesn't mean that everyone is a noble. Moreover, even if there really were nobles coming to Lin Wei's territory to trade, Lin Wei would accept them. After all, it's his territory, and what he says goes. Lin Wei felt a little headache. The girl's expressions were so obvious that he couldn't ignore them at all. Even Lena's eyes have become a little strange recently. Lin Wei can feel it. During daily training, the girl would always inadvertently create contact between the two of them. For example, a clumsy move like falling on the ground, and he just happened to fall into Lin Wei's arms. Lin Wei was sure that with Lena's high bravery, it was impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake. However, there are so many girls that Lin Wei said he might be a little overwhelmed. It's okay for people like Elyulu and Yelena. He can still handle them, even though their bravery values are not as high as his. Lin Wei couldn't even imagine what would happen if Lena also joined in. Now there is a vampire girl who is acting suspiciously. Lin Wei says he is really fed up with this overly happy life. Just when Lin Wei was having a headache, there was a knock on the door. Lin Wei agreed, and the old butler was already standing respectfully by the side. Master, someone claiming to be Princess Ainwire of Rema wishes to visit Miss Silka. Ainville is here to see Zeluka? The little cat girl seems to be studying a magic recently, so she rarely appears in front of Lin Wei. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Zeluka told him that Ainwire had studied with her for a period of time. He wanted to become Alia's apprentice, but was rejected. Then let's meet. Although he felt that Ainwell's approach to Zeluka was definitely not for good, Lin Wei felt that he should not interfere with Zeluka's circle of friends. After all, only by interacting with all kinds of people can Zeluka's overly naive personality change a little. Although it is good to be innocent like this, Lin Wei is also afraid that one day, when he fails to keep an eye on Zeluka, the other party will suffer because of his personality. I see. The butler went downstairs and prepared to inform Zeluka. Lin Wei was not idle either. He stood up and stretched. Since the guests are here, it shouldn't be a problem for him, as the host, to listen to what they say, right? Well, he just didn't want Zeluka to suffer any loss. What did he do wrong? Chapter 197. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Zeluka didn't expect to meet her best friend Ainwire in this way. As one of her best friends, Zeluka hasn't seen Ainville for a long time. The breeze blew the girl's hair by her ears, and the way Ainville smiled while lifting her hair seemed to make the air around them a little sweeter. It must be said that although her character had some flaws, her beautiful face and figure as a princess could not be denied. After all, she is of royal blood, so only a beautiful girl can catch the king's eye. With generations of genetic purification, the girls born into the royal family have become as beautiful and charming as they are today. Zeluka, long time no see. How are you? Ainwire's greeting made the cat girl Zeluka's tail curl slightly. She said happily, long time no see, Wire. Why did you come to see me suddenly? Ainwil showed a sad expression, and she was not in a hurry to tell the other party about her embarrassing situation. But we talked about something else first. I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you. I went to Nolan's School of Magic to look for you, but I found you empty-handed. Luckily, Miss Cynthia told me you were here. Zeluka, have you successfully broken through to become the Grand Mage? The magic energy surging in Zeluka's body was so powerful that he was completely different from when they parted. Although I have long known that the cat girl in front of me has an outstanding talent in magic. But when she learned that the other party was already a great magician, she couldn't help but feel jealous and envious. She is indeed a darling favored by fate. This would be even better. If Zeluka is already a great magician, then the weight of her words will almost be comparable to that of Alia. Compared with a great magician who ranks lower on the continent and a super genius magician, even though both are great magicians, their weight is completely different. Yes, I have successfully broken through to the Grand Mage. If she had not successfully broken through to the Grand Mage, she would not have been able to return to Lin Wei so quickly. The little cat girl is very simple and shows her kindness to Ainwell. She never thought that the girl in front of her came all the way to see him just to use her. The two chatted some more about the Magic Academy. Just when Ainwire felt the time was ripe and was about to start asking for help, Lin Wei appeared. Lin Wei brought a plate of purple grapes and went straight to where the two were talking and sat down. He looked relaxed, as if he was entering his own manor. Oh, this is indeed Lin Wei's manor. But apparently, Ainwire didn't notice. Ainwire didn't know the relationship between Lin Wei and Zeluka, and Ainwell was not surprised by any of the courtesy that Zeluka received here, because this is the respect that Zeluka deserves as a genius. Now that Zeluka is Alia's only disciple, she almost represents Alia's opinion. It represents the opinions of most magicians on the entire continent. Therefore, although Lin Wei was the lord of this place, Ainwire's first reaction was not to give Lin Wei a good look. Last time, Lin Wei refused her request to meet him, but this time, Ainwire came for Zeluka. She was visiting Zeluka, and even though Lin Wei was the local lord, he should have nothing to do with him. Lord Lin Wei, isn't it ungentlemanly to suddenly interrupt a lady's reminiscence? Lin Wei showed a surprised expression. Oh, did I disturb you? Then I'll leave. Lin Wei made a move to stand up, but before Einweir could feel that she had gotten rid of her anger, Zeluka had already put his arm around Lin Wei. Zeluka's sudden action caused Ainwell's brain to go into a brief downtime. Because Zeluka not only hugged Lin Wei's arm, but also pressed his body completely against Lin Wei's side, not minding the contact between his body and Lin Wei's at all. Unfortunately, she couldn't see behind her, nor did she notice that Zeluka's cattail was shaking slightly with joy. Because Einwell was here, Zeluka was relatively restrained today. If there were no outsiders around, Zeluka would have thrown himself into Lin Wei's arms and wrapped his cattail around him tightly. Zeluka's sudden behavior left Einwell stunned for a long time. After a while, Zeluka took the initiative to speak. Weier, let me introduce you. This is Lin Wei. My master. If Ainvril had thought that the two of them were up to something, she was completely stunned when the word master appeared. Owner? A super genius wizard, backed by Dean Alia, who has the most extensive connections. Such a super genius is actually the slave of a young viscount? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Such thoughts emerged in her mind uncontrollably. She even subconsciously thought that this was a joke played by Zeluka and did not dare to believe that this was the fact before her eyes. Even the fact that Yeluna, the saint of the Holy See, was married to the Viscount added a rich touch. But no one could have imagined that someone would connect Lin Wei and Zeluka. Ainwire slumped down on the stool and said subconsciously, Zeluka, are you kidding me? This joke isn't funny at all. If Lin Weijian had a relationship with Zeluka, then she wouldn't have to ask for help from Zeluka at all. Zeluka was a little confused. I'm not kidding. Without Lin Wei, I wouldn't be where I am today. Zeluka has become more and more relaxed in front of Lin Wei. Gradually, he no longer calls Lin Wei master, but calls Lin Wei by his name affectionately. No kidding. Ainwire calmed down a lot. Since it has happened, we should face it with a smile. Although she had some conflicts with Lin Wei before, Einweir felt that she was the one who made Lin Wei successful. If she and Peter had not been captured by Lin Wei near Fort George, how could Lin Wei have risen so quickly in such a short period of time? I'm afraid he is still an unknown little baron. She has to take most of the credit. After that, she forgot that she had any conflict with Lin Wei, but was directly rejected by Lin Wei. She is the princess of a country, and her status should be nobler than Lin Wei. She condescended to meet Lin Wei, but was turned away. He deserved the help of Lin Wei and Zeluka. Silka, I'll be frank then. I hope to get your help. She simply told Zeluka and Lin Wei in front of her about her predicament. She put on a pitiful expression again. The last time I asked to see Lin Wei alone, he turned me away. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Chapter 198 Ainwire did it wrong again. When mentioning Lin Wei's rejection last time, Ainwire showed a pitiful expression. It seemed as if Lin Wei was the heartless man, and she was the girl whose heart was betrayed. If it was just because of the harsh words she said on the battlefield after he captured Einweir alive, Lin Wei certainly wouldn't take it to heart. After all, if he really minded, he wouldn't have teamed up with Einweir for the first time. Obviously, she didn't realize that the Lin Wei in front of her was Wei Lin, the captain of the Crimson Team. The dragon disaster in Rima was directly related to Einweir. If she hadn't been so reckless in wanting to gain glory, she wouldn't have killed the red dragon. As a result, not only did he not kill the dragon, but he also brought revenge from the dragon. The other members of the Crimson Team will not die because of this. Nizaron, Aini, and Califu, some of them died directly from the dragon's attack. Others died defending their towns and families. But the most direct reason was Ainwell's greed and overestimation of her own abilities. People are greedy, and no one can tolerate human greed except people themselves. There is nothing wrong with being greedy, but it is wrong when greed exceeds one's ability. Einwire didn't seem to notice Lin Wei's gradually cold gaze, but the little cat girl Zeluka noticed it. She could feel that Lin Wei didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Housekeeper, go and get me the box from the rightmost drawer in the study. By the way, call Reina as well. Yes, sir. The old butler bowed slightly and left without asking any further questions. He has served 3 generations of lords of Louisa. Among these 3 generations of lords, the youngest lord of Louisa is the most capable. Even he had to admit that Sword Saint Edward, who was once one of the strongest men in Nolan's, was far inferior to Lin Wei in wisdom and means. Einweir noticed this when she first met Lin Wei. Lin Wei's voice seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. The Crimson Team had disappeared for so long that Einweir had forgotten Lin Wei's voice. She also felt that Reina's name sounded very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Zeluka's cat tail swayed slightly, and she was tactful enough not to say anything. Lord Lin Wei, considering that Zeluka and I have a good relationship, Wouldn't you be willing to help me change my miserable fate? Lin Wei calmed down and smiled. Your Highness Ainwire, don't you think that Your Highness Johnson would be a good match? I've also had the honor of meeting His Highness Johnson. Judging from his conversation and conduct, you should be thankful you're not marrying Michelle. There is one more thing Lin Wei didn't say. In terms of character, Ainville cannot compare to Johnson. Someone like Ainville who will do anything to achieve her goals is not worthy of Johnson. Johnson can unilaterally swear an oath to the God of Light and seek Lin Wei as his ally, and even Lin Wei himself does not need to swear an oath to the God of Light. Therefore, even if Lin Wei did not help Johnson, it would not be a big deal. At most, his reputation would be a little bad. Seeing that Lin Wei's tone seemed to soften, Ainwire felt that it was not completely hopeless to get Lin Wei's help. If we can convince Lin Wei here, we will get help from both the Northern Church and Alia. Two huge powers. Theoretically, if she obtains one of them, she can change her destiny. Even if Lin Wei and Zeluka continued to support her, she would be able to gain more and more say in Ruama. It is not certain that she will become the new queen in the future. Just as she was immersed in her beautiful fantasy, the old housekeeper had already left and returned. A brown wooden box had been placed by the old butler on the stone table in front of the three people. There is a blue bird with its wings spread on the box, which is the family emblem of Louis Cardinal. Ms. Reyna said she'd be here in a moment. Lin Wei nodded. While Ainwille was still wondering what Lin Wei was doing, he had already casually opened the box in front of him. There were 5 neatly arranged badges in the box. 2 of them were as clean as new, while the other 3 had suffered varying degrees of wear and tear. The Adventurers Team's badge? Viscount Lin Wei, do you still have a habit of collecting these things? Lin Wei didn't say anything. He just picked up the most worn badge and said to Ainwire, "This is Annie's badge. She died directly from the dragon's attack. She was the first member of the Crimson Squad to die in a dragon disaster. The younger sister who depended on her for everything lost her last relative." Lin Wei thought of the pastor's loving last letter again, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Scarlet Team? Ainwire's eyes suddenly widened. She said, why did the badge in front of her feel so familiar? Isn't this the badge of the Crimson Squad members? Why is it in Lin Wei's hands? Lin Wei ignored the change in Ainwill's expression and picked up another badge that was half dissolved by dragon flames. This badge belongs to Nizaron. He died in the Vanguard Squad fighting against the Dragon Plague, directly killed by the Red Dragon's flames. In order to protect his wife and daughter who lived in the town, he had to challenge the impossible-to-defeat Red Dragon. And this one, it's Khalifa's badge. She also died in the Vanguard Squad, pierced directly by a dragon claw. As Lin Wei spoke, his tone no longer had the calmness it had at the beginning, but his eyes were as deep as the sea, as if within those tiny pupils, there was a ferocious beast that was ready to devour its prey. How did you get the remains of the Crimson Team? Ainwire's voice was trembling, as if she suddenly understood something. Lin Wei's figure suddenly overlapped with that of the talented adventurer Wei Lin, whom she had missed. In a trance, the image of him wearing armor appeared in Ainwill's mind again. You are still as forgetful as ever, Your Highness Ainville. Remember what I said? After all, you are the princess that all the people of Rema need to look up to. Their deaths are nothing to you. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being too weak. Too weak to protect themselves from the powerful Red Dragon, right? But even though they are weak, they are Lin Wei's friends. You must always be the princess of Rema. If you become Ainville, you will get hurt. Lin Wei's words were like an extremely sharp sword, which pierced Ainwire's weakness so accurately and destroyed the last bit of hope in her heart. When Reyna also came to the manor and saw Reyna's familiar face, she finally understood one thing. Why did Lin Wei refuse her request to meet him? If Lin Wei is not just Lin Wei, he is also Wei Lin of the Scarlet Team. Everything seemed to make sense. Oh, Ainwille, you did it wrong again. Chapter 199. Putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong? Having said that, Ainwire already understood why Lin Wei was unwilling to help her. It's not because of the somewhat confrontational first encounter between the two. Just because of her overestimation of her own abilities, the Crimson Team member that Lin Wei valued died. The expression of Zeluka in front of him suddenly became a little strange. Although Zeluka's eyes were still as innocent as ever, she didn't know if it was her illusion, but she could feel that there was no trace of love for her in Zeluka's eyes. Catgirl is a simple-minded girl, and she has always known this. So you can tell at a glance whether you like it or not. The hope that Ainwille had built up in her heart suddenly collapsed. Suddenly, she remembered the first time she and Lin Wei teamed up to enter the ruins to challenge Canine Fong. If she had invited Lin Wei at that time, would the ending have been different? It's a pity that the preparations for slaying the dragon are still not sufficient. It would be great if the Red Dragon could be killed. The members of the Crimson Team would not have died in the subsequent dragon disaster, and Lin Wei would not have treated her like this. But it is obvious that there is no regret medicine in this world. There was no way for Einwil to go back to the past and correct her mistakes. But she was still unwilling to give up the help of Lin Wei and Zeluka. Now Lord Luiska had unknowingly become a super behemoth. Even if it means losing face, she must get Lin Wei's help. Even if it means sacrificing all my dignity. Lord Lin Wei, is there really no possibility for us to continue the conversation? Apart from the facts, aren't they wrong? If you can help me, I guarantee that you will get the support of the royal family of Rema in the future. Since there was no way to rely on personal connections, Einweir tried to use the power of the Rema royal family to persuade Lin Wei to help her. It's a pity that her expectant look made Lin Wei feel a little nauseous. Lin Wei now just felt nauseous. She is a charming girl, but her heart is so ugly. He is obsessed with profit and uses others like fools. So-called friendship is nothing more than a valuable bargaining chip in her eyes, right? He took a deep breath and exhaled the pressure in his chest. Einvil, if that's all you have to say, I don't think we have anything more to talk about. There's a price to pay for doing the wrong thing. The reason you're still standing here safe and sound is because you have a good relationship with Zeluka. When Einweir heard Lin Wei mention Zeluka, it was like she had grabbed the last straw. She looked at Zeluka with expectation, and the cat girl's calm eyes did not seem to reject her. Wire, this is the last time I'll call you that. Thank you for being my friend. The words coming out of the mouth that was clearly at 37 degrees Celsius were as cold as winter snowflakes. Zeluka, who is not good at speaking, was able to reject the request of her former good friend so decisively because of Lin Wei. But, didn't you say that you would help me no matter what difficulties I had? Zeluka smiled. Yes, but you pissed off my Lin Wei. I couldn't bear to make him sad, but you made him so sad. I swore to the gods a long time ago that I would stay with Lin Wei forever. How could I agree to something that Lin Wei doesn't agree to? I'm sorry, I guess we're not even friends anymore. Zeluka could sense that Lin Wei was really angry just now. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of behavior could make the gentle Lin Wei so angry. She had also heard about the Crimson Team. If those who died were Lin Wei's close friends, then Zeluka would definitely stand on Lin Wei's side without hesitation. Einwil seemed to have lost her soul. She didn't even know how she walked out of Luiska territory. I just felt like my legs were standing on the clouds, and I lost consciousness completely. The trump card she was most proud of actually rejected her. Only after Einwil left did Zeluka hug Lin Wei tightly, with his little cat ears pressed tightly against Lin Wei's chest. I'm sorry, Lin Wei. I reminded you of some bad things in the past. It's all my fault for choosing the wrong friends. Zeluka was in a very low mood. Lin Wei had done so much for her, but she was still almost taken advantage of by Einweiler. Lin Wei just touched her little head. How could that be? You have always been a family member that I am proud of. I'm not angry either. I just feel sorry for my friend who died. If the members of the Crimson Team hadn't suffered the dragon disaster, they could have had a better future, right? The 5 adventurer medals in the brown box on the table sparkled in the sunlight. Like a gem washed ashore by the waves, it will always shine brightly in Lin Wei's heart. After leaving Luiska, Einwil has calmed down a lot. She was thinking about ways to break the deadlock. For her, as long as there is someone who can be used, she will not let him go. Now that Zeluka and Lin Wei would no longer help her, she only had one choice left. That was my teacher Sandy. Sandy is a succubus with a prominent background. During the Second Crusade against the Red Dragon, she invited Baidi, the succubus queen of the East Continent, to help Einwil. Not only is Baidi powerful herself, she has also tamed a frost dragon and has hundreds of thousands of powerful succubus guards under her command. Legend has it that Baidi had not been interested in men for hundreds of years and had only one female favorite. The concubine seemed to be proficient in alchemy. The identity of this female favorite is mysterious, and there are even rumors that such a person may not exist. Einwil originally thought so, but when she connected the previous events with her teacher, everything seemed to make sense. Sandy's status must be high, so we must first rule out the possibility that she is Betty's offspring. Because Baidi has not had any man for hundreds of years, it is rumored that Baidi is fond of women. Before this rumor had never been confirmed, until Sandy called Betty over for Einwil with just one word. Plus, Sandy is also good at alchemy like the one rumored. So it is very likely that his teacher is Baidi's lover. Although he had lost Zeluka and Lin Wei, he could still increase his bargaining chips if he could get the support of the succubus clan. She and Sandy have always had a good relationship. Since she has made great achievements in alchemy, the two of them can chat with each other easily. This is the only way. She had to get Sandy's help. Einwil is absolutely unwilling to succumb to fate. She was not wrong. Putting the facts aside, it was the world that was wrong. Chapter 200. Let the Dean tell you a story. Alia could feel that something was obviously wrong with Cynthia recently. Cynthia now looks a bit like Helen did right after she lost her wife. Lost, but interested. Cynthia was not in good condition when she first entered the Magic Academy, and even Alia was a little worried about whether she could live smoothly in the Magic Academy. But the child showed unprecedented tenacity, which made Alia admire her strength. In fact, she didn't like to pry into the lives of students, except for Zeluka, whom she would often take care of. Because Zeluka is her third student, she likes him more. At least compared to the dull Helen and the somewhat cunning Suriyend, Zeluka's character is undoubtedly more likable. Recently, Cynthia's magic energy accumulation seems to have decreased a lot, and Alia can clearly feel it. Because Cynthia has been working really hard since she entered the Magic Academy. Apart from studying magic, she spends almost all of her remaining time meditating. Although her talent was not good enough to become her student, due to the relationship between Zeluka and Lin Wei. In her heart, she already regarded Cynthia as half a student. If appropriate, she would train Cynthia as the next heir. She also didn't want to live in the Magic Academy for the rest of her life. By training Cynthia to be her heir, she could also enjoy decades of leisure time. After all, talent can be changed through some acquired factors. For example, the elves have some fruits that can increase magic perception, although they cannot help people who have no magic perception at all. However, it can help people with magic element perception to increase the speed of magic element accumulation. Cynthia has been acting strangely lately. The rate at which her magic power accumulates has been halved since last month. Could it be that my secret love affair delayed my accumulation of magic energy? That shouldn't be the case. Putting aside her age, Cynthia is still very young and shouldn't be at the age of falling in love. As for these misfits in the Magic Academy, they are not as good as Lin Wei. Lin Wei is considered an outstanding man. Since Cynthia has seen what an outstanding man looks like, her standards for choosing a partner will definitely be raised accordingly. Alia began to think hard. Lin Wei and Zeluka entrusted Cynthia to her. If something went wrong with Cynthia under her nose, it would be somewhat embarrassing to tell others about it. In the past, Alia didn't care about someone who wasn't a student, and she didn't even care about students' affairs. Only responsible for teaching magic and casting spells. So when what happened to Helen happened, she felt very regretful in her heart. If she had noticed earlier that Helen had asked Suriyend for the forbidden magic book of resurrection, Helen would not have had her magic reversed and turned into a lich. Yes, Helen once had a beloved wife, but his wife died of a sudden illness. He should have had a bright future, but he came into contact with resurrection magic, a super magic that has always been regarded as a taboo. Later, the natural tragedy happened as expected, but Helen was indeed a genius, and she almost succeeded. Even Alia had to admit it. Even at her level, there was no way to completely revive the dead. Because there has always been a paradox in resurrection magic. That is, the resurrected person may not be the person you have always expected. From a certain theoretical perspective, it is more like a flesh and blood ghost. This is also the reason why she let Zeluka go back, because the human lifespan is not very long. In just a few decades, if nothing unexpected happens, it will disappear like a flash in the pan. She also didn't want Zeluka to have any regrets. If I could have a child with Lin Wei, it would probably offset some of my longing for Lin Wei. Thinking of this, Alia secretly used magic to sense what Cynthia was doing. Cynthia doesn't have classes today. If she wasn't meditating in the dormitory, she would probably be learning new magic. Cynthia was indeed meditating. Before Alia could breathe a sigh of relief, she sensed an open book on Cynthia's desk. This book was obviously often read by Cynthia, and some pages were even carefully handwritten. A brief discussion on the application of resurrection magic. Alia? Is Cynthia really exploring resurrection magic? However, such books are obviously just collections in the library, and most of them are erotic works written by some unknown senior wizards. In fact, there is no value that can be used. It is just a bunch of things put together. Trying to use resurrection magic with these books is no different from becoming a divine-level magician overnight. But why did Cynthia want to learn resurrection magic? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Cynthia's sister was a pastor and a member of the Crimson Squad, but he later died in a dragon disaster. She didn't know about it at first, but it was related to Lin Wei, and it was mentioned during a previous chat. It seems that Cynthia wants to revive her sister through resurrection magic. She sighed silently in her heart. It seemed that she needed to have a good talk with Cynthia. When Cynthia opened her eyes after meditating, she saw Alia flipping through the books she had placed on the table. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, like a child who had done something wrong. "Dean Alia, why are you here?" Alia didn't even look up, just flipping through the place where Cynthia had written, chatting casually. "Cynthia, do you still remember the application of advanced magic? Remember, The biggest difference between intermediate and advanced magic lies in whether or not one can condense magic essence in a short period of time. Well, good. It seems you haven't forgotten. Then can you tell me what kind of magic resurrection magic belongs to? Alia finally raised her head. Her eyes were bright, and Cynthia felt as if she was seen through at a glance. It's forbidden magic. The girl's somewhat panicked look only attracted Arya's loving touch, and she gently straightened Cynthia's messy hair. Forbidden magic. Magic that requires at least a grand mage to begin using. There are many types of forbidden magic, and resurrection magic is the most difficult one. You are only a high-level magician now. If you want to cast a super forbidden magic, you need to at least reach my level. Especially forbidden magic of this rank, like resurrection magic. With your current amount of magic, even if I drained 1,000 of you, it wouldn't be enough to support the release of resurrection magic. Do you understand what I mean? Cynthia didn't say anything, just lowered her head. She was like a child who had done something wrong, but her eyes were full of stubbornness. She knew that resurrection magic was difficult, but her sister Amy shouldn't die like this. Even if it costs more, she wants to give it a try. Alia seemed to see through Cynthia's thoughts. She sighed. I want to tell you a story. Do you want to listen?